Li Zhi'en unexpectedly traversed into the realm of immortal cultivation, only to find himself bound to a filial piety system. As long as he demonstrates filial devotion to his beautiful master, he would find his entire being know, not just his lower body constantly growing stronger. Li Zhi'en grasped the essence of it. Wasn't it merely about playing the part of a pretty boy? Chapter 1. I, Li Zhi'en, am innately filial. Little NZ. Apply a bit more pressure, it feels truly delightful. The female steward from the auxiliary department playfully chided, her eyes gently closed, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, and a satisfied smile dancing upon her lips. Esteemed steward, I shall serve you to the best of my abilities, Li Zhi'en replied, uttering ambiguous words while skillfully using his long fingers to massage her. Yet, within his gaze lingered a hint of melancholy. A year prior, Li Zhi'en had found himself inhabiting the body of a menial worker at the Zhi'en sect, a soul beset by the misfortune of possessing a wasteful five-element spiritual root, who had languished in cultivation for 19 years. He remained ensnared at the first level of qi gathering. Nevertheless, Li Zhi'en had inherited the original owner's extraordinary beauty, successfully capturing the attention of the alluring stewardess, thus enjoying a life of comfort and indulgence. The stewardess' husband was present, and he was keenly aware of the impropriety of their solitude. However, as a middle-aged man with meager cultivation, he found himself powerless to intervene, his words of little weight. Witnessing the scene before him, his face turned a shade of green with anger, yet he could only whisper, "My dear, is this truly appropriate?" The stewardess, unfazed, leisurely responded, "Look at you, my dear husband. Don't be so alarmed. I find great pleasure in little NZ's skills." As she spoke, she took hold of Li Zhi'en's hand, gently placing it upon her waist, even rubbing against it, her voice sweetly coaxing. "Little NZ, please massage here as well." Li Zhi'en feigned calmness, smiling as he replied, "Brother, please do not take offense. I am merely following the esteemed steward's instructions." "You scoundrel, your intentions are clearly improper," the stewardess' husband exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Zhi'en, his eyes nearly bulging with fury. Li Zhi'en hastily waved his hands, his expression earnest as he declared, "Brother, you must be mistaken. I harbor no ulterior motives. My feelings for the esteemed steward are solely rooted in the purest respect." The stewardess chuckled softly, leaning her body closer to Li Zhi'en, nearly pressing against him, her voice teasing. All right, dear husband, do not be so fierce. Little NZ makes me happy, and what could be wrong with that?" The stewardess' husband trembled with anger, yet dared not erupt, relegated to merely staring in disbelief. The following morning, under the watchful glare of the stewardess' husband, Li Zhi'en departed from the auxiliary department riding a ground dragon, which bore 2 large jars of fine wine and a box of premium tobacco. This was his sole task. On the 1st and 15th of each month, he would deliver these items to the master of Little Pool Peak. The stewardess had assigned him a rather uncomplicated job, albeit with substantial personal sacrifice. Little Pool Peak stood in stark contrast to the other peaks, characterized solely by patches of weeds, devoid of trees or structures, save for a small pond at its summit. At this moment, the master of Little Pool Peak, Yu Xiaoyu, clad in a somewhat tattered coarse linen robe, lay unceremoniously beside the pond, a flask of wine in hand, drinking in a state of vexation. As she sipped her drink, her lips incessantly murmured, "Wretched old hag, detestable old woman, an old spinster doomed to solitude." Her words were steeped in indignation and discontent. Forcing this sovereign to accept a personal disciple, if only I could indulge in a post-drink smoke, I would feel as if I were a living deity. With each complaint, she took another hearty swig, as if attempting to drown her frustrations in the liquid. Upon the timely arrival of Li Zhi'en, Yu Xiaoyu's slightly inebriated gaze suddenly sparked with mischief as she slyly inquired, "Young man, would you care to become my personal disciple?" Li Zhi'en stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to close it for what felt like an eternity. It is worth noting that the Zhi'en sect boasted 4 peak masters, each a formidable golden core venerable. To become their personal disciple would be akin to soaring to unimaginable heights. Yet, they were notoriously selective in accepting disciples. How could he, with his paltry spiritual roots, ever hope to qualify? Suppressing his astonishment, Li Zhi'en respectfully bowed and, with a quiver in his voice, stammered, "Esteemed peak master, why would you choose me as your personal disciple?" He felt compelled to ask, well aware of the gravity of the situation, for without clarity, he felt adrift. Soaring to great heights was indeed enticing. Yet if it cost him his life, he would prefer the security of a mundane existence among the menial workers. Yu Xiaoyu tilted her head back and took a hefty gulp of her drink, wiping her mouth with a casual flick. My master insists I take on a disciple, otherwise I will be deprived of my precious smoke and drink, that insufferable old crone. As she spoke, her silver teeth clenched tightly, her face a mask of resentment. She continued, thus, I intend to select a disciple with inferior spiritual roots, ensuring I need not concern myself with your progress in cultivation, nor fear hindering you. A post-drink smoke is worth more than the blessings of the living deities. Furthermore, if I am to take on a disciple, they must at least possess some semblance of attractiveness, someone not entirely displeasing to behold. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhi'en, her eyes glinting with a blend of casualness and defiance. Sensing that her words might bruise his pride, she cleared her throat and added, do not take offense should anyone dare to bully you due to their cultivation. I shall not let them go unpunished. The giant involuntarily swallowed hard. Could he afford to take offense? I am but a humble disciple, he proclaimed without hesitation, kneeling before her. After all, she was the master of one of the Shintian sect's peaks, and her master was the revered head of the sect. She was merely extending a courtesy. Should he take it to heart, he might find himself in dire straits. Thus, Zhi'en proceeded to perform the traditional bow of apprenticeship. For being a mere ornament under a peak master was far superior to languishing as a mere servant among the menial workers. Yu Xiaoyu took a deep draw from her verdant pipe, her charming eyes squinting in contentment, transforming into crescent moons of delight. With a wave of her hand, she declared, our little pool peak is not bound by excessive rules from this day forth. You are my personal disciple. In that moment, Zhi'en was overwhelmed with elation. After more than a year of traversing this new world, he had finally encountered a turning point. A radiant smile broke upon his face, and with utmost respect, he bowed once more. The disciple first returned the earth dragon to the miscellaneous department, and then listened to the master's instructions. Yu Xiaoyu waved his hand and gently blew a smoke ring towards the earth dragon. In the next moment, the earth dragon was enveloped in a rich aura of spiritual energy, soaring effortlessly towards the direction of the miscellaneous department. Naturally, the smoke and alcohol on the dragon's back had been skillfully removed by the spiritual energy. Feeling the master's care, Zhi'en gritted his teeth and declared, even if I possess a worthless spiritual root, I shall diligently cultivate and never tarnish the master's esteemed reputation. Yu Xiaoyu could not help but support her forehead with one hand, unsure of how to persuade this flower-vase disciple to not be overly concerned with cultivation. For one born with a defective spiritual root, a lifetime of arduous training is destined to yield no results. Rather than squandering time on fruitless endeavors, one ought to indulge in life's pleasures. Much like herself, one sip of wine followed by a puff of smoke surpasses the realm of immortals. Subsequently, Yu Xiaoyu tossed a golden box to Zhi'en. This is a first-tier, high-grade spiritual beast, the golden bird, along with 10 high-grade spiritual stones for nurturing it. After presenting the gift, Yu Xiaoyu earnestly continued, my dear disciple, life is fleeting. You must live in the moment and savor joy. Moreover, with your striking beauty, I assure you, no one shall dare to bully you. Upon receiving the box, Zhi'en trembled uncontrollably with excitement. A spiritual beast. Only the unparalleled genius ranked first in the leaderboard could receive such a reward. The power of a first-tier high-grade spiritual beast is sufficient to easily slay a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refinement, while he himself was merely at the 1st level. 10 high-grade spiritual stones. Only the illustrious king of effort, recognized annually by the task hall, could be awarded even one. Ordinary disciples received merely 3 mid-grade spiritual stones when they apprenticed, and those were distributed the following month. Such generous treatment. Am I not being pampered? Zhi'en felt parched with astonishment. Gathering his courage, he subtly glanced up at the benefactor before him. She was clad in coarse linen, her sleeves casually rolled up, exposing her snow-white arms, reminiscent of the pure and alluring Tianshan snow lotus, emanating an irresistible desire to touch. Her raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, loosely tied, and as she lifted her arm to exhale smoke, her graceful figure and voluptuous curves captivated the heart. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, though she possessed the countenance of a humble beauty. The occasional fierce glint in her brows added an irresistible charm. Perhaps due to the intoxicating smoke, her face was tinged with a rosy hue, invitingly radiant, making one long to reach out and feel her warm allure. What a fair and wealthy beauty, this soft life is indeed delightful. Zhi'en mused inwardly. Just then, an electronic synthesized voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Ding! The filial piety system has been bound. Please check host. Zhi'en was momentarily taken aback. It had been over a year since his arrival in this realm, and his system had finally made its tardy appearance. System, what functions do you possess? Zhi'en eagerly inquired. The greatest virtue is filial piety. The way of honoring one's parents is the foundation of humanity. This system ardently promotes traditional virtues and ventures forth in the world with filial piety. Those who are filial are invincible. As long as the host shows filial piety towards their elders, they will be rewarded with filial values, which can be exchanged for any item in the system's marketplace. The host's elders may include parents, mentors, uncles, or ancestors. After perusing the system's introduction, Zhi'en hastily opened the system panel. Host, Zhi'en, filial values. 0. Cultivation. Chi refinement stage 1. Skills. None. Marketplace. Activated. This system is truly remarkable. With both my parents gone, I shall now direct my devotion towards my current benefactor. Oh no, my mentor. After all, I, Zhi'en, am inherently devoted to filial piety. With a sigh of contemplation, Zhi'en eagerly accessed the system's marketplace. The array of items was dazzling. There were experience packs to enhance cultivation, techniques, spells, healing packs to mend injuries, and food for nurturing spirit beasts, all of which required filial values for purchase. The marketplace featured a second page, showcasing various life skills. Upon reading the descriptions, Zhi'en was left astounded. These were not mere life skills. They resembled the self-cultivation of a master of living off others. Furthermore, the massage skill appeared exceptional, far surpassing his rudimentary abilities. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he began to devise ways to apply these life skills in service of his mentor. How should I employ this house technique on my mentor? Zhi'en licked his lips, murmuring softly to himself, for he certainly did not wish for this filial piety to become burdensome. What are you pondering? At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu, noticing Zhi'en's prolonged days, exclaimed loudly in discontent. Chapter 2. The value of filial piety. Zhi'en was startled by the sudden exclamation, his entire being tinged with an involuntary shiver, as though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare before the other. As Yu Xiaoyu's gaze grew increasingly perplexed, Zhi'en finally managed to stammer out a statement. I was just contemplating constructing a villa for my esteemed master. Our modest little pool peak is graced with but a few thatched cottages. I harbor no disdain for these humble abodes. However, they hardly befit your esteemed status. I am acutely aware that you, my master, are devoted to the path and do not concern yourself with the grandeur of your dwelling. Yet, should our little pool peak blossom into resplendence, it would undoubtedly enhance your reputation. In truth, Zhi'en's ulterior motive for erecting a grand residence was to share the same roof with his master. Yu Xiaoyu initially intended to dismiss the idea with a wave of her hand, as she was never one to place value on appearances. However, the notion of a villa was entirely foreign to her, piquing her curiosity. What is a villa? Is it enjoyable? At this moment, Zhi'en smiled mysteriously. Please allow me to keep it a secret for now. Once the villa is completed, I am certain you will find it to your liking. Ding. You have successfully piqued Yu Xiaoyu's curiosity. She is quite pleased with you, and you have gained 5 points of filial piety. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhi'en felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that accruing filial piety could be so effortless. Henceforth, if he merely played the role of a dutiful disciple, he could generate a continuous stream of filial piety points. He could then use these points to purchase cultivation experience packs, sparing himself the need to toil excessively, thus prioritizing safety above all. Very well, very well. As long as you do not covet my little pool pond, you may proceed. Yu Xiaoyu feigned indifference, tossing aside her verdant pipe, and unceremoniously dozed off upon the lush grass. Alas, his master truly was a remarkably carefree individual, Zhi'en murmured softly to himself. As she slept, Yu Xiaoyu's complexion grew increasingly rosy, perhaps engaging in a dream of combat. A gentle breeze lifted her hemp garment, inadvertently revealing her fair skin, which stirred the senses, particularly in certain alluring areas. Truly, the delicate fabric seemed inadequate. Could she not see her own feet while walking? Zhi'en mused quietly, hastily diverting his gaze with formidable willpower and swiftly departing the scene. He knew well that he was perilously close to courting disaster. Meanwhile, at the disciples' quarters, the earth dragon swayed dizzily, wobbling its way to the area. Soon after, a somewhat tipsy and languorous message reverberated throughout the quarters. From this day forth, Li Zhi'en shall be the direct disciple of Little Pool Peak. Upon hearing this proclamation, the disciples within the quarters erupted into a frenzy of disbelief. Their faces were awash with incredulity, eyes wide as saucers, and mouths agape, as if they could accommodate a goose egg. Yet, the husband of the head stewardess of the quarters broke into an unabashed grin, his lips constantly murmuring in delight. At long last, that detestable creature has departed. The female steward gazes mournfully toward the direction of Little Pool Peak, her brow furrowed tightly, her eyes brimming with resentment and helplessness. With a deep sigh of resignation, she silently laments the unfairness of fate. Li Zhi'en retrieves the golden box gifted by his master. Upon opening it, he discovers a palm-sized golden bird resting within, accompanied by 10 high-grade spirit stones. The bird bears a resemblance to a small swallow, yet remains utterly still, resembling an exquisite specimen. Having studied tomes on spiritual beasts, Li Zhi'en understands that he must shed blood to establish a bond and lift the seal on this creature. Without hesitation, he bites his finger and allows a few drops to fall into the bird's beak. Before long, the golden bird's wings flutter gently, and with a sudden burst, it soars into the sky, its speed astonishingly swift, leaving Li Zhi'en momentarily awestruck. "Wow! Incredible!" he exclaims, his excitement manifesting in joyous gestures. After enduring humiliation and adopting a low profile for over a year in this world, he finally possesses a modicum of strength. How could he not be exhilarated? With a beckoning gesture, the golden bird, in perfect synchrony with his thoughts, darts to his palm like a flash of lightning. As it passes, immense rocks are effortlessly cleaved by its wings, sharper than any flying sword. Haha, what a thrill. After offering the golden bird a low-grade spirit stone, Li Zhi'en bursts into laughter. The bird, having consumed the stone, nuzzles its small head against his palm, embodying a charming and affectionate demeanor. "Shall I call you Little Swallow?" he gently inquires, stroking its feathers. The golden bird, displaying an endearing sense of sentience, nods and flaps its wings in agreement. Li Zhi'en laughs heartily once more and bestows upon it yet another low-grade spirit stone. Subsequently, he places the little swallow on his shoulder and begins to gather the timber necessary for constructing a villa. As he traverses Little Pool Peak, he is perplexed to find not a single sturdy tree. The absence of robust vegetation suggests something amiss. Undoubtedly, a mysterious force has drained the essence of this land, preventing the growth of formidable trees. Furrowing his brow, Li Zhi'en ponders the little pond. It is no wonder his master dozed near its edge. There must be treasures hidden within. A look of realization crosses his face. It seems that Little Pool Peak is not merely a desolate mountain. Now, he must transport quality timber to Little Pool Peak for his villa. Before his journey to this world, Li Zhi'en was an experienced architect, having spent many years navigating construction sites. Erecting a villa single-handedly is no challenge for him. However, the predicament lies in his current cultivation level, limited to the first stage of chi refinement, rendering him unable to fly or utilize object manipulation techniques. How will he transport the timber to Little Pool Peak? Just as Li Zhi'en's brow furrows in concern, an idea strikes him. After all, he is now wealthy beyond measure, possessing 10 high-grade spirit stones. Although the little swallow requires the nourishment of spirit stones for its upbringing, it is currently only at the first level, and according to the literature on spirit beasts, it only needs inferior spirit stones. Thus, 10 superior spirit stones would suffice for a considerable duration. As the adage goes, wealth can move mountains. That day, he promptly made his way to the mission hall of the sect. The mission hall stood majestically on the administrative peak, its interior spacious and well-lit, with radiant sunlight streaming through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. The walls were adorned with peachwood mission plaques, their golden inscriptions glittering in the sunlight. In one corner, wooden chairs and tea tables were meticulously arranged, while disciples gathered in small groups, whispering to one another, the atmosphere both tense and fervent. Li Zhi'en, affluent and generous, issued an urgent mission at 3 times the market price of spirit stones. The task required the delivery of a batch of golden silk Nanmu wood to the small pool peak before the stroke of midnight. After posting the mission, Li Zhi'en hurriedly returned to the small pool peak, keen to finalize the location for his villa. Enticed by the substantial reward, a charming woman in the early stages of foundation establishment swiftly employed her formidable magic to deliver the wood that very night. "Brotherly, here is the golden silk Nanmu wood you requested. Would you like to count it?" The speaker, clad in a pink robe, possessed a graceful figure and a strikingly beautiful face, her gaze tinged with an alluring charm. "As a senior in the foundation stage, how could you address me as brother? I am truly flattered and cannot accept such honor." Li Zhi'en replied, flustered, yet his gaze lingered on her form for a few extra moments. Sensing his attention, the woman's smile widened, enhancing her enchanting allure. "Hiki, my master is of the same generation as the peak master you, so we are also contemporaries. However, My master is merely an ordinary elder, and I shall rely on Peak Master Yu's guidance in the future. She giggled, drawing closer to Zhi'en and taking his hand. At the moment their skin touched, a peculiar sensation surged within him, as if electricity coursed through his veins. Brotherly, my name is Zhang Mimi, and should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Zhang Mimi leaned in, her warm breath brushing against his ear as she softly continued. As the sole disciple of Peak Master Yu, you must have a reliable aid. Otherwise, how will you compete with other direct disciples? Zhi'en discreetly withdrew his hand, puzzled as to how his identity as the direct disciple of Small Pool Peak had been revealed. Little did he know, Yu Xiaoyu had directly disseminated this explosive news throughout the entire miscellaneous office, and through the sound transmission talisman, nearly the entire sect was aware in an instant. I harbor no ambitions, I merely wish to serve my master peacefully at Small Pool Peak, yet I do enjoy making friends. I shall undoubtedly rely on you for help in the future. Hiki, that is splendid. Zhang Mimi nodded with a smile, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. As she departed, she leaned in close to Zhi'en's ear and whispered, Brotherly, do not forget about me. With that, Zhang Mimi elegantly took to the skies on her sword. As she soared into the air, her voice echoed back to him, Brotherly, remember to settle the task payment at the task pavilion tomorrow. That evening, under the luminous silver glow of the moon, Zhi'en commenced the solitary endeavor of constructing a villa. Oh no. To be precise, he labored alongside Xiao Yanzi. Xiao Yanzi deftly handled the disassembly of the precious golden silk Nanmu wood, her wings razor-sharp, making the task as effortless as slicing through tofu. Zhi'en, on the other hand, was responsible for erecting the villa, fortunately, with his body's cultivation at the qi refining stage. He was able to accomplish what would have otherwise been impossible alone. After 7 days, an exquisitely charming 2-story wooden villa rose beside the small pond. During this time, Yu Xiaoyu stirred awake several times, yet upon seeing the villa still incomplete, he took another sip of wine and fell back into a deep slumber. The disciple bowed to his master. Zhi'en offered a respectful bow to the slumbering Yu Xiaoyu. After a considerable while, Yu Xiaoyu languidly awakened. Is your villa finished? He inquired, yawning sleepily. Chapter 3, Bloodshed Master. Please take a moment to inspect. Zhi'en bowed respectfully, his voice filled with reverence. By the pond, a uniquely designed wooden villa stood quietly, its silhouette elegantly simple. The sloping roof was perfectly angled, facilitating drainage while adding a distinctive three-dimensional charm. A tall, straight chimney rose like a steadfast sentinel, proudly standing watch. The villa's exterior walls were crafted from natural wood, each log retaining its original shape and texture. The gaps were artfully spaced, allowing for excellent ventilation. Surrounding the villa was a wooden fence, meticulously adorned by Zhi'en with vibrant flowers and lush vines, resembling a dreamlike garden enclosure. The previously nonchalant and somewhat languid gaze of Yu Xiaoyu lit up with surprise upon her sighting of the villa. This exotic Western style instantly captivated her attention, igniting her curiosity, for she was accustomed to the conventionality of Chinese architecture, making such a novel design exceedingly rare. Her steps quickened involuntarily, and she dashed ahead of Zhi'en. As she pushed open the towering doors, she was immediately drawn into the spacious and airy living room. The high ceiling, supported by robust wooden beams, imparted a sense of boundless expansiveness, creating a delightful and serene atmosphere. My dear disciple, you have shown great thoughtfulness. I am quite fond of this house. Yu Xiaoyu inhaled from her verdant pipe, her eyes narrowing into charming crescent shapes, her expression brimming with joy and contentment. Upon hearing her master's praise, Zhi'en quickly bowed again, his tone earnest and urgent. As long as master is pleased, I would gladly do anything. Ding. Yu Xiaoyu is exceedingly satisfied with your filial piety, earning you 50 points of filial piety. Wow, so much. Zhi'en's heart soared with elation, nearly prompting him to leap in excitement. After all, the experience package for advancing to the second layer of qi refinement was precisely 50 points of filial piety. However, he stifled the impulse to purchase immediately. It would be difficult to explain a sudden elevation in his cultivation before his master. Instead, he pondered taking on an external task at the mission hall and breaking through on the journey, which seemed more prudent. Next, Yu Xiaoyu flitted about the living room like an exceedingly joyful bird, reveling in her surroundings. She lounged comfortably on the wooden sofa, gazing dreamily out the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the sea of clouds. Moments later, she bounced into the open kitchen, curiously examining the neatly arranged pots and utensils in the wooden cabinets. These were all meticulously crafted in response to Zhi'en's detailed requests during an urgent task he had posted at the mission hall. Throughout this process, Zhi'en received 2 more accolades of filial piety from Yu Xiaoyu. As the sound of notifications chimed, 8 points of filial piety, followed by 7, Li Zhi'en ascended the wooden staircase. Arriving at the second floor, this level primarily consisted of bedrooms, designed by Li Zhi'en with remarkable simplicity, a spacious room and a smaller one. The larger chamber contained 2 cushions, as Li Zhi'en yearned to share the same space with his revered master, ready to honor her at any moment. The smaller room was transformed into a bathroom, featuring a small window above, ostensibly for ventilation. Within, Li Zhi'en had thoughtfully prepared clear spring water, a comfortable bathing tub, soft bathrobes, and fragrant blooms, all awaiting the arrival of his esteemed master. Upon reaching the second floor, Yu Xiaoyu's face betrayed a hint of disappointment. Compared to the elegant and exquisite decor of the living room below, the upstairs arrangements appeared somewhat rudimentary and meager. Master, this is a space for cultivation. I am eager to practice alongside you, never daring to slacken my efforts. I will strive diligently to enhance my abilities, wholly committed to meeting your expectations, Li Zhi'en declared, pointing to the larger room with utmost seriousness, his expression reflecting the fervor of a devoted practitioner. Hearing Li Zhi'en mention cultivation once again, Yu Xiaoyu could only roll her eyes in exasperation, unsure how to dissuade her fervent disciple. She took a hearty swig from her gourd of wine and waved her hand dismissively. As you wish. But what purpose does this room serve? As she spoke, she pushed open the wooden door to the bathroom with the hand that held the gourd. Ah, the fragrance of these flowers is delightful, perfect for soaking and frolicking. With that, she slammed the bathroom door shut, seemingly embarking on her bath. Li Zhi'en swallowed nervously, feeling he dared not linger at the door, and swiftly returned to the larger room dedicated to cultivation. Moments later, Yu Xiaoyu's voice echoed with indignation. The opening of this tub is too small. Next time, procure a larger one for me. Startled, Li Zhi'en thought to himself, I don't believe the tub's opening is all that small, his mind wandering to the image of his master's robust figure. Filled with ambition, yet unable to see her own feet, the mental image stirred within him, evoking thoughts both tantalizing and evocative. Inside the bathroom, despite the tub's constrictive opening, Yu Xiaoyu was typically carefree and unconcerned with trifles. Having already undressed, she paid no heed to anything else and began her bath without reservation. The sounds of splashing filled the bathroom, an intoxicating symphony that stirred the blood and ignited the spirit. A small window above allowed these sounds to waft into the larger room where Li Zhi'en was, unimpeded. Unconsciously, he swallowed again, feeling an unexpected itch in his nose. Almost immediately, a warm liquid began to flow uncontrollably. Goodness! Before my transmigration, I had seen enough adult films to develop calluses on my eyes. Today, I'm merely listening to this sound. It's a trivial matter. I can handle it. Li Zhi'en reassured himself, desperately trying to quell the tumultuous stirrings within. Suddenly, another wave of a more urgent and intense sound of showering echoed. The brief moment of self-comfort that Li Zhi'en had experienced instantly crumbled, subjecting him to a devastating blow. His nostrils erupted like uncontrolled spouts, gushing forth a torrential stream of crimson. Remain calm. He must regain his composure. Li Zhi'en clumsily leaned against the wall, struggling to stand up once more, desperately attempting to soothe and salvage himself. He was acutely aware that if his master were to emerge and perceive his impure intentions and unworthy thoughts, he would undoubtedly be met with a merciless strike, leaving him utterly disoriented. To banish these chaotic musings from his mind, Li Zhi'en hastily plunged his consciousness deep into the recesses of his mental system. Chapter 4. The bathtub within the system. He eagerly accessed the marketplace and promptly purchased 2 life skills without hesitation. The first was a comprehensive culinary guide, and the second, a complete massage manual. These 2 skills collectively cost him 20 points of filial piety. Originally, Li Zhi'en had accumulated 70 points, and after the expenditure, he was left with 50. Armed with these new skills, he began to meticulously plot his endeavors. Oh no, it was not merely a scheme to reap benefits. It was an earnest effort to honor his master, promote traditional virtues, and aspire to be a paragon of filial piety for all of humanity. Clang. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open abruptly. Li Zhi'en hurriedly wiped away the blood from his nose, flustered, as he rushed to greet the visitor. However, upon witnessing the scene that unfolded, his nose once again erupted uncontrollably. There stood Yu Xiaoyu, clad in a loose bathrobe, gracefully emerging from the enveloping steam. Her damp hair clung to her fair shoulders like silk, while droplets cascaded down the tips, splashing upon her alluring collarbone, resembling a cascade of radiant pearls whispering endless temptation. She tilted her head slightly, casually tossing her wet locks, sending droplets scattering like brilliant stars. In that fleeting moment, her gaze conveyed a dreamy languor, as if she were in a state of intoxication, drawing one into a spell from which it was difficult to escape. Her delicate feet resembled freshly peeled bamboo shoots, slender and elongated, with toes that sparkled like crystalline gems, perfectly aligned. Water droplets glided down her ankles, leaving shimmering trails upon her tender, pale skin. With each step, her feet bore a subtle blush, as if they might melt at the slightest touch. Once again, a certain individual's nose bled uncontrollably. Disciple, what is the matter? Has someone wronged you? Yu Xiaoyu inquired fiercely, a verdant pipe in hand, exuding a hissing green mist, as though it could transform into a 3-meter-long sword at any moment. And no, it's just that my temper has been a bit high recently. No, I accidentally bumped my nose. Li Zhi'en exclaimed, one hand firmly covering his rebellious nose, while the other gestured wildly, his face awash with panic. In the midst of Yu Xiaoyu's surprise, Li Zhi'en swiftly dashed into the bathroom, lifting the bathtub as he called out, "Right. Master instructed me to procure a large bathtub. I shall attend to it at once." With that, he hoisted the bathtub and dashed down the stairs, swiftly making his escape. As he jogged away from the villa, Li Zhi'en's anxious heart gradually eased. Fortunately, his master was rather easygoing. Had she been more astute, she might have seen right through him. With a thud, the bathtub slipped from Li Zhi'en's shoulder and crashed heavily to the ground. What to do with this bathtub? Li Zhi'en pondered, stroking his chin. Truthfully, he felt somewhat reluctant to simply discard it. As the faint fragrance of Yu Xiaoyu wafted from the bath, it seemed to possess an enchanting quality, stirring the strings of his heart. The bathing water, with droplets splashing onto his lips, bore a subtle sweetness that made his tongue quiver slightly. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the edge of the tub, where his imagination conjured an elusive vision of Yu Xiaoyu within, her graceful form shimmering in the steam, her skin glistening with an alluring sheen, droplets cascading down her collarbone, disappearing into the depths of mystery. Distasteful. At this thought, Li Zhi'en vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel certain lascivious notions. Yet, those images, steeped in ambiguity and desire, lingered in his mind like phantoms. Ultimately, Li Zhi'en concealed the old bath in a hidden cave, casting furtive glances behind him as he departed. With the old tub dealt with, his next task was to procure a new one. He dared not neglect the instructions of his esteemed master. Thus, he hastened towards the task pavilion on the sect affairs peak, ready to issue a mission to seek a disciple skilled in artifact crafting to create a bath that was both grand and durable. I am determined to forge the most exquisite bath artifact in the entire Zhuaniangang, worthy of my master's exalted status, Li Zhi'en resolved in his heart, regardless of the cost and spirit stones. Upon entering the hall of the task pavilion, the cacophony of voices immediately filled his ears. It is known that, within Zhuaniangang, apart from the sword testing rankings at Longzhou Peak and the bustling Wanxiang Pavilion at Chilian Peak, the task pavilion was a hub of activity. Li Zhi'en swiftly cast his eyes over the radiant task boards adorning the walls, each clearly marking its own level of difficulty and rank. The variations in color allowed for easy distinction. Some task boards bore a somber hue, seemingly burdened with grave missions, while others shone brilliantly, captivating the attention of numerous disciples. Li Zhi'en was not there to accept the task, so he quickly passed through the selection area and strode purposefully towards the central bluestone counter. This was the place for issuing tasks, and having done so several times before, he was quite familiar with the process. Within this task pavilion, an anti-flying formation was in place. Thus, the little swallow was reluctantly obliged to perch upon Li Zhi'en's shoulder, fluttering its wings in discontent from time to time. The passing disciples soon took notice of Li Zhi'en, whose name had become widely known throughout Zhuaniangang. After all, wasn't it enough of a sensation that the peak master of Shaoqi Peak had taken a vase as a personal disciple? Sensing their envious and resentful gazes, especially upon seeing the spirit beast swallow, it seemed their eyes could almost ignite with fire. Li Zhi'en held his head high, striding confidently past them, determined not to tarnish his master's reputation. Seeking trouble? Absolutely not. The peak master's renown was sufficient to deter all petty miscreants, aside from the sect leader. The peak master was not to be trifled with. Of course, beyond the confines of Zhuaniangang, Yu Xiaoyu's reputation may not carry the same weight. Reaching the counter, Li Zhi'en glanced at the stern-faced old steward of the sect, whose piercing gaze exuded authority, and spoke. "Senior, I wish to issue an urgent task." The old steward nodded slightly, then picked up a hefty tome. Raising a brush in the other hand, he moistened the tip with his tongue and inquired, "What are the requirements for the task?" Li Zhi'en, filled with confidence, answered without hesitation, "I wish to forge a magical artifact, necessitating the use of superior materials and exquisite craftsmanship. As for the remuneration, I assure it will be most satisfactory." Upon hearing this, the old steward set down the brush, refraining from recording anything in the task book. "Your demands are rather vague. I shall introduce you to a master craftsman, and it would be prudent for you to discuss matters with him in person." Li Jian gladly acquiesced, believing that the craftsman the steward would introduce must possess exceptional skills. The old steward then procured a communication talisman from his person and exclaimed, "Tizi, come here swiftly. Your uncle has a lucrative opportunity to present to you." Chapter 5. The luxurious bathtub artifact. Li Jian raised an eyebrow, feeling akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Nevertheless, as long as the bathtub could be crafted, he would not mind paying a bit more in spirit stones. After all, this was a precious item intended for his revered master. Li Jian did not wait long. Shortly after, a blacksmith named Tizi hurriedly arrived. He possessed a dark complexion, a simple face, and a remarkably robust physique, with bulging muscles on his arms suggesting that he spent considerable time forging. Li Jian briefly sensed the other's spiritual energy fluctuations, estimating that his cultivation level was roughly at the initial stage of foundation establishment. "Tizi, allow me to introduce you." At that moment, the old steward strolled over to Li Jian's side and continued, "This is the newly accepted direct disciple of the sub-peak master of Shaoqi Peak. He seeks to forge a high-quality artifact, and you shall discuss the details from here." With that, the old steward clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely returned to the stone counter. "Uncle, take care." Tizi first bowed respectfully to the old steward, then turned to Li Jian and broke into a broad grin. "I've been buried in the forging room all day and do not know my junior brother well. Please forgive me. As a direct disciple of the Peak Master, feel free to express any requests, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Li Jian smiled humbly and then spoke earnestly, "Senior brother Tai, you are too kind. I would not dare to act presumptuously in the name of our master. Today, I seek your assistance in crafting a bathtub artifact." "A bathtub?" Tizi scratched his head, his face filled with disbelief as he stared fixedly at Li Jian. "Isn't it sufficient to simply piece together some wooden boards? Why must it be an artifact? Is that really necessary? Is this fellow jesting with me?" Sensing Tizi's increasingly unfriendly gaze, Li Jian hurriedly clarified, "This bathtub artifact is of utmost importance to me. Rest assured, Senior Brother Tai, your compensation will undoubtedly be satisfactory." Seeing the sincerity in Li Jian's expression, Tizi's demeanor softened slightly. "Do you have any specific requirements regarding the material for this bathtub artifact? How about 50-year-old spirit wood? It would only require 20 low-grade spirit stones." Li Jian shook his head without hesitation. "Is there a superior material available?" In truth, Li Jian knew little about materials, but judging by the price, he felt it was rather meager. After all, this was a sacred bathtub exclusively for his master. Embodying his endless aspirations and reverence, Tizi pondered for a moment before suggesting, "What about 100-year-old softwood? Typically, the handle of an artifact is made from such wood, which would be more than adequate for a bathtub. However, this softwood is quite expensive, costing 50 low-grade spirit stones." Li Jian again shook his head. "Is there an even better material?" Tizi's eyes widened, nearly uttering the words prodigal son. As a responsible blacksmith, he fully understood the value of materials. Yet, he recognized that the customer's needs were paramount, a lesson his forging master had instilled in him from his very first day of training. "How about 300-year-old Qingxian wood? Many treasured artifacts are crafted from this material, requiring 500 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Do you think this is feasible, junior brother?" After being met with 2 consecutive refusals from the client, the straightforward Tizi became rather irate and mentioned a ridiculously expensive rare material, hoping to intimidate the other party into opting for a more suitable material. 5 medium-grade spirit stones? Is there anything slightly more expensive?" Li Jian said, somewhat embarrassed. He had no understanding of the material's value and was concerned that revealing the commission outright would lead the other party to offer him ordinary materials. Hence his gradual increase in price inquiries. Tizi scratched his head vigorously, then fixed his gaze on Li Jian. Having forged for over a decade, he realized that poverty had severely limited his imagination. The luxury of a wealthy family's bathing tub surpassed even his protective talisman. After a long pause, Tizi swallowed hard and spoke. "The millennium-old Zhuantiang wood, a spirit wood that has been cultivated for a millennium, continuously emanates spiritual energy that nourishes the physical body and is one of the secondary materials for many high-grade artifacts. The crafting cost requires 20 medium-grade spirit stones, which is already the limit of my capabilities. If you have higher demands, you will need to consult the artifact refining elder." Li Jian finally nodded. He had no desire to seek out the artifact refining elder, although his master was the Peak Lord. He had heard that the refining elder was often reclusive and adhered to many rules, and offending him could bring disgrace upon his master. Nevertheless, while he nodded in agreement, Li Jian added, "The inner walls of the bathing tub must be meticulously inlaid with warm jade, ensuring that each touch feels like an intimate connection with the essence of the heavens and earth. The bottom of the tub requires the engraving of a spirit-gathering array, capable of continuously converging pure spiritual energy, enveloping the entire tub and creating an extraordinary atmosphere. As for the additional costs, Senior Brother Teasy, please do not hesitate to speak. At this moment, Teasy was utterly astounded. Can wealth truly allow one such unfettered freedom? After a lengthy silence, Teasy licked his dry lips and said, "Inlaying warm jade and engraving the array will require 1 medium-grade spirit stone, bringing the total to 21 medium-grade spirit stones. Junior brother, you must now pay me at least half of the spirit stones, as I genuinely cannot afford to cover the cost up front." Zhi'en laughed heartily and readily handed over 10 medium-grade spirit stones, knowing that his second uncle was an elder steward of the task hall. So he had nothing to fear. Teasy regarded Zhi'en with a complex expression, informed him that the delivery would be in 3 days, and then clasped his fist in farewell. Zhi'en did not linger in the task hall. Although he could casually accept an external task and use his filial piety points to purchase a cultivation experience package, thereby advancing to the second layer of chi refinement, he felt a more pressing need for defensive spells. For instance, when the little swallow initiated an attack on others, his own situation would become perilous. Now, walking along the winding mountain path, Zhi'en's consciousness quietly entered the system's marketplace. He meticulously browsed the spells section, where many spells were listed, though most were first-tier spells. It seemed that only by elevating his own realm could he unlock higher-tier spells. Fireball, a first-tier offensive spell with a casting range of 30 zhang, capable of delivering a lethal blow to a first-layer chi refinement cultivator, priced at 20 filial piety points. Windblade, a first-tier offensive spell with an extensive coverage of 300 zhang, capable of injuring a first-layer chi refinement cultivator, priced at 20 filial piety points. Palm Thunder, a second-tier offensive spell with a casting range of 500 zhang, able to instantly eliminate a second-layer chi refinement cultivator, priced at 50 filial piety points. Ice Shield, a first-tier defensive spell with a limited coverage of merely 1 zhang, capable of withstanding the full force of a second-layer chi refinement cultivator's attack, priced at 20 filial piety points. Zhi'en continued to scroll down, feeling a deep sense of helplessness upon discovering that the only current defensive spell available was the Ice Shield. Moreover, the refresh button at the bottom of the system appeared dim and devoid of light. A first-tier spell is still better than having nothing at all. With that thought, Zhi'en reluctantly purchased the Ice Shield spell. Chapter 6. Learning Spells Ding. The system detected that the host has purchased a spell skill. Would you like to learn it immediately? Yes. Zhi'en replied without hesitation. At that moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation, pondering how the Ice Shield skill would undoubtedly provide him with an added layer of protection. A refreshing current of energy surged through him, and he instantly felt that he had comprehended the essence of the Ice Shield skill. He extended his right middle and index fingers, casting the Ice Shield skill. Whoosh! A chilling frost enveloped him instantly, coalescing into a formidable ice wall before him. This ice wall spanned approximately 10 feet in width and boasted a thickness equivalent to a fist. Zhi'en struck the icy surface with all his might. However, the wall remained utterly unyielding, not even a hairline crack appearing. The slight dissatisfaction he had felt moments earlier regarding the first-tier skill gradually dissipated. He lightly patted the ice wall, reassuring himself. There is no need for me to engage in life-and-death struggles. I need not pursue perfection, for that would be exhausting. I merely need to serve my esteemed master diligently, and that is sufficient. Alas, I have never been one to seek competition. Possessing such a defensive technique is already quite commendable. At that moment, another message from the system resonated. Ding! The system detected that the host has learned the first-tier Ice Shield skill. Would you like to consume 30 filial piety points to upgrade it to the second-tier Xianbing Shield? Such a fortuitous opportunity? Indeed, upgrade. Zhi'en responded without hesitation, contemplating that if there existed an opportunity to grow stronger, why not seize it? In the event of future dangers, it would provide him with additional means of defense. The familiar refreshing sensation returned, and Zhi'en distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his understanding of the Ice Shield. He extended his right middle and index fingers once more, casting the second-tier Xianbing Shield skill. Whoosh! A biting cold rapidly coalesced from all directions, instantly forming an ice wall that enveloped Zhi'en completely. Goodness! This was nothing short of an indomitable turtle shell. Zhi'en's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he felt his life and safety were now greatly secured. The ice wall emitted a faint glow, leading Zhi'en to speculate that the upgraded Xianbing Shield could withstand an attack from a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement. In truth, Zhi'en was unaware that only cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement within the Xiantian sect could master second-tier spells. He was the sole individual capable of wielding a second-tier spell at the 1st level of Qi refinement. After admiring the magnificent ice wall for a while, Zhi'en finally dismissed the spell and accessed the system panel. Host, Li Zhi'en filial piety points. 0 cultivation level. First level of Qi refinement skills, massage. Culinary arts spells. Second tier, Xianbing shield, items, 1. First tier superior spirit beast, golden bird. Gazing at the zeroed out filial piety points, Li Zhi'en couldn't help but miss his master. Unconsciously quickening his pace, he soon arrived at the small pool peak. On his way back, Li Zhi'en gathered some wild potatoes. In the realm of cultivation, people had yet to taste wild potatoes. Preparing potato chips for his master's dinner would surely delight her. Imagining the delightful and gluttonous visage of Yu Xiaoyu, Li Zhi'en couldn't help but smile broadly. Upon entering the small pond villa, he discovered his master peacefully slumbering on the wooden sofa in the living room. Beneath the sofa lay a verdant pipe, a gourd of wine, and a lone shoe. Stealthily, Li Zhi'en approached her side, retrieving the gourd and pipe from the floor, and could not resist the urge to gaze at his master. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow, illuminating Yu Xiaoyu's tranquil sleeping face. Despite her coarse linen attire, her innate beauty remained undeniable. Typically boisterous, she exuded an uncharacteristic softness in her dreams, radiating an irresistible charm. She lay on her side, her flowing hair cascading carelessly over the pillow, with a few playful strands brushing against her fair cheek. Her tightly shut eyes, adorned with long, curled lashes, seemed to flutter slightly, inviting one to peer into her dreams. Her rosy lips pressed gently together, the corners curving upward as if she dreamt of joyous moments. A glimmer of drool silently escaping the corner of her mouth. This unintentional display of innocence only amplified her allure, adding an enticing air to her presence. Her breathing was calm and measured. The subtle rise and fall of her chest, concealed beneath the rough fabric, still hinted at her captivating curves, awakening desires buried deep within. In that moment, she resembled a beloved sleeping beauty, exuding both tenderness and sensuality, prompting a yearning to draw near while fearing the disruption of such a beautiful tableau. Li Zhi'en inhaled deeply and then retreated silently, his steps light and measured. Let her rest a while longer. I shall prepare some food. In the open kitchen of the living room, he retrieved wild potatoes from a bamboo basket. The kitchen welcomed the pure spring water from the mountains, making the cleaning of the wild potatoes a simple task. After washing them thoroughly, Li Zhi'en took up a knife and began to slice. Having studied the comprehensive culinary arts, he stood confidently at the cutting board, his focus unwavering. The knife in his hand seemed to come alive, moving gracefully under his command. Its blade gleamed like frost. Astonishingly sharp, a mere touch revealed its chilling edge. His movements flowed like water, rhythmically and evenly, as he transformed the potatoes into thin slices, each nearly identical in thickness. Neatly arranged beside him, his demeanor transformed into one of extraordinary elegance, as if he were engaged in a grand duel with the ingredients. Once sliced, he immersed the potato pieces in clear water to remove their surface starch, enhancing their crispiness. After allowing them to soak for a while, he retrieved them and placed them by the window to dry, ensuring their surfaces were as dry as possible to prevent oil splatter during frying. While they dried, he ignited charcoal, heated oil in a pan, and eventually added the potato slices to the hot oil. In a short time, the delicate slices began to shimmer with a golden hue. At this moment, the slumbering Yu Xiaoyu's delicate nose twitched slightly, drawn by the alluring aroma of potato chips. Like an invisible thread gently teasing her taste buds, the faint scent of oil, a unique fragrance derived from frying, was rich and robust, interwoven with the fresh essence of the potatoes themselves. Observing Yu Xiaoyu's reaction, a gentle smile graced Li Zhi'en's face. This dish was a labor of love, crafted with great care, and he yearned for his master to savor and enjoy it. Carefully ladling the golden chips into a jade platter, Li Zhi'en sprinkled a touch of chili powder and salt atop them. At last, a delectable, one-of-a-kind creation from the realm of cultivation was complete. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu, barefoot and licking her lips, hurried over, pointing at the platter of chips and inquiring, "Oh, what a delightful aroma. May I have a taste, master?" With utmost respect, Li Zhi'en bowed deeply and replied, "This is the treat I have prepared for you, master, called potato chips. I hope you do not find it lacking." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu could hardly contain her excitement as she eagerly seized a chip and popped it into her mouth. Crunch! The crisp sound resonated like joyous fireworks bursting on her tongue, as the savory flavor instantly enveloped her palate. Each chip was perfectly thin and crispy, leaving her longing for more. Crunch! 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 The distinctive taste was simply irresistible, and Yu Xiaoyu found herself unable to stop, devouring one chip after another. Chapter 7. Embracing the Bounty. With a mouthful of potato chips, Yu Xiaoyu excitedly exclaimed, "Dear disciple, these potato chips are simply divine. Not only are they exquisitely flavorful, but their crunch is unparalleled. I am truly fortunate to savor such delightful creations today." Upon hearing the praise from her master, Zhi'en promptly bowed respectfully, his heart brimming with sincerity as he responded, "Master, you flatter me. It is a tremendous honor for me to prepare delicacies for you." Ding. Yu Xiaoyu was exceedingly pleased with your filial piety and earned 50 points of filial merit. Well done. Li Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inwardly celebrated, his fists raised in triumph. With this merit, he could continue to acquire spells or elevate his cultivation. Though Li Jian had no particular affinity for conflict, who would shy away from the prospect of enhancing their strength? Yu Xiaoyu had an insatiable appetite. After Li Jian's painstakingly crafted platter of potato chips was devoured as if by a tempest, his gluttonous master requested a second serving. The nearly 10 pounds of wild potatoes and the bamboo basket had all met their tragic end. After satisfying her hunger, Yu Xiaoyu reclined languidly on the wooden sofa, her body sprawled in a large shape. The emerald green pipe seemed to come to life, soaring into her hand. After taking a comfortable puff, her adorable eyes narrowed into crescent moons. A puff of smoke after a drink surpasses even the immortals. She joyfully cried out. Observing the blissful demeanor of his master, Li Zhi'en cautiously approached, his voice filled with utmost reverence. "Master, I have once learned the art of massage, capable of alleviating fatigue and relaxing the spirit. May I have the honor of serving you?" "Oh." Yu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with interest. She sat up, stretched her neck, and said, "I didn't expect you to have learned this." "Then go ahead and give this master a massage." In the softly flickering candlelight of the villa, Li Jian approached Yu Xiaoyu's back with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. His gaze concealed an indescribable longing, and his hands, cautious yet gentle as if cradling a rare treasure, softly settled on her shoulders. He began by delicately pressing the acupoint at the shoulder well with his thumb, alternating the rhythm of his movements, as if composing a soothing and enchanting melody. Yu Xiaoyu closed her eyes in comfort, took another hearty sip of bamboo wine, and gradually, her previously tense body relaxed, transforming into a gentle stream of spring water. Next, Li Jian's hands glided down her shoulders, gently caressing her back. Unable to resist, Yu Xiaoyu leaned back slightly, her elongated neck inadvertently exuding an alluring charm. Li Jian skillfully applied a moderate pressure with the palms of his hands as he kneaded the liver and spleen acupoints on her back. His movements were fluid and rhythmic, gently relaxing her muscles with each perfectly executed gesture. Gradually, he moved his hands up along Yu Xiaoyu's spine, delicately pinching the fengqi acupoint at her neck with his thumb and index finger, the motion tenderly lifting. It felt as though his fingers carried a subtle electric current, each light touch causing Yu Xiaoyu's skin to quiver slightly. Leaning closer to her ear, Li Jian whispered softly, his warm breath grazing her skin. "Master, is this pressure agreeable?" Yu Xiaoyu placed her emerald green pipe on the table, feeling somewhat uneasy. It's tolerable." Ding. A notification of 20 filial piety points from Yu Xiaoyu echoed in the air. Upon hearing the system alert, a flicker of fervor flashed in Li Jian's eyes, and he instinctively applied a bit more pressure, his fingertips inadvertently gliding over Yu Xiaoyu's skin. He then shifted his hands to her waist, tenderly kneading with gentle motions, his fists carefully tapping the Mingmen acupoint on her lower back with his knuckles, followed by a steady, soothing motion of his palms. At that moment, Li Jian's hand brushed against Yu Xiaoyu's side waist, causing her breath to momentarily hitch, and the atmosphere grew palpably delicate. Noticing this subtle change in his master, Li Jian's heart raced, and without hesitation, he knelt before her, anxiety evident in his voice. "Master, I fear I may have inadvertently offended you. Please, punish me." Yu Xiaoyu was taken aback, gently tapping Li Jian's head with her jade-like fingers. "What are you thinking? My dear disciple, your filial heart truly moves me. And your massage technique is simply exquisite, leaving one shivering in delight. Moreover, do not kneel so readily. Rise." After Li Jian stood, he bowed deeply, remaining in that position for an extended moment, his voice filled with emotion. "Master, I am willing to brave any obstacles for you, even at the cost of my own demise, and I shall never betray your trust. If you enjoy this massage technique, I shall gladly relieve your fatigue every day, without complaint." Ding. Yu Xiaoyu was exceedingly pleased with your filial piety. You have gained 50 filial piety points. What a windfall. This massage truly is a formidable tool, bestowing such rewards. Li Jian rejoiced inwardly. At that moment, a satisfied smile graced Yu Xiaoyu's face as she crossed her legs, taking a puff from her green pipe. "Very good. Massaging your master is indeed your duty as a disciple, and it brings me great joy. Now, continue without pause. I shall obey your command." Li Jian promptly leaned in, alternating between gentle and firm motions, while Yu Xiaoyu blissfully closed her eyes, occasionally releasing soft sighs of delight, akin to the sweet song of a nightingale. 5 hours later, as Yu Xiaoyu showed no signs of wanting to stop, Li Zhi'en was beginning to feel a bit out of breath. Casting a discontented glance at him, Yu Xiaoyu cleared her throat and spoke. The disciple's physique requires substantial nurturing. As a practitioner at the first stage of qi refinement, his endurance is indeed lacking. Li Zhi'en felt an overwhelming sense of shame, his face suffused with self-reproach. He bowed his head deeply, clenched his fists, and resolutely declared, "Disciple acknowledges his faults and shall endeavor to enhance his cultivation. In the future, I shall surely bring joy to my esteemed master." Observing Li Zhi'en's earnest demeanor, Yu Xiaoyu could not help but support her forehead with one hand, her expression betraying a sense of helplessness. "Oh, my dear disciple, your temperament resembles that of a spinster who has never found a suitor, so rigid and unsociable. Life is fleeting. Why impose such stringent demands upon yourself?" As she spoke, she gently shook her head. A spinster who cannot find a suitor? Li Zhi'en's mind stirred, swiftly contemplating the implications. And after a moment's reflection, he deduced the identity of the person in question. Who else could it be but his esteemed and venerable master? However, such a designation was astonishingly audacious, bordering on the outrageous. Li Zhi'en marveled internally, yet he dared not reveal any trace of surprise on his countenance. Chapter 8. A one-time purchase of 2 cultivation experience packs. As midnight approached, the night deepened like ink, and silence enveloped the world. Li Zhi'en cautiously supported the visibly inebriated Yu Xiaoyu, who staggered with each step as they ascended to the second floor. In truth, given Yu Xiaoyu's cultivation level, a mere flicker of her spiritual energy would suffice to dispel her intoxication in an instant. Yet, she refrained from doing so, seemingly reveling in the haze of drunkenness, as if it were a delightful path to transcendence. "Drink. You must drink too," Yu Xiaoyu insisted, thrusting the wine gourd towards Li Zhi'en, her face alight with the exuberance of intoxication. "Master, I do not partake in alcohol," Li Zhi'en replied respectfully, a hint of restraint evident in his demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu's mood soured, and she bellowed with unrestrained fervor, "What kind of man abstains from drink? Come, let us drink. Once we finish, we shall become sworn brothers." Li Zhi'en sighed in resignation, pondering silently, whom did Master inherit this disposition from? Could it be that the Grand Master was equally carefree and unrestrained? In the cultivation chamber, Li Zhi'en focused intently as he gently laid his master on an exceptionally large meditation cushion. Once she was settled, he assumed a dignified posture on a nearby cushion, ready to cultivate his spiritual energy. Li Zhi'en approached his practice with utmost seriousness, keeping his eyes tightly shut, cautious not to let his guard down for a moment. However, the faint, elusive fragrance emanating from Yu Xiaoyu, reminiscent of musk and orchids, playfully teased his senses like a mischievous sprite, distracting him incessantly. Fortunately, Li Zhi'en's cultivation was not earnest this time. He merely went through the motions. Otherwise, under such potent temptation, he might have lost control of his spiritual energy and plunged into the terrifying abyss of obsession. That night was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any tumult. The following morning, as dawn broke and a gentle breeze stirred, Li Zhi'en descended early, swiftly preparing breakfast, intent on presenting a delectable meal to his master. Yet, Yu Xiaoyu remained in sweet slumber on the cushion, her sleeping posture exceedingly relaxed, tightly embracing the cushion and even squeezing it between her thighs. As he meticulously prepared breakfast, Li Zhi'en's thoughts drifted towards the mysterious system in his mind. Gazing at the impressive 120 points of filial piety, a broad grin spread across his face, illuminating it like the warm sun of spring. With such fiscal abundance at his disposal, Li Zhi'en unhesitatingly purchased 2 cultivation experience packs. By utilizing these packs, he could ascend to the 3rd level of qi refinement in the blink of an eye. At that point, Yu Xiaoyu would no longer disdain his lack of stamina or perceived weakness. However, Li Zhi'en chose not to activate them immediately. Instead, he planned to achieve his breakthrough during an upcoming external mission. Though this might raise his master's suspicions, it was far preferable to experiencing an abrupt transformation in her presence. In due course, he could skillfully spin a tale, claiming it was mere fortune that led him to a rare encounter. After purchasing 2 experience packs, Li Zhi'en's filial piety value plummeted to a mere 20 points, akin to a flood released from a dam. He could not help but let out a long sigh, his face a portrait of helplessness and reluctance. Subsequently, he turned his hopeful gaze towards the animal feed section, priced at 5 filial piety points per piece. With a slight frown, he fell into a brief contemplation, and after a moment of determination, he decided to purchase one. Although he could usually feed the little swallow with spirit stones, he was genuinely curious about the extraordinary effects of this animal feed. In the kitchen of the villa, Li Zhi'en's fingers clutched a crystalline, pearl-like white pellet, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. At that moment, the little swallow, frolicking outside, joyfully returned. The instant it caught sight of the white pellet, it darted towards Li Zhi'en's wrist like a flash of lightning. With its tiny beak agape, it chirped incessantly at the pellet, its eagerness utterly adorable. Seeing the little swallow in such a state brought a smile to Li Zhi'en's face. He gently flicked his finger, accurately sending the animal feed into the swallow's mouth. Without hesitation, the little swallow swallowed it whole, and immediately, its body radiated a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire kitchen. After a brief moment, the glow gradually receded like a tide, and the little swallow's body returned to its normal state. Li Zhi'en, unwilling to waste a second, hurriedly held the swallow in his hands, examining it meticulously, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, missing no detail. However, upon closer inspection, he found no peculiar changes in the little swallow. Undeterred, Li Zhi'en re-entered the system's marketplace, resolved to take another chance and purchase another piece of animal feed. He speculated that perhaps the previous pellet was insufficient in quantity to trigger certain effects. As for directly inquiring with the system, Li Zhi'en had tried numerous times. This infuriating system was exceedingly proud, rarely responding unless it chose to, completely ignoring him regardless of his gentle persuasion or threats. After completing the purchase of the animal feed, just as Li Zhi'en was about to exit the system, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a new line of minuscule data appearing on his panel. Open the panel, Li Zhi'en urged anxiously, eager for the display to enlarge and clarify. Host, Li Zhi'en filial piety value, 10 cultivation level. Qi refinement stage 1 skills, massage. Culinary arts spells, 2nd tier ice shield, items, 1. Cultivation experience pack X22. Spirit beast golden bird, 1st tier upper grade 18. Wait. What is this reading next to the spirit beast golden bird? Is it a precise quantification of the advancement process? To validate his hypothesis, Li Zhi'en unhesitatingly produced a piece of low-grade spirit stone and placed it into the swallow's mouth. His gaze was laser-focused on the data of the spirit beast golden bird, not daring to let his attention waver. Sure enough, the 18 transformed into 19. Li Zhi'en was instantly overwhelmed with joy. As if a fervent flame had ignited within his heart, his excitement palpable. He eagerly anticipated the day when Xiao Yanzi would ascend to the 2nd tier. For such an elevation would bestow upon her a tremendous enhancement of power, sufficient to vanquish cultivators at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. However, Xiao Yanzi could consume no more than 12 low-grade spirit stones each day, as exceeding this limit would render her unable to digest them. Otherwise, Li Zhi'en would have gladly fed her 100 low-grade spirit stones in a single day, hastening her advancement to the utmost. Gazing at the second piece of beast food in his hand, his eyes brimmed with hope as he brought it to Xiao Yanzi's lips, softly inquiring, "Can you still digest this?" Xiao Yanzi danced about in Li Zhi'en's palm, her tiny head shaking from side to side, seemingly engulfed in profound hesitation. After enduring an unknown struggle of conflicting thoughts, she ultimately succumbed to temptation, opening her small mouth and swallowing the beast food. Li Zhi'en, feeling a surge of anxiety, quickly glanced at the system panel displaying data about the golden bird, eager to ascertain whether the beast food would enhance the progress percentage. Upon this inspection, he could not help but feel a wave of despair wash over him, his expression transforming into one of exasperation. The progress had merely increased by 1, from 19 to 20. How could 5 points of filial piety be equivalent to the effect of a single low-grade spirit stone? This filial piety value was born from his hard-earned money. What a grievous loss! Li Zhi'en could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his heart heavy with regret. At that moment, having been too engrossed in observing the results, the oil sticks in the pan had burned, releasing a pungent, acrid odor. Chapter 9. She has arrived mad. Li Zhi'en was seething with anger as he vehemently discarded the burnt youtiao, which seemed like an imperfection in his meticulously crafted plan. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his restless spirit. After all, this was a heartfelt breakfast he had painstakingly prepared for his revered master, and he could not tolerate even the slightest flaw. With a gentle gesture towards the window, he communicated effortlessly with the little swallow, who transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly flying to the clothes rack outside the villa to retrieve the pristine, snow-white apron. The moment he grasped the apron, his eyes sparkled with a brilliant radiance, and with an air of nonchalance, he elegantly tied it around his waist. He resembled a formidable general donning his battle attire, ready to engage in combat. With utmost care, he picked up the youtiao dough, his eyes filled with tenderness akin to flowing water and intense concentration. His passionate gaze seemed to possess a magical power, capable of melting the youtiao at a glance. He skillfully elongated the dough, his movements graceful and practiced, and gently placed it into the bubbling, scorching oil. As soon as the youtiao hit the oil, it frolicked joyfully like a spirited little sprite, sizzling with delight. Li Zhi'en quickly seized his chopsticks, fully engrossed, ceaselessly flipping the youtiao. His earnest demeanor suggested he was meticulously sculpting a one-of-kind masterpiece. His devotion was solely to ensure that his esteemed master could savor the most flawless taste imaginable. Before long, the surface of the youtiao radiated a tantalizing golden hue, enticing and alluring. With great care, Li Zhi'en used a slotted spoon to extract the youtiao, placing it steadily on the draining rack. His face aglow with a beaming smile that reflected his boundless admiration for his master. He glanced up at the second floor, astonished that the irresistible aroma of the youtiao had failed to rouse his slumbering master, indicating that she must have indulged a bit too much last night. He gently placed the lovingly prepared youtiao on the dining table and carefully removed his apron before picking up the bamboo basket and leisurely stepping outside. Little Swallow. Yesterday's chips were a particular favorite of our master. Let us gather some wild potatoes today, he said. His steps light and his expression radiant as he made his way toward the back mountain of Shaoqi Peak. The little swallow chirped incessantly, her voice bright and melodious, as if responding in joyous song. At the back mountain of Shaoqi Peak, although the wild potatoes were sparse and scattered without any discernible pattern, the clever little swallow soared above, scouting the area from the sky. Thanks to her advantage, Li Zhi'en's digging proved to be quite successful. Before long, his bamboo basket was filled to the brim with plump, smooth-skinned potatoes, appearing as if they had just emerged from the earth. Li Zhi'en looked up at the sky. It was a brilliant blue, the sun hovered high, and there was still ample time before noon, so there was no need to rush back to prepare lunch. Little Swallow, shall we play a game? At that moment, Li Zhi'en blinked his bright, expressive eyes and playfully inquired. The little swallow joyfully fluttered its wings, its excited demeanor seemingly conveying its impatience. How could this lively, playful little creature not adore games? Then let us go ice skating. Li Zhi'en laughed heartily, his voice resonating with vigor. With a gentle flick of his middle and index fingers, the spell of the frost shield was instantly activated. Icy chill rapidly coalescing into frost beneath his feet, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Here we go. With a powerful push from his feet, he shot forth like an arrow, gliding effortlessly across the icy surface, his movements as fluid as flowing water, exquisite in elegance. Once he left the confines of the ice, he deployed the frost shield spell once more and continued to glide forward. In his childhood, during winter break, Li Zhi'en cherished the moments spent skating on frozen ponds, unmatched in skill amongst the villagers. The little swallow chattered behind him, capable of dashing to the forefront in the blink of an eye, yet it preferred to linger behind, shattering the splintered ice chunks with its golden wings, as if performing a unique spectacle. Meanwhile, at the foot of Little Pool Peak, a graceful silhouette quietly emerged. Clad in immaculate, snow-white garments, flawless and pure, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering with silvery hues. A veil partially obscured her visage, adding an air of mystery, while a pure white longsword hung at her back, its scabbard adorned with gems that emitted a gentle glow. She moved with delicate grace, her form elegant and captivating. And in the next instant, she appeared like a specter on the mountainside of Little Pool Peak, seemingly teleporting, her speed astonishing. This audacious girl dares to take a disciple of the 5 elements, utterly useless, while I am in seclusion. Such recklessness, truly unaware of the gravity of her actions. Her icy gaze was strikingly bright, dazzling and radiant, as the spiritual energy around her surged, instantly reducing any branches she touched to powder, dissipating into the air. Suddenly, her profound gaze fell upon the approaching Li Zhi'en, a disciple of the first layer of Qi refinement, wielding a second-tier spell, the Frost Shield. Her delicate brows furrowed, her starry eyes filled with wonder. In the realm of cultivation, a second-tier spell typically required at least a practitioner at the 5th layer of Qi refinement to master, as lower-tier cultivators could not withstand the elemental roots of a second-tier spell. As a sect leader with a millennium of cultivation, she was well aware of this. Yet, this disciple before her had shattered the age-old conventions since ancient times. How could she not be astonished? Was this individual born with a unique constitution that drew them closer to the Tao? Stop. Her voice, cold as a mountain spring, carried an urgent undertone. Startled by the sudden sound, Li Zhi'en felt his heart leap as if it might burst from his throat. Just a moment ago, this vast and open mountainside had been entirely empty. After hastily steadying himself, Li Zhi'en first attempted to gauge the opponent's cultivation level. However, the presence before him seemed shrouded in an enigmatic and profound aura, akin to a black hole. All attempts to extend his consciousness were swallowed up without a trace, reminiscent of his previous encounters when gauging his master Yu Xiaoyu's formidable prowess. This phenomenon was merely a consequence of the vast disparity in cultivation levels between the two. The junior, Li Zhi'en, a disciple of the esteemed Peak Master Yu of Little Pool Peak, humbly inquired, "May I ask what instructions you have, esteemed senior?" With a respectful bow, he displayed a demeanor of humility and sincerity. Although he did not recognize the individual before him, he chose to invoke the name of his master. While he did not presume that this figure would exploit his superior cultivation against him, exercising caution was prudent, after all, within the confines of the Zhi'en sect. No one dared to disregard his master's authority. Chapter 10. The Terrifying Old Woman Humph. Your esteemed leader, Yu Fengzhu, has grown increasingly arrogant. Should this old woman, who remains unmarried, truly consider abdicating in favor of others? The headmaster's voice, cold and piercing as frost, sent shivers down the spine. Upon hearing these words, Zhi'en felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat flooding his body and soaking his garments in an instant. It was over. It was over. This was the revered headmaster. Would she, in her fury, crush her useless disciple into a pulp to spare herself the embarrassment of my presence? Moreover, Yu Xiaoyu had insulted her with such vile language. Would she unleash her wrath upon me? What terrible misfortune had I encountered to cross paths with this formidable deity? A tempest raged in Li Jian's mind, chaotic and tumultuous, yet his body instinctively bowed in submission. Disciple Li Jian pays respects to the headmaster. Failing to recognize you in time is a grave sin. I implore the headmaster to lessen the punishment. His voice trembled, laden with profound anxiety and reverence. The headmaster remained silent, merely flicking her fingertips, and an invisible, yet immensely powerful force of restraint abruptly drew Li Jian before her. Speak truthfully to me. How did you come to master the second-tier spell, the Shimbing Shield? Her eyes, like cold stars in a frigid pond, bore into Li Jian with a piercing sharpness. Though she emitted no trace of pressure, he felt that any hint of deceit would result in his immediate obliteration. I learned the spell through my own exploration. I cannot explain why I grasped it so readily. Perhaps it is due to my unique constitution, Li Jian stammered, his voice quaking with evident trepidation. From a certain perspective, he was not lying, as the system within his mind could indeed be considered a part of his unique nature. After speaking, Li Jian tightly shut his eyes, his heart racing in his throat, fervently praying to escape this calamity. If he were to perish at this moment, how could he accept such a fate? He was gradually rising through his own efforts, and his bond with his master was deepening. Success was within reach. After a protracted wait, the anticipated fatal blow did not come. Cautiously, Li Jian opened one eye. There stood the headmaster, draped in garments as white as snow, turned away at a distance. In 3 days, someone will come to take you to the inner doors training camp. By year's end, you must place in the top 3 in the sword trial. Otherwise, I shall personally cast you into the sect's dark prison. The headmaster's voice was icy and merciless, as though pronouncing Li Jian's fate. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Li Jian felt as though struck by lightning. Headmaster, my elemental roots are utterly destroyed. Headmaster, I cannot possibly place in the top 3. Headmaster, please retract your decree. Headmaster. In the face of Li Jian's desperate pleas, the headmaster remained unmoved. Her heart as hard as iron, impervious to his cries. The moment the binding force dissipated, her figure vanished without a trace. Li Jian, utterly dejected, collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though all strength had been stripped from him. Alas, I wonder if my esteemed master could alter the decision made by our revered ancestor. The thought of attending that training camp truly disheartens me. To take a hypothetical step back, even if I were to endure that wretched camp, I must devise a means to return to Shao Qi Feng each night. My master eagerly awaits my filial piety. Alas, but if the training camp forbids any outings, what then shall I do? In the Shaopan villa, the graceful silhouette of the sect leader appeared as if conjured from a dream, her chilly gaze sweeping over the uniquely exotic architecture that filled the room. A subtle ripple of emotion flickering in her eyes. Noticing that her wayward disciple was still soundly asleep upstairs, she initially raised her hand, intending to employ a spell to forcibly drag Yu Xiaoyu down. However, her hand lingered in the air, and with a resigned sigh, she ascended the stairs with deliberate poise. In the cultivation room, Yu Xiaoyu was lost in a deep slumber, occasionally murmuring sweet nothings in her dreams. Oh, my precious disciple, the delicacies you create are utterly divine. I cherish you dearly. Listening to this dreamy babble, the sect leader's ire ignited fiercely, her pale fingers, as delicate as jade, mercilessly pinching the ear of her delinquent disciple. With a sudden twist, the force seemed intent on wrenching the ear from its socket. Ouch! Who dares to ambush me? Yu Xiaoyu shrieked in pain, but upon recognizing her assailant, her earlier bravado wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Elder. No. Master. What brings you here? Weren't you in seclusion? Yu Xiaoyu stifled the agony radiating from her ear, plastering a sycophantic smile across her face, a blend of deference and trepidation. Though she often behaved like a lawless bandit, before her master, even a dragon must coil submissively, and a tiger must lay down obediently. Humph. You wretched girl. Do the rules and reputation of our sect hold no value in your eyes? While I was in seclusion, you engaged in such outrageous behavior, dismissing my years of devoted teachings as mere whispers in the wind? Such reckless abandon. Do you have no respect for the principles of master and disciple? You have utterly disgraced me. The sect leader berated Yu Xiaoyu, her grip on the ear tightening, particularly incensed by the insult of being an old woman unable to marry. Yu Xiaoyu yelped in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. I never wished to take on a disciple. It was you who forced me into this. She pouted, her voice tinged with defiance. Still daring to retort? The sect leader's fingers pressed down with renewed force, her gaze radiating authority. Ouch. It hurts, it hurts. Yu Xiaoyu stood on her tiptoes, squirming helplessly, her protective aura as a golden core master proving utterly ineffective against her master's ear-pinching technique. This particular discipline had haunted her since childhood, leaving an indelible shadow in her heart. Behind her back, the old woman muttered about those who were unable to find a spouse, clearly burdened by heavy resentment. After a series of twists, the revered master released her grip on Yu Xiaoyu's ear, observing the swollen area with a hint of concern. With a gentle flick of her fingertip, a drop of translucent spiritual essence fell upon the inflamed skin. This insufferable girl you have taken as a disciple is rather remarkable. I have already arranged for him to attend the training camp. Should he excel, I shall make further provisions. However, with your indolent disposition, even under duress, you could hardly impart anything of worth. Yu Xiaoyu, wide-eyed and breathless, exclaimed, Old woman, that is my disciple. By what right do you presume to discipline him on my behalf? Furthermore, he possesses a completely useless elemental constitution. I am aware of your penchant for squeezing the potential out of your disciples under the guise of fostering their latent abilities. But he is evidently not suited for such endeavors. Would it not be better to allow him to live a life of ease and joy? Chapter 11. The training camp. Have you lost your senses, girl? The headmaster glared furiously, his eyes wide with indignation. With a swift motion, a whip crackling with arcs of electricity materialized in front of him, its fierce aura seemingly capable of rending the very air apart. Upon seeing this terrifying little whip, which could instill dread even in dreams, Yu Xiaoyu's face turned as green as a frostbitten eggplant. Master, even if you strike me, I steadfastly refuse to allow my disciple to attend the training camp. His spiritual roots are utterly abysmal, and sending him there would be a sheer waste of time. Entirely futile. Yu Xiaoyu's voice quivered with urgency, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, yet her gaze remained remarkably defiant. The headmaster, seething with rage, fixed Yu Xiaoyu with an intense stare, his chest heaving violently, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Humph, you short-sighted girl. When have I ever misjudged a person's potential? Ultimately, the raised whip was not brought down. Although your disciple's spiritual roots are lacking, I have observed his exceptional comprehension. Thus, I wish to apply some pressure to compel him. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. The headmaster's tone left no room for dissent. With that, her graceful figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, cementing the matter as an unassailable decision. Watching her depart, Yu Xiaoyu slumped against the wall, her body weak. She began to reflect on the words the old woman had left behind. An obedient disciple with high comprehension? How was I unaware of this? Alas, I suppose I never inquired. Yu Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, a mix of conflict and helplessness etched upon her face. As noon approached, Zhi'en returned to the small pond villa, dejected. The moment he stepped into the living room, he beheld his master, Yu Xiaoyu, devouring deep-fried dough sticks. Her cheeks bulging like a chipmunk's, her baby-fat fingers slick with grease. She muttered resentfully under her breath, that old hag. The old maid who can't find a suitor, the unwanted old woman. Zhi'en sighed deeply. Recognizing the state of his master indicated that the headmaster had indeed visited and had given her a severe reprimand. As for why he did not address the headmaster as his ancestor, it was simply because he knew he had yet to earn the right to be considered the headmaster's disciple, and more importantly, the headmaster had given no indication of acknowledging him as such. Master, the headmaster wants me to go to the training camp. Zhi'en's head hung low, his voice muted, his eyes reflecting the sorrow of an injured puppy. I do not wish to go. I only wish to remain by your side day and night, serving you, preparing delicious meals, massaging your tired limbs, and engaging you in conversations about the past and present. Amidst the beauty of nature and the changing skies, Yu Xiaoyu gazed at her disciple with deep affection, placing down the greasy dough stick. With her oil-slicked hand, she gently ruffled Zhi'en's hair. My dear disciple, I too do not wish for you to go, but once the old woman has made a decision, there is little I can do. The thought of not savoring such delightful food in the future filled her heart with an acute sense of sorrow. Yet the elderly woman had made her decision, and even her tantrums would prove futile. My dear disciple, you must endure for a while in the training camp. In due time, I shall personally retrieve you, and when that moment arrives, you may wish for anything, and I shall grant you one desire, if it pleases you. Yu Xiaoyu spoke, scratching her head, feeling a profound sense of shame for being unable to assist her disciple, her eyes brimming with remorse. At this moment, Li Zhi'en understood all too well that his master was powerless to alter the headmaster's decree, so he resorted to a compromise. Master, would this arrangement suffice? I shall train in the camp during the day and return in the evening to prepare your meals. The thought of you enduring hunger pierces my heart like a knife. Upon finishing, Li Zhi'en gazed longingly at Yu Xiaoyu, his eager demeanor eliciting a smile. If this proposal were to be refused again, his path to cultivation might be irrevocably severed. After all, his system was rather unique, and there was no one in the training camp capable of helping him accrue filial piety points. According to the system's stipulations, he could only show reverence to his master, grandmaster, and uncles. His grandmaster currently did not acknowledge him, and those peak masters were beyond reach. My dear disciple, your kindness is truly overwhelming. Yu Xiaoyu was profoundly touched and patted Li Zhi'en's shoulder with vigor. Ding, Yu Xiaoyu was exceedingly satisfied with your filial piety, granting you 100 points. Li Zhi'en was momentarily disoriented by his master's gesture, but to his astonishment, he had received such unexpected joy that amounted to a full 100 points of filial piety. If spent on a cultivation experience package, combined with the 2 already stored, he could instantaneously ascend to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Am I truly on the verge of becoming a 5th layer qi refiner? Li Zhi'en exclaimed inwardly, elated by the sudden acquisition of such a substantial amount of filial piety points, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Now that I can reach the 5th layer of qi refinement instantly, could I perhaps venture into the inner doors training camp? However, matters were far from simple. Should I attempt a direct breakthrough, I would likely be subjected to dissection by the headmaster for research purposes. He understood well that the tallest tree in the forest is inevitably toppled by the wind, and to rise, one must tread carefully. It was akin to unexpectedly receiving a vast sum of illicit money. One must devise a means to launder it before it could be utilized. Yu Xiaoyu, too, was reluctant to part with her daily exquisite meals, yet the training camp strictly prohibited disciples from venturing outside. Nevertheless, if I cannot contend with that old woman, surely I can manage to handle the cowardly elders of the training camp? With this thought, Yu Xiaoyu slammed the table abruptly and declared, Fear not, my dear disciple. Come evening, I shall escort you back to Shaoqi Peak. Li Zhi'en was instantly overjoyed and hastily replied, Thank you, master, for your kindness. You are truly wonderful. I shall strive to perform well and not bring you shame. He performed a respectful bow, and the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. In the time that followed, Li Zhi'en cherished every moment serving his master, although Yu Xiaoyu claimed she could retrieve him each night. Who could say whether the grandmaster might intervene? Thus, Li Zhi'en was determined to seize every opportunity to honor his master. Fortunately, fortune favored him, and Li Zhi'en accrued an additional 20 points of filial piety. On the 3rd day, the individual responsible for escorting Li Zhi'en to the training camp had yet to arrive. However, the blacksmith Tizi, who was crafting a bathing tub for him, had already made his way there. Li Shidi, Tizi called out from a distance, standing beside the villa, hesitant to intrude, as the master of Shaoqi Peak resided within. After all, the reputation of Yu Xiaoyu resonated throughout the entire Xiantian sect. Observing Tizi's reluctance to raise his voice, coupled with his awkward demeanor of concern over being unheard, Li Zhi'en chuckled heartily and approached him. Due to his wasted spiritual roots, Li Zhi'en had few friends within the Xiantian sect, yet he found Tizi to be quite amiable. Upon their meeting, Tizi proudly extended his palm, where a radiant artifact resembling a bathing tub began to gracefully spin. Li Zhi'en's eyes sparkled, although he was not well versed in artifact appraisal. The enchanting presence of the bathing tub left an indelible impression on him. He harbored no doubts that this exquisite tub, crafted from an array of costly materials, could easily cause his demise if swung carelessly. Chapter 12. The innate spiritual resonance. Tizi, with a spirited demeanor, proudly pushed the bathing bucket artifact towards Li Zhi'en and exclaimed, Junior brotherly, this artifact is sure to satisfy you. I witnessed its creation, and it possesses an innate spiritual resonance. Upon hearing this, Li Zhi'en gasped in astonishment, his eyes igniting with fervent light as he eagerly inquired, Brother Tai, what exactly is this innate spiritual resonance? I am rather dim-witted. I hope you can elaborate. Tizi swallowed hard and responded in a rapid-fire manner. Innate spiritual resonance is a rare, heavenly opportunity that is hard to find even with a lantern. Although it does not elevate the artifact's rank or increase its power, it allows the artifact to merge with the great Tao, producing extraordinary effects. In simpler terms, using this artifact will enable you to perceive and cultivate more smoothly. After Tizi's explanation, Li Zhi'en instantly comprehended the significance of the innate spiritual resonance. Had he been in Tizi's position, he mused, he would have likely fled the Xiantian sect with the resonant artifact in hand. In the cultivation world, where the pursuit of enlightenment is paramount, the ability to accelerate one's training is indeed an invaluable treasure. Moreover, this also revealed Tizi's sincere nature, proving him to be a trustworthy companion. Li Zhi'en cautiously stored the artifact in his storage bag, contemplating how he would offer his master a grand surprise. As for the effects of the innate spiritual resonance, Li Zhi'en paid it no mind. His cultivation relied on the system, and even a slight increase in speed held little significance for someone like him, whose elemental affinities were utterly depleted. Subsequently, Li Zhi'en gladly paid Tizi the subsequent commission. Although he intended to offer a larger reward due to the artifact's innate resonance, Tizi shook his simple head vigorously, refusing to accept any extra. With a serious expression, he stated that the rules had already been established, and he could not accept additional fees. Brother Tai, if there is ever a task my junior brother can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. Li Zhi'en respectfully bowed, speaking earnestly. By the way, Brother Tai, if you seek my assistance in the future, you will need to visit the Qing training camp. The sect leader has decreed that I must secure a position among the top 3 in the sword trial by year's end. Alas, faced with Tizi's earnestness, Li Zhi'en couldn't help but vent his frustrations. Tizi responded with genuine sincerity. The Qing training camp is fantastic. Graduating from there means one becomes a master of the sect. I too aspired to join back in the day, but alas, I was not selected, which left me quite distressed for a time. Eventually, I joined the Chilean Peak to study artifact forging, and now I often visit the Qing training camp to craft artifacts for the disciples there. Oh, next time you go to the Qing training camp, be sure to find me, and I shall treat you to a drink. Li Zhi'en declared jovially, clasping his fists. Haha, absolutely. I relish making friends over drinks. Tizi's straightforward face broke into a radiant smile as he heartily replied. After bidding farewell to Tizi, Li Zhi'en hurriedly presented the bathing bucket artifact to his master. Naturally, the bucket was filled with water. Master, I have prepared fresh water and fragrant flowers for you. You may bathe and enjoy at your leisure. Li Zhi'en said with utmost reverence, slightly bowing and extending his hands forward in a gesture of invitation. Yu Xiaoyu silently berated the elder master in her heart, completely devoid of any desire to bathe. However, upon witnessing her obedient disciple's fervor, she cast aside her shoes and, with her jade-like feet bare, ascended towards the bathroom. Her slender ankles swayed gently, each step seemingly imbued with an enchanting rhythm. Her feet, as white as mutton fat, were rounded and delightful, exuding a captivating sheen. Li Zhi'en hastily bowed his head in deference, yet his peripheral vision could not resist stealing glances, stirring ripples within his heart. As Yu Xiaoyu entered the bathing chamber, she gradually shed her garments, revealing her snow-white skin inch by inch. Her form was graceful and delicate, with curves that were both alluring and exquisite. She raised her jade-like arm, sweeping her flowing black hair to one side, unveiling her long, fair neck, pure as a swan. Upon entering the tub, the warm water enveloped her body instantaneously, prompting a soft, contented sigh to escape her lips. She began to gently stir the water's surface, droplets splashing onto her fragrant shoulders and collarbone, crystalline and translucent, as her fingers traced her skin, leaving glistening trails. A moment of realization struck Yu Xiaoyu. She discovered an anomaly. Her water-drenched arm meticulously caressed the tub's material, her eyes wide with astonishment. 1,000-year-old Xiantian wood? The jade pipe she held aloft paused in midair, for she never imagined her dutiful disciple would invest such resources. As she bathed, the spirit-gathering formation at the bottom of the tub began to activate, gradually channeling spiritual energy. Yu Xiaoyu playfully swirled the clear water across her fragrant shoulders, letting it cascade down her smooth back, resembling a lively brook. What? Why does this gathering of spiritual energy seem so ceaseless? Furrowing her brows in suspicion, Yu Xiaoyu recognized the formation beneath the tub. Yet such a rudimentary array could not possibly amass this much spiritual energy. It was comparable to the spirit-gathering formations found in the sect's secret realms. This artifact is rather peculiar, she mused, as her long, damp hair slipped along her collarbone towards her bosom. Outside the bathroom, Li Zhi'en could not help but envision Yu Xiaoyu's enchanting figure within the tub, igniting a heat within him. After a considerable time, Yu Xiaoyu finally emerged from the bathroom clad in a silky robe. Dear disciple, there is something unusual about this tub, she inquired of Li Zhi'en, then drew in a deep breath from the jade pipe, her large eyes squinting into charming crescents. Li Zhi'en wasted no time, stepping forward respectfully and bowing. While crafting the bathing tub for you, a hint of innate spiritual resonance unexpectedly emerged. Master, you are indeed favored by the heavens, a chosen one. Upon hearing her disciple's flattery, Yu Xiaoyu's lips curled into a swift smile, her eyes radiating an assertive confidence as she placed a jade hand on Li Zhi'en's shoulder, patting it with vigor. Kiki, my dear disciple, you are quite thoughtful. A chime echoed as Yu Xiaoyu expressed immense satisfaction with your filial piety, earning 30 points of filial heart value. Hearing the system's notification, Li Zhi'en felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing his efforts to procure the most exquisite bathing tub artifact of the Xiantian sect were not in vain. Haha, a bathtub, inexplicably imbued with an innate charm, would undoubtedly leave everyone astounded if word of it were to spread. Yu Xiaoyu laughed so heartily that her silk robe loosened considerably, as if it might slip away at any moment. In that instant, Li Zhi'en's breath caught in his throat, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the alluring glimpses of Yu Xiaoyu's skin. His heart simultaneously yearned for the robe to fall, eager to behold that unparalleled beauty, while also fearing the wrath of his master should the robe indeed slip, leading to his own demise. Chapter 13. The Training Camp. The complexities of human nature. The so-called tales of dying beneath the skirts of a pomegranate tree, only to become a ghost of romantic mischief, are mere fabrications meant to deceive the spirits. Fortunately, in a moment of dire peril, Yu Xiaoyu swiftly seized the loosened bathrobe, thereby preserving Li Zhi'en's life to some extent. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Master Yu, I have come at the behest of the sect leader to escort Li Zhi'en to the training camp. Upon hearing the title of the sect leader, fury ignited within Yu Xiaoyu. With a forceful flick of her bathrobe, she turned and retreated to the second-floor training room, preferring to remain unbothered by the sight. Li Zhi'en, on the other hand, dared not show any signs of negligence. He hurriedly approached the door, meticulously arranging his attire before smiling gently as he opened the wooden door. Standing before him was a man clad in black robes, a figure of imposing stature, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen. His eyes, cold as a frigid pond, betrayed no hint of emotion. Li Zhi'en attempted to gauge the man's cultivation level, and indeed, as he suspected, this was merely a puppet. Faced with this puppet, Li Zhi'en adopted a less cordial demeanor. He casually placed his hands behind his back, stood tall, and spoke in a deep, authoritative voice. Lead the way. The black-robed puppet nodded expressionlessly and summoned a gourd-shaped artifact from its storage bag. This gourd rapidly expanded with the wind until it reached the size of a small room. With a light leap, Li Zhi'en perched upon the artifact, which then trembled slightly before racing towards the training camp on Longzhou Peak. Casting a glance back at Shaoqi Peak, Li Zhi'en silently prayed, Master, you must come to retrieve me, or I shall stage an escape for your amusement. The training camp is nestled halfway up Longzhou Peak, a picturesque scene of pavilions and towers artfully arranged amidst a forest of palatial structures. Surrounding it is a veil of mist, drifting like delicate gossamer through the mountains, occasionally shrouding the peaks in an ethereal haze reminiscent of a celestial realm. In the sky, celestial cranes soared gracefully, their melodious calls resonating through the clouds. Occasionally, one might catch a glimpse of rare spiritual flora clinging to the sheer cliffs, shimmering with an enchanting, otherworldly glow. Li Zhi'en could not help but acknowledge that this training camp was infinitely superior to the desolate and dreary Shaoqi Peak. Upon arriving at the entrance of the training camp, Li Zhi'en was immediately captivated by the stone sculptures flanking either side. One depicted a celestial being wielding a sword, while the other showcased a Qilin expelling true fire, both exuding an air of solemnity as they guarded the tranquility of the realm. Above the grand entrance, a massive plaque hung prominently, inscribed with the three characters Qing Sun Ing in a flamboyant script that radiated a dazzling spiritual light, evoking a sense of awe in all who beheld it. I take my leave now. The remainder of the journey is yours to navigate. The black-robed puppet stated abruptly before turning away without hesitation. Li Zhi'en pursed his lips, muttering under his breath. Can a puppet be so rude? Humph. Considering you are but a solitary soul, I shall grant you temporary forgiveness. In that moment, Li Zhi'en suddenly realized an unsettling truth. He too was a solitary wanderer. Subsequently, Li Zhi'en took a deep breath and stepped through the gates of the training camp with a heavy, yet resolute stride. Inside the gate lay a tunnel, its stone walls meticulously adorned with the historical sages of the Zhuan Gong and auspicious spiritual beasts. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh and a pair of slanted eyes spread his legs wide, blocking Li Zhi'en's path with an imposing demeanor. Who dares to intrude upon the training camp? He demanded. I am Li Zhi'en from Shaoqi Peak, here on the orders of the sect leader, Li Zhi'en replied, observing the insignia of authority sewn onto the man's sleeve, which indicated he was a steward of the training camp. He respectfully bowed. Oh, do you possess a token? The steward's eyes glinted with a sharp and disdainful light as he pressed on. Li Zhi'en was taken aback. A token was required? Why hadn't that puppet-like figure provided him with one before departing? I do not have a token, but surely, someone must have conveyed the sect leader's edict to you? He cautiously responded. Indeed, an edict has been received, but without a token, how can I ascertain your identity? If an infiltrator from another sect were to breach the training camp, could you bear the consequences? The steward lifted his chin, coldly addressing Zhi'en with an air of superiority. Zhi'en couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. So, I must prove my own identity. He stepped forward fearlessly, meeting the steward's gaze defiantly. After all, he had no particular desire to remain in the training camp. What was there to fear? No one provided me with a token. You are clearly intent on making things difficult for me. Impudent. Without a token, entry into the training camp is forbidden. It is my duty to verify the identities of the disciples, the steward declared with a grand flourish of his sleeves, exuding an air of authority. Now that the mask had been torn away, Zhi'en refused to be intimidated. He turned on his heel, eager to return to Shaoqi Peak. To hell with this training camp. Upon seeing Zhi'en's intention to leave, the steward was instantly flustered. Many disciples fought tooth and nail for the privilege to enter the training camp. How could this individual be so quick to abandon the opportunity after just a few words? Will you not reconsider? The steward hastily caught up to Zhi'en, positioning himself in front of him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, betraying his inner turmoil. If Zhi'en were to walk away, all blame would fall upon him, and he would find himself in serious trouble. Observing the steward's anxiety, a smirk of scorn and derision crept onto Zhi'en's lips. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me? I, Zhi'en, am no soft fruit to be easily squeezed. We are strangers, and today you deliberately obstruct my path, likely at the behest of another. Have you considered that should this matter come to light, you would be the scapegoat? Allow me entry now, and there may still be a chance for redemption. Otherwise, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Having spoken, Zhi'en fixed his piercing gaze upon his counterpart, although he yearned to seize the opportunity to depart. The ramifications of such an action would tarnish the reputation of his esteemed master should word of this incident spread, especially with a direct disciple being barred from the gates of the training camp. Furthermore, the headmaster would inevitably ensure his admission later, rendering any escape futile. Why then pursue such a course? Zhi'en's voice reverberated through the air, causing the steward to tremble, as if struck by a heavy blow to the heart. That, Masterly, please, do not act impulsively. This is merely a misunderstanding. I am bound by duty and must proceed with caution. I implore you not to hold this against me. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears, his tone unmistakably laced with submission. With a disdainful snort, Zhi'en flicked his sleeves and strode purposefully towards the training camp, his garments billowing elegantly behind him. Observing Zhi'en's retreating figure, the steward wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cursing the one who had entrusted him with this task in his heart countless times. Chapter 14. A reunion with Zhang Mimi. As Zhi'en traversed the dimly lit tunnel, a sudden brilliance illuminated his surroundings, revealing an expansive sword-testing arena before him. In this arena, numerous disciples clad in azure attire from the training camp were diligently honing their skills, sweat glistening on their brows as they immersed themselves in rigorous practice. The radiant sunlight cascaded down unimpeded, casting a mosaic of intermingling shadows and light upon their forms. Zhi'en's curiosity was piqued as he gazed around, and his eyes widened with recognition when he spotted a familiar, graceful silhouette. The figure, with an alluring poise and captivating charm, was none other than Zhang Mimi, who had previously delivered precious golden silk wood to him, now patiently instructing the disciples of the training camp. Suddenly, as Zhang Mimi turned inadvertently, her gaze met Zhi'en's, and her bewitching, enchanting eyes widened in disbelief, her cherry-red lips parting slightly in surprise. An expression of incredulity washed over her features, quickly followed by a radiant smile that spread like ripples across her lovely visage. With an eager sway of her delicate waist, reminiscent of willows in the breeze, she hastened towards Zhi'en, playfully chiding him. Oh, Li Gij, what brings you here? I had no inkling of your arrival. Her voice, sweet and melodic, bore hints of surprise and femininity. Zhi'en maintained a serious demeanor, nodding slightly without averting his gaze. I too did not anticipate encountering Sister Zhang here. Yet, internally, he mused, what an enchanting temptress she is. As they conversed, his eyes inadvertently drifted towards Zhang Mimi's graceful form. She has just completed her training at the camp and has now taken on the long-term task of assisting the disciples in practice. Alas, when one is financially constrained, aspirations may falter, unlike you, Li Gij, who has the support of a peak master. A flicker of resignation crossed Zhang Mimi's exquisite face upon mentioning her time at the training camp, but pride soon illuminated her eyes, revealing an undeniable glimmer of joy. Intrigued by her mention of the training camp, Zhi'en inquired, how does one rank in the sword testing trials? Zhang Mimi, slightly embarrassed, lowered her gaze, biting her soft, pink lips, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she replied in a soft voice. Somewhere in the middle. Please don't mock me, Li Gij. Her demeanor exuded a blend of shyness and innocent charm. How could I ever mock you? I am equally uncertain of my own prospects, Li Zhi'en replied with a sigh. His brow furrowed, and a look of concern etched across his face. I have been compelled by the master to enter the training camp, and I must place in the top 3 by the year's end. That merely signifies the master's high regard for you, Zhang Mimi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she leaned closer to Li Zhi'en, the faint scent of her allure wafting towards him, stirring his already delicate composure. Perhaps, in the future, your status within the sect will far surpass that of the other direct disciples. I secretly wish the master would not place such importance on me. Li Zhi'en thought to himself, his expression a mixture of resignation and wry amusement. Following this exchange, Zhang Mimi set aside her tasks and led Li Zhi'en through the sword-testing arena, engaging him in conversation as they walked. Upon his inaugural arrival at the training camp, Li Gij was graciously introduced to its workings. As she spoke, her eyes radiated warmth and charm. Thank you for your efforts, elder sister, Li Zhi'en expressed with a respectful bow, his demeanor earnest and sincere. Regardless of the other's courteousness, she was a senior in the foundational stage, and he was determined to uphold the decorum. Zhang Mimi chuckled softly, casting a playful glance before continuing. The training camp is comprised of the Zhi'en camp and the Tian camp. To encourage the disciples, both factions engage in mutual competition and confrontation. So your first task is to choose a camp. As for the resources and the arrangement of the teaching elders, they are quite comparable, both comprising formidable figures within the sect. She gestured animatedly as she spoke, her expression lively. Which of these 2 camps would be more suitable for me? Li Zhi'en inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Zhang Mimi playfully tapped his chest with her delicate finger, a smile gracing her lips as she replied. I suggest you choose the Tian camp, for it currently boasts only one direct disciple of the Peak Master. If you manage to win him over, you will command all disciples of the Tian camp. Conversely, the Zhi'en camp has 2 direct disciples of Peak Masters, making it a more arduous task to subdue them. Should you wish to secure a top 3 position by the year's end, you must ascend to the leader of one camp, demonstrating your strength to command their loyalty. With a wink, Zhang Mimi finished her counsel. Thank you, elder sister, for your invaluable insights, Li Zhi'en replied solemnly, his tone respectful. Yet, he couldn't help but steal glances at Zhang Mimi's graceful figure, silently lamenting, this woman truly stirs one's heart. After all, I am your dedicated ally, Li Gij. Why express thanks? Zhang Mimi responded with a flirtatious gaze, her eyes imbued with a touch of melancholy. Thus, I shall rely on you often, Li Zhi'en said without further formality, a sincere smile illuminating his face. A strong man needs companions, and he indeed required assistance. After thorough contemplation, Li Zhi'en ultimately concluded that the Tian camp would be more fitting for him, as he feared the 2 Peak Master's disciples would conspire against him. The 2 conversed as they strolled, soon departing from the sword-testing arena, with Zhang Mimi leading Li Zhi'en toward the grand hall of the Tian camp. Situated to the north of the training camp, the Tian camp was adjacent to a magnificent waterfall, cascading with grandeur and sending forth countless sparkling droplets. The enveloping mist was ethereal, akin to a mystical realm. The architecture of the Tian camp's grand hall was extraordinarily resplendent, each stone infused with rich spiritual energy, while the roof was adorned with iridescent glazed tiles that shimmered in harmony with the forces of nature. The doors and windows were not ordinary wood carvings, but rather intricately inscribed with runes of spirit wood, subtly glowing with a mysterious light, seemingly capable of repelling malevolent forces. At the pinnacle of the grand hall fluttered the banner embroidered with the insignia of the Tian camp. As it danced in the breeze, the spiritual pattern shimmered, exuding an imposing aura. Li Gij, this is where you shall cultivate for an extended period, a place many ordinary disciples yearn for, Zhang Mimi remarked, her gaze dreamy as she contemplated the fluttering banner, reminiscent of her own initial days in the training camp, her eyes reflecting nostalgia and sentiment. Well, it actually won't be long, as I must return to Zhi'en tonight, Li Zhi'en said, a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mimi was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide open. Since the establishment of the youth training camp, it had always been under strict management, and there had been no precedence for disciples to come and go freely. Not even the most favored direct disciples of the Peak Master had ever enjoyed such privilege. The Peak Master truly dotes on you, Zhang Mimi remarked, her tone tinged with envy, her lips slightly pouting. The rules of the training camp have never been broken. You are indeed someone to be envied, Li Gij. Chapter 15, The Celestial Camp. With a light chuckle, Li Zhi'en felt a twinge of discomfort. a faint blush creeping upon his cheeks as he acknowledged the affection bestowed upon him by his master. Subsequently, he and his companions stepped into the grand hall of the celestial camp. Upon entering, the magnificent aura of the hall enveloped them. Towering dragon columns reached for the heavens, their intricate carvings of dragons appearing so lifelike that one might believe they could soar into the clouds at any moment. The ceiling was adorned with a dazzling constellation, shimmering with a faint, enigmatic glow, reminiscent of a celestial sky descending to the mortal realm. The floor, laid with jade, bore faintly visible runes, whispering ancient and mysterious tales. At that moment, upon the cloud platform ahead, a venerable elder with hair as white as snow was fervently imparting the profound secrets of cultivating spiritual energy. Approximately 50 disciples of the celestial camp were present. Some sat upright, wholly absorbed in the lesson, their gazes steadfast and resolute, as if they sought to engrave every word of the elder into their minds. Others furrowed their brows in deep contemplation, their expressions twisted with confusion and distress, seemingly ensnared in a web of perplexity. The elder's eyes caught sight of Zhi'en. Without uttering a word, he gestured gently for him to take a seat. The other disciples also noticed Zhi'en, the illustrious figure renowned within the Zhuanian Gong for his exceptional appearance. He had garnered the attention of the peak master, becoming a direct disciple, and was personally selected by the sect leader to enter the youth training camp, earning him the title of a superfluous benefactor. Who did not know of him? Who was unaware? His prominence was unparalleled, casting a shadow over all. Their gazes were laden with a myriad of complex emotions: surprise, envy, jealousy, disdain, and contempt. At that moment, the elder waved his hand towards Zhang Mimi, signaling her to depart. "Brotherly, feel free to contact me anytime for assistance," Zhang Mimi said sweetly. Swiftly placing a communication talisman into Zhi'en's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance as she left, glancing back thrice. Zhi'en tucked away the talisman and cautiously took his seat at the back. After 2 hours, the elder finally concluded his tedious discourse on the intricate methods of cultivating spiritual energy. Zhi'en stifled yawns, his eyelids growing heavy, nearly succumbing to slumber. At that moment, the elder approached Zhi'en. A sudden jolt of anxiety gripped him, and he instinctively lowered his head, unable to meet the elder's gaze. The sensation reminiscent of his stern high school teacher, causing his complexion to pale. "Are you the direct disciple of Peak Master Yu?" the elder inquired, his expression grave, his eyes piercing. "Indeed, I am," Zhi'en replied with utmost respect, bowing his head even lower. The elder nodded slightly, his demeanor solemn and authoritative as he continued. "I am the chief instructor of the heavenly camp, responsible not only for imparting skills but also for overseeing all matters within the camp. Should you have any inquiries in the future, feel free to approach me. By conventional standards, your spiritual route does not qualify you for entry into the youth training camp. Yet the esteemed sect leader has noted your remarkable comprehension. Thus, I urge you to deeply contemplate the principles of the heavenly path. Your future accomplishments may indeed soar to great heights. Thank you, esteemed chief instructor, for your guidance. I shall undoubtedly apply myself with diligence," replied Zhi'en earnestly, while inwardly reflecting on the formidable elder's esteemed position. As a powerful elder of the sect, who oversees all affairs of the heavenly camp, I must not display any semblance of disrespect before him, lest I tarnish my master's reputation. After imparting a few more words of advice, the chief instructor turned, hands clasped behind his back, and departed with a solemn gait. As he bid farewell to the chief instructor, Zhi'en respectfully bowed towards the receding figure and proclaimed aloud, "I was quite terrified just now. The pressure exuded by this chief instructor is far greater than that of my high school headmaster." With lingering apprehension, Zhi'en patted his chest. After strolling through the bamboo grove to ease his tension, Zhi'en returned to the grand hall of the heavenly camp. At that moment, a middle-aged woman with a gentle demeanor yet serious countenance approached him. "You must be Zhi'en from the Little Pool Peak. Pay close attention, for I am here to arrange your accommodation and provide the necessary items for your dormitory." Upon hearing this, Zhi'en quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need. I will return to Little Pool Peak to reside in the evening. My master will come to fetch me." The moment these words left his lips, all the disciples in the hall turned to him, their expressions filled with astonishment. Since entering the youth training camp, they had felt as though they were cut off from the outside world. Meals were supervised, sleep was monitored, and training was regulated. A single failure would result in physical punishment. To be able to return home each night, how wonderful that would be. As this thought crossed their minds, the inner imbalance prompted some disciples, unable to withstand the pressure, to voice their discontent. "Humph, relying on the peak master as a backer. How arrogant." The rules of the youth training camp seemed utterly trivial in their eyes. The speaker gritted his teeth, his face contorted with jealousy, as if he yearned to rush forward and confront Zhi'en. Others gazed at him with envy, their eyes nearly bulging, murmuring, "He truly is fortunate to receive such favor from the peak master and enjoy such privileges. Look at us, toiling tirelessly in our cultivation. Yet we do not receive such treatment." Their expressions conveyed envy tinged with bitterness. Some were so consumed by jealousy that their faces turned crimson. Why should he receive such special treatment? We toil day and night in our cultivation, yet we are afforded no such privileges. The heavens are truly unjust. The speaker clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. Moreover, a proud disciple disdainfully scoffed, a look of contempt etched on their face. It is merely a matter of connections. What true skill does he possess? We shall see how long he remains in this state of glory. At that moment, Zhi'en regarded the envious and resentful words around him with disdain, pondering silently. Unimpressed? What of it? If you have the audacity, come and confront me. Humph. My good looks are also an advantage and a talent, just like my spiritual root. Though Zhi'en harbored such thoughts, he was acutely aware that the cultivation level of most disciples in the training camp hovered around the 5th layer of qi refinement. Thus he refrained from voicing his musings. Subsequently, he swaggered through the crowd of disciples and plopped himself down in the last seat, promptly resting his head on the desk and drifting into a deep slumber. His audacious demeanor incited irritation among those who beheld him. Zhi'en's disregard for his surroundings while he indulged in sleep infuriated the envious disciples. This young man is utterly arrogant. Does he truly believe no one in our camp can teach him a lesson? One disciple exclaimed, clenching his fist in indignation. Indeed, such insolence. Let us seek out senior brother Yi. As a direct disciple of the peak master, he possesses profound cultivation and esteemed status. And he will surely put him in his place. Yes, let us find senior brother Yi. The crowd echoed in fervor, their spirits ignited. In truth, any individual present could easily deal with Zhi'en, yet they were acutely aware of the vast disparity in status and thus hesitated to act recklessly. With a commotion, the agitated disciples turned on their heels and departed. Fortunately, on his first day at the training camp, Zhi'en had left his spirit beast, the little swallow, at the villa. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly intensified the envy among the disciples. Meanwhile, as Zhi'en lay on the desk, his consciousness had already descended into the system. He understood that the training camp was fraught with intrigue. Having faced deliberate provocation on his very first day, he resolved to learn additional spells for self-defense. Chapter 16 Ding. Esteemed host, your filial piety value has reached the 2nd tier standard for upgrading the ice shield. This upgrade will elevate it to the 3rd tier spell, Extreme Cold Seal. Ding. This skill is potent enough to withstand a full-force strike from a practitioner at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? As Zhi'en stepped into the system, a clear prompt echoed in his ears. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, he exclaimed, "Upgrade." The ability to withstand attacks from a practitioner at the 7th layer of qi refinement was nothing short of divine for someone at his current level. As for the source of the advanced spells, the Xiantian sect implemented a broad-reaching policy, allowing access to spells below the 4th tier by paying a certain amount of spirit stones in the Lingsong Pavilion. However, the difficulty of learning was exceedingly high, with only a select few prodigious disciples able to master them. Zhi'en wholeheartedly endorsed this system, akin to the wealth of learning resources available online on Earth. While information may be accessible, mastering its application is no trivial feat. A rush of icy energy swept over him, and Zhi'en felt as though he had completely comprehended the 3rd tier defensive spell, Extreme Cold Seal. He promptly checked his balance of filial piety points, 10 points. Alas, learning a skill cost me 150 points. This has all been hard-earned through my humble efforts. Zhi'en winced in pain, his eyelids twitching. Taking a deep breath, he quietly rejoiced, reflecting on his prudent accumulation of filial piety points, refraining from impulsively purchasing ordinary offensive skills. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to upgrade this crucial defensive skill. However, the sudden depletion of his points left him quite unsettled. Thoughts of offensive skills made him yearn for Little Swallow to advance quickly. "Oh, Little Swallow, if you could ascend soon and become my capable assistant, I would gain an additional layer of security." With that, Zhi'en unconsciously clenched his fists, his gaze filled with anticipation. He resolved that henceforth, all his filial piety points would be devoted to learning defensive skills, leaving offensive matters to Little Swallow. Only in this manner could he aspire to rank among the top 3 in the upcoming sword trial at year's end. Should he attempt to cultivate both offensive and defensive skills simultaneously, given the scarcity of filial piety points, he would surely remain mediocre and unremarkable. Just then, another system prompt chimed in. Ding. Due to the host's current low cultivation level at the 1st layer of qi refinement, the 3rd tier defensive spell may only be utilized once per day. Please use it judiciously. Zhi'en's brow furrowed. Such a formidable defensive spell, restricted to a single use each day, did not provide him with sufficient assurance. He glanced at the 2 cultivation experience packs in his inventory, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. Pressing his lips together, he mused, I must swiftly seek an external task to utilize this. In this highly scrutinized training camp, I must exercise caution. With so many eyes upon me, merely showcasing my remarkable comprehension of this cultivation spell is already enough to draw attention. If I were to rashly ascend to the 3rd layer of chi refinement with my utterly deficient elemental roots, I cannot fathom the trouble it would incite. I do not wish to become a target. It is wiser to proceed with caution. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to attract the wind. At this moment, his gaze revealed a resolute and daring spirit. The conflict among the disciples of the various peaks had commenced, the gears set in motion, and he too needed to meticulously strategize. Meanwhile, in the bamboo grove of the heavenly camp, a man stood in silence. His tall and slender figure draped in a flowing black robe that danced with the wind, its fluttering fabric failing to conceal the sinister aura that emanated from him. His complexion was pale, tinged with a hint of a lingering illness, and his elongated eyebrows arched sharply towards his temples. His narrow, slightly upturned eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. Beneath his prominent nose, thin lips were pressed tightly together, a barely perceptible smirk at the corners sending shivers down the spine. He was Yi Bing, the esteemed disciple of the sect leader of the administrative peak. Known among the heavenly camp disciples, Yi Bing observed the fervent group of heavenly camp disciples approaching him, a subtle and icy smile creeping onto his lips, reminiscent of a venomous serpent waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely, secretly reveling in his cunning plans. In truth, this entire upheaval had been orchestrated by him from the shadows. He had incited his subordinates to stoke the emotions of the crowd, rallying the heavenly camp disciples to confront Zhi'en, intending to use the sect rules to chastise him, thereby diminishing the reputation of the disciples from the small pool peak and bolstering his own standing. The elite training camp encouraged its distinguished disciples to engage in rivalry, with the victors gaining the support of more elders in the sect. Yet Yi Bing, ever the strategist, would not directly suppress Zhi'en, who was at the 1st level of chi refinement, with his own 8th level prowess, lest he be branded a bully. He aimed to achieve his goals through cleverness and subtlety. At that moment, the multitude of heavenly camp disciples finally stood before Yi Bing. Brother Yi, that insufferable Zhi'en has come to our heavenly camp. He dares to flout the rules and return to the small pool peak at night. Brother Yi, that Zhi'en's attitude is utterly arrogant. You must show him a lesson. As he gazed at the agitated disciples, a glimmer of slyness flickered in Yi Bing's eyes. He raised his hands in a gesture of calm, adopting the demeanor of a congenial elder as he sincerely spoke. Brothers, there is no need for such hostility. We all belong to the same sect and should practice mutual tolerance. Let us not allow trivial matters to disrupt our harmony. Upon hearing Yi Bing's words, his subordinates immediately began to protest loudly. Brother Yi, we cannot let this go unpunished. Zhi'en openly slept in the lecture hall. Such disrespect for our seniors. One disciple exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Yi Bing furrowed his brow, his face adopting an expression of impartiality as he replied, though there is fault here, we must not rush to punish. We should first hear how Brotherly explains himself. Explain? What is there to explain? This is blatant disrespect for our elders. The disciple persisted, unwilling to relent. Yi Bing sighed softly, urging calmness. Perhaps Brotherly was simply exhausted from his cultivation last night and momentarily overlooked his duties. We must afford him the opportunity to clarify the situation. As the eldest brother of the heavenly camp, assisting the elders in its management, I shall ensure that justice prevails. With that, Yi Bing flicked his sleeves and led the assembly of heavenly camp disciples with great momentum towards the lecture hall. He strode confidently at the forefront, his tall figure standing erect like a pine tree, the black robe billowing dramatically in the wind. Behind him followed a throng of fervent disciples from the celestial camp, each one brimming with indignation, their fists clenched in anticipation. The chaotic and hurried footsteps of the disciples resonated through the bamboo grove, reminiscent of a frantic drumbeat that shattered its tranquil ambience. Yi Bing appeared to stroll leisurely, yet his strides were deliberate and powerful. With a slight turn of his head, he cast a sidelong glance at the crowd behind him, a faint, enigmatic smirk lingering at the corners of his mouth, as if he were mocking those easily incited disciples. Before long, Yi Bing led the multitude of disciples hastily to the hall of instruction. Coming to a halt, he lifted his gaze, only to find Zhi'en still obliviously sprawled over the table, utterly unaware of the impending turmoil. At this sight, a subtle smile unfurled on Yi Bing's lips, curving into a meaningful arc, a blend of satisfaction at the success of his schemes and an eager anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 17. Do you mind at home? The cacophony of voices enveloped the surroundings as Zhi'en slowly lifted his head, his gaze meeting that of Yi Bing, who approached him. You are Zhi'en from Shaoqi Peak? Yi Bing declared. I am Yi Bing, the eldest disciple of Tianying. Initially, Yi Bing offered a smile that seemed as warm as a spring breeze, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. He pointed toward the desk and spoke sternly. I have heard from junior disciples that you were openly sleeping in the teaching hall. Our Tianying has always valued respect for teachers in the pursuit of knowledge. Such disgraceful conduct cannot be tolerated. Is it true, Li Zhi'en? Upon finishing his words, Yi Bing looked down upon Li Zhi'en with an air of superiority, confident that Li Zhi'en would not dare to deny it. After all, should Li Zhi'en possess the audacity to refute, it would only add to his transgressions of defiance. Li Zhi'en stood upright, unhurried and unyielding, meeting Yi Bing's gaze with evident impatience. Indeed, it is true, he replied. At this declaration, the disciples of Tianying behind Yi Bing glared at Li Zhi'en with expressions of fury and envy, their eyes wide as saucers. It was no surprise they felt this way. Li Zhi'en, a newcomer, had quickly garnered attention due to his striking appearance, overshadowing all of them within a short span of time. How could they possibly be at ease with this situation? Internally, Yi Bing relished the moment, though he feigned a look of ambivalence. As the eldest disciple of Tianying, tasked with assisting the elders and managing the sect, I had intended to help you, but since you have committed such an error, I must impose a punishment. According to the sect's rules, you are to clean the entire teaching hall. Yi Bing was nothing short of a despicable villain. Li Zhi'en cursed inwardly. He understood perfectly that if he complied and cleaned, he would fall right into Yi Bing's trap. Rumors would surely spread, suggesting that the direct disciple of Zhongwu Peak had been coerced into cleaning by the direct disciple of Shaoqi Peak, thus tarnishing his master's reputation. Conversely, if he refused, Yi Bing would leverage his status as the eldest disciple and the sect's regulations to chastise him, resulting in a loss of both face and dignity. Yi Bing's tactics were indeed insidious. As for why Li Zhi'en had erred by sleeping, it mattered not. Yi Bing could create countless accusations against him, even fabricating charges. Suddenly, Li Zhi'en burst into laughter, capturing the attention of those present. Swiftly, he retrieved 10 medium-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, slamming them onto the desk with a resounding thud. I am now seeking 20 disciples to assist me in cleaning. Upon completion, I shall distribute these medium-grade spirit stones equally among you. Who will help? Li Zhi'en's face radiated confidence and grandeur, the spirit stones shimmering alluringly under the sunlight, making it difficult for anyone to look away. As they gazed at the glimmering stones, the hearts of the disciples stirred tumultuously. These were medium-grade spirit stones. Had they not toiled endlessly to enter this training camp for the meager monthly allocation of a single medium-grade spirit stone? If only we could secure one more piece. Perhaps we could break through the current bottleneck. But let us not overthink it. Can Brother Yi truly provide us with spirit stones? Let us acquire them first. There were also more cautious disciples silently contemplating in their hearts. Could this be a scheme devised by Li Zhi'en? What if we assist him and defend Brother Yi? Life in the heavenly camp would become unbearable. Yet, the allure of these mid-grade spirit stones is simply too tempting. Who knows when such an opportunity will arise again? Under the promise of generous rewards, valiant souls are sure to emerge. In just a few breaths, 2 disciples from the heavenly camp could no longer resist the temptation and rushed forward. I'll help you clean. Let me do it. With someone taking the lead. More disciples flocked in, clamoring eagerly. I'll do it. I'll do it. They were all flushed with excitement. Observing this, Li Zhi'en laughed heartily once more, then provocatively glanced at Yi Bing. Subsequently, Li Zhi'en selected the first 20 eager disciples to assist him in the cleaning. After all, a brief moment of cleaning could yield a bounty equivalent to half a month's salary, truly a windfall. To illustrate, if one's monthly salary is 6,000 yuan, then cleaning for just 1 hour could earn 3,000 yuan. Who could resist such an enticing offer? Had it not been for Li Zhi'en's previous arrogance, they would have rushed in long ago. At that moment, a clever disciple approached, confidently asserting that he alone could accomplish the cleaning of the entire hall, provided he received 9 mid-grade spirit stones, allowing Li Zhi'en to save 1. Upon hearing this, Li Zhi'en decisively shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at the disciple as he said, "What I desire is the lively atmosphere of many people." In truth, what Li Zhi'en sought was the bustling scene of the crowd, although it required him to part with some spirit stones. Having half the disciples clean for him on the very first day in the heavenly camp not only preserved his dignity, but would also enhance his reputation. At that moment, he stood tall and proud, akin to a victorious rooster after a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Yi Bing's expression darkened considerably as he observed the throng of eager disciples. The veins on his arms bulged, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "Mind your status. You are the elite of the youth training camp." However, in this realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and spirit stones serve as a shortcut to enhancing one's power. Status pales in comparison to strength. Yi Bing's countenance grew increasingly grim. He had meticulously planned to use the sect's rules to teach Li Zhi'en a lesson, to diminish the prestige of the direct disciples of Little Pond Peak, and to bolster his own influence. With a grand show of strength, he could garner greater support from the elders, making his ascension as the successor to the Peak Master a mere formality. Although he was the only direct disciple of the administrative peak, who could guarantee that the master would not take on more students? Thus, strengthening oneself was paramount. Little did he anticipate that Li Zhi'en would thwart his plans with spirit stones. Could it be that his family owns a mine? How could he be so extravagantly wealthy? Li Zhi'en gazed at his senior brother Yi, whose complexion was ashen, and inwardly cursed with fervor. Humph, this enmity has been established. I shall ensure that you repay my losses manifold in the days to come. Subsequently, Li Zhi'en strode confidently, instructing the 20 disciples to commence the cleaning of the grand hall, while he leisurely cradled his hands behind his head, sauntering towards the bamboo grove. As he passed by Yi Bing, he sarcastically remarked, "By the way, brother, I wonder if the regulations mention anything about prohibiting disciples from using medium-grade spirit stones to recruit others in lieu of performing cleaning duties?" Yi Bing was so enraged that his lips trembled incessantly, unable to utter a single word. The regulations merely noted a few punitive measures in a rather cursory manner, lacking such detailed stipulations. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Li Zhi'en's countenance darkened instantly. To be so maliciously targeted on his very first day in the training camp was truly infuriating. How he longed for Little Pool Peak, yearning for his master's affection. This training camp was hardly a place for any human to endure. "Master, please come and take me home." Li Zhi'en couldn't help but sigh deeply within his heart. Chapter 18. The life and death crisis. Was the doorkeeper also under Yi Bing's orders? Li Zhi'en stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he remained perplexed, unable to fathom why the steward would involve himself in the disputes among the disciples. Suddenly, a series of urgent drumbeats echoed through the air. Li Zhi'en, not daring to linger, hurriedly made his way towards the teaching hall, speculating that the next lesson was about to commence. Upon arriving at the hall, he noticed the disciples of the heavenly camp gathering at the entrance, for this lesson was to be held outdoors. A graceful female elder stood quietly to one side, patiently awaiting the assembly of the crowd. Without hesitation, Li Zhi'en joined the gathering. His curiosity piqued as he observed the elder. She possessed an enchanting figure. Standing tall and elegant, her long, lustrous black hair coiled high, adorned with a jade hairpin of emerald green, exuding an air of dignified elegance. Clad in a flowing lavender robe that danced gently in the breeze, she wore a delicately crafted jade belt around her waist, accentuating her slender form. Her complexion was fair, her features exquisitely delicate, and beneath her gently arched willow-like brows, her eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters, captivating all who beheld them. Though fine lines adorned the corners of her eyes, they did not diminish her beauty. Rather, they added a touch of enchanting maturity. Once the assembly was complete, the elder gracefully waved her sleeve and led the disciples towards the outdoor training ground. This training ground, nestled beside a bamboo grove, boasted an expansive carpet of lush green grass, akin to a soft verdant rug, dotted with vibrant wildflowers. At this moment, a massive spirit beast was tethered to a stone pillar in the training area. Its robust physique resembled that of a small house, with powerful muscle lines exuding explosive strength. Its fur bore a mix of green and brown hues, reminiscent of the mountains, smooth and glossy, shimmering softly under the sunlight. Its broad head was crowned with two thick, sharp horns resembling curved blades, which bore peculiar markings that emanated an aura of fierce dominance. This was the Qingshan spirit bull from the Spirit Beast Peak, a creature of remarkable strength, boasting a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Today's lesson would revolve around this impressive spirit bull. With a gentle and dignified voice, the elder began to speak. Li Zhi'en immediately perked up, fully focused on her words. Although his system could aid him in cultivation, it was powerless when it came to knowledge of spirit beasts. Observing the curious expressions on the faces of his fellow disciples, the elder continued. The classification of spirit beasts primarily depends on the depth of the spiritual power within their demon cores, the strength of their innate abilities, and their potential for growth. For instance, spirit beasts in the Qi refinement stage exhibit relatively weak fluctuations in spiritual power, typically only capable of simple spells, whereas those in the foundation establishment stage possess more robust and stable spiritual energy, potentially endowed with unique and powerful innate abilities. Additionally, characteristics such as fur color, body structure, and skeletal formation can serve as supplementary criteria for determining their rank. Noticing a fellow disciple diligently taking notes, Li Zhi'en gently nudged him with his elbow and remarked, 5 low-grade spirit stones for your completed notes, or perhaps a copy, if you will? The disciple responsible for note-taking was momentarily taken aback. 5 low-grade spirit stones were sufficient for him to undertake a sect mission, and now he could obtain them merely by transcribing notes? Absolutely. Without hesitation, he agreed. Subsequently, the female instructor commenced her explanation on the fundamental methods and techniques of spirit beast training. Her voice was grave and earnest, imbued with professionalism and meticulousness. The cornerstone of taming spirit beasts lies in establishing trust. They must be treated with gentleness and kindness, through feeding and petting. The beast should feel the goodwill extended towards them. Concurrently, it is imperative to comprehend the habits and preferences of the spirit beasts, tailoring training to their distinctive characteristics. For instance, some spirit beasts favor tranquility, thus training should occur in a serene environment. Others may have a penchant for a particular spirit fruit, which can be utilized as a reward to motivate them. Furthermore, employing spiritual energy to communicate with the beasts is crucial. Through this energy, they can grasp the directives and expectations conveyed. However, one must be cautious not to resort to excessive coercion, lest it provoke rebellion and hostility from the spirit beasts, potentially leading to uncontrollable rage. Zhi'en was utterly captivated by the lesson, brimming with enthusiasm. He understood that in navigating the realm of cultivation, knowledge unattainable through the system must be diligently acquired. Just as the instructor was passionately engrossed in her lecture, her communication talisman trembled slightly. She took out the talisman to listen for a moment, then, with a hint of apology on her face, addressed the disciples. Everyone, please remain quiet and still. I must attend to a matter urgently and shall return shortly. With that, she glided away, her long sleeves billowing. Zhi'en could not help but follow her retreating figure. Her slender waist swayed like a delicate willow in the wind, exuding a hidden strength within her grace. Her long legs peeked out from beneath her skirt. Her steps light and elegant, and the subtle sway of her hips radiated an irresistible allure that ensnared the gaze of onlookers. Lishiti, I have completed your notes. Please hand over the 5 low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, the disciple beside Zhi'en spoke up, startled from his reverie. Zhi'en scowled as he retrieved the notes and tossed the 5 low-grade spirit stones to him with annoyance. Meanwhile, Yibing stealthily approached the Qingshan spirit ox. His sinister gaze revealed a glint of malice as he subtly channeled spiritual energy within himself, swiftly forming a complex set of obscure hand seals within his long sleeves. Muttering incantations under his breath, his spiritual energy, akin to invisible threads, silently crept towards the Qingshan spirit ox. This energy was exceedingly discreet, imperceptible to bystanders. Yet it infiltrated the spirit ox's consciousness with precision. Yibing utilized this energy to disrupt the ox's mind, awakening its repressed wildness and fury. As his spiritual energy continued to erode its composure, the once lethargic spirit ox suddenly widened its eyes, brimming with chaos and rage. It began to writhe restlessly, its hooves scraping against the ground, heavy breaths escaping its nostrils. Immediately, Yibing intensified his spiritual power output, and a subtle glimmer flickered at his fingertips, penetrating the body of the spiritual bull. This radiant spark acted as a fuse, instantaneously igniting the bull's frenzied emotions, causing it to lose all semblance of rationality. The Qingshan spirit bull transformed into a whirlwind of chaos, violently snapping its reins, and, under Yibing's influence, surged wildly toward Zhi'en with a speed akin to a tempest, exuding formidable strength and momentum. This is disastrous. The spirit bull has gone rogue. The nearby disciples turned pale, panic-stricken as they scattered in all directions, their voices laden with terror. As the Qingshan spirit bull charged directly towards him, Zhi'en, having never faced such a life-threatening crisis, stood frozen in place. His eyes widened in horror, vividly reflecting the massive and ferocious form of the spirit bull before him. Chapter 19. The Frigid Ice Seal. Yibing's lips curled into a sinister smile, his expression brimming with satisfaction as he seemingly foresaw Zhi'en's imminent downfall. Struck down by the spirit bull, he refrained from directly taking Zhi'en's life, instead controlling his strength with the intent to inflict severe injury. Just as all the disciples were convinced that Zhi'en was destined for disaster, he unleashed a third-tier defensive skill, the Frigid Ice Seal. With remarkable speed, he extended his index and middle fingers, and in an instant, an icy chill of unparalleled intensity surged forth from his body. Wherever this cold air reached, the atmosphere crystallized into fine shards of ice. Simultaneously, the chill radiated from him, swiftly enveloping him in a formidable deep blue ice wall. This wall, several feet thick, shimmered with a translucent, profound azure glow, as if forged from ancient ice. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, yet intricately patterned. Anything that approached would be instantaneously frozen. In the next moment, The spirit bull's robust and sharp horns struck the ice wall like a bolt of lightning. A deafening crash echoed as the tremendous impact caused the ground around the ice wall to fracture, sending debris flying like rain. However, the seemingly indomitable ice wall merely quivered slightly, not even a hairline crack appearing on its surface. Where the bull's horns met the wall, a thick layer of frost immediately formed, as if its furious strength was ruthlessly consumed by the frigid barrier. The spirit bull, unwilling to relent, let out a furious roar and charged again, yet the ice wall remained steadfast, unmoved. In truth, at this moment, the spirit bull was under mental control, displaying only its raw physical power without tapping into the spiritual energy of its demon core. Thus, it was incapable of breaching the third-tier defensive spell. Yi Bing also hesitated to utilize the spiritual energy from the spirit bull's demon core, for that would mean going beyond merely injuring Li Zhi'en. Yet the scene before them astonished everyone present. The third-tier defensive spell, the Frigid Ice Seal, had been successfully executed by a disciple who was merely at the first layer of chi refinement. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. How could this be possible? How could a first-layer disciple master a third-tier defensive spell? The disciples could not contain their exclamations, their mouths agape, faces etched with incredulity. It was utterly unfathomable. This contradicted all logic. How could his spiritual root endure the backlash of a third-tier spell? I have practiced for years without mastering even a second-tier spell, yet this novice has commanded the Frigid Ice Seal. Once again, the disciples gasped in shock, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. Surely, this must be a misunderstanding. Could we have misjudged? How could we have made a mistake? The evidence lay right before them, yet it was too much to accept. Who exactly was this individual? Was he not merely a worthless vase of a spiritual root? Or was he a hidden genius of unparalleled talent? Even a prodigy could hardly achieve such feats. Could he perhaps be the reincarnation of an ancient entity? Yi Bing was utterly astonished, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground as he murmured to himself, bewildered by the capabilities of this young man. His expression froze, as if under a spell, filled with shock and confusion. He had believed his plans to be foolproof, yet he was taken aback by Li Zhi'en's astonishing prowess. Meanwhile, Li Zhi'en cast a cold gaze at Yi Bing, a fiery rage igniting within him, silently cursing, "Damn it. Are you trying to kill me? Fine. I may not be able to defeat you now, but I will summon my master to deal with you." His eyes blazed with an inferno of fury, seemingly capable of reducing Yi Bing to ashes. Feeling the intensity of Li Zhi'en's stare, Yi Bing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. That gaze was as piercing as ice, threatening to penetrate his very soul. However, he quickly steeled himself, hiding his hands within his sleeves, simultaneously forming seals with both hands. Fervently channeling the demonic energy from the Qingshan spirit ox, he urged it to charge fiercely at Li Zhi'en once more. Having already made the first move, he could not allow his opponent to escape unscathed. As for the consequences, he had not personally struck, so why should it concern him, Yi Bing? The manipulation technique he employed was a fortunate acquisition, and afterward, he would utterly obliterate the spirit ox's consciousness, leaving no evidence behind. Under Yi Bing's command, the horns of the Qingshan spirit ox glimmered with radiant light, dazzling like twin bolts of lightning cleaving through the darkness. Its demonic core surged with power, releasing a torrent of fierce and formidable energy that coursed through its limbs. The robust limbs of the beast pounded the ground furiously, each step causing the earth to tremble slightly, a cloud of dust rising in its wake. Its colossal form exuded an unstoppable momentum as it charged towards Li Zhi'en, emitting a deafening roar that could shatter hearts. As Li Zhi'en beheld the full force of the charging Qingshan spirit ox, despair enveloped him. His third-tier defensive spell would be utterly inadequate against an eighth-tier beast. Was he truly destined to perish here? Did Yi Bing dare to take his life? Just as despair consumed him, believing he was beyond salvation, a sharp sound of wind suddenly pierced the air above, akin to a shrill whistle that tore through the atmosphere. From the heavens descended Yu Xiaoyu, resembling a divine warrior. Clad in a fiery red robe that billowed majestically in the wind, her presence was commanding. Her exquisite features were now as cold as ice, her eyes glinting with a sword-like sharpness. An overwhelming aura radiated from her, akin to a tidal wave crashing down upon the earth, the immense pressure suffocating those present. The disciples of the Tianying sect felt an unbearable weight, as if crushed beneath an invisible mountain. With a seemingly effortless gesture, Yu Xiaoyu directed her palm towards the Qingshan spirit ox. This seemingly casual motion concealed a terrifying power capable of annihilating the heavens. The once mighty charge of the Qingshan spirit ox, proud and defiant, was unable to utter a single cry before it was instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the void, leaving not a trace behind. Master. Zhi'en was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly shed tears of joy. Like an exuberant puppy greeting its master, he dashed forward, his face alight with flattery and eagerness. Master, you have arrived. That Yi Bing seeks to do me harm. You must stand up for your disciple, he exclaimed, his voice a mixture of grievance and ferocity, resembling a sycophant reporting a grievance. Yu Xiaoyu was instantly consumed by fury, her beautiful eyes widening in indignation as she exclaimed, You little rascal! How dare you bully my precious disciple? You are simply courting death. Her voice resonated like thunder, causing those nearby to wince at the intensity. Before her words could dissipate, a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted, manifesting as an invisible colossal hand that swiftly seized Yi Bing, lifting him effortlessly as if he were but a small chick. I am a direct disciple of the Zhongwu Peak. I would never harm Li Zhi'en. Yi Bing's complexion turned ashen, his voice trembling uncontrollably, his gaze filled with dread and confusion. Bound by Yu Xiaoyu's overwhelming spiritual force, he found himself utterly immobilized, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Chapter 20. The enraged Yu Xiaoyu at this moment, the female instructor, upon hearing the commotion, hurriedly rushed over, her heart aflame with anxiety. As she gazed upon the once flat and orderly arena now transformed into a chaotic scene of craters and flying debris, her brows furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced crease upon her forehead. Her urgent eyes quickly scanned the area, and upon spotting Yu Xiaoyu tightly gripping Yi Bing, an ominous sense of dread filled her heart. What misfortune had befallen them? With no time for further contemplation, she dashed forward like an arrow released from its bow, her voice hoarse with urgency as she cried out, Yu Xiaoyu, release Yi Bing at once. Let us discuss this calmly. The instructor's expression was fraught with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her brow as tension and worry consumed her thoughts. Yu Xiaoyu had always possessed a fiery temper. She must stabilize the situation and prevent her from acting impulsively and harming Yi Bing. However, Yu Xiaoyu was unyielding, her bright eyes glaring fiercely at the instructor as she retorted sharply, What nonsense! My disciple has been wronged, and I shall seek retribution. No one shall hinder me. As her words fell, Yu Xiaoyu raised her hand without hesitation, striking towards Yi Bing with ferocity. Upon witnessing the formidable attack from the Golden Core Master, Yi Bing's face drained of color, his eyes wide with sheer terror. He could scarcely believe that, in the absence of any concrete evidence, the Master of the Peak would directly assault him. Realizing the dire situation, the instructor swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, an elegant and noble swan spirit beast manifested. The swan radiated a soft, enchanting glow, which coalesced into an impenetrable shield, enveloping the instructor securely. With its pristine wings unfurled, the swan emitted a melodious cry, soaring gracefully towards Yu Xiaoyu in a desperate attempt to thwart her actions. Yet, Yu Xiaoyu unleashed a punch, her overwhelming force akin to a surging tidal wave, driving both the instructor and her swan spirit beast back several dozen yards. The instructor's complexion turned pale as frost, a trickle of crimson blood escaping her lips, her body swaying precariously before she managed to regain her footing. Had Yu Xiaoyu truly advanced to the later stages of the Golden Core? How could she possess such formidable physical strength? The instructor gasped in disbelief. After sending the instructor reeling, Yu Xiaoyu's palm struck Yi Bing from a distance. Blood sprayed forth violently. Yi Bing flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep and ominous pit, just swirling around him. Upon closer inspection, Yi Bing lay contorted within the pit, his garments tattered and stained with blood, wounds so deep they nearly revealed bone. His breath faint and weak as if he were but a wisp of smoke, clinging to life. Well done. Li Zhi'en observed this scene, a sense of exhilaration coursing through him, feeling as though his long-suppressed anger had finally found release. Yu Xiaoyu, how dare you strike so ruthlessly? The instructor exclaimed, her voice rising in furious protest as she witnessed the aftermath. The disciples of Tianying stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of shock and fear. Some covered their mouths, their eyes wide with terror, murmuring, This is truly horrifying. Others, gripped by panic, hastily fled, terrified of drawing the attention of the formidable Yu Xiaoyu. The scene quickly devolved into chaos. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes and directed her ire towards the female instructor, demanding accountability. If I had not come today to retrieve my disciple from Shaoqi Peak, disaster would have surely befallen her. As a spiritual beast instructor, why were you not present? Why did you abandon your post? Are you not aware of the dangers lurking here? Her voice resonated like thunder throughout the venue, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled dread in all present. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoyu's accusations, the instructor's face instantly turned pale with guilt. Her lips trembled as she hastily attempted to explain, I truly had an urgent matter to attend to. It was a momentary lapse that led to this mistake. I never anticipated it would escalate to this. However, Yu Xiaoyu dismissed her defense with a furious shout. An urgent matter? What could possibly be more pressing than the safety of my disciple? You are clearly just making excuses for your negligence. If I had not arrived in time today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As she spoke, a massive green cleaver materialized in her palm, its blade swirling with a vibrant green energy. The surrounding spiritual power churned restlessly, and a fierce wind erupted, causing her garments to billow dramatically. The instructor, witnessing the formidable weapon, turned ashen, instinctively retreating. She understood all too well that Yu Xiaoyu's strength surpassed her own, and should that cleaver fall, she would be unable to withstand it. Yu Xiaoyu, please, do not act rashly. I truly did not intend to leave, I swear. The instructor pleaded desperately. Yet, Yu Xiaoyu's fury showed no signs of abating, the cleaver poised to strike. At that critical moment, Zhi'en dashed forward, positioning himself in front of the instructor. His expression was urgent, and his tone sincere as he implored, Master, please, calm your anger. The instructor has indeed made a mistake, but surely it was unintentional. She has been diligent in her teaching and treats her disciples with kindness. I hope you can consider her past contributions and the fact that she did not mean to err and spare her this time. After Zhi'en's earnest plea, he exchanged significant glances with Yu Xiaoyu, knowing that should she unleash her wrath upon the instructor, the situation would escalate dramatically, drawing the ire of the sect leader. Hearing her devoted disciple's words, Yu Xiaoyu furrowed her brow slightly, her anger gradually subsiding. She scrutinized the instructor for a moment before slowly retracting her cleaver, releasing a cold huff. In light of my disciple's intercession, I shall let this matter pass for now. However, remember this, should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. The instructor breathed a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Zhi'en, knowing she had narrowly escaped the wrath of this formidable figure. At that moment, a heavy and powerful sound of footsteps echoed like distant thunder, growing closer with each passing second. In the next instant, the elderly chief instructor, his hair a stark white, abruptly appeared on the scene. Initially, he furrowed his brow, his expression laced with urgency as he hastened towards the prone figure of Yi Bing, carefully examining him. Upon discovering a faint breath still lingered, he secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, with a sudden pivot, he turned, his countenance darkened to the point where it seemed as if water could drip from it, and he exclaimed with a voice that resonated like thunder, Yu Xiaoyu, do you comprehend that this is the heavenly camp? You have intruded without permission, which is already a transgression. To lay hands upon a disciple of my heavenly camp is utterly lawless and devoid of respect. My heavenly camp upholds its own regulations. Your reckless actions disregard our dignity and the principles of our community. The chief instructor's voice boomed across the entire venue, reverberating with an unyielding authority, each word imbued with an oppressive weight. Yu Xiaoyu, indifferent and nonchalant, took a puff from his emerald green pipe and replied, he dared to bully my apprentice. The fact that I haven tea ended him is already a concession on my part. Enough of this, old man. It's time to cease. With that, Yu Xiaoyu turned on his heel, accompanied by Zhi'en, and departed. Chapter 21. Heartfelt hot pot gazing at the swiftly vanishing arc of the rainbow. The master instructor fumed with fury, his white beard bristling like an impending volcanic eruption. Truly, a lawless scoundrel. I shall certainly report this matter to the headmaster without fail. Meanwhile, in the air, Yu Xiaoyu took a hearty swig of gourd wine, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, my dear disciple, you have remarkably mastered the third-level defensive spell, the extreme cold seal. How on earth did you accomplish this? Pray, enlighten me. Zhi'en, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and beamed a shy smile as he replied, I'm not entirely sure how it happened, it just sort of came to me. The headmaster remarked upon my exceptional aptitude, perhaps due to my unique constitution. Yu Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before vigorously shaking his head, his eyes sparkling with a carefree spirit. What does it matter? It's not a bad thing at all, since you possess such talent. Delve deeply into your studies of magic. It is indeed quite impressive. Zhi'en nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with gratitude for his mentor's guidance. Before long, Yu Xiaoyu led Zhi'en back to the pond villa at Little Pond Peak. Despite the mere passage of a single day, upon seeing the villa again, Zhi'en felt a wave of nostalgia. Outside, he was constantly embroiled in peril and conflict. Only at Little Pond Peak could his taut heart truly relax and find peace. Once inside, Zhi'en reclined comfortably on the wooden sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating what delectable dish he might prepare for his mentor that evening. Although his master had already attained the Golden Core realm and had no need for sustenance, he was a remarkably carefree individual who never turned down food or drink. His mentor had recently displayed great prowess on his behalf, and such kindness left him profoundly grateful. Ah, a heartfelt hot pot would be perfect. With renewed enthusiasm, Zhi'en sprang to his feet and made his way to the kitchen, for the hot pot required a plethora of ingredients, necessitating a visit to a specialized place for collection. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Wang Ergu, the head of the labor team, hurriedly prepared several baskets of ingredients for Zhi'en. Young Master Li, these are the freshest ingredients of the day. Take as many as you wish, Wang Ergu said, bowing deeply with a sycophantic grin. Zhi'en did not merely take and leave but meticulously selected the items, for this hot pot was a heartfelt offering for his mentor, leaving no room for imperfection. His eyes functioned like a precision scanner, missing no minute detail. He picked up a piece of green vegetable, gently shaking off the droplets of water, inspecting the leaves for completeness and tenderness, ensuring their vibrant green hue was lustrous and free from blemishes or pests, thus guaranteeing their impeccable quality. He then examined a piece of meat, pressing it with his fingers to gauge its elasticity, scrutinizing the meat's grain for clarity, observing the distribution of fat, and assessing its fresh, glistening red color, meticulously judging its freshness. After considerable time and effort, Zhi'en finally selected an ample supply of hot pot ingredients. With a soft thud, 2 inferior spirit stones landed on the table, and Zhi'en spoke with a calm demeanor. Thank you for your hard work, old Wang. Upon catching sight of the spirit stones, Wang Ergu's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. 2 low-grade spirit stones were worth half a year's salary for him. His face instantly transformed into a visage of overwhelming gratitude, bending so low that his waist nearly grazed the ground, hands clasped in salute, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Ah, thank you, young Master Li. Thank you. It is my humble duty to serve you. Being able to do so is the fortune I have cultivated over several lifetimes." Zhi'en, however, had no time to indulge in his flattery and hurried back to Shaoqi Peak. Upon entering the kitchen with the ingredients in hand, Zhi'en noticed the absence of his master. She might be wandering near the pond or resting in the cultivation chamber upstairs. He rolled up his sleeves, first meticulously washing his hands with the spring water, then tying an apron around his waist, a symbol of his culinary endeavor. His expression was one of intense focus. Murmuring to himself, "This base must be carefully crafted. More chili is essential, or else master will find it lacking in zest. The Sichuan pepper must be just right to enhance the flavor." Skillfully, he sliced the ingredients, the knife dancing in his hands, rendering the meat as thin as a cicada's wing, while the vegetables were cut into uniform segments. As he prepared the base, Zhi'en cautiously measured the proportions of the various seasonings, occasionally inhaling their fragrant aromas, stirring with a small spoon, his demeanor reflecting both caution and anticipation, murmuring, "This flavor is nearly perfect. A touch more spice will make it sublime." The broth in the pot bubbled enticingly, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu, drawn by the delicious scent, appeared in the villa's living room, her aura shimmering with vitality, evidently having utilized a speed-enhancing spell. "Wow, it smells incredible! What are you cooking tonight, my dear disciple?" she exclaimed, her large eyes narrowing into delightful crescent shapes, clearly already enticed. Reporting to master, "I have prepared a dish called hot pot for you, but you'll need to wait a moment longer to savor it," Zhi'en respectfully replied, setting down his ladle. "Another wait?" Yu Xiaoyu pouted, her soft pink lips forming a charmingly sulky curve, making her even more enchanting. Her sparkling, doe-like eyes were fixed on the delectable food in the pot, as if they held twinkling stars within. The warmth from the simmering pot cast a delicate blush upon her fair skin, akin to the vibrant blossoms of peach trees in spring. The aroma of the hot pot stirred the cravings within Yu Xiaoyu, who began to rub her hands together, swallowing in anticipation. After a short while, Zhi'en paused his stirring, a gentle smile gracing his face. His eyes filled with expectation as he softly said, "Please, master, indulge in this dish." He slightly inclined his body, gesturing courteously. Hearing her disciple's invitation, Yu Xiaoyu eagerly seized a pair of chopsticks, swiftly dipping a slice of tender beef into the pot before popping it into her mouth, exhaling as she chewed, her eyes squinting with pleasure as she mumbled, "Wow, this is exquisite." Her lips, flushed from the spice, resembled the petals of a radiant rose, yet she continued to devour the food without restraint. She then picked up a piece of tripe with her chopsticks and eagerly stuffed it into her mouth, smacking her lips in satisfaction, with a few traces of oil adorning the corners of her mouth, which did nothing to diminish her enchanting beauty. Yu Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, her forehead adorned with glistening beads of sweat that trickled down her porcelain-like cheeks, resembling a string of resplendent pearls. The delicate hue of her skin blushed alluringly due to the heat and excitement, akin to a perfectly ripened apple. She paid no mind to wiping away the perspiration, her hands ceaselessly delivering delectable morsels to her lips. Before long, her cheeks puffed out like those of an adorable little squirrel, her throat continuously swallowing, occasionally emitting satisfied murmurs. Oh, dear disciple, this hot pot is simply divine. In my 300 years of existence, I have yet to taste anything so exquisite. As Yu Xiaoyu savored her feast, she mumbled her compliments. Upon hearing this, Li Zhi'en promptly bowed in reverence, speaking with utmost respect. If this humble hot pot crafted by your disciple pleases your palate, it is an unparalleled honor. I am willing to follow you forever, Master, to heed your teachings and serve you faithfully. Chapter 22. The Art of Foot Massage. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu's delicate visage blossomed like spring flowers, joy radiating from her brows and eyes, resplendent and captivating. Ding. Yu Xiaoyu expressed her profound satisfaction with the delectable hot pot you prepared, earning a feedback of 50 filial piety points. Noticing the system notification, Li Zhi'en maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his obedient face betraying no emotion, yet internally, he reveled in a riot of joyous thoughts. Once again, I am prosperous. I must continue to upgrade my defensive skills. I shall become impervious to all attacks, and ideally, I would like to incorporate a retaliatory effect. After the meal, Li Zhi'en swiftly tidied the dishes, meticulously washing them with spring water sourced from the kitchen. He pondered the necessity of undertaking an external mission. Although he had mastered the third-level defensive spells, his cultivation realm remained stagnant at the first layer of qi refinement. The most pressing concern was that, at this level, he could only utilize the third-level defensive spell once a day, which left him feeling quite insecure. He had long since prepared an experience package for advancing his cultivation. Awaiting merely the opportunity to embark on a mission, he was reluctant to break through in front of his master. Especially since his spiritual root was completely deficient in the 5 elements. He must maintain some dignity for his spiritual root. Specialization may be tolerable, but perfection often invites trouble. As for this external mission, it certainly should not be perilous. Perhaps delivering a letter or returning a cat home would suffice. In any case, he was indifferent to the meager rewards of the task. Having made up his mind, Li Zhi'en retrieved a communication talisman to leave a message for Zhang Mimi. Sister Mei, I kindly request your assistance in asking for leave from the heavenly camp, as I need to undertake a sect mission. Thank you ever so much. Before long, the talisman flickered with light and vibrated gently, signaling a response. Li Zhi'en hastily took the talisman to his ear and listened intently, soon hearing Zhang Mimi's soft, enchanting voice. Little scamp, it's not impossible to ask for your leave, but upon your return, you must spend quality time with your sister. I have been eagerly awaiting you day and night. Please do not disappoint my heartfelt wishes. Her voice brimmed with flirtation and allure, capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Li Zhi'en felt an involuntary swallow in his throat, parched and tongue-tied, as images of Zhang Mimi's captivating form filled his mind. What are you thinking about? Yu Xiaoyu's clear and ringing voice suddenly pierced through, startling Li Zhi'en, who shivered as if struck by a heavy blow to the heart. His face instantly flushed with panic, the enchanting visions in his mind vanishing without a trace. Disciple was contemplating preparing warm water for Master to soak your feet. You have worked tirelessly all day, and I was thinking of bringing you comfortably warm water and gently massaging your feet to alleviate the fatigue accumulated throughout the day. Li Zhi'en stammered, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow, his voice tinged with shyness. At that moment, his face was crimson, his gaze evasive and darting, utterly unwilling to meet his master's eyes, his nervous demeanor as though he wished to vanish into the earth itself. Yu Xiaoyu took a delicate sip of wine, her ruby lips parting slightly as her throat gently rolled to swallow the fiery elixir. Perhaps it was the intoxicating effects of the drink, or perhaps she was truly weary. She languidly leaned back against the chair, uttering, "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes." Immediately thereafter, she nonchalantly kicked off her embroidered slippers, revealing her fair and tender feet. These exquisite feet resembled finely carved jade, their skin so delicate and smooth it seemed almost ethereal, glistening with an enchanting sheen that could captivate any gaze. Her toes were round and charming, akin to translucent gems, their nails adorned with a subtle blush reminiscent of early spring peach blossoms. The faint blue veins on the tops of her feet peeked through like intricate patterns on a masterpiece, both beautiful and enticing, while her petite ankles were gracefully sculpted, resembling nature's own handiwork. Seeing this, Li Zhi'en hurriedly approached with a countenance marked by eagerness and a hint of nervousness. His hands trembled slightly as he prepared a basin of water at just the right temperature, its clarity revealing the bottom and adorned with floating rose petals that exuded a gentle fragrance, intoxicating to the senses. Li Zhi'en carefully placed the basin beside Yu Xiaoyu's feet, cautious not to cause even the slightest tremor, his gaze earnest and reverential, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, Li Zhi'en resolved to perfect this massage to the pinnacle of excellence, ensuring his master as satisfaction. With utmost care, he gently grasped Yu Xiaoyu's ankle. His movements tender as if handling a priceless treasure. He first cupped his hands to let the warm water cascade softly over her instep, the gentle flow reminiscent of a heartfelt serenade. Then, with meticulous attention, he kneaded her soles, ensuring not a single corner was neglected. Each press of his fingertips delivered just the right amount of pressure. Next, Li Zhi'en commenced a gentle massage of her toes, each digit tenderly cared for, his fingers gliding between them, inducing delightful tingles. Gradually, his fingers moved to the arch of Yu Xiaoyu's foot, applying precise pressure to the Yongquan acupoint, varying his touch from light, like a spring breeze, to firm, akin to a drumbeat. This rhythmic interplay of tension and release was designed to achieve optimal relaxation from fatigue. Subsequently, his hands skillfully grasped the arch of her foot, kneading gently as his fingers danced like agile performers, stimulating the meridians and reflex zones of her feet. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes fluttered closed, her brows relaxing, her lips parting slightly as soft, satisfied sighs escaped her. A gentle blush graced her cheeks, and she appeared utterly relaxed and enraptured, as though she were floating in a celestial realm, all her weariness dissipating in that moment. Amidst such a soothing massage, Yu Xiaoyu felt a profound relaxation wash over her and could not help but praise, "My dear disciple, your massage techniques are truly exquisite." Upon hearing this, Li Zhi'en promptly bowed his head in humility, a sincere smile illuminating his face, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude, as he replied in a modest tone, "To receive praise from my esteemed master fills me with immense honor. I shall undoubtedly strive harder to serve you better. Haha, my dear disciple. You truly possess a thoughtful and considerate nature." The smile on Yu Xiaoyu's face became ever more radiant, her beautiful eyes curving into charming crescent shapes. As she spoke, she gently patted Li Zhi'en's head in approval. Li Zhi'en's expression changed, and he quickly bowed in astonishment, saying, "Esteemed master, you are highly revered. To earn your delight is a fortune beyond measure. I am willing to alleviate your burdens and repay your nurturing kindness. In my heart, your wisdom illuminates the path ahead like a guiding light, and your compassion warms my spirit like a gentle spring breeze. It is the greatest blessing bestowed upon me by the heavens to serve you at your side." Upon finishing his words, Li Zhi'en's eyes glistened with tears of emotion as he raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. Ding! Yu Xiaoyu was exceedingly pleased with your innocent heart, earning a feedback of 100 for filial piety. At that moment, the familiar system prompt arrived as expected. Chapter 23. The Grand Hall of the Sect Leader. Oh my! What a tremendous fortune this is. Li Zhi'en's heart soared with excitement, akin to fireworks bursting in the sky, his breath becoming rapid and labored. After ascending to the second layer of qi refinement, I must procure beast feed, an abundance of it. I shall ensure that the little swallow's offensive capabilities match my defenses. Li Zhi'en resolved in his heart, envisioning himself as an invincible figure, seamlessly balancing offense and defense, with no vulnerabilities to exploit. Although his master would always protect him, cultivating his own strength would bolster his confidence. Furthermore, as a transmigrator in this realm of cultivation, how could one not aspire to immortality? A mere few decades of life was utterly unacceptable to Li Zhi'en. He was acutely aware that the path of cultivation was fraught with thorns. To achieve longevity, one must not only possess formidable strength, but also possess insight into human nature and grasp the truths of the world. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Sect Affairs Peak, countless luminous pearls adorned the dome, casting a soft yet resplendent light that illuminated the hall as bright as day. Yi Bing lay on a stretcher, her complexion pale as paper, teetering on the brink of consciousness. The edges of the stretcher bore remnants of hastily spilled medicinal liquid, emanating a faint glow. "Master, I am incompetent. I have brought shame upon the Sect Affairs Peak. You must avenge your disciple." Yi Bing lamented in a voice so weak it was nearly inaudible, her clothes tattered and stained with blood, presenting a harrowing sight. The peak master of the Sect Affairs Peak, usually stern and unyielding, now displayed bulging veins on his forehead, his mouth agape as he bellowed with rage. "That reckless scoundrel, Yu Xiaoyu, has gone beyond the limits of audacity. I shall not let her escape unscathed." His roar reverberated through the hall, causing the draperies to quiver slightly. Yet, amidst his fury, the peak master found himself engulfed in profound inner turmoil. He understood the harsh reality of the cultivation world, where strength reigned supreme. Yu Xiaoyu's prowess instilled fear in him. However, as a leader, if he failed to stand up for his disciple, what respect could he command within the sect in the future? At that moment, a blue-clad steward approached swiftly with a sycophantic demeanor, speaking urgently. "Master, we cannot simply swallow this humiliation. In my view, we must confront Yu Xiaoyu at once." Her arrogance is a blatant disregard for our sect affairs peak. If you do not take action, how can we hold our heads high within the sect in the future? The peak master was acutely aware of his own early-stage golden core cultivation, knowing he was no match for Yu Xiaoyu. Yet, he could not reveal this weakness in front of his subordinates. His face fluctuated between shades of green and white, his gaze flickering uncertainly, before he forced a semblance of calm and scoffed. Humph, there is no need for haste. This matter requires careful deliberation. The steward's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming anxiously, "Master, are we truly to endure this? This is utterly intolerable. When has our sect affairs peak ever suffered such indignity?" The peak master stamped his foot, shouting in anger, "Do you know nothing? I have my own plans. Acting rashly will only lead to more suffering." With that, he stepped back 2 paces, his complexion alternating between light and dark. At this moment, Yu Bing struggled to speak once more. "Master, you must take decisive action against that wretched Yu Xiaoyu. She is truly abusing her power over the weak. My current plight is unbearable. How shall I continue to live?" sobbed Yu Bing, her lamentations further entangling the heart of the peak master. He gazed at Yu Bing, his eyes reflecting a mix of compassion for his disciple and frustration at his own inadequacies. "Enough of this chatter. I am well aware of the situation." The peak master furrowed his brow, visibly impatient. "Perhaps we could seek assistance from the other peak masters? We could unite against Yu Xiaoyu," suggested the blue-clad steward, his eyes narrowing, his voice ominous. "Do you believe the other peak masters would readily lend their aid? In this sect, who does not harbor their own ulterior motives?" The peak master shot the steward a disdainful glare. After much contemplation, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Let us go. Carrying Binger, I shall seek out the Grand Master. If she does not intervene, then I shall remain on my knees." Atop Dragon Head Peak, the peak master gazed at the Grand Master's palace, floating amidst the sea of clouds, and spoke, "You may return. I will take Bingo to see the Grand Master." With that, the peak master transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the clouds with Yu Bing in tow. Within the thick clouds, a magnificent palace appeared, partially obscured yet resplendent. The golden sunlight struggled to pierce through the layers of clouds, casting a dazzling brilliance upon the palace's glazed tiles, reflecting a radiant glow. Surrounding the palace, exotic flowers and rare herbs vied for attention, releasing enchanting fragrances that carried an almost magical allure, instilling both serenity and reverence. The Grand Master's palace stood majestically, its crimson doors firmly shut, adorned with a tapestry of precious gems that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. The eaves and brackets were intricately carved with exquisite patterns, seemingly imbued with profound mystical secrets. Upon entering the palace, one was greeted by a spacious and luminous interior, supported by colossal stone pillars etched with ancient runes. The walls illustrated legendary tales of ancient immortals, narrating the grandeur of a bygone era of cultivation. At this moment, the Grand Master, clad in snow-white robes, sat gracefully within the hall. Her figure was elegant, akin to a stately magnolia, exuding an ethereal nobility. A delicate veil lightly concealed her face, revealing only her profound, autumn-like eyes, clear and piercing, as if capable of discerning the essence of all things. Her brows, like distant mountains, furrowed slightly, conveying an air of authority and solemnity, reflecting her deep contemplation and concern for sect affairs. At that time, the venerable head instructor, with hair as white as snow, was also present in the hall, engaged in discussion with the Grand Master regarding Li Zhi'en's use of a third-tier defensive spell. "Grand Master, it is astonishing that Li Zhi'en, merely at the first level of Qi training, can wield the third-tier spell, Extreme Cold Sealing. Such a phenomenon has been unheard of since ancient times. What is your perspective on this?" The Grand Master raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp, her voice resonating like a bell as she inquired. The head instructor appeared taken aback, bowing slightly, his expression grave as he replied in measured tones. "The Master, this situation is indeed beyond imagination. From ancient times to the present, there has never been a precedent quite like this. This young man possesses an astonishing talent and comprehension that is truly extraordinary." The Master occasionally nodded slightly, acknowledging certain viewpoints of the chief instructor, and then, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Indeed, talent is of utmost importance." At times, his brow furrowed lightly, lost in contemplation over certain issues, before he suddenly inquired with a commanding voice, "In your opinion, how should we guide this remarkable talent within our sect to fully harness its potential to reach the pinnacle of excellence?" The chief instructor pondered for a moment and replied with a solemn tone, "Master, in my humble opinion, we should tailor a cultivation plan specifically for him, paired with a wise mentor to provide attentive guidance, and we must not rush or force growth unnaturally." Chapter 24. The decision of the sect leader. Upon the arrival of the head of the sect affairs peak, the sect leader merely cast a fleeting glance, continuing the conversation with the chief instructor. The sect affairs peak master felt a sudden tightening in his chest, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face as he attempted to capture the attention of his revered master. Yet, after that initial glance, the sect leader's gaze never returned to him. The sect affairs peak master, feeling apprehensive, stood silently like a wooden post, not daring to utter a word, his heart racing with anxiety. Was the sect leader's cold demeanor a reflection of discontent with the recent actions of the sect affairs peak? Or had he discerned the true purpose of the master's visit and thus chose to disregard him? At that moment, the severely injured Yi Bing desperately signaled to the sect leader, urging him to seek justice from the sect leader. However, the sect affairs peak master remained oblivious, standing motionless. When he heard that Li Zhi'en had employed a third-level defensive spell, the Frigid Eye Seal, he was taken aback. It finally dawned on him why the sect leader had been ignoring him. Li Zhi'en's prodigious talent would be a boon for their sect. Yet his brilliance was bound to incite envy and rivalry among the other peak masters. How could the sect affairs peak maintain its footing amid such intricate dynamics? Glancing at his inept direct disciple sprawled on the ground, he could not help but roll his eyes in disdain. Comparing Li Zhi'en to his own disciple was like contrasting a flourishing flower with a withered weed. After pacing the hall for a considerable time, the sect leader suddenly spoke with conviction. Genius requires pressure. The more intense the pressure, the swifter the growth. As she spoke, her eyes conveyed an undeniable determination. Though a hint of concern flickered within, she understood that excessive pressure could yield adverse effects. Yet she was eager for Li Zhi'en to swiftly evolve into an unparalleled talent for the sect. The chief instructor frowned slightly and replied, "Esteemed sect leader, in my humble opinion, the education of disciples should be gradual. Haste may lead to counterproductive outcomes. Excessive pressure could incite resistance from the disciples. It is imperative to tailor the teaching to the individual, guiding their growth." As he spoke, he stroked his graying beard, his demeanor earnest and solemn, though inwardly he harbored worries. The sect leader's desire to rapidly cultivate exceptional disciples and bolster the sect's strength through such aggressive methods might not be prudent. The sect leader nodded slightly, though she remained unconvinced. She recognized the validity of the chief instructor's counsel. Yet the crises and pressures facing the sect compelled her to adopt some risky strategies. "You have worked hard, chief instructor. Please take your rest," she said gently, waving her hand dismissively. The chief instructor bowed slowly, his expression troubled as he exited the sect leader's grand hall. At that moment, the sect leader turned her gaze toward the sect affairs peak master, her brows furrowing in admonition. "You know your own disciple well. I have no interest in inquiring whether he has harbored any unscrupulous intentions. How dare you come to me? Begone." The sound reverberated like thunder, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly, with the incense burner within buzzing ominously. The head of the sect affairs, struck by sudden fear, was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably like a sieve, his legs weakening, nearly unable to support him. "I should not have recklessly come here. Now, not only have I received no assistance, but I have also provoked the master's ire." Consumed by regret, the sect affairs head hastily retreated with his direct disciples from the master's grand hall. The disciples of the training camp are mandated to compete fairly, required to defeat their opponents with honor, without any special considerations. The head of Shaoqi Peak, Yu Xiaoyu, was penalized with a 100-year salary deduction for intruding into the training camp. The voice of the master echoed once more from the hall. Hearing the master's cold, clear voice, the sect affairs head could not help but shed tears of gratitude and remorse, realizing that the master still held a place for the sect affairs in her heart. The following morning, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Li Zhi'en, accompanied by Xiao Yanzi, arrived at the mission pavilion, where he was to accept an external mission, marking his first departure since traversing into the Xiantian sect. With steady strides, Li Zhi'en approached the mission pavilion, which had been bustling with noise. Now fell silent in an instant, soon followed by a wave of whispers as the disciples exchanged glances. "Look, isn't that Li Zhi'en? I heard he used a third-tier defensive spell, Extreme Cold Eye Seal, in the training camp yesterday," exclaimed one disciple, his eyes widening in astonishment as he tugged fervently at the sleeve of his companion, his voice quivering with excitement. "Indeed. While we were still grappling with the most fundamental spells like the fireball and water ball at the chi refining stage, he effortlessly wielded a third-tier spell. The chasm between us feels insurmountable, making it utterly disheartening." A nearby disciple furrowed his brow, filled with indignation. How fortunate he must be to possess such astonishing talent. It truly makes one envious to the point of bleeding from the eyes. A lean disciple clenched his fists, his teeth grinding ominously. "Exactly. Why does he get to be so formidable? We have not practiced any less than he has. While we toil away, he might very well be indulging in pleasures. Yet look at the outcome. Another disciple's face flushed crimson, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment. It's infuriating how unfair it is. Despite our diligent efforts, he shines so brilliantly while we continue to struggle at the bottom. A weary-eyed disciple sighed, his gaze filled with despair. Let us not dwell solely on envy and resentment. His abilities are his own fortune, and we can only watch in silence, suggested a slightly more rational disciple. However, despite his words, his gaze frequently darted toward Zhi'en, internally questioning, does talent truly dictate everything? What, then, of my years of toil? Even if it is fortune, it is awfully unjust. Why should he monopolize all the good fortune? Another disciple fixated intently on the spirit beast, the little swallow, his avaricious gaze utterly unabashed. A hint of drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. Unconsciously, he took a few steps forward, seemingly yearning to draw closer to the little swallow. It was one thing to possess talent, but to also have a precious high-grade spirit beast. How could Zhi'en, with such fortune, be worthy of possessing so many coveted treasures? Why was I not graced with such luck? At that moment, the elderly steward behind the counter of the task pavilion also noticed Zhi'en. He paused, momentarily taken aback, before approaching with a smile, his eyes glimmering with unreserved admiration. Young friendly Zhi'en, truly, heroes emerge in youth. With such remarkable talent, your future is bound to be limitless. In my many years at this task pavilion, I have seldom encountered someone as extraordinary as you. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chapter 25, Promotion to the second layer of Qi refinement. Hearing the old steward's praise, Zhi'en wore a humble smile. His eyes gentle and clear. He spoke slowly. Senior, you flatter me. I am merely fortunate. Ignoring the envious whispers of his fellow disciples, he thought it futile to concern himself with others' opinions, for their mouths belonged to them, and he had no power over that. Why add unnecessary burdens to his heart? Senior, I have come today to undertake an external task. Zhi'en slightly bowed, clasping his fists together, and continued, my abilities are still rather limited. So I seek the most basic and safest mission, and of course, the rewards are of little consequence. With that, he sheepishly scratched his head, his demeanor exuding a youthful innocence and sincerity. Upon hearing this, the old steward's eyes reflected a hint of puzzlement and bewilderment. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, scrutinizing Zhi'en before responding slowly. Young friend, such low-level and safe tasks typically yield meager rewards, providing little aid to your cultivation. Are you truly unperturbed by this? The old steward pondered privately why Zhi'en was so eager to undertake such a mission. Yet, observing the unwavering determination in Zhi'en's expression, he nodded in agreement, saying, very well, I shall see what I can find. He turned and diligently rummaged through the mountain of task listings, his expression focused and serious. Soon, he discovered a suitable task and handed it to Zhi'en. Deliver a young spirit beast to Xiantian City. Task level, entry level. Task reward, 1 low-grade spirit stone for every 10 successful deliveries. Task description, this young beast has been purchased by a wealthy merchant in Xiantian City. Intended to be raised as a guardian and to showcase the family's wealth and status before guests. Xiantian City, a thriving metropolis at the foot of the Xiantian sect, was established solely by the sect. The city boasted a network of bustling streets and numerous shops, teeming with life. Cultivators from across the Zhao kingdom frequently visited, either to share cultivation insights or to seek rare treasures and medicinal pills. The city also hosted auctions organized by the Xiantian sect, attracting cultivators from all corners who came to bid on exquisite treasures, high-level techniques, and rare herbs and elixirs, thereby fostering significant connections and trade and resources between the sect and the outside world. Upon reviewing the task description, Zhi'en felt no hesitation and promptly accepted it. A look of relief graced his face. Although it was an external task, it was close to the Xiantian sect and posed little danger. Moreover, many esteemed elders were stationed within Xiantian City, so he felt no cause for concern. Seeing Zhi'en's choice, the old steward patted him on the shoulder and spoke kindly. Young friend, you need not make a trip to the Spirit Beast Peak. I shall use a transmitting talisman to have the young Spirit Beast delivered to you immediately. That would be splendid. Thank you, Senior. Zhi'en exclaimed with joy, bowing deeply once more to the old steward, his respectful demeanor endearing him further. Approximately an hour later, a disciple hurriedly arrived with the Spirit Beast, panting heavily while carrying a wooden cage. Zhi'en focused his gaze and discovered, to his delight, a charming first-tier low-grade spirit cat nestled within. The feline's large, round eyes sparkled with an ethereal essence, and its coat, a pristine white, resembled the purest accumulation of snowflakes. Each strand of fur radiated a subtle glow of spiritual energy, creating an enchanting aura that beckoned one to reach out and caress it. The delicate pink nose twitched gently with each breath, seemingly coaxing the surrounding spiritual energy to unfurl in response. As if it had the ability to command the very essence of this realm. The spirit cat's petite paws occasionally peeked out, their soft, pink pads exuding a lively vitality. Its dainty ears twitched attentively, as if listening to the vibrations of the surrounding energies, embodying an irresistible charm that evoked affection in the observer. Unconsciously, Zhi'en extended his hand, softly touching the cage, his eyes glimmering with tenderness. This little creature must have just celebrated its first month, he mused. A first-tier low-grade spirit cat should barely possess the strength of a Qi refining stage 1 cultivator. After bidding farewell to the old steward, Zhi'en took the spirit cat and the task manual, departing from the mission hall. He journeyed northward, and 3 hours later, he stepped beyond the gates of the Xiantian sect, entering a lush forest. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense foliage, casting fragmented, gentle shadows upon the ground, while a soft breeze wafted through, carrying the fresh scent of grass and blooming wildflowers. Following the gentle murmur of a meandering stream, he soon glimpsed the outlines of Xiantian City in the distance. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he then delved into the system. Utilize cultivation experience package, he declared resolutely. In an instant, a warm and powerful energy surged through his body like a tidal wave, filling every limb and bone with this invigorating spiritual essence. The moment he ascended to the second layer of Qi refining, Zhi'en distinctly felt his muscles tighten and his bones grow sturdier. At that moment, the system's shop interface flickered. His eyes brightened in anticipation, surmising that the shop had been updated following his promotion. Eagerly, he accessed the shop and indeed discovered a new item, Beast Pill. He quickly examined the details. Beast Pill price, 150 points of filial piety value. Effect 1, elevates a first-tier spirit beast to second tier. Effect 2, allows the spirit beast consuming the beast pill to digest higher-grade spirit stones. Staring at the beast pill, Zhi'en's eyes widened in shock, quickly followed by an expression of delight. His lips parted slightly as he calculated the implications in his mind. The effects of this beast pill were astonishing. Although purchasing it would deplete a considerable amount of his filial piety value, if it could empower the little swallow, it would greatly aid him on his cultivation journey in the future. Gritting his teeth, he steeled his resolve and, with a twinge of reluctance, decisively purchased the beast pill. Ding! You have consumed 150 points of filial piety value to purchase a beast pill, leaving you with a remaining value of 10. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhi'en felt a pang of heartache, for all of this was earned through his humble servitude. After retrieving the beast pill from the system, Zhi'en hurriedly presented it to the little swallow. The instant the swallow caught a whiff of the beast pill, its eyes sparkled with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. Its little head excitedly bobbing from side to side, emitting eager chirps. Its petite wings fluttered rapidly, akin to a gust of wind, propelling its fluffy body forward as it eagerly opened its rosy little mouth and swallowed the beast pill in one go, looking utterly adorable. Shortly thereafter, the little swallow began to undergo a transformation. Radiant light shimmered around it like rippling water, its feathers grew even more vibrant and silky, and its size slightly increased. Successfully advancing to the second tier. Chapter 26. The schemes of the master open the system. Zhi'en eagerly yearned to peruse the intricate details concerning the little swallow. Host. Zhi'en filial piety value. 10 cultivation level. Second layer of Qi refinement skills. Massage, culinary arts spells, third tier defensive spell. Extreme cold sealing. Capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 7th layer Qi refinement cultivator. Usable twice a day for a 2nd layer cultivator. Items. 1. Second tier spirit beast. Golden bird. 2. Requires mid-grade spirit stones for nourishment. Capable of consuming 3 per day. Sufficient to vanquish a 5th layer cultivator. 2. Cultivation Experience Pack X1. The little swallow had grown significantly stronger beyond the second tier, filling Zhi'en with newfound confidence. With the ability to defend against a 7th layer cultivator and the power to defeat a 5th layer one, this mere 2nd layer cultivator was truly exceptional. However, the swallow's consumption was astonishingly high. 3 mid-grade spirit stones a day? Zhi'en could not help but sigh in dismay, lamenting with a furrowed brow. Oh, little swallow, you truly are a voracious eater. At this rate, my meager stock of spirit stones will be depleted. The little swallow flapped its wings and perched upon Zhi'en's shoulder, nuzzling its fluffy head against his cheek while chirping sweetly, as if to coax him. Master, I want to grow quickly to protect you. I must eat more to become stronger. Zhi'en shook his head in resignation, gently stroking the round belly of the little swallow. Very well, who am I to deny you such cuteness? Even if it means selling my possessions, I shall ensure you are well fed. The little swallow joyfully flapped its wings, spinning in the air before landing delicately on Li Zhi'en's hand. It pecked at his fingers with its tiny beak in a gesture of gratitude. As for requesting spirit stones from the master had already been deprived of his salary for 100 years. Li Zhi'en could not bring himself to do so. Just that morning, an announcement had shone brilliantly across the skies of the Xiantian sect, the bold characters regarding the punishment of Yu Xiaoyu known to all. Li Zhi'en had anticipated that his master would be furious about the salary deduction. To his surprise, Yu Xiaoyu lounged nonchalantly with crossed legs, leisurely puffing on a verdant pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke, appearing utterly relaxed. Spirit stones are but external possessions. Why bow down for mere grains of rice? Li Zhi'en was momentarily taken aback, then rolled his eyes in silent exasperation, inwardly grumbling. His master, with such a lofty realm, naturally did not concern himself with these matters, yet he, still in the nascent stages of cultivation, required spirit stones for support at every turn. Shaking his head, Li Zhi'en understood that his master's transcendent realm was far beyond his current reach. His gaze shifted back to the item section, where he immediately spotted the cultivation experience pack. He stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps I shall reserve this experience pack for my next expedition. My aptitude for learning spells is already remarkable. Should I ascend 2 levels at once and showcase my innate talent, the ancestors of rival sects would surely be unsettled. When Li Zhi'en turned his attention to the marketplace, he discovered that there were no beast cores available for replenishment. It ought to be a self-promotion, he pondered thoughtfully. Subsequently, despite his reluctance, Li Zhi'en painfully fed the little swallow 3 mid-grade spirit stones, then glanced at the progress bar. 5. Each mid-grade spirit stone increased it by 1. And in approximately a month, it would be promoted to a 3rd-tier spirit beast. Li Zhi'en licked his parched lips, although the little swallow currently resembled a voracious beast. Its growth rate was indeed astonishing. Once it reached the 3rd tier, the little swallow would pose a significant threat to cultivators at the 8th level of qi refinement. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Zhi'en smiled broadly, with a 3rd-tier extreme cold eye seal in his left hand and a 3rd-tier spirit beast in his right. He could finally engage in a worthy contest against the other peak masters in the training camp. Meanwhile, in the back garden of the sect leader's palace, the vast clouds swirled like a tumultuous sea, ever-changing, at times transforming into auspicious beasts and majestic dragons, powerful and imposing, at other times resembling ethereal maidens dancing gracefully, light and enchanting. The sect leader, deep in meditation, sat cross-legged upon a jade platform carved from 10,000-year-old cold jade, clad in a snow-white robe. The delicate fabric billowed lightly in the breeze, as if she were one with the surrounding cloud sea, resembling an ice fairy descending from the heavens. Her face was veiled in sheer gauze, revealing only a pair of eyes as cold and luminous as distant stars, radiant yet exuding an air of aloofness. The garden gate trembled slightly, and a black-robed puppet appeared silently like a specter, kneeling on one knee, her voice low and somber. Sect leader. Li Zhi'en has accepted the safest task of delivering a cat. The sect leader's brows furrowed instantly, a flicker of concern passing through her autumn water-like beautiful eyes. She fully understood that while Li Zhi'en possessed extraordinary talent, his overly cautious nature lacked ambition. Without proper motivation, it would be difficult for him to establish himself in the future. Such a gifted individual, content with mediocrity, was truly a waste of potential. How could one comprehend the essence of cultivation without enduring trials? The sect leader's tone turned stern, laced with frustration at the unfulfilled potential. After speaking, she gracefully lifted her jade hand, and a flash of white light illuminated the garden, revealing a nude female puppet that bore a striking resemblance to her. This flawless nude puppet had skin as smooth and white as mutton fat jade, emanating a soft and captivating glow. Her lines were fluid and exquisite, with a long neck reminiscent of an elegant swan, and her collarbone was delicate and alluring, seemingly inviting a gentle kiss. Her slender waist was barely graspable, as if a simple embrace would reveal her exquisite softness and warmth. The flat abdomen was tight and smooth, with a navel resembling a small pearl, evoking an irresistible urge to caress. Her rounded hips were full and perky, rising and falling gently with each breath, silently beckoning with an enticing invitation. Her long, straight legs were proportioned to perfection, with firm and elastic muscles, each inch of skin emanating a deadly allure. Yet, despite her beauty, this nude form exuded no vulgarity. Rather, it conveyed a purity and sanctity that invited closeness, yet instilled a sense of reverence. Subsequently, the master of the sect narrowed his eyes slightly, and a delicate yet resplendent beam of spiritual awareness emanated from between his brows, instantly penetrating the forehead of the female puppet. In that moment, The previously vacant gaze of the female puppet transformed into one that was profound and frigid, as if it could perceive the secrets of all things in the world. She delicately flicked her jade fingers, and a garment as white as snow emerged from her storage pouch, gracefully enveloping her delicate skin, concealing her astonishing beauty. Hastened to increase the challenges for Zhi'en, compelling him to transcend his limitations amidst adversity and evolve into a true formidable warrior, the master of the sect commanded imperiously. Towering above the female puppet, the female puppet nodded gently, then glided away with graceful steps, each movement exuding an extraordinary and ethereal aura as she departed from the Cloud Sea's rear garden. Chapter 27. The Enchantress in the Vast Expanse of the Sky. The female automaton stood poised upon a flying sword, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, racing towards Zhi'en City with a speed akin to the wind and lightning. Along her journey, her delicate fingers deftly flipped through a small booklet, which meticulously detailed the various pieces of information regarding Li Zhi'en's undertaking, as well as a portrait of the affluent merchant. Her frosty, ethereal eyes swiftly scanned the contents, and in the blink of an eye, she committed them to memory. After her examination, she gracefully gestured, causing the booklet to disintegrate into powder, carried away by the winds into the boundless sky. Half an hour later, the automaton arrived at Zhi'en City. This majestic city was fortified with immense walls crafted from colossal blue stones, adorned with runes and incantations that shimmered with a faint spiritual light. The colorful banners fluttering atop the city towers not only harbored formidable spiritual energy but also depicted peculiar celestial beasts that exuded an awe-inspiring aura of majesty. Above the city, a powerful formation enveloped it like a transparent veil, resplendent and enigmatic. Before the barrier of the formation, the automaton passed through unimpeded. For the radiance of the token she bore compelled the formation to part, as if welcoming her arrival. Upon entering the city, the automaton soared like a meteor towards the residence of the wealthy merchant. She intended to relocate him to a more distant city, thus compelling Li Zhi'en to venture into even remoter territories to fulfill his task. Alighting gracefully before the mansion, the automaton extended her spiritual sense to seek the merchant's whereabouts. The merchant's abode was a blend of understated luxury and elegance, flanked by two imposing stone lions at the entrance. Within, a broad bluestone corridor extended, lined with rare spiritual plants and herbs that released a captivating fragrance. Before long, the automaton discovered the merchant in the octagonal pavilion of his estate and promptly flew towards him on her sword. Upon witnessing the descending automaton, the merchant was initially taken aback, his face soon reflecting profound astonishment. Though he was merely a mortal, years of trading had honed his keen perception. Upon sensing the automaton's formidable and unique presence, he felt a jolt of trepidation, his lips trembling involuntarily. The automaton's frigid gaze fixed upon the merchant, devoid of warmth. Under her unwavering stare, he shivered involuntarily, swallowing the words that had risen to his lips. The attendants behind him, perplexed, were about to reprimand him when the merchant raised his hand to silence them. At this moment, the automaton spoke icily. "You are to travel to the royal city of Zhao to retrieve the spirit cat. There must be no mistakes." Her voice was clear and melodious, yet utterly devoid of emotion, as if issuing a merciless decree. Upon hearing this, beads of sweat sprang forth on the merchant's forehead, and he stammered, "Fair lady, my affairs here are exceedingly complex, and I truly cannot be spared. Moreover, why must this trivial spirit cat be fetched from the royal city of Zhao, so far away?" As he spoke, he furtively gauged the automaton's expression, his heart a tumult of anxiety and confusion. The automaton's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a clear sign of her growing impatience flickering in her gaze. "Do not dawdle." Without delay, she commanded a steward to inform the disciple delivering the spirit cat to proceed to the imperial city of Zhao to fulfill his task. As she spoke, the female puppet casually tossed down two rolling mid-grade spirit stones. The wealthy merchant gazed at the stones on the ground, his eyes momentarily flickering with a glimmer of greedy desire, only to be swiftly overtaken by profound fear. He pondered within himself, why has acquiring a mere spirit cat led to such troubles? Why must I go to the imperial city for this? A multitude of questions plagued his mind. At that moment, a fifth-level chi refining cultivator, one of the merchant's household guardians, sensed the unusual atmosphere and hurriedly arrived. Upon learning that the merchant was being threatened by the female puppet, he first attempted to gauge her cultivation level, but what could he discern from a mere puppet? Under the anxious gaze of the merchant, he braced himself and shouted, "Which demon dares to wreak havoc in my abode?" He then channeled his spiritual energy, launching a blazing fireball towards the female puppet. Without even glancing in his direction, the puppet merely waved her sleeve, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual power that sent both the cultivator and the fireball flying. Witnessing the once formidable guardian crash heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, the merchant's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees, crying out in a trembling voice, "Fairy, spare my life." The female puppet's expression remained as frigid as ice as she replied, "I am the Zhi'en Nu of the Zhi'en sect, known for my decisive actions. Do not harbor any illusions. Comply with my instructions if you wish to ensure your safety." The merchant, now drenched in cold sweat, bore a countenance fraught with terror and obsequiousness, nodding repeatedly as he stammered, "Fairy, please do not be angered. I, a mere mortal, failed to recognize your greatness and have shown offense. I shall depart for the imperial city of Zhao at once and fulfill your command." Upon hearing the name of the Zhi'en sect, he trembled, entirely shedding his previous demeanor. The Zhi'en Nu withdrew her piercing gaze, flicked her sleeve, and with radiant brilliance emanating from her spiritual sword, she vanished like a shooting star. Now, she merely needed to wait nearby for Li Zhi'en to arrive. The merchant, watching her depart, felt his body weaken, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, sweat soaking through his opulent garments. After a brief moment, he summoned his resolve. Hastily retrieved the 2 mid-grade spirit stones, his eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and trepidation, not daring to entertain thoughts of keeping them. For they were indeed the spirit stones of the Zhi'en sect. With a serious expression, he turned to the steward and instructed, "Inform the disciple from the Zhi'en sect who brought the spirit cat to ensure it is safely delivered to the imperial city of Zhao, and I shall increase the reward by 2 mid-grade spirit stones." With that, the merchant furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Even if the journey to the imperial city typically cost no more than 50 low-grade spirit stones, why was he offering 2 mid-grade ones? Could it be related to the identity of the disciple delivering the spirit cat? With the limited information at his disposal, even the shrewd and cunning merchant found himself ensnared in a fog of uncertainty. Within the internal strife of the Zhu'an, he, a mere merchant, found himself utterly unqualified to partake in the intrigue. Thus, he resolved to proceed with utmost caution, adhering obediently to the whims of others. In order to safeguard his own well-being and protect the family legacy amidst the swirling tides of this unpredictable situation. After a considerable time, Li Zhi'en, weary from his journey, arrived at the opulent residence of the wealthy merchant, only to discover that the merchant had already embarked on his journey to the imperial city of Zhao. "What did you say? You expect me to deliver a cat to the imperial city of Zhao?" Li Zhi'en exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he seized the frail steward by the collar and shouted angrily, This is the master's command. I dare not defy it. Moreover, my master has promised to reward you with 2 additional mid-grade spirit stones." The steward stammered, his feet barely touching the ground, trembling in fear. Chapter 28. The Trials of the Celestial Maiden. Li Zhi'en flung aside the steward with palpable disdain, his expression reflecting utter contempt as he turned leisurely to depart. With arms crossed and steps as light as a feather, he headed not towards the imperial city of Zhao, but rather towards the distant Shaoqi Peak. The 2 medium-grade spirit stones he had received? Li Zhi'en wrinkled his nose and scoffed, his face etched with disdain. Just 2 medium-grade spirit stones. Hardly sufficient to cover a day's worth of sustenance for the little swallow. He mused inwardly. The outside world was fraught with peril for such trifling gains. Traveling 1,000 miles was a venture he would not entertain. As thoughts of unknown dangers coursed through his mind, he instinctively shrank his neck. At that moment, the celestial maiden, soaring on her flying sword, beheld Li Zhi'en's cowardly demeanor and his hasty retreat with a mixture of shock and indignation. Her pretty face flushed with anger. Her pearly teeth clenched tightly. She knew well of Li Zhi'en's extraordinary talent, yet his character was profoundly timid. If he were not guided through trials now, he would undoubtedly struggle to achieve greatness in the future. Thus, she took a deep breath, her wide sleeves swirling as she darted towards Li Zhi'en like a tempest. On the outskirts of Zhi'en City, Li Zhi'en hummed a cheerful tune, his hands comfortably clasped behind his back as he strolled leisurely to the stream. He gradually crouched down, excitement illuminating his face as he scooped up the clear waters and drank deeply. The cool stream flowed swiftly down his throat, instantly eliciting a satisfied smile. However, at that blissful moment, an extremely fierce wave of sword energy suddenly erupted from the sky. This surge resembled a tumultuous tide, bearing an overwhelming pressure that shattered the tranquility of the outskirts in an instant. The celestial maiden's eyes sparkled with a frigid light as she brandished a brilliantly glowing spirit sword, striking like a deadly bolt of lightning through the night. Aiming directly for the vulnerable spot between Li Zhi'en's shoulder blades, the powerful sword energy ignited the air, a scorching wave of heat surging forth like an enraged tide. Oh no! Li Zhi'en's countenance turned as pale as a sheet, his body quivering involuntarily. In a moment of desperation, he hastily extended his left hand, fingers trembling as he invoked the extreme cold to encase himself. With a thunderous crash, an immensely thick wall of ice formed instantaneously in the air. This ice wall, 3 feet thick, stood like an impregnable fortress, safeguarding Zhi'en within its confines. The crystalline wall shimmered with a mysterious blue glow, as if crafted from millennia old. Unmelting polar ice. Gasping for breath, Zhi'en fixed his gaze upon the ice wall, anxiety gnawing at his heart as he hoped fervently that it would withstand this lethal strike. In the next moment, the celestial maiden's fiery sword, trailing flames, struck violently against the frozen barrier like a raging serpent. Instantly, ice and fire clashed fiercely, producing dazzling sparks as a series of deafening hisses erupted in the air. The ice wall trembled violently, as if it were crying out in anguish. Upon the ice wall, gnarled fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web, each crack shimmering with the bizarre interplay of icy flames. Fragments of shattered ice flew in all directions, accompanied by a sharp sound slicing through the air, creating numerous shallow pits in the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. As the ice wall crumbled halfway, the ethereal sword of Zhi'en Nu abruptly ceased its advance. From the very beginning, Zhi'en Nu had deftly controlled the intensity of her strikes. Her sword, ablaze with fiery energy, now resembled a tamed beast, held in exquisite mastery, reluctant to shatter the ice wall entirely just yet. Witnessing the extreme cold encasing his adversary withstand such a formidable blow without disintegration, Zhi'en felt a slight easing of the tension in his heart. Nonetheless, his gaze remained filled with shock and confusion, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. His voice trembling as he inquired, "We have never met, nor do I bear any enmity towards you. Why, then, do you suddenly seek to take my life?" As he spoke, he involuntarily stepped back a few paces. To Zhi'en's inquiry, Zhi'en Nu seemed deaf to his pleas, her expression as frigid as ice as she regarded him. Without hesitation, she raised her sword once more, launching another assault on the extreme cold encasement, albeit this time the surge of spiritual energy emanating from her sword was somewhat diminished. In truth, her intent was not to condemn Zhi'en to death, but rather to test his character and adaptability in the face of dire straits, thus assessing whether he possessed the potential to become a true powerhouse. Faced with the menacing aura radiating from her, Zhi'en felt an icy chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, instantly breaking him into a cold sweat. In a desperate bid to preserve his life, he blurted out, stammering in panic, "I am a direct disciple of the peak master of Shaoqi from the Xiantian sect. My ancestor is the revered leader of the Xiantian sect. I have already sent word to my master. If you have any sense, you will leave at once. Otherwise, when my master arrives, with a mere wave of his hand, you will be reduced to ashes." Upon hearing Zhi'en's claims of having sent a distress signal and threatening her with the wrath of his master, Zhi'en Nu was first taken aback, then felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a complex expression, both entertained by Zhi'en's childish antics and irritated by his clever ruse. Her grip on the sword tightened unconsciously, the spiritual energy within the blade stirring slightly. Sensing her lack of intention to relent, Zhi'en's heart sank, quickly realizing that if things continued down this path, he would inevitably meet his doom. He concentrated, directing the small swallow beside him to launch an attack against the adversary. The swallow, receiving the command, darted towards the ice wall with lightning speed. Meanwhile, Zhi'en manipulated the extreme cold encasement to create a small opening, allowing the swallow to nimbly slip through. Once free from the ice wall, the swallow transformed its wings into 2 blades of icy light, surging towards Zhi'en Nu with the swiftness of a tempest, launching a fierce assault. Confronted by the assault of the little swallow, Zhi'en Nu was momentarily taken aback, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. She had sensed that the little swallow had remarkably advanced to the 2nd tier. According to the confidential reports I received, the golden bird spirit beast was supposed to be of the 1st tier high quality. How could it have ascended to the 2nd tier in such a brief span? Could it be that this creature possesses an innate talent for beast mastery? Zhi'en Nu was profoundly shocked within, and then, with her right hand firmly grasping the spiritual sword, she began to infuse it with a continuous stream of spiritual energy. She intended to thoroughly train this little swallow, for such a pace of advancement was indeed unprecedented in the Xiantian sect. After all, even prodigies require rigorous training and pressure. Take for instance that Yu Xiaoyu. Without her own relentless drive, how could she have ascended to the late golden core stage in just over 200 years? Chapter 29. Call me father. The ethereal sword in Zhi'en's hand suddenly erupted in a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the surroundings as she gracefully leapt backward. The sword danced with the elegance of a dragon leaping from the sea, swiftly unleashing a cascade of resplendent sword flowers. Suspended in midair, The sword formed an impenetrable curtain of light, radiating a blinding glow. When the sharp wings of the little swallow struck the sword curtain, sparks flew, producing a series of melodious chimes. The immense rebound force contained within the sword momentarily halted the swallow's assault. Yet, undeterred, the swallow grew bolder, launching relentless waves of fierce attacks. Zhi'en's astonishment deepened as she deftly maneuvered her sword, parrying and blocking with agile steps. Each collision between her sword and the swallow's wings sent ripples of visible spiritual energy through the air, causing the atmosphere around them to resonate with a buzzing sound. Taking advantage of the momentary entanglement between the swallow and Zhi'en, Zhi'en frantically rummaged through his storage pouch for a communication talisman from Mei Mei, anxiously attempting to summon aid. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he desperately infused spiritual energy into the talisman. Regrettably, the distance proved too great. The talisman sank into silence like a stone cast into the ocean, eliciting no response. Instantly, Zhi'en's face drained of color, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. As he stared blankly at the talisman, his eyes filled with shock and helplessness. Meanwhile, the little swallow's attacks appeared juvenile against the seasoned and formidable Zhi'en. It opened its sharp beak and emitted a piercing cry, seemingly intent on piercing Zhi'en's defenses. However, with a mere sidestep, Zhi'en effortlessly evaded the swallow's onslaught. Unfazed, the swallow flapped its wings, generating a fierce gust of wind, the edges of its wings shimmering with spiritual light. It spiraled through the air before diving down like an arrow released from its bow. Zhi'en remained composed, gently tilting her sword to precisely intercept the swallow's beak, instantly halting its momentum. Subsequently, the swallow rapidly flapped its wings, releasing countless feathers that flew towards Zhi'en like concealed weapons. A subtle smile graced Zhi'en's lips as she swiftly wielded her sword, creating a flurry of sword light that deflected each feather. With a flick of her wrist, she swept her sword in a powerful arc, sending a tremendous wave of spiritual energy that knocked the swallow back several meters. In Zhi'en's eyes, the swallow's seemingly fierce pounces and pecks resembled a child's playful antics, easily toyed with by her skill. The icy prison of extreme cold was not spared from its grim fate either. As Zhi'en danced through the fray, fierce flames of sword energy relentlessly assailed it. The cracks in the icy barrier spread like wild vines, rapidly expanding, the speed of its shattering visible to the naked eye. What was once a solid and formidable wall of ice now appeared alarmingly fragile, on the verge of collapsing into a heap of shattered fragments. Zhi'en felt as though the shadow of death loomed over him like an unyielding net, ensnaring him tightly. Panic surged within him, as he sensed that his demise was imminent. However, he could not resign himself to perish in such a muddled manner. A fervent desire to survive blazed within him like an unquenchable fire. Thus, he cast aside his dignity and began to plead, "Fair lady, I beseech you to show mercy and spare my life. What would it take for you to relent? Do you desire gold? I possess several exquisite spirit stones. They are all yours." As Zhi'en uttered these words, he frantically rummaged through his storage bag for the precious stones. Observing that the enigmatic lady remained impassive and unyielding, Zhi'en grew increasingly frantic, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He continued, "Do you wish for all my possessions? Not an issue, if you grant me clemency. Everything I own shall be yours." Yet, in response to Zhi'en's desperate entreaties, the lady remained as unyielding as a glacier, cold and unresponsive. In a moment of desperation, Zhi'en racked his brain and declared, "I am skilled in culinary arts and can prepare an exquisite dish from another realm, one you have never tasted before, sure to linger on your palate and be unforgettable." Even so, the lady did not relent, her strikes unyielding and fierce. As the cracks in the icy prison multiplied, threatening to shatter completely, Zhi'en raised his voice in a desperate plea. "I also possess knowledge of massage and foot therapy. If you would spare me for a moment, I vow to serve you faithfully, ensuring your utmost pleasure and comfort for the rest of your days." Upon hearing Zhi'en's words, the lady's previously frosty demeanor faltered, her expression shifting as she could no longer maintain her indifference. With her brows furrowed in anger, she shouted, "Impudent fool!" Accompanied by this furious outburst, her spirit sword erupted in brilliant light. With a fierce swing, she unleashed a powerful blow, shattering the already precarious icy prison. At this moment, she seethed internally, lamenting that this incompetent disciple, faced with such dire straits, resorted to abject supplication instead of employing his knowledge to devise an escape from the crisis. Such a display of weakness was utterly disgraceful. This individual's fragile spirit necessitated even stricter training to cultivate any semblance of achievement. With a stern countenance, the lady approached the now defenseless Zhi'en, exuding an aura of lethal intent, her sword shimmering ominously as she thrust it towards his throat without hesitation. Zhi'en, recognizing the lightning speed of her attack, understood that with his mere cultivation at the second level of qi refining, evasion was utterly futile. In this life and death moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly bowed deeply and, with all his might, shouted, "Wait. In truth, I am your father." Upon hearing this declaration, the lady froze, her sword suspended in midair. Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Uncertain whether she was grappling with the enormity of Li Zhi'en's words or astonished that he dared utter such blasphemy at this critical juncture. Seizing the opportunity in the moment of her stunned silence, Li Zhi'en did not falter. A glimmer of cunning and determination flashed in his eyes as his right middle and index fingers swiftly extended. A torrent of spiritual energy surged within him, and he instantly unleashed the frigid seal once more. In that fleeting moment, a robust and formidable wall of ice erupted from the ground, enveloping the astonished Zhi'en Nu, who was too stunned to react due to her proximity. Seizing the opportune moment, Li Zhi'en propelled himself forward with the force of a cheetah, launching himself violently against the ice wall that loomed just before him. Simultaneously, he concentrated intently, exerting all his will to create a narrow fissure in the ice wall, allowing for passage. With this ephemeral opportunity, Li Zhi'en darted forth like a wraith, unhesitatingly escaping, leaving Zhi'en Nu confined within that impenetrable frigid seal. Chapter 30. Complaints Xiao Yinzi. Li Zhi'en called out hoarsely, his voice strained. Upon hearing his call, Xiao Yinzi did not hesitate to unfurl her wings and dart towards him like a bolt of lightning. As she approached swiftly, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Zhi'en's eyes, and in an instant, he leapt onto the back of the slightly larger Xiao Yinzi. The little bird's body sank slightly under the weight of her master, clearly feeling the strain. Despite the burden, Xiao Yinzi's determination shone brightly in her eyes, showing no sign of retreat. Guided by Li Zhi'en, she wobbled unsteadily yet propelled herself towards the direction of Zhuaniangang like an arrow released from a bow. Li Zhi'en bit his lip, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he frequently glanced back, fearing that the woman in white might pursue them at any moment. Observing Li Zhi'en's meteoric escape, Zhi'en Nu allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. She contemplated silently, recognizing that this young man possessed a certain cunning, justifying her decision to mentor him. Moreover, it was indeed surprising that he managed to ascend to the second level of qi refining with what was deemed a useless spiritual root. This thought increased her admiration for Li Zhi'en, yet the recollection of her disciple audaciously requesting her to call him father made her lips twitch in irritation, a hint of anger flushing her cheeks. Li Zhi'en rode Xiao Yinzi straight to Shaoqi Peak, and then stumbled into the villa. Upon entering the living room, his gaze was immediately drawn to Yu Xiaoyu, who lay languidly on a wooden couch, holding a verdant pipe from which wisps of smoke curled upwards. Today, she donned a coarse short skirt that perfectly showcased her long, slender legs, which were as white as jade and smooth to the touch, seemingly sculpted from fine mutton fat. The sunlight filtering through the window illuminated her legs, causing them to shimmer with an enchanting luster, akin to exquisite works of art. Her delicate calves were gracefully contoured, muscles firm yet supple, and her elegantly rounded ankles added a unique charm to every slight movement. As her body swayed gently, the hem of her skirt fluttered, occasionally revealing more of her fair skin, as if teasing the soul. Her legs, crossed elegantly, swayed softly, exuding an indescribable allure that irresistibly captivated one's gaze, as if an invisible force was drawing them in. The moment Li Zhi'en caught sight of those mesmerizing legs, his expression momentarily blanked, though he quickly regained his composure. Internally, however, he was tumultuous, the image of her stunning legs lingering in his mind. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu noticed Li Zhi'en's disheveled appearance, her mouth agape in astonishment. Nearly dropping her pipe, she widened her eyes, appraising Li Zhi'en from head to toe, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, you rascal! How is it that after merely undertaking an external mission, you have ascended to the second level of qi refinement?" Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed, her brow furrowed in confusion. "With your utterly depleted spiritual roots, such an advancement should be impossible without a decade of arduous effort. Master, during my recent expedition, I encountered grave peril and was attacked. In that moment of dire urgency, when life and death hung by a thread, I inexplicably broke through my limitations and reached the second level of qi refinement. All thanks to your protection, Master. I was fortunate to escape that perilous situation with my life," Li Zhi'en reported, his expression filled with lingering fear. Yu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, her thoughts racing. It is not uncommon for individuals to unlock their potential and surpass their boundaries in life-threatening situations. Surely, the immense pressure between life and death must have stimulated the surrounding spiritual energy, aiding her disciple's breakthrough. Suddenly, her countenance darkened, her beautiful eyes wide with intensity as she demanded, "Who assailed you? Where is that person?" As her words fell, the spiritual energy around Yu Xiaoyu surged, and the verdant pipe in her hand transformed into a gleaming, formidable blade, radiating a chilling light, with emerald spiritual energy pouring forth, captivating all who beheld it. At that moment, she resembled a ferocious tigress, her teeth clenched, her jaws taut with fury, as if she sought to obliterate anyone who dared to harm her disciple. Zhi'en steadied himself and took a deep breath before meticulously detailing the features of the assailant. Master, that wicked woman appeared to be merely in her 20s, clothed in white, her gaze cold and unyielding. He then vividly recounted the ferocious sword techniques she employed. Master, her swordsmanship was extraordinarily formidable. With a mere flick of her wrist, blazing flames erupted, transforming into countless fiery blades that surged towards me. The intensity of the flames was overwhelming. Even my eye-sealing techniques struggled to withstand them. As Yu Xiaoyu listened to Li Jian's account, her mind began to form a conclusion. She quickly surmised that this was a test orchestrated by her own master, designed to compel Li Jian to grow. Memories of her own past, when she had undergone similar trials at the hands of her master, surged back like a tidal wave. Those experiences of suffering and tribulation under her master's relentless guidance resurfaced vividly. The fierce aura that had enveloped Yu Xiaoyu deflated like a punctured balloon. A flicker of embarrassment and annoyance crossed her face, and she could not help but stomp her foot, inwardly cursing, that detestable old hag, forever unmarried. Using such tactics again. Once was not enough for her, now she seeks to torment my disciple. After a brief pause, Yu Xiaoyu cleared her throat, forcing a strained smile to her face, and gently advised Li Jian, my dear disciple, I believe it would be prudent for us to venture outside sparingly henceforth, unless absolutely necessary. The world beyond is fraught with peril and unknown dangers. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. It is far more fitting for you to relish life here at the Little Pond Peak. Li Jian regarded Yu Xiaoyu with a perplexed expression, softly inquiring further. Master, is this matter truly to be left unresolved? Yu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as she averted her gaze from Li Jian. I have my own considerations, the master replied firmly. Leave this matter to me. You need not concern yourself further. Listening to the master's irrefutable explanation, Li Jian, despite harboring numerous doubts, realized there was no alternative but to acquiesce. He pondered silently, recognizing that the stability within Zhi'en sect was indeed preferable. For the outside world was fraught with treachery and peril. That vile woman, no matter how formidable or fierce, would surely think twice before daring to wreak havoc within Zhi'en sect. With this thought, Li Jian felt considerably more at ease. Chapter 31. Pickled fish. Li Jian's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Why had that ruthless woman set her sights on him? They had no grievances in the past, nor any animosity recently, and prior to this terrifying encounter, they had not crossed paths at all. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, she had struck him with such venom, rendering the situation utterly nonsensical. Had she mistaken him for someone else? Or was she merely a deranged fiend, delighting in cruelty and bloodshed? Li Jian racked his brain, yet could not unravel the mystery, feeling increasingly dizzy and fatigued by the absurdity of the situation. Unbeknownst to him, he had dozed off in the wooden chair of the living room. When he awoke, it was already noon the following day. As he noticed the warm blanket draped over him, a wave of warmth surged within him. His esteemed master was not as detached from the world as one might think. Glancing at the sky outside, Li Jian resolved to return to the training camp the next morning, having already taken leave. Thus, he decided to seize the afternoon to indulge in filial piety towards his master. He quickly corrected his thoughts. Subsequently, he first reported his mission failure at the task hall and accepted the penalty, as the spirit cat had managed to escape its wooden cage during the attack. Then, Li Jian proceeded to the kitchen, preparing fresh and clean ingredients. For today he intended to cook a delectable pickled fish for his master. The kitchen, an ancient structure, stood quietly in the corner of the sect. From the outside, the roof tiles bore the marks of time, their hues slightly dull. Yet the faintly visible runes on each tile shimmered with a subtle glow under the sunlight. The walls, constructed from rough stone blocks, had some mortar crumbling between them, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from the stones. Wang Ergu, the head of the kitchen, approached with a sycophantic demeanor, his humble figure appearing even more submissive in the glow of the kitchen's spirit flames. With a broad smile plastered across his face, he respectfully inquired of Li Jian. Young Master Li, what ingredients do you require today? Li Jian scanned the various ingredients within the kitchen and asked, what types of fish do you have? Wang Ergu promptly replied, Young Master Li, today we have grass carp, blackfish, perch, and basa fish. Li Jian stood deep in thought, his brow slightly furrowed. He contemplated. While grass carp is rich and fatty, it is laden with numerous small bones, necessitating careful consumption. Black fish, on the other hand, has firm, meaty flesh with fewer bones, rich in nutrition and tender in texture, making it ideal for slicing without crumbling, both in taste and presentation. Perch is delicate and devoid of any fishy taste, with more flesh and fewer bones, offering a smooth and tender mouthfeel suitable for all ages. Basa fish, while convenient to handle due to its lack of small bones, possesses a somewhat milder flavor. After careful deliberation, Zhi'en finally spoke to Wang Ergu. Please prepare for me a truly fresh large black fish, without the slightest error. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu bent at the waist like a top bow, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he nodded repeatedly. He then turned and hurriedly dashed off to make preparations. Before long, he returned, breathless and drenched in sweat, clutching a large bamboo basket with both hands. As he approached Zhi'en, he cautiously set the basket down, causing a slight tremor upon impact due to its weight. In his heart, Wang Ergu mused, Zhi'en has always been exceedingly particular about the freshness of ingredients. I must prepare several items to allow him ample choice. If I serve him well and he is in high spirits, a generous reward is certain, and I shall reap great profits. Zhi'en, with a smile and appreciative gaze, glanced at Wang Ergu before turning his attention to the black fish within the basket, beginning his meticulous selection process. He first scrutinized the appearance of the black fish, only considering those with intact, lustrous scales, devoid of any damage or loss. Next, he gently pressed on the fish's body, discerning the elasticity of its muscles. Only those that were firm and swiftly rebounded under pressure caught his eye. He then examined the fish's eyes. Those that were clear, bright, and prominently defined in black and white were favored. Finally, he scrutinized the gills, ensuring that only fish with vibrant red gills, free from slime and with clear gill filaments, met his stringent criteria. After a considerable time, Zhi'en finally selected 2 of the finest large black fish, each weighing over 5 pounds. Satisfied, he prepared to leave when he reached into his storage bag and produced 2 low-grade spirit stones emanating a faint glow, which he casually bestowed upon Wang Ergu as a reward. Although, given his standing within the sect, he could have easily demanded the ingredients. Who could guarantee that the food provided would not be tampered with by those harboring discontent, perhaps with a few spiteful spittings? Seeing this, Wang Ergu's face flushed with excitement, and he immediately knelt before Zhi'en, bowing in gratitude while repeatedly expressing his thanks. Thank you, young Master Li, for your generosity. You are truly a benevolent and kind-hearted person. I shall serve you with utmost dedication from now on. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall gladly lay down my life for you. Zhi'en merely nodded slightly, replying, do your job well, and you shall be rewarded. With that, he turned gracefully and strode away. Zhi'en, carrying the fresh black fish and pickled vegetables, returned to Shaoqi Peak with a light step. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu happened to be by the pond, sprinkling some shimmering fish food imbued with spiritual energy. Upon seeing the large black fish and pickled vegetables in Zhi'en's hands, she was instantly filled with excitement, her sparkling eyes gleaming as she inquired, Dear disciple, are we having fish today? Zhi'en quickly set down his belongings and replied with utmost respect, Today at noon, I hope to prepare pickled fish for Master. I trust it will meet your approval. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu could not help but wipe the corner of her mouth, which was nearly watering, and smiled, saying, Dear disciple, whatever you make is bound to be delicious. Zhi'en observed his master scattering the shimmering fish feed into the pond, and a sudden curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to inquire, Master, are the fish in our pond edible? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu involuntarily trembled, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness as he replied, None of the fish in the pond are to be consumed. They are treasures of our little pool peak. Zhi'en longed to delve deeper into the nature of this treasure, yet upon witnessing the resolute expression of his master, he reluctantly swallowed his words. Upon returning to the open kitchen of the villa, Zhi'en's demeanor transformed instantly into one of focus and gravity. In his deep-set eyes shone a blend of determination and earnestness. He adeptly rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong and capable arms, and with a calm composure, placed the black fish upon the cutting board. His movements appeared gentle, yet they were imbued with an unwavering steadiness akin to a mountain's resilience. Chapter 32. The increase of filial piety. Zhi'en poured clear spring water, which flowed like silk into the basin. The black fish on the cutting board wriggled incessantly, attempting to escape its confinement. Zhi'en furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze piercing and unwavering, firmly locking onto the restless fish, his grip neither faltering nor yielding, as if engaged in a silent contest with the agitated creature. He then grasped an exceptionally sharp knife, its blade glinting ominously under the sunlight. Taking a deep breath, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor, reminiscent of a seasoned assassin. With careful precision, He scraped the scales from the black fish, each motion executed flawlessly, causing the scales to fall like delicate snowflakes. When addressing the gills, his fingers deftly delved into the area, applying just the right amount of pressure. His eyes reflecting focus and meticulousness as he extracted the gills intact, devoid of any sign of disgust or impatience. Following this, he rinsed the black fish once more with spring water, allowing the stream to wash away blood and impurities. Zhi'en's gaze remained fixed on the flowing water, imbued with diligence, ensuring that the fish was impeccably cleaned, leaving no detail overlooked. After cleansing the black fish, Zhi'en approached the cutting board, inhaled deeply, and his eyes sparkled with excitement, as if on the brink of embarking on an extraordinary culinary journey. He firmly grasped the sharp kitchen knife and, with fluidity and precision, gently sliced along the fish's spine, akin to a master sculptor carefully crafting a magnificent piece of art. As he cut the fish into slices, his brow slightly furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he remained undeterred, wholly absorbed in his task. Each slice of fish was uniformly thick, and a faint smile crept upon his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. During the preparation of the seasonings, Zhi'en worked methodically, holding a bottle of spices in his left hand and a spoon in his right, meticulously controlling the quantities, his serious demeanor suggesting he was conducting a critical experiment in culinary artistry. As the oil heated in the pan, his eyes sharpened. When the oil began to emit a light smoke, he swiftly added the chopped pickled vegetables, the sizzling sound instantaneously filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. Wielding the spatula, he swiftly stir-fried the vegetables, his cheeks flushed from the heat, yet his rhythm remained unaffected. Once the broth reached a boil, Zhi'en carefully placed the marinated fish slices into the pot, his gaze fixed on them, filled with anticipation and concern, much like a devoted believer safeguarding a sacred faith. By the pond, a gentle breeze caressed the air, and the afternoon sunlight danced upon the water's surface, shimmering like gold. Yu Xiaoyu's petite nose twitched slightly, instantly captivated by the alluring fragrance of the fish. She resembled a lively little glutton, her eyes sparkling, a smile barely contained at the corners of her mouth, saliva nearly escaping her lips. Joyfully bounding to the kitchen, Yu Xiaoyu stood beside it, her head straining forward, eagerly gazing at the still unfinished sour fish dish. Her small hands clasped tightly together, her lips incessantly murmuring in anticipation. "Dear disciple, why is it not ready yet? I can hardly contain my anticipation." In the kitchen, Zhi'en, with a gentle demeanor, set down the stirring spoon and respectfully bowed, saying, "Master, I shall serve you a bowl right away." With a smile gracing his lips, he carefully took a large spoon and filled a generous bowl with glistening fish meat. Yu Xiaoyu accepted the bowl, her face blooming with a radiant smile akin to a flower, and hurriedly sat down, eagerly grasping her chopsticks. She cautiously picked up a piece of fish, swiftly placing it in her mouth, closing her eyes to savor its exquisite flavor, her expression one of sheer ecstasy as she murmured, "So delicious." Soon after, she began to devour the meal voraciously, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster storing food. She stuffed the fish and pickled vegetables into her mouth, chewing heartily, utterly unbothered by the sauce and bits of vegetables smudging her lips. In no time, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and her nose turned slightly red. Yet her chopsticks remained in constant motion, relishing the meal as if it were the most delectable food in the world. Zhi'en stood respectfully to the side, smiling as he watched her, occasionally revealing a hint of tenderness in his gaze. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, with only the warm aroma filling the air, creating a serene tableau of tranquil days gone by. "My dear disciple, this black fish you have prepared is simply exquisite, a true culinary delight," Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed, swallowing a mouthful of fish, her voice bright and full of praise. Upon hearing her master's compliments, Zhi'en's expression shifted, realizing what was to come. He hastily replied, "Master, it is an honor that you enjoy this dish prepared by your disciple. You are the most discerning connoisseur of our Xiantian sect, and for my humble culinary skills to catch your eye is a blessing I could have only hoped for in several lifetimes. I understand that no matter how hard I strive, I can hardly encapsulate your grandeur and elegance. Your high praise today shall forever be etched in my heart. In the future, I shall diligently hone my culinary skills, aiming to present you with dishes that consistently satisfy your discerning palate, allowing you to indulge in the finest flavors of this world." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed into slits as she clutched her belly and burst into laughter. Her joyous laughter rang through the room, bright and clear like silver bells, as she doubled over with mirth, nearly spitting out her food, completely devoid of the usual gravity expected of a disciple. In that moment, Yu Xiaoyu resembled an innocent child, freely expressing her unbridled joy. Ding! Yu Xiaoyu was exceedingly pleased with the sauerkraut fish, earning 60 filial piety points. Noticing the system's notification, Li Zhi'en's eyes brightened, and he pondered thoughtfully. What should I purchase with these filial piety points? I still lack a powerful magical artifact, as the little swallow's attack is somewhat lacking in strength. Yet the system's shop does not offer any magical artifacts. The following morning, as dawn broke, wisps of soft clouds floated across the sky, and a gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. Li Zhi'en stood atop the peak of Shaoqi, his eyes filled with reluctance and helplessness. Slowly, he turned away, making his way to the training camp. After all, the command of the sect leader weighed heavily upon his heart, like an oppressive mountain, and he could not afford to ignore its repercussions. Alas, that old woman of a sect leader, truly meddlesome. All I desire is to accompany my revered master through the rain and shine. What nonsense about tempering one's character, for goodness sake. At this moment, Li Zhi'en could not help but curse inwardly. Chapter 33. Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong. Before the entrance of the training camp, Li Zhi'en strode confidently, his posture impeccable, pondering to himself why the steward who had previously troubled him was nowhere to be seen today. Just then, the gatekeeper caught sight of Li Zhi'en, his eyes widening in surprise, akin to a startled ostrich, as he quickly retracted his neck and hid his head away. Observing this spectacle, a smirk curled at the corners of Li Zhi'en's mouth, revealing a mischievous glint in his eyes. He lifted his foot and mercilessly kicked the closed door twice, the resounding thuds reverberating as if they might topple the entire building. Inside, the steward's heart raced from the impact, his beard trembling with indignation as he muttered under his breath. This unruly brat is utterly insufferable. Yet, he could only stamp his feet in frustration within the confines of his room, rendered powerless against Li Zhi'en, left merely to glare in vain. Li Zhi'en hummed a cheerful tune as he swaggered toward the celestial hall, his demeanor radiating sheer delight. Inside the grand hall, the air was fragrant with sandalwood, shadows dancing as disciples engaged in casual conversations. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed disciple spotted Li Zhi'en and exclaimed at the top of his lungs, "Look, Li Zhi'en is here." All heads turned in unison, witnessing Li Zhi'en enter the hall with his chest held high, exuding an air of confidence as if the world were at his command. Ever since his master had intervened on his behalf, he could now walk through the celestial hall with unchallenged authority. Indeed, after a brief moment of silence, many disciples approached him with beaming smiles. "Senior Brotherly, you are the pride of our celestial hall. Your extraordinary talent and unparalleled comprehension of spells are unmatched," one disciple exclaimed, bowing and scraping with unabashed flattery. As his words echoed, the others quickly chimed in, nodding in agreement. After all, with he being still bedridden, Li Zhi'en was the only direct disciple of the peak master in the hall. Li Zhi'en smiled, waving his hand in feigned modesty. "Oh, please don't praise me so. I might become overly proud and float away. Indeed, Senior Brotherly, you are our role model. We shall rely on your guidance in the future." Another disciple eagerly concurred, his eyes shining with admiration. Li Zhi'en winked playfully, remarking, "All right, but my teaching methods are not ordinary. You must be prepared for some hard work. Senior brother, you performed a third-tier spell, Extreme Cold Sealing, at the first level of Qi Refinement. Truly astounding. Once you reach the 8th level of Qi Refinement, you shall wield 5th-tier spells. Even foundation-building cultivators would not stand a chance against you. We are in complete awe of your prowess." Another disciple exclaimed excitedly, gesturing animatedly with a face full of reverence. Feigning surprise, Li Zhi'en raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is it truly that impressive? I thought it was merely a modest display. In fact, I have even more formidable techniques yet to reveal. Master Li, you are destined to become the pillar of our sect, leading us to glory." Upon hearing this, Li Zhi'en threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Haha, as long as you stick with me, there will always be meat on my plate for you to share. If you obey, I assure you that each of you will achieve greatness." He then inquired, "By the way, who are the top 3 in our heavenly camp?" His gaze was sharp, arms crossed confidently over his chest, as he sought to recruit these 3 individuals to bolster his influence. A stir arose among the crowd, quickly revealing 2 figures. One was a robust man, muscular and formidable, wielding a hefty greatsword, his broad shoulders seemingly capable of bearing the weight of mountains. The other was a frail, pale youth of diminutive stature. The young boy cleared his throat, his voice weak yet articulate. "The foremost in our heavenly camp is Yi Bing. At the 8th level of Qi Refinement. My name is Zhou Yuan. At the 7th level, I rank 2nd. He lifted his chin slightly, eyes gleaming with a mixture of pride and determination. He gestured towards the burly man, saying, "This is Wang Gong, also at the 7th level, and he ranks 3rd. Wang Gong merely nodded at Li Zhi'en, his expression stoic, his gaze resolute, suggesting he was a man of few words but undeniable strength. Observing these 2, Li Zhi'en's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Those with true prowess were not the sycophants who rushed forward to flatter. Naturally, he considered himself an exception. Since you both have sworn allegiance as my junior brothers, do you have any objections? Zhi'en squinted, his eyes sharp. If he could not win over these two, he would gladly relinquish his title as elder brother. Wang Gong hefted his great sword, its blade scraping against the ground with a dull thud, and spoke in a deep voice. I come from humble beginnings and a poor family. Whoever provides me with spirit stones, I shall heed. His gaze was fixed intently on Zhi'en, revealing a hint of desire and determination. Zhi'en felt a surge of amusement. Such a man could easily be swayed. He said nothing, merely retrieved a mid-grade spirit stone from his storage bag and casually tossed it to the little swallow. As the swallow swallowed the stone whole, Wang Gong's throat involuntarily bobbed. His eyes fixed on the swallow, filled with envy and longing for the spirit stone, unable to suppress a gulp. At this moment, Zhi'en turned his attention to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan pressed his lips together. Truth be told, while Zhi'en possessed remarkable talent, he was still only at the second level of qi refinement. It felt somewhat awkward for him, at the 7th level, to pledge allegiance as his junior brother. However, as the grandson of the chief instructor, Zhou Yuan recognized the importance of unity for the heavenly camp. It was essential for the disciples to speak with one voice. Otherwise, they would be utterly fragmented in the face of opposition from the mystic camp. He weighed the pros and cons in his heart repeatedly. Although he longed to become the elder brother himself, he recognized that as long as the sect leader's direct disciple was present, he had no opportunity. Such was the suppression of status and identity. After contemplating this, Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. In the upcoming confrontation within the Spirit Beast secret realm, I am willing to heed your commands, provided that your orders are sound. Otherwise, I shall assume control of the heavenly camp in my own manner. His tone was serious and resolute, his gaze fixed on Zhi'en, as if warning him against any rash actions. Absolutely, Zhi'en replied without hesitation, contemplating how he could easily use this fellow as cannon fodder during the confrontation, leaving him no chance to question his leadership, though a confident smile adorned his face. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. The Spirit Beast secret realm. Are we about to enter the secret realm? Zhi'en exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, eagerly pressing Zhou Yuan for details. The other disciples of the heavenly camp could not help but glance at Zhou Yuan, their bodies instinctively leaning forward. As the grandson of the chief instructor, he might be privy to information ahead of time. Chapter 34. The secret realm of primary spirit beasts. Zhou Yuan pressed his lips together, poised to speak, when the venerable head instructor, his hair a striking white, slowly entered the grand hall of instruction. Each deep wrinkle etched upon his weathered face seemed to narrate tales of bygone days. Adorned in a simple yet elegant long robe that fluttered gently in the breeze, he walked with a steady and commanding gait, each step imbued with an invisible pressure that rendered the previously bustling hall silent. With piercing eyes, the head instructor cast a stern gaze over the gathered assembly and began to speak. This morning, I received an unexpected directive from the esteemed sect leader. The training camp shall enter the secret realm of primary spirit beasts. Clearing his throat, his voice resonated with gravity as he continued. Though this announcement comes as a surprise, it is time for you to embark on some practical experience. I shall now elucidate the rules of the secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, both the Tian camp and Zhi'en camp must exert their utmost efforts to collect the tail feathers of the crimson flame bird. The feathers will be assembled on a wooden plate at the main camp within the realm. The first faction to successfully piece together 50 feathers will emerge victorious in this contest. Should neither side achieve this within 3 days, the faction with the greater quantity shall claim victory. The rewards for the victorious faction are substantial, with each member receiving a high-grade spiritual stone. Conversely, the defeated faction shall receive no rewards whatsoever. As the head instructor's words concluded, the disciples of the Tian camp began to murmur amongst themselves, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. The rewards are exceedingly generous. It's simply beyond imagination, exclaimed one disciple, eyes wide with disbelief, his hands gesturing animatedly. Indeed, in the past, we were fortunate to receive 10 medium-grade spiritual stones. Now we are being offered 100, which is equivalent to 1 high-grade spiritual stone. When did our Zhi'en Tian sect become so affluent? This is quite unusual. Another disciple chimed in, his brow furrowed in confusion as he scratched his head. I wonder if something significant has transpired within the sect, prompting this incentive for us? Speculated a disciple, skepticism etched on his face. At this moment, Zhi'en's thoughts were consumed by the allure of the high-grade spiritual stones. He felt an insatiable hunger for spiritual stones, as his little swallow was akin to a bottomless pit, devouring 3 medium-grade spiritual stones daily. Furthermore, he surmised that after the swallow's ascension to the 3rd tier, its consumption would likely double. As for the confrontation with the Zhi'en camp, he mused quietly, considering that as the master brother of the Tian camp, if he could lead his fellow disciples effectively, perhaps victory was within their grasp. Enough of this idle speculation. What purpose does it serve? Let us prepare earnestly for this contest, and strive to secure the spiritual stones. Zhi'en raised his voice, attempting to quell the restlessness among the crowd. The master brother is right. Let us just focus on winning first. Another disciple declared, his fists clenched, spirit ignited, and determination etched across his face. With renewed fervor, the crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes ablaze with resolve as they eagerly anticipated the fierce competition against the Zhi'en camp. The Grand Instructor stood atop the elevated platform of the main hall, casting a measured gaze over the spirited disciples of the heavenly camp. A flicker of satisfaction illuminated the weathered depths of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth subtly curved upwards. He slightly tilted his head, cleared his throat, and began to speak. In addition to the rewards for the victorious team, there will also be a special prize for the individual best performer. This individual must bravely venture into the enemy camp to seize the tail feathers. The outcome will be determined by the quantity of tail feathers acquired. And the reward for the individual best will be a second-tier puppet, the copper corpse. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the heavenly camp exchanged astonished glances, their expressions rife with disbelief, their mouths agape. The puppet was a unique secret technique of the sect's master, never before bestowed upon anyone as a reward. Zhou could not contain his excitement, a flush of exhilaration spreading across his pale face. Moreover, puppets were typically powerful, boasting formidable defenses, and were devoid of pain, making them far more formidable than comparable spirit beasts. Another disciple chimed in, his face a mix of excitement and anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Zhi'en, standing amidst the crowd, felt his previously simmering enthusiasm ignite into a blazing fervor. He mused inwardly. If he could have a puppet that obeyed his every command to protect him, his journey on the path of cultivation would be imbued with a greater sense of security. If this puppet were to take the form of a graceful silicone woman, it would be nothing short of perfect. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of yearning appeared on his face. The silver-haired Grand Instructor gently waved his hand and solemnly added, soon, the Spirit Beast Peak will arrive to collect the participants. Make sure to prepare diligently and seize this golden opportunity. With that, the Grand Instructor clasped his hands behind his back and departed the instructional hall with deliberate steps. Zhi'en's gaze burned with determination, and he radiated an unwavering resolve to acquire the copper corpse puppet. He slammed his hand upon the table with great force, the sound echoing like the resounding beat of a war drum. Brothers, this secret realm confrontation is an exceptional opportunity for us to demonstrate our strength and elevate the reputation of the heavenly camp. As long as we unite our hearts and efforts, pressing forward with courage, how could we not achieve a resounding victory? When we emerge victorious, not only will we be rewarded handsomely, but we will also earn the respect of the sect master. At that time, our status within the sect will significantly rise, and resources will flow more generously towards us. Follow me, and I, Zhi'en, shall not let you down. The brilliance of our future lies before us. Let us join hands and create remarkable achievements, ensuring the name of the heavenly camp resonates throughout the entire Xiantian sect. The disciples of the heavenly camp were ignited by Zhi'en's impassioned and fervent speech, their spirits soaring, faces flushed, and eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, a clever disciple, beaming with flattery, chimed in, Senior brother, your wisdom and courage are unparalleled. With your guidance, victory is surely destined for our heavenly camp. Another quick-witted disciple readily concurred, nodding enthusiastically in agreement. Indeed, Master Brother, you serve as our pillar of strength. With you among us, we are imbued with unwavering confidence. The reverberations of Master Brother is mighty, echoed fervently throughout the grand hall of teachings. Zhou stood aside, his gaze calm, yet scrutinizing as he observed the fervent enthusiasm unfolding before him. A flicker of concern lingered in his eyes, and his brows knitted slightly. He harbored a persistent apprehension that Zhi'en was excessively impulsive and blindly self-assured, his methods unreliable. One must prepare for contingencies. The reputation of the heavenly camp must not rest solely in his hands. Zhou silently admonished himself, his resolve hardening. Although Zhi'en possessed fervor and courage, this confrontation bore immense significance. It was imperative to avoid relying solely on his impassioned zeal and impetuosity. I must devise a thorough strategy, for should any misstep arise on his part, I must be equipped to respond, ensuring that the heavenly camp does not suffer disgrace due to a blunder. Chapter 35. Disciples of the mysterious camp. An hour later, the colossal spirit beasts of Spirit Beast Peak descended upon the Qing training camp, like two tempestuous hurricanes. One was a resplendent azure bird, reminiscent of a peacock, its wings ablaze with colors as vibrant as the twilight sky, each feather shimmering with a dazzling brilliance, as if meticulously adorned with exquisite gemstones. Its regal head held high like that of a noble queen, and its piercing eyes blazed like raging fires, exuding an aura that instilled dread. The massive wings spread wide enough to shroud the grandeur of the hall, stirring fierce winds that made the surrounding trees tremble. Alongside it was an enormous black eagle, its feathers as hard as forged steel, glinting with a cold, merciless light under the radiant sun, resembling impenetrable ebony armor. Its razor-sharp talons were akin to curved daggers, seemingly capable of effortlessly tearing through any obstacle before it. Those deep, ink-like eyes mirrored an abyss of darkness, drawing anyone who gazed into them into an overwhelming sense of fear. Together, they blotted out the sun, their imposing presence akin to that of mighty demons descending, enveloping the entire Qing training camp in a nearly suffocating pressure. All the disciples gazed up at the two magnificent spirit beasts, their eyes filled with awe and astonishment, their hearts and minds in tumult. In the face of these colossal creatures, they felt their own insignificance and triviality acutely. The disciples of the Heaven Camp looked upon the gigantic spirit beasts with an involuntary sense of trepidation. Even though these beings had intentionally restrained their imposing presence, the innate aura of power still sent chills down their spines. Some felt their legs weaken, others broke into a sweat, their eyes reflecting panic. Among the crowd, Li Zhi'en's gaze flickered uncertainly, his thoughts racing as he pondered his own little swallow, wondering when it might grow to such a magnificent size. He was equally baffled by the realm of these two enormous avians. At that moment, the two spirit creatures circled in the sky for a while before soaring towards the Heaven Camp and the mysterious camp. The beautiful and resplendent azure bird gracefully approached the Heaven Camp, and as it drew near, Li Zhi'en was once again profoundly shaken by its grandeur. Its massive form towered like a majestic palace, every feather distinctly visible, radiating an ethereal glow. Its sharp talons seemed capable of piercing the earth in an instant, and its fierce gaze sent shivers down one's spine at a mere glance. Li Zhi'en widened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape, feeling as though his breath would cease, the shock within him surging like tumultuous waves, refusing to subside. The elderly chief instructor, with hair as white as snow, slowly stepped forward, a gentle ripple of spiritual energy surrounding him. Clearing his throat, he coughed a few times, and those coughs seemed imbued with a peculiar spiritual force, quickly dissipating the overwhelming dread in the hearts of the Heaven Camp disciples. As if they had found their anchor, their expressions gradually calming. Subsequently, the Grand Master's expression turned solemn as he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a radiant spiritual light. This ethereal glow enveloped the disciples of the heavenly camp like a gentle veil. Chanting incantations, he executed the technique of flight, gracefully soaring towards the azure bird. The disciples felt an irresistible and soothing force guiding them, their feet gradually lifting from the ground. As they approached the vast expanse of the bird's back, the Grand Master landed firmly first, then gestured for the disciples to ascend this wondrous steed in an orderly fashion. The feathers on the bird's back were hard yet smooth, emitting a faint warmth. Under the Grand Master's direction, the disciples carefully sought solid footing, a mix of excitement and trepidation evident on their faces, some flushed with exhilaration, others gazing with eager anticipation. This confrontation represented a significant trial on their path of cultivation, and they were urged to exert their utmost efforts without a hint of negligence or retreat, showcasing their personal skills and spells. The Grand Master resolutely admonished his disciples. However, beneath his seemingly steadfast exterior, he was plagued with worry. The current strength of the heavenly camp was inferior to that of the profound camp, and with he being bedridden and unable to attend, this was undoubtedly a substantial loss. The Grand Master sighed inwardly, his brow furrowed, eyes brimming with concern, hoping that this confrontation would not result in a disgraceful defeat, as it would greatly tarnish the reputation of the heavenly camp and adversely affect the disciples' resolve in their cultivation. Contemplating these matters, his brow knitted tighter, revealing his anxiety. As the Grand Master's emotions fluctuated, the azure bird slowly ascended into the sky, its powerful wings stirring the air into a tempestuous whirlwind. Before long, the azure bird encountered another avian creature in the air, a black eagle ridden by a disciple from the profound camp. The Grand Master of the profound camp was an elderly man, nearly bald, his head gleaming under the sunlight. Yet his beard was robust and wild, resembling a tangle of unruly weeds. He cast a derisive glance at the Grand Master of the heavenly camp, a mocking expression adorning his face as he shouted harshly, "Hey, old man, your only capable fighter, Yi Bing, is out of commission. In this secret realm confrontation, I will ensure your disciples experience what true domination feels like." Huh. You won't be able to save face this time, old fellow. His triumphant demeanor suggested he already anticipated victory. Upon hearing his rival's scathing remarks, the Grand Master of the Heavenly Camp felt a surge of humiliation and anger. His complexion shifting between red and white, yet he found himself powerless to respond. Indeed, the overall strength of the Heavenly Camp was, without dispute, weaker than that of the Profound Camp. Faced with such taunts, he could only grit his teeth in silence, swallowing his humiliation for the moment. The Grand Master of the Profound Camp lifted his chin, the wild beard bristling, eyes glinting with provocation as he inquired once more, "Who is Zhi'en? I've heard he is a prodigious talent in spell comprehension." "Humph, this time, my disciple shall see if he is merely overrated." His gaze was laden with skepticism and disdain. The Grand Master of the Heavenly Camp furrowed his brow, suppressing his wrath, and retorted, "Humph, do not be so arrogant." The chief instructor of Tianying glared fiercely, his voice resounding like a mighty bell. "Our disciples of Tianying are valiant and unyielding. How dare you show such contempt? In years past, our academy consistently achieved remarkable feats, basking in unparalleled glory. Even if we find ourselves in a temporary predicament now, it is certainly not something you can trample upon and insult at will." The chief instructor of Tianying responded with a cold laugh. "We shall see who prevails. Whether it is your bluster or the truth that prevails, the outcome of the hunt is yet to be determined." Though the chief instructor of Tianying felt a tinge of uncertainty, he still refused to back down, retorting with resolve. With a gaze filled with hope, he turned towards Zhi'en, silently wishing that this extraordinary talent could perform miracles. However, recalling that Li was merely at the second level of qi refinement, he could not help but let out a resigned sigh, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Chapter 36. The Master of Spirit Beast Peak, 1-1. At this moment, the disciples of the Zhi'en camp on the back of the Black Hawk displayed expressions of pride, their postures erect, as they united in loud mockery of the Tian camp. "Ha ha, this time we shall surely crush you, leaving you to depart the Spirit Beast secret realm empty-handed, a source of ridicule for the entire sect." Their faces, brimming with arrogance, were steeped in disdain and contempt, their eyes filled with provocation. Upon hearing such humiliation, the disciples of the Tian camp felt their faces flush with anger, their eyes widening in fury as they couldn't help but retaliate with harsh words. "Do not be so arrogant. The outcome remains uncertain," exclaimed an impetuous disciple from the Tian camp, his face reddening as he shook his fist and shouted, "Let us see who prevails within the secret realm." Another disciple echoed. Yet their voices lacked conviction, their momentum significantly diminished. This was, in part, due to Yi Bing's absence. They were keenly aware of their disadvantage, especially with two favored disciples of the opposing peak present. Nevertheless, Zhi'en remained unfazed, his brow slightly furrowed, pondering silently. What use is mere bravado? The truth shall reveal itself within. Even if our overall strength is inferior, what of it? Are there not numerous historical instances in ancient Eastern Earth where the few triumphed over the many? His gaze was resolute, a slight smile gracing his lips, betraying a tenacious spirit that refused to concede. Spirit Beast Peak stood in stark contrast to the other summits, resembling a wondrous realm detached from the mundane world. Mist swirled around the peak, and ethereal spirit beasts flitted through the clouds. Their forms varied, some imposing and majestic, others lively and playful. The young ones frolicked amidst the grass, their innocent antics evoking affection. Their vibrant coats and wide, innocent eyes radiated a childlike exuberance in every movement. The azure bird guided the disciples of the Tian camp into a vast cave within Spirit Beast Peak. This cavern exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, its walls marked by the passage of time, rough and weathered. It had existed since antiquity, witnessing the rise and fall of countless sections. So, the secret realm lies within the mountain's core? Zhi'en mused, finding this logical. After all, the secret realm was vital to the sect, necessitating stringent protection as it served as a continuous source of rare resources and an excellent training ground for young disciples. The azure bird and black hawk gradually descended at a massive square stone pillar within the cave. The pillar's surface was as smooth as jade, resembling exquisite, translucent jadeite, emanating a soft, gentle glow of pale azure. All the disciples of the azure training camp gazed curiously at the square stone pillar, their eyes filled with awe and intrigue, occasionally exclaiming in wonder, "Such an extraordinary pillar. Does it perhaps harbor some mysterious power? Just look at its luster. It must be something extraordinary." Suddenly, the little swallow perched on Zhi'en's shoulder began to chirp excitedly, its voice clear and melodious, as if urgently conveying a significant discovery. Its petite and delicate form quivered with excitement, those ebony eyes fixated intently upon the square stone pillar, brimming with a blend of curiosity and bewilderment. as if it possessed a unique resonance with the pillar. Zhi'en gently caressed the little swallow's head, speaking softly, "Patience, my little friend. Let me investigate further." The little swallow seemed to comprehend Zhi'en's words, tilting its head and blinking its lively eyes, its tiny claws playfully tugging at Zhi'en's garment, as if urging him to hasten. Its adorable demeanor was utterly enchanting, making one yearn to embrace it. At that moment, the esteemed leader of the spirit beast peak, gracefully descended like a celestial being, clad in a flowing robe of pale lavender, reminiscent of smoke and mist. The intricate silver embroidery upon her sleeves shimmered with a subtle radiance. The silver-trimmed belt at her waist accentuated her slender figure, while the hem of her gown billowed in the breeze like ethereal clouds, dreamlike and enchanting. Her exquisite visage resembled finely sculpted jade, her skin fair and flawless, exuding a warmth and delicacy akin to sheep-fat white jade. Beneath elegantly arched willow leaf brows, her elongated phoenix eyes subtly tilted upward, their corners and brows imbued with a natural allure, yet tempered by a dignified grace that prevented any hint of frivolity. Her lips, naturally tinted a soft crimson, parted slightly to reveal a gentle smile, reminiscent of vibrant blossoms in the spring, captivating and radiant, rendering everything around her dim in comparison. Wen's eyes sparkled with a depth akin to a crystal-clear lake, suggesting a wisdom and perceptiveness about the world. Her gaze seemed capable of discerning the hearts of others, while remaining enigmatic in revealing her true thoughts. "Apologies for the delay, as I was preoccupied with some urgent matters." Wen spoke, her voice as delicate as an orchid's bloom. A gentle smile adorned her face, radiating warmth and charm akin to March peach blossoms, filled with sincerity and kindness, akin to a serene lake drawing one in. "Please do not hold it against me. It was an unforeseen circumstance that required my personal attention, and I hope for your understanding." With a slight nod, her poise echoed that of a swan in graceful flight, the lavender robe swaying gently in the wind, enhancing her ethereal demeanor. Wen's tone was earnest and heartfelt, each word imbued with the warmth of a gentle spring breeze, effortlessly enchanting all who listened, leaving no room for even the slightest resentment. Zhi'en gazed at the spirit beast peak leader's radiant smile, instantly feeling a fondness for her. He mused, "She could be considered a master, after all. If I show her filial piety, surely there will be some reciprocation." It seemed she sensed his unwavering gaze, as Wen turned to him with an expression of curiosity and warmth, akin to that of a friendly neighborly sister. Then, she revealed a soft smile, akin to a spring breeze, instantly filling his heart with warmth. The two chief instructors of the training camp respectfully bowed to Wen, while the wild-bearded elder from the Zhi'en camp could not resist inquiring, "Peak Master, when shall we enter the beginner's spirit beast secret realm? We humbly await your guidance." Wen gently parted her lips, responding with tenderness, "Do not be anxious, my esteemed guests. The opening of this secret realm will be arranged with utmost care, and you shall not be kept waiting." As she spoke, her delicate hand gracefully lifted, and the token in her possession radiated a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of stars descending upon the earthly realm. She inserted the token into the square stone pillar, and in an instant, the area surrounding the pillar erupted in resplendent light, enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, as if countless runes danced in the air, appearing and disappearing like phantoms. Accompanied by a deep, resonant hum, the colossal stone pillar gradually fissured, revealing a radiant opening. The light emanating from the opening was blinding, and one could faintly discern tumultuous clouds within, with waves of spiritual energy surging forth, as if a powerful beast's roar echoed from the depths, instilling a sense of trepidation in the hearts of onlookers. The grand instructor of the mystical camp waved his hand, unceremoniously ushering his disciples to enter the realm of spiritual beasts first. The silver-haired grand instructor of the celestial camp observed his somewhat restless disciples, stroked his beard thoughtfully, and remarked, "The expanse within the realm of spiritual beasts is vast. Entering first does not confer any significant advantage, so there is no need for concern." His voice was steady and resonant, immediately assuaging the anxieties of the celestial disciples. Chapter 37. The sect leader and the peak masters gather at last. It was the turn of the disciples from the heavenly camp to step into the rudimentary spirit beast secret realm through the deep fissure. From within the crevice, peculiar sounds echoed, as if extraordinary spirit beasts were lowing and roaring in the depths. Zhi'en took a deep breath, his voice resonating like a mighty bell as he shouted, "Upon entering the secret realm, all must remain still and refrain from dispersing. It is imperative that you await assembly in earnest. The spirit beasts within this realm are exceedingly ferocious. Should any foolhardy individual dare to defy orders and act alone, I shall lead all disciples in delivering a most severe punishment upon their return." ensuring they comprehend the grave consequences of insubordination. Upon hearing Li Zhi'en's words, Xiao Yinzi tilted her delicate head and chirped softly, seemingly reminding everyone to heed the command. Li Zhi'en did not step into the secret realm first. He was wary that the nefarious members of the Zhi'en camp might lie in ambush for him. His gaze sharpened, fixed intently on the crevice, until the disciples of the heavenly camp entered one by one. Only then did Li Zhi'en lick his lips and, with a heart full of trepidation, step into the fissure. As the last disciple of the Qing training camp entered the secret realm, a sudden, overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, and the surrounding air seemed to grow gravely dense. There appeared the sect leader, treading upon clouds, her garments billowing as if she had teleported into the cavern in an instant. Clad in a robe as white as snow, embroidered with mysterious runes that radiated a soft, ethereal glow, she exuded an air of majestic authority. The delicate veil fluttered in the wind, obscuring much of her visage. Yet through the subtle gaps, one could still perceive the noble grace emanating from her exquisite features. Her silver hair, reminiscent of frost and snow, cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze, with each strand seemingly infused with boundless spiritual energy. Her cool, piercing eyes were as profound as cold stars, imbued with a calm and composure that spoke of experiences weathered over time. Salutations to the sect leader. The peak master of the Spirit Beast Peak and the two chief instructors of the Qing training camp quickly bowed in reverence upon her arrival. The sect leader nodded slightly, her subtle gesture carrying an undeniable authority that inspired awe. Suddenly, 3 streams of spiritual energy soared into the cavern, their brilliance dazzling like rainbows piercing the sun. Moments later, as the light dissipated, the figures of the peak masters of the Affairs Peak, Shaoqi Peak, and Qi Lian Peak emerged. The peak master of the Affairs Peak donned a robe of azure, its sleeves dancing with the wind, as faint azure light swirled around him. The peak master of Shaoqi wore simple hemp garments, a verdant pipe in one hand and a wine gourd in the other, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. The peak master of Qi Lian was clad in a fiery red long robe, flames seemingly rising behind him, his stature tall and imposing, akin to an unyielding mountain. His hands bore the calluses of long years spent in crafting, a testament to his dedication and focus in the art of refinement, while his eyes blazed with the intensity of a furnace, capable of discerning the essence of all refining materials. The master of Spirit Beast Peak, with eyes gleaming with wisdom, contemplated deeply, their brilliance reminiscent of the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky. Traditionally, during the entry of disciples into the Spirit Beast secret realm, the other peak masters and the sect leader need not be present. What, then, is the significance of today's gathering? As all were assembled, the sect leader's voice rang out, cold yet authoritative. Let the observation commence. Let us discern the temperaments of this generation of disciples. It is our duty to properly guide them, a responsibility incumbent upon you as peak masters. The sect leader's voice seemed to embody a supreme animating force, reverberating in the ears of the assembly, leaving them in awe. All peak masters responded with utmost respect. Even the boisterous Yu Xiaoyu was uncharacteristically subdued, refraining from any mischief. With the conclusion of the sect leader's words, the master of Spirit Beast Peak swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. Streams of spiritual energy runes shot forth from their fingertips, merging into the square stone pillar ahead. The pillar blazed with radiant light, akin to a blazing sun, before gradually condensing into a massive screen, vividly displaying the figures of disciples within the secret realm. The screen pulsed with fluctuations of spiritual energy, dense runes flickering erratically, as if holding boundless enigmas. At this moment, the master of Administrative Peak cautiously stole a glance at the sect leader, then cautiously spoke. Sect leader, our sect's exchange conference with the Zhao Kingdom's imperial city is approaching. Might I inquire who will lead our delegation? Preparations can be made in advance. As he spoke, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, secretly calculating that if he were to lead, it would undoubtedly enhance his standing within the sect. The sect leader cast a faint glance in his direction and casually replied, this exchange conference will be led by Wenwen and Xiaoyu to the Zhao Kingdom's imperial city. The master of Administrative Peak maintained a facade of respect, but his heart sank, the weight of disappointment enveloping him like a shadow. Upon hearing this, Wenwen slightly bowed, his tone gentle and melodious. With the sect leader's trust, I shall devote myself fully, ensuring that I do not disgrace this mission, and I will complete this exchange task successfully alongside junior sister Xiaoyu, bringing glory to our sect. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu muttered with reluctance, oh, I'd rather not deal with the hassle of leading the team. With this time, I could enjoy a smoke after a drink. Feeling like a deity, she scrunched her nose and pouted, resembling a petulant child. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoyu's grumbling, the sect leader cast a chilling glare in her direction. As if accompanied by a biting wind, Yu Xiaoyu quickly recoiled, like a startled rabbit, promptly closing her mouth, her hands instinctively covering it, her eyes darting playfully, exuding a charm that was both endearing and amusing. Within the spirit beast's secret realm, a vast and boundless primitive forest unfolded, the air thick with rich spiritual energy. This energy manifested as a tangible mist, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight's embrace. Each ancient tree seems to possess a life of its own, with trunks so immense that even several individuals would struggle to encircle them. The rough bark is etched with the marks of time. Massive roots wind their way through the earth, resembling stout serpents, deeply anchoring the trees in place. Upon the trunks, archaic runes flow, and among the leaves, flickers of ethereal light shimmer. In this primordial forest, powerful waves of spiritual energy occasionally ripple through the air. In the underbrush, wisps of spirit energy drift by like smoke and mist, rejuvenating the flora in their wake. Delicate and fluffy young creatures peek out from the dense thickets, emanating faint yet pure waves of spiritual energy, as if they are the forest's own sprites. At this moment, Zhi'en has no time to admire the extraordinary beauty of this secret realm. He must act swiftly. He calls out loudly to the scattered disciples of the heavenly camp. Gather. Chapter 38. Pre-battle mobilization. Once assembled, Zhi'en's gaze was piercing as he fixed his attention directly on Zhou Yuan, proclaiming loudly, "Zhou Yuan, ascend the tree and survey the terrain from above." Zhou Yuan, upon hearing this command, furrowed his brow, his expression painted with reluctance, inwardly grumbling to himself. How can a person of my stature, ranked second, be relegated to such menial tasks? Zhi'en's countenance darkened, revealing his impatience as he reiterated with a commanding tone. "Zhou Yuan, hurry. Should you delay our strategic advantage, the responsibility will rest entirely upon your shoulders." In truth, Zhi'en's insistence was a strategic maneuver to thwart any potential mischief Zhou Yuan might contemplate, effectively keeping him preoccupied. Moreover, being the beloved grandson of the Grand Instructor, Zhou Yuan's defection was not a concern. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in fury, as if flames might erupt from them. His face flushed with indignation as he bellowed, "Zhi'en, you are crossing the line. Why should I be the one to do this? I am a person of significance in the heavenly camp." Zhi'en remained undeterred, his expression grave. "This secret realm confrontation is of paramount importance to our heavenly camp. Should you refuse to obey the orders of your senior brother, I shall immediately revoke your status as a disciple and confine you until the confrontation concludes, at which point I will present you to the Grand Instructor for judgment." Zhi'en's gaze turned icily resolute, his tone brooking no argument. Upon hearing Zhi'en's righteous declaration, Zhou Yuan felt his resolve wane. In this critical period of the camp confrontation, with the Grand Instructor absent, his senior brother indeed held the authority to lead the disciples. However, he never anticipated Zhi'en would be so brazen, seemingly targeting him so overtly. At that moment, someone gently nudged Zhou Yuan, whispering, "Senior brother Zhou, do not act impulsively. The greater picture must take precedence." Another disciple nearby echoed, "Indeed, senior brother Zhou, we cannot afford to jeopardize the greater good over trivial matters." The remaining disciples of the heavenly camp sent him imploring glances, emphasizing that should he delay the confrontation, it would jeopardize their collective interests. Realizing the weight of their stares, Zhou Yuan comprehended that should he unleash his anger now, he would likely be restrained by all present. With a heart laden with bitterness and helplessness, he begrudgingly strode toward the great tree. At this juncture, Zhi'en suddenly called out to him, leisurely stating, "Who has a communication talisman? Hand him one so he can remain aloft a while longer and relay us further intelligence." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's face flushed crimson once more. "Zhi'en, are you toying with me like a puppet?" Zhi'en remained unmoved, arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence. "A new official must establish authority. If I do not take decisive action against you, how will I assert my credibility?" As the communication talisman was swiftly passed to him, Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, his anger simmering within, yet ultimately accepted the talisman. Zhou Yuan moved with remarkable speed, akin to a tempest racing towards the treetops. Utilizing both hands and feet, he ascended while occasionally striking the trunk with vigorous kicks, seemingly seeking to vent all his pent-up frustrations upon the innocent tree. In a short while, a message emanated from the treetop. Despite the turmoil within him, Zhou Yuan prioritized the interests of the heavenly camp. His message was concise, comprising merely 2 sentences. Ahead, at a considerable distance, 2 beams of light pierced the sky, and the disciples of the profound camp, having entered earlier, were swiftly advancing towards one of the beams. Zhi'en discerned, without speculation, that the origins of these beams were the respective camps of both factions. and the wooden platform bearing the tail feathers must lie within their encampment. At this moment, Wang Gong stepped forward, his voice resonant and commanding. Li Zhi'en, let us hasten to the location of the other beam. Although this secret realm is indeed vast, we cannot afford to squander time. Despite following Li Zhi'en's orders, he found it difficult to address the sycophantic disciples of the heavenly camp as senior brother, especially since Li Zhi'en had only recently joined them. Li Zhi'en did not respond to Wang Gong's words. Instead, he scanned the crowd with a serious expression and asked, "What do you all believe are our chances of victory? Now that there are no outsiders, feel free to speak candidly." The disciples of the heavenly camp exchanged glances, their spirits dampened as they collectively lowered their heads. The disparity is too great. The profound camp boasts two direct disciples of peak masters, both experts at the 8th level of Qi refinement. How could we possibly win? One disciple lamented dishearteningly. Indeed, our strongest here is merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. We are no match, another echoed with a sigh. This is nothing more than a confrontation devoid of hope, a third disciple complained. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with despondency as the disciples of the heavenly camp voiced their pessimism, having previously concealed their sentiments to avoid mockery from the profound camp. Observing their recognition of the grim reality, Li Zhi'en's gaze suddenly hardened, and he stood tall, proclaiming, "Since you all believe that this battle is a foregone conclusion, are you willing to fight alongside me with our backs against the wall, to embrace death and then strive for life?" His voice was sonorous and powerful, resonating through the air as if to pierce the heavens. After a brief pause, he continued passionately, "If we fail, we shall remain as we are, still under the thumb of the profound camp. But what if we emerge victorious? That would be a moment of glory for our heavenly camp, a time for us to hold our heads high and earn the respect of all. We must show them that the fervor of the heavenly camp disciples has never waned, and our spines remain unbent." Li Zhi'en's words struck like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of the heavenly camp disciples, instantly igniting their spirits and awakening their burning resolve. Let it be known that the aspirations of youth soar high, aspiring to achieve greatness. Among the crowd, one disciple's eyes flickered with hesitation. But that uncertainty was swiftly supplanted by determination as he declared aloud, "Brotherly, even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I am willing to follow you into the fray." Another disciple, though initially hesitant, soon clenched his teeth and shouted, "Though the risks are monumental, so what if we fail? At worst, we shall simply lose." Yet another disciple, his fists tightly balled and veins bulging on his arms, proclaimed loudly, "Brotherly is right, rather than await our doom. We should take a bold stand. Even in defeat, let it be grand and resounding." A younger disciple, his face set with determination and eyes glistening with fervor, echoed, "Indeed. Since we are bound to lose anyway, why not strive for glory?" A typically composed disciple, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Brotherly, I am willing to heed your call. Let us fight this battle, even if it leads to our utter destruction. I will not flinch." As the crowd erupted into fervent discussion, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Each face radiated a fierce resolve to fight against the odds. Their spirits ignited with an indomitable courage, as if they aimed to set the entire secret realm ablaze. Chapter 39. A fiery plan gazing upon the eager faces of the crowd, each infused with fervent longing and a resolute determination to face adversity head-on. Li Zhi'en's eyes gleamed with a fierce resolve. No longer will he indulge in ambiguity. With a sweeping gesture, he declared with conviction, "Today, I shall lead you to follow the disciples of the Zhi'en, and we shall strike at their very core." "What?" The disciples, taken aback by his proclamation, were expressions of astonishment, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. Some scratched their heads in confusion, murmuring to themselves, while others furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation. An impatient disciple was the first to voice his concern. "Master brother, what do you mean by this?" Another disciple, equally anxious, chimed in, "Indeed, master brother, we are quite perplexed. Is this not an exceedingly risky course of action?" With arms crossed and a steadfast gaze fixed upon the assembly, Li Zhi'en explained assertively, "The Zhi'en disciples are under the illusion that we dare not confront them openly. They will undoubtedly lower their guard. We will stealthily follow, lurking around them, observing closely. And when they least expect it, we shall launch a sudden assault from behind, catching them off guard. This is the strategy of winning through the unexpected." His voice resonated with calm authority, as if infusing the disciples with a surge of confidence. At that moment, a perceptive disciple suddenly grasped the brilliance of the plan and exclaimed, "Master brother, this strategy is indeed clever. The Zhi'en fellows will never anticipate our approach." His face radiated with excitement, his eyes shimmering with hope. Yet, some disciples still bore expressions of concern and cautiously voiced their apprehensions. But what if we are discovered? Would we not find ourselves in grave danger? The strength of the Zhi'en is formidable. Their voices trembled slightly, betraying their uncertainty. Li Zhi'en's gaze sharpened, piercing and resolute. As he replied firmly, "Fortune favors the bold. To attain victory, we cannot afford to hesitate. When have we, the Tianying disciples, ever known fear? As long as we unite in purpose, success is within our grasp." Upon hearing this, some clenched their fists tightly, their knuckles whitening as they silently gathered their strength. Others took deep breaths, puffing out their chests, their expressions gradually transforming into one of determination. Even Wang Gong nodded in silent agreement. With a slight smile that exuded confidence and composure, Li Zhi'en continued, "Consider this. According to the natural progression of events, the Zhi'en should, on the first day, gather their tail feathers. By the second and third days, they would come with reinforcements to seize the tail feathers from us. If we cannot hold our ground, would we not be offering our hard-earned gains to them?" As his words settled in, the disciples fell into contemplation. After a moment, one spoke up. "What Brother Li says is absolutely correct. The Zhi'en are indeed arrogant and will act in such a manner. They have always relied on their overwhelming strength, brazenly disregarding reason." His face flushed with indignation, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury. Another disciple, equally incensed, tightened his fists and gritted his teeth in agreement. "Indeed, they are nothing but shameless brigands, intent solely on plundering the treasures of our celestial camp. Time and again, they effortlessly seize the fruits of our labor. Their audacity knows no bounds. It is utterly intolerable. They persistently bully our celestial camp." A disciple, consumed by righteous fury, shouted, his eyes wide and the veins on his neck clearly visible. "They treat us with utter disdain, trampling upon our dignity with impunity." The crowd nodded in agreement, voices of indignation rising in a chorus, a cacophony of curses echoing through the air. The members of the Zhi'en camp are devoid of any moral compass. They are mere thieves, engaging in unscrupulous acts of extortion, utterly devoid of shame. They are a band of bullies, leveraging their power to oppress the weak. Their malevolence is beyond measure. It is infuriating. We must not allow them to succeed this time. We shall make it known that our celestial camp is not to be trifled with. The disciples were aflame with passion, shaking their fists, eager to confront the members of the Zhi'en camp at once. Li Zhi'en cleared his throat with determination, gradually quieting the raucous crowd that resembled a bustling marketplace. His gaze was resolute, his demeanor solemn, as he continued, "Thus, after careful consideration, I have resolutely decided to lead you all to stealthily follow the members of the Zhi'en camp, concealing ourselves near their stronghold. We shall no longer exhaust ourselves collecting tail feathers. Instead, we will seize theirs. The opportune moment will arise when their main force departs to rob us of our tail feathers. We will launch a swift assault on their defenseless stronghold. Trust me, this endeavor shall undoubtedly succeed." Li Zhi'en tightened his fists and raised his voice. "Next, we shall incessantly harass them as they gather tail feathers, thwarting their efforts. Though the enemy may indeed possess greater strength, we shall adopt a strategy of guerrilla warfare, retreating when the enemy advances and harassing them when they tire. This is a brilliant tactic once employed by a great figure of the past." Li Zhi'en surveyed the crowd with confidence and concluded, "As long as we safeguard the first batch of tail feathers we seize, holding firm for 3 days, we shall achieve resounding victory. After all, the rules do not stipulate that we must possess 50 tail feathers." The disciples of the celestial camp listened intently to Li Zhi'en's plan. Initially, their faces bore expressions of confusion and uncertainty, yet as Li Zhi'en articulated his thoughts with clarity, their gazes gradually brightened, as if awakened from a stupor. For those still naively innocent among the junior disciples, Li Zhi'en's words opened a new door deep within their souls, revealing an unprecedented strategic vision. "Senior brother, this plan is truly exquisite," one disciple exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. "Indeed, how had we not thought of this earlier?" Another disciple chimed in enthusiastically. "With senior brother leading us, we are sure to succeed." "Absolutely, following senior brother, victory is assured." The atmosphere surged with fervor, each disciple's blood boiling, faces flushed, as they raised their voices in a fervent chorus. "Long live the master brother! Long live the master brother!" The voices initially surged like tumultuous waves, one after another, quickly converging into a deafening torrent. Perched alone atop the lofty branches, Zhou Yuan stood isolated, unable to discern the content of Li Zhi'en's plan due to the considerable distance from the ground. Nevertheless, the resounding chorus from below, akin to a roaring tide, reached his ears with startling clarity, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He furrowed his brow, filled with suspicion, pondering silently. What kind of enchantment had Li Zhi'en cast upon them, inducing such fervor that they seemed to have lost their reason, behaving like mindless fools, unabashedly shouting aloud. Yet, as Zhou Yuan contemplated his own solitary position, akin to a monkey perched atop a tree, neglected and unnoticed, his expression darkened instantly. A surge of bitterness and indignation welled up within him, as if he had been forsaken by the entire world, engulfed in loneliness and despair. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, oblivious to the pain, his eyes staring vacantly into the distance, his heart brimming with turmoil and struggle. Chapter 40. Outside meanwhile. In the cave hidden beyond the mystical realm, the Master's frosty gaze sparkled with an unusual brilliance, akin to the twinkling cold stars in a deep valley. Li Zhi'en's words, transmitted through the flickering screen, reached her ears with crystal clarity. Initially, her delicate brows knitted together, a cloud of discontent coalescing upon her forehead, as if about to descend heavily. Clearly, she was incensed by Li Zhi'en's decision to avoid a direct confrontation, a fleeting trace of ire flitting beneath the exquisite veil. Yet, in but a moment, a barely perceptible smile flickered at the corner of her lips. With her eyes slightly narrowed, she appeared contemplative, as if, after deep reflection, she had discerned an intriguing nuance within Li Zhi'en's seemingly crude strategy. Although his plan appeared simplistic and devoid of structure at first glance, its audacious conception and unexpected angles presented her with a glimpse of latent possibilities. Perhaps, amidst this seemingly insurmountable predicament, this distinct approach might indeed carve a path brimming with hope. Yu Xiaoyu languidly leaned against a stone pillar, one hand clutching a wine gourd while the other held a verdant pipe. As she listened to her clever disciple's scheme, she suddenly let out a loud belch that reverberated startlingly in the tranquil cave. Followed by a peal of laughter, she exclaimed, "Huh? Did you see that? That's my clever disciple. Isn't she remarkably astute? Isn't she exceptionally intelligent? In my own adventures through the mystical realm, I never conceived such ingenious ideas. Humph. My disciple will surely achieve greatness in the future." She tilted her head back, taking a generous gulp of wine, which cascaded down her luscious lips, dampening her choler. Yet she remained unperturbed. The pale skin of her neck, tinged with a delicate blush from the wine, resembled a peach blossom quietly unfurling. At her slightly open neckline, a small patch of skin, as smooth as snow, inadvertently revealed itself, glistening under the wine's touch, exuding an irresistible allure. Who could be as fortunate as I, to have such a talented and bold disciple? Those old codgers must be green with envy. With her eyes slightly clouded by intoxication, pride and satisfaction swelled within Yu Xiaoyu. The master of the spirit beast peak, elegant and poised, stood within the cave, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her demeanor ethereal. Her rounded, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, fixed intently on Li Zhi'en on the screen, her gaze brimming with unabashed admiration, akin to a warm, shimmering pool of clarity. Especially when the master mentioned the possibility of Li Zhi'en possessing a talent for beast mastery, an uncontrollable impulse surged within her. Unconsciously, she took a small step forward, her graceful movements reminiscent of a breeze caressing a fragile willow. Her fingers, as delicate as jade, clenched slightly, revealing her inner restlessness, while her enchanting face displayed an eager yet graceful expression, as if she had glimpsed a rare treasure, filled with joy yet striving to maintain her poise. She smiled faintly, her mind racing with thoughts. Such exceptional talent, if it could be welcomed into our spirit beast peak, would undoubtedly, given time, evolve into a master of beast taming, bringing great fortune to our peak and glory to the path of beast mastery. Yet, this disciple is already the cherished apprentice of Sister Yu Yu. I must strive earnestly and wisely for this opportunity, ensuring that harmony prevails and the bonds within our sect remain unbroken. The head of the sect affairs peak stood nearby, his countenance as dark as a stormy sea, his eyes filled with a seething resentment directed at Li Zhi'en. He clenched his teeth, the muscles in his jaw quivering slightly with fury. Had it not been for Yu Xiaoyu inflicting severe injury upon Yi Bing, it should have been his own disciple leading the heavenly camp in opposition to the mysterious camp. Each time he contemplated this, his inner rage flared even more intensely. "Yu Xiaoyu," he silently roared within. In this moment, the sect affairs peak master had completely lost his usual composure, enveloped by anger and bitterness, resembling a ferocious beast poised to strike. The master of the Crimson Refinement peak stood like a towering statue, unwavering and resolute, as if embodying an immovable mountain range. His stance was erect, his spine straight, as though he could uphold the very heavens, while his stern visage remained expressionless as ever. It seemed as if nothing in this world, save for the art of crafting, could capture his interest. In his profound eyes, there was no trace of concern for the surrounding events, only a flicker of fervent light when the topic of crafting was broached. Were it not for the direct command of the sect leader, he would resolutely refuse to squander even a moment of his time here. At this moment, he pressed his lips tightly together, the slight furrow in his brow revealing a hint of discontent, while his hands instinctively rubbed together within his voluminous sleeves, as if reminiscing about the sensation of molten iron during crafting. He stood there in silence, starkly contrasting with the atmosphere around him, as if immersed in a realm solely dedicated to crafting, a world inaccessible to others, and one he had no desire to leave. The venerable instructor of the heavenly camp, with hair as white as snow, was visibly flushed with excitement, his wrinkled face seemingly narrating the tumultuous waves within his heart. Li Zhi'en's plan shone forth like a brilliant dawn piercing through the darkness, undeniably possessing immense feasibility. His murky eyes now sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, for the opponent would surely not anticipate that the seemingly disadvantaged side would boldly abandon the conventional path of development and launch a surprise attack. Having lived a long life and weathered countless storms, how could he have overlooked such a seemingly simple, yet profoundly wise and courageous principle? He could not help but chastise himself inwardly, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. In this dim and profound cavern, the one most tormented was undoubtedly the instructor of the mysterious camp. Upon hearing Li Zhi'en's plan, he felt as if struck by a thunderclap, silently lamenting the dire implications. His thick, wild beard bristled as if each hair was expressing his profound unease. Yet, even in such a frenzied state, he dared not be overly disrespectful in the presence of the sect leader. After all, the authority of the leader was not to be trifled with. He could only suppress his inner turmoil and strive to control his emotions. However, in the absence of the sect leader, given his exceedingly irritable temperament, he would likely have rushed into the secret realm, heedless of the consequences, to seize Li Zhi'en and administer a severe beating, thereby alleviating the resentment that plagued his heart. Within the secret realm, Li Zhi'en's gaze was resolute, and his posture upright. With a sudden flourish of his hand, he proclaimed with a booming voice, "Let us depart." His voice resonated powerfully, as if capable of piercing through layers of fog. Subsequently, he took the lead, his steps swift as the wind, his garments billowing behind him, as he hastened towards the direction of the mysterious encampment. Chapter 41, Group 3. Let us go. Let us strike the rear of those scoundrels in the Zhi'en camp. Upon hearing this call, the disciples of the Zhi'en camp erupted with fervor, their eyes shimmering with excitement and yearning, each gripping their spiritual weapons tightly and following closely behind. At this moment, Li Zhi'en raised his voice again, informed Zhou Yuan in the treetops to remain up there, moving with us, and relay information promptly. If he causes any delay in our strategy, he shall answer for it. His tone was stern and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Before long, Zhou Yuan atop the tree heard the message and could not help but curse vehemently. This bastard Li Zhi'en treats a feather as a command. His anger was palpable, his facial muscles twitching with rage. However, given the peculiar circumstances of their confrontation, while he could employ some subtle tactics in secret, he could not openly oppose Li Zhi'en. Yet, with Li Zhi'en laying out his orders so clearly, how could he possibly maneuver without being detected? What a shameless rogue! With the incessant stream of positional intelligence from Zhou Yuan at the treetop, Li Zhi'en led the disciples of the Zhi'en camp into a swift march that lasted an hour. Throughout the journey, everyone wore tense and focused expressions, their steps hurried yet orderly. Li Zhi'en's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead, not daring to show even the slightest sign of complacency. As time gradually passed, their pace slowed, and their breaths grew heavier. At last, Li Zhi'en raised his hand to signal for an immediate halt. After all, they were trailing, and although the disciples of the Zhi'en camp would hardly suspect anything, Li Zhi'en understood the necessity of utmost caution at this critical juncture. Any minor misstep could lead to their complete defeat. At this moment, they were approximately 2,000 zhang away from the Zhi'en camp, and Li Zhi'en's expression turned grave as he gestured for everyone to gather. He scanned the surroundings, ensuring the group was close, and then lowered his voice to speak softly. From now on, we must conceal ourselves and must not be detected by those from the Zhi'en camp who are searching for the crimson feather of the red lion bird. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness, yet it could not calm the tumultuous waves within their hearts. Of course, there is no need for excessive anxiety. Li Zhi'en paused, his gaze unwavering as he looked each person in the eye. I will arrange for personnel to closely monitor every movement of the Zhi'en camp. Should anyone emerge, we will be alerted in advance and respond accordingly. As soon as he finished speaking, excited murmurs arose from the crowd. This was the pivotal moment that would determine victory or defeat. They could not afford any mistakes. A robust disciple clenched his fists, his voice quivering with excitement. Indeed, if we can successfully ambush the Zhi'en camp, we will have achieved great merit. Another disciple's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, though he could not entirely conceal his underlying tension. Everyone stay composed. We shall follow the arrangements of our senior brother. A calm disciple whispered. Zhi'en raised his hand to signal for silence. Everyone, lower your voices and remain vigilant. Instantly, the crowd hushed, their expressions a mix of tension and anticipation as they turned their gaze toward Zhi'en, awaiting the next command. Zhi'en paused momentarily, his expression grave as he spoke in a low voice. We shall divide into 3 groups. The first group will ascend the trees, ensuring that they conceal themselves adeptly while closely monitoring every move of the Zhi'en camp, including the routes taken by those who venture out. Remember, do not overlook any subtle signs. We must be alert to any disturbance at once. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense, as if even the air had become unusually heavy. The second group will maintain constant communication with those in the trees, requiring heightened concentration. They must also be prepared for combat. Should any enemy discover our presence, we shall employ swift and decisive measures to subdue them, ensuring they have no opportunity to relay information. Zhi'en's gaze was piercing, and his tone resolute, leaving no room for doubt. The third group will accompany me to investigate the Zhi'en camp's headquarters. We must approach with utmost caution, striving to remain undetected, to ascertain their internal arrangements and the location of the wooden platform where the tail feathers are stored. Acquiring this critical information will undoubtedly enhance our effectiveness when we launch our assault tomorrow, Zhi'en added, his eyes reflecting determination and confidence. Wang Gong will lead the ground team, and Zhou Yuan will accompany my group. The tree team can organize themselves. Do you all understand your tasks? This is a pivotal battle. We must succeed. The disciples of the Tian camp nodded solemnly, their eyes gleaming with resolute determination. One disciple clenched his fist and lowered his voice, stating, "This time, we must show those fellows in the Zhi'en camp the extent of our strength." Another disciple's face lit up with excitement as he chimed in, "Indeed. Just imagining their astonishment and shock fills me with exhilaration. Haha, we will be the hunters. And they shall never see it coming." Another disciple could not suppress a laugh, but quickly covered his mouth. Each of them exchanged eager words, the thrill of anticipation surging within them, akin to the excitement of a mantis ambushing a cicada while a yellow bird awaits. They were keenly eager to witness the astonished expressions of the Zhi'en camp's members. Soon after, the disciples of the Tian camp acted swiftly and methodically, efficiently dividing into 3 groups. This was a testament to the rigorous training instilled in them by their master, whose discipline had become ingrained in their very essence. As the future elites of the Zhi'en Tian sect, without discipline, they would be as scattered as sand, devoid of any combat capability. Once the groups were organized, Zhi'en, his demeanor serious, led the third group quietly to scout the area. He then communicated via a sound-conveying talisman to Zhou Yuan in the trees, saying, "Follow us. We are heading to the Zhi'en camp's headquarters to gather intelligence. Report any disturbances to me immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering under his breath, "Zhi'en, you scoundrel, always ordering others around." Yet, pressed by the circumstances, he had no choice but to accept the command begrudgingly. Some disciples had already conveyed the general outline of Zhi'en's plan through the talisman, though he found the plan reckless and absurd, akin to dancing upon a blade's edge. Upon further reflection, it was indeed the most practical response to their current dire situation. In the face of despair, one must cling to hope. And perhaps that scoundrel might yet perform a miracle, Zhou Yuan thought, feeling a blend of anticipation and indignation within. Currently, he found himself thoroughly ensnared by Zhi'en, unable to make even the slightest movement, not even to descend from the tree, leaving him to silently pray in his heart. Despite his internal grievances, Zhou Yuan diligently scrutinized every blade of grass and tree around him. The heavenly camp represented his grandfather's lifelong dedication, embodying the family's aspirations and honor. He would do everything in his power to safeguard it. Moreover, unbeknownst to Zhi'en, Zhou Yuan had fortuitously cultivated a rudimentary spell in his youth that allowed him to discern sounds and their origins. This bestowed upon him a distinct advantage in perceiving subtle changes in his surroundings, making him perhaps the most suitable candidate for the role of scout. Chapter 42. The limitation of the tail feather. Zhi'en's expression was grave as he led 12 disciples of the heavenly camp, moving with deliberate caution and measured steps. He exerted every effort to suppress his own aura, carefully controlling the fluctuations of spiritual energy, each step taken as if traversing a treacherous sheet of ice. Most of the time, he crawled laboriously through the thicket, his body brushing against the rough branches and leaves. As he drew closer to the main stronghold of the mystic camp, an acute sense of vigilance heightened within him, for he could encounter disciples searching for the tail feathers at any moment. Although Zhou Yuan surveyed from the towering treetops to provide visibility, It did not entirely alleviate Li Zhi'en's wariness. He could not place all his trust solely in him. Li Zhi'en's index and middle fingers subtly extended. A faint mist of cold swirling about his fingertips, ever ready to unleash the frigid ice seal to instantaneously confine any adversary that might discover him. The 12 disciples of the mystic camp were not tightly clustered. Rather, they were artfully arranged by Li Zhi'en, their positions staggered like a pocket, dispersed yet cohesive. Should any reckless foe intrude, this meticulously crafted trap would ensnare them in a perilous predicament, leaving them with no escape. Each disciple remained taut with anticipation, their gazes sharp as hawks, their spiritual tools poised to strike with thunderous precision the moment an enemy revealed themselves. After progressing slowly for half an hour, Zhou Yuan's anxious voice came through the communication talisman with news. He reported that a large contingent had emerged from the mystic camp, swiftly dividing into 10 groups, each comprising about 3 individuals. They then fanned out in an orderly manner, resembling a spreading fan. Li Zhi'en needed no further speculation. This could only be a group seeking the tail feathers of the scarlet flame bird. His demeanor instantly turned somber, and he promptly instructed the disciples via the talisman to maintain silence. In an instant, the disciples of the heavenly camp melded seamlessly with the surrounding jungle. Not daring to exhale, they lay concealed amidst the grass, bodies pressed to the ground, muscles taut as strings, hearts racing, as tension and trepidation intertwined within them. Even their breaths were deliberately muted, fearful of betraying their presence with even the slightest sound. All remained as if petrified, eyes fixed ahead, beads of sweat trickling down their cheeks, yet none dared to lift a hand to wipe them away. They waited in a state of anxious anticipation until the group had moved far enough away to confirm that the danger had passed, at which point they felt it safe to proceed. This was due to the significant reduction of personnel within the stronghold, making reconnaissance considerably safer. After half an hour, Li Zhi'en was the first to rise slowly. His body felt somewhat stiff from prolonged crouching, yet he refrained from any sudden movements. He gently twisted his neck to alleviate the discomfort, then silently gestured for the disciples to advance. At that moment, Li Zhi'en, guided by his astute judgment, was both bold and meticulous, proceeding with utmost caution until they stealthily arrived at the entrance of the mystic camp's stronghold. Li Zhi'en then quietly ascended to the treetop. Carefully peering out, his gaze fixed upon the stronghold of the mystic camp. It appeared as an ancient fortress, concealed within the primeval forest, shrouded in mystery. Surrounded by towering trees that reach towards the heavens, their lush and flourishing foliage seemingly forms a natural barrier. Behind the camp, a beam of light ascends skyward, its brilliance resplendent and radiant, as if imbued with boundless mysterious power, exuding an aura of reverence. In the center of the camp stands a prominent wooden sign, meticulously crafted from solid agar wood, rectangular in shape, approximately 2 men in height, and nearly 1 man in width. The edges of the sign have been carefully polished to a smooth, rounded finish, devoid of any sharp corners, its surface gleaming with a deep brown luster. The wood grain clear and exquisite, enhanced by the ethereal light, rendering the entire sign increasingly solemn and dignified. The camp's gate is forged from millennia-old dark wood, heavy and robust, intricately carved with the likenesses of the esteemed ancestors of the Zhuanian gang. Each figure, distinct in expression, appears lifelike. Some hold magical artifacts, while others are lost in contemplation, seemingly safeguarding this hallowed ground. Gazing upon the scene within the camp, Li Zhi'en's eyes scrutinized every critical detail, his mind functioning like a high-speed precision instrument, rapidly devising the optimal breakthrough route along with contingency plans. His thoughts swiftly traversed the terrain of the camp, the distribution of enemies and potential obstacles, all taken into consideration. He envisioned how he would breach each line of defense with utmost speed to reach the location of the tail feathers, convinced that the final step towards personal excellence must be completed by himself. In a remarkably brief span, he formulated all his strategies, and without hesitation, he quietly returned, leading the third group in a gradual retreat. After all, conducting an ambush at the enemy's doorstep was indeed inappropriate. A certain distance was necessary for a strategic withdrawal. During the retreat, Li Zhi'en remained vigilant, attentively observing his surroundings while inquiring the disciples of the heavenly camp about detailed information regarding the tail feathers of the crimson flame bird. The nearby disciple nodded slightly, speaking softly. The tail feathers of the crimson flame bird are a strikingly vibrant scarlet, reminiscent of a blazing fire, approximately 1 meter long, slender, and graceful. Upon touching its surface, one can distinctly feel a certain warmth. It serves as a fundamental material for novice artifact crafting, holding significant value for craftsmen. However, the tail feathers will be collected by the spirit beast peak after the task and will not be handed over to the disciples of the training camp. They merely count as items for this mission. The feathers must be suspended on a wooden plate within the camp for no more than a day and a night after being separated from the bird, lest they lose their spiritual essence. Similarly, if the feathers remain on the plate for over a day and a night, they too will lose their essence. Once the feathers lose their spiritual quality, they cannot be utilized as task materials and will incur severe penalties from the spirit beast peak. As per the regulations concerning the intentional damage of vital resources, consequences that are not easily borne. Zhi'en furrowed his brow, his expression increasingly grave, taken aback by the strict limitations imposed on the tail feathers of the crimson flame bird. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the spirit beast's secret realm lasts only 3 days. As long as he ensured the acquisition of the tail feathers from the wooden plate by the second night, he could conclude the mission before their essence dissipates. After all, this was merely a preliminary trial for new disciples and should not pose significant difficulty. At this thought, a resolute light rekindled in his gaze. Zhi'en was determined to secure the coveted copper corpse puppet as his personal reward, and the fierce ambition burning in his eyes seemed capable of incinerating any obstacle in his path. In order to ensure that everyone willingly cooperated with him, Zhi'en had generously promised each person 2 mid-grade spirit stones upon the successful completion of their endeavor. Although, due to his status as the senior disciple, he could easily employ coercive measures to compel them to assist him, he was well aware that those who lack the hearts of the people cannot endure for long. Chapter 43. The 2 disciples of the Zhi'en camp. Zhi'en understood profoundly that the success of their endeavor hinged solely on the heartfelt cooperation of all involved. The next phase required meticulous vigilance. Every fleeting moment demanded unwavering attention. Zhi'en remained wholly absorbed, leaving no subtle movement unnoticed. When the enemy returned on the first day with their tail feathers, they would patiently await the main force's departure. Then would come the perfect moment to strike. In his mind, Zhi'en devised strategies, continuously envisioning various scenarios and responses, ready to act decisively once the opportune moment arrived, ensuring a resounding success. Subsequently, instead of retreating directly to the encampments of the first and second groups, he prudently chose a strategic midpoint. With graceful stealth, he concealed himself amidst the tangled underbrush, blending seamlessly into the desolate landscape. Lowering his voice, he inquired softly of the disciple beside him, who was equally poised and alert. Please elaborate on the specific circumstances regarding those 2 core disciples of the Zhi'en camp. The disciple, his expression taut and throat constricting, struggled to swallow before tremblingly replying. The core disciple from Chilean Peak is named Zhao Qingshan, having attained the 8th level of Qi refinement. His cultivation method, the Liryang weapon refinement technique, is formidable. He wields 3 magical artifacts, the Liryang gauntlets, which blaze with surrounding flames, embodying a fierce and potent strength, the Liryang golden armor, which radiates brilliance and is impervious to both water and fire, and the Liryang shield, capable of withstanding attacks from foundational level initiates, placing him at the pinnacle of the Qing training camp ranking, with unmatched prowess. Zhi'en squinted slightly, surmising from these artifacts that this individual was adept in close combat. As long as he maintained a safe distance, leveraging the aerial advantage of the little swallow, he could effectively evade Zhao's onslaught. And what of the other? Zhi'en pressed further. The disciple inhaled deeply before continuing. The core disciple from Spirit Beast Peak is known as Hong Hong, also at the 8th level of Qi refinement. She possesses 2 spirit beasts. One is a large white spirit rabbit, remarkably swift yet merely a mount, posing no threat to others. The other is a black spirit cat, agile and lightning fast, with razor-sharp claws, albeit with relatively weak defenses. Should one engage in a fierce battle, it would likely retreat out of fear. She ranks 3rd in the Qing training camp, having previously been defeated by senior brother Yibing. Cautiously, the disciple glanced at Zhi'en, then slowly elaborated. Upon hearing this, Zhi'en furrowed his brow, pondering silently. This Hong Hong was indeed a formidable challenge. Her swift speed made even the little swallow's capabilities seem inadequate, compounded by the considerable threat posed by the black spirit cat. A minor misstep could result in instantaneous defeat. Zhi'en inwardly prayed for her absence from the camp during his surprise assault. At that moment, he would rather confront the top-ranking Zhao Qingshan. Time flowed like a silent current, each minute slipping quietly away until the depths of night enveloped all. Hidden among the withered branches and leaves, Zhi'en remained wide awake, his eyes unblinking. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, fueled by an intense conviction to grow stronger. The copper corpse must be acquired. Although he possessed a cultivation experience package that could swiftly elevate his realm, he was acutely aware of the immense risks associated with such actions. One must not appear overly perfect. Flaws must exist. Otherwise, envy and persecution would inevitably follow. The deliberate slow progress in his cultivation was a flaw that Li Zhi'en meticulously crafted, serving as a safeguard within the Tian sect. Unless his foundation was robust enough to remain unperturbed by any threats, he would not easily alter this strategy. Zhou Yuan remained steadfast atop the treetops, his full attention devoted to monitoring every movement of the Zhi'en camp. During this time, he relayed an important piece of intelligence. The report indicated that several disciples from the Zhi'en camp had returned, approximately 8 in number. They returned with exuberance, clutching 3 crimson tail feathers that shimmered with a faint red glow, standing out vibrantly against the pitch-black night, reminiscent of blazing flames. Subsequently, additional disciples reported back, with 5 more returning, also bearing 3 tail feathers each. By the following morning, another 4 returned, this time with 2 tail feathers. Now, a total of 8 tail feathers had been gathered, and based on the progress of the night, it was anticipated that more than 20 could be amassed by nightfall. Li Zhi'en stroked his chin, softly contemplating. At this moment, the disciples of the Tian camp, upon hearing of the potential for over 20 tail feathers, could no longer suppress their eagerness. Such an abundance of tail feathers, if captured, would lead to great fortune. One disciple whispered excitedly, "Indeed, I can hardly contain my anticipation. I yearn to rush forth and seize them immediately." Another disciple clenched his fists, his eyes filled with longing. "Do not rush. Let us await the arrangements of our senior brother. We shall surely succeed," remarked a more composed disciple, though his slightly trembling voice betrayed his inner excitement. The thought of snatching all those tail feathers and witnessing the frantic expressions of the Zhi'en camp disciples brought a subtle smile to Li Zhi'en's lips, filling him with a sense of delight. Time swiftly approached noon. Although the disciples of the Qi refinement realm possessed physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary mortals, enduring a month without sustenance would not lead to their demise. Yet, with a surprise attack looming, Li Zhi'en generously produced 2 mid-grade spirit stones, allowing the 3 groups of disciples to take turns absorbing their energy to restore their strength. The Tian camp disciples gazed in astonishment at Li Zhi'en's unhesitating expenditure of mid-grade spirit stones solely for the purpose of rejuvenating their stamina, their eyes widening in disbelief. Such lavishness could only stem from an extraordinarily affluent background. However, their demeanor towards Li Zhi'en grew increasingly respectful, akin to reverence for a lofty deity of wealth. "Senior brother, your generosity is truly overwhelming. My admiration for you flows like an unending river," exclaimed one disciple, his face radiating flattery. Indeed, under your guidance, senior brother, our futures shall undoubtedly be bright." Another disciple eagerly chimed in. "Master, you are indeed our guiding light. With you by our side, we fear nothing." The disciples, eager to curry favor, began to express their unwavering loyalty in increasingly extravagant and sycophantic terms. As they lavished him with praise, Li Zhi'en initially swelled with pride, a self-satisfied smile gracing his features. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, he became aware of the lurking peril surrounding him. Swiftly, he gestured for silence and lowered his voice, urging, "Please, keep your voices down. We must not jeopardize our endeavor." The group, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly covered their mouths, falling into a profound silence once more. Chapter 44. The assault finally commenced as time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and before one could grasp it, evening had descended. Within this seemingly brief yet prolonged interval, the first group of disciples from the Zhi'en camp had returned. Their figures bore a hint of fatigue, yet their expressions radiated a sense of triumph. On this excursion, they had once again successfully brought back 19 tail feathers, combined with the previous 8 they had acquired. The Zhi'en camp now possessed a total of 27 tail feathers, surpassing the halfway mark towards their goal. At this moment, Li Zhi'en was wholly absorbed, holding his breath in anticipation of the enemy's main force departing from their stronghold to raid his camp, thus enabling the surprise attack. Li Zhi'en held unwavering confidence, harboring no doubts that they would not proceed, for how could those in a position of advantage easily forsake the rich rewards that awaited them? The first batch of returning disciples from the Zhi'en camp had not ventured out again, presumably preparing for the final stages of their assault. Li Zhi'en did not wait long. As the silvery moonlight climbed the branches like a delicate veil, a cacophony erupted from the Zhi'en camp. Soon after, a group of over 40 resolute disciples surged towards the Tian camp's stronghold. Each disciple bore a solemn demeanor, their steps synchronized and powerful. Leading the charge was a figure clad in resplendent golden armor, shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight, none other than Zhao Qingshan, who consistently held the top rank in the Qing training camp. Witnessing the enemy advance like a swarm of agitated bees, Li Zhi'en felt a surge of exhilaration within. Although the Zhi'en camp had always outnumbered the Tian camp, the deployment of over 40 individuals this time implied that no more than 20 remained in their stronghold. With over 50 brothers at his side, he was certain they could swiftly dismantle the enemy with overwhelming force. The disciples of the Tian camp watched in awe as Zhao Qingshan, brimming with ferocity, led his team towards their deserted stronghold, their hearts swelling with pride and exhilaration. These fellows have fallen into our trap. Let us see how long they can remain arrogant. One Tian camp disciple whispered excitedly. Indeed. Once the senior brother leads us into their stronghold, they will surely realize our prowess. Another disciple responded, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Keep your voices down. We must catch the enemy off guard this time. Another disciple swiftly cautioned. Let us follow the senior brother and seize victory in one fell swoop. Exactly. Let them know that the Tian camp is not to be trifled with. The others chimed in, their voices barely rising above a whisper. Yet their eyes sparkled with anticipation and confidence in imminent victory. At this juncture, Li Zhi'en's expression grew solemn as he quietly instructed the disciples by his side. Hasten to convey a message to the brethren of the first and second groups, instructing them to assemble promptly while exercising utmost caution to avoid revealing our whereabouts. The disciple nodded solemnly, swiftly producing a communication talisman. Before long, the brothers from both groups responded, informing that they had arrived in the vicinity and were ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Upon hearing this, Li Zhi'en felt a slight sense of reassurance, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the enemy's movements, unwilling to afford even a moment's laxity. He took several deep breaths, striving to suppress the urge to launch an immediate assault. He understood that he must wait until Zhao Qingshan and his men had departed beyond the talisman's effective range before he could act. Li Zhi'en was acutely aware that after seizing the tail feather, a swift and discreet retreat was imperative. They could not afford to be pursued by Zhao Qingshan's forces. Subsequently, they would need to employ guerrilla tactics to engage in skirmishes with the enemy. For reasons unbeknownst to him, time seemed to stretch interminably, each passing moment feeling as if it were infinitely prolonged. His heart raced like a drum, beads of sweat cascading down, soaking his garments. After enduring a torturous half-hour, Li Zhi'en suddenly rose, his eyes wide with fervor, and shouted, "Brothers, charge!" His voice resonated with spiritual energy, echoing like thunder in the ears of those present. In an instant, all the disciples of the heavenly camp surged forth like tigers released from confinement, rushing towards the stronghold of the Zhi'en camp. Their energies surged, radiating brilliance as they shouted fervently, "Damn them! By heavens! Today we shall make those scoundrels of the Zhi'en camp pay." Such exclamations, laced with profanities, were born of long-simmering anger, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. This time, we shall avenge our previous humiliation. One disciple cried out, "Indeed, let them taste our might, and let no one dare to underestimate the heavenly camp henceforth." Another echoed, "Charge forth, and send the Zhi'en camp fleeing." A senior brother proclaimed, his excitement palpable as the long-awaited opportunity to unleash their pent-up frustrations had finally arrived. Each of them burned with fervor, determined to upheave the very foundations of the Zhi'en camp. Li Zhi'en prudently selected his position, careful not to lead the charge nor to lag behind. He was keenly aware that the formidable red-haired beastmaster remained within the stronghold, a force not to be trifled with. A single misstep could see him swiftly defeated, rendering his meticulous plans utterly futile. Although he possessed the technique of extreme frost sealing, it would be insufficient against an opponent of such high cultivation, reaching the 8th tier. Furthermore, her black spirit cat and white spirit rabbit complemented each other perfectly, presenting a formidable challenge. Yet, a strategy to confront her did exist. The key lay in overwhelming her with sheer numbers, employing a tactic of mass assault to subdue her. Li Zhi'en contemplated this in silence, the veins on his forehead faintly pulsating, a testament to his anxiety and focus. He fixed his gaze firmly ahead, missing not a single subtle change that could influence the outcome of the battle, prepared to adjust his strategy at a moment's notice. "Wang Gong, Zhou Yuan." Li Zhi'en urgently called out to the two, his voice imbued with an undeniable determination, understanding that to secure the tail feather, he must have these two act as his protectors, ensuring absolute safety in his endeavor. Upon hearing the call, Wang Gong thrust his hefty sword into the ground with a resounding clang, stirring up a cloud of dust, and immediately halted his steps. Given that Li Zhi'en's plan had progressed remarkably well thus far, he now regarded him with deep admiration. Although he had not yet reached the point of complete obedience, he was certain that he would not refuse any request from Li Zhi'en. "Wang Gong, help me obtain the tail feather, and once successful, I shall reward you with 20 mid-grade spirit stones." Chapter 45. Hong Li Zhi'en spoke with remarkable rapidity, his eyes revealing an urgency and anticipation. Although he had previously promised 2 mid-grade spirit stones to each individual, Wang Gong, being a formidable expert, naturally deserved a greater reward. If all were treated equally, how could the expert be motivated to exert his utmost effort? Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Gong readily accepted the terms. It was only fitting that the peak master's personal transmission be reserved for him. Should it be granted to another, there would surely be discontent, even from Zhou Yuan. Furthermore, the prospect of such substantial rewards, 20 mid-grade spirit stones, was sufficient to rival the resources distributed to him over 5 months in the training camp. Upon hearing Wang Gong's response, Li Zhi'en nodded in satisfaction, then cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yuan, his gaze imbued with sharpness and authority. The look was akin to 2 piercing swords aimed directly at Zhou Yuan, unmistakably conveying a threat. Should you dare utter a word of dissent, you would find yourself swiftly subdued in alliance with Wang Gong. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth as if to protest, but ultimately swallowed his words. Anger burned within his eyes, mingled with a sense of inexplicable grievance, as if he were silently raging against the injustice. What had he done to deserve such targeting? Noticing Zhou Yuan bow his head, Li Zhi'en refrained from forcing a response, recognizing that further pressure might bring tears to Zhou Yuan's eyes. Clearing his throat, Li Zhi'en declared with a stern voice, "Protect me." He then dashed resolutely toward the main camp of the Zhi'en camp, his garments billowing, hair streaming behind him. Upon Li Zhi'en's arrival at the camp, the air was filled with the sounds of battle, a cacophony that seemed capable of overturning the entire encampment. The disciples of the Tian camp, numerous in number and striking with unexpected ferocity, caught the Zhi'en camp off guard. In the face of this sudden onslaught, the Zhi'en camp disciples were thrown into disarray, retreating hastily under Hong Hong's leadership to defend near the wooden platform. At this moment, Hong Hong danced her hands and chanted incantations, summoning 2 spirit beasts. One was a massive white spirit rabbit, its eyes glowing crimson, its white fur bristling like steel needles. It leapt high, its large, furry body standing resolutely in front of everyone, withstanding the barrage of magical artifacts hurled by the Tian camp disciples. Each strike against its form sparked a shower of flames. Yet it did not yield an inch. The other was a cunning, petite black spirit cat, flitting through the crowd like a phantom. With a flash of its form, it transformed into a shadow, its claws gleaming with cold light, launching surprise attacks with remarkable swiftness. Each strike was as swift as lightning, accompanied by cries of anguish as Tian camp disciples fell to the ground, incapacitated and groaning in pain. Wang Gong, break through that troublesome white spirit rabbit. Zhou Yuan, disable that black spirit cat. Witnessing his injured comrades fall one after another, Li Zhi'en's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted hoarsely, his voice strained. Though he had only recently acquainted himself with the Tian camp disciples, their unwavering support for him made it impossible for him to remain calm while his younger brothers suffered grievous wounds. Wang Gong, without a moment's hesitation, gritted his teeth and charged forward with his heavy sword, embodying the ferocity of an enraged lion. The heavy great sword grazed the ground, trailing a dazzling array of fiery sparks. Simultaneously, a profound transformation overtook him. His once robust muscles rapidly darkened, rising like hardened stone, with veins bulging prominently. Ultimately, he appeared to metamorphose into an indomitable stone figure, embodying the 3rd-tier spell, Daizong armor. A formidable aura surged from him, rendering the surrounding air seemingly immobilized. Zhou Yuan, agile as a shadow, swiftly ascended to a higher vantage point. With eyes tightly closed, he rapidly formed hand seals, muttering incantations at an astonishing pace. His voice deep and resonant. As his fingertips moved, the surrounding spiritual energy responded, fervently converging towards him. In an instant, countless black vines erupted from the ground, propelled by his gestures. These vines, robust and powerful, shimmered with an eerie luminescence, representing the 3rd-tier spell, Tian Gang Di Wang. With both combatants fiercely joining the fray, the situation underwent an overwhelming transformation. Despite the colossal size and formidable defenses of the white spirit rabbit, it soon found itself battered and bloodied by Wang Gong's mighty strikes, akin to a meteor's impact. Meanwhile, the agile black spirit cat was ensnared multiple times by Zhou Yuan's enigmatic Tian Gang Di Wang. Although it skillfully wriggled free time and again, it bore deep, grotesque wounds, its once lustrous black fur now stained crimson, presenting a pitiful sight. At that moment, Hong Hong's expression sharpened, and with a sudden flick of her jade hand, the 26 tail feathers on the large wooden plaques swiftly flew into her embrace, as if imbued with a sentient will. Alarm bells rang in Li Zhi'en's mind. Panic surged through him like a flood, making him as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Zhou Yuan quickly restrained the white spirit rabbit. "Forget about that damned black cat," he cried, his voice sharp and piercing with urgency. Upon hearing Li Zhi'en's words, Zhou Yuan hesitated not for a moment. His eyes flew open, and he bit into his fingertip, crimson blood welling forth. He infused his blood into the Tiangang Di Wang, and in the next heartbeat, the vines, originally the thickness of a thumb, swelled to the girth of an arm, writhing like ferocious serpents as they lunged towards the white spirit rabbit. Witnessing Zhou Yuan's desperate endeavor, Hong Hong gritted her silver teeth, and with a flick of her jade hand, a plump, comically adorable black pig suddenly burst forth from her spirit beast storage bag. This rotund creature resembled a massive meatball, its short limbs flailing chaotically in the air, and its small eyes wide with confusion and terror. Clearly bewildered, it had been unceremoniously tossed into the fray. As the pig's blubbery flesh quivered with its movements, it resembled a quivering jelly. Its rosy snout huffed and puffed, mumbling in dismay, "Oh dear, what's going on? I was just having a nice nap." However, before it could voice further grievances, the black vines, like a malevolent serpent, swiftly ensnared it, wrapping it tightly within their grasp. The black pig struggled desperately, yet it could not free itself, emitting a cry akin to that of a slaughtered animal. "Help! I do not wish to be bound like this. I have yet to savor enough of the divine food." Its comical appearance was enough to provoke laughter. Meanwhile, the white spirit rabbit sprang into action, leaping forth like a gust of white wind, racing towards the crimson figure. At that moment, Li Zhi'en's eyes were bloodshot, as if they might bleed, should that crimson figure, adorned with all its tail feathers, escape now. It would signify utter defeat, leaving no chance for redemption. His heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his throat. Chapter 46. The enraged Hong Hong Li Zhi'en found himself compelled to fight with utmost determination, his eyes wide with resolve. With a powerful push of his legs, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Hong Hong. Though the white spirit rabbit was swift as the wind, Li Zhi'en was closer. "Ice ceiling," he bellowed, his commanding voice resonating through the air. In an instant, an intense chill emanated from his body, rapidly coalescing into a massive wall of ice that burgeoned forth at an astonishing pace. As the white spirit rabbit charged towards the ice wall, it abruptly halted just before impact. Its long ears stood erect, and its ruby-like eyes were filled with shock and fear, emitting sharp, frantic cries. It attempted to change direction, but its speed left no room for maneuver. With a resounding crash, the white spirit rabbit collided forcefully with the ice wall. Dazed, it recoiled but quickly regained its balance. Its small paws scrambled against the icy surface, each scratch yielding a flurry of ice shards, yet it could not inflict any significant damage upon the impenetrable barrier. The rabbit opened its three-pronged mouth, revealing its two prominent incisors, and fiercely bit at the ice wall. The collision produced a grating sound, leaving only shallow marks behind. Despite its remarkable speed, the rabbit's lack of offensive prowess was painfully evident at that moment. A thin layer of frost swiftly formed on the surface of the ice wall, seemingly taunting the white spirit rabbit and proclaiming its inescapable fate. Li Zhi'en refrained from targeting Hong Hong, fully aware that as an 8th-tier practitioner, she possessed the formidable strength to break through the ice ceiling. In contrast, the white spirit rabbit, with its thick and coarse hide, lacked any offensive capabilities. Thus, once ensnared by the ice ceiling, it was rendered immobile, akin to a statue. Without its mount, Hong Hong's speed remained unchanged. Where could she possibly flee? As for rescuing her trapped companion, in this brief moment of hesitation, more than a dozen disciples from the heavenly camp had swiftly encircled the white spirit rabbit. Armed with various artifacts and ever vigilant, they formed an impenetrable barrier. Even if Hong Hong wished to charge in, she found no opportunity to strike. Realizing her meticulously crafted plan had crumbled, leaving her in a pitiful state, Hong Hong was engulfed by a fiery rage. Her eyes threatened to burst. Her once flawless face flushed crimson with fury. She glared daggers at Li Zhi'en, her gaze ablaze with an inferno. Deep down, she understood that escape was no longer an option. Yet she would not surrender easily. With a sudden, furious motion, she yanked the tail feather from her back and threw it violently to the ground, scattering its disheveled plumes. Subsequently, she charged at Li Zhi'en like a wild beast driven to madness, screaming in desperation, "It's all your fault." The voice was piercing and resolute, filled with despair and fierce determination, as if she were willing to expend the last vestiges of her life force to confront Li Zhi'en in a cataclysmic clash. My goodness! Has she succumbed to rage? Li Zhi'en was taken aback, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead like rain. In a state of panic, he stumbled backward while desperately calling out, "Zhou Yuan, Wang Gong, save me. If that madwoman were to land even a single blow, my fragile body, barely at the second level of qi refinement, would not withstand it." No one anticipated that Hong Hong would exhibit such ferocity. Instead of retreating, she resolutely cast aside her treasured tail feathers and, disregarding everything, sought revenge solely against Li Zhi'en. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. And by the time they regained their composure to offer assistance, it was already too late. As Hong Hong's fist, imbued with chaotic spiritual energy, drew closer, Li Zhi'en felt an overwhelming pressure crash upon him, nearly suffocating him. In this life-and-death moment, he dared not relent for an instant. He swiftly extended his right hand, raising his middle and index fingers, once more invoking the frigid ice seal. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to a powerful summons, converging wildly toward his fingertips. Visible ripples of spiritual power emanated through the air, expanding in concentric circles. His fingertips began to shimmer with an ethereal blue light, growing ever more intense, as a chilling aura radiated outwards from his fingers. Initially, delicate ice crystals formed around his fingertips, which rapidly grew and interconnected. The moisture in the air instantaneously condensed, producing a crisp, crackling sound. Jagged ice shards sprouted like sharp fangs, intertwining as the blue light flowed along them, solidifying their strength. In the blink of an eye, a colossal, translucent ice wall surged upwards. The wall glittered with a piercing light, appearing invulnerable, as if it were a barrier from a realm of unyielding cold. In the next moment, Hong Hong's fist, charged with ferocious spiritual energy, descended upon the ice seal like a blazing meteor. Instantly, an invisible shockwave erupted from the point of impact, radiating outward with wild intensity. The surrounding air was compressed, emitting a sharp whistling sound, as if it were groaning in agony. The runes etched upon the ice wall flared with sudden brilliance, striving to withstand this violent assault. The clash between the spiritual power of Hong Hong's fist and the chilling force of the ice wall produced a dazzling spectacle, as blue ice light and red spiritual flames intertwined and collided. Each impact resonated like a thunderous roar, causing the very fabric of space to tremble slightly. Yet, the frigid ice seal ultimately proved insufficient to withstand the full force of Hong Hong's strike. It held for merely 2 breaths before a sound that sent shivers down the spine echoed through the air, as fine cracks began to mar the surface of the ice wall, rapidly spreading like wild vines. Then, with a deafening crash, the ice seal shattered completely. Countless shards of ice scattered like fragments of a broken mirror, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. The sharp shards of ice, propelled by an overwhelming force, shot forth like a barrage of arrows, some embedding deeply into the ground, while others grazed the faces of the crowd, leaving behind fine traces of blood. As the frigid ice shattered, her crimson chest heaved violently, the rhythm of its rise and fall exuding an undeniable allure. Clad in a form-fitting red ensemble, her garments billowed fiercely in the tempestuous winds, accentuating her slender waist and elongated figure with the addition of a broad black belt. Although she was a formidable practitioner at the 8th layer of chi refinement, such a full-force strike to breach a 3rd-tier defensive spell caused her internal energy to surge tumultuously. She felt her vital essence surge, the energy within her meridians rampaging like wild stallions, inflicting upon her a profound agony. Yet, with her adversary so near, a fierce unwillingness consumed her, rendering her oblivious to her own condition. Chapter 47. The healing pack with her silver teeth clenched tightly. Her delicate frame trembled as her beautiful eyes blazed with an insatiable fury. Swiftly, she formed intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations under her breath, while a formidable surge of spiritual energy coalesced before her. In an instant, this energy transformed into an enormous fiery hand, the searing heat distorting the very air around her. With a fierce cry, she unleashed this infernal hand imbued with boundless wrath toward Li Zhi'en, determined to vanquish him in one fell swoop. Li Zhi'en was acutely aware that the icy barriers would be futile against this crazed woman, now consumed by rage. Thus, the moment he cast a spell, he nimbly leaped onto the slightly enlarged back of the little swallow, swaying as they soared backward. He understood that as long as he could maintain even a modicum of distance from this frenzied woman with the crimson gaze, his safety would be assured. Yet, at that moment, a glimmer flickered at the tips of Hong Hong's fingers, reminiscent of a chilling flash that sliced through the darkness, instilling dread. The black spirit cat, summoned by her will, burst forth with ghostly speed from the side, its form darting like lightning, catching him unawares. It lunged ferociously at the little swallow, the force of its impact causing the bird to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. The black spirit cat opened its gaping maw, its sharp fangs mercilessly sinking into the little swallow. In the blink of an eye, blood erupted from the swallow, a crimson torrent pouring forth, staining the sandy earth. Its golden feathers scattered like snowflakes caught in a tempest, chaotic and tragic. The little swallow emitted a heart-wrenching cry, a piercing sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Li Zhi'en also fell heavily to the ground, yet at that moment, he disregarded the waves of pain coursing through his body. The fury and sorrow in his heart overshadowed all else. His eyes turned a fierce shade of red, and with a distorted visage, He recklessly charged toward the black spirit cat, consumed by a singular thought, to strangle that wretched wildcat. However, Zhi'en, with his meager cultivation at the second level of chi refinement, faced the black spirit cat's retort without any semblance of a counterattack. The cat merely unleashed a radiant burst of power from its demon core, a force that surged forth like an invisible tidal wave, crashing into Zhi'en. He felt an irresistible might overwhelm him, propelling his body backward in an arc before he hit the ground with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Little swallow," Zhi'en cried out hoarsely, his voice a lament that rendered his throat raw. In this life-threatening moment, Zhou Yuan arrived like a gust of wind, unhesitatingly biting his finger to let crimson blood flow. Using this essence as a catalyst, he invoked a third-tier spell, the Celestial Net. In an instant, frenzied serpent vines seemed to emerge from the depths of hell, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. These vines writhed with powerful girth, ensnaring the black spirit cat, which was viciously tearing at the little swallow, and then mercilessly piercing through it. The black spirit cat struggled desperately, but the vines tightened their grip, rendering it immobile. Meanwhile, Wang Gong arrived with astonishing speed, gripping the heavy greatsword firmly in both hands. Its blade shimmered with a profound cold light. With a thunderous roar, he swung the massive sword down upon Hong Hong with a force akin to a tempest. The sword, imbued with the power to shatter the very essence of existence, tore through the air, producing a sharp, piercing howl. Each of Wang Gong's strikes bore the weight of a mountain, unparalleled in ferocity. Although Hong Hong possessed a higher realm of power than Wang Gong, she found herself devoid of her two spirit beasts at this critical moment, rendering her utterly incapable of contending with Wang Gong's prowess in close combat. In mere moments, Hong Hong was forced to endure Wang Gong's overwhelming assault, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Her complexion waxed pale as parchment, her chest heaving violently, and her breath grew rapid and erratic. Not only Wang Gong. Within this brief span, the disciples of the heavenly camp surged forth like a relentless tide, toppling over 20 disciples of the mystic camp to the ground. Their spirits soared, filled with indomitable resolve, as they surged towards Hong Hong en masse. "You claim to be strong? Then let us all unite against you. How dare you strike at our esteemed senior brother? Vanquish her." At that moment, Zhi'en, consumed by urgency, disregarded the fallen tail feathers strewn on the ground and hastened towards Xiao Yanzi, his hands trembling like leaves in the wind as he gently cradled her. Beholding the grievous claw marks etched deep into her flesh, Zhi'en felt as though his heart were pierced by 1,000 arrows, the agony rendering him nearly breathless. Xiao Yanzi, now frail and on the brink of death, could only manage a weak, half-open gaze with her once vibrant eyes. Sensing Zhi'en's familiar and warm touch, she summoned her last vestige of strength to emit a faint chirp, intermittent and accompanied by a torrent of blood. "I'm so sorry." Zhi'en's voice quivered, laden with immeasurable guilt and heartache. His eyes reddened, tears welling up, poised to spill over at any moment. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him, as if he had grasped at a final lifeline. He remembered the healing pack within his system, igniting a flicker of hope in his heart. Could it be used on Xiao Yanzi? No matter, he would give it a try. Witnessing her agonizing state, Zhi'en, in a frenzy, expended 10 points of filial piety to exchange for a healing pack. With bated breath, he scrutinized the semi-transparent heart-shaped object in his hands, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, uncertain of how to apply it to the spirit beast. Resolutely, he placed the healing pack beside Xiao Yanzi's mouth, gripping it tightly with both hands and applying pressure. Instantly, a pale red liquid began to flow forth, gradually entering Xiao Yanzi's mouth, and a radiant glow began to envelop her body. The light was gentle and warm, akin to the dawn of life itself. As the luminous essence spread across her form, Xiao Yanzi's trembling gradually subsided, her expression relaxing, and the torrents of blood from her wounds ceased. It truly worked. Zhi'en was overwhelmed with joy, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. He exerted even greater pressure on the healing pack in his hands, daring not to relax for a moment until the pack was entirely depleted. At that moment, the wounds on Xiao Yanzi were completely enveloped in a luminescent glow, beginning to heal at a visibly slow pace. Zhi'en finally exhaled in relief, his entire being feeling as though it had been drained of all strength as he collapsed onto the ground. Gently, he placed Xiao Yanzi in a secure spot before turning his gaze back to the battlefield. At that juncture, not a single soul remained standing in the Zhi'en camp. All lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Chapter 48, A Complete Conquest of Hearts. Hong Hong, the direct disciple of the spirit beast Peak, lay amidst a frenzy of attacks, her body drenched in blood, with countless bones presumably broken, presenting a sight too dreadful to behold. Her once enchanting visage had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, utterly devoid of its former beauty. The condition of the black spirit cat was even more harrowing. Its body was pierced by vines, blood gushing forth, flesh torn and grotesque. Despite the protective charm of the demon core safeguarding its spirit, its life hung precariously at the edge of demise, a mere flicker of breath remaining. Zhi'en approached the black spirit cat, observing this pitiable creature, far more miserable than the little swallow, and coldly remarked, "This is still a tomcat. I must consider the safety of the female cats at Spirit Beast Peak." His voice carried a hint of amusement, laced with an undercurrent of ruthlessness. Subsequently, he raised his foot and savagely stomped down upon the cat's vulnerable parts. The sound that followed resembled the cracking of eggs. Even in its unconscious state, the black spirit cat instinctively curled up, its hind legs trembling incessantly, as if enduring unbearable agony. The reason he refrained from killing the black spirit cat was twofold. First, the little swallow was out of danger, and second, the cat was property of Spirit Beast Peak, and he feared incurring the wrath of its master. Nevertheless, should anything befall the little swallow, Zhi'en would ensure the black spirit cat paid with its life. Even if it meant invoking the fury of the peak's master, he would stand resolute. After exacting his revenge on the black spirit cat, Zhi'en's gaze shifted to Hong Hong. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, he dismissed any thoughts of further retaliation. Continuing to strike might lead to her demise. While the training camp encouraged competition, a loss of life would undoubtedly incur severe penalties. Zhi'en suppressed his simmering rage and turned his attention to the tail feathers on the ground, meticulously brushing off the dust before deftly binding them around his waist. Having completed these actions, he straightened his posture and approached Hong Hong with measured steps. From his elevated position, he regarded her with a cold, indifferent gaze. Hong Hong lay in utter disarray, her body marred by blood and countless broken bones. Yet, her eyes, filled with fury, remained fixed on Zhi'en, as if she wished to rend him to pieces with her glare. With great effort, she lifted her head, spat out blood, and rasped defiantly, "Zhi'en, do not revel in your triumph. The humiliation I have suffered today shall be repaid in kind." Zhi'en's lips curled into a mocking smile, embodying the demeanor of a victor as he replied, "Hong Hong, if I can bring you down once, I can do so 10 times. Can you believe that?" Breathing heavily, Hong Hong gritted her teeth and retorted vehemently, "You shall pay dearly for this. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure you regret this for a lifetime." Zhi'en, dismissing her further, turned away with a calm demeanor and strode purposefully towards his comrades. His expression was serious, his gaze resolute and decisive as he spoke. "Brothers, let us meticulously inspect the Zhi'en disciples lying on the ground. We must ensure they are utterly incapacitated, unable to gather spiritual energy for at least 3 days. Within this secret realm, we shall render them incapable of posing any threat to us. Soon, we will only face 40 or so Zhi'en disciples, and victory will undoubtedly be ours." As Zhi'en's words echoed, the Tian'ing disciples surged with enthusiasm, invigorated as they began to deliver finishing blows. "Haha, at last, we've dealt with these rascals. Let us see how arrogant they can be now," exclaimed a Tian'ing disciple, his face flushed with excitement. "Indeed, we must make them aware of the might of our Tian'ing," another disciple chimed in, brandishing his weapon with a fierce whoosh. Meanwhile, the Zhi'en disciples on the ground seethed with indignation and bitterness. "You despicable cowards, wait until senior brother Zhao Qingshan returns," one Zhi'en disciple shouted, his eyes wide with fury. "Humph, if it weren't for Zhao Qingshan leading a large force away, you wouldn't be so brazen." Another Zhi'en disciple gritted his teeth, seething with resentment. Upon hearing this, the Tian'ing disciples erupted in mockery. "Oh, still pinning your hopes on Zhao Qingshan? Do you think we are unaware of his whereabouts? He has taken his troops to our main base, but it is an empty camp. Haha. Our senior brother is astute and has long anticipated your vile schemes. If we hadn't struck first, it would be us lying there." In an instant, shouts and taunts from both sides intertwined. But soon the defiant Zhi'en disciples fell silent, beaten into submission by the spiritual weapons. Once all matters were settled, Zhi'en's gaze hardened as he raised his hand decisively and proclaimed, "Assemble." His voice resonated through the air, and upon hearing the command, the Tian'ing disciples hastened to gather around Zhi'en in a swift and orderly manner. The wounded brothers, supported by their comrades, gritted their teeth and bore the pain as they joined the ranks. Though wearied and injured, their eyes sparkled with the light of victory. With the success of this battle, Zhi'en's prestige was firmly established within Tian'ing. He did not rely on his status as the peak master's protege, but rather earned the respect of all through his strategic acumen. Zhou Yuan observed Zhi'en with a complex expression, his eyes reflecting admiration, astonishment, and a hint of indescribable sentiment. He had long harbored dreams of revitalizing Tianying, freeing it from the oppression of Xianing. For years, despite his relentless efforts and countless attempts, he had faced failure after failure, never achieving his aspirations. However, today, the very Zhi'en he had doubted had succeeded. This once dubious individual had now become the hope and pride of Tianying. Retreat. Zhi'en called out again, his voice resonant and resolute. The task was accomplished, and now they were to commence guerrilla tactics, perhaps setting a few traps. Zhao Shan, was it? Let us meet. As Zhi'en swiftly retreated alongside his comrades, he silently reflected on their circumstances. Upon departing from the headquarters of the Xian camp, his gaze was filled with concern. He first arranged for the wounded 5 brothers to be escorted away from the battlefield. Approaching these injured comrades, he spoke with sincerity and gentleness, saying, "Brothers, you have fought valiantly and bled for this battle. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. The forthcoming guerrilla warfare is fraught with peril, and it would be unwise for you to partake in it in your current state. Rest assured, your contributions to our victory here will be honored, and upon our return, I, Zhi'en, shall not neglect any of you." Upon hearing his words, the wounded brothers were deeply moved. One, bearing more severe injuries, gritted his teeth against the pain and said, "Eldest brother, your consideration for us is beyond our gratitude. Even in our injured state, we yearn to continue fighting alongside you. Yet our bodies betray us." Another brother chimed in, "Eldest brother, go forth without worry. We have faith that you will lead us to ultimate victory. Once we have healed, we shall return to fight by your side." Zhi'en firmly clasped their shoulders and replied, "Brothers, take the time to recover well. I shall await your return." Chapter 49. Outside, meanwhile, within the profound and tranquil cave, the gaze of the sect leader, once as cold as snow, now radiated an unexpected warmth, akin to a flickering flame igniting deep within her eyes. Her visage, partially veiled by a green gauze, betrayed a breath that was slightly hurried and uneven. Indeed, this child could only unleash astonishing potential amidst adversity. It seemed that henceforth, greater pressure would be required to push him forward. The forthcoming exchange conference in the imperial city would serve as a perfect opportunity to present him. She pondered silently within her heart. Yu Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly, her lips curling into a proud smile, her eyes glimmering with triumph. She stood tall, exuding the demeanor of an exceedingly proud peacock. With a sudden puff from her emerald pipe, she blew smoke rings towards the several peak masters before her, her spirits soaring as she declared, "Ha! Your prized disciples have all been heralded as geniuses, yet before my obedient apprentice, they are nothing more than mere chickens and dogs, utterly defenseless. How you once mocked my disciple as a mere ornamental vase, now, it seems you have been thoroughly slapped in the face." Subsequently, Yu Xiaoyu brazenly turned her gaze towards the sect leader, exclaiming loudly, "In the future, my disciple shall undoubtedly soar to great heights, leading the disciples of Zhuan to new glories. At that time, you will graciously relinquish your position to him and retire to Longsho Peak to enjoy your twilight years." Upon hearing these words, the sect leader's brows furrowed fiercely, casting a sharp glare at Yu Xiaoyu. Her eyes, resembling cold stars in a frigid pool, seemed to crackle with a powerful current that sent chills down one's spine. Instantly, Yu Xiaoyu recoiled, resembling a startled quail, her previous bravado dissipating into thin air. She opened her mouth as if to salvage her pride with words, but ultimately, not a single syllable escaped her lips. Instead, she stood there obediently, no longer daring to speak recklessly. With her gentle and beautiful eyes fixated on the screen, her expression initially soft and serene, filled with tranquility and concern. However, upon witnessing Zhi'en tenderly caressing the injured little swallow, a shocking scene unfolded. The grievous wound on the swallow's body began to heal at a visibly astonishing pace. Wenwen's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils constricting sharply, as if she had been struck by a paralyzing spell, rooted in place, utterly motionless. How did Zhi'en's disciple achieve this? She gasped internally in disbelief. Is this the innate talent of beast taming? It was simply beyond comprehension. Her gaze was filled with astonishment and confusion, for she could not perceive the existence of a healing system, leading her to conjecture that Zhi'en possessed an extraordinary and unique talent for beast taming. As for her own prized disciple, Wenwen felt a pang of sympathy, after all. Witnessing her disciple face setbacks inevitably stirred feelings of heartache and compassion within her as a mentor. However, upon careful reflection, it occurred to her that Hong Hong's lofty ambitions had always been her defining trait. Perhaps this setback was not entirely detrimental. Enduring such a blow might temper her fiery disposition, fostering a greater sense of maturity and composure, enabling her to navigate her future endeavors with greater distance and efficacy. At this moment, the venerable head of the heavenly camp. His hair now grizzled, bore flushed cheeks, and his eyes radiated with fervor, exuding the enthusiasm of a youthful spirit. Having presided over the heavenly camp for over 3 centuries, he had engaged in countless confrontations with the mystical camp, most of which culminated in failure. Even on the rare occasion of victory, it was fraught with peril and came at a great cost. Particularly over the last 50 years, every engagement had ended in defeat. The immense pressure and humiliation weighed heavily upon him, an invisible burden akin to a mountain, rendering him nearly breathless. Yet today's resounding and splendid victory marked an unprecedented triumph in his long tenure. How could he not be filled with exhilaration? As his thoughts crystallized, he clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly, and he could not suppress the cry that escaped his throat. Conversely, the head of the mystical camp appeared contorted with disbelief, his eyes widened to the point of bulging, veins protruding from his forehead, his countenance betraying a mix of incredulity and frenzied despair. He mentally cursed Zhao Qingshan as a brainless braggart. I had explicitly instructed him to feign disdain for the adversary while maintaining a healthy respect within. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full strength. Yet, this utterly foolish individual failed to establish even the most rudimentary reconnaissance, displaying an arrogance that is outrageously infuriating. Possessing strength without strategy, he is nothing but a mindless brute. He flailed his arms, as if to vent the fury that consumed him. The leader of the administrative peak briefly exhibited a flicker of envy, but he swiftly masked it with great effort. He stepped forward, clasped his hands, and proclaimed, "Honorable Master, this individual's methods are excessively ruthless. He shows no mercy even to his fellow disciples. Such a temperament is perilous. We must not employ him too liberally. Otherwise, we may face dire repercussions that could lead to calamity for our Zhi'en sect. Please deliberate carefully and do not be beguiled by fleeting appearances." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted dramatically. She fiercely tossed aside her emerald pipe, which transformed into a gleaming green broadsword in a flash. Channeling her golden core spiritual power, she chanted incantations, enveloping the blade in a sharp radiance. "You dare to malign my precious disciple. Watch as I cleave you in two." The leader of the administrative peak could not help but swallow hard, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Yet he struggled to maintain a facade of seriousness to conceal his inner trepidation. He moved forward with somewhat hurried steps toward the master, contemplating anxiously. Yu Xiaoyu was notoriously unruly and unreasonable, and in her frenzy, she could disregard everything. He genuinely feared she might inadvertently harm herself, resulting in a complete loss of face for the administrative peak. At this moment, the master gently waved his sleeve, and a formidable force instantaneously halted Yu Xiaoyu. However, the master did not reprimand her, for deep within, he did not concur with the words of the sect affairs peak master. As the helmsman of a significant power, one should prioritize the rise and fall of the sect. Being ruthless is not necessarily a vice, as it hinges on the manner of guidance. If a kind-hearted individual were to assume the role of the master, confronting the overt and covert struggles among various factions would indeed spell disaster. Moreover, given the ever-shifting circumstances in the Zhao kingdom, where various forces are subtly vying for dominance, the Zhi'en sect desperately requires a potent remedy. The peak master of Qi Lian remained steadfast as a mountain, his expression impassive, as though nothing in the world could stir his emotions. It was only when his direct disciple, Zhao Qingshan, made an appearance that he cast a fleeting glance. Yet, he swiftly averted his gaze, plunging once more into his world of artifact crafting. In his heart, the art of crafting was of paramount importance, and he paid no heed to matters beyond it. Of course, should the Zhi'en sect face dire peril, he would undoubtedly rise without hesitation to safeguard it. Chapter 50. Thoroughly defeating the Zhi'en camp within the secret realm of spiritual beasts, Zhao Qingshan appeared haggard, trudging back with a sense of defeat. Behind him, over 40 disciples of the Zhi'en camp were filled with righteous indignation, their voices raised in furious exclamations. The disciples of the Tian camp are utterly treacherous. They are nothing but cunning rogues, leaving us with an empty city, too cowardly to confront us directly. They are nothing but a bunch of timid mice. With heavy steps, Zhao Qingshan approached the entrance of the headquarters, only to find the interior in disarray, with numerous Zhi'en camp disciples sprawled across the ground. His eyes widened in shock, fiery rage igniting within him. In an instant, he transformed into a golden whirlwind, propelled by his pent-up fury as he surged into the main camp. Witnessing such a grim scene, the Zhi'en camp disciples rushed in behind him, cursing vehemently. These despicable rats of the Tian camp dared to launch a sneak attack on our headquarters while we were away. Such shamelessness is intolerable. We must exact blood for blood and avenge our brothers. The air was thick with their indignation towards the Tian camp's vile tactics, as well as the bitterness of having been deceived. Meanwhile, Zhi'en gently caressed the 26 tail feathers' radiating warmth, secretly devising his next move. He contemplated leading his men to capture more tail feathers, confident that, given the current pace, they could easily gather the requisite 50 within a day and night. Even if Zhao Qingshan and his group fought desperately, they would be left trailing far behind. Yet, instead of laboriously collecting the feathers himself, was it not far easier and more gratifying to continue seizing the Zhi'en camp disciples? The rascals of the Zhi'en camp had oppressed the Tian camp for far too long. They must be decisively brought to their knees, including Zhao Qingshan. Zhi'en pondered deeply. After retreating 3,000 zhang, he gestured for his brothers to halt. During this retreat, he arranged for a few brothers to remain along the way, equipping them with communication talismans to act as vigilant eyes in the grass. As soon as Zhao Qingshan pursued, they could swiftly pinpoint his location. With a keen gaze, Zhi'en carefully contemplated his subsequent plans. Zhou Yuan was the most suitable candidate to serve as a vigilant eye. Yet Zhi'en chose to have him follow instead, recognizing that Zhao Qingshan's defeat necessitated his combat strength. At this moment, Zhi'en no longer targeted him deliberately. After all, Zhou Yuan had been the first to arrive and rescue Xiao Yanzi during the ambush. As long as Zhi'en was aware that Zhou Yuan would not covertly hinder him, that was sufficient. Next, I intend to strike down Zhao Qingshan as well. Do you have any suggestions? Zhi'en inquired of Zhou Yuan, Wang Gong, and several brothers from the Tian camp beside him. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, his pale countenance now marked with gravity as he spoke slowly. I believe we should swiftly gather the tail feathers, aiming to collect 50 as soon as possible, for that would guarantee a decisive victory. While I was collecting intelligence, I overheard that the crimson flame bird often conceals itself within small red caverns. I have a rough idea of their locations if you follow my lead. We stand a great chance of discovering these red holes. Zhou Yuan's gaze radiated determination and confidence. Wang Gong, however, did not endorse Zhou Yuan's approach. Instead, he earnestly turned to Zhi'en and said solemnly, "The decision rests with you. I place my trust solely in you." Wang Gong's conviction was unwavering, not only because Zhi'en had recently led them to a splendid victory, but also due to the fact that Zhi'en was his benefactor. A mere word from the master of wealth outweighed months of arduous labor. Zhou Yuan, what significance does he hold? He cannot even compete with me, and he is nothing but a miser. Wang Gong scorned him inwardly. The other brothers of the heavenly camp gazed eagerly at Zhi'en. Despite a hint of anxiety in their eyes, the overwhelming sentiment was one of exhilaration from their recent triumph and faith in Zhi'en's strategy. This moment was ripe for leading them into battle, and each breath was slightly hurried as they eagerly anticipated Zhi'en's decision. Observing the reactions around him, Zhou Yuan sighed, realizing that he had lost his influence within the heavenly camp. Even if he wished to operate in the shadows, it was utterly impossible. Just as Zhou Yuan expected to hear Zhi'en's cold and cutting remarks, Zhi'en unexpectedly placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, speaking softly, "Trust me. The heavenly camp needs to bolster its morale, only by utterly defeating everyone in the mystic camp and shattering their backbone. Rather than relying on a stroke of luck from a surprise attack, can we truly restore our former glory and ensure that we emerge victorious for decades to come?" Zhi'en's gaze was steadfast and fervent, capable of igniting the fighting spirit in all. Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Zhi'en's words, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This was not solely due to the poignancy of Zhi'en's speech, but also because he had been subdued for so long and now, unexpectedly treated with kindness, he felt somewhat disoriented. His heart was even stirred with emotion. "How pitiable I am." Zhou Yuan's lips quivered slightly, a tumult of mixed feelings surging within him. Sometimes, people are rather pitiful, for instance, being reprimanded daily by a superior, and then one day, unexpectedly receiving gentle words of comfort. One immediately feels an appreciation for the leader. If, at that moment, the leader were to add, "My previous severity was intended to cultivate you and hone your character," most would surrender, wholeheartedly committing themselves to serve. Zhou Yuan's current state of mind was precisely this. He bit his lip, striving to quell his excitement. Observing Zhou Yuan's reaction, Zhi'en smiled gently, a smile imbued with confidence and composure, and then turned to the others, stating, "Next, we must prepare for two courses of action. Firstly, Zhao Qingshan endures in silence, fragmenting his approach like a concealed serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal strike at a pivotal moment to reverse the tide of defeat. Should this be the case, we must remain ever vigilant and prepared. Though it may be troublesome, there are strategies to counteract, such as luring the serpent from its lair, casting a decoy to divert attention, or employing a feigned attack to mislead." Zhi'en spoke earnestly, gesturing with his hands, his demeanor grave and focused. Secondly, if Zhao Qingshan were a reckless individual, brazenly leading an assault against us, the situation would be considerably simpler. We could lay a series of traps along the way and employ provoking tactics to ensnare him. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Li Zhi'en's gaze, suggesting that he felt everything was within his grasp. Once Zhao Qingshan is apprehended, we would no longer need to toil to collect the remnants, as the rules do not stipulate that we must gather them all. In that case, we would be unburdened and free to thoroughly explore this secret realm, which has existed since ancient times. Perhaps there are precious treasures awaiting our discovery. Li Zhi'en's eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing. He recalled how the swallow sensed certain energies from the stone pillars, hinting that there might indeed be treasures waiting for them. Chapter 51. The three travelers, upon hearing that the esteemed senior brother was already devising plans for treasure hunting after tidying up the Xianying. The members of the Tianying were overwhelmed with excitement, barely able to contain themselves. "Senior brother, you are truly wise and valorous. Such strategy is unparalleled in the world," exclaimed a Tianying disciple, his face adorned with flattery, his tone dripping with adulation. "Indeed, indeed. Following you, senior brother, we are bound to amass great wealth and uncover extraordinary treasures." Another disciple eagerly concurred. "Senior brother, you are our steadfast pillar, with you at the helm. No challenge can deter us." Another voice rang out passionately. Zhou Yuan gazed at Li Zhi'en as if in a dream, for with but a few casual words, this individual had rendered the seemingly insurmountable Xianying to a conclusion. Moreover, he intended to lead everyone in the quest for treasure. This was utterly unfathomable. Such a situation had never occurred in the annals of Tianying's history. Zhou Yuan's eyes brimmed with disbelief and lamentation as he murmured to himself. Never did he anticipate that Li Zhi'en possessed such remarkable abilities. The audacity and insight he displayed were indeed commendable. "Senior brother, your plan is impeccable. Those scoundrels of Xianying shall surely fall into your grasp. Indeed, senior brother, once we have dealt with Xianying and discovered the treasures, we shall be able to hold our heads high." Excitement and anticipation radiated from the faces of the crowd as they lavished Li Zhi'en with flattery, a continuous tide of praise washing over him. Soon, as Li Zhi'en had predicted, news arrived through the sound transmission talismans from the Tianying brethren along the route. Zhao Qingshan stormed out, leading all Xianying disciples in pursuit, shouting curses without restraint. His voice seemed to pierce the heavens, embodying a resolve for a decisive battle. Upon hearing this, Li Zhi'en burst into hearty laughter, a hint of derision coloring his words. I had perhaps overestimated that rascal Zhao Qingshan. He confidently surveyed his brethren, proclaiming, "Brothers, just 3 steps, and before dawn, I shall capture Zhao Qingshan. At that moment, we will have an entire day to seek treasures. Senior brother, you are remarkable. You anticipated this. Indeed, following you, we shall conquer all adversities and emerge victorious. Senior brother, you are our beacon of fortune. With you here, every challenge shall be effortlessly overcome." With a smile, Li Zhi'en relished the accolades of his companions, then waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Let us depart." As soon as the words left his lips, the brethren of Tianying sprang into action, their movements agile as arrows released from a bow, swiftly closing in on Zhao Qingshan's direction. Through the continuous stream of clandestine sound transmission intelligence, Li Zhi'en's expression turned serious as he led his brothers to halt their advance a full 1,000 zhang away from Zhao Qingshan. He gently waved his hand, signaling his companions to draw nearer, then lowered his voice to speak. "Next, we shall embark on the initial phase of our plan, which entails the strategic separation of Zhao Qingshan from the disciples of the Xianying. Although Zhao Qingshan is a man of sheer brute force devoid of cunning, he remains the foremost figure in the Qing training camp, boasting not only formidable resilience, but also extraordinary strength. If mishandled, he could inflict grievous harm upon us. Engaging in a self-destructive endeavor, akin to inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while sustaining 800 ourselves, is something I, Li Zhi'en, shall never entertain. As for the particulars of our strategy, allow me to elucidate in due course." All present wore expressions of utmost seriousness, including Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong, who were thoroughly captivated by the authority Li Zhi'en exuded. "We shall initially send Wang Gong to challenge Zhao Qingshan, aiming to sever his connection with the Xianying disciples. Should they become isolated, our subsequent step will swiftly eliminate the Xianying disciples. This task is fraught with danger, and I personally pledge 10 mid-grade spirit stones as a reward," Li Zhi'en stated resolutely, fixing his gaze on Wang Gong. Upon hearing this, Wang Gong swallowed hard, his brow furrowed, revealing a countenance marked by a blend of anxiety and an effort to maintain composure. He reflected on the numerous encounters he had with Zhao Qingshan, none of which had ended in his favor. Each time, he was thoroughly vanquished. Both warriors excelled in close combat. Yet his heavy sword could not breach Zhao Qingshan's golden armor. Furthermore, he was at a lower cultivation level than his adversary, rendering him an unlikely match. However, the promise of 10 mid-grade spirit stones was enticing enough that even if he were to sustain injuries and spend half a month bedridden, it would be worth the price. With this thought in mind, Wang Gong gritted his teeth and nodded earnestly. While I cannot guarantee victory against Zhao Qingshan, I can certainly inflict significant injury upon him. Li Zhi'en reassured him with a smile, patting Wang Gong's shoulder. I would never put my brothers in harm's way. Your challenge is merely to provoke him. My true intentions lie elsewhere. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to be harmed. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and growing trust towards Li Zhi'en, Wang Gong scratched his head. Were it not for his impoverished background and severe lack of cultivation resources, he would never have accepted Li Zhi'en's reward. Once the instructions were imparted, Li Zhi'en cautiously led Wang Gong and Zhou Yuan closer to Zhao Qingshan, leaving the remaining disciples of the Tian camp behind. The forthcoming operation demanded precision and swiftness. The more individuals involved, the more cumbersome our movements would become, increasing the risk of being pursued by Zhao Qingshan and ultimately compelled to engage in a decisive confrontation. Using intel relayed by the hidden Tian camp disciples, the trio advanced stealthily. The night enveloped them like thick ink, seemingly impossible to disperse. The towering trees loomed ominously, their branches intertwining like the menacing claws of a colossal beast reaching for the heavens. The air was rich with potent spiritual energy, mingled with the fragrances of various spiritual flora. Occasionally, luminous spirit butterflies flitted by, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to the dark surroundings. Beside the path they traversed, beneath the shadow of a massive boulder, a diminutive spirit beast cub curled up, its fur shimmering with an otherworldly glow under the moonlight, while its round, vigilant eyes scanned the vicinity with caution. Li Zhi'en's eyes widened with curiosity as he fixated on the small beast, excitement shimmering in his gaze. Suddenly, he turned to Zhou Yuan beside him and inquired, with such a plethora of spirit beasts around, might we capture a few to take with us? If each of our brothers had one to nurture diligently, wouldn't our combat prowess soar to new heights? At that point, what would we have to fear from the disciples of the Xinjiang? Zhou Yuan, exasperated, rolled his eyes dramatically and cast a sidelong glance at Li Zhi'en, then remarked with a hint of irritation, what are you even thinking? This is the sect's resource. Who would dare capture spirit beasts without the sect's permission? Moreover, do you think everyone has the luxury of abundant spirit stones to raise these beasts? The resource requirements for a single spirit beast far exceed those of a cultivator of the same rank by threefold. The meager spirit stones we disciples of the Tianying receive each month are barely enough for our own cultivation, let alone to spare for feeding spirit beasts. I'm rather strapped for resources myself. My little swallow eats far too much. Realizing the implications of Zhou Yuan's words, Li Zhi'en sheepishly acknowledged the truth. Chapter 52. Wang Gong versus Zhao Qingshan. Half an hour later, atop a small hill, Li Zhi'en came to a halt, slowly crouching down and signaling to Wang Gong and Zhou Yuan behind him to be silent. Below lay Zhao Qingshan and his 40 disciples from the Xin camp, seemingly meditating to adjust their energies. Li Zhi'en furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. Why, he wondered, did these Xin disciples obey Zhao Qingshan's commands without question? Despite his reckless and impulsive demeanor, devoid of any comprehensive strategy? In stark contrast to Zhao Qingshan's brashness, Li Zhi'en found himself admiring the adaptability and quick thinking displayed by Hong Hong. Their meticulously planned ambush had nearly been thwarted by her single maneuver, earning her his utmost respect. If only she could temper her overly fierce temperament and abandon her penchant for vengeance, she would undoubtedly become a formidable general in her own right. As the confusion regarding Zhao Qingshan swirled in Li Zhi'en's mind, clarity soon dawned upon him. In the realm of cultivation, power and status reigned supreme. Zhao Qingshan had long occupied the top rank in the Qing training camp, his extraordinary prowess and widespread fame naturally attracting fervent followers. These acolytes orbited him like planets around the sun, treating his every command as gospel. At that moment, Li Zhi'en's gaze sharpened as he exchanged a resolute glance with Wang Gong, imbued with determination and conviction. Understanding the unspoken message, Wang Gong slightly nodded, hefting his immensely heavy sword with a light and cautious step, akin to a tiger poised to pounce on its prey. On the other side, Zhao Qingshan donned a dazzling suit of golden armor, which shimmered like flowing flames under the sun's rays. His hands were encased in blood-red gauntlets, inscribed with glowing runes, pulsating with latent power. Zhao Qingshan was a towering figure, with a square jaw and fierce brows resembling swords, his copper-ringed eyes striking terror into hearts when narrowed in anger. His thick beard stood erect like steel needles, further accentuating his rugged and wild demeanor. With fury radiating from him, His heavy breaths echoed like distant thunder, the bloodshot intensity of his eyes betraying his rage. His teeth ground ominously, and the muscles of his face twitched uncontrollably in response to his wrath. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful punch, crashing it into a tree so large that several men would be required to encircle it. A surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from his gauntlet, causing the trunk to indent deeply, as if a great pit had formed. Almost immediately, thick cracks spread across the bark at a visible pace, accompanied by a rumbling sound reminiscent of thunder exploding within the tree. With a sudden crack, the massive trunk snapped in two, crashing to the ground and shaking the earth violently. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air like a great dragon soaring, interspersed with flickering spiritual lights, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. Come forth, you cowardly rodents of the heavenly camp! You spineless wretches, trembling in fear like spineless hounds, dare only to peek from your hiding places. Zhao Qingshan roared towards the heavens in a fit of rage, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the leaves around him to tremble and fall. As one of the most formidable disciples of his time, he had always enjoyed a smooth journey on the path of cultivation, never before encountering such a significant setback. The spirit beast's secret realm was meant to be his to claim, and the highly coveted personal best bronze corpse puppet was destined to belong to him. With the bronze corpse puppet in his possession, he could compensate for certain deficiencies in close combat, enhancing his prowess on the path of cultivation. However, who could have anticipated that a certain Zhi'en would emerge unexpectedly, ambushing him during his absence from the camp and forcibly seizing his crucial 26 tail feathers? It was imperative to understand that without these 26 tail feathers, he lost his chance to attain personal best. And all the glory and expectations that were rightfully his were instantly reduced to nothingness. Contemplating this, his eyes blazed like torches, and the fury within him surged like a tempest. How could he not harbor hatred? How could he not be enraged? Just then, a deafening roar reverberated through the skies as Wang Gong descended like a war deity, wielding a heavy sword that gleamed with a profound radiance, imbued with boundless power. His muscles quivered violently, as if forged by a master artisan with utmost precision, hardening section by section until they resembled unyielding rock akin to Mount Tai. The sinewy contours of his physique were reminiscent of the earth's ravines, deep and rugged, while the lines flashed like lightning across the firmament, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Wang Gong's eyes widened, gleaming with unwavering resolve, as he bellowed, "Zhao Qingshan, you arrogant fool! I, Wang Gong, have come to confront you." With a fierce shout, he gripped the sword hilt with both hands and, summoning all his strength, brought it crashing down upon Zhao Qingshan. The force of the strike was monumental. As if cleaving the very heavens and earth, the sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, summoning a fierce gale that bent the surrounding flora and fauna low. Upon seeing his adversary, Zhao Qingshan's eyes instantly reddened, and with a sudden surge of power, the ground beneath him fractured under the immense force, sending debris flying like swarms of locusts, while he propelled himself into the air like a cannonball. Rather than retreating, Zhao Qingshan swung his right hand, clad in the blazing sun gauntlet, to meet Wang Gong's heavy sword with a force that resembled an overwhelming tide. Flames erupted from the gauntlet, glowing a perilous crimson, as if intent on incinerating the enemy entirely. Witnessing this, Wang Gong let out a mighty roar, his voice akin to thunderclouds, causing the leaves around to fall in disarray. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he channeled his spiritual energy like a relentless tide into the heavy sword, which shone so brilliantly it was blinding. Descending with an aura of annihilation. Boom. In the next instant, the two forces collided. Brilliant sparks erupted like a dazzling meteor shower, reminiscent of fireflies dancing in the air. As the tremendous impact created visible ripples of spiritual energy that radiated outward, while the atmosphere crackled with explosive sounds. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Qingshan summoned his strength once more, and the flames on his gauntlet surged violently, coalescing into a towering pillar of fire, within which a phantom of a phoenix could be seen spiraling and screeching. Charging directly towards Wang Gong. With a sharp gaze, Wang Gong swung his heavy sword fiercely, unflinchingly meeting the blazing pillar of fire. A thunderous crash resounded as the fire and sword clashed, unleashing a blinding brilliance akin to a sun erupting before one's eyes. The tremendous force of spiritual energy sent Wang Gong staggering back several steps, while Zhao Qingshan merely paused momentarily. Zhao Qingshan laughed maniacally, declaring, "Wang Gong, do you truly believe you can contend with me? You are utterly deluded." Wang Gong braced his sword against the onslaught, the sound of metal colliding ringing incessantly, each impact sparking a multitude of fiery bursts, reminiscent of a vibrant fireworks display. Chapter 53. Escape. Zhao Qingshan's strength grew increasingly formidable, leaving Wang Gong struggling to withstand the onslaught, his arm tingling from the impact. "Zhao Qingshan, do not get arrogant. Wang Gong bellowed through clenched teeth, seizing an opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to Zhao Qingshan's abdomen. Zhao Qingshan reacted with remarkable swiftness, blocking with his arm. The tremendous recoil force sending Wang Gong staggering back several meters, creating distinct ripples in the air behind him. Struggling to regain his footing, Wang Gong, panting heavily, clearly found his strength waning, while Zhao Qingshan remained a paragon of vigor. With a furious roar, Zhao Qingshan ignited the flames on his blazing gauntlets once more, enveloping himself in a fierce conflagration that transformed into a colossal vermilion bird, poised for flight. Wang Gong, summoning every ounce of his energy, unleashed a flurry of sharp sword chi that coalesced into a shadow of Mount Tai, hurtling towards Zhao Qingshan. Yet, with a mere casual swing of his fist, Zhao Qingshan shattered the illusion. At this moment, the remaining 40 disciples of the Zhi'en camp awakened from their stupor, their eyes wide with fury. The scum of the Tian camp dares to strike against senior brother Zhao. You foolish wretch! They shouted in unison, a tide of anger surging forth. Some turned crimson with rage, vociferously cursing. Others gripped their spiritual artifacts tightly, their teeth grinding audibly. Yet, how could Li Zhi'en allow the Zhi'en disciples to encircle Wang Gong? Just as the situation reached a critical point, countless frenzied vines, resembling serpents, erupted into view. These robust and powerful vines, adorned with sharp barbs, writhed menacingly in the air. They swiftly ensnared the last 5 disciples of the Zhi'en camp with lightning speed. The vines seemed almost alive, tightening their grip until the disciples' faces flushed and their breathing became labored. Suddenly, the vines lashed out with a resounding crack, their ferocity inflicting grievous wounds upon those struck. At this moment, Zhou Yuan had expended every bit of his strength. His fingers bled profusely, his pallid complexion resembling parchment, yet his gaze radiated determination. To maximize the power of the Heavenly Gang Earthnet, he relentlessly infused his own blood essence into the technique, resolute in ensuring that the combat effectiveness of these 5 individuals was completely neutralized. Retreat. After successfully incapacitating the 5, Li Zhi'en shouted urgently to Zhou Yuan. Without hesitation, he vanished, stealthily retreating towards Wang Gong. His steps were resolute and swift, his mind singularly focused on one objective, to aid Wang Gong in breaking free. Otherwise, Wang Gong would undoubtedly be ensnared by Zhao Qingshan, unable to escape. The charging disciples of the Zhi'en camp, sensing an ambush from behind, hurriedly turned around to retaliate. However, the enemy had already made a swift retreat, vanishing without a trace. As they gazed at the empty space behind them, their frustration erupted into curses. These despicable rats from the Tian camp, if you have the ability, do not flee. Curse it, just wait until I catch you. Though they hurled insults, they dared not pursue recklessly, fearing it might be a stratagem to lure them away, and could only stand in place, furiously stomping their feet. Zhao Qingshan, sensing another ambush, felt his eyes blaze with fury, as if his lungs might explode. The blazing sun gauntlet in his hand erupted with an intense flame, delivering relentless blows to Wang Gong's stone-like body. Each strike carried the force of a mighty avalanche, forcing Wang Gong to retreat step by step, shards of stone scattering in the air, while cracks began to mar his body. Just as Wang Gong prepared to fight to the death, Li Zhi'en arrived like a gust of wind. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, fingers poised, and uttered a low command. Extreme cold seal. In an instant, an intense chill emanated from his fingertips, causing the temperature around them to plummet dramatically. Moisture in the air rapidly crystallized, forming visible ice crystals that proliferated with a crisp, urgent sound. These ice crystals interconnected and accumulated, swiftly coalescing into a thick, smooth ice wall. The ice wall expanded rapidly, overwhelming Zhao Qingshan in an unstoppable surge. The moment Zhao Qingshan's body made contact with the wall, frost swiftly crept up his form, sealing him within. Hurry! With little time for words, Li Zhi'en grasped Wang Gong's rigid stone arm and turned to flee. His steps were swift as the wind, his expression tense yet determined, propelling Wang Gong away to safety. Although Li Zhi'en, at the second level of qi refining, could only use the extreme cold seal twice a day, the midnight hour had passed, and the skill had already refreshed. An enraged roar echoed from within the ice wall, a sound that seemed to rise from a dark abyss, laden with boundless resentment. In the next moment, a surging inferno erupted violently from the ice wall's core. The flames glowed with an ominous crimson hue, resembling a raging fire dragon, with temperatures high enough to sear and distort all in their path. In an instant, the flames crashed against the ice wall with relentless force, causing it to emit a bone-chilling creak as cracks spread like a spider's web. Following this, a tremendous explosion resounded as the ice wall could no longer withstand the fiery onslaught, shattering in an instant. Massive chunks of ice, propelled by the raging spiritual energy, shot out in all directions, raising clouds of dust and shaking the very earth. Although the extreme cold seal was breached in mere moments, Zhi'en had already led Wang Gong far from the scene. The petty scoundrels of Tianying dared to fight me to the death. Zhao Qingshan's furious roar echoed far and wide, startling a flock of birds in the valley, yet receiving no response. Only the fading echoes of his own wrath dissipating within the vast secret realm. Meanwhile, Zhi'en glanced back cautiously, seeing no sign of Zhao Qingshan pursuing blindly. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, he furrowed his brow slightly, sighed softly, and murmured to himself, "Well, though this fellow is a brute, he is not entirely foolish." Having distanced himself from the perilous vicinity, Zhi'en finally halted his steps, a sense of relief washing over him. He paused to catch his breath, then swiftly turned to regard Wang Gong, whose complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush. Concern etched across his features as he inquired urgently, "Are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" As he spoke, Zhi'en extended his hand to gently brush away the dust clinging to Wang Gong's attire, his gaze meticulously scanning him with palpable tension. Wang Gong shook his head slightly, a flicker of pain shadowing his visage as he clenched his jaw, then replied in a low voice, "I merely experienced a surge of qi and some internal jostling. That Zhao Qingshan is indeed tough as nails. Had I possessed 3 superior-grade magical artifacts like him, I would undoubtedly have vanquished him and made him aware of my prowess." At this juncture, he clenched his fist tightly, the veins in his arms standing out prominently. "Regrettably, I hail from humble beginnings, lacking familial support, and am utterly unable to afford such esteemed magical artifacts." Wang Gong's eyes brimmed with a sense of helplessness and resentment, his voice growing somewhat husky and subdued. He cast his gaze downwards, observing his calloused hands, a wave of bitterness swelling within him. Those precious artifacts seemed to him nothing short of an unattainable dream. He let out a long sigh, his expression steeped in melancholy. Chapter 54. The second step of the plan. Zhi'en patted his shoulder firmly, his gaze resolute and brimming with confidence. "Brother, you need not worry, from now on. Follow me unwaveringly. I, Zhi'en, assure you that it is not merely a mere magical artifact I promise you, but a true treasure in the future." Wang Gong's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief evident in his expression as he stood frozen, rendered speechless for a considerable time. A treasure? Such a thing could only be wielded by a Yuaning elder, possessing unparalleled power capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Its rarity was beyond imagination. How could such an extraordinary treasure be easily bestowed upon another? Yet, upon seeing the utmost sincerity etched across Zhi'en's face, he felt it was impossible for him to be deceived. Wang Gong contemplated silently. After all, Zhi'en was a direct disciple of the Peak Master, and had exhibited exceptional leadership during the recent trials in the secret realm. His future achievements were bound to be immeasurable, perhaps even positioning him as a successor to the Peak Master, with a chance to compete for the esteemed position of sect leader in the future. Aligning himself with Zhi'en now was undoubtedly akin to being a dragon's minister, promising future ascendance. Resolute in his thoughts, Wang Gong clenched his teeth and declared, "From now on, whatever you command me to do, I shall do, and I require no additional spirit stones." Zhi'en laughed heartily, his laughter robust and unrestrained, as if it sought to pierce the heavens. How could he not be elated to gain such a formidable ally? "Rest assured, the spirit stones and resources you deserve will be provided, though they shall be awarded based on your merits. The stronger you become, the more territory we shall conquer together. The trivial training camp is hardly our battlefield. Our ambitions stretch to the vast Zhao kingdom, and even beyond to the boundless seas and lands." Wang Gong nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with aspirations for the future, burning with an unwavering determination, as if he could already envision himself alongside Zhi'en, conquering realms and achieving fame across the world. Nearby, Zhou Yuan observed the fervor and passion radiating from the two. Truth be told, his own desires surged within him like a roaring flame. What youth does not yearn to become a hero? What young man does not wish to soar through the heavens with unbridled spirit? Moreover, the one before him was the leader who had secured a great victory for the heavenly camp. At this moment, Zhou Yuan felt as if 1,000 steeds were galloping in his heart, his blood surging with fervor. He slowly approached, licking his parched lips, his demeanor somewhat awkward, yet his tone resonated with eagerness as he spoke. "Actually, I can be of considerable assistance as well. I can gather intelligence, and my heavenly gangs can also serve to bind and control." Zhi'en immediately discerned Zhou Yuan's intentions. After fighting alongside him twice, he had already placed unwavering trust in his character. We shall form the iron triangle of the heavenly camp. As long as we unite in purpose and work in harmony, There shall be no enemy we cannot overcome, Li Zhi'en proclaimed with vigor, giving Zhou Yuan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Zhou Yuan exhaled deeply, secretly muttering to himself. Li Zhi'en has finally accepted himself, no longer casting suspicious glances and targeting me everywhere. This is truly a relief. From now on, I shall strive to perform well and never betray this hard-earned trust. What course of action should we take next? After regrouping, shall we continue our assault on Zhao Shan? Wang Gong gasped for breath, his face slightly flushed, and asked in a low, urgent tone. Li Zhi'en slowly shook his head, his gaze deep and his expression grave. Even if Zhao Shan is dull-witted, after enduring 2 ambushes, he will surely set up sentries on the periphery to guard against us, and we will no longer have such an easy opportunity. However, our overall strength indeed surpasses theirs, and even in a head-on confrontation, we can defeat them. At this moment, Zhou Yuan mentally calculated quickly. The results startled him. The enemy had a total of 62 members, and we had incapacitated 22 during the raid on their base, including Hong Hong, the Peak Master's personal disciple of the 8th level of Qi training. The recent ambush had cost them another 5, leaving the enemy with only 35 members. Meanwhile, our total number is 55, with 5 injured, leaving us with a solid 50. The more Zhou Yuan thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, ultimately declaring with confidence, 50 against 35, victory is assured. Wang Gong gritted his teeth, determination evident in his eyes, and stated firmly, I will hold Zhao Shan off while you take care of the remaining Xianing disciples. Then we will all join forces to besiege Zhao Shan. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, we can exhaust his spiritual energy by taking turns attacking him. Listening to their conversation, Li Zhi'en once again shook his head, expressing dissatisfaction as he spoke. While I could overpower them, the cost would be too great for us. If we defeat them, we might suffer near total casualties ourselves. How then can we lead our brothers to explore treasures in this secret realm? I have solemnly promised them that. Therefore, you must carefully heed my instructions regarding the second phase of tonight's plan. Li Zhi'en smiled calmly and confidently, continuing, we have already incapacitated 5 of them. Zhao Shan will undoubtedly send the injured back to their base. If they move together, they will need to allocate additional personnel to care for the injured. Zhao Shan will certainly not dare to casually assign a few to escort the injured back. He will return with them. We merely need to reach the Xianing base first and ambush them at the entrance when they are least vigilant. Their movement speed with the injured will inevitably be slower than ours. Zhou Yuan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly exclaimed, I will immediately inform teams 1, 2, and 3 to head to the Xianing base for the ambush. Li Zhi'en laughed heartily, revealing a shrewd expression. There is no need for you to notify them. I have already relayed the orders to them during our ambush on Zhao Shan. Zhou Yuan was suddenly overjoyed, admiration gleaming in his gaze towards Li Zhi'en. Wang Gong forcefully pumped his fist, exclaiming with enthusiasm, just a few more ambushes against the enemy, and we can effectively diminish their combat strength. When the time comes to confront Zhao Shan in succession, he will no longer need to cling to a mindset of severe injury and impending demise. Opportunities such as these must not be squandered. Thus, let us embark at this very moment. Zhou Yuan urged with palpable excitement, while Wang Gong promptly rose, his gaze ablaze as it fixed upon Li Zhi'en. Do you not require further rest? Li Zhi'en inquired with concern, a trace of worry evident in his eyes. After all, when the 3 of us retreated, we were positioned closest to the direction of the Xian camp's headquarters, so we still have a bit of time. Chapter 55. The ambush. Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong simultaneously shook their heads, with Wang Gong clenching his fists, his voice low and resolute. In the face of a formidable enemy, we must first eliminate the threat. Observing their unwavering determination, Li Zhi'en unhesitatingly produced 2 medium-grade spiritual stones and tossed them to them with a flick of his wrist. Restore as much spiritual energy as you can. Let us depart. The 2 instinctively caught the stones, their gazes lingering on Li Zhi'en's retreating figure, revealing a complex array of emotions. He had sacrificed many of his cherished spiritual stones for the sake of their brothers in the heavenly camp, hoping they could triumph over the mystic camp. While one could argue he possessed a degree of selfishness, who could compare to his willingness to sacrifice for the team? Yi Bing, hailing from a prestigious family, had never offered any benefits to his brothers during his tenure as the eldest disciple. He relied solely on his status and lineage to impose his will, coercing his brothers into obedience and resorting to unscrupulous methods to expel those who defied him from the training camp. As the trio advanced, they moved with remarkable speed, leaping over rocks and traversing trees, their silhouettes darting swiftly beneath the pale moonlight. The howling wind echoed in their ears, and the vegetation beneath their feet was swiftly cast aside. Utilizing the moonlight, The three approached the mystic camp's main base in less than half an hour, their pace relentless. Zhi'en made a gesture before halting. Inside the mystic camp's headquarters, injured soldiers filled the area, their pain groans rising and falling like a mournful chorus. They had not anticipated a renewed assault from the enemy, as the sect had a strict prohibition against fatalities. At this moment, Zhou Yuan lowered his head slightly. His voice cautious as he murmured, "I just contacted 3 squads. They will arrive at our position within the time it takes to burn an incense stick and commence the ambush." Zhi'en nodded subtly, his gaze resolute and imbued with wisdom. This ambush must deplete the enemy's forces to the greatest extent. The opportune moment to strike would be at the rear of Zhao Qingshan's team. Once they reached their headquarters, they would undoubtedly lower their guard, while the patrolling scouts would rejoin the main force. After a span of incense burning, Zhi'en indeed received reports through the communication talismans from the heavenly camp disciples. They were positioned and ready for deployment. Observing Zhou Yuan's tense demeanor, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Zhi'en spoke soothingly, "Trust me. We will eliminate all enemies before dawn." Zhou Yuan's tightly clenched fists turned slightly pale as he struggled to steady his breath. The night breeze rustled past him, causing his garments to flutter violently. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm, silently vowing to shatter the mystic camp's 50-year unbeaten legend this night. After some time, Zhi'en received intelligence indicating that Zhao Qingshan and the mystic camp disciples were approaching the ambush site. Moments later, Zhi'en could discern Zhao Qingshan, clad in golden armor, with his originally imposing countenance flushed and veins protruding from his forehead. Faced with the elusive enemy, his eyes brimmed with anger and helplessness. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness washing over him. Behind him, the disciples of the Zhi'en camp appeared listless and dejected, as if they had lost their very souls, resembling forlorn dogs without a home. The night sky occasionally echoed with the cawing of crows, further enhancing the desolation of the scene. At this moment, Zhi'en was wholly focused on suppressing his presence, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, his heartbeat nearly ceasing, resembling a still statue, quietly awaiting the arrival of his prey. This sense of elation and satisfaction surged within him like the impending eruption of volcanic lava, a tumultuous desire deeply buried within his soul, akin to a primal hunting instinct. The other disciples of the Zhi'en camp held their breath, fully concentrated, daring not to make a sound, even controlling their breathing to the faintest whisper, fixating their gaze ahead, awaiting Zhi'en's command. Zhi'en exhibited no impatience. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, fixated intently on every movement of Zhao Qingshan. Just as Zhao Qingshan was about to enter the gates of the Zhi'en camp, Zhi'en signaled Zhou Yuan with a gesture. If an earthling had been present, they would have immediately recognized this gesture as an okay sign. In the next moment, Zhou Yuan sprang into action, swiftly forming intricate hand seals, his fingers dancing with agility, conjuring ethereal shadows. He chanted incantations at a rapid pace, and soon, streams of crimson blood began to flow from the tips of his fingers, the vivid red glistening under the moonlight with an almost blinding intensity. As the essence poured forth, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, resembling a blank sheet of paper devoid of color. Tian Gang Di Wang technique. Zhou Yuan bellowed, his voice imbued with determination and ferocity, launching an attack towards the rear of the enemy formation. As soon as his words fell, a chilling hissing sound erupted, reminiscent of a call from the abyss. The previously tranquil ground began to tremble violently, soil flying in all directions, as dark, ink-like fissures swiftly spread across the earth. In an instant, serpentine vines, thick as pythons and adorned with sharp barbs, emerged, twisting and extending with a speed that was almost impossible to capture. These black vines, imbued with a fervent and almost frenzied desire, surged towards the nearest dozen foes, ensnaring them tightly, their formidable strength threatening to crush the very bones of their adversaries. However, after having suffered a previous setback, the enemies were now wary of Zhou Yuan's Tian Gang Di Wang technique. Suddenly, the foes ensnared by the black vines radiated golden runes. These runes pulsated with intense spiritual energy, swiftly connecting to form a thin protective barrier, emanating a soft yet resilient glow, preventing them from suffering immediate, severe injury. A defensive spirit rune. Zhou Yuan gasped in shock, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Nonetheless, this assault was a collective effort. He did not expect to severely injure the enemy single-handedly. As long as he could momentarily restrain them and create an opportunity for his comrades, it would suffice. Just as Zhou Yuan hastily formed his hand seals, Wang Gong could no longer contain himself. He charged forth with the heavy greatsword, resembling a ferocious tiger on the prowl. In the instant the enemy was enveloped by the ethereal barrier, Wang Gong arrived with the swiftness of a tempest. "Break it!" he bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. causing leaves from the surrounding trees to cascade to the ground. The heavy sword in his grasp transformed into a whirlwind under the impetus of his formidable strength, its blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. In a heartbeat, this tempest cleaved through the controlled foes, producing a series of dull thuds as 7 or 8 adversaries were felled to the earth, blood spraying forth and staining the ground crimson. As a master of the 7th layer of chi refinement, his prowess far surpassed that of these controlled enemies, who were merely at the 5th layer, making the slaughter akin to slicing through vegetables. Wiping the blood of his enemies from his face, Wang Gong appeared even more ferocious and formidable. Chapter 56, Collective Assault on the Boss, Part 1. Not only Wang Gong, but also the disciples from Teams 1, 2, and 3 of the Heavenly Camp united in a formidable offensive. Their eyes glimmered with determination as they raised their luminous artifacts in unison, presenting a disciplined formation akin to an artillery battery poised for a synchronized barrage, accompanied by a piercing whistle. The disciples of the Heavenly Camp simultaneously hurled their spiritual tools with great force. In an instant, it was as if 1,000 cannons had fired, unleashing a dazzling display of brilliance, reminiscent of countless shooting stars streaking across the inky night sky. Under this overwhelming collective onslaught, the subdued enemy had no time to utter a sound. Their defensive talismans shattered like fragile parchment. Subsequently, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted, violently propelling the foe away, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground, uncertain of its fate. In the rear, Li Zhi'en's eyes lit up, and he was instantly filled with exhilaration. The spectacle of such a concentrated assault was truly extraordinary, rivaling the cinematic grandeur of explosive artillery fire. Countless lights flickered. The roar of explosions filled the air, and billowing clouds of dust surged skyward, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. Li Zhi'en silently vowed to establish a true artillery unit in the future, to unleash a volley from afar and witness who would dare to stand against them. The ambushing party collaborated with remarkable synergy, completing their attack in the blink of an eye. By the time Zhao Qingshan realized what had transpired, it was already too late. His eyes widened in disbelief and rage as he beheld over 10 of his brothers grievously wounded, collapsing in pools of blood, moaning in agony. Zhao Qingshan's eyes turned crimson, his spiritual energy surging forth like a tumultuous tide. With disheveled hair, he charged towards the disciples of Team 3, his demeanor suggesting he intended to rend everything before him asunder. However, a heavy sword, accompanied by a gust of wind, descended from above, blocking his path. Zhao Qingshan, cease your arrogance, Wang Gong bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. Today, I shall tear you apart. Zhao Qingshan roared in a frenzy, his furious countenance resembling that of a rabid beast. Meanwhile, Li Zhi'en's expression was grave and urgent as he swiftly addressed Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, hasten to assist Wang Gong in restraining Zhao Qingshan. I shall lead the brothers of the Heavenly Camp to eliminate the enemy's remaining forces. His gaze was resolute, filled with an unwavering determination. With the enemy reduced to a mere handful, and their own numbers exceeding 50, the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly in their favor, making their victory all but certain. Zhou Yuan, upon hearing this, wasted no time. He bit his lip, his eyes steely with resolve, and propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards Zhao Qingshan. On the brink of victory, there could be no room for error. This singular thought dominated his mind as he surged forward through the wind. Li Zhi'en regarded the trembling enemies before him, devoid of any compassion. He raised his arm high, mercilessly calling out to his comrades, "Brothers, unite and vanquish them." His voice rang out, resounding with vigor, as if it could pierce the heavens. The disciples of the Heavenly Camp, invigorated and eager, closely followed Li Zhi'en, surging forward like a relentless tide towards their adversaries. Charge! As Li Zhi'en's words echoed, the disciples erupted in fervent cries of exhilaration. Finally, it is our turn to rise and reclaim our dignity. Let them experience the taste of oppression. After years of pent-up resentment, today we shall reclaim it all. The chorus of voices rose and fell, brimming with fury and fervor. For years, the Heavenly Camp had endured suppression and bullying, bearing humiliation in silence, and now they finally had the opportunity to vent their frustrations. They were determined to unleash the grievances that had long festooned their hearts. The encircled enemies were left with no escape, akin to fish in a barrel, each successive blow instilling terror within them. "Please, spare me. I concede." A disciple from the mysterious camp, pallid and trembling, collapsed to the ground in desperation, his eyes filled with dread. "Humph, did you ever foresee this moment when you oppressed us?" shouted a disciple from the Heavenly Camp, gripping his magical artifact firmly, showing no sign of leniency. "I was wrong, truly wrong. Grant me one chance." Another disciple from the mysterious camp, tears streaming down his face, trembled uncontrollably. "Now you seek mercy?" It's too late. Another disciple from the heavenly camp rebuked sternly, his gaze ablaze with indignation. With that, the disciples of the heavenly camp surged forward without hesitation, showing no mercy, for they understood that compassion towards the enemy was cruelty towards themselves. The dispirited foes, under the relentless assault of the heavenly camp disciples, were utterly defenseless. Some didn't even have the time to raise their artifacts in defense before being felled to the ground. Armed with overwhelming numbers and high morale, the heavenly camp disciples swiftly shattered the enemy's ranks. After dispatching all the disciples of the mysterious camp, Zhi'en wasted not a moment, waving his hand and proclaiming, "Brothers, follow me." With that, Zhi'en led the charge towards Zhao Qingshan. At this moment, their spirits soared. Their steps synchronized and powerful, each heart filled with resolve. Next, they would collectively confront the boss, no matter how formidable Zhao Qingshan was, or how thick his health bar. Against their united front, he would only face annihilation. A smile crept upon Zhi'en's lips. Meanwhile, the battle among the three had escalated to a fever pitch. Zhao Qingshan, like a rabid beast, had eyes ablaze with fury, his visage contorted. The fiery gauntlets he wore erupted in flames, as if seeking to incinerate the very air around him. His golden armor shimmered with the hue of molten lava, exuding an intense heat that deterred any approach. Above him, a shield glowed like a blazing orb, radiating a blinding light and emanating a fearsome heat. This was his most powerful artifact, the solar shield. It is said that beneath the foundational level, no one can breach its defenses, which has rendered Zhao Qingshan increasingly unrestrained in battle. Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong stand side by side, both panting heavily and utterly exhausted. Wang Gong's hands tremble slightly as he grips his sword, with blood streaming from the gaping wounds in his palms, which have long since burst open, a gruesome sight indeed. A large fist-shaped imprint mars his chest, deeply concaved. Fortunately, it has not completely shattered his spell-protective Deus Han armor, or else his internal organs would undoubtedly have suffered severe damage. Zhou Yuan's condition is scarcely any better. His complexion is as pale as parchment, and although he bears no visible injuries, his breath is exceedingly feeble. Blood even seeps from his nostrils, the vivid crimson trickling down the corners of his mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight. Chapter 57. The Collective Assault on the Boss. Part 2. Brother, thank you. If you hadn't arrived, I would likely be lying here now, Wang Gong spat harshly, his voice hoarse. Zhou Yuan casually wiped the blood from his nose, offering a bitter smile. It was Zhi'en who urged me to come. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him. In the face of such peril, you still have the audacity to engage in idle chatter. It's utterly reckless. Zhao Qingshan growled, his voice resonating like thunder, causing a painful ringing in the ears. His gaze was filled with fury and a murderous intent, as if he longed to reduce the two before him to ashes. One hand tightly gripped the blazing solar shield, flames roaring fiercely, emitting a blinding radiance that was nearly impossible to behold. In his other hand, he clutched the solar gauntlet, from which fiery tongues erupted, twisting and curling violently. The golden armor he donned shone brilliantly, radiating a searing light akin to molten lava, each piece shimmering with a menacing aura that instilled dread. With a sudden stomp, the ground fractured beneath him, debris scattering in all directions. He charged forward like an invincible deity of war, exuding a formidable presence that seemed capable of obliterating anything that dared to stand in his path. At that moment, Zhi'en's resonant voice pierced the skies, echoing across the battlefield. 12 o'clock, prepare, fire. As his command resonated, a multitude of magical artifacts descended from above like a torrential downpour, a breathtaking spectacle that obscured the heavens. Among these artifacts were a gourd radiating mysterious light, a heavy ancient seal, a shimmering sword, and a lustrous spirit jade, an array so diverse that it overwhelmed the senses. Though they were merely low-tier artifacts, their sheer number was astonishing, arranged with a precision that resembled a well-trained battalion. These artifacts, accompanied by a howling wind, hurtled towards Zhao Qingshan with a thunderous force. Reacting swiftly, he raised the solar shield to defend himself, which erupted in a blinding glow, forming a searing protective barrier. The artifacts collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of deafening impacts, sparks flying like resplendent fireworks in the night sky. Yet the onslaught did not cease. More artifacts followed, crashing against Zhao Qingshan's solar gauntlet and golden armor. The flames on the gauntlet surged wildly, attempting to repel the incoming projectiles, while the light on the armor shimmered as it valiantly withstood wave after wave of assault. With a resounding boom, Zhao Qingshan was propelled backward by the relentless barrage. He found himself in a disheveled state, hair askew, face covered in dust, and his attire tattered. Nevertheless, his formidable strength, bolstered by the defenses of the solar shield, gauntlet, and armor, prevented him from sustaining any significant harm. Li Zhi'en remained unperturbed, his gaze resolute and confident, as he called out once more with unwavering conviction. 3 o'clock, prepare. Fire. Boom. Once again, a spectacular volley of magical artifacts surged forth, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. Just as Zhao Qingshan had barely found his footing, he was once again sent flying by an overwhelming barrage of magical artifacts, akin to a swarm of locusts. This new wave of assault was even more ferocious than the last. Numerous magical devices, imbued with a piercing force and dazzling brilliance, surged forth like a tumultuous flood, instantly engulfing Zhao Qingshan. Nearby, Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide and mouths agape, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. It was astonishing to discover that these seemingly inconspicuous low-grade artifacts, when united, could wield such formidable power. Li Zhi'en, equally astonished, wore an expression of exhilaration, his heart brimming with delight. What had begun as a mere experiment, undertaken with a sense of curiosity, had yielded results far beyond his expectations. Stop dawdling. Let us collectively push against the boss. Li Zhi'en exclaimed urgently, glancing at the dazed Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong. Though the term boss was foreign to them, the unmistakable authority in Li Zhi'en's voice snapped them back to reality. Exchanging a glance, they swiftly integrated into the ranks. With their participation, the team's morale soared, and the onslaught of magical artifacts became even more potent, particularly with Wang Gong's heavy sword, whose destructive capability was nothing short of extraordinary. You despicable wretches, how dare you? Zhao Qingshan roared in a fit of rage, launching himself from the rubble, flames erupting from his form as if intent on incinerating everything in his vicinity. The searing heat warped the very air around him. However, before he could touch down, he was met with yet another merciless volley. With a deafening roar, Zhao Qingshan's furious vitriol was abruptly silenced. His body resembled a fragile vessel tossed upon a tempest, hurled mercilessly by the relentless force of the barrage. This time, his blazing golden armor could no longer withstand the concentrated and powerful onslaught, fissures appearing in its surface and rapidly spreading like wildfire. Even a high-grade artifact would struggle to endure the coordinated assault of over 50 low-grade ones. Had Zhao Qingshan chosen to flee at that moment, Li Zhi'en would have been powerless to stop him, especially since he still possessed the formidable solar shield. Yet, being the brash individual he was, retreat was not in his nature. His character dictated that he would never back down, even when faced with dire circumstances. Heavenly vermin, Zhao Qingshan bellowed with all his might, once again soaring from the rubble toward the crowd. At this juncture, his golden armor lay in tatters, fragments littering the ground, revealing bloodied flesh beneath. With wounds deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing forth relentlessly. The solar gauntlets upon his hands had dulled, their surfaces marked with fine cracks, as though they could shatter completely at any moment. Only the solar shield continued to radiate a fierce glow, defiantly preserving the last vestiges of his dignity. Observing this mindless brute charging forth, Li Zhi'en felt a mix of admiration for his courage and sorrow for his folly. With absolute might, he sought to shatter all of his pride. At 6 o'clock, prepare, fire, Li Zhi'en declared loudly, his voice imbued with authority and determination. A thunderous roar erupted as Zhao Qingshan, in a frenzy, was once again sent flying by the overwhelming onslaught, akin to a torrential downpour. This time, bereft of the protection of the solar golden armor, he finally spewed forth a mouthful of blood, which arced beautifully through the air. The solar gauntlets he wore shattered under the immense force, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered about. In the face of an undoubtedly losing situation, Zhao Qingshan could have easily chosen to stow away his superior magical artifacts into his storage pouch, conserving his strength for a future reprisal. However, his rage and pride had rendered him irrational. His mind was solely fixated on annihilating the enemy before him, regardless of the grievous cost it might entail. Chapter 58. Zhao Qingshan's desperation. Zhao Qingshan surged forth like a cannonball, propelled by a formidable force that shattered multiple towering trees in succession. The robust trunks, under the tremendous impact of his assault, emitted a series of crackling sounds as they splintered, with wood chips scattering and filling the air. Almost immediately, he crashed heavily onto the rugged ground, strewn with sharp rocks. Although the blazing sun shield was valiantly attempting to protect him, the onslaught he endured was relentless and overwhelming. The once expansive protective aura of the sun shield rapidly diminished under the ceaseless barrage, now barely able to safeguard his vital areas, leaving the rest of his body perilously exposed to imminent danger. Moments later, the massive stones that had buried Zhao Qingshan began to slowly melt under the searing heat, transforming into a river of molten lava. He emerged from the depths as if a demon escaping the very bowels of hell, laboriously and tenaciously clawing his way out. His garments were tattered beyond recognition, and his exposed skin was crisscrossed with numerous wounds, blood gushing forth and drenching him like a blood-soaked warrior. Yet, within his eyes burned an insatiable madness and defiance, a fervent obsession that blazed to its utmost. With trembling hands, he raised a finger and, despite the immense difficulty, resolutely pointed it towards his heart. In an instant, blood surged forth from his chest like a spring, coursing down his arm and seamlessly flowing into the sun shield. His visage was fierce, teeth clenched tightly, as he enunciated each word with conviction. Even if I die, I shall not be defeated. Upon uttering these words, the sun shield, having absorbed the potent blood infused with indomitable spirit, erupted into a dazzling, otherworldly brilliance. Simultaneously, it emitted a creaking sound, as if straining under an unimaginable burden. On the verge of collapsing into ruin, Zhou Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, his voice laced with urgency and panic as he shouted, "Stop him! He intends to detonate the sun shield." As he called out, he swiftly maneuvered his hands, unleashing the celestial net technique. Thick, serpent-like vines erupted from the earth, racing forth to ensnare Zhao Qingshan's arms. However, the temperature radiating from Zhao Qingshan was alarmingly high the moment the vines made contact with his body. They withered at an observable rate, soon incinerated by the intense heat, dissipating into tendrils of black smoke. "Wang Gong!" Li Zhi'en exclaimed, his voice filled with anxiety. "We cannot allow Zhao Qingshan to detonate the sun shield. It may be trivial if he perishes, but if he drags the entire battalion down with him, that would be a tremendous loss." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Gong had already sprung into action, moving with the swiftness of lightning, as if the very winds propelled him forward. Just as the black vines were about to carbonize, he gripped his enormous sword tightly, raising it high before delivering a powerful strike to Zhao Qingshan's chest. A thunderous bang resonated, sending the severely wounded Zhao Qingshan flying, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring through the air in an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With a focus akin to a predator, Li Zhi'en sprang into action, his right index and middle fingers darting out like lightning. As he gently tapped his fingertips, the moisture in the air crystallized instantaneously into ice. These ice crystals expanded at a breathtaking speed, intertwining to form thick layers of ice walls, swiftly encasing Zhao Qingshan, who had been separated from the blazing sun shield. Within the icy prison, Zhao Qingshan was firmly restrained, his expression contorted as desperate cries erupted from him. I will not accept this." His voice, rife with despair and fury, reverberated as if attempting to shatter the frigid confines. Yet, in that moment, he possessed no strength to retaliate. The prior desperate struggle had drained all his spiritual energy and means, rendering him as helpless as a fish on a chopping block. As Zhao Qingshan distanced himself from the blazing sun shield, the sharp, strained sounds emanating from the shield gradually ceased. The once searing, red surface of the shield cooled abruptly, the rising heat dissipating slowly, and its luminous glow dimmed. Observing this transformation, Li Zhi'en finally allowed his taut nerves to relax, exhaling a long sigh. This thoughtless, foolish brute, did he not realize this was merely a drill? To attempt mutual destruction with his opponent was utterly insane. Li Zhi'en's face flushed with indignation, his chest heaving violently. At a loss for words to express his contempt for that imbecile, his gaze fixed intently on the motionless blazing sun shield lying on the ground. A grave expression flickered in Li Zhi'en's eyes. He approached with determined strides, each step imbued with barely contained anger. Upon reaching the shield, he cautiously examined it, confirming it had completely cooled and posed no danger. Then, he slowly extended his right hand, his fingers trembling slightly, residual anger still simmering. The moment his fingertips brushed against the shield, he felt the lingering warmth, yet he hesitated not for an instant, gripping the edge of the shield firmly. He tugged with resolve. The blazing sun shield quivered in his grasp, as if resisting possession by another. Li Zhi'en frowned, emitting a cold snort, and exerted greater force. Finally securing the shield firmly, he gazed at the blazing sun shield in his hand, contemplating its perilous nature. This dangerous artifact could no longer remain in Zhao Qingshan's possession. With that thought, he unhesitatingly opened his storage pouch, murmuring incantations to cast a containment spell. The blazing sun shield transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the storage pouch in an instant. Having secured the shield, Li Zhi'en took a moment to steady his emotions before striding towards the icy prison. In his heart, he resolved that the blazing sun shield would never be returned to Zhao Qingshan. Due to Zhao Qingshan's audacious attempt to drag the disciples of the heavenly camp into a tragic fate alongside him, he has undeniably transgressed the established rules. Not only did I preserve the radiant sun shield, but I also saved Zhao Qingshan's life. Thus, by both sentiment and reason, he ought to express his gratitude towards me. Even if this matter were to escalate to the peak master of the crimson refinement, Zhi'en remains unperturbed, firmly believing in the righteousness of his stance. Upon arriving before the frigid, icebound expanse, Zhi'en gazed through the crystalline ice wall at Zhao Qingshan. In that moment, Zhao Qingshan appeared utterly wretched. His wounds so deep that they almost revealed bone, with blood incessantly oozing forth, staining the ground beneath him a vivid crimson. His complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any hint of color, and his eyes were deeply sunken, reflecting a dull and lifeless gaze. Chapter 59. The Quest for Treasure. Zhao Qingshan, whose vital essence had been severely depleted, found standing to be an arduous task. His legs trembled incessantly, as if they might collapse beneath him at any moment, leaving him to slump helplessly to the ground. He was utterly weakened, devoid of the strength necessary to break through the frigid ice that encased him. Resembling a flickering candle in the wind, its flame poised to extinguish at any moment. Consequently, Zhi'en approached without trepidation, for had it been in the past, he would never have dared to do so in the face of the imposing Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan's bloodied hands clung desperately to the chilling ice wall, his breaths coming in labored gasps, each inhalation a monumental struggle. He fixed his gaze upon Zhi'en, summoning every ounce of his strength to shout, "I refuse to submit. I refuse to submit. I." His voice was hoarse and fractured, as though it were a painful struggle to extract those words from the depths of his soul. Zhi'en smirked disdainfully, his expression replete with derision and mockery. "Your submission is of little consequence. The crux of the matter is that you have been defeated by me. You ought to feel fortunate that we are not true adversaries, for had that been the case, you would already be dead. Do you understand?" With that, Zhi'en turned on his heel and departed without hesitation, his strides resolute and unwavering. Zhao Qingshan continued to rage against the ice wall. Yet Zhi'en did not glance back. At that moment, the horizon gradually revealed a hint of dawn, a faint light spreading gradually. The nascent sun ascended slowly, its warm rays pouring over the earth, dispelling the shadows of night. Morning had arrived. Zhi'en strode confidently toward the rising sun, the golden radiance illuminating him and sculpting his tall figure. His gaze was steadfast and self-assured, his steps firm and powerful, as if this victory were but a minor milestone in his lengthy journey. Watching Zhi'en's retreating silhouette beneath the resplendent sun, Zhao Qingshan's eyes blazed with an intensity akin to flames. He clenched his fists tightly, the exertion driving his nails deep into his flesh, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. Crimson blood trickled through his fingers, each drop heavy as it fell upon the sharp, merciless stones, staining the ground with a shocking hue. He yearned desperately to pursue Zhi'en, to engage in a life-or-death struggle, but his body was now so frail that action was utterly beyond his capacity. In his current state, he faced an impenetrable barrier of ice, with no hope of breaking free, if left unchallenged. This formidable icy prison could last a full day and night, rendering him a pitiful creature, helpless and at the mercy of fate, trapped within this cold and unyielding cage. Unable to move, forced to watch his adversary depart with ease, powerless to intervene. "Brothers, it's time to return to our base camp. We've been in the secret realm for 2 days without a single return. Now, we must plan our treasure hunt," Zhi'en proclaimed, his voice booming as he strode forth with vigor. His words resonated throughout the vast and desolate secret realm, imbued with an undeniable authority, confidence, and an aura of dominion. The brothers behind him responded with palpable excitement, their figures illuminated by the sunlight, brimming with determination as they marched robustly towards the main camp of the heavenly camp. "Ha! It is finally over. Our senior brother is magnificent. Long live our senior brother." The disciples of the heavenly camp cheered exuberantly, their joyous voices echoing through the valley. "This time, we have truly achieved a resounding victory. Following our senior brother has proven to be the right choice. From now on, he will be my guiding light." Another disciple's eyes sparkled, as though he could already envision countless treasures before him. "I can hardly wait to seek those precious artifacts. Perhaps we might even discover a divine relic of our sect," exclaimed a robust disciple, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Everyone steeled themselves for the treasure hunt ahead. A slightly older disciple called out, and the others responded in unison, their spirits soaring. Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong moved with agility, swiftly keeping pace with Zhi'en, standing resolutely by his side like devoted guardians. Without a doubt, should danger arise, they would be the first to selflessly defend Zhi'en's safety, erecting a formidable barrier with their bodies and bravery. Having witnessed Zhi'en's unparalleled wisdom during the fierce battle in the secret realm, their hearts were now entirely won over by him. At this moment, their gazes toward Zhi'en were filled with reverence, seeing him as a beacon of hope for the future, yearning for the day they could fight alongside him to expand the sect's territories. An hour later, Zhi'en led all the disciples of the heavenly camp to their main camp. The architectural structure here mirrored that of the mystic camp, with only subtle differences in ornamentation. Li Zhi'en's gaze was resolute. He had one singular purpose for being here, to hang the 26 plundered tail feathers on his wooden plaque, thus fulfilling the final task. The rules did not stipulate that 50 tail feathers needed to be collected. So Li Zhi'en deemed it unnecessary to expend further time and energy pursuing additional feathers for the sake of quantity. To him, achieving the goal sufficed. After personally hanging the tail feathers on the wooden plaque, Li Zhi'en jubilantly proclaimed to the crowd, "We have triumphed." The disciples of the heavenly camp erupted in joyous celebration, their voices resounding against the heavens. Some danced with excitement, others embraced one another, and some even wept tears of joy that flowed freely. After all these years of oppression, we can finally hold our heads high, one disciple exclaimed, wiping away tears. Indeed, thanks to our senior brother, this victory is splendid. The mystic camp will never again dare to underestimate us. Another disciple added, raising a fist in agreement. After the brothers cheered, Li Zhi'en joyfully announced, "Let us take an hour to rest, and then embark on our treasure hunt. We still have an entire day until the secret realm concludes. And I firmly believe we shall reap rewards." "All right, Master Brother, we shall follow your lead," they exclaimed, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Although the primary spirit beast's secret realm belongs to the sect, with all treasures claimed by the sect, they could not bear the thought of leaving without exploration. While the possessions may belong to the sect, what if they were to discover knowledge or secret manuals? I have observed and learned. What could the sect possibly do to me? Surely, they cannot eliminate all the elites. Chapter 60. The Ancient Murals under the guidance of Zhou Yuan. Li Zhi'en spent an entire hour leading the Tianying brothers to the Red Cave, located in the southern expanse of the spirit beast's secret realm. The mouth of the Red Cave bore an exceedingly peculiar shape, as if contorted by some unbalanced and bizarre force. The rocks at its periphery were severely weathered, uneven, and riddled with holes of varying depths, resembling an array of strange, gaping moss. From these apertures, flickers of ghostly crimson light occasionally danced, leaving one to ponder the enigmatic nature of the disturbances, which only intensified the air of mystery surrounding the cave. Peering inside, a thin veil of mist enveloped the interior, creating an ethereal ambience. The choice to seek treasure within the Red Cave stemmed from the fact that other locations were dominated by dense, shadowy primordial forests. Comparatively, the Red Cave, home to the crimson-feathered Zhi'en birds, exuded a greater allure and potential for exploration. Time was of the essence, so Li Zhi'en made little delay, beckoning the Tianying brothers to enter the cave's depths. As they stepped inside, a wave of oppressive warmth enveloped them, and the dim light rendered the surroundings almost impenetrable. The ground beneath their feet was both damp and treacherous, occasionally stirring with unseen movements. The cave walls were adorned with bizarre stalactites, some resembling fangs, others akin to monstrous claws, seemingly poised to pounce. An eerie wind occasionally swept through the cavern, interspersed with faint, mournful wails that sent shivers down their spines. In this dark and foreboding atmosphere, glimpses of the Zhi'en birds flitted by, their feathers ablaze like fire, yet incapable of illuminating the ancient shadows of the Red Cave. Filled with perplexity, Li Zhi'en couldn't help but express his thoughts. Why does this mystical realm feel so foreboding and oppressive? One would expect an aura of celestial splendor and auspiciousness instead. Beside him, Zhou Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, responding with a hint of melancholy. This cave is a remnant of antiquity. Any peculiar occurrences here should not provoke undue alarm. After all, the ancient era was rife with the strange and the incomprehensible. Noticing Li Zhi'en's quizzical expression, Zhou Yuan quickly added, "Do not inquire of me. I, too, have only heard tales from my elders. Who can truly claim to understand the mysteries of the ancient world?" Li Zhi'en merely shrugged, choosing to ignore Zhou Yuan and press forward with his companions. Leading the charge was Wang Gong, whose focus was unwavering. With every step, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, wielding a luminous artifact with utmost caution. Meanwhile, Li Zhi'en trailed at the rear, aware of his modest cultivation at the second level of qi refinement. Fully cognizant that a single misstep could lead to a fatal encounter with the ferocious Zhi'en birds. As they ventured deeper into the Red Cave, a striking engraving suddenly emerged upon one of the stone walls. The contours of the illustration were faded and indistinct, as though eroded by the relentless passage of time. Exuding an aura of ancient grandeur, the surface of the wall was etched with grooves of varying depths, akin to the profound wrinkles of age, silently narrating tales of yore. Li Zhi'en promptly halted the group, his gaze filled with urgency and focus. He approached the stone wall with deliberate steps, as if fearful of disturbing this long-slumbering relic of antiquity. He slightly squinted his eyes, meticulously observing the engraving, his gaze wandering between the lines, attempting to decipher the profound meanings embedded within. This was a precious piece of information passed down from ancient times, bearing the weight of age-old memories at certain pivotal moments. Its value could surpass that of some ancient artifacts. Before him lay a scene of palace worship, where individuals donned coarse animal hides, barefoot, their bodies fully prostrated on the ground, their postures imbued with utmost reverence. However, the object of their devotion was quite peculiar. It was a pair of embroidered shoes. The patterns on the shoes had faded, yet their exquisite contours remained faintly discernible. Li Zhi'en's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind exclaiming in absurdity. Why would one worship such a tattered shoe? What significance could it possibly hold? Or did it represent something unknown to the world? His heart brimmed with questions, yet no answers were forthcoming, for only this solitary engraving remained, devoid of any additional information for analysis. Pressing onward with a myriad of doubts, Li Zhi'en hoped to uncover more engravings ahead. Otherwise, his slight obsessive tendencies would become intolerable. The image of the embroidered shoes lingered incessantly in his mind, an unwelcome distraction that stirred his unease. 3 hours later, the group had ventured deep into the unknown. Li Zhi'en speculated that few had delved this far. For the urgency of the secret realm demanded swift action. Everyone was racing against the clock to complete their tasks. Who would leisurely search for treasures as they did? Yet, despite his fervent search, he uncovered no further ancient engravings. Furrowing his brow tightly, Li Zhi'en, though not overly optimistic about the treasure hunt, felt a swell of disappointment as time slipped away. Approaching midday, they needed to return to the Tianying base camp before nightfall, as the opening of the secret realm was nearing its end. Just as Li Zhi'en prepared to call for the team to turn back, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. A group of juvenile firebirds screeched and charged fiercely at them. Li Zhi'en's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he thought, could this be the vicinity of the firebird's nest? The presence of the young ones was unexpected. As for the threat posed by the firebirds, he dismissed it entirely. Most firebirds were at the 4th level of qi refinement, while the disciples of Tianying generally hovered around the 5th level, with Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong being proficient at the 7th level. Furthermore, these were merely the juveniles, easily manageable. As the juvenile firebirds launched their assault in the confined space, Zhou Yuan swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations. A rudimentary heavenly net technique was instantly unleashed. A net shimmering with pale blue spiritual energy materialized from thin air, descending upon the unsuspecting juvenile firebirds with blinding speed. The young ones, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared by the sudden spell, flapping their wings desperately, yet unable to free themselves. However, Zhou Yuan, with meticulous thought, chose not to annihilate the juvenile firebirds, but instead adeptly controlled the spell's potency, firmly binding them in place. After all, these younglings have yet to develop their precious tail feathers. Thus, to strike them down at this juncture would be an utter travesty. Hurry, let us delve deeper. Treasures surely await us ahead. Li Zhi'en urged with an urgency that betrayed his fervent anticipation. Excitement and expectation gleamed in his eyes. For whose lair could possibly lack hidden wealth? Surely, it must conceal something of great value. As he spoke, he quickened his pace, eager to rush ahead and uncover the mysteries that lay beyond. Hearing his words, the disciples of the heavenly camp felt invigorated, their eyes shining with fervor as they brushed their hands together in readiness and surged forward. They moved like the wind, their silhouettes darting swiftly through the dimly lit cavern. And in no time, they arrived at a somewhat more spacious cave. Chapter 61. The primal spirits spring within this expansive cavern. Enormous nests, woven from unknown and peculiar materials, lay scattered about, emitting a faint luminescence, with ancient, fragmented runes flowing upon their surfaces. Vines, resembling ethereal serpents, hung from the ceiling, exuding a gentle glow. At the heart of the cave, a small pond shimmered with spiritual light. The water, roughly 3 square meters in size, though diminutive, radiated a rich, almost mist-like essence of pure spiritual energy. This spiritual energy seemed alive, swirling and churning atop the pond's surface, forming resplendent vortices. The primal spirit spring, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, his gaze fixed intently upon the spring, his breathing quickening. Li Zhi'en, unfamiliar with the term, eagerly inquired, please explain, is it something extraordinary? His eyes darted anxiously between Zhou Yuan and the spring. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard, striving to calm his racing heart before speaking. According to the ancient text of our Sex-Ling Pavilion, the primal spirit spring is an exceptionally rare spiritual entity within the realm. The essence it contains is pure and dense beyond imagination. For cultivators in the qi refinement stage, consuming it will lead to significant enhancement of their cultivation. Each drop of this spring water encapsulates the essence of heaven and earth, radiating brilliance and brimming with spirituality. However, due to its overwhelming potency, each person may only partake of a single sip and cannot consume it again until the essence has been fully absorbed. Otherwise, the dantian will be unable to withstand the intense cleansing of this concentrated spiritual energy, leading to irreversible damage, or even the complete collapse of one's cultivation. Furthermore, each individual may only drink from the primal spirit spring 3 times in their lifetime. Exceeding this limit will render subsequent attempts ineffective, as the dantian will struggle to refine the essence anew. Zhi'en, visibly excited, nodded in agreement. Although he possessed the experience of cultivation and did not particularly require this dense spiritual energy for his own advancement, the brothers of the heavenly camp were in dire need. Once they absorbed the essence of the primal spirit spring, their collective strength would undoubtedly increase. In turn, they would become more formidable, bolstering their confidence in the face of various challenges and adversities. Imagining the scene of his brother's enhanced powers filled Zhi'en with anticipation. Everyone, each of you must drink a sip from the primal spirit spring. Brothers, remember, just 1 sip. Zhi'en commanded loudly, his voice echoing through the cavern with undeniable authority. The disciples of the heavenly camp, filled with exuberant excitement at the sight of the spring, could hardly contain their joy. Yet they refrained from rushing forward until Zhi'en gave the order. They merely stared intently at the spring, their throats instinctively swallowing in anticipation. Upon the issuance of Zhi'en's command, the disciples managed to suppress their inner turmoil, swiftly forming an orderly line to take turns drinking from the primal spirit spring. At that moment, Zhou Yuan cautiously approached, a hint of concern on his face, and whispered, "After all, this is a resource of the sect. Will we face punishment for consuming the primal spirit spring without permission?" Zhi'en shot him a glance of disdain and replied nonchalantly, "The rules do not specify that one cannot drink from the innate spiritual spring deep within the secret realm, thus we have not violated any regulations." Zhi'en patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder firmly and continued, "Why are you so timid and apprehensive? If something goes awry, we will face it together as brothers. It would be utterly foolish to let such an evident opportunity to enhance our cultivation slip away." Zhou Yuan blinked, furrowed his brow, and after a moment of serious contemplation, nodded vigorously, saying, "You are right. After all, we stand together, so what is there to fear?" As everyone joyfully partook of the innate spiritual spring, the injured and unconscious little swallow in Zhi'en's embrace suddenly stirred and gently opened its eyes. Its gaze was weak and hazy, shrouded in a thin veil of moisture. It still exuded a charming vitality. Its once soft feathers appeared disheveled due to its injuries, trembling slightly, as if struggling to endure the pain. The little bird opened its beak, producing faint chirping sounds, its voice fragile, while its wings attempted to move, but seemed so feeble, evoking a sense of compassion in those who observed. Zhi'en keenly sensed the subtle movement from his chest and carefully cradled the little swallow in his hands. His eyes brimmed with concern and tenderness as he spoke softly, laden with remorse, "Little swallow, you are awake. Are you in unbearable pain all over? I am so sorry. It is all my fault for not being able to protect you." His tone was filled with profound guilt, akin to a wayward child earnestly seeking forgiveness. "By the way, little swallow, did you sense the essence of the innate spiritual spring, which is why you have awakened? I shall take you to bathe in its waters." The thought of the innate spiritual spring filled Zhi'en with joy, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, as he pondered that this miraculous spring might further aid the little swallow's recovery. However, at that moment, the little swallow shook its diminutive head in a remarkably human-like manner, its eyes clear and determined, clearly showing no interest in the innate spiritual spring. Subsequently, it took a deep breath, mustering all its strength, and with a vigorous leap from Zhi'en's warm palms, wobbled and flew away. "Alas, little swallow, where are you going? Be careful not to aggravate your wounds," Zhi'en exclaimed in alarm, his expression immediately overtaken by urgency and concern, hastening to follow closely behind, fearing that the little swallow might inadvertently suffer further injury. The little swallow flew for only a short while before landing on an inconspicuous mound of earth. Beside the mound stood a weathered stone tablet, its inscriptions eroded by the relentless passage of time, rendering them nearly indecipherable. "Is this perhaps a burial mound?" Zhi'en approached, his face a mask of confusion, his brow furrowing deeply. In this profound and enigmatic ancient red cave, there existed such a solitary grave? The little swallow, having settled upon the grave, did not pause but instead began to scratch at the soil with its still weakened claws, its wings fluttering intermittently, stirring up small clouds of dust. Zhi'en scratched his head awkwardly, helplessly exclaiming, "Ah, little swallow, let us not disturb the resting place of the deceased, for they are of great significance. There is no need to unearth the ancestral tomb of another." After all, this individual belongs to an ancient lineage, likely bearing no grievances against you. As he spoke, Li Zhi'en's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, which he swiftly suppressed, murmuring to himself, could it be that, after countless eons, treasures still remain preserved within? The little swallow seemed to comprehend Li Zhi'en's words, nodding its tiny head vigorously while emitting a series of excited chirps. Li Zhi'en was immediately invigorated. He promptly crouched down and seized a sharp stone nearby to join in the excavation. What does it matter? I am now an archaeologist, engaged in the urgent recovery of precious historical artifacts. Li Zhi'en reassured himself inwardly. Before long, the diminutive earthen mound was completely unearthed, revealing a small stone coffin within. Chapter 62. The little swallow ascends to the third tier. Before me lay a stone coffin, its material akin to an unfathomable enigma, eroded mercilessly by the ravages of time. The surface was dreadfully rough and uneven, resembling the weathered visage of an ancient elder, etched with the mottled scars of ages past. Before Li Zhi'en could make a move, the lively little swallow eagerly leapt onto the stone coffin, with its dainty head tilted. It blinked its bright eyes and gently pecked a few times with its tiny, adorable beak. To one's astonishment, the seemingly indestructible lid of the coffin unexpectedly collapsed from the center, instantaneously revealing the hidden contents within. There lay a decayed feather, its edges ragged and appearing as though it had been mercilessly gnawed upon by the insatiable beast of time, leaving it riddled with imperfections. The once vibrant hue had long since vanished, replaced by a somber, withered yellow, while the feather was adorned with fine cracks, reminiscent of parched earth. Upon closer inspection, the texture and shape of the feather bore a striking resemblance to the sleek and lustrous plumage of the little swallow. Li Zhi'en could not help but gasp in astonishment, pondering in silence. No wonder the little swallow was able to discover this solitary grave, hidden deep within the crimson cave. It must possess an inexplicable connection to its ancient ancestors. Yet, why, after the passage of countless years, did only a single feather remain? What of the others? Where was the body? As Li Zhi'en was lost in contemplation, the little swallow gracefully circled the decayed feather a few times, emitting a series of crisp chirps. In that fleeting moment, a miraculous occurrence transpired. The feather began to emanate a faint glow. This luminescence, akin to a firefly on a summer night, flickered softly before. In the blink of an eye, it surged into the little swallow's body. Li Zhi'en was taken aback, wishing to intervene, yet it was already too late. In a flurry of motion, he carefully cradled the little swallow, bringing it close to his face, his expression fraught with anxiety and concern as he trembled, inquiring, "Little swallow, how do you feel now that the light has entered your body? Do you sense any discomfort or invasion of your consciousness?" At that moment, the little swallow slightly squinted its eyes, lifting its delicate head and stretching its wings, as if welcoming some ancient and mysterious force. Its slender claws moved gently, and its body trembled slightly, embodying sheer bliss. Astonishingly, the wounds that had previously scabbed over began to heal at an astonishing pace, visible to the naked eye. The ghastly gashes seemed to be caressed by an invisible, gentle hand, and in the blink of an eye, all the wounds had vanished, restored to smoothness as before. Moreover, new feathers sprouted at a breathtaking speed, soft and lustrous. Simultaneously, the little swallow's aura surged like a roaring tide, each wave surpassing the last, until it finally reached the level of a third-tier spiritual beast, gradually coming to a halt. Astonished by the remarkable transformation occurring in the little swallow, Li Zhi'en instinctively swallowed hard, pondering silently within himself. Could this be a gift from the ancient ancestors? Just a single feather wielding such immense power. What a breathtaking spectacle it would be if one could locate the true form of the predecessors. Li Zhi'en dared not delve any further into his thoughts. A third-tier spirit beast. My little swallow is now capable of posing a threat to cultivators at the 8th level of qi refinement. If he were to confront Zhao Qingshan at this moment, the little swallow could likely entangle him for quite some time. As for cultivators like Zhou Yuan, who possess inadequate defensive abilities, the little swallow could easily vanquish them in a single strike. However, against someone as formidable as Wang Gong, it would likely require more effort. Li Zhi'en's heart surged with excitement, difficult to contain, as he gazed at the little swallow with increasingly fervent eyes, perceiving it not merely as an ordinary spirit beast, but as a cherished companion in his life. Chirp, chirp, the little swallow joyfully called out to Li Zhi'en, gently pecking at the palm of his hand with its sharp beak. Recognizing the signs, Li Zhi'en understood that the little swallow was hungry and desired some sugar beans, or rather, spirit stones. His brow furrowed in reluctance as he muttered, "This little ancestor, hungry right after leveling up." With a hint of reluctance, he reached into his storage bag, hesitating several times before extracting 3 medium-grade spirit stones, which he handed to the little swallow with a pained expression. The little swallow flapped its wings in delight, the breeze from its flapping brushing against Li Zhi'en's face. In an instant, it eagerly devoured the 3 medium-grade spirit stones, then chirped joyfully at Li Zhi'en once more. A tightness gripped Li Zhi'en's heart as he lamented. Has the little swallow's appetite increased since its advancement? What shall I do? Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly rummaged through his storage bag, his expression akin to one undergoing a painful sacrifice. At last, he retrieved another 3 medium-grade spirit stones and, with great unwillingness, extended them to the little swallow, muttering, "This is it. Make it last. Our household is hardly affluent. Do not presume we are mining for wealth." The little swallow eagerly opened its mouth, creating a small vortex that swiftly drew the 3 medium-grade spirit stones inside. Its eyes sparkled with delight, as if radiating joy, and it joyfully hopped around a few times. Then it chirped again, its voice clear and melodious, seemingly expressing its happiness and longing to Li Zhi'en. Li Zhi'en's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he raised his voice in protest. "That's 6 already, little swallow. Do you wish for more? You glutton. If you keep eating like this, I shall be bankrupted by you." Yet the little swallow paid no heed to its master's admonitions, incessantly chirping with urgency, its cries sharp and piercing, vividly articulating its dissatisfaction with Li Zhi'en's perceived stinginess. It continued to hop in his palm, its little head bobbing left and right, its beady eyes fixated on the storage bag. Helplessly, it resembled a gluttonous child pleading for treats from an exasperated father. What could the father do? What indeed could he do? He could only acquiesce and indulge. Li Zhi'en wore a pained expression, grumbling as he once more plunged his hand into the storage bag. Ultimately, the little swallow consumed a total of 10 mid-grade spirit stones before she finally ceased her feasting, thoroughly satisfied. Li Zhi'en winced, his heart aching as he trembled while feeling the noticeably deflated storage bag, silently calculating that 10 mid-grade spirit stones a day would amount to 300 in a month, equivalent to 3 superior-grade spirit stones. Who could possibly withstand such a burden? As this thought crossed his mind, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Chapter 63. The unclean Li Zhi'en glanced once more at the progress bar of the little swallow's system. The 3rd-tier spirit beast stood at 3. This meant that in a month's time, the little swallow would ascend to the 4th tier, and the consumption of spirit stones would subsequently double. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, murmuring to himself, "No wonder so few in Zhuan engaged with spirit beasts. It was evidently an expensive endeavor, and he needed to devise a means to earn spirit stones. Otherwise, he would be unable to feed the little swallow next month." Sighing heavily, his face etched with worry, Li Zhi'en gently cradled the little swallow in his palm and turned to the disciples of Tianying, who were taking turns drinking from the innate spiritual spring. The matters here were settled. It was time to return home with his brothers. Having been out for several days, he found himself missing his master. At that moment, the previously silent stone coffin within the solitary grave stirred slightly, as if some unknown entity within was struggling to emerge. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red embroidered shoes shot out from the bottom of the coffin, surrounded by a thick, blood-like crimson mist that wafted eerie tendrils of black aura. The embroidered shoes swayed delicately, gliding soundlessly toward Li Zhi'en's back. The patterns on the shoes twisted incessantly, as if lamenting endless grievances and curses, glimmering ominously in the shadows. Ultimately, the strange embroidered shoes settled lightly upon his shoulder, making not a sound. Among the many disciples of Tianying, some engaged in hushed conversations while others busied themselves with tasks, yet none noticed this unusual occurrence. It was as if an invisible fog cloaked their eyes, rendering them oblivious to the chilling sight of the blood-red embroidered shoes. Li Zhi'en himself sensed nothing amiss on his shoulder, feeling only the lightest touch, akin to a breath of air, weightless and devoid of warmth. Meanwhile, outside the cavern, the master Zhi'en and the various peak leaders were astonished that Li Zhi'en had discovered the innate spiritual spring within the secret realm. This spring was one of the deeply hidden treasures of the sect, known only to the master and the peak leaders. Even the 2 chief instructors of Tianying and Xinying were seeing it for the first time. As for the blood-red embroidered shoes, the higher-ups of Zhuan were entirely oblivious. 5 hours later, after overcoming numerous trials, Li Zhi'en and his brothers from Tianying finally emerged from the fissure of the primary spirit beast secret realm, returning to the cavern they had previously occupied. As for the innate spiritual spring, cautious as ever, Li Zhi'en dared not entertain any reckless thoughts. Such a precious treasure of the sect, merely tasting it was an immense blessing. Should he indulge in greed and attempt to claim it for himself, he was certain that the master Zhangmen would not hesitate to strike him down without mercy. The disciples of the heavenly camp were well aware of the implications. After each had taken a sip, they withdrew in an orderly and respectful manner, with none daring to sneak away any remnants. At that moment, the disciples of the mystic camp were absent from the cave. Li Zhi'en speculated that they were likely gravely injured. perhaps requiring their sect to send someone to carry them out. Particularly concerning was Zhao Qingshan, whose injuries seemed exceedingly severe, likely leaving him bedridden for longer than Yibing. Inside the cave, Li Zhi'en immediately spotted his master, Yu Xiaoyu, and a wave of joy surged within him. He hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Disciple pays homage to master. I have lived up to your expectations and returned safely with the brothers of the heavenly camp. Although this expedition to the secret realm encountered some setbacks, we emerged unscathed. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu's face radiated pride and satisfaction. She placed her jade-like hand on Li Zhi'en's head and playfully ruffled his hair several times, laughing as she said, "Good disciple, you did splendidly. Those rascals from the mystic camp deserve to be taught a lesson. Over 200 years ago, when I was in the youth training camp, I led the brothers of the heavenly camp to deal with them decisively." With that, Yu Xiaoyu contentedly took a puff from her emerald pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke that made her lovely eyes squint into crescent shapes. Li Zhi'en was momentarily taken aback, astonished to learn of his master's formidable prowess in her youth. Upon reflection, it was clear that as a peak master now, she must have been a prodigy in her time, undoubtedly shining brightly in the youth training camp. At this juncture, Zhou Yuan approached the grizzled head instructor of the heavenly camp, his heart swelling with excitement as he gazed at his grandfather, whose expression was filled with pride and joy. Master Li Zhi'en led us to victory. We have brought the enemy to their knees, and remarkably, we suffered almost no injuries. As he spoke, Zhou Yuan's eyes glistened with tears, uncontrolled as they streamed down his cheeks. A man seldom weeps easily, reserved for moments of deep sorrow. Yet overwhelming joy can also evoke tears of elation. The head instructor of the heavenly camp nodded appreciatively, his voice slightly choked with emotion. "You have done well. Your grandfather is proud of you." Meanwhile, the head instructor of the mystic camp glared at the duo with a fierce countenance, his anger palpable as he bellowed. "This time, you were merely fortunate. Next time, I shall have Hong Hong lead the charge, and you will have no opportunity. You shall be firmly trampled underfoot by our mystic camp." His face flushed crimson, his whiskers bristling in rage. The head instructor of the heavenly camp glared at his long-standing rival, ready to retort, but Zhou Yuan intervened, respectfully addressing the head instructor of the mystic camp. "I, as Li Zhi'en's senior brother, accept the challenge on his behalf." Zhou Yuan's gaze was resolute, standing tall without a hint of fear. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's response, the head instructor of the mystic camp felt as if he had struck a blow against cotton, his heart swelling with frustration and vexation. He snorted derisively, turning away without further regard for them. At that moment, a graceful figure approached, moving with the elegance of a blooming flower. Delicate and poised as she arrived before Li Zhi'en, her ruby lips parted, her voice infused with fervor yet tempered by humility. She spoke with an elegance that conveyed a genuine earnestness. "Dear esteemed nephew, your extraordinary performance in the secret realm has truly captivated my attention. I had not intended to intrude so boldly upon you, yet I find myself compelled by certain inquiries regarding the cultivation of spirit beasts that require your insight. Might we convene at the Spirit Beast Peak for a more detailed discussion? This matter weighs heavily upon my mind, and I trust you can appreciate its significance to me. If you could illuminate my uncertainties, it would be most beneficial." Yu Xiaoyu pursed her lips and, with a disdainful expression, exhaled a ring of smoke towards Wenwen. "What do you want with my obedient disciple? And to discuss matters in private? Humph, do you harbor some ulterior motive? Let me make it clear. Do not even think about laying a finger on my dear disciple." Yu Xiaoyu's brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes widening in vigilance. Staring intently at Wenwen with an expression reminiscent of an imposing tigress, radiating an aura that commanded respect and deterred any thoughts of aggression. Chapter 64. The second-order Copper Corpse puppet with a gentle and refined smile, reminiscent of a spring breeze caressing the face, she softly addressed Yu Xiaoyu, "Junior sister, do not be so easily angered. Observe, my search for my esteemed master's nephew is solely due to his remarkable talents displayed while healing spiritual beasts within the secret realm, which have earned my utmost admiration. That golden bird was gravely injured, yet he managed to restore it to health with his exceptional skills. Such abilities leave me with many questions that only he can answer. Rest assured, I act with discretion and harbor no improper intentions." Li Zhi'en cautiously glanced at his uncle, his mind aflutter with speculation. This gentle figure, the master of the spiritual beast peak, undoubtedly possessed keen insight. He feared that his use of healing potions on the little sparrow would be difficult to conceal from her. How could he possibly explain? He certainly couldn't reveal that he had employed a system healing pack. She would not comprehend such a concept. Alternatively, this could serve as an excellent opportunity to forge a strong rapport with her, nurturing feelings over time and subsequently earning additional merit from her. One cannot solely rely on Yu Xiaoyu for benefits. A wise rancher must explore diverse avenues for prosperity, ensuring all are nourished. His gaze flickered uncertainly, thoughts swirling chaotically, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, a blend of anxiety and anticipation intertwining within him. Just as Yu Xiaoyu was about to speak again, the headmaster cast a cold, penetrating look towards Li Zhi'en. Her expression was serene, her deep-set eyes resembling an unfathomable icy pool, appearing tranquil yet concealing boundless mysteries. In a tone devoid of emotion, the headmaster commanded, "Go to the spiritual beast peak and witness the grand spiritual beast formation of our Xiantian sect." Disciples obey. Li Zhi'en hastily replied with utmost respect, his anxious demeanor reflecting a fear of any delay. The master of sect affairs momentarily fixed his gaze on Li Zhi'en, his eyes glinting with a fleeting, sinister light, akin to a cold ray cutting through the dark night, too swift to be grasped. His thoughts raced, for the spiritual beast formation was a sacred site of the sect. The headmaster's decision to allow Li Zhi'en to observe bore profound implications. It was evident that he was being groomed as a successor disciple. A successor disciple is a position of great importance, often destined to inherit the master's mantle. Contemplating this, the master of sect affairs clenched his fist tightly within his flowing sleeves, the knuckles turning white as the veins on his arms bulged ominously. He seethed inwardly, loathing Yu Xiaoyu's brash and uncouth demeanor, believing such a reckless individual unworthy of inheriting the headmaster's position. She alone lacked the qualifications. Fuming silently, he ground his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the master of red refinement peak remained expressionless, observing the unfolding events with the stoicism of a cold statue. His resolute face was as chiseled as if sculpted from stone, betraying no hint of emotion. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast and loyal. Whatever decision the headmaster made, he would follow unconditionally. Subsequently, the esteemed master gently lifted her jade-like hand, reciting incantations under her breath. A layer of faint azure spiritual light surged around her, and amidst the flickering brilliance, numerous radiant and highly coveted high-grade spirit stones gradually materialized before her. These stones, heaped together, emanated a dazzling and resplendent glow, as if they were imbued with boundless celestial energy, causing the surrounding air to thicken and pulse with vitality. "This is the reward for your triumph in the primary spirit beast secret realm. Each of you shall receive one high-grade spirit stone." Having spoken, the master parted her crimson lips once more, invoking a spell as she gracefully waved her jade hand. Her slender fingers traced an elegant arc in the air, and a gentle surge of spiritual power flowed forth from her palm. The high-grade spirit stones, as if drawn by an invisible force, soared towards the ecstatic disciples of Tianying. Li Zhi'en also received a high-grade spirit stone, while others perceived him as a lavish tycoon. To him, a single spirit stone was of little consequence. However, the astonishing appetite of the little swallow had made him acutely aware of his own financial constraints. At that moment, clutching the high-grade spirit stone, he envisioned a future where he would no longer fret over a lack of spirit stones for the next 10 days. A flicker of contentment and helplessness reflected in his eyes. Once the high-grade spirit stones were distributed, the master turned her gaze towards Li Zhi'en again. The next reward was for the personal best copper corpse puppet, which she intended to use as an incentive to ignite the competitive spirit among her disciples, motivating them to strive for excellence in their cultivation and tasks. However, she had not anticipated that Li Zhi'en would effortlessly achieve this through a simple yet clever strategy, which was quite contrary to her original intention. Nevertheless, the outcome was now set, and she had no choice but to honor her promise. The master swiftly formed hand seals, and as her spiritual energy surged, the space before her began to ripple. A beam of light shot forth from the ripples, and with a swift motion of her jade hand, a black box materialized in her grasp. She gently opened the box, and an icy chill immediately emanated from within. The copper corpse puppet slowly ascended, its body exuding a dark copper hue, tall and formidable, with muscular contours resembling finely carved stone. Its facial features were sharply defined, yet devoid of expression, and its hollow eyes radiated a disquieting aura. Mysterious runes were embedded in the puppet's joints, shimmering with an eerie blue light, as if controlling its every movement. Li Zhi'en fixated intently on the powerful puppet, his throat visibly constricting. His eyes widened slightly, sparkling with barely contained excitement. But he quickly inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, projecting an air of strength and calm. Nevertheless, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner exhilaration. A tinge of regret lingered that it was not a female silicone puppet. The disciples of Tianying nearby wore expressions of envy, their gazes firmly locked onto the copper corpse puppet, their eyes brimming with desire and aspiration. Yet, there was no trace of jealousy in their demeanor. for they were acutely aware of the contributions their senior brother had made for the team during this mission. Everyone bore witness to his efforts, and the reward he received was indeed well-deserved. The esteemed master raised his delicate hand slightly, and with a subtle movement of his fingers, a radiant aura of spiritual energy enveloped the puppet, steadily guiding it before Zhi'en. Subsequently, the master spoke in a voice that was cold and composed. The puppet possessed formidable strength, its skeletal structure firm and unyielding, akin to being forged from iron. Each exertion unleashed an astonishing force, while its defense was unparalleled, with a resilient physique capable of withstanding the majority of assaults. Moreover, it was devoid of pain, ensuring that it would not falter or diminish its offensive in the face of injury, making it even more tenacious than spirit beasts of the same rank. However, its vulnerabilities were equally apparent. It struggled to withstand mental attacks, as the puppet relied on its master's spiritual consciousness for movement, rendering its mental fortitude relatively fragile. Chapter 65. Another affluent consumer of spirit stones. The art of puppet combat necessitates the consumption of spirit stones. One can place numerous stones at once to prepare for formidable battles. This second-tier copper corpse puppet possesses strength comparable to an 8th-layer chi refinement cultivator. And should one disregard the expenditure of spirit stones, it could even contend with a 9th-layer chi refinement cultivator. The method of bonding is through a blood rune. Simply a drop of one's blood upon the puppet suffices to establish ownership. As the sect leader recounted this, Zhi'en felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, akin to a colossal stone crashing down upon him. He could not help but lament internally. Apart from the insatiable appetite of the little swallow, he now found himself burdened with yet another extravagant consumer of spirit stones. It was reminiscent of having 2 university students at home, with an incessant flow of expenses, fruit, smartphones, designer sneakers, dining out with girlfriends. Who could endure such a financial strain? Inwardly, he continued to bemoan his fate, feeling as though a heavy mountain was pressing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. Yet, despite the turmoil of helplessness and grievances within, Zhi'en's actions were remarkably swift. He promptly unfastened the storage bag from his waist, murmuring incantations as a beam of spiritual energy emanated from his fingertips and infused into the bag. With a flick of his wrist, the copper corpse puppet transformed into a streak of luminous energy, seamlessly entering the storage bag. As the puppet was not a living entity, there was no hindrance in this process. Once he completed this task, he gently patted the storage bag, a complex expression crossing his face, part anxiety over the consumption of spirit stones, part anticipation for newfound assistance. Regardless, with the addition of this copper corpse and the 3rd-tier little swallow, Zhi'en felt emboldened to challenge Zhao Qingshan. He then slowly turned to face the brothers of the heavenly camp, a warm smile blooming on his face like the gentle sun in winter. He proclaimed loudly, "Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise. Brothers, your support has helped me achieve my personal best. Consider these spirit stones as a token of gratitude." With that, Zhi'en swiftly formed hand seals to cast the storage spell, and the opening of his storage bag shimmered with dazzling light. In the next moment, a flurry of mid-grade spirit stones poured forth, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water, gracefully drifting towards his comrades. Each person received 2 mid-grade spirit stones, totaling 104 stones. The disciples of the heavenly camp, though not fully understanding the concept of a token of gratitude, beamed with joy at the sight of the glistening, aura-rich mid-grade spirit stones. "Master brother, how can we accept this? Please keep them for yourself," one disciple politely protested. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the spirit stones, with hands instinctively reaching out. "Indeed, master brother, you are far too generous. We feel undeserving of such gifts." Another disciple echoed, yet his feet involuntarily took a step forward. Though they voiced their reluctance, the swiftness with which they grasped the spirit stones revealed their eagerness, as if fearing that a moment's delay would result in someone else seizing the opportunity. They clutched the stones tightly, their faces alight with excitement and joy. With the spirit stones acquired today, along with the inherent essence from the primordial spring obtained within the Crimson Cave, there is no doubt that their cultivation will significantly advance in the near future, surpassing the realm of Zhi'en in no time. After fulfilling his commitment to the group, Zhi'en approached Wang Gong. Wang Gong, already aware of Zhi'en's intentions, shyly scratched his head and spoke first. "As for my share, let it be. After all, I am also a member of the Tianying and have a duty to brave challenges for the sake of our sect. Moreover, for the sake of my senior brother, I, Wang Gong, willingly offer my support. Your deep affection for your brothers fills me with joy at being able to assist you this time." Wang Gong's sincerity shone through his steadfast gaze, evoking a profound sense of camaraderie. Moved, Zhi'en stepped closer, resting a hand on Wang Gong's shoulder. his gaze earnest and gentle as he said, "Wang Gong, you are unlike others, coming from humble beginnings without a family to back you. Your resources for cultivation have always been scarce compared to your brothers. I have witnessed your hard work and talent, so consider this my investment in you. When you become powerful in the future, do not forget me." With that, Zhi'en let out a hearty laugh, and, while Wang Gong was distracted, swiftly retrieved 30 medium-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, forcefully tucking them into Wang Gong's pocket. Having wandered alone since childhood, Wang Gong's heart swelled with an unprecedented warmth. His lips trembled slightly. Typically reserved in expressing emotions, he felt his eyes moisten, his voice thick with emotion. "I, Wang Gong, vow to follow in my senior brother's footsteps. Wherever you set your sights, I shall fight for you. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I shall not retreat." Zhi'en patted his shoulder again. Speaking earnestly, as disciples of the Xiantian sect, we must expand its reach and plant its banner across the vast lands. Indeed, Wang Gong trembled with excitement. Yearning to vanquish the imperial city and unify the Zhao kingdom under the Xiantian sect. Once matters were settled, Zhi'en hurried to Wen, respectfully bowing and humbly stating, "The affairs of my disciples have been resolved. I am ready to accompany you to Spirit Beast Peak." With that, Zhi'en stood obediently to the side, eagerly anticipating any directives. In truth, he harbored hopes for a private audience with Wen, wishing to earn some merit in filial piety. Wen's intelligent eyes sparkled like autumn waters. She nodded slightly, her snow-white teeth parting as she spoke. "The subsequent matters here will be properly handled by the sect affairs peak. It is time for me to depart." With that, she gracefully bowed to the sect leader, her figure resembling a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. Then, with a flick of her jade finger, a lively butterfly materialized at her fingertip, radiating a dreamlike glow as it fluttered gently toward Zhi'en. At once, Zhi'en felt a soft yet irresistible force, causing his body to involuntarily rise. Closely following the enchanting silhouette of his senior sister, Wen, a gentle breeze caressed him, and he inadvertently caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from the graceful figure nearby. The scent was reminiscent of a night-blooming cereus quietly unfurling its petals under the summer sky, intoxicating and enchanting. As if it were the alluring essence wafting from a distant paradise, weaving its way into his very soul and leaving him utterly captivated. It felt as though the entire world had been reduced to this enchanting aroma and the mesmerizing silhouette before him, stirring his imagination. Watching his obedient disciple being led away, Yu Xiaoyu's lovely face flushed a deep crimson, her plump lips pouting adorably as she muttered under her breath. An old maid who cannot find a suitor. An unwanted old woman, destined to remain single for life. She continued to grumble while stamping her feet in frustration. Her cheeks puffed up in irritation like a little balloon, a sight both endearing and amusing. Chapter 66. The Grace of Music, Chess, Calligraphy, and Painting following the gentle figure of Wen out of the cave. This marked the second occasion for Zhi'en to gaze down upon the Spirit Beast Peak from a great height. He could not suppress his admiration. This place was markedly distinct from all other mountains, as if it existed within a realm of its own, a wondrous world. Wisps of clouds and mist swirled around the peak like delicate veils, transforming endlessly, draping the entire mountain in an air of mystery. Occasionally, strange spirit beasts flitted through the fog, some imposing and magnificent, like colossal bears towering like houses, their fur resembling steel needles, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Others were playful and charming, akin to dainty spirit foxes, their lithe forms dancing gracefully, tails trailing like vibrant ribbons in the air. The young ones frolicked amidst the grass, some chasing each other with exuberance, bouncing like mischievous children, others nestled quietly together, their furry bodies huddled in a cozy mass. Their coats shone brilliantly, some a fiery crimson, others as pure as fresh snow, and within their innocent, clear eyes sparkled in insatiable curiosity about the world. Every movement imbued with a sweet naivety that compelled one to draw near and caress them. The disciples of Spirit Beast Peak were few and far between. As Zhi'en surveyed the area, he noted but a handful engaged in labor. They were either tenderly caring for the young spirit beasts or preparing sustenance for them. Those fortunate enough to possess their own spirit beasts were exceedingly rare. The reasons for this, Zhi'en well understood, as not only were spirit beasts precious and difficult to acquire, but their nurturing required a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. Only the affluent need apply. At the summit of Lingshou Peak, there was no grandiose palace, but rather a quaint and exquisite villa. This villa was shrouded in the swirling mists, appearing both ethereal and elusive. Its architectural style was simple yet elegant, each detail exuding refinement. Surrounding it were rare and fragrant blossoms, their scents mingling with the mist, resembling a beauty independent from the world. Approaching the villa, Li Zhi'en's eyes first fell upon the three elegant characters inscribed in refreshing style, Ting Feng Xie. These characters were intricately engraved on a wooden plaque, adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to whisper tales of time's passage. As he savored the meaning of these characters, Li Zhi'en could not help but murmur to himself, to distance oneself from worldly turmoil, to listen to the whispers of the gentle breeze, to follow the rhythms of nature. These words encapsulated a profound poetic beauty and serene tranquility. He squinted slightly, as if envisioning a serene and beautiful scene in his mind, a look of rapture gracing his face. Then, casting a glance at the ethereal one, he pondered. Only such a villa could be worthy of her presence, indeed. Those grand palaces would appear commonplace and superficial in her company. Her demeanor was akin to that of Ting Feng Xie, tranquil and gentle, transcendent and extraordinary. With a delicate flick of her finger, a whimsical butterfly joyfully alighted upon her shoulder, its wings fluttering gently, as if engaging in affectionate communication with her. "My humble abode is a bit austere. I hope you do not take offense," she said, and with that, Wen glided gracefully into Ting Feng Xie, her flowing garments dancing in the breeze, resembling a breathtaking masterpiece. How could Li Zhi'en dare to take offense? He felt a profound sense of trepidation and hurriedly took a few steps forward, manifesting a sense of urgency as he approached the front. With a gentle resolve, he extended his hands and cautiously pushed open the weathered door adorned with intricate floral carvings. Observing Li Zhi'en's actions, woman remained silent, her intelligent and beautiful eyes glimmering with admiration, the appreciation becoming increasingly palpable. Upon entering the courtyard, a winding bluestone path lay before him, flanked by vibrant flowers that glistened with dew, their colors a resplendent tapestry. The petals, adorned with shimmering droplets, sparkled like precious gems under the sun's warm embrace. At the end of the path stood the foam listening pavilion, its structure predominantly wooden, with striking vermilion beams and columns that contrasted beautifully against the pristine white walls, exuding a lively and ethereal charm. The intricately carved windows of the pavilion were artfully arranged, their frames embellished with mysterious runes, the lines both simple and fluid, yet suffused with a poetic elegance. Within the pavilion, Li Zhi'en felt his spirit soar, and he leisurely approached the door, filled with anticipation as he gently pushed it open. Inside, the elegantly antiquated furniture exuded a faint scent of ink, which, upon closer inspection, seemed to possess a hint of spiritual essence, as if alive and drifting through the air. To one side rested an ancient qin table, upon which lay a jade-like guqin, its strings vibrating subtly in the caress of the breeze, producing an ethereal sound akin to celestial melodies, the lingering notes resonating with the surrounding mist, creating a dreamlike ambience. Opposite, a chessboard was set, its pieces translucent and sparkling like clusters of brilliant stars, seemingly imbued with infinite mysteries. Each move might unveil marvelous formations, evoking awe at their intricacy. The walls were adorned with paintings and calligraphy, the brushstrokes flowing freely and gracefully, embodying an innate charm that seemed to impart profound truths of the universe, captivating the observer in its depths. Surrounding corridors wrapped around the space, with intricately carved auspicious patterns that appeared almost lifelike. Gazing from the corridors, the undulating green mountains stretched into the distance, enveloped in a mist that resembled poetry brought to life. Li Zhi'en felt an involuntary movement in his throat, his mind racing with thoughts. It was truly fortuitous that one had a penchant for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Coincidentally, I possess skills in these very arts within my system. Oh, it seems an opportunity to earn filial piety points has arisen. With this thought, a flicker of excitement and anticipation danced in his eyes. Resolute, he began to navigate the system without hesitation, focusing his mind as his consciousness delved into the interface. In the marketplace, options for various skills and their requisite filial piety points materialized before him. With unwavering determination, he selected the 4 skills of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Upon his confirmation, the filial piety points in the system diminished by 40, while the corresponding skill icons illuminated one by one. A refreshing power seemed to seep into the depths of his soul, granting him a deeper understanding and mastery over these arts. At that moment, woman sat serenely upon a cushion in the center of the pavilion, her graceful figure alluring, her curves as poetic as verse. The sheer fabric of her attire clung delicately to her form, accentuating her slender waist with exquisite precision. Her long, elegant neck resembled that of a gentle swan, and her delicate collarbone was akin to a fine piece of art. Leaning slightly forward, the subtle contours of her silhouette exuded an enchanting allure, captivating in its sensual charm. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a gentle radiance as she affectionately gazed at Li Zhi'en. Then, with a delicate parting of her cherry lips, she spoke. "Jin, Dear disciple, might you share with me the wondrous method you've employed to heal the golden bird's injuries so swiftly? Indeed, every disciple possesses their own secrets and opportunities, and I have no intention of coercing you into revealing yours. However, should you willingly disclose this information, I assure you that I shall reward you handsomely. Her words were as soothing as a gentle breeze, sweet and honeyed, warming the heart and bringing a sense of profound comfort. Chapter 67. A melodious performance. Zhi'en respectfully bowed deeply, his demeanor humble, and with a measured tone, he recounted, within the mystical realm of the spirit beasts. After the little swallow absorbed the ancient ancestor's feathers, its grievous injuries miraculously healed completely. One Wen gently shook her head, her countenance remaining serene and unperturbed. I am well aware of the feather's significance. Everything within this secret realm is clear to me from outside. What perplexes me is how you managed to halt the little swallow's injuries after it was harmed by that black spirit cat. Upon hearing this, Zhi'en felt an immediate wave of anxiety wash over him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stammered, I am truly uncertain. Perhaps the little swallow possesses an exceptionally unique constitution. It sensed the call of its ancestors even outside the secret realm. He subtly shifted the responsibility onto the little swallow, for the system he possessed could not elucidate the matter adequately. Moreover, since the little swallow had already recognized its master, even if when one, as the master of a peak, wished to investigate, it would be impossible unless he either met with misfortune or voluntarily relinquished the bond. As the master of a peak, she could not recklessly disregard her status to forcibly seize a junior's spirit beast, could she? Indeed, the golden bird has the innate ability to sense its ancestors. Yet its autonomous healing is something I have never encountered before, Wen remarked, a slight furrow of regret crossing her brow. Of course, it is also possible that my own learning is limited, rendering me unable to fully comprehend the golden bird's talents amidst the vast mysteries of this world. There are countless wonders in existence, and no one can claim to know all the affairs of the world. She cast a wistful glance out the window, then returned her gaze to Zhi'en, her intelligent eyes deep and perceptive as if they could penetrate one's very soul, making concealment nearly impossible. Nonetheless, there is no need for you to be overly anxious. My curiosity merely compels me to inquire. I do not intend to put you in a difficult position. It would indeed be splendid to unravel such an extraordinary matter. With a gentle smile gracing her face, her tone was soft, exuding an elegance akin to fine jade. Seeing that his master uncle would not press further, Zhi'en finally exhaled in relief. Otherwise, he would have been left with no choice but to feign ignorance. Though he could not speak of the system, he took his relationship with Wen very seriously. At that moment, he gracefully approached the piano table, bowed respectfully, and began to speak. The elegant contours of the instrument flow like water, its delicate wood grain resembling fine silk threads. The surface gleams with a warm luster, akin to flawless jade, while its timbre resonates with a clear and melodious tone, lingering in the air like an ethereal echo. A true masterpiece, undoubtedly crafted by a master artisan. A rare treasure indeed. Wen was momentarily taken aback, her expression of surprise fleeting across her radiant face. She widened her enchanting eyes, seemingly astonished that Zhi'en possessed such knowledge of the guqin, and exclaimed in wonder, your esteemed nephew is well versed in the art of music? Might he indulge us with an impromptu performance? Though she held the esteemed position of the spirit beast peak master, her upbringing in a scholarly family led her to cherish the refined arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting above all. Zhi'en felt an exhilarating rush within, recognizing that he had finally encountered an opportunity to showcase his abilities. However, he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect and humility, adopting a low posture, fully aware that his esteemed elder, Wen, favored disciplined disciples. What should he play? As he pondered swiftly, he settled onto the mat, his elongated fingers delicately resting upon the strings, and an answer emerged in his mind. The memories of watching the smiling, proud wanderer in his youth remained vivid, particularly the poignant duet between Lu Zhafeng and Chu Yang before their demise. The stirring melody of the smiling, proud wanderer and its heartfelt rendition deeply moved him. Thus, he resolved to perform a piece from the smiling, proud wanderer, certain that Wen had never encountered it in the world of cultivation. With a firm resolve, he sat upright, gently closed his eyes, and steadied his breath, instantly immersing himself in the realm of his own music. He then gracefully let his fingers dance upon the strings, beginning to play. A laugh from the vast sea, waves crashing upon both shores, floating and sinking with the tide. Only this moment is remembered. The heavens laugh as the world's tides swirl. Who wins and who loses, only heaven knows. The rivers and mountains laugh in the distant mist. The waves wash away the worldly charms. How many beauties remain? The gentle breeze laughs, stirring up loneliness, yet the passion still remains, a vestige of the evening glow. The masses laugh, no longer in solitude, as fervor persists in joyous laughter. Li Zhi'en's fingers danced with remarkable skill when plucking the strings. It was as if a dragonfly lightly touched the water's surface, graceful and precise. When striking the strings, it resembled an arrow soaring forth, powerful and vigorous. The caress of the strings was akin to a gentle breeze brushing against willow branches, soft and delicate. When executing a swift pluck, it was like a meteor streaking across the sky, rapid and decisive. At the outset, the music flowed like a gentle brook, soothing and tranquil, as if it could ease all worries of the heart. As the emotions gradually built, the melody surged with fervor, akin to 1,000 steeds galloping across an endless prairie. His facial expression shifted in tandem with the music. In moments of bliss, his brows relaxed, as though lost in an exquisite celestial realm. In moments of intensity, his brow furrowed, his eyes shining with fervor, yet a subtle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if he and the music had become one. What began as a fleeting whim for Wen transformed into something profound as she listened to Li Zhi'en's elegant and transcendent guqin tones. Her countenance changed dramatically, and she silently marveled within. The artistry of my esteemed mentor's nephew is remarkably exquisite, with fingers dancing masterfully over the strings, producing impeccable pitches and melodies that ebb and flow with enchanting grace. In contrast, my own playing lacks that vibrant spirit and nonchalance, and my sense of rhythm appears somewhat inferior. I, Wen, find myself enveloped in the enchanting melodies, absorbing the transcendent essence they convey. At this moment, I instinctively rise from my cushion, my heart racing in response to such divine music, my complexion flushed, and my chest gently rising and falling, as if my very being longs to break free from the constraints of my attire. After a brief pause, the piece concludes, its lingering notes still resonating in the air. Li Zhi'en, still yearning for more, slowly retracts his fingers, stands upright, and with hands clasped in respect, bows to Wen, stating, "I have offered a humble performance." Wen, filled with fervor yet striving to maintain her composure, strides towards Li Zhi'en, her heart aflame with excitement, though her slightly trembling lashes betray her inner turmoil. "What is the name of the piece you played? May I request the sheet music?" she inquires, her voice barely concealing her exhilaration. Realizing her words may have seemed presumptuous, she quickly adds, "I would never presume to take my esteemed mentor's nephew's sheet music without due consideration. Should you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. Your performance was truly stirring, captivating my very soul. If I could obtain the sheet music, it would be cherished as a treasure, and I would study it diligently." Observing Wen's reaction, Li Zhi'en is taken aback by her enthusiasm. He had not anticipated such admiration for the melody from the smiling, proud wanderer. Upon reflection, it seems entirely reasonable, for when the theme of the smiling, proud wanderer plays in the series, it has dazzled countless souls across the land. To touch a person of Wen's caliber is indeed not an everyday occurrence. "Dear Master Uncle, you are too kind," Li Zhi'en responds respectfully, his demeanor suddenly becoming solemn, his gaze imbued with sincerity. The title of this piece is The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, which I fortuitously discovered in an ancient tomb of Guangling. To others, it may merely be a simple tune, yet to me, it is a cherished treasure, held dear to my heart. I would never regard this piece as an ordinary item for trade. However, Master Uncle, your genuine appreciation for the art of music is commendable. As the saying goes, a sword is gifted to a hero. It is indeed fortunate for this piece to be valued by you, and I am equally fortunate. I willingly offer this piece to you, hoping it brings you joy and solace." Upon hearing this, Wen's eyes sparkle with delight, her admiration deepening, and she feels an impulsive urge to seize the opportunity. Just then, a notification echoes in Li Zhi'en's mind. "Ding! Wen is exceedingly pleased with your rendition of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer and greatly appreciates your heartfelt sincerity, earning you a feedback of 200 points in filial piety." Goodness, 200 points. Li Zhi'en exclaims inwardly, marveling at Wen's beauty and kind spirit, feeling utterly elated. Laozi yearned to dwell indefinitely in this pavilion, reluctant to return to the Shaoqi Peak. Li Zhi'en's heart raced with excitement. With the acquisition of these 200 points of filial piety, he felt compelled to devise a careful plan. Starting with upgrading the Extreme Cold Eye Seal, he wondered if the fourth tier of the Extreme Cold Eye Seal would possess a reflective damage capability. Furthermore, as the esteemed elder brother of the heavenly camp, his current cultivation level of the second layer of Qi refinement was indeed rather meager. Perhaps in a couple of days, he could casually undertake a task to Xiantian City and simultaneously ascend to the third layer of Qi refinement. Li Zhi'en reveled in his thoughts, envisioning a surge in his power and a formidable presence. Amidst his musings, two gleaming, golden-edged blades materialized in the gentle hands of Wen. With a warm smile gracing her lips, she softly spoke. These are the blade talismans, capable of being embedded in the wings of the golden bird, enhancing its lethality. Should your third-tier golden bird be adorned with these blades, it would effortlessly vanquish a practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. However, I must clarify that these are not to be exchanged for the transcendent score of the smiling, proud wanderer, which is akin to a rare treasure. In comparison, these talismans are indeed trivial trinkets. They are merely a token of my affection for you, my dear disciple. I hope you will not decline them. Wenwen's sincere words radiated concern and affection for her junior. Naturally, Zhi'en would not refuse. Her earlier charming remarks were but a strategy of feigned allure. He sought to elevate the value of the score, for treasures that are too easily acquired are often disregarded. I humbly thank my esteemed master for this generous gift. Zhi'en replied with a respectful bow before extending his hand to receive the blade talismans. He then whistled a clear, melodious tune towards the little swallow that frolicked outside. Upon hearing the whistle, the swallow darted towards Zhi'en like a bolt of lightning, flapping its wings gracefully, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Upon noticing the blade talismans in Zhi'en's hand, its bright, round eyes sparkled with excitement. It tilted its tiny head, chirping joyfully as if to express its elation. For the aura emanating from the talismans harmonized perfectly with that of its own wings, as if tailor-made for it. Wen observed the swallow's adorable demeanor, a smile gracing her lips as she gently said, "Let me assist in embedding the blade talismans. If you were to seek the elder of artifact refinement, this little creature might endure some discomfort." Her voice was as gentle as a soothing stream. "That would be splendid. I express my gratitude once again, esteemed master." Zhi'en bowed respectfully once more, recognizing that courtesy is never excessive, and he would not miss the opportunity to leave a favorable impression with such a simple gesture. With a delicate wave of her hand, Wen enveloped the little swallow in a gentle aura, gradually bringing it before her. Initially, the swallow trembled in fear, its diminutive form quaking and its beady eyes filled with panic. Yet, upon sensing Wenwen's gentle and soothing presence, it gradually relaxed. With gentle grace, she delicately lifted her elegant hand, cautiously grasping one of the swallow's wings, while her other hand brought a blade close to the wing's base. She first summoned the spiritual energy within her, concentrating it at her fingertips, and then, with precision, inscribed a minuscule groove infused with runes upon the swallow's wing. Subsequently, she embedded the blade into the groove, murmuring an esoteric incantation that flowed from her lips. As she intoned the spell, a soft blue luminescence emanated from her being, enveloping both the swallow's wing and the blade. Within this radiance, the blade and the wing gradually merged, as if they were destined to be one. Following the same meticulous procedure, she replicated the intricate inlay for the swallow's other wing. Once completed, a faint golden aura radiated from the swallow. Its once lively eyes now gleamed with newfound sharpness, and as it gently flapped its wings, a fierce gust of wind erupted, slicing through the surrounding air. It chirped excitedly, its voice crisp and resonant, as if proudly showcasing its newfound strength to its master. Zhi'en gazed lovingly at the swallow, his heart swelling with joy, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with paternal affection. Next, Zhi'en, with a sense of purpose, approached the table, gently picking up the exquisite wolf hair brush resting there, before carefully unfurling a sheet of pristine rice paper. Taking a deep breath, he wielded the brush with remarkable speed, swiftly transcribing the melody of the smiling, proud wanderer. Compared to the blade, this musical score fetched a handsome price, and the thought filled his heart with delight, a satisfied smile blooming upon his face. Upon completing the score, Zhi'en reverently cradled the rice paper in his hands, slowly presenting it to his esteemed master. His expression solemn and sincere, as if offering something far more precious than mere sheet music, his beloved late wife. Receiving the score, she first circulated her spiritual energy, enveloping the paper in a layer of soft blue light. Then, her fingers swiftly shifted through the incantations, casting a preservation spell, clearly indicating her deep regard for the composition. After carefully placing the score into her storage pouch, she smiled contentedly, and then raised her hand to gesture toward the back mountain. Her tone imbued with pride as she proclaimed, "Come, let us witness the grand spirit beast formation of our Zhuaniangong." Chapter 69, The Imperial City Exchange Conference in Truth. Within the depths of Zhi'en's heart, there blossomed a yearning to showcase his exquisite skill in the intricate art of chess, to reveal the transcendent elegance of Wang Shiji's calligraphy, or perhaps to exhibit the enchanting paintings of the pomegranate maiden by Tang Bohu. He aspired to leverage these talents to accumulate further filial piety points. However, after a brief contemplation, he shifted his thoughts, realizing that the days ahead were plentiful, and there was no need to rush. Thus, he chose to follow along with a demeanor of utmost deference. Upon departing from the listening wind pavilion, Wenwen moved with a grace as gentle as the breeze, conjuring once more the ethereal butterfly that seemed to float in a dream. This butterfly, with its iridescent wings fluttering, carried Zhi'en towards the boundless sea of clouds atop the mountain. For within the heavens above, concealed was the spirit-beast formation of the Xiantian sect. At that moment, Wenwen suddenly parted her cherry lips, her voice wafting like the fragrance of orchids. In a month's time, I, alongside my junior sister Xiaoyu, will lead the elite disciples of our sect to the imperial city of Zhao to participate in the quinquennial exchange conference. There, you shall engage in a duel of Taoist arts with the princes of the imperial city and the firstborn sons of noble families. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Zhi'en stood behind her, his expression one of complete submission, head bowed in apparent docility. Yet within, his heart churned like a tranquil lake disturbed by a heavy stone, already rippling with unease. To be candid, he was utterly reluctant to venture to the imperial city. In his view, such an exchange conference was bound to be rife with intricate political machinations. The overt and covert struggles would surely surge like tumultuous waves, and he had always steered clear of such perilous affairs. The rhetoric he had previously shared with the disciples of the heavenly camp regarding expanding the sect's territory was merely a ruse to entice those fervent youths. However, as the senior disciple of the heavenly camp, Zhi'en understood that escaping this predicament would be a formidable challenge. Wenwen's perceptive gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of his thoughts, as if she had keenly detected the subtle shifts in his demeanor. Her gentle eyes flickered momentarily before she spoke again in a soft tone. Every exchange conference offers incentives. Should our Xiantian sect emerge victorious, the rewards will be arranged by the imperial city. Conversely, if the imperial city triumphs, we shall present the rewards. Upon concluding her words, Wenwen stifled a light laugh. Her smile reminiscent of blooming flowers, gentle and unparalleled, truly a beauty that could sway nations. Then, with a slight parting of her ruby lips, she playfully added, I have heard that this year's imperial city has promised a most esteemed princess as the prize. If our Xiantian sect's disciples prevail in their contest of Taoist arts, they might earn the title of imperial son-in-law. Zhi'en, upon hearing this, found himself momentarily stunned. The imperial city had indeed invested heavily, but something felt amiss. Such irregularities often concealed ulterior motives. He furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. If this princess were not an imposing figure weighing 500 pounds, she could very well be a slender beauty with an abundance of body hair. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine, leaving him with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Just as Zhi'en's thoughts spiraled, Wenwen's previously gentle demeanor abruptly shifted to one of seriousness. Her brow furrowed slightly, her expression grave, and a flicker of concern danced in her eyes as she spoke. The current communication conference in the imperial city is likely to be tumultuous. My dear disciple must exercise utmost caution. This matter is indeed a secret of our sect. Yet as you are a direct disciple of the Peak Master and hold significant esteem from the sect leader, it is not inappropriate to share this information with you in advance. In truth, our Zhi'en and the imperial city of the Zhao kingdom share a relationship marked by mutual wariness and entanglement. However, over the past 5 centuries, the imperial city has been replete with talent, particularly that exceptionally gifted contemporary monarch who has emerged like a resplendent star, undefeated in his path of cultivation. Within a mere 2 centuries, he ascended to become the second nascent sole master of Zhao. His extraordinary talent is indeed a source of profound trepidation. As for our Zhuan, to this day, only the sect leader has attained the nascent soul realm. Thus, we have gradually lost the formidable power that once instilled fear in the imperial city during our confrontations. Upon hearing the elder's analysis of the situation, Zhi'en felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. He was utterly shaken. He had once believed that Zhuan was an impregnable fortress, allowing him to enjoy leisurely moments with his master amidst blossoms and moonlight, pursuing the essence of cultivation with carefree abandon. Yet now he awakens from this illusion, realizing that Zhuan stands precariously on the brink of disaster. A single misstep could plunge him into an abyss from which there is no return. What should he do? Is it possible to flee with Master Yu Xiaoyu? This thought briefly flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Although Yu Xiaoyu often appeared brash and unruly, beneath her exterior lay an unwavering conviction and indomitable will. She was not one to easily compromise or flee in the face of danger. Perhaps, should he voice such an idea, she might deem him a cowardly traitor, striking him down without mercy. Just as Zhi'en's mind was in turmoil, he unwittingly followed Wenwen to the great spirit beast array. amidst the ever-churning sea of clouds. He caught a glimpse of a colossal presence, reminiscent of a mountain. What could that be? The usually composed Zhi'en found it difficult to suppress his astonishment, exclaiming in a loud voice. Wenwen did not respond, but instead extended her delicate hand forward, and in an instant, a mist enveloped her. As if an immense and unparalleled spiritual energy surged violently around her. Following this, the previously tumultuous sea of clouds was abruptly torn asunder by this overwhelming spiritual force. As the clouds dissipated, a gargantuan sea turtle emerged, obscuring the sky. This turtle was so immense that it seemed capable of encompassing the entire Zhu'an within its shell. The patterns on its shell resembled ancient totems, clear and profound, each line bearing the weight of time's passage. The turtle's head was broad and majestic, with its hazy eyes exuding unfathomable depth. Upon the turtle's town-like back rested numerous spirit beasts, including the azure bird and black eagle that had previously welcomed the disciples of the Qing training camp. The golden rays of the setting sun cascaded like water, bestowing a brilliant golden hue upon this extraordinary scene. The myriad spirit beasts, each in accordance with their designated positions, harmoniously inhaled and exhaled the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. They raised their heads towards the sky, their breaths of spiritual essence flowing like moonlight. As they took turns in this celestial exchange, a hazy defensive array quietly unfurled. This formation shimmered with radiant light, transforming in a kaleidoscope of colors, its brilliance soaring into the heavens. The formidable aura it emanated stretched far and wide, inspiring a sense of reverence in those who beheld it from a distance. With utmost respect, Wenwen bowed to the celestial cloud tortoise above, and then, filled with awe and pride, he proclaimed, "This is the guardian deity of our Xiantian sect." The celestial cloud tortoise. With its innate gifts and the collective strength of numerous spirit beasts, it possesses the capacity to withstand the full force of a nascent soul's attack. The celestial cloud tortoise is the steed of our founding master, Xiantian Zhi'en, and stands as one of the most powerful pillars of our Xiantian sect. Chapter 70. Wenwen's boudoir. Upon witnessing the formidable foundation of the sect, Li Zhi'en's heart no longer fluttered with trepidation. After all, the Xiantian sect had endured over 3 millennia of accumulation. How could it be easily toppled by the imperial city in a mere moment? His master, Yu Xiaoyu, was nearing the late stage of the Golden Core realm. If she could successfully break through to the nascent soul stage, she would undoubtedly be able to effortlessly resolve the current crisis facing the Xiantian sect. With this thought, a newfound determination and anticipation flickered in Li Zhi'en's eyes. After experiencing the spirit beast formation, Wenwen gently waved his hand, and the dreamlike butterfly understood his intent, fluttering its resplendent wings to escort Li Zhi'en back to the listening wind pavilion. Wenwen, in turn, shimmered like a brilliant streak of light, soaring toward the hall of the sect leader, seemingly summoned by a message talisman. Li Zhi'en felt a twinge of surprise. Having completed the task assigned by the sect leader, it was customary for his master, Uncle Wenwen, to return him to the Little Pool Peak. Why had he now been brought to the listening wind pavilion? Was Uncle planning to host him as a guest? The thought stirred a wave of excitement within Li Zhi'en, causing his breath to quicken slightly. In a buoyant mood, he began to explore the listening wind pavilion. After traversing the spacious and bright living room, he arrived at a serene and tranquil back chamber. This room was meticulously arranged with numerous ancient tomes, most of which were invaluable texts on the breeding and nurturing of spirit beasts. Filled with curiosity, Li Zhi'en reached out to take one down to peruse. However, the moment his fingers brushed the book, a faint glow emanated from its surface, and a gentle yet firm force gently pushed his hand away. Clearly, these tomes had been meticulously warded against casual examination. With a slight pout, Li Zhi'en reluctantly proceeded to the second chamber. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth that surged to his head, turning his face a deep crimson, his heart racing as if a lively deer were bounding within. This appeared to be Uncle Wenwen's boudoir. The room was suffused with a strange yet enchanting fragrance, a harmonious blend of ethereal herbs and the unique scent of a woman. The delicate aroma was intoxicating, as if it could ensnare one's very soul. Within the room stood a beautifully carved sandalwood bed, draped with gossamer pink curtains that swayed gently in the breeze, revealing glimpses of the interior. One could see a delectable pink belly band fluttering softly, adorned with exquisite embroidery that shimmered with a subtle, enchanting luster, as if whispering the gentle warmth of its owner. Beside it lay pristine white undergarments, as soft as clouds drifting across the sky, each inch exuding an allure that captivated the gaze, rendering it nearly impossible to look away. Li Zhi'en swallowed hard, a loud gulp echoing in the stillness. He pinched his thigh with great force, the intensity of which made him gasp involuntarily, compelling him to retreat from the chamber as if awakening from a dream. During his exit, Li Zhi'en meticulously wiped away his footprints from the ground, fearful of leaving even the slightest trace of his uninvited intrusion. At this moment, he had completely lost interest in further exploring the listening wind pavilion. After all, in his view, what beauty in the world could rival the enchanting spectacle he had just witnessed? The vivid scene seemed indelibly etched in his mind, impossible to erase. Upon returning to the loft-s parlor, Li Zhi'en sat alone on the central mat, his demeanor reminiscent of a wayward child caught in wrongdoing. With his head bowed and gaze wandering, he appeared lost in the reverie of recent thoughts. After a considerable pause, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to examine his copper corpse puppet. He raised his hand and summoned it from his storage pouch. The copper corpse puppet landed with a resounding thud, the sound heavy and muffled, clearly indicating its astonishing weight, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Filled with excitement, Li Zhi'en approached the puppet, his eyes alight with anticipation. He first bit into his fingertip, then channeled the spiritual energy from his dantian to condense a drop of his essence blood within his meridians, allowing it to drip slowly from his fingertip. Upon contact with the crown of the copper corpse puppet, the essence blood was swiftly absorbed by the dense runes on its surface. Akin to parched earth eagerly soaking up rainwater, Li Zhi'en focused intently on this scene, silently reciting the controlling incantation, which was simple and documented within the spirit concealment pavilion. As the essence blood was absorbed by the runes, wisps of light emanated from them, coursing through the puppet's body like countless delicate currents. At that moment, the spiritual stones within the puppet began to awaken, their previously dormant energies radiating a gentle glow as spiritual power surged forth, flowing along the puppet's unique internal pathways. Li Zhi'en could sense the spiritual energy establishing a subtle connection with his own consciousness through the channel created by the essence blood. The intertwining lights gradually coalesced, forming a faintly visible network of spiritual power within the puppet. As Li Zhi'en's consciousness permeated every inch of the puppet's form with this flow of energy, he first felt its cold exterior, then sensed the intricate structures and mechanisms within. This sensation grew increasingly vivid and intense. Before long, he distinctly perceived a profound connection established between himself and the copper corpse puppet. At this moment, he could effortlessly control the puppet's every movement with his thoughts, as if this mastery were an extension of his very soul, or perhaps a fusion of their consciousness. Open the spirit storage pavilion, Li Zhi'en urged eagerly. As his words echoed, a hollow cavity appeared on the puppet's chest, revealing a scene that gradually came into focus. Inside, he beheld a high-grade spiritual stone emanating a soft radiance, accompanied by 3 medium-grade stones of slightly lesser luster. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Zhi'en's eyes, prompting him to mutter in discontent. The esteemed leader of the sect, it appears, has allocated a mere pittance of spirit stones for reserves, revealing an astonishing parsimony. Surely, it would be fitting to contribute at least 10 or 8 superior spirit stones, considering I am a prodigy of spellcraft within the sect. His countenance was etched with discontent, as though he had borne an immense injustice. Upon recognizing the copper corpse puppet as his own, Li Zhi'en reluctantly stored it within his spatial pouch, fully aware that daily activities necessitate the expenditure of spirit stones. He resolved to keep it in a dormant state, for every little bit saved counts. In truth, Li Zhi'en relished the imposing aura that accompanied the presence of a formidable puppet bodyguard. Yet, alas, his impoverished circumstances rendered such indulgence unattainable, forcing him to endure the painful sacrifice, at least for the time being. Chapter 71, Terrifying. As the night deepened, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects, resembling delicate needles piercing through the oppressive stillness. The gentle master one had yet to return. Leaving the restless Li Zhi'en languidly seated within the confines of the room, his gaze wandering aimlessly, akin to an anxious young wife awaiting her husband's return. At last, he hesitantly activated the system, having neglected to examine its data for quite some time. Host, Li Zhi'en filial piety value, 220 cultivation level, second layer of chi refinement skills, massage, culinary arts, arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting spells, third tier defensive spell, extreme cold seal, capable of withstanding the full force of a practitioner at the 7th layer of chi refinement, usable twice a day for those at the 2nd layer of chi refinement. Items, 1. Third tier spirit beast, golden bird, 3. Requires medium spirit stones for nourishment, capable of digesting 10 per day, sufficient to slay a practitioner at the 8th layer of chi refinement, when embedded with a sharp magical weapon. It can defeat a practitioner at the 9th layer of chi refinement. 2. Cultivation Experience Pack X13. Solar Shield, capable of defending against the full force of an initial foundation establishment strike. 4. A pair of blood-soaked embroidered shoes. 5. Second-tier puppet copper corpse, comparable to a practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. System store, cultivation experience pack, 50, Qi refinement 13. Techniques, 20 points for first tier, 50 points for second tier, 150 points for third tier. Spells, 20 points for first tier, 50 points for second tier, 150 points for third tier. Spirit recovery pack, 10 injury recovery pack, 10 life skills, 10. What is this peculiar item in the fourth slot? A pair of blood-soaked embroidered shoes? Li Zhi'en's face was a mask of confusion. When had he acquired such a bizarre object? His mind raced, yet no recollection surfaced, no matter how hard he strained to remember. At this hour, a chilling wind howled outside, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit's lament. The wind seeped through the cracks of the window, carrying with it an eerie coldness and palpable malice. The candlelight within the room flickered precariously amidst the unsettling breeze, casting grotesque shadows that danced upon the walls. The surrounding darkness seemed to encroach relentlessly, threatening to engulf the feeble light and plunge everything into utter blackness. Suddenly, Li Zhi'en felt a chilling sensation creeping along his neck, as if a bone-chilling presence lingered just at his shoulder. The icy aura coursed down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, goosebumps erupting across his skin. "Damn it, don't scare me like this. I haven't dared to watch horror films since I was 8. He stammered, his voice trembling with fear. In that inky fog of blood, the blood-soaked embroidered shoes slowly tilted towards Li Zhi'en's neck. The blood staining their surface seemed to pulse as if still flowing, dripping into the abyss with a chilling, hissing sound. The shoes appeared equally perplexed, wondering how this practitioner had detected their presence. Next, Li Zhi'en paced frantically, his back drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing as if it were about to burst from his chest. In his mind, chaos reigned, with fear gripping his heart like countless icy hands. It was evident that he had been possessed by something vile. Given that the system had already indicated so, there could be no mistake. As for the location of the incident, surely it was during the viewing of the mural within that crimson cave. Among the multitude present, why was he the only one ensnared? Did they not realize that his 5 elemental roots had been utterly destroyed? What advantage could they possibly derive from associating with him? Surely it could not be due to his striking looks. Good heavens, in this day and age, even spirits are unwilling to overlook a handsome face. He cursed inwardly, his heart heavy with dread, fearing that this unknown malevolence might swiftly claim his life. At one moment, Li Zhi'en even contemplated rushing before the sect leader to plead for her aid in purging the foul entity from his being. After all, within the entire Zhuan gang, she was the most powerful, and if he could gain her assistance, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that the leader must already be aware of all that transpired in the secret realm, if she had not detected his possession. How could she possibly possess the ability to cleanse it? If he were to act so rashly, he might even incur her wrath, being deemed as one who deliberately stirs trouble. With that thought, the flicker of hope that had ignited within him was promptly extinguished. Li Zhi'en's trepidation only deepened, the fears surging within him like relentless tidal waves, crashing against the defenses of his heart. He could almost sense the loathsome presence lurking in the shadows, its ghastly visage, concealed beneath thick strands of hair, flickering in and out of view. 2 hours later, as time slowly passed, Li Zhi'en transitioned from initial panic to breathlessness, and then gradually forced himself to regain his composure. For apart from the persistent dread that haunted him, he was merely frightening himself. He felt no tangible harm, neither pain nor itch. It was as if the malevolent entity existed only within the confines of the system's display, since it had not yet taken his life. He should be safe for the time being. Thus, he repeated this reassurance within himself. According to the mural, this embroidered shoe was an ancient artifact, and now that it was affixed to him, it stood to reason that its original form had suffered some kind of injury. The more powerful the entity, the longer it would take to heal. With this realization, Li Zhi'en finally exhaled, the tension in his body easing slightly. As long as he was granted time, with the aid of the system, he would surely grow formidable, thus gaining confidence to confront the backlash of this foul presence. Having reached this understanding, Li Zhi'en ceased to feel anxious, his gaze growing resolute. He had no intention of confiding in anyone, for within the Zhuan gang, there was no one capable of assisting him. Should the news spread, it might endanger others as well. He was acutely aware of the gravity of his situation and resolved to shoulder the risk of this unknown malevolence alone. On the following morning, she returned, appearing somewhat disheveled, her face bearing hints of fatigue, and her eyes filled with weariness. Her once rosy cheeks now appeared pale, evoking a sense of sympathy. Somehow, upon seeing Wenwen again, Li Zhi'en's mind became enchanted, uncontrollably conjuring images of the pink belly band and the pristine white little undergarments. When Wan encountered Li Zhi'en, his expression turned grave. His brows knitting together as he stated that the communication conference had been advanced, now to be held in 3 days. Li Zhi'en, with a face full of astonishment and confusion, inquired why such a solemn matter was altered so casually. What had transpired? Wenwen's countenance darkened, a shadow casting over his gentle features, and flickers of anger shimmered in his clear eyes as he replied. The imperial city had not disclosed the specific reasons. Perhaps it was an attempt to assert its dominance to the outside world. Chapter 72. The departure. Upon hearing the words, Li Zhi'en pressed his lips together, contemplating inwardly. The imperial city is indeed a grand scheme. The imperial city and the Zhi'en sect should hold equal standing. However, by unilaterally advancing the date, if we do not attend, they will surely accuse us of cowardice, tarnishing our reputation and morale. Conversely, if we attend, we will be acquiescing to their arrangements, tacitly acknowledging a subordinate position. Thus, the Zhi'en sect finds itself in a predicament. Shall we still participate? Li Zhi'en fixed his gaze intently on Wan, urgently inquiring. Wan nodded slightly, her intelligent eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve as she replied decisively. The headmaster has resolved to participate, and we must ensure victory in times of adversity. We cannot display any sign of timidity and must deliver a fierce counterattack. With only 3 days to prepare, can our disciples be ready in time? Li Zhi'en cautiously probed. What he truly wished to express was his concern over Zhao Qingshan's severe injuries and whether he could still participate, not to mention Hong and Yi Bing. At the very least, we must gather all the headmaster's personally instructed disciples to have a fighting chance. Cunning as she is, Wan discerned the underlying concern in Li Zhi'en's words. A gentle smile graced her face as she replied calmly. In preparation for the exchange meeting in 3 days, Zhao Qingshan, Yu Bing, and Hong have all been treated by the headmaster using secret techniques. After all, they merely suffered superficial injuries. Had their spiritual awareness or foundational essence been harmed, recovery would not have been so straightforward. She shook her head lightly, her tone imbued with a hint of relief. You should head to Longsho Peak now. I will make my preparations and depart shortly. Wenwen's voice was as soothing as a spring breeze. Her gaze towards Li Zhi'en filled with anticipation. Li Zhi'en pressed his lips together, respectfully bowing, and slowly spoke. I wish to visit my master at Shaoqi Peak first. Junior sister Xiaoyu will also go to Longsho Peak. She will accompany me in leading the team. With a graceful wave of her hand, Wenwen's garments fluttered in the wind, resembling an ethereal fairy descending from the heavens. Upon hearing this, Li Zhi'en no longer hesitated. He bowed deeply once more, then respectfully exited the Tingfeng Pavilion. Afterward, he moved with agility along the winding path, hastening towards Longsho Peak. In the plaza of Longsho Peak, the morning sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the bluish stone bricks beneath, which glistened faintly, still bearing traces of the previous night's light rain. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan, Hong, Yi Bing, Zhou Yuan, and Wang Gong stood quietly, the atmosphere exceedingly solemn, with no one daring to speak. As for their injuries, they had all been healed by the headmaster's secret arts the previous night, and each stood revitalized, showing no signs of fatigue from their earlier wounds. Fully restored to peak condition. Upon seeing Li Zhi'en, Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong immediately approached him. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Senior brother, the time has come to achieve glory for our sect. In this exchange meeting, we shall surely claim the top prize. His voice trembled slightly with enthusiasm, his hands instinctively clenching into tight fists. Wang Gong nodded vigorously, his face brimming with eager anticipation. Li Zhi'en smiled faintly, his expression tinged with resignation. The imperial city resembled a den of dragons and tigers. Victory was far from assured. Moreover, there was an enigmatic princess serving as a prize. He silently added to himself, narrowing his eyes slightly as a hint of concern flickered within. After all, with his meager cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, he would likely be merely a spectator. Beside him, Zhao Qingshan's gaze was fixed intently on Li Zhi'en, his fist clenched tightly, the knuckles pale from exertion. His body trembled slightly, as if he were desperately restraining the urge to charge forth and engage in combat. Dressed in a form-fitting crimson outfit, Hong stood tall and proud, exuding a spirited demeanor. Her bright eyes were locked onto Li Zhi'en, no longer holding the disdain of the past. Yet, unlike Zhao Qingshan, she did not appear aggressive. Instead, her gaze bore the weight of contemplation and scrutiny. Bold and meticulous, she secretly reflected on her previous neglect of Li Zhi'en, vowing that such a lapse would never occur again. In contrast, Yi Bing, clad in a long black robe, chose to remain unobtrusive in the corner, casting his gaze downward. Though seemingly silent, his sullen expression and the occasional cold glint in his eyes betrayed his thoughts, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. The recent call of senior brother by Zhou Yuan had left a mark of frustration on his brow. Filled with resentment and indignation, he felt compelled to endure, grateful that his injuries had healed, allowing him to ponder his next moves. At that moment, Zhi'en furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired of Zhou Yuan. Are we the only ones attending the exchange conference? As the Xintian sect of the sacred land of Zhao, is it not rather few to send such a small contingent? Zhou Yuan rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After a brief pause, he replied, compared to previous years, it is indeed somewhat unusual. Yet, it is merely a simple exchange meeting, intended to foster camaraderie with the disciples of the imperial city for future cooperation. Only the most outstanding disciples of the current generation are required to participate. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's speculation, Zhi'en could only shake his head in resignation, secretly amused at his own folly. It was clear that Zhou Yuan was unaware of the underlying complexities and intricacies of the true situation between the Xintian sect and the imperial city. Thus, asking him was akin to seeking answers in vain. To uncover the genuine secrets, he would need to consult his uncle Wenwen. Although his master, Yu Xiaoyu, was also leading the team, Zhi'en felt certain that her carefree nature would prevent her from dwelling on such matters. After another half an hour, a magnificent bird resembling a peacock soared from the direction of Spirit Beast Peak. Its iridescent feathers shimmered in the sunlight, and its enormous wings beat powerfully, stirring up gusts of wind. Zhi'en recognized it at once as the bluebird that would transport them to the Spirit Beast's secret realm. Atop the bluebird stood two figures, his master, Yu Xiaoyu, clad in a striking red cloak, reminiscent of a battlefield goddess, and his uncle Wenwen, dressed in a soft lavender robe, exuding an elegant and gentle demeanor. Moments later, the bluebird arrived above the plaza of Longsho Peak. With a sweeping gesture, Yu Xiaoyu unleashed a formidable and domineering surge of spiritual energy. The individuals gathered in the square were abruptly enveloped by this powerful force, gradually ascending into the air before swiftly landing upon the broad back of the azure bird. Once steadied, Zhi'en felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. However, he secretly felt a sense of relief, compared to the first time he was forcibly brought to Little Pool Peak by his master. When fear had rendered his legs weak and left him collapsed on the ground, this experience was infinitely more bearable. Beside him, Wenwen could not help but feel a twinge of exasperation. Among their group of senior and junior disciples, Xiaoyu's talent was the most exceptional. Yet her temperament was undeniably rather impetuous. Chapter 73. The Royal Grace Temple. After the exchange team embarked on their journey, the headmaster, standing solitary amidst the vast, boundless sea of clouds, observed in silence. Clad in a gown as pure as freshly fallen snow, her attire danced gracefully in the breeze, surpassing the beauty of frost. A delicate veil fluttered lightly, and her cold, serene eyes resembled the chilling stars within a deep pool, profound and enigmatic, concealing the infinite mysteries of the world. In the next moment, her ethereal figure slipped away like a wisp of smoke, vanishing quietly within the clouds. Upon the majestic back of the azure bird, a gentle and amiable figure spoke with a tranquil demeanor, his voice akin to the gentle murmur of a flowing stream. The imperial city lies 1,000 miles from us. This azure bird can reach it in half a day. If we travel at full speed, we could arrive in just an hour. However, to maintain an air of solemnity, we shall reach the outskirts of the imperial city at the Royal Grace Temple by evening and await the proceedings of the exchange conference. Upon hearing the gentle speaker's words, the group responded in unison, their voices harmonious and resounding. Yet, among them, Yu Xiaoyu lounged lazily upon the azure bird's back, one hand clasping a wine jug, taking occasional sips, while the other held a verdant pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke with an air of contentment, resembling a celestial being. Were it not for the public setting, she might have already summoned her apprentice to massage her shoulders. Yi Bing cautiously distanced himself from Yu Xiaoyu, his movements meticulous, fearful of attracting her attention. Upon encountering this formidable woman once more, his fingers, hidden within his long sleeves, trembled involuntarily. Though slight, the tremors betrayed the fear coursing through him. The recent encounters with Yu Xiaoyu had haunted him, awakening him from nightmares, drenched in cold sweat. To claim he felt no fear would be a blatant falsehood. Zhi'en, observing Yi Bing's cautious demeanor, could not help but scoff internally, a cold smile forming in his heart. Last time, it was the master who intervened to teach you a lesson. Our debts remain unsettled. Had the master not arrived in time, I would either be dead or severely injured. You best remember this. I will ensure we settle this score eventually. Unlike before, Zhi'en now possessed a third-tier swallow and a copper corpse puppet, his strength significantly augmented. Dealing with Yi Bing, who was merely at the 8th stage of qi refinement, would be a trivial task. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as he envisioned Yi Bing begging for mercy before him. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, gazed longingly into the distance. His eyes filled with fervor and determination. Their chests rose and fell slightly, hearts brimming with anticipation, yearning to shine brightly at the exchange conference, bringing glory to their sect and making their grandfather proud. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan was in quiet meditation, cultivating the spiritual energy within his dantian, nurturing a brand new magical artifact. This artifact, with its ancient design and flickering spiritual light, emanated a formidable aura. It was a high-quality artifact personally crafted for him by the master of Qilian Peak, who had devoted considerable effort and precious materials to ensure he could excel at the exchange conference. Zhao Qingshan was acutely aware of his master's expectations. He was wholly focused on adjusting his own state, determined to make a remarkable impression at the upcoming exchange conference. To ensure his timely arrival at the Royal Grace Temple in the Imperial City by evening, the bluebird flew at a leisurely pace, almost dozing off along the way. Li Zhi'en, during the entire journey, maintained a tight-lipped demeanor, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression filled with apprehension. How should he navigate his role in this exchange conference? His gaze occasionally wandered into the distance, lost in thought, and then dropped to reflect inwardly, his heart torn with conflict. The power of the Imperial City far surpassed that of the Xiantian sect. Given the current trajectory, it seemed likely that the Xiantian sect would be gradually consumed, ultimately facing complete annihilation. If he were to fight valiantly at the conference, showcasing excessive prowess, it would bind him closely to the Xiantian sect. In such a case, the Imperial City would undoubtedly target him, perhaps even dispatching skilled assassins to eliminate him. Conversely, if he merely went through the motions at the conference, performing mediocrely, the Imperial City would likely overlook him as an inconsequential figure, merely at the second level of qi refinement. Contemplating this, Li Zhi'en couldn't help but let out a long sigh, the weight of his inner turmoil growing heavier. Truth be told, it was unrealistic to expect Li Zhi'en to risk everything for his sect, as he lacked the crucial and significant spiritual support. He had grown up within the sect, benefiting greatly from its teachings and favors over the years. However, his master, Yu Xiaoyu, had indeed treated him generously. He vividly recalled the moment he became her disciple. She had bestowed upon him 10 high-grade spirit stones and the precious spirit beast, the golden bird, instantly elevating him to the status of a wealthy figure within the sect. Such favor was unprecedented in the annals of the Xiantian sect. Moreover, as the leader of a peak, his master had always interacted with him without pretense, genuinely caring for him. The last time he was insidiously plotted against by Yi Bing and found his life hanging by a thread. Had it not been for his master descending like a goddess to offer timely assistance, he might have faced dire consequences. Each time he recalled that perilous moment, a shiver of fear coursed through him. Furthermore, despite Yu Xiaoyu's seemingly carefree and unrestrained exterior, her heart was as pure and kind as that of a child. If he were to abandon her in a critical moment, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken and in tears. With this thought, a wave of compassion and reluctance surged within Li Zhi'en. He sighed deeply, gritting his teeth, and his previously confused gaze gradually transformed into one of resolve. He straightened his spine, clenched his fists tightly, and silently vowed within his heart, for the sake of his master. He could not remain a bystander in this journey to the Imperial City. He would stop at nothing to secure victory. The Imperial City, is it? I shall see what this den of dragons and tigers can do to me. A determined glint shone in Li Zhi'en's eyes, as he prepared himself to face all forthcoming challenges and adversities. As evening approached, the sunset painted the sky with a brilliant orange hue. The bluebird finally reached the outskirts of the Imperial City, with the Royal Grace Temple, designated for receiving distinguished guests, not far below. The majestic Huang-In Temple stands in grandeur, with its crimson gates intricately carved with exquisite golden patterns, exuding an aura of solemnity and reverence. The roof is adorned with iridescent glazed tiles, shimmering with dreamlike colors under the hues of the evening glow. The surrounding walls are embellished with ancient auspicious motifs, subtly revealing an air of elegance and nobility. Flanking the grand entrance are a pair of imposing stone lions, their eyes wide and fierce, surrounded by a faint ethereal luminescence, as if poised to spring to life at any moment to safeguard this royal domain. At this moment, Wenwen, while issuing a command for the azure bird to descend through his spiritual awareness, gently parted his lips and, with a serious expression, addressed his fellow disciples. Chapter 74. A show of authority now. We have entered the Imperial City, a place where dragons and tigers intertwine, and the situation is exceedingly intricate. Every action you take represents the Xiantian sect, so it is imperative that you proceed with utmost caution and discretion. Under no circumstances should you provoke disputes independently. Should you encounter matters of uncertainty, remember to report to me and sister you without fail. Do not act recklessly. The group responded with deep bows, acknowledging the leader's instructions. Let us hasten, for I am eager to indulge in the exquisite wines offered at the banquet, Yu Xiaoyu remarked, lightly licking her luscious, inviting lips. Her eyes brimming with anticipation. Wenwen shook her head with a gentle smile, a hint of bittersweet envy crossing her features. Sometimes, she truly envied her junior sister Xiaoyu, whose thoughts were as clear as water, untouched by the complexities of the world. A sip of wine, a puff of smoke, how carefree and joyous it seemed. A life unburdened by worldly troubles. As she watched Yu Xiaoyu's silhouette, a wave of yearning surged within her. The azure bird gracefully descended upon the vast meadow behind the imperial favor temple, which resembled a verdant carpet, lush and abundant with vibrant grass. A few large spiritual beasts rested leisurely within, embodying tranquility. Soon, several beastmasters clad in spiritual beast attire approached to take charge of the azure bird. Wenwen did not intervene, as this was customary. Among the beastmasters was a strikingly alluring woman, clad in a sheer gown that clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite curves. Her slender waist seemed delicate, and her rounded hips were alluringly prominent. Her features were finely crafted, with brows like distant mountains, eyes sparkling with autumnal waves, and lips slightly upturned in an enticing smile. A cascade of flowing red hair draped over her shoulders, adding to her enchanting allure. She sauntered towards Wenwen, her voice a beguiling melody as she spoke. I am the attendant of the Imperial Favor Temple. Esteemed members of the Zhi'en sect, please follow me. With a flirtatious glance towards Zhi'en, she exuded an air of seduction, leading the way with a graceful sway of her hips. Zhi'en momentarily paused, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the rhythmic motion of her alluring form. Each sway seemed to beckon, captivating his attention. Frustration welled within him. He wished to chastise her, to make her aware of the world's harsh realities and to seize her brazen displays of charm. Before long, the group was ushered into a resplendent hall, adorned with 4 sturdy columns intricately carved with royal motifs, coming to life in exquisite detail. Luxurious spirit stone chandeliers hung from the ceiling, their brilliant light illuminating the entire hall. The floor was laid with exquisite marble, polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the figures of those present. After your arduous journey, please take a moment to rest here as we await the evening banquet, where Lord Shaoqing will personally host you. The attendant's dulcet voice echoed sweetly, capable of softening even the hardest of hearts. Wenwen's graceful brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure gracing her jade-like visage. Traditionally, it was customary for the Minister of Royal Grace to personally host a banquet, yet this time, a mere junior official had been dispatched, clearly insufficient in stature. If the reception were to be more grandiose, the Minister of Rites would also be in attendance. In previous occasions, even esteemed Empress Dowagers had personally welcomed the representatives of the Zhi'en sect during their exchange conferences. It appeared that the imperial city had already begun to assert its dominance. With this thought, Wenwen inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within her heart. Her next course of action was to maintain a firm stance, instilling doubt in the imperial city, thereby granting the Zhi'en sect more time and initiative. However, she must tread carefully, ensuring not to genuinely provoke the imperial side, lest she inadvertently provide them with a pretext for discord. The delicate balance of this situation could only be deftly navigated by someone with her meticulous mindset. At this moment, the alluring female steward approached Zhi'en, her sultry figure swaying with undeniable charm. She delicately licked her enticing lips, parting them slightly as she spoke. Ah, young gentlemen of the Zhi'en sect, your handsomeness is truly striking. Our Royal Grace Temple's sour plum spirit soup is a unique delicacy, exceptionally delightful and beneficial for foundation building. Might I entice you to sample it with me? Her voice was soft and beguiling, her gaze filled with temptation, her hand gently resting on Zhi'en's shoulder. Confronted with the seductive invitation from the female steward, Zhi'en felt a genuine stir of impulse within. He yearned to uncover what secrets lay within her intentions, and perhaps glean some valuable information in the process. Yet, given the current sensitive circumstances, every action bore significant weight concerning the reputation and safety of the Zhi'en sect, and thus he hesitated to act impulsively. His face reflected uncertainty as he turned to seek counsel from his esteemed mentor, Wenwen. Before she could respond, Yu Xiaoyu's loud voice pierced through the delicate atmosphere, brazen and resonant, shattering the moment. Who knows what ghastly substances that blood refinement old devil has added to the sour plum spirit soup? Not even a dog would drink that. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes widened with disdain and wariness, clearly harboring a deep-seated prejudice against the soup. You. The steward trembled with indignation at Yu Xiaoyu's words, her chest rising and falling with agitation, her complexion alternating between crimson and pallid. Yet she was acutely aware of her subordinate status. Facing a golden core venerable like Yu Xiaoyu, she lacked the courage to retort. However, remaining silent would jeopardize the imperial city's dignity. After all, she represented more than just herself. Her every word and action reflected upon the imperial authority, biting her lower lip, leaving a faint mark from her pearly teeth. Her eyes brimmed with fury and turmoil, yet she dared not retaliate. At that moment, woman glided forward gracefully, casting a sharp glare at Yu Xiaoyu, imbued with a hint of reproach. Then, with an impassive expression, she addressed the female steward. I find myself rather intrigued by this sour plum spirit soup. Might you be so kind as to bring me a bowl? As for the invitation for this disciple to visit alone, let this matter not be mentioned again. Otherwise, do not blame me for my severity. The voice of the esteemed leader was cool and resolute, his gaze emanating an undeniable authority, while his robes fluttered gently in the breeze, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Very well. Since the Peak Master desires it, I shall promptly deliver it to you. The female steward responded hastily, her tone laced with a hint of relief. Then, as if granted a reprieve, she hurriedly bowed and swiftly departed, seemingly fearing that lingering for even a moment longer would invite greater trouble. Chapter 75. The Third Prince. After the departure of the female steward, Yu Xiaoyu disregarded all decorum and ungracefully reclined on the nearby chair made of golden silk nanmo. With a sudden motion, she seized the gourd of wine at her waist, tilting her alabaster neck back as she boldly took a large swig, the crystalline liquid flowing down her luscious lips. With a disdainful twist of her rosy mouth, she expressed her irritation. This little vixen is truly vexatious. Disciple, in the future, steer clear of such individuals. Upon hearing her words, Zhi'en swiftly approached, bowing respectfully as he replied, Disciple shall heed the esteemed teachings of the master and will certainly avoid entanglements with this woman henceforth. Though he spoke thus, he did not take her words to heart. It is undeniable that to breach a heavily fortified barrier, women often serve as the most effective point of entry, a notion that has been vividly illustrated throughout historical texts from ancient times to the present. Casting a glance at the overly dramatic Xiaoyu, a fleeting look of helplessness crossed Wenwen's gentle eyes. In truth, the reason the sect leader had summoned Xiaoyu was clear. Her presence was to subtly signify to the imperial city that the master of Shaoqi Peak had indeed reached the late stage of golden core. Thus, should the imperial city harbor ulterior motives, they would need to deliberate cautiously. Apart from this, Xiaoyu's role in the matter was almost negligible, and with her impulsive and straightforward nature, she could very well provoke unforeseen and serious consequences. All this pressure weighed heavily upon Wenwen alone, leaving her feeling quite helpless. As for the dialogue between the master and disciple of Shaoqi Peak, the other disciples had no standing to interject, standing obediently to the side. Even though seats were available, they dared not sit, not even daring to breathe too loudly, lest they commit any act of impropriety. As the hour of Su approached, the female steward of Huangyin Temple gracefully entered, followed by a demure maidservant. The maid carefully cradled a bowl of shimmering silver broth in her hands. This is our temple sour plum spirit soup. Please do savor it, she said, slightly bowing, her tone laced with apology. Regrettably, the ingredients for this soup are exceedingly rare, and the preparation is intricate. We can only present one bowl this time, and I hope for your understanding. Woman did not even glance at the spirit soup, coldly waving her sleeve as she replied, Honger, do not delay in accepting this generous gift from Huangyin Temple. Hearing this, Hong hurriedly stepped forward, her hands tense and her expression solemn as she retrieved the sour plum spirit soup. Upon witnessing the soup being respectfully accepted, the female steward covered her mouth with a charming smile, her seductive eyes flitting over to Li Zhi'en as she playfully admonished, the banquet is about to commence. Please follow me, esteemed guests. Lord Shaoqing has been awaiting you for some time. Wenwen nodded slightly, seemingly unperturbed by the steward's gentle words, as she proceeded towards the entrance of the grand hall without uttering another word. The disciples dared not hesitate for even a moment and promptly followed closely behind. The banquet is arranged in the main hall of the Royal Grace Temple, where flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, illuminating the entire space as if it were broad daylight. Numerous officials of the temple don luxurious ceremonial robes, adorned with solemn official hats whose jeweled decorations shimmer brilliantly in the ethereal light. They sit upright, arranged in order of rank, their expressions solemn and reverent, with no one daring to engage in casual conversation. The atmosphere is one of gravity and tranquility. In the center of the hall, several large tables are laden with a delightful array of exquisite delicacies. The meticulously arranged dishes, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, are tantalizing to behold. Fine wines gently swirl in elegant goblets, emitting a captivating fragrance that wafts through the air. Yet, despite the culinary treasures before them, no one dares to pick up their chopsticks. They remain quietly in anticipation. At the head of the banquet, the somewhat oily-faced junior minister of the Royal Grace Temple addresses a young man beside him, clad in a bright yellow python-patterned robe, with utmost respect. Your Highness, we have ample opportunities ahead. there is no need to rush this evening. Absolutely not. I have come here specifically to witness the prowess of the Zhi'en sex prodigy, who has purportedly mastered the third-tier defensive spell, Extreme Frost Seal, at the mere second level of Qi refinement. I wonder if it is merely a fade. The third prince responds, his excitement evident, his eyes gleaming with intense curiosity. The junior minister of the temple furrows his brow, contemplating for a moment. Before seemingly struck by a brilliant idea, he bursts into laughter. Since your highness is so keen, why not elevate the stakes a little further? Huh, that aligns perfectly with my intentions. Speak freely, minister, proclaims the third prince, raising an eyebrow and adopting an audacious tone. The junior minister casts a cautious glance around before leaning closer to the third prince, lowering his voice to whisper while simultaneously sending a discreet communication talisman. After the duration of an incense stick, the female steward finally leads the members of the Zhi'en sect into the main hall. Your esteemed presence graces the Royal Grace Temple, truly enhancing its splendor. Please, take your seats. We have prepared modest refreshments as a token of our hospitality. The junior minister exclaims, rising eagerly to greet them, his face beaming with a genial smile. When one, leading the group, walks at the forefront. In response to the minister's exuberant welcome, she merely nods slightly, her demeanor composed. Her gaze, however, is piercing, fixated on the third prince who remains seated at the head of the table. At this moment, the third prince straightens his posture, attempting to hold her gaze, yet his prominent brows betray a subtle tremor, as if his spiritual awareness is under immense strain, like a fragile boat amidst roaring waves, on the brink of capsizing. In the next moment, the third prince lets out a restrained grunt, followed by heavy gasps for breath, his previous arrogance dissipating entirely. It turns out that he had attempted to employ a covert spiritual technique to intimidate Zhi'en, the young man heralded as a prodigy in spellcasting. Should he succeed in publicly embarrassing him, it would indeed be a splendid outcome. However, his petty scheme had long been anticipated and thwarted by the astute and discerning Wenwen. Had it not been for Wenwen's timely restraint of the artifact's power, the third prince would undoubtedly have suffered a devastating blow to his spiritual awareness, with consequences too dire to contemplate. As for how the third prince came to recognize Zhi'en, the truth is that the two factions have been locked in a delicate balance for millennia, with their espionage efforts deeply entrenched and permeating every corner. Any subtle shift or disturbance is unlikely to escape the other side's meticulously woven web of intelligence. A prodigious talent from a well-known sect like Zhi'en has long had his likeness disseminated through various clandestine channels within the imperial city. However, rumors remain just that, filled with uncertainty and exaggeration. For a figure of such significance in the realm of magical prowess, the imperial city must ultimately conduct its own probing and verification to ensure confidence. Chapter 76. The intervention of Yu Xiaoyu, the deputy of the Royal Grace Temple, possessed an intimate understanding of the magical arts favored by the third prince. At this moment, upon observing the prince's slightly agitated and uncontrollable demeanor, he swiftly deduced the unfolding situation. It was clear that the current atmosphere required his intervention as a mediator to alleviate the increasingly tense environment. After all, the incident had been initiated by the third prince, and it was only fitting for the royal court to respond accordingly. The prince's spiritual awareness technique is nearing the fourth tier and is at a critical juncture of breakthrough. Recently, he has found it somewhat challenging to control. Should he inadvertently harm a disciple of your esteemed sect, I implore your understanding. I shall take upon myself a cup of self-punishment to express my apologies, the deputy of the Royal Grace Temple said, slightly inclining his body as he graciously accepted the exquisitely crafted jade wine cup presented by a young attendant. Turning to face the members of the Zhuan, he forced a semblance of sincerity onto his face, and without hesitation, consumed the exquisite wine that resembled the nectar of the heavens. However, in response to this ostentatious display from the royal court, Woman chose not to expose the facade. With a stern expression, she walked past the deputy of the Royal Grace Temple without acknowledging his so-called act of contrition. Upon reaching the highest seat opposite, she composedly took her place. Behind her were Yu Xiaoyu, Li Zhi'en, Hong Hong, Zhao Qingshan, Yi Bing, Zhou Yuan, and Wang Gong. The disciples maintained solemn expressions, their silence thickening the atmosphere with gravity. Throughout this unfolding drama, Li Zhi'en remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety, entirely outside the loop and ignorant of the events transpiring. Yet, he keenly observed the shifting expressions of those around him, and with his usual astuteness, he quickly grasped the general situation. He couldn't help but silently scoff, shameless scoundrels, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Once seated, Yu Xiaoyu could no longer resist the allure of the enticing nectar wafting before her. With her delicate, jade-like fingers, she swiftly grasped the wine cup and, without hesitation, drank it down in one gulp. The exquisite liquid slid down her throat, her large eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Her face aglow with satisfaction and ecstasy. Seemingly still unsated, she eagerly grabbed another cup nearby, her movements deft and swift, pouring its contents into her wine gourd. As the saying goes, to drink and to take is the true delight. Otherwise, would it not be a disservice to herself for having traveled such a distance? A playful smile graced Yu Xiaoyu's lips. Meanwhile, the deputy of the Royal Grace Temple, seemingly unperturbed by being overlooked, displayed no signs of embarrassment. His oily visage still adorned with a facade of amiability. He moved with purpose towards the prince's side, leisurely taking a seat beside him. Once settled, he meticulously adjusted his robe before speaking slowly. 2 days hence, the Grand Exchange Conference shall commence. Regrettably, the esteemed minister of the royal has fallen ill and cannot attend in person. Thus, I shall preside over this grand event in his stead, and in accordance with tradition. The venue will once again be the royal pasture. Present at this gathering will be the second and third princes of the imperial city, the young lord of the military marquis's residence, the eldest and youngest sons of the minister of war, as well as the adopted son of the chief eunuch, all of whom are invited to engage in a discourse on the arts of cultivation. I trust all parties will be well prepared. With a gentle lift of her gaze, Wenwen's demeanor was calm yet resolute as she slightly raised her alabaster chin and spoke softly, "Our Zhi'en shall emerge victorious in this battle." Though her voice was soft, it emanated a steady confidence. Before the minister of royal could respond, the third prince snorted coldly and interjected, "In this battle, victory is paramount for our imperial city. I hope Zhi'en will have the high-grade talismans prepared as mentioned in the documents." Upon hearing the third prince speak, Li Zhi'en's expression darkened, and with a loud thud, he slammed the jade nightlight cup onto the table, causing the precious liquid within to splash. Although uncertain, he felt an instinctive sense that the third prince's remarks were directed at him. A sharp intuition indeed. With a tone dripping with sarcasm, he retorted, "I never expected this year's imperial city prize would be a princess. Although our disciples of Zhantiangong are devoted to the pursuit of immortality and are not particularly interested in the position of a son-in-law, we may accept it for the sake of fostering mutual friendship." A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Impudent. The typically arrogant third prince had never encountered such scornful words before. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Li Zhi'en, seemingly on the verge of violence. Yet, Li Zhi'en stood unyielding, meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve, fully aware that if the imperial side were comprised solely of such impulsive individuals, they could never instill genuine fear in Zhuangniangang. Just as the atmosphere teetered on the brink of confrontation, the minister of royal forced a laugh, his chubby face contorting into a semblance of mirth. "Haha, if our two parties could indeed forge a union, it would become a legendary tale within the Zhao kingdom's cultivation circles. Our princess is well-educated, graceful, and wise, having shown prodigious talent in the arts of cultivation since childhood." Noticing the minister's insinuating glance, the third prince, despite his reluctance, begrudgingly turned his gaze elsewhere, teeth clenched in frustration. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyu was far from pleased. Her delicate brows arched in anger, her large, watery eyes ablaze with fury. How dare someone raise their voice at her beloved disciple in her presence? This was utterly intolerable. In the next instant, she huffed indignantly and seized the nearby jade nightlight cup, hurling it fiercely at the third prince's head. With a sharp crack, the cup flew like a meteor, striking him squarely on the forehead. As a mere cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining, how could he withstand the wrath of a golden core expert? In an instant, it seemed as though his forehead had been rent asunder, blood gushing forth like a torrent. And even the protective talisman he relied upon for his very survival showed no signs of activation. You. The third prince was taken aback, his eyes wide with terror, clutching his blood-soaked forehead and calling out hoarsely. However, when he met the cold, authoritative gaze of Yu Xiaoyu, his mind recalled that this individual was a revered golden core expert, and he forcefully swallowed back the furious and threatening words that had surged forth, leaving only rapid, labored breaths. Yu Xiaoyu's actions left all present in a state of profound shock. The complexion of the junior official from the Imperial Enshrinement Temple turned ashen, his body trembling as he extended a quivering finger, furiously pointing at Yu Xiaoyu and exclaiming, "Master Yu, the third prince is the most favored blood relative of the sovereign. Have you not considered the consequences of your actions?" Chapter 77. The Prime Minister of the Imperial City, Yu Xiaoyu casually swayed the emerald green pipe in her hand. With a swift motion, a flicker of ethereal light emerged, and the pipe instantaneously transformed into a breathtakingly formidable green cleaver. The blade shimmered with an icy radiance, as if countless sharp shadows within it were roaring and struggling. A smirk played upon Yu Xiaoyu's lips as she proclaimed loudly, "You, the undefeated sovereign of the nation? Were it not for that old crone's interference, I would have shattered your record over a century ago." Now that I have arrived in the imperial city, summon your sovereign. Let us determine strength through a contest. Her voice brimmed with provocation and audacity, igniting a fervor in all who heard it. In response to Yu Xiaoyu's brazen remarks, even the usually cunning and shrewd junior minister of the Emperor's Grace Temple found himself flushed with indignation, momentarily at a loss for words. Wenwen, whose mind was usually meticulous, felt a twinge of helplessness, pondering that her junior sister remained as impulsive as ever. Yet, there was no hint of discouragement on her face. To her, if a ruckus was to be made, it should be thorough, lest it give the impression that the Xiantian sect was merely a fade. At worst, the upcoming exchange conference would not only involve disciples sparring, but also the peak masters engaging in discourse. However, the delicate balance of the situation needed careful management to avoid chaos. Lost in thought, Woman slightly furrowed her brows, her gaze reflecting deeper contemplation. Zhi'en instinctively licked his parched lips, marveling at the day's exhilarating turn of events. Yet soon, trust flickered in his eyes. He had no cause for concern. For in his heart, Wenwen was always wise and decisive, surely capable of handling the matter with poise. As long as Wenwen was present, Zhi'en felt perpetually at ease. The other disciples of the Xiantian sect sensed their hearts pounding wildly in their chests. Wang Gong and Zhou Yuan exchanged anxious glances, inching closer to Zhi'en. Should a conflict arise, they would unhesitatingly shield their senior brother, especially considering Zhi'en's mere second-level qi refinement. At that moment, a deep yet penetrating voice resounded from outside the great hall. "You Peak Master, what great prestige you wield. Might I have the honor of experiencing your verdant blade techniques?" As the voice faded, a figure darted in like a specter. Upon steadying himself, an elderly man clad in a crimson robe, adorned with large floral embroidery and a jade belt, appeared in the hall, his vitality reminiscent of a youthful vigor. His speed almost akin to the instantaneous movement of a nascent soul cultivator. "How noisy!" Yu Xiaoyu huffed disdainfully, her delicate face reflecting her impatience. Without moving her graceful form, she merely raised her jade hand, hurling the wine gourd at her waist with force. The gourd, initially of ordinary size, expanded dramatically in the rushing wind, transforming into a massive object akin to a house in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a howling gale. It descended upon the prime minister of the imperial city like a heavy mountain. "Sure a sword," the prime minister of the imperial city roared, the wrinkles on his face suddenly deepening like ravines, as if they were on the verge of cracking. His once murky eyes now radiated an intense brilliance, akin to a brilliant lightning bolt streaking across the night sky. With lightning speed, he formed seals with his hands, his fingers dancing like fluttering butterflies, reciting incantations. In the next moment, hundreds of blood-red longswords materialized around him, their blades shimmering with an eerie crimson glow, thick as blood, reminiscent of bloodthirsty serpents that exuded a chilling aura of terror. Each blood sword was enveloped in wisps of red mist, as if steeped in sanguine essence for ages. As soon as these blood swords appeared, they emitted a piercing, jarring sound. Subsequently, as if commanded by a singular will, they collectively surged toward the gourd of wine above. In an instant, shadows of swords intertwined, and sword qi crisscrossed the air. Each blood sword carried immense power, carving blood-red arcs in the air, exuding an air of lethal determination. However, in the face of this overwhelming assault, the surface of the gourd shimmered with a faint golden light, resembling an impenetrable shield. Upon collision with the gourd, the blood swords unleashed a cacophony of deafening metallic clashes, sparks flying as the tremendous force distorted the surrounding air. Despite the ferocity of the blood swords, the gourd merely trembled slightly, its speed momentarily reduced. Yet it remained resolute in its descent upon the prime minister of the imperial city. During this gradual suppression, amidst the relentless impacts, some swords developed cracks, while others shattered entirely, dissipating into specks of crimson light in the air. Zhi'en's eyes sparkled with excitement and astonishment. He had always known his master was extraordinary, but he never anticipated that Yu Xiaoyu would be so formidable, effortlessly suppressing even the prime minister of the imperial city. Perhaps, his master Yu Xiaoyu truly had the capability to rival the sovereign. On the other side, the prime minister, witnessing the futility of his Shura swords against the oncoming gourd, felt a surge of dread. Yu Xiaoyu's current prowess was evidently nearing the nascent soul realm. Should she successfully transcend the void thunder tribulation, she would become a true nascent soul powerhouse. In the entire imperial city, apart from the sovereign and the reclusive ancestor, there was no one who could contend with her. Realizing this, beads of sweat like pearls cascaded down his forehead, his complexion turning ashen. No, he absolutely could not be suppressed here. It would be a trivial loss of face, but should the imperial city become a laughingstock, it would spell great trouble. Gritting his teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. "Sure a blood infant," The Prime Minister's eyes turned blood red as he gritted his teeth and roared. With his hands rapidly shifting through hand seals, a thick, inky stench of blood erupted from him. Amidst this nauseating aura, a gruesome figure slowly emerged. It was a blood-soaked infant, possessing only a head, its features grotesque and indistinct, save for a pair of blood-red eyes that flickered with a strange light. The blood infant emitted a chilling wail and cries, as if the tormented souls from the depths of the underworld were lamenting. Surrounding its head was a swirling mist of crimson, within which countless anguished, contorted faces struggled in torment. In an exceedingly bizarre manner, it lunged at the wine gourd, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood, haunting and eerie, sending shivers down one's spine. In the next moment, the blood infant S had collided violently with the wine gourd. However, contrary to the anticipated, brilliant explosion, a disconcerting hissing sound of corrosion resonated instead. It appeared that the wine gourd was greatly repulsed by the viscous, sanguine entity. It trembled slightly before erupting in a dazzling golden radiance. The brilliance was resplendent, akin to a blazing sun, momentarily scattering the blood infant. Subsequently, the wine gourd swiftly retreated. "Repugnant creature, do not touch my wine gourd," exclaimed Yu Xiaoyu, her face contorted in disgust. Chapter 78. The children of the imperial city. Yu Xiaoyu vigorously rubbed the wine gourd with her tattered hemp sleeve, exerting all her strength. Suddenly, she swung the large green cleaver with fierce intent, its blade reflecting a chilling light under the illumination of the spiritual stone lanterns. With reckless abandon, she charged towards the Prime Minister of the imperial city. At that moment, woman swiftly reached out, firmly grasping Yu Xiaoyu's delicate yet powerful wrist, and gently spoke. "Junior sister Xiaoyu." The Prime Minister was merely jesting. Why take up arms in earnest? Yu Xiaoyu glared at Wenwen. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she struggled to free herself from Wenwen's grip. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the stern warning from the old woman flashed in her mind, causing her to momentarily pause and ultimately halt her advance. After biting her lip in reluctant frustration, she hoisted the heavy green cleaver onto her shoulder. The Prime Minister, exhaling a sigh of relief, wiped the beads of sweat that cascaded down his furrowed cheeks. Having just gauged Yu Xiaoyu's strength, he felt a surge of dread. Had the confrontation escalated, he might have met his demise. Hastily, he sought to retreat, awkwardly stowing away the battered blood infant. With a strained smile, he feigned composure and declared, "While I had intended to witness the prowess of sect leader Yu's verdant blade, today I find her wine gourd artifact to be even more remarkable. Truly, it has opened my eyes." He continued to wipe away the cold sweat from his brow, his gaze still betraying lingering tension. Meanwhile, in a dark and eerie shrine deep within the imperial city, an ominous coffin, blackened and exuding a strange aura, slowly creaked open. From within arose a child who appeared no older than 7 or 8, his skin delicate as if it could be punctured by a breath. Yet his eyes held a profound depth, revealing a sense of ancient weariness. A strong scent of decay emanated from him, as if he had endured the relentless passage of time. The child turned slightly, his gaze fixated on the direction of the royal blessing temple. And with a smile that belied his youth, he spoke in a tone that bore an unsettling maturity. "The little girl of the Xiantian sect truly fears nothing." With that, the child took a casual step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, appearing outside the imperial city. He remained still, standing silently, his eyes unwaveringly fixed ahead. For within that seemingly void space, there stood a figure akin to a fallen celestial being, quietly poised. In a moment of clarity, one could discern the figure clad in snow-white robes, a gauzy veil obscuring their face, silver hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an ethereal chill. The child's countenance suddenly turned intensely grave. With a swift motion of his right hand, a resplendent glow enveloped him, and a magnificent azure dragon materialized in an instant, roaring thunderously as it surged towards the ethereal figure. Almost immediately, his eyes sparkled with brilliant flames, radiating like 2 blazing suns. As his spirit stirred, a formidable force of divine consciousness shot forth, akin to 2 meteors piercing the darkness, closely trailing the azure dragon. In the void, the master remained composed and serene. With a delicate gesture of her jade hand, brilliant light erupted before her, and countless flaming swords materialized from thin air. The blades blazed with fierce fire, their hilts adorned with swirling runes that emitted a howling sound as they launched towards the formidable azure dragon. Confronted with the twin fiery assaults following the dragon, a glint of icy resolve flickered in the master's tranquil eyes, and she instantaneously unleashed 2 radiant bursts of divine consciousness. This consciousness was chillingly frigid, freezing the very air around it, which shimmered with a thin layer of frost. In the next moment, the azure dragon collided with the fiery swords, producing a resounding explosion that illuminated the void like a grand display of fireworks. The swords, with unstoppable momentum, pierced the dragon's body and abdomen. Yet, the azure dragon was undeterred. Its claws and fangs, akin to sharp divine weapons, shattered the flaming swords into fragments. In that moment, both sides engaged in a fierce contest, neither yielding, dissolving at an astonishing speed. When their divine consciousness clashed, the void erupted into a breathtaking spectacle, reminiscent of a fierce battle between ice and fire. The master's icy consciousness, sharp as crystalline ice, surged forth with an unrelenting chill, while the child's fiery consciousness, ablaze with fervent flames, lunged ferociously at the opponent. The collision sent tremors through the void. The ice crystals melted instantly, transforming into billowing white mist, only to reconstitute in the extreme cold. The flames flickered in the icy onslaught, sparks flying as if they were on the verge of being extinguished by the merciless frost. Where the two forces met, ice and fire intertwined in a dazzling yet chaotic display. The cold and the heat clashed and consumed one another, forming a chaotic vortex of energy that threatened to engulf the entire void. Endless power was unleashed in this clash. Even the efforts of a nascent soul master stirred ripples in the void. In the realm of reality, such a confrontation would surely upheave mountains and seas, obliterating all existence in its wake, turning the imperial city into nothingness in an instant. Naturally, the child from the imperial city would not permit such events to unfold. After a brief exchange, the child stood with an air of authority, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor solemn yet youthful as he declared, "Zhi'en knew. You and your disciple possess great arrogance, daring to strike the old chancellor, and you obstruct my path within the realm of my imperial city. Do you intend to declare full-scale war?" His diminutive stature exuded an overwhelming aura, and his gaze was piercingly sharp. The sect leader let out a cold snort and responded with an icy demeanor. There is no need to elaborate on the true intentions behind the old kingdom lord's emergence from the coffin. Indeed, it was a misstep for the young fish to act rashly. However, should your disciples prevail in the upcoming exchange conference, our Zhi'en shall elevate the stakes from a superior talisman to a middle-grade artifact. As she spoke, the sect leader gracefully flipped her hand, and a semi-transparent, ethereal longsword materialized instantly, its blade shimmering with an unceasing radiance, exuding a formidable presence. Grasping the sword, the sect leader coldly declared, "Should you insist on waging full-scale war, our Zhi'en shall accompany you to the very end. Though your side boasts two nascent soul experts, the outcome remains uncertain." In that moment, she stood tall as a pine, her gaze steadfast as a star, betraying not an ounce of fear. Chapter 79. The Sovereign. Upon beholding the translucent and ethereal long sword, the former sovereign's previously imposing demeanor evaporated in an instant. He chuckled awkwardly, saying, I was merely jesting. Please do not take my words to heart. The bond between our imperial city and your esteemed sect has flourished for millennia. We have always stood united against common foes and would never consider warfare. Since the esteemed Zhi'en graces us with her presence, why not visit the Dragon Hall of the imperial city? Allow me to host a grand banquet to express my hospitality and further solidify our friendship. The headmaster, however, exhibited no interest, her expression as frigid as ice, her gaze devoid of even the slightest ripple of emotion. Subsequently, she turned on her heel and departed, her form flickering before transforming into a brilliant flash, vanishing into the void, leaving the old sovereign standing awkwardly in place. At that moment, a resolute-looking middle-aged man approached the child. His sharp brows and starry eyes held a profound depth, as if he could perceive all the world's phenomena. His noble nose stood tall and unwavering, exuding an indomitable pride. Clad in a dragon robe, the intricate golden dragon embroidery shimmered with resplendent brilliance, embodying supreme majesty. His steps were steady and powerful, each movement radiating an innate regal aura. Though his temples bore a hint of gray, it only served to accentuate his valiant demeanor, imbuing him with a calmness born of experience, showcasing his extraordinary talents. Old Sovereign, if we were to join forces, could we not retain the headmaster of the Zhi'en sect? Even if it requires a certain sacrifice. We must not let this golden opportunity slip away, the middle-aged man stated gravely, his tone earnest. The child shook his head gently, a look of resignation crossing his face as he sighed in response. Did you see that translucent and ethereal longsword? That is the Zhi'en sect's supreme treasure. The Zhi'en sword. This sword possesses boundless magical power, with the astonishing ability to rend the void, even when confronted by numerous nascent soul adversaries. As long as the wielder is sufficiently powerful, they can traverse the void with ease. Of course, there are ways to counter her. We could amass a formidable army to besiege the Zhi'en sect. If she were to leave alone, the sect would surely be annihilated. However, the timing is not yet ripe. We must deliberate carefully and avoid rashly severing ties. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze distant and profound, as if formulating a more far-reaching strategy. After a moment, the child clenched his teeth tightly, his youthful voice brimming with indignation. Years ago, I arrived at a mysterious and enigmatic ancient ruin before the Zhi'en master. Within that ruin, I overcame numerous hardships to obtain this sword, yet its exterior was soiled and its essence concealed. I failed to recognize its worth at the time, and alas, that shameless Zhi'en employed underhanded tactics to deceive me and seize the sword from my grasp. It is truly detestable. Infuriating. As he spoke, the child's face flushed crimson with rage, his small frame trembling slightly. Upon hearing these words, the contemporary sovereign was momentarily taken aback, his face betraying a look of astonishment. He could scarcely believe that the astute and cunning former ruler had been outwitted by the enigmatic master Zhi'en. However, as this matter pertained to the past of his elder, he refrained from further commentary, offering a respectful bow before gracefully departing. With a single step, the surrounding space rippled, and he vanished through the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the main hall of the Royal Benevolence Monastery, upon hearing the Chancellor's words, the youthful minister of the monastery underwent a dramatic transformation in demeanor. His previously furious expression morphed into one of obsequious delight as a sycophantic smile appeared. He lifted a beautifully crafted jade wine cup and, with a hearty laugh, proclaimed, "The prowess of Master Yu truly opens my eyes. Such remarkable skill is nothing short of extraordinary. The Chancellor's mastery of the Tao is equally exquisite, leaving one in awe. Why not set aside past grievances, resume our seats, and indulge in this exquisite wine?" As he spoke, he repeatedly clasped his hands in reverence toward the assembly, his eyes gleaming with flattery. The elegant one inclined her head slightly, her flowing black hair swaying gently, and with graceful steps, she resumed her seat first. Her movements exuded an air of effortless elegance, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Upon hearing the invitation to continue drinking, Yu Xiaoyu's face lit up with a joyful smile. Eagerly and obediently, she stowed away her large green blade. The radiant weapon shimmered, its form shifting as the blade gradually shortened and curved, merging and retracting until it transformed into a finely crafted emerald pipe, which she deftly secured at her waist. She then hurried to the table and, without hesitation, lifted her cup, downing 3 large goblets in quick succession before finally setting the cup down with satisfaction. At that moment, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with joy. Her cheeks flushed with happiness as she murmured, "Delicious wine, delightful wine." At this juncture, Zhi'en turned his gaze towards the third prince. He observed, amidst the flurry of activity from the physician, that the injury on the prince's forehead had finally been somewhat stabilized. The blood had thoroughly soaked the bandages, which glimmered ominously. The prince's once porcelain-like visage now appeared rather disheveled. After all, Yu Xiaoyu had merely intended to administer a light reprimand, not to deal a fatal blow. Otherwise, even if he possessed 10 lives, he would surely have met his demise. Initially, the third prince had been delighted at the arrival of the chancellor, believing that he would exact vengeance on Yu Xiaoyu, teaching her a harsh lesson to make her aware of the dire consequences of her affront. However, he was taken aback to find the chancellor at a disadvantage during the confrontation with Yu Xiaoyu. Even in his ignorance, he could now perceive the gravity of the situation. Unless the emperor himself intervened, no one could hope to subdue Yu Xiaoyu. As time stretched on without the emperor's appearance, the implications became clear. With this realization, the third prince slumped in defeat into a nearby chair, akin to a deflated balloon. His head hung low, and the once arrogant demeanor had vanished without a trace, leaving him despondent and dispirited. The newly appointed prime minister, at this moment, had already settled into his seat with an air of composure. Initially, he had been invited to probe the depths of the Zhi'en sect, yet the unfolding of events had far surpassed his expectations, culminating in a convivial exchange of drinks with his counterparts. However, as a seasoned and prudent statesman, he exhibited not a trace of embarrassment. Rather, his demeanor remained as calm as ever. With merely a few exchanges, he adeptly revitalized the atmosphere through his eloquence and exceptional social finesse. One could observe his beaming smile and witty repartee, his expression suggesting that he held the reins of the entire situation firmly in his grasp. Chapter 80. Intelligence. After an hour had passed, the lively and tumultuous banquet finally came to a close. The female steward, swaying her voluptuous form, led the guests toward the resplendent upper chamber of the Royal Grace Temple. The exterior of the chamber was extravagantly opulent, with doors crafted from golden silk namu adorned with dazzling gemstones, and the doorframe intricately carved with vivid dragon and phoenix motifs. Due to the close proximity of the chambers, the atmosphere remained tranquil, allowing everyone to check in without hindrance. She understood well that if all were to stay in a single room, While it might ensure safety and reliability, it would compromise the dignity and decorum of the Xiantian sect. Zhi'en was deliberately kept until the end by the female steward. She swayed her hips enticingly, her ample backside undulating with each step. As her slender waist twisted, it exuded an irresistible allure, her gossamer attire fluttering in the breeze, subtly outlining her enchanting curves. Observing her captivating demeanor, Zhi'en was convinced that she was intentionally attempting to seduce him. This brazen woman underestimated him. Did she think him of weak resolve? Zhi'en couldn't help but scoff. When the steward finally opened the last chamber, she playfully winked at Zhi'en. Then, glancing at the octagonal pavilion in the courtyard, her insinuation was unmistakably clear. After this, her delicate fingers lightly traced over Zhi'en's slightly heaving chest. Her fingertips felt electric, igniting a tingling sensation wherever they roamed, moving slowly as if reluctant to part, almost teasingly. With a dreamy smile, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving behind only the faint, intoxicating scent that lingered in the air. Zhi'en licked his dry lips, internally vowing, "You think I will acquiesce to your desires?" At midnight, amidst the chorus of chirping insects, Zhi'en cautiously opened the chamber door, peeking out to survey his surroundings with darting eyes, resembling a thief in the night. He crouched low, moving with utmost stealth, fearful that even the faintest sound might awaken others. Upon reaching the courtyard, he immediately spotted the female steward in the octagonal pavilion. She seemed to have been waiting for quite some time, her alluring eyes glistening with a deep-seated longing, as if feeling betrayed. Clearing his throat, Zhi'en endeavored to appear composed and adjusted his attire before strolling toward the pavilion with feigned nonchalance. "Your esteemed gift of the sour plum spirit soup is indeed a delicacy, and I thank you for your generous offering," he said, performing a respectful gesture. The female steward smiled dreamily at his words. In truth, the sour plum spirit soup was primarily beneficial for foundation building, which made it popular among practitioners of the qi refinement stage. If one were to judge solely by flavor, it was rather sour and unremarkable. The person before her, praising the taste of the soup, clearly had not tasted it and was merely speaking falsely. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the eyes of the female steward, as if she had long since discerned Zhi'en's intentions. However, she chose not to expose him. Instead, she slightly tilted her body, leaning delicately against the pavilion's column. Her voice sweet and intoxicating, sending shivers down one's spine. "I have been waiting for you, dear sir, for quite some time. You must make amends," she cooed. Her ruby lips parted slightly, revealing pearly teeth, and as she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a blend of playful reproach and yearning, resembling a rose blooming in the dark of night, exuding a captivating and ambiguous allure. Zhi'en approached the female steward slowly, his footsteps light and cautious, his voice laced with playful curiosity. "Is it truly my fault? Pray, how may I compensate you, esteemed steward?" A subtle, mischievous smile danced in his eyes, tinged with a hint of audacity. In truth, Zhi'en had harbored plans for this late-night rendezvous, intending to leverage his own allure to extract information regarding the disciples attending the exchange conference from the female steward. He sought insights into their adept spells, how those spells were initiated, their potency, and the unique characteristics of their commonly used magical tools. Most importantly, he hoped to uncover the special artifacts they had prepared for this exchange conference and their respective effects. Gaining access to such vital intelligence could potentially tip the scales in his favor. Noticing Zhi'en's approach, the female steward narrowed her eyes slightly, extending her luscious tongue to sensuously lick her lips, the motion slow and enticing. Then, as if she were a soft, playful kitten, she leaped into Zhi'en's embrace, her body pressing against him as she gasped, "I want you to hold me." Her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her breath warm and fragrant, brushing against Zhi'en's ear, laden with endless allure and temptation. Feeling the warmth and softness of her body igniting a fiery desire within him, Zhi'en's blood surged, and he became acutely aware of his own physical response, his breathing growing increasingly rapid. Suddenly, he felt a tickle in his nose, as if warm fluid had begun to flow. Witnessing the ease with which she ensnared a disciple of the Zhantianzong, a lewd smile spread across the female steward's face. Her eyes sparkled with an alluring pink light, reminiscent of a deep vortex, mysterious and captivating. She cast a charm upon Zhi'en, standing so close, and he felt a sudden jolt in his mind, rendering him incapable of thought, as if he had become a mere puppet, subject to her whims. At that moment, a crisp notification echoed in Zhi'en's mind. Ding! Illicit control of the host's mind detected. The system deducts 10 points of filial piety value to purchase a purification package, cleansing the host of current anomalies. This voice resonated through the haze of his consciousness, like a glimmer of dawn piercing through darkness. In the next instant, clarity surged back into Li Zhi'en's mind, his thoughts sharpening once more, gazing into the pink-hued eyes of the nearby female steward, who exuded an air of confidence as if she wielded control over all. It was evident that she remained oblivious to the fact that he had already liberated himself from her grasp. Li Zhi'en's eyes flickered with cunning as a sudden idea struck him. "Oh, charming young man of the Zhu'an, pray tell. Who is your most formidable disciple at this exchange conference? And what special artifact have your elders prepared for him?" The steward's voice grew even more melodious, her eyes shimmering with an intensified pink glow as she fixated intently on Li Zhi'en, eagerly awaiting his response. Internally, Li Zhi'en smirked, mocking the steward's tactics, yet outwardly he feigned a display of painful struggle. At that moment, the steward leaned closer, her warm breath cascading over his skin as she tantalizingly brushed her delicate tongue against him. Li Zhi'en was instantly struck as if by lightning, his body trembling violently. That fleeting sensation nearly compelled him to surrender on the spot. Chapter 81. Playing into the hands of others. Our strongest member is Master Brother Yibing. As the direct disciple of the sect affairs peak master, his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement stands unparalleled in the Qing training camp. The special artifact he has prepared for this battle is... At this point, Li Zhi'en's forehead slightly bulged, his jaw clenched tightly, and a look of struggle resurfaced on his face. The female steward furrowed her brows, realizing they had reached critical information, and how could she easily give up now? With a flick of her tongue, like a serpent, she began to glide down from Li Zhi'en's neck. Li Zhi'en felt a surge of heat rush to his head and hastily relied on his formidable willpower to maintain his clarity, lest he succumb completely. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult within and continued. Master Brother Yibing's special artifact is the yin-yang turning wheel, a top-tier artifact, even reaching the level of a low-grade talisman. When the yang side faces up, it unleashes flames like an ocean, raising the surrounding temperature to that of an alchemical furnace, while the wielder remains unaffected. However, when the yin side faces up, as he spoke, a fresh wave of struggle appeared on Li Zhi'en's visage. The female steward, observing Li Zhi'en's vacillation, felt a flicker of irritation in her heart, silently chiding him for being so obstinate. Yet, with half of the crucial information still missing, how could she afford to relinquish her pursuit? Otherwise, all her previous attentiveness would have been in vain. Resolving herself, she inhaled deeply, suppressing her annoyance, and began to deftly untie Li Zhi'en's belt with her delicate hands. Li Zhi'en's throat constricted, and he swallowed hard, feeling parched. As a lifelong singleton, he found it nearly unbearable to withstand such provocative allure. His mind became a chaotic swirl of enticing images, just as he began to drift into fantasies. Believing he might surrender his 20-year-long chastity that night, a sharp, crisp snort echoed in his mind. This sound was like a piercing thunderclap, resonating through his consciousness from afar, reaching deep into his soul. And that voice was one he knew all too well. It belonged to his ancestral master. In an instant, Li Zhi'en felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, jolting him awake. The enticing thoughts that had filled his mind vanished without a trace, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread and regret. Just as the female steward's delicate fingers had just unfastened his belt and were poised to explore further, Li Zhi'en seemed to be triggered by some vital mechanism, speaking rapidly. When the inside of the turning wheel faces up, it can freeze the surroundings. And this freezing is impervious to flames because it is a spiritual ice crystal, which can only be broken by artifacts that can withstand spiritual consciousness. His words flowed out at an astonishing speed, as if fearing that a slower pace would invite divine retribution. The female steward immediately halted her actions, her expression shifting to one of astonishment, clearly taken aback by how swiftly Li Zhi'en had disclosed the critical information. However, considering that Lord Shaoqing awaited her intelligence, time was of the essence, leaving no room for further contemplation. She swiftly organized her garments, leaving the octagonal pavilion without a trace of nostalgia. Only Li Zhi'en remained, standing dazed and somewhat forlorn in her wake. She departed with such haste that she did not even cast a glance back at him. She harbored no concerns that Li Zhi'en would divulge the events of the night to their leader, thereby prompting adjustments to their battle strategy, which would render her intelligence futile. Under the influence of the enchanting spell, one would forget the experience of being controlled, harboring no doubts about the past. In her perspective, everything was well within her grasp. The mission had been executed flawlessly. Subsequently, Li Zhi'en felt an awkward flush color his cheeks as he fumbled to reattach the belt that had fallen to the ground. His movements clumsy with anxiety. He glanced around, noting the profound silence enveloping him, and sensed that the sect leader had no intention of descending to converse or hold him accountable. Thus, he offered a respectful bow to the empty air, and with a sheepish expression, lowered his head and hastily returned to his quarters. My strategy of turning the tables should yield some effect, he mused. For this exchange tournament was governed by a best-of-5 format, and each disciple could only compete once. If he could induce a misjudgment from the imperial side, it would allow him to eliminate a formidable adversary. With this thought, Zhi'en could not help but chuckle, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As he rubbed his hands together involuntarily, on the following dawn, a gentle breeze caressed the air. Zhi'en awoke early, for he was to visit the Royal Grace Temple's pasture to inspect the venue for the upcoming combat practice. Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong remained indoors, endeavoring to absorb the benefits bestowed by the innate spiritual spring, while Li Zhan declined their requests to accompany him. As for Zhao Qingshan, Hong Hong, and Yibing, he could not be bothered with them. Li Jian strolled alone across the vast expanse of the Royal Grace Temple's pasture, the breeze lightly stirring the edges of his garments. Not far ahead, he soon spotted the spiritual beast, the azure bird, belonging to the Xiantian sect. The azure bird reclined comfortably on a patch of soft grass, attended by caretakers who continually supplied it with tender spiritual herbs and clear spiritual springs. Several experienced beastmasters gently massaged the azure bird, their techniques proficient and perfectly balanced. The azure bird luxuriated in the experience, pecking at the spiritual herbs and sipping the spiritual spring water intermittently, sensing Li Jian's presence. The azure bird lazily opened one eye, glanced briefly, and then comfortably closed it again, continuing to revel in its serene surroundings. Observing the azure bird's tranquil demeanor, Li Jian couldn't help but chuckle softly, reflecting on its blissful existence. It lived each day in carefree abandon, untroubled by the sect's disputes or the concerns of cultivation bottlenecks, merely indulging in a life devoid of worries. After traversing a bit further, he came upon a high platform. This venerable structure bore the marks of time, resembling a grand scroll of history unfurling across its surface. The stone surface of the platform was etched with the scars of battles, deep and shallow, crisscrossing in intricate patterns. Some scratches were as sharp as lightning, seemingly the remnants of fatal strikes that had erupted in an instant. Some resemble meandering streams, undoubtedly bearing witness to a protracted and fierce struggle. These marks, varying in depth and age, intertwined to create a tableau imbued with a profound sense of history. Beside the high platform, the three characters Lu and Dao Chang are inscribed, the calligraphy robust and vigorous, remaining distinctly legible despite the ravages of time. Li Jian, without the need for speculation, is acutely aware that this is indeed the site of a 2,000-year-long exchange of martial prowess. At that moment, a rapid cadence of footsteps shattered the tranquility. Approaching from the distance was a young maiden clad in a flowing gown of bright yellow gauze. This garment, woven from exquisite silk, exhibits a delicate texture that emanates a soft yet regal luster. The collar is intricately embroidered with a complex cloud pattern in golden thread, dazzling in its brilliance and showcasing extraordinary craftsmanship. Her wide, billowing sleeves are bordered with a fine circle of pearls, each round and plump, gently swaying with her movements like twinkling stars. Trailing behind her is a retinue of subservient maidservants, their heads bowed and expressions fraught with trepidation. Strangely, most of them are missing one or two fingers, some of the severed digits still oozing blood, unhealed and appearing particularly eerie under the sunlight. Others bear scabs, the twisted scars resembling grotesque centipedes crawling upon their hands, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 82. The terrifying girl. Li Zhan gazed blankly at the approaching girl, his pupils suddenly constricting as a chilling dread surged through him like an electric current. The hairs on his body stood on end, each one seemingly trembling to articulate the terror within. Just as his mind commanded him to turn and flee, the girl, like a specter, gently grasped the sleeve of his garment. "Uncle, may I invite you to play a game with me?" she chirped, her voice clear and innocent. Yet, the smile that curled at the corners of her lips bore an unsettling arc, reminiscent of a crescent moon glimmering with blood in the dark of night, sending shivers down his spine. Li Zhan strained with all his might to free himself from her grasp, but to his astonishment, her fingers clutched him like unyielding steel, rendering him powerless. No matter how he struggled, he could not budge an inch. Moreover, he was horrified to find that his spiritual energy seemed to be frozen, impervious to his attempts to summon it. Even his storage pouch appeared to be under an overwhelming restraint, utterly inaccessible. Retrieving the copper corpse puppet within was a distant hope. Not far away, Xiao Yanzi frolicked joyfully with the birds, blissfully unaware of her master's perilous situation. "Uncle, are you ready?" the girl said, her brows furrowing slightly, impatience lacing her tone. Li Jian's heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. Regret consumed him for venturing out alone. For who could have foreseen encountering such a bizarre creature at the Imperial Grace Temple? As the girl's countenance grew increasingly sinister, Li Zhi'en clenched his teeth and forced himself to respond with calmness. "What game?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, the girl let out a chilling giggle, the sound echoing unnaturally in the stillness, sending further chills down his spine. Her gaze was imbued with an extreme malevolence that made him feel icy all over. She slowly lifted his immobile left hand, her touch gentle yet imbued with an irresistible force, and cheerfully asked, "Uncle, shall we play a game of guessing fingers? Tell me, how many fingers do you have on your hand?" At that moment, cold sweat poured down Li Zhi'en's face, drenching his collar. It dawned on him why the fingers of the maidens behind the girl were so grotesquely deformed. He realized that if he answered 5 fingers, his own hand would surely meet a similar fate. If he claimed not 5, he would undoubtedly suffer the same grim outcome. This game was evidently a lethal trap disguised as a simple question. Sensing his turmoil, the girl's lips curled into that eerie smile once more, akin to the grin of a vengeful ghost. "Uncle, please answer quickly," she urged, her eyes gleaming with wicked excitement, her tone playfully demanding. Li Zhi'en's lips were sealed, refusing to comply with her query. Instead, he attempted to call out to Xiao Yanzi, who was still engrossed in her playful antics with the birds. But as he opened his mouth, a suffocating aura of death assailed him, overwhelming his senses. It was as if an invisible hand were mercilessly constricting his throat, forcing him to swallow back the words he had intended to speak. The maidens behind the young girl bowed their heads in trepidation, none daring to take a single step forward. Their bodies trembled slightly, their eyes filled with palpable fear. They were acutely aware that when the princess engaged in her games, the presence of any additional person meant one of 2 fates. Either they would partake in the terrifying game or face death. Sweat beads rolled ceaselessly from Li Zhi'en's forehead, drenching him completely. Undoubtedly, this was the gravest crisis he had encountered since his arrival in this world. The last time the Zhi'en female puppet had acted against him, it had merely been a test of sorts. Now, surrounded by desolation, there was no one to rescue him. Upon witnessing Li Zhi'en's prolonged silence, the young girl's expression shifted from one of anticipation to one of extreme displeasure. Her brows knitted tightly, and a malevolent glint flickered in her eyes. Soon, Li Zhi'en felt an invisible weight pressing down upon him, growing heavier than a mountain and constricting his breath, inducing a profound sense of suffocation. With a resigned sigh, he contemplated that sacrificing a finger would be preferable to losing his life. Resolute, he summoned his courage and declared loudly, "I have 5 fingers. And I have always had 5 fingers." His voice trembled yet bore the conviction of a man who had burned his boats behind him. At his words, the young girl's lips twisted into a grin that stretched grotesquely to her ears, resembling a shattered mask. She responded with a sinister chuckle, "Uncle, you are mistaken. You clearly have no hands at all." In that moment, a horrifying scene unfolded as the girl's head unexpectedly detached from her body and lunged towards Li Zhi'en's hand, fighting fiercely. The terror of this event left Li Zhi'en paralyzed with fear, his complexion as pale as parchment. Just as he believed his left hand was about to meet its grim fate, he felt a gentle shake from the embroidered shoes resting on his shoulder. In the next instant, a torrent of thick blood surged forth, engulfing the girl. The unprepared figure was swiftly enveloped, her piercing screams slicing through the air with a chilling resonance. Li Zhi'en hazily glimpsed a headless little girl writhing in agony amidst the blood, her plight reminiscent of being consumed by a molten substance, mercilessly incinerating her. Seizing the moment of the girl's distress, Li Zhi'en summoned every ounce of his strength and finally broke free from her grasp, fleeing at full speed towards his residence. Meanwhile, the headless girl was no ordinary being. Having initially suffered a loss of vitality from the sudden ambush, she erupted with formidable power, counterattacking with ferocity. Her form flickered within the blood, engaging in a fierce struggle that rendered both parties locked in a tense stalemate, unable to subdue one another. Li Zhi'en dared not indulge in even a moment's respite. He ran with all his might, swiftly returning to the guest chamber of the Imperial Grace Temple. At this juncture, he was panting heavily, his legs trembling and nearly giving way beneath him. He speculated that the viscous blood he had just encountered must have originated from the impurities within himself. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why the embroidered shoes had come to his aid. At that moment, he had no time to ponder such matters. A singular thought consumed his mind: to escape from the terrifying girl as swiftly as possible. Stumbling his way to the modest chamber of his esteemed master when Li Zhi'en disregarded all decorum, bursting through the door without even a knock. Chapter 83. The exchange conference finally commences within the confines of the room. 1-1. Seated upon a cushion with her eyes closed in meditation, slowly opened her round, beautiful eyes. Soft and captivating, they now bore an expression of astonishment as she inquired, "Why is my esteemed master's nephew so flustered today? Has he encountered some extraordinary event?" Li Zhi'en swallowed hard, striving to steady his breath, and spoke urgently. I encountered an extraordinarily peculiar girl at the ranch. She insisted that I play games with her and even attempted to bite my fingers off. At this juncture, his voice involuntarily trembled. Moreover, her head could detach and lunged directly for my hand. Zhi'en seemed compelled to unleash the terror that had gripped his heart. Of course, he refrained from mentioning how the embroidered shoes had aided him, due to certain reservations. Upon hearing this, a serious expression swiftly clouded Wenwen's lovely gaze, transforming her previously gentle demeanor into one of profound gravity. According to reports from the imperial city, this girl was likely the princess of the royal palace. The very highlight of this exchange conference. Wenwen pondered momentarily, her voice low and laced with concern as she continued. The sect leader has speculated that this girl may not be human. Zhi'en glanced apprehensively outside, as if dreading the sudden appearance of that eerie girl. He then, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Isn't the imperial city trying to ensnare us? To use a ghastly apparition as the highlight? This isn't an exchange conference. It's a deadly trap. Perhaps we should abstain from participating." Wenwen rose gracefully from her cushion, her steps light as she moved to the window, a gentle breeze stirring her garments. She gazed steadfastly in the direction of Zhi'en sect and declared with unwavering resolve, "This battle must be fought, and victory is imperative. Otherwise, it would shatter the morale of our sect. The reason the imperial city has yet to act against us is precisely because we stand united, sharing a common enmity. This solidarity instills fear in them. The imperial city has long harbored ambitions to annex Zhi'en sect, secretly plotting for over 2 millennia, yet they are averse to mutual destruction." At this point, Wenwen paused momentarily, her expression grave, and added, "As for that inhuman princess, if we triumph, we can simply delay the marriage or seek alternative solutions." Listening to Wenwen's elucidation, Zhi'en nodded, albeit with a vague understanding, as his thoughts began to race. He pondered silently, who could possibly marry this ghastly princess? Yibing was certainly out of the question, for he had been ruthlessly sacrificed as a pawn to mislead the enemy the previous night. As for Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong, Zhi'en wished to spare his dear friends from entanglement with this specter, thus avoiding undue calamity. It seemed the only option left was to arrange a match for the impulsive Zhao Qingshan. But what if Hong Hong, being a woman herself, triumphed in the end? That would surely create an amusing spectacle. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhi'en found himself momentarily stunned. Seemingly grasping the conflicted and anxious expression on his face, Wenwen, before he could voice his thoughts, mischievously chuckled. Should Hong'er claim the championship, it would leave the runner-up to wed the princess. Zhi'en nodded fervently, his mind racing with thoughts like a restless drum. He was resolute in his determination not to secure first place, nor to settle for second. The fearsome princess, whom he had encountered only once, had left him terrified. The mere thought of her becoming his bride sent chills down his spine, as he envisioned being frightened to death a dozen times a day. Sensing the subtle change in Zhi'en's expression, Wenwen could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Subsequently, Zhi'en bowed respectfully to Wenwen, then cautiously exited his master's chamber. Upon closing the door, he did so with utmost care, ensuring not a sound escaped. He hurried back to his own quarters, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he reached a firm decision. He resolved not to disclose his encounter with the terrifying princess to his master, fully aware that his master's character would compel him to confront her without hesitation. However, until he understood the true extent of that ghostly figure's power, Zhi'en would never allow his master to take such a risk. To avoid any further encounters with the dreadful princess, Zhi'en remained quietly in his room, only leaving with the group when the exchange conference commenced. Wenwen and Yu Xiaoyu harbored no suspicions, having witnessed the events firsthand. Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong had also not ventured out. Both were diligently absorbing the innate spiritual spring, their focus singular, to reach the pinnacle of the Qi refinement's 7th layer before the imminent conference. Throughout that day and night, Zhi'en, after careful deliberation, utilized a cultivation experience pack. It is worth noting that he, like many others, had partaken of the innate spiritual springs, and it was reasonable to seek a slight elevation in his level for greater assurance in the upcoming exchange conference. As for sustenance, Zhi'en carried numerous spirit stones, with a single low-grade spirit stone sufficient for several days of absorption. On a morning still shrouded in clouds and light rain, Zhi'en donned a pristine Taoist robe and walked steadily alongside his master and uncle toward the debate venue at the Imperial Favor Temple. The rain dampened their garments, yet their eyes sparkled with determination. By this time, the venue was already thronged with spectators. Among them were officials from the Imperial Favor Temple, clad in solemn official attire, their expressions grave, as well as dignitaries from the Ministry of Rites, holding tablets with austere faces. Elevated on the grand platform were several distinguished ministers, Resplendent in their ceremonial robes and adorned with exquisite hats, their countenances solemn as they surveyed the assembly below. They included the illustrious military marquis, the stern minister of war in resplendent attire, the sharp-eyed chief eunuch with a pale face, and the oily-faced junior minister of the imperial favor temple. Beside them stood a few arrogant young men, exuding an air of superiority, undoubtedly the elite competitors of this exchange conference. Among those present at the banquet was the third prince. Upon witnessing the gradual arrival of the esteemed members from the Zhi'en sect, the vice minister of the royal and temple, filled with deference, hastily rose to extend a warm welcome. His face was adorned with a courteous smile as he swiftly approached, bowing respectfully. However, the other ministers remained steadfast in their seats, displaying no inclination to rise. The minister of war maintained an impassive demeanor, his gaze coldly fixed ahead. Meanwhile, the minister of the army casually stroked his beard, exuding an air of arrogance. The chief eunuch squinted slightly, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 84. Yi Bing's combat in the face of the ostentatiously pretentious ministers of the imperial city, Wen did not bestow even a fraction of her gaze upon them. Yet, she was acutely aware that she represented the Zhuan and must not allow her sect to suffer disgrace. As she gracefully shifted her steps, numerous deep and formidable fissures emanated from beneath her feet, resembling a fearsome giant serpent rapidly sprawling forth. These cracks, imbued with a chilling power, extended until they enveloped the feet of several ministers before finally halting. This was not an overt act of provocation, yet its intimidating aura spoke volumes beyond mere words. A piercing glint flickered in the cold eyes of the martial marquis, who harbored intense combat fervor towards the master of the spirit beast peak, yearning to engage her in battle at once. However, he was also deeply wary of the master of the small pool peak. After a moment of deliberation, the martial marquis suppressed the fiery impulse within him, his countenance darkening. The exceedingly arrogant minister of war glared fiercely, slamming his palm forcefully upon the nearby sandalwood table, causing the ink and paper to tremble. The word outrageous lingered on the tip of his tongue, nearly escaping his lips. But he ultimately restrained himself and swallowed it back with great effort. The pallid-faced eunuch Zhang furrowed his brow, snorted coldly, and then raised his delicate orchid-like fingers to point and jab at the assembly, incessantly muttering in a sharp and caustic manner. Subsequently, Wen led her group steadily to the designated position of the Zhuan on the high platform. After everyone took their seats, Li Zhi'en slightly turned his head, directing his gaze towards the participants from the imperial city. There, he observed 5 men and 1 woman. According to the detailed introduction provided by his master Wen that morning, they included the second prince, the third prince, the young lord of the marquis' estate, the eldest and youngest offspring of the minister of war, as well as the adopted son of eunuch Zhang. These 6 individuals were the most exceptional disciples of this iteration from the imperial city, each possessing remarkable skills and widespread renown. As Li Zhi'en scrutinized them, they too turned their disdainful gazes towards him, filled with contempt. This was largely due to the fact that over the past 5 centuries, the imperial city had consistently produced a plethora of talents, dominating nearly every exchange conference with victories. Such a prolonged advantage had fostered an arrogant mentality, leading them to regard the participants from the Zhuan with inherent disdain. As the officiating official of this exchange conference, the minor minister of the Royal Beneficence Temple currently bore a solemn and dignified expression. He first cleared his throat, then announced with gravity, "On behalf of the Royal Beneficence Temple, I hereby declare that the 418th exchange conference between the Zhao Kingdom's imperial city and the Zhuan officially commences." After a brief pause, he continued, "In accordance with long-standing tradition, this round will commence with the Zhuan designating its disciples to compete." With that, the minor minister gently waved his folding fan, making a respectful gesture towards Wen. Wen inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement of the officiant's words, then slowly turned to look at Yu Xiaoyu, seemingly seeking her opinion. Yet, Yu Xiaoyu remained utterly unconcerned, blissfully tilting her head back to indulge in a generous gulp of the exquisite nectar at the banquet, entirely disregarding Wen's gaze filled with inquiry, as if to convey, "Do not question me." At this moment, Li Zhi'en took a step forward, respectfully bowing, and stated, "Master Uncle, I propose that senior brother Yi Bing takes the stage. As a skilled practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, his formidable strength and mastery of spells will undoubtedly lead our Zhi'en sect to victory." Upon hearing Li Zhi'en recommend him, Yi Bing was momentarily taken aback. He pressed his thin lips together, unable to fathom Li Zhi'en's intentions. Despite racking his brain, he could not decipher the motive behind Li Zhi'en's actions. Yet an ominous premonition began to quietly take root within him, though he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Wen pondered for a moment, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, as she weighed her options in her mind. Eventually, she nodded, permitting Yi Bing to take the first turn. In her heart, she believed that Hong Hong and Zhao Qinshan were the true keys to victory in this exchange conference, while Yi Bing seemed somewhat overlooked in comparison. Seeing when an acquiesce, Yi Bing's heart sank. The foreboding sensation surged within him like a tidal wave. He privately concluded that Zhi'en must harbor some ill intent aimed at him, but he could not discern the underlying issue. Distressed by his thoughts, he found himself unable to comprehend the situation. However, with time pressing, he had no choice but to step forward, feigning calmness and resolutely preparing for battle. As the representatives from the imperial city observed Yi Bing as the first combatant, a subtle stir rippled through the crowd. The young minister from the Imperial Blessing Temple wore a knowing smile, exuding an air of control. Beside him, the female attendant giggled uncontrollably, her waist twisting incessantly, seemingly entertained by the unfolding scene. After all, her contributions were substantial, and her sacrifices considerable. Before long, the imperial city swiftly decided upon their combatant, its second prince. He strode forth with an air of composure, clad in resplendent yellow brocade adorned with intricate patterns, radiating an extraordinary nobility. His handsome visage, with sharp brows and striking eyes, bore resemblance to the third prince. Upon witnessing the second prince step forward to engage, a glint of insight flashed fleetingly in Wenwen's beautiful eyes. According to prior intelligence, this second prince was the strongest disciple representing the imperial city. Having attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, undoubtedly the greatest threat in the exchange conference. Originally, Wenwen had envisioned a clever strategy where the powerful and adept Hong Hong would confront him with skillful tactics. However, even such meticulous planning yielded less than a 30% chance of victory. Yet, the second prince opting to challenge the seemingly inconsequential Yi Bing meant that Hong Hong was now unutilized, and Hong Hong's chances against the remaining imperial city disciples were at least 70%. Given the rules of a best-of-5 series, with each participant only allowed to compete once, this decision by the imperial city was undeniably self-sabotaging. But why? At this moment, Wenwen suddenly turned to gaze at Zhi'en, his eyes reflecting both surprise and admiration. Faced with Wenwen's appreciative glance, Zhi'en promptly offered a respectful bow, his demeanor a blend of humility and an unmistakable hint of pride. Meanwhile, the two combatants had already engaged in battle. Yi Bing's expression grew grave as he swiftly formed intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations under his breath. Water Spirit Serpent! Yi Bing shouted, and instantly, a powerful surge of vapor erupted around him, coalescing into countless water serpents. These serpents, robust as a forearm, shimmered with a chilling luminescence. Their forked tongues flickered in and out, hissing ominously as they expelled clouds of mist that sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 85. The Battle of Yi Bing, Part 2. Under Yi Bing's meticulous control, the water spirit serpent darted forth like a razor-sharp sword, its speed as swift as lightning, slicing through the air with a cacophony of piercing shrieks. Although the second prince feigned disdain for the so-called prodigies of the Zhi'en sect, it was merely a tactic to assert dominance in the arena. Just as a lion exhausts itself to catch a hare, he had been taught by his father to exert full effort in every endeavor. Moreover, intelligence reports indicated that Yi Bing possessed the formidable Yin-Yang turntable, a powerful artifact. Recalling the devastating power described in the reports, the second prince felt a tightening in his chest. Had he not taken precautions and sought his father's assistance in acquiring a corresponding artifact, he would have faced ruin had he rashly engaged in battle. As the water spirit serpent approached with fierce momentum, the second prince, despite his own formidable strength that could easily shatter it, was consumed by doubt. He pondered what insidious schemes lay hidden beneath Yi Bing's seemingly arrogant facade. To ensure his safety and avoid falling into an unknown trap, he opted to temporarily evade the onslaught. Observing his formidable opponent, who was evading his attacks with increasing agility, Yi Bing found himself perplexed. Could it be that I have grown so powerful? A myriad of splendid fantasies flooded his mind. He envisioned the astonished and appreciative gaze of his master upon his victory. Envisioning lavish rewards and even special attention from the esteemed leader of the sect, he imagined his status within the Zhi'en sect soaring to unprecedented heights. From behind, Zhi'en watched Yi Bing's self-satisfied demeanor, a smirk creeping onto his face. Today, he had finally taken personal revenge against Yi Bing, a lesson that would surely etch itself in the latter's memory. This thought added a tinge of satisfaction to Zhi'en's smile. On the battlefield, as the second prince cautiously probed with his attacks, a frown creased his brow, confusion swirling within him. Why had Yi Bing not yet unleashed the rumored powerful Yin-Yang turntable? Moreover, the spells he cast seemed feeble and ineffective, akin to mere tickles, posing no threat whatsoever. Did he underestimate me? Did he believe that these trivial tricks could vanquish me? With this realization, a surge of anger ignited within the second prince, prompting him to intensify his output of spiritual energy. The once dim glow of his power transformed into a dazzling brilliance. A potent aura erupted from him as he transitioned from defense to offense. Yi Bing immediately sensed the weight of pressure bearing down on him. His water spirit serpent struggled to approach the opponent. An invisible barrier enveloped the second prince, effortlessly dissolving each of the serpent's assaults. Raging waves. Yi Bing bellowed, unleashing his most potent third-tier attack spell. In an instant, the surrounding moisture surged violently, coalescing into a tumultuous wave. This wave towered several feet high, its crest resembling a monstrous beast, crashing forward with the force of an avalanche toward his adversary. Wherever he passed, the air was compressed, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The second prince, filled with anticipation, initially believed that Yi Bing would finally wield the formidable yin-yang turning disc artifact. However, upon witnessing yet another water-based spell, he couldn't help but marvel at Yi Bing's remarkable composure. Reflecting on the situation, he thought that had he been in Yi Bing's position, he would not have exhibited such restraint, and a sense of admiration began to blossom within him. Yet, in the midst of battle, distractions were unwelcome. His movements showed no mercy. With bulging veins and clenched fists, the second prince forcefully pushed forward, roaring, "Bull of Heaven!" As his voice echoed, a colossal azure bull apparition abruptly manifested above him. Towering several feet high, its massive form was rippled with formidable muscles, seemingly brimming with boundless strength. The bull's eyes glowed crimson, its horns sharp as blades, radiating an aura of intimidation. It let out a thunderous bellow that resonated in all directions, then charged forward with an unstoppable momentum, colliding fiercely with the oncoming waves of water. But the confrontation was not yet over. The second prince pondered that he could no longer afford to remain at a stalemate with the composed Yi Bing. In this ever-shifting battlefield, he feared unforeseen changes could arise, and even the slightest possibility warranted his utmost vigilance. Resolutely, he summoned two exquisite artifacts that countered the yin-yang turning disc, hoping to overwhelm his adversary with sheer power. The two artifacts were the 8 treasure glass umbrella, gleaming with a spectrum of colors, its surface embedded with 8 rare spirit stones designed specifically to counter high-temperature artifacts, and the spirit-dispersing cold cone, radiating a chilling brilliance, capable of freezing any spiritual awareness, crafted to counter spiritual artifacts. These two premium artifacts followed closely behind the azure bull apparition, dazzling in brilliance and stirring up a tempest. The second prince's action showcased his profound respect and seriousness towards his opponent. Upon seeing the two formidable artifacts charging toward him, Yi Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him momentarily speechless. What absurdity was this? He could barely withstand the Bull of Heaven. Why add 2 premium artifacts to the mix? Such an approach was utterly ludicrous. Why would one slaughter a chicken with a bull's knife? Shouldn't these powerful artifacts be reserved for the pursuit of first place? Why expend such effort on someone as seemingly insignificant as himself? What merit did he possess to warrant such elaborate measures? What intentions lay behind their actions? Could they not leave him a path for survival? Filled with fury and resentment, Yi Bing struggled to comprehend why he faced such intense opposition. In his heart, he roared in anguish. The next moment, the magnificent wave of water surged forth, colliding violently with the azure bull apparition. A resounding crash echoed as the wave was instantly shattered like raindrops upon impact. Countless droplets scattered, splattering against the ancient stone platform. Although the azure bull apparition dimmed considerably from the collision, its ferocious momentum remained undiminished. With an unwavering momentum, it surged forth towards Yi Bing, causing the very earth to tremble beneath its force. Behind the ethereal silhouette of the azure bull, 2 lethal supreme artifacts relentlessly pursued. The 8 treasures Lioli umbrella spun gracefully, its surface adorned with gemstones that radiated a profound brilliance. The Puffung cold-faced cone thrust forward, its icy gleam flickering as if capable of piercing through all existence. Confronted by this nightmarish scene, Yi Bing found himself momentarily paralyzed, his mind rendered blank with fear. Yet, to the onlookers from the royal city, Yi Bing appeared unfazed in the face of adversity. Standing tall, with a grave expression and unwavering gaze fixed ahead, he exuded an aura of impending power, as if preparing to unleash the legendary yin-yang turning wheel of immense might. Chapter 86. Zhao Qinshan takes the field. The ethereal silhouette of the azure bull surged forward with an unmatched ferocity, ruthlessly trampling towards Yi Bing, akin to crushing a defenseless soft fruit. Although Yi Bing's body did not shatter under the terrifying impact, it was not difficult to envision the multitude of bones that must have been broken within, suffering grave injuries. In the next instant, 2 exquisite magical artifacts followed closely behind. At this critical juncture, as if sent from the heavens, one had finally arrived beside Yi Bing. with a delicate lift of her jade-like finger and a subtle flick. Those two formidable artifacts were effortlessly repelled by a surge of pure spiritual energy. This energy was masterfully controlled, striking only the artifacts back without inflicting any damage upon them. Having successfully rescued Yi Bing, Wenwen's beautiful visage remained expressionless, her gaze cold as she addressed the Imperial side. In the first round, we concede. As the words of concession echoed throughout the arena, alongside the sight of Yi Bing sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. The members of the Imperial side were engulfed in confusion, utterly bewildered as to why Yi Bing had not employed the formidable yin-yang turning disc. The second prince appeared flustered. Glancing around, uncertain, wasn't it said that Yi Bing from Zhuan was the strongest this time? Am I being toyed with? Moments later, they began to awaken from their stupor, realizing they had been deceived. At this realization, the expressions of the Imperial ministers turned grim. Particularly, the female steward directed a gaze filled with deep shame and anger towards Li Zhi'en. I have served you so diligently, yet you have been deceiving me all along. What a scoundrel you are. If glares could kill, Li Zhi'en would have undoubtedly perished thousands of times by now. At this moment, aware of his culpability, Li Zhi'en lacked the courage to meet the steward's fiery gaze. The junior minister of the Imperial Grace Temple was in a state of frenzy, attempting to explain himself to the military marquis and the minister of war. However, upon encountering the murderous glare of the military marquis, he trembled in fear, retreating in trepidation. In his heart, he could not help but curse the female steward as a worthless incompetent. Although the Imperial side ultimately secured victory in this battle, the cost of that victory was exceedingly steep. They had exchanged their most powerful expert for a relatively weaker opponent, a trade that was evidently disastrous. The second round soon arrived, with the Imperial side taking the lead. The military marquis wore a grave expression, turning to his son with a voice both authoritative and somber. Let them witness the military formation of our esteemed house. His tone brimmed with confidence. The spirited young marquis did not hesitate to accept the command. With a flick of his right hand, a shimmering spear materialized in an instant. Then, like a flash of lightning, he swiftly advanced to the center of the debate arena. The spear's tip firmly aimed at Zhuan, his tone dripping with arrogance. Those unafraid of death stepped forward. His demeanor suggested that no one in the world could rival him. Zhao Qingshan took a step forward, bowing respectfully to Wenwen as he declared, I, a disciple, wish to engage in battle with this young marquis. With a calm demeanor and without a moment's hesitation, he decisively nodded. It turned out that, based on previously gathered intelligence, this young lord was the second strongest under the second prince. According to her prior design, it was intended for Zhao Qingshan to engage him in combat. Upon receiving permission, Zhao Qingshan sprang forth like a fierce tiger, landing heavily on the debate arena, producing a resounding thud. His square, resolute face was filled with seething anger as he fixed his gaze on the young lord, proclaiming loudly, I fear not death. Today I shall confront you. An arrogant young lord who knows not the heights of heaven nor the depths of earth. Hearing these words, the young lord snorted coldly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. I have encountered many who boast. Few have managed to survive under my hand. Before he finished speaking, he bellowed, break the cloud spear. With a sharp shake of his spear, countless fierce spear shadows surged towards Zhao Qingshan like a tempest, exuding an overwhelming presence accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. Facing the torrent of spear shadows, Zhao Qingshan displayed no fear, resolutely charging forward with bare fists. Since emerging from the secret realm, he had lost all his magical artifacts. However, this only intensified his raw, unyielding spirit. His fists radiated with potent energy, shimmering brilliantly, and in an instant, he shattered a portion of the spear shadows with his formidable strength. Then, Zhao Qingshan executed an elegant turn in midair, akin to a leaping dragon, swinging his leg, resembling a steel whip, downward with a fierce wind, aimed directly at the young lord's neck. The ferocity of his strike seemed capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the young lord's eyes as he disregarded the incoming kick, thrusting his spear towards Zhao Qingshan's chest with fierce determination, displaying a resolve to perish together. Zhao Qingshan's heart jolted. This young lord was indeed a ruthless character, employing a life-or-death fighting style, clearly prepared for a strategy of either triumph or demise. However, this suited Zhao Qingshan's intentions perfectly. He had never known fear. In the next moment, the force of Zhao Qingshan's leg did not wane. Instead, it became ever more formidable. The young lord's spear, like a venomous serpent springing from its den, darted straight for his chest, its tip glinting with lethal intent. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Qingshan's leg, carrying the might of a cataclysm, struck the young lord's neck with a muffled thud. Simultaneously, the young lord's spear ruthlessly pierced Zhao Qingshan's chest, blood gushing forth, painting the ground crimson in a shocking display. Both men emitted muffled groans as if struck by an overwhelming force, and they were sent flying in opposite directions. Zhao Qingshan crashed to the ground like a falling star, raising a cloud of dust, blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain, instantly staining the earth before him. Meanwhile, the young lord lay twisted, his face pale, rolling awkwardly to the side, his spear slipping from his grasp. The surrounding officials were rendered utterly speechless by the harrowing scene before them, their mouths agape in astonishment. A profound silence enveloped the venue, so still that the faintest sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Seated upon the high platform, the martial marquis' eyes glimmered with a keen, hawk-like intensity, as he contemplated resolutely the necessity of unwavering commitment in the face of battle. His son had not disappointed him, exhibiting the indomitable spirit and unyielding courage characteristic of the martial marquis household. However, the opponent proved remarkably formidable, able to contend with his son to such an extent that a flicker of concern stirred within him, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Zhao Qingshan, valiantly suppressing the excruciating pain that tore at him, struggled to rise to his feet. His body trembled slightly, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast, brimming with an indomitable fighting spirit. Chapter 87. The secret elixir. Zhao Qingshan's wound gushed forth with crimson blood. Though he managed to temporarily staunch the flow with a hand seal that sealed his meridians, yet blood still stained a significant portion of his garments. The young lord, struggling greatly, raised his head, his gaze filled with a fierce malevolence, akin to a general fixated on his mortal enemy. At this moment, a noticeable indentation marred his neck, rendering his visage truly terrifying. Had it not been for the physical conditioning techniques imparted to him by his father, which endowed his body with remarkable resilience, he would have surely met his demise by now. Subsequently, the young lord's expression darkened like ink, and he swiftly reached into his storage pouch, retrieving dozens of first-tier iron corpse puppets. In an instant, flashes of light erupted as these iron puppets aligned themselves in perfect formation, creating an impenetrable military array. Charge! With a resounding shout from the young lord, he plunged himself into the fray without hesitation. In that moment, the entire formation surged forward like an unstoppable tide of steel, barreling towards Zhao Qingshan with overwhelming momentum. The formidable aura seemed capable of crushing any obstacle that lay before it. Observing this, Zhao Qingshan felt no hesitation. He resolutely produced a secret elixir from his bosom. Raising his head, he swallowed the elixir in one gulp, and suddenly, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his body, akin to bones being restructured and muscles expanding. His physique instantly enlarged several-fold, muscles bulging prominently, with veins protruding like sinuous serpents. His eyes glinted with boundless madness and determination. He unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, akin to a clap of thunder. Subsequently, like a frenzied beast bereft of reason, he charged headlong into the oncoming military formation, devoid of fear. The two sides collided with the intensity of two brilliant meteors, instantly igniting a gruesome battle. Zhao Qingshan swung his massive fists, each strike imbued with earth-shattering force. The puppet soldiers, in the face of such terrifying power, crumbled like fragile husks, their shattered limbs flying through the air. Meanwhile, the sharp weapons in the hands of the puppets and the young lord's ferocious techniques rained down upon Zhao Qingshan, inflicting ghastly wounds upon him. Blood surged forth like a torrential flood, rapidly staining his body, rendering him a colossal demon emerging from a sea of blood. The battlefield echoed with the cacophony of slaughter, ascending to the heavens, as flesh and blood flew, resembling a hellish arena. Armed with an indomitable will akin to steel and a staggering might, Zhao Qingshan surged through the formation as if it were an unguarded realm, weaving left and right. Wherever he ventured, the puppet soldiers fell like harvested wheat, utterly incapable of hindering his advance. Nevertheless, under the young lord's command, the puppet soldiers remained undeterred, maintaining a tight and orderly formation, striving to encircle Zhao Qingshan completely. The young lord led the charge at the forefront of the formation, wielding his weapon with unparalleled ferocity, launching wave after wave of brutal attacks against Zhao Qingshan. With unwavering resolve, each strike aimed to swiftly bring Zhao Qingshan to his demise. The wounds upon Zhao Qingshan's body grew increasingly dense, resembling a spider's web, with blood gushing forth, and his stamina rapidly depleting. Yet, his fighting spirit not only remained intact but soared even higher, akin to a ferocious beast cornered in despair, fighting for survival. In his heart resided a singular conviction: to engage the enemy in a battle to the death, refusing to yield. After a brief moment of labored breathing, Zhao Qingshan surged with determination, every muscle in his body tensing like a bowstring drawn to its limit. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a punch, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, repelling several puppets before him. In the chaotic battlefield, he seized the moment, delivering a devastating blow towards the young lord. Caught off guard, the young lord was struck squarely in the chest by this formidable fist. The sound of a resounding thud echoed as he flew backward like a sandbag, crashing heavily to the ground. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, staining the earth, a sight both shocking and grievous. Nevertheless, the young lord did not falter in the face of this brutal blow. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain that threatened to engulf him and, with indomitable will, struggled to rise. His eyes remained filled with defiance and ferocity as he tightened his grip on the spear, thrusting it fiercely towards Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan did not flinch. He took the spear's thrust head-on, then retaliated with a powerful kick that sent the young lord soaring through the air. The young lord's body traced an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. He groaned in agony, his face paling to a ghostly white, the impact likely fracturing numerous bones. Yet, through the mastery of body refinement, he trembled but managed to stand once more, charging forward anew. At this moment, both combatants bore increasingly severe injuries. Zhao Qingshan's chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by piercing pain, blood splattering as the ground beneath him became drenched in crimson. The young lord's attire lay in tatters, marred by a mix of blood and dirt. His hand gripping the spear trembled more violently, yet he clung to it resolutely, unwilling to release his hold. Surrounding puppets lay mostly incapacitated, strewn across the ground, while the remaining few persistently executed their orders to attack, undeterred by fatigue or the specter of death. With a primal roar akin to a desperate beast, Zhao Qingshan charged once more towards the young lord, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The young lord, gritting his teeth, steadied his spear and met the charge head-on, determined that those from the Wuhou mansion would perish in the midst of their advance. Meanwhile, Li Zhi'en watched with a mix of astonishment and disbelief, murmuring to himself, what kind of elixir had Zhao Qingshan consumed to suddenly amplify his strength so dramatically? Such miraculous effects were unprecedented. Could it be that the sect leader, or the master of Qilian Peak, had prepared this secret weapon to secure victory in this exchange competition? It made sense. The sect leader's earlier, unwavering declaration of certain victory must have been backed by some form of assurance. Suddenly, a lightning bolt of thought flashed through Li Zhi'en's mind, conjuring an exceedingly absurd, yet irresistibly intriguing question. Since the body can expand several times under the influence of medication, might a certain intimate area also correspondingly enlarge? Li Zhi'en instinctively licked his parched lips, his gaze betraying a complex and subtle expression. He was acutely aware that on this path of filial piety, which was gradually becoming perverse, he seemed to lack a crucial support. If a man who relies on others wishes to truly achieve his goals, he must possess not only an alluring and attractive exterior but also a formidable and resilient inner strength. Only then might he navigate this road fraught with temptation and peril with greater distance and stability. Chapter 88. The victor, Zhao Qingshan. In a fierce battle, Zhao Qingshan exerted every ounce of his strength, ultimately shattering the last few first-tier iron corpses. However, he could not escape unscathed, suffering multiple grievous wounds from the young lord's relentless lance strikes. Amidst this intense conflict, the secret elixirs that had sustained him were completely depleted. The once bulging physique, inflated by the potency of the elixirs, now resembled a deflated balloon, swiftly reverting to its original size. Yet, Zhao Qingshan's indomitable fighting spirit remained undiminished. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground and continued to charge into the fray with unwavering courage. On the other side, after the complete annihilation of his puppets, the young lord suddenly found his consciousness wavering, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. After all, it had been his spiritual awareness controlling the multitude of puppets, and the sudden backlash had nearly shattered his mind. Seizing this opportune moment, Zhao Qingshan pounced upon the young lord like a fierce tiger upon its prey. Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed blow after blow upon the young lord's head, each strike imbued with resolute determination. Enough! Roared the martial marquis from the platform, his fury palpable. If this were not halted, his son was on the verge of being beaten to death. His face was shrouded in shadows, his expression foreboding. The martial marquis's family had endured for over a millennium, never having been defeated by a disciple of the Xintian sect. This was a historic first. The minor minister of the imperial temple, sensing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward anxiously and shouted, "We concede. Please show mercy." Upon hearing the words of concession, Zhao Qingshan gradually ceased his assault and rose. However, his figure swayed, and he involuntarily sank to the ground. Witnessing this, Li Zhi'en hurriedly gestured to Wang Gong and Zhou Yuan, urging them to bring Zhao Qingshan back. Though in Li Zhi'en's eyes, Zhao Qingshan was a foolhardy man, Impulsive and reckless, it was undeniable that he was exceptionally reliable at crucial moments. After Zhao Qingshan was retrieved, the gentle warmth of healing light flickered in Li Zhi'en's palm, and several healing elixirs swiftly flowed into Zhao's body. Your contributions will be duly reported to the master, Li Zhi'en said softly, his tone laced with appreciation and affirmation. Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly. Determination etched on his face as he declared, "To serve the sect is my lifelong aspiration." His square jaw bore a resolute expression, his eyes clear and unwavering, devoid of any hint of seeking accolades. In the imperial city, the young lord was hurriedly attended to by several healers. The martial marquis sensed that his son still had a flicker of life within him and refrained from rising. However, his clenched fist, hidden within his sleeve, turned purple, with blood slowly seeping out. This was an unprecedented humiliation for the martial marquis's household. Reflecting on the past, he had effortlessly defeated a disciple of the Zhi'en sect in merely 3 moves during the exchange conference. How glorious it had been. The previously arrogant expression on the Minister of War's face gradually diminished. The formidable prowess exhibited by the disciples of Zhuan rendered him increasingly anxious for the safety of his eldest son and youngest daughter participating in the exchange conference. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated the dire consequences of a potential defeat to Zhuan at the conference, pondering how he would justify such an outcome to the sovereign. This thought weighed heavily upon him, as if a colossal stone had been placed upon his heart. The eunuch in charge slowly lowered his elegantly arched fingers, his cold, elongated gaze directed towards his adopted son behind him, inquiring in a sharp tone, "Should you encounter this Zhao Qingshan, do you believe you can secure victory?" His adopted son, a fair-skinned young eunuch, had been bowing his head, but upon hearing his adoptive father's question, he quickly bent forward and replied in a high-pitched voice, "Esteemed father, Zhao Qingshan is the most formidable disciple of Zhuan this year, and I possess only a 30% chance of success." As he concluded, his voice faltered slightly, revealing a lack of confidence in the meager assurance he had just expressed. At this juncture, both Zhuan and the imperial city had experienced victories and defeats. The significance of the third match was particularly pronounced, as its outcome would greatly influence the morale of both parties. Zhuan was the first to present its contender for the third round. Woman cast a profound glance at his cherished disciple, Hong Hong, who immediately understood his intent. With a swift motion, she shed her red attire, the fabric billowing dramatically in the howling wind. She descended into the arena with the grace and poise of a soaring swallow. Woman had previously issued her a stringent command. This battle must be won. On the side of the imperial city, the Minister of War's youngest daughter, upon seeing a female opponent enter the fray, bristled with excitement and stepped forward, eager to engage in combat. However, her elder brother swiftly intervened, his expression grave as he cautioned, "According to our latest intelligence, this Hong Hong is exceedingly formidable. Her overall strength only surpassed by Zhao Qingshan. Allow me to handle this." She opened her mouth to protest, but fell silent when the Minister of War subtly nodded in agreement with his son's assessment, reluctantly retreating. The minister's eldest son, clad in finely crafted armor befitting a military officer, exuded an imposing presence, embodying a leader of considerable stature. He refrained from any ostentatious displays, his steps measured and deliberate as he advanced into the arena. "Please enlighten me," he stated courteously, clasping his fists together, his demeanor marked by a blend of seriousness and caution. Hong Hong had no inclination for idle chatter. Without hesitation, she tapped her spirit beast pouch. In an instant, a radiant glow erupted, and 3 second-tier spirit beasts emerged. The first was a keen black spirit cat, its eyes sharp and bright as lightning, displaying remarkable agility. The second, a rotund white spirit pig, appeared clumsy and sluggish, yet a careful observer would sense its profound aura. The third was a slender, sinister flower spirit snake, its flickering tongue hissing ominously, its vividly patterned body evoking a sense of dread. After summoning the black spirit cat, Li Zhi'en curiously rushed to inspect between its legs, only to discover that the 2 orbs were plump and firm, surprisingly well-developed. It seemed that his earlier kick had not been forceful enough. Or perhaps this creature possessed an innate ability for self-healing, he mused within. Having summoned 3 spirit beasts, Hong Hong wasted no time in launching a fierce assault. She first commanded the rotund white spirit pig to charge head-on at the enemy, aiming to draw their heaviest fire and disrupt their formation. Next, she directed the petite yet agile black spirit cat to flank silently from the side, ever poised to deliver a devastating blow. Finally, she positioned the slender and ominous flower spirit snake to maintain a steady rear guard, ready to strike with lightning speed at the slightest hint of vulnerability from the enemy, ensnaring them with its supple form. Chapter 89. The Fierce Battle, Part 1. Faced with the fierce onslaught of enemies attacking from multiple directions, the eldest son of the minister showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he valiantly charged forward. To successfully navigate this brutal conflict with minimal cost, it was imperative to capture the leader before the followers, a simple yet crucial principle he had understood since childhood through his study of military strategy. As he surged ahead, a magnificent long-handled saber appeared in his grasp, its form reminiscent of the legendary green dragon crescent blade, its blade shimmering with an ethereal radiance, clearly no ordinary weapon. Breakthrough! The minister's son bellowed, his voice resonating through the heavens. In a graceful turn, he swung the heavy saber with tremendous force, unleashing a tempestuous strike upon the oncoming white spirit pig. Buzz! A tangible and extraordinarily sharp beam of sword light materialized, carrying the overwhelming might to obliterate all in its path, striking towards the white spirit pig with the swiftness of lightning. Behind him, the adept hands of Hong Hong moved like fluttering butterflies, swiftly forming seals. A layer of robust metallic patterned armor slowly manifested upon the massive body of the white spirit pig, glimmering with a chilling light. In the next moment, the fierce beam of sword light collided violently with the metallic armor. Sparks erupted, and debris flew like snowflakes. A long gash appeared upon the surface of the armor. However, due to its formidable thickness, the wound seemed trivial, as if merely brushed against its surface. The failed strike left the minister's son with a grave expression, his demeanor increasingly solemn. At that moment, the ferocious white spirit pig charged towards him like a tempest. The speed was so swift that he had no time to evade. He hastily braced himself with the long saber, mustering all his strength to withstand the pig's ferocious assault. With a resounding crash, the minister's son was propelled through the air like a cannonball, struck by the massive body of the white spirit pig. Just as peril loomed, the lurking black spirit cat sprang into action. Its form resembled a streak of black lightning, darting towards the minister's son with astonishing speed. With a fierce glint in its eyes, it aimed to ambush the unsuspecting minister's son from behind. The cat's sharp claws gleamed with a metallic sheen, exuding an intimidating aura. Clearly, Hong Hong had meticulously embedded the spirit weapon blades within, enhancing its attacking prowess. The minister's son, keenly aware of the lethal intent approaching from behind, roared in fury. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of spirit energy erupted from him, powerful enough to momentarily halt his backward flight. As he swiftly turned, he swung the long saber with all his might, delivering a fierce blow towards the rear. Seeing this, Hong Hong swiftly adjusted her hand seals, and under her control, the black spirit cat executed a daring and perilous maneuver in midair, abandoning its ambush on the minister's son just in time. Otherwise, it would face the formidable blade of the chancellor's eldest son head-on. It is essential to note that while the black spirit cat excels in speed and offense, confronting the chancellor's son in such a powerful manner would undoubtedly result in its swift downfall. Once he landed steadily, the chancellor's son took a few deep breaths to regain his composure, and without hesitation, he launched another assault. He understood the profound significance of this battle, one that pertained to the honor of the imperial city, allowing for no retreat or negligence. He was prepared to expend every ounce of strength, even at the cost of his own life. At that moment, the white spirit pig stood fiercely at the forefront, resembling an indomitable mountain, insurmountable and steadfast. A fierce glimmer gleamed in the chancellor's son's eyes as he tightened his grip on the long blade and swung it with the ferocity of a tempest. The immense force generated a sharp, whistling sound in the air around him. He then aimed a vicious strike at the neck of the charging white spirit pig. Despite the pig's body being covered in resilient metallic armor, its neck lacked such protection. Should this blow land, it could very well result in a gory spectacle. Red, her expression tightening, swiftly formed a series of incantations, causing the black spirit cat to dart towards the chancellor's son's ankle like a wraith. It is well known that those wielding a long sword typically have a stable foundation, but if the ankle were to be severed, their combat capability would be utterly diminished. However, at that moment, a barely perceptible smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of the chancellor's son's mouth. Instead of delivering the anticipated strike to the white spirit pig's neck, he adeptly swung the blade in a wide arc, leveraging the momentum to propel his body into the air. He then forcefully kicked off the white spirit pig's back, dramatically increasing his speed and spinning like a whirlwind towards Red. This clever feint allowed him to evade the aggressive white spirit pig and the cunning black spirit cat. His calm adaptability and exceptional combat experience truly marked him as a commanding leader capable of standing alone, leaving onlookers in awe. Faced with the roaring blade that approached like a storm, Red exhibited no signs of panic. Her gaze was resolute, and with a fierce push of her hands forward, an immensely thick shield radiating a dark glow appeared instantaneously in her grasp. Full moon slash. The chancellor's son roared, his voice thundering across the debate arena. Suddenly, a brilliant crescent blade, radiant like a full moon, manifested from his sword. This blade did not descend independently, but remained firmly attached to his weapon. merging with it and propelling forward with his relentless momentum, striking fiercely at the foe. Below, Red gritted her silver teeth, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. Subsequently, a stream of crimson essence erupted from her mouth, splattering onto the black shield. Upon absorbing this blood, the shield blazed with newfound brilliance, dazzlingly radiant, and instantaneously formed 10 transparent barriers in front of Red. These barriers shimmered with a resilient brilliance, evoking a profound sense of steadfast defense. Subsequently, the two forces collided with an overwhelming might. In that fleeting moment of contact, the 10 transparent shields seemed to vaporize like mist, dimming the radiance of the full moon slash, but slightly. Nevertheless, the formidable momentum of the full moon slash remained undiminished, surging forth with an unyielding vigor as it cleaved down upon the dark energy shield. A thunderous roar erupted. This cataclysmic strike, akin to the very heavens collapsing, rendered Han Hong utterly defenseless, propelling her backward over 10 meters. With each retreating step, the once unyielding stone beneath her feet fractured instantaneously, sending shards flying. It was as if she trod not upon a solid rock surface, but rather upon the fragile essence of tofu. Chapter 90, The Fierce Battle, Part 2. At this moment, crimson blood continually seeped from her arms, cascading down in a horrifying display. A chilling, deep gash marred her black shield, a gruesome testament to the ferocity of battle, winding ominously across its surface, threatening to cleave it in two. Red's breath came in steady, deep inhales, her gaze unwavering and resolute, devoid of any inclination to retreat. Her master had issued an irrevocable command. Victory was imperative. She had no alternatives, nor did she desire any. For her master and the Xiantian sect, she willingly embraced death. With a decisive flick, Red stowed her black shield into her storage pouch, her bloodied hands swiftly and adeptly forming intricate hand seals. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the flower spirit serpent erupted from the earth, racing forth with the speed of lightning, entangling the legs of the scholar's eldest son, who had just unleashed a tremendous attack and was momentarily recovering. The scholar's eldest son was taken aback. The serpent's aura was enigmatic, and he had been utterly unaware of its silent approach until it ensnared him. "Release me," he bellowed, driving his long blade downwards, desperately attempting to sever the serpent's grasp. Yet, the flower spirit serpent was exceedingly agile, twisting like a bolt of lightning. At this point, it was far too late for any action. The serpent swiftly slithered into the scholar's armor, instantly dividing into several smaller serpents. These smaller serpents coordinated seamlessly, intertwining around him like a meticulously woven net. In the blink of an eye, the small serpents multiplied into an even greater number, wrapping him in layers upon layers, rendering him as immobile as a tightly bound dumpling. Nevertheless, even in such dire straits, the fire of determination blazed fiercely in his eyes, undeterred by the overwhelming odds. He began to emanate a staggering heat, a manifestation of his third-tier spell, the Fiery Fist. In an unexpected maneuver, he unleashed this formidable spell upon his own body, evidently attempting a desperate gambit to eradicate the suffocating grip of the flower spirit serpent, even at the cost of his own well-being. The intense heat indeed proved effective. Several of the smaller serpents could not withstand the scorching temperatures and fell away from him in agony. However, Red would not afford him a moment's respite, for she had been commanded to ensure victory. There was no retreat. In the next instant, Red's expression hardened, her hands deftly executing the seals once more, commanding the black spirit cat to dart forward at lightning speed, its razor-sharp, gilded claws aimed directly at the scholar's eldest son's vulnerable throat. Simultaneously, she summoned the nearly shattered black shield, pouring all her strength into a fierce collision aimed squarely at his temple. At this critical moment, when formidable foes loom, she is acutely aware that mercy and hesitation are luxuries she cannot afford. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts all its strength when hunting a rabbit. Thus, she must give her utmost, leaving no room for her adversary to breathe. Cease. Surrender. At that instant, the Minister of War on the high platform found his eyes turning bloodshot as he shouted hoarsely. Perhaps his eldest son could leverage the power of the fiery spells to break free from his bindings, and then, with reckless abandon, deliver a devastating blow to the enemy, even at the cost of his own life. However, such an outcome is simply unacceptable. He has but one son. How could he allow him to perish in the midst of an exchange conference? In that final moment, Han Hong ultimately chose to relent, with her opponent conceding defeat. To strike now would be a grave error. Immediately thereafter, she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground before her. Clearly, the overwhelming force of the full moon slash had inflicted severe internal injuries upon her, leaving her pale as a ghost, her body swaying precariously. Meanwhile, as the severely scorched flower spirit serpents slowly sloughed off their charred skin, the minister's eldest son collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. His form was blackened and battered, exuding an unbearable stench. His gaze was vacant and lifeless, reminiscent of a decayed log devoid of vitality. The reality of his defeat was incomprehensible to him. Moreover, he had lost to a disciple of the Zhi'en sect. He felt he had brought shame upon his father and disgrace upon the entire imperial city, his heart drowning in endless remorse and regret. At that moment, Zhi'en arrived at the debate arena in a swift stride, his expression filled with concern as he gently extended his hand to support Hong Hong. She was indeed a true hero, a remarkable woman whose exceptional combat prowess earned his profound admiration. Hong Hong attempted to shake off Zhi'en's grasp, yet she found herself devoid of strength. Casting a glance at him, she retorted, "I do not require your assistance. Please step aside." Her tone was laden with stubbornness and dissatisfaction. Zhi'en understood well that she still harbored resentment over the incident in the secret realm. A memory of her being ganged up on that lingered in his mind like an indelible mark. Nevertheless, he was ever so thick-skinned. And how could he allow such a remark to deter him from seizing this prime opportunity to forge a closer bond? He feigned ignorance of her bitter words, maintaining a cheerful demeanor and continuing his supportive gestures without faltering. "Sister Hong Hong, this is where you are mistaken. We are here together to fight for the glory of our sect. At this pivotal moment, we must set aside past grievances and unite against our common foe." "How can you be so distant?" Zhi'en proclaimed, adopting a righteous expression and speaking fervently. Hong Hong, it seemed, was swayed by his words. She slightly pursed her delicate lips, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her eyes, and fell silent, allowing him to lead her onward. Upon reaching Wenwen, Hong Hong took a deep breath, striving to steady her disordered breath, and then respectfully bowed, declaring, "I am fortunate to have fulfilled my duty. I have achieved victory at last." Wenwen hurriedly rose to support Hong Hong, first gently administering the healing elixir into her body. With a tone imbued with warmth and concern, she spoke, "Honger, you have performed admirably. I have always believed in your capabilities. In this battle, you have displayed extraordinary courage and resilience, which brings me great solace. Take the time to rest and recuperate. Do not allow any lingering ailments to take root. There will be many more challenges awaiting you in the future, and I look forward to witnessing your remarkable progress." Hong Hong nodded vigorously, her face radiant with excitement. To receive such praise and recognition from her esteemed mentor brought tears to her eyes, glistening as she responded with a trembling voice, "Thank you, Master. I shall endeavor with renewed vigor and not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 91. The Battle of Wangong after suffering consecutive defeats. The atmosphere in the imperial city plummeted to an icy stillness, as if the surrounding air had been frozen, creating a suffocating tension. It is worth noting that both the esteemed young Marquis and the much-admired eldest son of the Ministry of Rites were exceptional disciples of this generation, their prowess nearly rivaling that of the second prince, placing them as second and third in strength. The junior minister of the Imperial Blessing Temple seethed with indignation, unable to suppress a curse. Was it truly to be this easy to succumb to the Zhi'en sect in his first hosting of the exchange conference? Although the defeat could not be attributed entirely to him, he knew that the higher-ups would inevitably recall today's dismal outcome upon seeing him. Thus, his once promising future seemed destined to shatter into mere illusions, obliterated in an instant. As he watched the gaze of the eldest son turn vacant and despondent, being slowly carried away, the Minister of War's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Subsequently, he spoke with grave seriousness, laced with a hint of sternness, admonishing a true man, born of heaven and earth, should possess an indomitable will, forging ahead through adversity. To succumb to despair over minor setbacks is far from the essence of manhood. The minister's younger daughter, tenderly applying precious healing ointment to her brother, gazed at him with deep concern, saying, "Brother, do not worry. I shall win back what you have lost today." Upon hearing his sister's resolute words, a spark of hope reignited in the eldest son's eyes. He grasped her small hand tightly, his voice hoarse yet filled with anticipation, declaring, "Sister, you must win it back." As the next round of competition commenced, it was the Imperial City's turn to take the lead. The chief eunuch glanced eagerly at the still unmoved third prince, then turned his attention to the youngest daughter of the minister, who was wholly focused on tending to her brother. With a sigh of resignation, he addressed his adopted son, his voice thin and urgent, "Child, it is now our turn. Rise bravely to the occasion." The young eunuch obediently nodded, his demeanor humble, and stepped forward with small, delicate strides towards the debating arena. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in amusement at the eunuch's tiny steps, erupting into a fit of laughter that caused her to tremble like a flower in the wind. Her luscious red lips parted slightly, and the fine wine she had been savoring slipped uncontrollably from her mouth. It trickled down her slender neck, leaving glistening trails on her delicate skin before continuing its journey. stealthily disappearing into the loose fabric of her tunic, subtly outlining her alluring curves. Cultivators often contend with the heavens, enduring myriad tribulations, and are typically characterized by a free-spirited, unrestrained nature. Yet, this young eunuch still exhibited a demeanor of subservience, resembling a mere servant, evoking a sense of melancholy and lamentation. He appeared shackled by invisible chains, stripped of the courage and dignity to pursue freedom. With a composed gaze, she surveyed both Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong, finally settling her discerning eyes upon Wang Gong, and astutely began her analysis. Based on the intelligence gathered from the imperial city, this young eunuch excels in wood-based spells, favoring long-range attacks, while possessing relatively weak defenses. Consequently, after careful consideration, Wang Gong emerges as the most suitable candidate for this battle. Without hesitation, he steps forward, thumping his robust chest with determination, declaring, "I shall exert every effort without reservation." With that, he grips the extraordinarily heavy greatsword tightly, striding forth with a gallant gait towards the debate arena like a tempest. The sword's tip grates against the ground, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. Upon their encounter, there is no exchange of pleasantries. They engage in combat instantly. Wang Gong, without uttering a word, seizes the formidable sword and charges towards the defenseless young eunuch like a ferocious tiger unleashed. He knows that if he can close the distance, victory is assured. During his charge, he casts the spell Mountains and Armor, transforming his muscles into a formidable stone-like armor, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. This battle is pivotal for the honor of the Xintian sect, and he is acutely aware of the weight of responsibility resting upon him, leaving no room for negligence. The young eunuch, on the other hand, swiftly gestures with his hands, weaving intricate spells with incantations on his lips. In an instant, thick vines burst forth from the crevices of the arena at an astonishing speed. These vines, resembling terrifying tentacles, exude an aura that instills dread. Each vine is as thick as an adult's arm, radiating an indomitable spirit. Subsequently, they lash out towards the charging Wang Gong with blinding speed. Unfazed, Wang Gong, with unwavering resolve, firmly grasps his heavy sword and swings with all his might. Though the formidable vines are challenging, they burst apart under the might of his blade. Each swing generates a fierce gust of wind, the sword slicing through the vines with a crisp and resonant sound. His steps are as steady as a mountain, advancing resolutely towards the young eunuch. Both combatants are at the 7th level of chi refinement, yet having absorbed the innate spiritual spring, Wang Gong's foundation is considerably more robust. Observing this, the young eunuch remains composed, his hands dancing once more as if performing a mysterious melody. With his movements, more vines surge around him, intertwining to envelop him in layers, ultimately forming a massive, impenetrable sphere, safeguarding him securely. The sphere glimmers with an unusual light, seemingly taunting Wang Gong. As he approaches, Wang Gong swings his heavy sword with all his strength, yet the density of the vines proves formidable, making it difficult to breach. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly contemplates a strategy. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He decisively severs the connection between the vines and the ground, then pushes against the colossal sphere with all his might, striding towards the edge of the arena. According to the rules, if he can push the young eunuch off the arena, victory will be his. Just as he nears the precipice, the sphere unexpectedly explodes, unleashing an onslaught of vines like a rain of arrows directed at Wang Gong. Wang Gong reacted with remarkable swiftness, wielding his heavy sword like a tempest, creating a formidable curtain of steel that repelled the oncoming vines. However, the sheer number of vines and their ferocious assault allowed several to breach his defenses, leaving a few cruel gashes upon his flesh, sharp as daggers. Blood stained his garments, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute, undeterred by the pain. Seizing the opportunity, the young eunuch formed hand seals, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a mighty tree outside the arena appeared to be imbued with life, abruptly extending its robust branches like arms, swiftly dragging the unsuspecting Wang Gong down from the battleground. Chapter 92. Defeat. At the moment Wang Gong was dragged down, a sudden shock surged through his heart. However, he quickly adjusted his posture, executing a swift somersault in midair, and brought his heavy sword crashing down upon the tree-like arm. With a resounding crack, the formidable blade cleaved deeply into the trunk, causing green sap to splatter forth, and he finally liberated himself from the tree's grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Gong propelled himself once more towards the arena of discourse. Observing this, the young eunuch's eyes flashed with determination. He promptly began to chant incantations, his hands weaving intricate gestures with remarkable speed. In an instant, an abundance of wooden vines surged forth from all directions, ensnaring his body tightly, and then catapulting him into the air. Like a cannonball discharged from its barrel, he charged relentlessly towards the returning Wang Gong. Wang Gong, taken aback by the young eunuch's fierce approach, wore a serious expression. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he gripped his heavy sword firmly, his entire being brimming with spiritual energy, prepared to confront this fierce onslaught. In the air, the two met in an instant. Wang Gong swung his sword, attempting to sever the incoming vines. However, their sheer number and tenacity made it nearly impossible to dismantle them all at once. The young eunuch, adeptly controlling the vines, continued to assault Wang Gong, seeking any vulnerabilities. Wang Gong was not particularly skilled in aerial combat, and being suspended in the air left him without leverage, rendering his movements somewhat sluggish. Meanwhile, the young eunuch's attacks grew increasingly fierce and cunning, pushing Wang Gong to the brink of his defenses. At a critical moment, Wang Gong was unable to defend himself adequately, and a vine breached his guard, striking him and causing him to lose his balance, plummeting towards the ground. This is bad. Wang Gong could not help but exclaim, filled with regret. His defeat stemmed from a moment of complacency, having been cleverly lured to the edge of the arena by his opponent. Had he maintained his composure and proceeded with caution, he surely would not have faced such failure. Upon landing, Wang Gong emitted a dull thud, instantly raising a cloud of dust. The pain coursing through his body only deepened his feelings of distress and self-reproach. With the sect having already secured 2 victories in succession, all he needed was to remain calm and steady to secure ultimate triumph. Yet, he had fallen victim to the enemy's ruse, a bitter betrayal of the valiant Zhao Qingshan and the hard-won victory achieved through the grievous injury of Hong Hong. As these thoughts consumed him, Wang Gong's eyes brimmed with tears, wishing he could immediately draw his sword and end his own life, to absolve the hopes of his sect and his brothers. On the other side, the young eunuch also landed clumsily. Having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy through the use of numerous wood-based spells during their brief skirmish, he found himself drained. As he touched down, his steps faltered, and he nearly stumbled. However, he had emerged victorious. The arrogant young lord had lost. The esteemed son of the minister had also been defeated. Instead, he, a despised eunuch, had triumphed. Ah, how exhilarating! The young eunuch silently rejoiced, his distorted features radiating pride and ecstasy. Zhi'en hurriedly approached Wang Gong, observing his brother whose eyes were bloodshot, as though they were about to bleed. He first exerted his strength to lift Wang Gong off the ground. Then, with a grave expression and a resolute tone, he exclaimed, "Wang Gong, do you trust me? If you believe in me, then muster your spirits, for in the next round, I shall surely reclaim our honor." Upon hearing Zhi'en's fervent call, Wang Gong seemed to awaken from a stupor. If one were to inquire whom he admired most within the Xiantian sect, it would undoubtedly be Zhi'en. Coming from humble beginnings, he had never had a reliable support or anyone who genuinely assisted him. All his achievements and progress were solely the result of his relentless efforts and indomitable spirit. Thus, Zhi'en's value in Wang Gong's heart was immeasurable. "Master brother, I have failed the trust the sect placed in me. You must win the next round, or else I shall never forgive myself." Wang Gong pounded his chest in despair, tears streaming down his face, filled with regret. "Rest assured, for I am the most formidable spellcaster since ancient times," Zhi'en replied, relieved to see Wang Gong no longer in a daze, a confident smile returning to his face as he spoke lightly to him. When he faced Wen, Wang Gong, overwhelmed by guilt, immediately knelt down. "Please, sect leader, punish your disciple severely. I disregarded the trust of the sect, fell into the trap set by my opponent, and lost this crucial match due to my own negligence." As he spoke, his eyes reddened once more, tears welling up, his voice choked with emotion. His sorrowful visage evoked sympathy in those who beheld him. Just as Wen was about to speak, Zhi'en interjected, "Master uncle, allow me to take the final match. Whether against the third prince or the young lady of the minister's residence, I am confident of victory." Thus, Wang Gong's defeat in this round is inconsequential. We still have the chance to turn the tide. Upon hearing his devoted disciple's confident declaration, Yu Xiaoyu beside them burst into laughter, her voice light and melodious, yet tinged with boldness. She proudly patted her shapely thigh and proclaimed, "My disciple is a peerless talent in spellcasting since ancient times. Defeating mere disciples of the imperial city shall be a cinch. Just as I did in my day, one strike to conquer." Wen observed the playful banter between the mentor and disciple, and her previously heavy heart lightened considerably. She first gently used her spiritual energy to help Wang Gong rise. Then, she fixed her gaze on Zhi'en, her eyes warm yet resolute, and said, "Do you understand that we must win this battle?" Without uttering a word, Zhi'en solemnly nodded. He was acutely aware of the stakes. Should they triumph in the exchange conference, the Xiantian sect would enjoy a period of tranquility. However, if they were to lose, the imperial city would surely stir up more troubles, bringing numerous challenges and crises upon the Xiantian sect. Very well, for this final battle. You shall go, my nephew. Wenwen finally resolved to make a decision, her gaze reflecting both anticipation and trepidation. Although Li Zhi'en possessed the lowest cultivation among the crowd, his myriad of skills might indeed allow him to conjure miracles in this dire situation. Aside from Li Zhi'en, only Zhou Yuan remained. While Zhou Yuan had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi refinement, his techniques were rather singular, and his defenses were alarmingly feeble. Should he be subjected to close-range assaults, his chances of victory would be virtually non-existent. Meanwhile, the eunuch, upon witnessing his adopted son triumph in this round, was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement, springing from his seat and raising his delicate orchid-like fingers, exclaiming in a high-pitched, piercing voice. Chapter 93, The Battle of Li Zhi'en, Part 1. The prodigy of the miscellaneous sect truly exuded valor and tenacity. Haha. The tone of the grand eunuch brimmed with pride, as his narrow eyes incessantly scanned the figures of the military minister and the war marshal beside him. As if to say, behold the child of the miscellaneous sect. The war marshal, initially displaying a semblance of joy from a recent victory, could not help but emit a cold snort upon witnessing the grand eunuch's uncontainable delight. The military minister, disregarding the grand eunuch, felt a slight sense of relief after securing another win. Reports indicated that only Zhou Yuan and Li Zhi'en remained as combatants from the Xiantian sect. Zhou Yuan exhibited significant deficiencies in close combat. Whether facing a young girl or the third prince, he was destined to be defeated. As for Li Zhi'en, intelligence suggested he was merely at the 2nd level of qi refinement, and though he had now reached the 3rd level, what difference did it make? Despite leading the heavenly camp disciples to triumph over the Zhi'en camp in the secret realm, he lacked any precedent for individual combat. How could he possibly ascend the arena? Contemplating this, the military minister felt assured that victory was certain for the imperial city in this exchange event. The heart of the deputy minister of the Imperial Grace Temple resembled a roller coaster, initially despondent over the prospect of losing the exchange competition, which seemed to spell doom for his future. Yet this young eunuch had unexpectedly forged a path, prompting him to join the grand eunuch in a triumphant cheer. Were it not for his status and influence, he would have eagerly sworn brotherhood with this young eunuch. Meanwhile, Wenwen cautioned Li Zhi'en. The regulations for this exchange competition stipulated that all disciples must be below the foundation establishment level, with a strict prohibition on the use of artifacts above that tier. Therefore, the blazing sun shield he had acquired could not be employed. Otherwise, it would be deemed cheating. After observing several rounds of combat, Li Zhi'en deduced this regulation. After all, the imperial city was affluent, yet not a single foundation establishment artifact or talisman was in play, indicating clear guidelines. Li Zhi'en confidently nodded, evidently not considering the blazing sun shield in his strategy. Beside him, Zhao Qingshan appeared somewhat uneasy. After all, that blazing sun shield was his artifact, and having been seized in the secret realm, he felt utterly humiliated to reclaim it. Initially, he had intended to destroy that artifact, so his master had refrained from intervening, allowing the matter to drift into obscurity. Zhou Yuan exhibited an indecisive demeanor. As a peak 7th level qi refiner, he felt he should participate in this decisive battle. Yet he was acutely aware of his considerable shortcomings, even inferior to the young eunuch opposite him. For instance, he could not envelop himself in protective vines. With a final sigh, he remained silent. Subsequently, the Xiantian sect was set to engage in the ultimate confrontation. Li Zhi'en exchanged a confident smile with his master and the members of the Xiantian sect before striding purposefully towards the arena. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyu had stowed away her wine gourd, and the emerald pipe was set aside. While she outwardly encouraged her disciple, her heart was fraught with worry, ever ready to rush onto the field for rescue. On the imperial city side, upon seeing Li Zhi'en stepping forth, there was considerable astonishment. Although he was a prodigious talent in spellcraft, he was still merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Could he truly overcome the 3rd prince or the young daughter of the minister, both at the 8th level? Confusion lingered, yet this final round was the most pivotal. Who would rise to challenge Li Zhi'en? The 3rd prince furrowed his brow in contemplation, reluctant to enter the fray. His strength paled in comparison to that of the minister's daughter, and should he fail, he would undoubtedly face harsh criticism. With the blame for the royal city's defeat resting squarely on his shoulders, it would be far better for him to let the minister's daughter bear the burden. Regardless of the outcome, he remained as steadfast as a mountain. Seeing the 3rd prince remain unmoved, the minister had no choice but to allow his daughter to take the stage. After all, as a royal, the prince held the ultimate prerogative, receiving her father's signal. The minister's daughter clenched her teeth and charged into the debate arena, determined to avenge her brother and redeem their honor. Facing the seemingly unremarkable Li Zhi'en, she did not lower her guard simply because he was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Such an unusual opponent would undoubtedly possess unique qualities. With a flick of her middle and index fingers, a glistening little flying sword shot forth from her storage pouch. It was widely known that only foundation-level cultivators could wield sword techniques, yet she had mastered the art of sword control by the tender age of 10. A true prodigy in this discipline. Next, a flash of earthy light emanated from her hand, revealing an ancient token, evidently a high-quality Earth-type artifact. Go, she commanded, her ruby lips parting, sending the small, crystalline sword slicing towards Zhi'en with remarkable speed. Zhi'en, unfazed, retrieved a second-tier copper corpse puppet from his storage pouch. As it landed, the copper corpse delivered a punch directly at the oncoming sword. The clang of impact and the spark of collision reverberated through the air. The copper corpse remained immovable, while the little flying sword was deflected a considerable distance away. Yet, it quickly spun around and charged at Zhi'en once more. The copper puppet, unwavering, acted as the most loyal guardian, repeatedly batting away the encroaching blade. Though the crystalline sword was made of exceptional material, the puppet's tough exterior, especially as a second-tier copper corpse, rendered it nearly impervious to such attacks unless faced with a foundation-level artifact or talisman. Zhi'en refused to remain on the defensive. He whistled at a small swallow hovering above. The swallow understood the cue and dove towards the minister's daughter, its blade-like wings shimmering with a deadly gleam, as though aiming to cleave her in two. The minister's daughter, fully concentrated, grasped her token tightly, and with a fierce shout, unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy that surged forth from the token, coalescing instantly into a solid earthen shield. In the next moment, the swallow's sharp wings struck the shield with a fierce gust. However, the earth shield displayed extraordinary defensive prowess, withstanding the attack without yielding. It merely sustained a faint scratch, indicating the remarkable strength of the earth-type token. Subsequently, every cunning assault from the swallow felt as though it struck an immovable wall of copper, being repeatedly rebuffed with sheer force. Meanwhile, the minister's daughter deftly commanded her crystalline flying sword, which glimmered with a cold radiance, transforming into streaks of lightning as it attempted to breach the copper corpse's formidable defenses, pressing ever closer to Zhi'en. Yet, the copper puppet stood firm, like an imposing mountain, with its ironclad form unyielding and resolute, regardless of how fiercely the flying sword strikes. The copper corpse puppet can accurately swing its fist to fend off each assault. Each collision erupts with a piercing clang and dazzling sparks. The brilliance of the flying sword, though slightly diminished by the relentless blocks, remains unable to inch closer to Zhi'en. At this moment, the situation has descended into a state of exasperating stalemate. Both sides' offensive and defensive maneuvers are nearly identical, rendering neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. Beads of sweat form on the young lady's forehead, cascading down her fair cheeks as she grits her silver teeth, her beautiful visage tinged with paleness due to anxiety and the fear of failure. Despite her remarkable talent and mastery of sword control at such a tender age, she still finds herself somewhat overwhelmed in the face of Zhi'en. Chapter 94, The Battle of Zhi'en, Part 2. Zhi'en's expression was grave. He was acutely aware of the exceptional talent and formidable strength possessed by the young daughter of the minister. Any hint of negligence could lead to a cataclysmic shift in the situation. To triumph over her, he had no choice but to adopt the strategy of close combat. Prolonging this standoff would inevitably result in the depletion of the spirit stones powering the copper puppet, plunging him into an irretrievable abyss. Inwardly, Zhi'en murmured to himself. With newfound resolve, he fixed his gaze and propelled himself forward with great force, charging towards the minister's daughter like a streak of lightning. Witnessing Zhi'en's advance, the young minister's daughter was filled with bewilderment and confusion. How could someone with merely a trifling cultivation of the third level of chi refinement dare to engage her in close quarters? As a practitioner of the 8th level, she knew she could easily dismantle him with a mere flick of her fist. Considering this, she chose to remain steadfast, standing her ground to discern what tricks Zhi'en was attempting. Although the nature of his intentions eluded her, it was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for her to defeat him decisively. She was already well aware of his spell, the Frigid Eye Seal, from her intelligence reports. As a cultivator of the 8th level, she had no reason to fear a spell that could only defend against the 7th level. When Zhi'en reached a distance of 3 zhang from the minister's daughter, he came to an abrupt halt. This was precisely the maximum range of the Frigid Eye Seal, ensuring he would not be immediately within her reach. Subsequently, he commanded the copper puppet to expend more spirit stones, unleashing a formidable force that sent the crystalline flying sword hurtling away. Then, without hesitation, he swiftly extended his right hand's middle and index fingers, instantly casting the Frigid Eye Seal. In that moment, the moisture in the air condensed at an astonishing rate, plunging into an extreme chill, and the biting cold surged outward like a tumultuous tide. Thick, solid ice crystals rapidly connected, encasing the minister's daughter, Zhi'en, the copper puppet. and the little swallow in a tight embrace, cleverly excluding the crystalline flying sword. However, the spectacle was far from over. Even more robust ice walls materialized out of thin air, layering upon the first frigid ice seal, resulting in a total of 3 simultaneous seals enacted in a singular heartbeat. This feat could only be achieved by Zhi'en through his enigmatic system. Even the most profound foundational practitioners could not possibly conjure 3 identical third-tier spells in the blink of an eye. The young minister's daughter was momentarily struck dumb by the sight of the 3 layers of frigid ice seal. Was this the extraordinary capability exhibited by a spellcasting genius? Although deeply astonished by the overwhelming power of the spell, her movements remained unfaltering. With deft fingers, she swiftly executed her hand seals, seeking to summon the crystalline flying sword back with utmost urgency. She understood all too well that if she could break the frigid ice seal, Zhi'en would have nowhere to flee at such close quarters. However, how could Zhi'en grant her such an opportunity? Just as the crystalline flying sword shattered the first layer of the extreme cold ice seal, the little swallow's wings, imbued with unparalleled ferocity, struck fiercely against the earthen shield. Simultaneously, the copper corpse puppet, with remarkable agility, deftly circumvented the earthen barrier and suddenly delivered a powerful punch to the chest of the young daughter of the minister. After all, the defensive range of that earthen shield was exceedingly limited, should she attempt to defend her entire body. Her talismanic artifact would be utterly incapable of withstanding 2 assaults equivalent to the 9th level of chi refinement. As she beheld the iron fist of the puppet hurtling towards her, the young daughter of the minister had no choice but to retaliate with her own punch. Yet, how could her frail defense contend against the rugged strength and formidable power of the puppet? In the instant of contact, her fist was repelled, and the puppet's iron fist landed squarely on her chest. With a body already weakened, she felt as though struck by the weight of 1,000 thunders. A warm sensation surged in her throat, and with a sudden gasp, a torrent of blood erupted from her lips without warning. The impact caused her bosom to tremble violently under the force, as the softest and most vulnerable part of her being. It now bore the brunt of such unbearable violence and merciless torment. The skin beneath her garments turned a purplish hue, marked by fine lines of blood. The excruciating pain coursed through her nerves like a tempestuous current, causing her entire body to convulse involuntarily, though the agony rendered her nearly breathless. The young daughter of the minister summoned her indomitable willpower to strive against the extreme cold ice seal, urging the flying sword to continue its relentless assault. Her eyes, bloodshot and ablaze with an unyielding fire and fierce desire for victory, echoed a silent mantra within her heart. If she could just endure until the flying sword broke the seal, she would undoubtedly turn the tide and emerge triumphant. As the crystalline flying sword shattered the 2nd layer of the extreme cold ice seal, the copper corpse puppet unleashed its second punch, accompanied by a howling wind. The young minister's daughter turned pale as paper. She dared not hesitate for a moment, pouring every ounce of her strength into controlling the earth-based talisman, hastening the earthen shield to meet the puppet's onslaught. She understood deeply that her body could no longer withstand the crushing weight of that iron fist. When the copper corpse puppet's powerful fist collided with the earthen shield, the little swallow appeared at an exceptionally cunning angle to the young minister's left hand. Its wings, sharp as blades, sliced through the air with incredible force, striking the earth talisman with a resounding clang. The immense impact sent the talisman flying far from her grasp. In that fleeting moment, as the talisman slipped from her fingers, a heaviness fell upon her heart, akin to a boulder plunging into an unfathomably deep cold pool. She was acutely aware that without the talisman's protection, she would be utterly defenseless against any forthcoming attack. Thud. At that moment, the crystalline flying sword finally succeeded in shattering the 3rd layer of the extreme cold ice seal. Yet, within the confines of this icy prison, the outcome of the battle had already become starkly apparent. Zhi'en acutely sensed the crystalline flying sword piercing towards his back, and without hesitation, he gestured for Xiao Yanzi to intervene. Immediately thereafter, he focused his mind and commanded the copper corpse puppet to raise its colossal fist, aiming a ferocious strike at the crown of the young minister's daughter. In this moment, she had already lost the protection of the earth element token. Should this formidable 2nd-tier puppet strike her head, it would undoubtedly result in her immediate demise. Moreover, the successive shattering of 3 icy barriers caused the surrounding ice crystals to scatter like an avalanche, creating a hazy scene that rendered it nearly impossible for those outside to discern the precise situation within. Thus, for Zhi'en, this moment was undoubtedly the most opportune and impeccable time to eliminate the young minister's daughter. Chapter 95, the 418th Exchange Conference. Victory belongs to the Xiantian sect. At this critical juncture, Zhi'en's bronze corpse puppet, with a fist akin to a mountain pressing down, halted just an inch away from the young lady's crown. This was not born out of any sense of pity or tenderness towards her, but rather from a clarity of mind. Should he slay her, the formidable power of her father, the Minister of War, would undoubtedly incite a relentless pursuit against him. The young lady, her gaze vacant and incredulous, stared at the iron fist looming so close, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. How could she have lost so easily? A wave of guilt washed over her, feeling she had failed her father's expectations and had not fulfilled her brother's unyielding wishes. No, she could not concede defeat so readily. Victory was imperative. She had promised her brother. Within her heart, she screamed in desperation. In a reckless surge, she summoned all her spiritual energy and attempted to break free to the side. Yet, reality was harsh, entangled in the embrace of the bronze corpse puppet. Her aspirations for escape were but a dream. In a flash, the puppet sidestepped, its enormous iron fist, imbued with fierce gusts of wind, reappeared before her. Halting abruptly once more, the speed of that iron fist was akin to lightning, nearly brushing against her delicate, upturned nose, the force of its passage stirring her hair. In that moment, the young lady awoke from her delusion, fully grasping the brutal reality. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her despairing eyes, and her expression, marked by sorrow, evoked an innate sense of compassion from those who beheld her plight. As the swirling ice particles gradually settled, the Minister of War gritted his teeth, reluctantly squeezing out 2 words through clenched jaws. I concede. These words seemed to drain all remaining pride from him. Upon hearing her surrender, the tension that had gripped Li Zhi'en's heart finally eased. He exhaled deeply, his spirit soaring as he descended from the debate arena, his eyes sparkling with the light of victory. Thus, after a fierce competition, he emerged triumphant in the exchange conference. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes remained fixed on the unfolding scene. And when she witnessed her cherished disciple Li Zhi'en claim ultimate victory, she inhaled deeply from her verdant pipe and exclaimed to the heavens, "My beloved disciple's magical prowess truly surpasses all ages. How could a mere disciple from the imperial city be his match?" Simultaneously, onlookers Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong were flushed with excitement, rushing towards Li Zhi'en in unison. Particularly, Wang Gong trembled with exhilaration. Li Zhi'en's victory allowed him to finally release the heavy stone of self-reproach from his heart. "Senior brother," Wang Gong began, his voice choked with emotion and joy. Seeing his comrade's state, Li Zhi'en could not help but burst into hearty laughter, extending his strong arm in a gesture of camaraderie. As they strode forward with purpose, he declared, "Let us not linger here, for we must exit this arena swiftly and avoid bringing shame to the imperial city." At this moment, woman appeared calm on the surface, yet her proud bosom subtly rose and fell, betraying the turbulence within her heart. Truth be told, the instant Wang Gong's carelessness led to failure, her heart plummeted to the depths of despair, and she had resigned herself to the possibility of losing the conference entirely. She had even meticulously contemplated the potential arrangements within the sect afterward in her mind. However, to her astonishment, Li Zhi'en, with a mere cultivation of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, triumphed over the 8th layer's young daughter of the Minister of Rites. Such astonishing talent in spellcasting truly seemed unparalleled. Beside her, Ha Hong, amidst her excitement, could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Ever since Li Zhi'en had publicly humiliated her, she had secretly harbored the desire to retaliate and reclaim her dignity. Yet now, having witnessed Li Zhi'en's extraordinary magical prowess, she realized that any chance of competing was utterly beyond her reach. Those former aspirations dissolved into mere illusions, evaporating in the face of her disappointment. Zhao Qingshan wore a face as dark as water, his fists clenched tightly. Deep down, he had always harbored resentment towards Li Zhi'en, and even now, that sentiment surged within him. Had he been adequately prepared with secret elixirs, he was confident he could have challenged Li Zhi'en, perhaps even defeated him. He murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Yi Bing remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. One could only imagine the regret he would feel upon awakening to witness Li Zhi'en's astonishing magical talent, reflecting on his impulsive actions. In the royal city, the officials from the Ministry of Rites and the Royal Grace Temple watched in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Such extraordinary talent in spellcasting was beyond their wildest imaginations. They had neither seen nor even heard of such feats. The thin lips of Wu Ho trembled slightly, unable to contain his astonishment and concern. It was crucial to note that this youth was still merely at the qi refinement stage, and yet could engage in battles beyond his level. Such exceptional talent was indeed shocking. Should he ascend to the Foundation Establishment stage, or even the Golden Core stage, and unleash 3 high-level spells in an instant? One must wonder who among the same tier could possibly stand against him. For instance, the moonlit slash employed by the minister's eldest son had inflicted severe internal injuries on Hong Hong. One could only speculate how she might withstand the compounded power had he unleashed 3 moonlit slashes simultaneously. She would likely be cleaved in two, shield and all. The Grand Eunuch narrowed his slanted eyes, feeling a sense of reassurance amid the diverse expressions of the ministers surrounding him. His adopted son had emerged victorious in this contest, thus sparing him from the wrath of the sovereign and preserving his own dignity. However, the disciple named Zhi'en from the Zhi'en sect truly filled him with profound concern, and he silently pondered this matter. Upon returning, I shall undoubtedly advise the sovereign, for it is imperative to extinguish this child in his infancy. He must not be allowed to flourish, lest he becomes a significant threat to the imperial city. The junior official of the Royal Grace Temple felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness at this moment and could only take a heavy, measured step forward. According to the rules of the best of 5, the Zhi'en sect has triumphantly secured victory in this competition. He could not help but let out a deep sigh for his future career in politics, and then, with a grave expression, he spoke. On behalf of the Royal Grace Temple, I hereby solemnly announce that the ultimate victor of the 418th Exchange Conference is the Zhi'en sect. Chapter 96. On the great turmoil of the Taoist grounds next, let the inner circle of Zhuan nominate the foremost candidate to receive the imperial rewards from the royal city. Upon hearing the announcement of the rules for contending for the title, Wang Gong's expression turned anxious. He hurriedly bowed to Wen and declared, I, as a disciple, willingly concede to Li Zhi'en and vow not to compete for the esteemed title of the foremost candidate. Li Zhi'en was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting his predicament. Heaven bear witness. I have no desire to claim this title and the rewards from the royal city. In that fleeting moment, Li Zhi'en swiftly turned to Zhao Qingshan and earnestly said, Brother Zhao, I am genuinely in awe of your valor, and thus I willingly concede to you as the undeniable first candidate. Zhao Qingshan snorted disdainfully and pointed to the numerous grievous wounds adorning his body, resolutely stating, I am currently unable to fight, hence I shall not accept your concession. Had I the strength to continue, I would assuredly defeat you. Li Zhi'en felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, akin to a colossal stone plummeting down. He then directed his gaze towards Hong Hong. Yet she merely smiled with a hint of derision, saying, as a woman, I cannot accept the royal city's special rewards. Once more, despair enveloped Li Zhi'en, as if an insurmountable burden had been placed upon him. He then looked towards Yi Bing, but found her unconscious, pale as a ghost, utterly unresponsive and incapable of any communication. Just as Li Zhi'en felt lost in a whirlwind of anxiety and was about to turn to Zhou Yuan, the latter helplessly raised his hands and slowly said, Master brother, I did not participate in the contest, and thus, I am unqualified. The princess of the royal city is of unparalleled nobility, perfectly suited to a genius like you. Am I suitable? Li Zhi'en cursed inwardly. If your wife's head could fall off at any moment, would you still want her? Yu Xiaoyu took a hearty swig of wine, crossing his legs with an air of disdain, and remarked, Humph, what nonsense about a princess. How could she possibly be worthy of my dear disciple? Seeing this outcome, Wen could not help but smile gently, her expression as radiant as flowers blooming in the spring. She then softly advised Li Zhi'en, Nephew, accepting this title is prudent. We shall take the rewards first and deliberate on subsequent matters gradually. There is no need to rush. A suitable resolution will present itself in due time. Having said this, before Li Zhi'en could respond, Wen addressed the young official from the Royal Blessing Temple, stating, After careful consideration, we nominate my disciple Li Zhi'en as the foremost candidate to wed the esteemed princess of the royal city. The young official from the Royal Blessing Temple nodded slightly, then leisurely took up the gold tablet presented by the attendant, solemnly inscribing Li Zhi'en's name. At that moment, Li Zhi'en felt utterly desolate, his heart filled with helplessness and sorrow. Although this marriage will undoubtedly be navigated to the end by any means necessary, the mere thought of the princess sends shivers through his entire being, causing his scalp to prickle. Even if it is merely a title, he is utterly unwilling to bear such a burden. At this moment, Li Zhi'en's heart suddenly sensed something amiss, and instinctively, his gaze was drawn to the bustling crowd below. Among them, a young girl clad in a striking yellow gauze dress stood out, her enigmatic smile directed at him. Her lips moved gently, seemingly whispering, Husband. Upon witnessing this, Li Zhi'en felt as if he had been struck by a jolt of electricity, his body tensing up, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. In a flurry, he hurriedly sought refuge beside his master, his heart pounding like a drum, fervently chanting in his mind, Do not haunt me, do not haunt me. I have always feared ghosts, especially female ones. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the majestic palace hall, 2 figures stood like statues. Observing Li Zhi'en's consecutive execution of 3 formidable ice spells, the chancellor of the imperial city wore a grave expression. His brows furrowed, he anxiously addressed the sovereign, Your Majesty. We must eliminate Li Zhi'en at all costs. This individual possesses extraordinary talent. If left to grow, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Otherwise, he will pose a challenge even greater than Yu Xiaoyu. The sovereign's dignified countenance displayed a moment of hesitation. As the late sovereign had once stated that the timing was not right, and he was loath to act rashly and jeopardize years of meticulous planning. However, if they allowed this tiger to return to the mountain, the future repercussions would be endless. At this critical juncture, when the upper echelons of the imperial city were in turmoil, a colossal void suddenly tore open above the Taoist platform of the Royal Mercy Temple. Within that mysterious and profound portal stood a figure resembling a celestial being, dressed in pure white, as pristine as snow, her face veiled, revealing little of her true appearance. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, and in her hand, she wielded a translucent, ethereal long sword. Her ethereal presence was none other than the current leader of the Zhi'en sect, Zhi'en Nu. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of her master, the astute and graceful one instantly comprehended the profound significance contained within this event. Without hesitation, she waved her jade hand, enveloping all the Zhi'en sect disciples with her powerful spiritual energy, and then, with lightning speed, surged toward the mysterious void. Yu Xiaoyu stood still, not moving an inch, gripping a 3-meter-long green broadsword tightly with both hands. Her eyes were filled with vigilance as she scanned the surrounding crowd with a fierce gaze. Should any malicious individuals dare to attack the disciples of the Zhi'en sect at this moment, she would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. As one gracefully led her disciples into the enigmatic void, she finally moved, surging forth like a bolt of lightning into the abyss. The officials of the imperial city, upon suddenly witnessing the rift suspended in midair, were all taken aback, their faces etched with astonishment and fear. It is essential to understand that such a spectacle could only be conjured by a formidable being at the nascent soul stage, a truly astonishing feat moreover. Among the timid and faint-hearted, the mere sight of this phenomenon incited panic, leading some to abandon their dignity and flee in disarray. In an instant, chaos erupted. Shouts and cries intertwined, creating a tumultuous scene reminiscent of a tangled mess. Chapter 97. A change in the weather. When Wu Hou witnessed the master of Zhi'en sect personally arrive and perform the astonishing Yuan Ying grand spell, his hands, which were crossed behind his back, trembled involuntarily. Such a figure is indeed an extraordinary being, akin to the old monarch. The minister of war, in a flurry of panic, selflessly shielded his wounded children. However, his countenance, fraught with fear yet helplessness, clearly revealed a sense of powerlessness. Should the Zhi'en Nu decide to unleash her wrath, it was likely that none present would survive. The anxious eunuch, in desperation, retrieved the golden sound transmission talisman bestowed by the emperor to report the dire situation to his majesty. Upon completing his report, a sudden realization struck him. As a Yuan Ying adept, the emperor must have already sensed the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy here. Yet, why had he not employed the teleportation technique to hasten to this location? In the grand hall of the imperial palace, upon seeing the master of Zhi'en sect make a sudden appearance, the emperor's dragon robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. At this moment, he wished to eliminate Li Zhi'en, but the opportunity had slipped away. Unless the old monarch could join forces with him, achieving his desire was improbable. The chancellor let out a resigned sigh. In that fleeting moment of hesitation from the emperor, the perfect opportunity had been lost. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains, as recorded in ancient texts, is indeed a path to ruin. Moments later, a child, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, materialized in the imperial palace hall. Though his skin was exquisitely tender, he emanated an aura of decay. This child was none other than the old monarch, who had lived for several millennia. With a fierce stomp of his foot, the child, with a voice both youthful and filled with indignation, proclaimed, "Just now, while confined within the coffin of the living dead, I sensed that the Zhi'en Nu had already taken the person away. With her ability to traverse through the void, they have likely approached Zhi'en sect by now." Both the emperor and the chancellor fell silent, not daring to reproach the child in the slightest, for he was the creator and protector of the imperial city, revered and respected by all as their ancestral figure. Following this, the child paced back and forth in the grand hall for a moment, before resolutely declaring with a youthful yet unwavering voice, "A prodigious talent in spellcraft has emerged from Zhi'en sect. We cannot allow him to mature, for otherwise, the advantage of our imperial city will surely vanish. Henceforth, we shall fully activate our plans against Zhi'en sect." Upon hearing the words of the ancestor, the emperor inhaled deeply, a surge of excitement illuminating his resolute countenance. As a ruler of great vision, his innermost desire was undoubtedly to expand his territories and establish a monumental legacy. Meanwhile, in the vast and boundless void, the master of Zhi'en sect, while leading the others back, wore a grave expression and remarked, "The balance has been disrupted. It is likely that the imperial city will soon make its move against us." As she spoke, her gaze turned complex as she looked at Zhi'en. She knew this disciple was a prodigy in spellcraft, but had never anticipated that he could simultaneously unleash 3 spells of the same tier. Such astounding capability had instilled fear in the formidable imperial city, compelling them to launch an offensive prematurely. The master sighed helplessly within, lamenting that had she known of Zhi'en's extraordinary talent, she would not have so readily revealed his existence. Now, she found herself uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Upon hearing her words, the crowd felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. However, Yu Xiaoyu remained unfazed, boldly proclaiming, "Why fear him? That sovereign shall be entrusted to me. I shall see if he can withstand my 81 strikes." With her graceful and gentle demeanor, she encouraged her fellow disciples. The Zhi'en sect has endured 3 millennia of trials, amassing an indomitable foundation that guarantees our resilience. Comforted by their mentor's reassurances, the initially anxious disciples felt a measure of calm. Though they had triumphed at the exchange conference, it was merely a contest of the Qi refinement stage, and the sect's numbers in the foundation and golden core stages were indeed dwarfed by those of the imperial city. Particularly in the last 5 centuries, the imperial city had produced a wealth of talent, widening the gap in this regard. At that moment, Zhi'en suddenly remarked, "The Qingyu is still at the Royal Blessing Temple's pasture. Should we bring it back?" With a soft smile, woman gently patted the spirit beast's storage bag and replied, "I collected the Qingniao last night. You need not worry, my dear disciple." Zhi'en could not help but marvel inwardly at Wenwen's meticulousness. With her presence, all worries vanished. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the void, the little princess had stealthily entered, wearing a peculiar smile as her eyes fixed intently on Zhi'en. After a brief moment, the master wielded a semi-transparent, ethereal sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy that cleaved through the void once more. The surroundings transformed into the solemn and majestic hall of the Zhi'en sect. Subsequently, the master's spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, propelling everyone swiftly out of the rift in the void, arriving steadily atop Longzhou Peak. Wenwen informed the peak master, elders, and chief steward to convene for a sect meeting. The master commanded coldly. Then in a flash, she returned alone to the floating hall amidst the sea of clouds. Wenwen nodded, then turned to the disciples. "You may return to rest and heal. Zhi'en, stay behind." Zhi'en paused, startled by the unexpected order. What need had he to remain for the elders' meeting? Could it be due to his newfound status as a prodigy in spellcraft? This thought stirred a hint of confusion within him. As he stayed behind, a flicker of unwillingness crossed Zhao Qingshan's eyes, while Hong Hong's expression dimmed. In contrast, Zhou Yuan and Wang Gong felt purely delighted for Zhi'en. For their senior brother had promised to lead them in expanding the sect and achieving great feats in the future. Following this, Wenwen produced numerous transmission talismans and busied herself relaying messages before taking flight with Zhi'en towards the hall above the sea of clouds. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu had long since retreated to the grand hall of the sect master to indulge in slumber. She lay unabashedly on a wooden chair, lost in a deep and fragrant sleep, occasionally emitting faint snoring sounds. Observing her unrestrained demeanor as she lay there peacefully, Zhi'en could not help but admire her carefree spirit. In such a momentous occasion, her ability to sleep so soundly was truly enviable. An hour later, the senior members attending the sect assembly finally gathered in the grand hall. The 4 peak masters stood solemnly in order, while 37 mid-foundation establishment elders bore serious expressions. 128 early foundation establishment deacons stood ready, prepared for the matters at hand. Chapter 98. The entire might of the Zhi'en sect. Here lies the full strength of the Zhi'en sect, bearing the weight of the sect's rise and fall, now gathered together in unity. Shortly thereafter, the venerable sect master approached with measured and powerful strides. She remained silent, her gaze cool and tranquil as it briefly rested upon Wenwen. Understanding the unspoken message, Wenwen stepped forward with solemnity, her voice resonant as she began to speak. During this exchange conference, our disciples, through unwavering perseverance and profound mastery of their skills, have triumphed over the imperial city, achieving victory that has greatly uplifted our sect's morale. Upon hearing Wenwen's account, the elders and chief stewards were instantly flushed with excitement. In the past century, the Zhi'en sect had never emerged victorious in its confrontations with the imperial city. Now, at long last, they had claimed victory. How could they not feel an overwhelming surge of emotions? The faces, etched with wrinkles, now illuminated with exhilaration, sparkled with pride and honor. Some of the elder stewards could not contain their tears, seemingly recalling the bitter memories of past defeats. The echoes of past regrets and disappointments surged anew within their hearts. Witnessing the elevated spirits of the entire sect, the sect master nodded in satisfaction, then emphasized gravely, "Esteemed members, while we have secured victory at this exchange conference, we must not let our guard down. The imperial city remains wary of our growing strength and keeps a vigilant eye upon us. With the balance now disrupted, a great conflict may be imminent. We must prepare thoroughly and dedicate ourselves to battle readiness." The sect master's words fell like a massive stone into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. The expressions of the assembly turned serious, yet there was no hint of panic. For the higher-ups of the Xiantian sect had long been mentally prepared for the imperial city's potential reactions and strategies. The master of Zhi'en Peak stepped forward like an iron tower, his voice booming. "My peak shall spare no effort in crafting exquisite magical artifacts to augment the disciples' formidable power, ensuring they wield divine weapons with valor in the face of foes." The master of sect affairs then spoke with a composed demeanor and unwavering tone. "Rest assured, sect master, we have arranged all internal matters. The preparations for various resources are proceeding in an orderly manner, ensuring that we do not neglect the critical task of preparing for battle." The elders whispered among themselves for a moment, then stepped forward in unison, solemnly pledging, "We shall lead our disciples in diligent training and in-depth tactical studies, ensuring we are fully prepared to face any trials, ready to sacrifice ourselves for the sect's honor." The chief stewards echoed in solidarity, stating, "The steward hall shall rigorously oversee the execution of all preparations for battle, ensuring no errors occur, whether in resource allocation or personnel arrangements. All will proceed according to plan without disruption. Even in the face of great challenges, we shall give our utmost to fulfill our duties." Seeing the unity and determination among the sect master slightly nodded, her usually cold eyes betraying a rare glimmer of satisfaction. Taking a deep breath, she continued to orchestrate the ongoing arrangements with methodical precision. "Gentlemen, your meticulous nature and thoughtful disposition render you the ideal candidate to oversee the matter of the puppet scouts. It is imperative that you carefully select trustworthy puppets and strategically distribute them around the sect and at critical locations, ensuring comprehensive surveillance of all movements without any oversight. The spirit beast formation shall commence operations immediately. The creatures within must be well fed and tended to with utmost care to maintain their optimal combat readiness. Furthermore, during this preparatory period, all disciples are prohibited from leaving their peaks and must devote themselves exclusively to cultivation, enhancing their strength in anticipation of the impending challenges." Upon hearing the leader's directives, everyone responded in unison, "We shall adhere strictly to the leader's command." Their voices rang out harmoniously, akin to resounding thunder, echoing throughout the hall. In a corner of the hall, Zhi'en stood quietly, witnessing for the first time the convergence of so many esteemed predecessors of the Zuanian gang. His gaze was filled with astonishment and curiosity, silently marveling at the sight. Observing these renowned figures, who were typically only known by name, now earnestly deliberating the future of the sect, Zhi'en found his previously anxious heart considerably reassured. The assembly lasted a full 5 hours, with every detail and plan meticulously discussed and scrutinized, as it pertained to the very survival of the sect, leaving no room for negligence. After the meeting concluded, Zhi'en accompanied Yu Xiaoyu back to Shaoqi Peak. In contrast to the gravity of the decisions and multitude of tasks facing others, Yu Xiaoyu appeared remarkably at ease, seemingly detached from the proceedings. Her singular task seemed to be to wield her blade once the enemy arrived. With everyone occupied with their respective duties, Zhi'en found no opportunity to bid farewell to Master Wenwen. He had intended to visit the Listening Wind Pavilion to engage in refined conversation and earn some filial merit. But the moment was evidently not right. At Shaoqi Peak, in the villa's living room, Yu Xiaoyu reclined in a relaxed manner on the wooden chair, her body forming a striking shape. Clad in coarse linen garments, her graceful figure remained unmistakable. Beneath the rough fabric, her bosom rose and fell rhythmically, the full curves subtly revealing an alluring charm. Despite the simplicity of her attire, it accentuated her proud form, seemingly imbued with endless temptation, provoking flights of fancy. Her shapely legs, enveloped by the linen, exhibited smooth and resilient lines, stirring restless thoughts. The recent excursion to the imperial city had indeed exhausted Yu Xiaoyu, who typically preferred the comfort of her home. If given the choice, she would revel in a life of drinking and smoking at Shaoqi Peak for eternity, a lifestyle that seemed to rival that of celestial beings. At this moment, Zhi'en approached her quietly, bowing respectfully as he said, "Master, after your arduous journey, your disciple is willing to provide a massage to alleviate your fatigue." Yu Xiaoyu lazily turned over, half awake, and replied, "My dear disciple, You truly are like a worm in my belly, anticipating my every desire. Li Zhi'en bowed once more, his demeanor earnest as he spoke. Serving the esteemed master is an unparalleled honor for the disciple. Master, you are as beautiful as a celestial being, and your grace is unmatched in this world. Each smile and frown of yours brings the disciple a refreshing delight, and to serve you is a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Ding. Yu Xiaoyu was exceedingly pleased with your filial piety, earning a filial piety value feedback of 60. Upon hearing the system prompt, Li Zhi'en felt a stir within. Oh. Before even beginning the massage, the filial piety value has already been received. Could it be that the absence of devotion over the past few days has triggered a rebound? Or perhaps it resembles the art of romance, where a little distance results in unexpected rewards. Li Zhi'en couldn't help but indulge in whimsical thoughts. Hurry up. Just then, a dissatisfied voice from Yu Xiaoyu echoed. Chapter 99. Full Body Massage. The disciple shall first apply the invigorating oil for the esteemed master. Li Zhi'en was suddenly startled, hastily gathering his thoughts, before rummaging through the drawer in the living room to retrieve the bottle of safflower oil. This oil had been prepared for the construction of the villa, yet had remained unused until now. At this moment, Li Zhi'en's gaze inadvertently fixed upon Yu Xiaoyu's fair, elongated neck, which possessed an elegant grace reminiscent of a swan. His heart quivered slightly as he pondered silently. Such skin, akin to mutton fat jade, and such a captivating neck truly evoked a sense of reverence that deterred any thought of impertinence. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward demeanor of submission. After taking a deep breath, Li Zhi'en poured the safflower oil into his palm, gently rubbing his hands together to warm the cool liquid. As his palms approached Yu Xiaoyu's neck, the moment they made contact, it felt as though a subtle yet intense current surged throughout his body. Li Zhi'en's heart was tumultuous, the sensation rendering him utterly disoriented. Yet, his movements remained exquisitely gentle, as his fingers deftly employed techniques of kneading, pressing, and gliding. He caressed her delicate skin, gradually easing the tension in her muscles. Yu Xiaoyu let out a soft sigh, causing Li Zhi'en's heartbeat to quicken suddenly, like the urgent beating of a drum. Could it be that my actions have caused her? His throat tightened slightly, and he quickly forced himself to appear composed, daring not to entertain any thoughts of crossing boundaries. Starting from her neck, Li Zhi'en's hands gradually descended to her shoulders. Yu Xiaoyu's shoulders were rounded and exquisite, her skin smooth and radiant, exuding an enchanting luster, akin to a finely crafted piece of art that inspired both longing and awe. He applied a bit more pressure, using a technique of kneading and rolling to feel the robust yet supple shoulders, precisely stimulating the acupoints such as Jianjing and Tianzhou. Yu Xiaoyu's breathing began to grow slightly erratic, and she unconsciously tilted her head, her cascading hair brushing softly against Li Zhi'en's hand. In that instant, he felt as though he had been electrified, his heart fluttering as if a multitude of butterflies danced within him. Li Zhi'en sighed inwardly. Such a scene was truly difficult to control, yet he strained to suppress his impulses, maintaining a posture of reverence, unwilling to let even a hint of negligence or impropriety surface. He then let his hands glide along the curve of Yu Xiaoyu's back, moving gently beneath her clothing. With a tender touch, he attempted to alleviate the tension in her back through the fabric. Despite the barrier of cloth, he could still keenly sense her body's subtle reactions, an indescribable sensitivity. "Relax, Master Xiaoyu," he murmured softly, his words laced with tenderness, and even the way he addressed her hinted at a certain intimacy, as though harboring an unspoken affection. How I longed to embrace her, to feel her warmth, to listen to her gentle breaths. Li Zhi'en's thoughts wandered once more. Yet reason repeatedly pulled him back to reality. As he massaged her lower back, Li Zhi'en's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the alluring curves of her hips. A surge of desire to massage her further coursed through him, yet the remnants of his rationality and survival instinct compelled him to restrain himself. His movements grew increasingly cautious as he gently pressed and kneaded Yu Xiaoyu's back through the fabric of her clothing. Each touch sent ripples across his heart, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake. Yu Xiaoyu's languid eyes seemed to sense his unusual demeanor, yet perhaps she remained oblivious. A subtle twist of her body heightened Li Zhi'en's anxiety, causing him to pause momentarily. He began the massage at her calves. Yu Xiaoyu's slender legs were straight and elongated, her skin firm and elastic, with captivatingly smooth lines. Li Zhi'en's hands gripped firmly as he alternated between the pads of his fingers and the base of his palms, applying pressure to the calf muscles in an upward motion. He could feel the muscles gradually relaxing under his touch. At that moment, her toes involuntarily curled, as if shyly retreating or perhaps responding instinctively. Li Zhi'en's hands grew increasingly gentle, as though cradling the most precious treasure in the world, fearful that any misstep would mar this exquisite moment. As his hands glided from her calves to her delicate, graceful ankles, Li Zhi'en sensed Yu Xiaoyu's body tense slightly. Ignoring her reaction, he grasped her soft, pale foot and began to knead it tenderly, allowing the warm oil to penetrate thoroughly. His fingers then traveled up her petite sole, massaging each toe, resembling pink pearls in their delicacy. A soft moan escaped Yu Xiaoyu's lips once more, leaving Li Zhi'en to wonder whether it was a response to her relaxation or the charged atmosphere surrounding them. Hearing such an intoxicating sound, he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to remain alert. He felt as though he stood on the precipice of danger, where even the slightest misstep could lead to calamity. As the adage goes, passion emboldens the timid. Yet, despite his wandering thoughts, Li Zhi'en dared not act recklessly. Time slipped by, and after 5 hours had passed, Yu Xiaoyu finally instructed her obedient disciple to cease. Observing Li Zhi'en's stamina, she chuckled with satisfaction. "You have improved significantly since our last session." Li Zhi'en, blushing with embarrassment, replied, "I apologize for not fully satisfying you last time, master. Since then, I have diligently trained to ensure my endurance can last at least a day and a night." Yu Xiaoyu erupted into laughter, her mirth contagious. Watching her reaction, Li Zhi'en sheepishly scratched his head and gently inquired, "Master, what would you like to eat tonight? I shall prepare it for you." Her charming eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she rested her chin in thought. After a moment, her rosy lips parted. "I wish to have beggar's chicken. It has been far too long since I savored that flavor." Li Zhi'en bowed respectfully and spoke with ease and confidence. "Master, please wait a moment. I shall prepare the beggar's chicken for you." "My dear disciple, I am exceedingly fond of you," Yu Xiaoyu replied with great satisfaction. Ding. Yu Xiaoyu was immensely pleased with your filial piety, awarding you a feedback of 150 filial piety points. At that moment, Li Zhi'en received a system notification, and a wave of delight surged within him. With such an abundance of filial piety points, Li Zhi'en contemplated upgrading his spell skills, perhaps enhancing the 3rd tier extreme cold seal to the 4th tier. The impending war with the imperial city loomed over him, and Li Zhi'en knew he must prepare in advance. Chapter 100. The end of 1,000 years of frost. Subsequently, Li Zhi'en hurriedly made his way towards the kitchen, intent on selecting the freshest young chicken for his esteemed master. Along the way, he accessed the system interface. Host, Li Zhi'en filial piety value, 420 cultivation level, 3rd layer of chi refinement skills, massage, culinary arts, calligraphy, chess, painting spells, 3rd tier defensive spell, frigid ice seal, items, 1. 3rd tier spirit beast golden bird, 15, 2. Sun shield, defense against a full force strike from a foundational level practitioner, 3. 2nd tier puppet copper corpse, 4. A pair of bloodstained embroidered shoes. Upon observing the description of the embroidered shoes once more, Li Zhi'en was suddenly engulfed by an icy chill piercing through to the nape of his neck. However, after a moment's contemplation, he realized he had yet to encounter any ominous events. Moreover, these bloodied embroidered shoes had even aided him in a previous ordeal. It seemed that until their hidden purpose was fulfilled, his life remained devoid of peril. With this thought, Li Zhi'en felt a slight easing of his tense spirit. At this moment, gazing at the amassed filial piety value, Li Zhi'en sank into deep contemplation. He was pondering the necessity of upgrading the frigid ice seal. After all, confronting the current circumstances, the strength of a practitioner at the 7th layer of defense was evidently insufficient to provide him with a sense of security. The threat from the imperial city loomed overhead like dark clouds, poised to descend at any moment, making the enhancement of his own power an urgent priority. Thus, Li Zhi'en re-entered the system store. With each elevation in level, the store should have refreshed its offerings. Sure enough, a striking 4th tier defensive spell was prominently displayed at the top of the store, capturing his immediate attention. Eagerly, he rushed to examine the detailed introduction. The 4th tier spell, End of 1,000 Years of Frost, could withstand the full force assault of a practitioner at the 9th layer of chi refinement. Not only that, it also possessed a hidden effect, reflective damage. Exchange price, for 100 filial piety value. Reflective damage. Li Zhi'en could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He had long been deprived of effective offensive skills, relying solely on the little swallow and the copper corpse puppet. At this moment, this newly revealed spell was undoubtedly a flawless addition to his arsenal. Imagine, during a fierce battle with an adversary, being able to retaliate without them realizing it. The enemy would surely be caught off guard, leading to unforeseen vulnerabilities. Such vulnerabilities could very well present Li Zhi'en with the pivotal opportunity to turn the tide of the battle. With this thought, Li Zhi'en could no longer contain his surging excitement and resolutely spent a significant amount to acquire the 4th tier defensive spell. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through him like a gentle stream. This extraordinary feeling captivated him, and in the blink of an eye, he successfully grasped this immensely powerful 4th tier spell. It is worth noting that for a prodigy with exceptional talent, mastering a fourth-tier spell typically requires at least 3 years of dedicated effort. For an ordinary cultivator, it may take several decades, if not a lifetime, to achieve such mastery. Subsequently, Zhi'en exited the system and chose a serene, secluded valley to commence his experimentation with the skill Millennial Frost's End. Having acquired such an extraordinary ability, it would be remiss not to personally test its efficacy. In the next moment, Zhi'en inhaled deeply, calming his fervent spirit, and extended his right hand, with his middle and index fingers sharply pointing into the void. A resounding hum filled the air as a massive sphere, spanning 5 zhong, materialized before him. This orb was crafted from crystalline ice, radiating an eerie, bone-chilling aura, as if it could instantly freeze everything in its vicinity. Within this colossal sphere, a grayish-white mist swirled, hinting at the intricate formation that constituted its reflective damage effect. After employing Millennial Frost's End, Zhi'en distinctly felt the spiritual energy within him deplete significantly, akin to a flood breaching its dam. It was evident that he needed to ascend to the 4th or even 5th layer of chi refinement soon. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, this formidable 4th-level defensive spell could only be utilized once. Zhi'en muttered to himself. The impending conflict between the Xiantian sect and the Imperial City loomed like an arrow drawn taut on a bowstring, ready to unleash chaos. In such dire circumstances, it was no longer prudent to act discreetly or hesitate in his development. As a direct disciple of the Little Pool Peak Master, Zhi'en was already inextricably linked to the Xiantian sect. If he wished to avoid sinking alongside the sect in the forthcoming tempest, he must rely on his own strength to carve out a path to survival, for himself and for the Xiantian sect. Ascending to a height within the valley, Zhi'en bent down and summoned all his strength to lift a massive rock weighing over 1,000 jing. Without hesitation, he hurled it towards the ice sphere formed by Millennial Frost's End. A thunderous crash echoed through the valley, scattering the local fauna in fright. However, the outcome was starkly different from Zhi'en's initial expectation of the boulder shattering upon impact. Instead, the immense rock was instantly reduced to fine powder by a powerful rebounding force, dissipating into the air like smoke, vanishing without a trace. "Wow, incredible!" Zhi'en exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him as he raised his fist in triumph, his eyes brimming with astonishment and excitement. The unforeseen efficacy of the reflective damage effect far exceeded his expectations, significantly bolstering his confidence in this newly acquired spell. If he were to face Zhao Qishan, who had consumed a secret potion, he could likely shatter the man's resolve with such formidable counterattack capabilities. Upon leaving the valley, Zhi'en called upon the little swallows frolicking joyfully in the sky. After rummaging through his storage bag for a considerable time, his face painted with reluctance and conflict, he ultimately withdrew 10 medium-grade spirit stones, though not without a twinge of regret. "Oh, little swallow, look at you. Your master is soon to be reduced to a pauper because of you. If I were in your position, I would undoubtedly be consumed with worries, wholeheartedly focused on increasing my master's income, lest he lose his sanity one day and sell me off to reclaim his losses. Unlike you, who seems to revel in play and indulgence every day," Zhi'en lamented as he spoke to the little swallow. The swallow, however, paid no heed to its master's futile complaints. It joyfully fluttered over, swiftly devouring the trembling spirit stone from Zhi'en's hand. Then, with a flurry of wings, it excitedly circled around its master several times, emitting a series of melodious and delightful chirps. The sound seemed to convey, "Master, dear master, do not be so stingy." Afterward, it tilted its little head and affectionately nuzzled against Zhi'en's cheek, a gesture both gentle and heartwarming. It seemed to offer comfort, as if to say, "Master, dear master, do not fret, I shall always be by your side." Chapter 101. Upholding the defense of Xiantian City. To speak candidly, Zhi'en found himself warmed by the reliance exhibited by the little one. The flicker of helplessness and complaint within him dissipated, leaving only a profound affection for the little swallow. As they frolicked along the way, they soon arrived at the kitchen. At that moment, the head of the kitchen, Wang Ergu, was diligently recording the procurement accounts for Xiantian City. Upon hearing his subordinate's frantic reports, Wang Ergu immediately cast aside his ledger and hurriedly approached with a concerned expression. "Young Masterly has showcased his prowess in the Imperial City, and we, the members of Xiantian's sect, are immensely honored. Surely, the arrogance of the Imperial City will be tempered." Upon their meeting, Wang Ergu did not hesitate to perform a grand bow, his countenance devoid of the usual obsequiousness, replaced by pride and elation. His great-grandfather had once had the fortune to participate in the exchange conference of the Imperial City, aspiring to display his talents. Alas, he was thwarted by the ruthless figures of the Imperial City, who shattered his dantian, rendering him a mere shell of his former self, ultimately departing this world in bitterness. Now, with Li Zhi'en triumphantly claiming victory at the exchange conference, he had avenged the grievances of Xiantian's sect. How could he not feel exhilarated? How could his heart not swell with excitement and admiration? Observing this scene, Li Zhi'en quickly helped him to his feet. Old Wang, what is the need for such formality? It is merely a small imperial city, hardly worth mentioning. Li Zhi'en feigned humility, yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner pride and joy. By the way, Old Wang, please select a fresh young chicken for me. Remembering that his master awaited a meal of chicken, Li Zhi'en's demeanor shifted, and he promptly addressed the matter at hand. Wang Ergo instantly reverted to his obsequious demeanor, slightly bowing, his face adorned with a smile as he hurriedly replied, "Please wait a moment, young master. I shall attend to it immediately and bring it to you." With that, Wang Ergo dashed away, his steps brisk and flustered, as if propelled by the wind beneath him, eager not to delay young Master Li's affairs. Meanwhile, within the lofty halls of the sect leader's palace, a tense meeting was underway. The sect leader sat at the foremost position, his expression grave and solemn, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Seated below him were the heads of the Spirit Beast Peak, the Crimson Refinement Peak, the Administrative Peak, and the temporary Grand Elder elected by the elders, the Chief Instructor of Tianying. As for the absence of the Shaoqi Peak Master, perhaps it was due to the consensus that Yu Xiaoyu, even if present, would not offer any valuable insights or constructive suggestions based on her usual demeanor. The sect leader's cold gaze swept over all present before he handed a note to Wenwen. Upon receiving the note and reading its contents, Wenwen's previously gentle expression turned grave. The intelligence from the imperial city indicated that the Wuhou camp was mobilizing, advancing towards Xiantian's sect with an estimated force of around 2,000 cultivators, all at the qi refining levels 1 to 3. Leading them was the formidable and renowned General Wuhou. After Wenwen finished reading the intelligence, the sect leader spoke with an inscrutable expression. How shall we respond? As the voice of the Grandmaster faded, the head of the sect affairs stepped forward, his voice charged with fervor as he proposed. Our sect ought to eradicate the martial general camp with the might of thunder, akin to severing an arm from the imperial city. By doing so, we might extinguish the ambitions of the imperial city in an instant, thereby averting a cataclysmic confrontation that would spell ruin for the innocent. With gentle and thoughtful eyes, she pondered the myriad potential outcomes, then spoke slowly. What if this is a ruse by the imperial city to entice us into a trap? Should we act rashly and fall into an ambush, the Xiantian sect would find itself in peril. Moreover, we have yet to fully comprehend the true intentions and subsequent strategies of the imperial city. We must not act impulsively. The head of the Red Lion Peak remained silent, neither endorsing the aggressive stance of the sect affairs leader nor supporting the cautious perspective of the gentle speaker. The chief instructor of the heavenly camp sighed, the wrinkles on his face appearing more pronounced in that moment, and expressed his concern. Currently, our intelligence remains insufficient. To err on the side of caution, I believe our sect should focus on fortifying Xiantian City. After all, our spirit beast formation can adequately cover Xiantian City. Should it be breached, we can retreat to defend our mountain gate as an escape route. This way, we can at least ensure we have ample room to maneuver, avoiding a desperate situation. After a brief silence, seeing no further responses, the Grandmaster rose slowly from her sandalwood chair, her expression impassive as she commanded, from this day forth, we shall steadfastly defend Xiantian City. After a moment's hesitation, she directed her gaze towards the direction of the small pool peak and continued, inform Yu Xiaoyu to relocate to Xiantian City. Elsewhere, in the kitchen, Li Zhi'en nodded in satisfaction before beginning to select with great care. He first scrutinized the appearance of the young chicken, inspecting whether its feathers were neat, smooth, and lustrous. A chicken with well-maintained feathers often indicates a favorable growth environment, free from excessive external disturbances and diseases. Next, Li Zhi'en gently touched the chicken's breastbone, assessing its hardness and developmental stage. A breastbone that is relatively soft and not fully hardened typically suggests a shorter growth cycle, resulting in more tender meat. He then pressed his fingers against the chicken's breast and leg muscles, gauging their firmness and elasticity. A chicken with tight and elastic muscles indicates ample physical activity, resulting in more developed muscle fibers and superior flavor. Li Zhi'en lifted the chicken's wings, examining the muscle firmness and elasticity to ascertain its level of activity and health. Chickens with greater activity tend to possess stronger and more robust wing muscles. He also lifted the chicken's eyelids to observe whether the eyes were clear and bright, devoid of cloudiness or discharge. The clarity of the eyes serves as a direct reflection of the chicken's health. Clear eyes signify normal bodily functions. Furthermore, Li Zhi'en paid particular attention to the chicken's feet, checking the degree of wear and the vibrancy of their coloration. Feet that exhibit minimal wear and a bright hue typically suggest limited activity range, potentially resulting in more tender meat. Simultaneously, he examined the scales of the chicken's feet for completeness, looking for any signs of damage or disease. After a rigorous and professional selection process, Zhi'en finally chose a few young chickens that he deemed most satisfactory. These chickens, in terms of appearance, growth cycle, and health, met his lofty standards and stringent requirements. Only in this way could he satisfy the culinary desires of his esteemed mentor. Zhi'en murmured to himself, grasping 4 chickens in his hands. He walked while using his spiritual energy to extract 2 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, offering them to Wang Ergo. This time, Wang Ergo did not eagerly reach for the spirit stones. Instead, he sincerely waved his hand and said, "Young Masterly, although you may not know my great-grandfather, I must express my gratitude on his behalf. You have avenged him, as his dying wish was to thoroughly defeat the disciples of the Imperial City at the Exchange Conference. Therefore, I cannot accept your spirit stones." Chapter 102. Beggar's Chicken. Upon hearing Wang Ergo's words, Zhi'en was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossing his face. Gradually, he withdrew the few inferior spirit stones, adopting a solemn demeanor, and resolutely declared, "Should I encounter the murderer from the Imperial City in the future, I shall undoubtedly avenge your great-grandfather." With that, Zhi'en swiftly grasped 4 tender chickens, his feet moving like the wind as he hurriedly departed, all the while silently reminding himself not to keep his master waiting anxiously. As Zhi'en made this promise, Wang Ergo's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, his gaze following the retreating figure of Zhi'en as he performed a deep bow, murmuring, "The Wang family shall forever remember young Master Li's kindness. In this life and the next, it shall never be forgotten." At Shaoqi Peak, upon arriving at the lakeside villa, Zhi'en eagerly set about preparing the delectable beggar's chicken. He first tied an apron, symbolizing his battle gear, around his waist and stepped into the kitchen with a steady stride. His focused gaze radiated a passion and dedication for culinary arts, as if the kitchen were his battlefield, and each dish represented a fortress he was poised to conquer. Clutching the vibrant young chickens firmly, a glimmer of determination crossed his eyes. With a swift motion, he expertly dispatched the chickens, proceeding with the bloodletting and feather scalding in a seamless manner. His actions were skilled and confident, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. The meticulously cleaned chickens lay upon the cutting board, and Zhi'en treated them as precious artworks, carefully removing the entrails. As he worked, he murmured to himself, "This step demands absolute precision. Any slight error could compromise the entire dish's flavor, thus caution is paramount." Subsequently, Zhi'en began to prepare the marinade for the beggar's chicken. Chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic transformed under his knife into finely minced pieces, skillfully combined with a variety of seasonings, evenly applied to the chicken's interior and exterior, each motion imbued with rhythm. He then selected a tender lotus leaf, gently wrapping the chicken within it, his delicate actions akin to adorning the chicken in a splendid gown. As he mixed the clay, his gaze was intent and earnest, his hands discerning the soil's moisture and stickiness until achieving the perfect consistency. Once he placed the wrapped chicken into the oven, Zhi'en remained steadfastly by its side, closely monitoring the fluctuations in temperature. Occasionally, he would furrow his brow to adjust the placement of the firewood, and at times, his expression would soften into a satisfied smile. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Yet he remained oblivious to their presence. As time flowed gently by, the rich aroma of the beggar's chicken wafted through the kitchen. In the bathroom on the second floor, Yu Xiaoyu's delicate nose twitched, her exquisite features revealing an expression of utter delight. She then elegantly tossed her damp, cascading hair, unreservedly leaping from the bathtub in her bare form, her heart filled with joy as she prepared to dash downstairs to relish the enticing beggar's chicken. However, just as she reached for the door, a sudden chill enveloped her, jolting her into the realization that she was still unclothed. With a hint of impatience, Yu Xiaoyu waved her hand, and the loose bathrobe swiftly enveloped her, guided by an ethereal energy. Hearing the hurried footsteps from the upper floor, Zhi'en understood immediately. His master had caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and could hardly contain their eagerness. At that moment, the beggar's chicken was perfectly roasted, and Zhi'en skillfully donned a pair of gloves. He carefully extracted the steaming dish from the furnace and steadily carried it to the dining table in the living room. Yu Xiaoyu's large, sparkling eyes glimmered with delight as she swiftly approached the table, unable to restrain her excitement as she began to unwrap the outer layers of the chicken. At that instant, Zhi'en felt a sudden constriction in his throat, for it seemed Yu Xiaoyu had hurriedly emerged from her bath. A small patch of her snow-white skin remained exposed, reminiscent of a cheap house slit, revealing her long, fair legs in an exquisite manner. This unique perspective sent a jolt through Zhi'en's heart, warmth flooding his entire being. However, He hastily quelled his tumultuous thoughts, striving to maintain a facade of composure and respect as he stood quietly by, awaiting his master's enjoyment of the dish. Yu Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixated on the steaming beggar's chicken, which exuded an irresistible aroma. She could not help but inhale deeply, as if attempting to draw every bit of that alluring fragrance into her lungs. Ignoring the intense heat, she eagerly extended her slender, delicate hand to hastily peel away the tightly wrapped lotus leaves. As the leaves unfurled, an even richer, more robust scent wafted forth, crashing over her senses like an unseen wave. Unable to contain her delight, she gasped in awe, her expression akin to that of a child who has just discovered the most precious treasure in the world, adorable and playful, evoking a smile from anyone who beheld her. In that moment, Yu Xiaoyu was oblivious to her appearance. She gripped the fragrant chicken tightly, devouring it with abandon, her mouth glistening with grease. Her cheeks bulged, resembling a gluttonous little squirrel, an utterly charming yet amusing sight. She devoured the tender, juicy meat with such fervor that it vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, she seized another piece, her movements swift and fluid, as if in a dazzling dance. Her eyes occasionally squinted into delightful crescent shapes, filled with pure enjoyment. Before long, the entire beggar's chicken was consumed, leaving only a chaotic pile of bones. As she swallowed the last morsel, she mumbled indistinctly, "Disciple, this beggar's chicken you made is simply divine. I have never tasted anything so exquisite." A satisfied smile crept across Li Zhi'en's face, and he thought to himself, my devotion shall soon be rewarded. Yet, he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect, first bowing deeply before earnestly stating, "The disciple, with such humble abilities, is indeed fortunate to have caught the esteemed eye of the master. It is truly a tremendous blessing for the disciple. I pledge to remain forever devoted, steadfastly by your side, wholeheartedly absorbing your teachings and diligently adhering to your commands." Upon hearing this long string of heartfelt flattery, Yu Xiaoyu could not contain her delight and erupted into a fit of laughter, her voice ringing clear and melodious, akin to the chime of silver bells. Ding! Yu Xiaoyu was immensely pleased with your delectable beggar's chicken, earning a feedback of 100 filial piety points. Indeed, the system notification arrived as expected. Listening to the chime of filial piety points being credited, Li Zhi'en began to contemplate that it might be time to enhance his cultivation. Thus, he immediately focused his mind, allowing his consciousness to enter the system marketplace. Chapter 103. Yu Xiaoyu guards Xiantian City, observing the page marked with the cultivation experience package. Li Zhi'en couldn't help but furrow his brow, for the price of the experience package had unexpectedly risen. Unit price, 60 filial piety points. Upon reflection, this seemed only reasonable. As one's own cultivation level gradually ascends, how could the experience package possibly maintain its original price indefinitely? Was it conceivable that the transition from golden core to nascent soul could cost merely 50 filial piety points? This was clearly an impossibility. With a heavy heart, Li Zhi'en gritted his teeth and purchased 2 cultivation experience packages. In an instant, the filial piety points he had painstakingly amassed were entirely squandered. He did not immediately utilize the experience packages. Instead, he opted for caution, waiting for the opportune moment. Perhaps he would seek a minor task from a sect within Xiantian City before making a breakthrough. After a satisfying meal, Yu Xiaoyu languidly reclined on a lounge chair in the living room, sipping wine, and soon succumbed to slumber. Glancing at the alluring sight of her still clad in a bathrobe, striking various indecorous poses, Li Zhi'en dared not gaze for long, fearing it might provoke his master's spiritual awareness. Yet, as a young man brimming with vitality, he found it exceedingly difficult to resist such temptation. The following morning, a gentle breeze swept through. Li Zhi'en, bearing the weight of 2 pronounced dark circles under his eyes and appearing somewhat fatigued, slowly exited the villa by the pond. Today, he had resolutely decided to undertake a minor task within Xiantian City. After careful deliberation, he deemed that elevating his cultivation was of utmost importance at this juncture. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu emerged from the villa's living room, her expression grave. "My dear disciple, I must go guard Xiantian City, and the task of overseeing Shaoqi Peak is entrusted to you. Do not be negligent," she spoke softly. Li Zhi'en understood that his master's decision to leave him at Shaoqi Peak was for his safety. However, without her presence, where would he procure more filial piety points? Contemplating this, he bowed deeply, his expression resolute and impassioned as he proclaimed, "The rise and fall of the sect is a shared responsibility, though my skills are meager and my cultivation lowly. For the safety and honor of my revered master and our sect, I am willing to brave any peril, undeterred by the prospect of death." Hearing such fervent declarations, the typically carefree Yu Xiaoyu was quite taken by his words. She promptly patted Li Zhi'en's shoulder with exuberance, exclaiming, "Ha! My dear disciple, you speak most wisely. Had I not taken you as my disciple, I would truly wish to become sworn brothers with you at this moment." Li Zhi'en rolled his eyes in silence, inwardly muttering, "Sworn brothers? Perhaps a ceremony with candles would be more fitting." Subsequently, Yu Xiaoyu intended to fly with Li Zhi'en to Xiantian City. However, he shook his head in response. "Master, since you will be residing in Xiantian City for an extended period, I believe we should move all the necessary items from the kitchen, as well as your beloved bathtub, to ensure you feel at home in your new surroundings." As Yu Xiaoyu contemplated the exquisite dishes prepared by her disciple and the delightful comfort of soaking in a spacious bathtub, she quickly nodded in agreement, deeming the course of action quite necessary. With a smile, she remarked, "Haha, my dear disciple is truly considerate. It is indeed indispensable for me. Moving there is splendid." In a flash of light, Yu Xiaoyu made her way to Xiantian City, leaving behind her own storage bag for Li Zhi'en to use for various items. Her own storage bag was rather limited in capacity, unable to accommodate such an abundance of belongings. Holding the shimmering storage bag in hand, Li Zhi'en was filled with curiosity. Unable to suppress his thoughts about what treasures might lie within, he cautiously extended his consciousness into the bag. However, the scene that unfolded was starkly different from his imagined opulence of piled spirit stones and scattered magical artifacts. Instead, the expansive space contained merely a few ordinary articles of clothing, leaving it desolately empty. Where were the treasures of his esteemed master? How could a venerable golden core cultivator possess so little? Filled with bewilderment, Li Zhi'en couldn't help but ponder, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the small pond. Perhaps the good things were hidden therein, he speculated. Shaking his head to dispel such fanciful thoughts, Li Zhi'en began to gather items from the kitchen. Pots, bowls, utensils, and seasonings, all that could be moved, were methodically packed into the storage bag. For him, this was a means to realize his ambitions, as vital as the cherished artifacts that cultivators hold dear. Upon reaching the second-floor bathroom, Li Zhi'en was astonished to discover that the bathwater from the night before remained untouched. The water, imbued with Yu Xiaoyu's spiritual essence, shimmered with an ethereal allure, glistening with an enchanting glow. A few wisps of fragrance floated upon the surface, seemingly carrying Yu Xiaoyu's unique scent, stirring his heart. He couldn't help but feel that discarding it would be a grave waste. Unconsciously, he licked his dry lips. Of course, he did not intend to drink it. After all, such a large tub of water was far beyond his capacity. After a moment's reflection, Li Zhi'en realized it had been quite some time since he had bathed. Why not indulge in this spiritually infused water, experiencing a unique cleansing? Once this thought took hold, it lingered in his mind. 2 hours later, Li Zhi'en emerged from the bathroom, radiating vitality and clarity, as though infused with a newfound energy. Exuding an indescribable sense of satisfaction. With a heart full of joy, he set off toward Xiantian City. Nestled at the foot of the Xiantian sect, Xiantian City was now under tight security due to the sect's urgent preparations for war. With its gates firmly shut, Li Zhi'en entered through a secret passage at the rear. At that moment, all the shops in the city were closed, and the once bustling vibrancy had faded away. Numerous disciples of the Xiantian sect hurried through the streets, some transporting supplies, while others worked together to maneuver heavy defensive artifacts. Each face bore a solemn expression, and the atmosphere was permeated with gravity. Li Zhi'en, after inquiring, learned that his master had gone directly to the city wall. Upon discovering this, he did not dare to delay even for a moment. His steps quickened as he hurried towards the direction of the wall. The towering walls of Xiantian City rose majestically into the clouds, reaching a height of 20 zhang, resembling a colossal dragon slumbering upon the earth. Grand and imposing arrow towers, along with sturdy and formidable corner towers, were strategically distributed, instilling a profound sense of security. Additionally, there were embrasures designed for offensive maneuvers, equipped with various defensive artifacts, standing ready for any eventuality. Above the walls, a magnificent array shimmered subtly, with vast beams of light flickering within, emanating powerful waves of energy that safeguarded this city and its inhabitants. Chapter 104. The great banner of the martial general camp upon the city walls, numerous disciples of the Xiantian sect stood in a state of readiness. And as anticipated, Li Zhi'en was obstructed from advancing. Without the official order from the lord of the city, no one was permitted to ascend the walls unbidden. One disciple from the camp recognized Li Zhi'en and spoke with a tone as frigid as ice, seemingly still harboring resentment over the matter concerning the Spirit Beast secret realm. Li Zhi'en did not force his way through, but rather inclined his head slightly, his demeanor calm as he spoke. "My brothers, your efforts are commendable. The imperial city is currently under watchful eyes, and the situation is urgent. You must remain vigilant and alert. Should anyone dare to grow complacent, I, Li Zhi'en, shall not show leniency." Having delivered his message, Li Zhi'en disregarded the disciple's reaction and turned away with composure. A person must respond when confronted, regardless of reason. One must first relieve their ire. After taking a few steps, a surge of potent spiritual energy suddenly enveloped Li Zhi'en tightly. Subsequently, he was unceremoniously yanked upwards to the high city wall, as though he were a mere chick being lifted. Without needing to speculate, Li Zhi'en was aware that only his capricious master possessed the capability to employ such brute force. As expected, after a chaotic flurry atop the wall, he finally regained his footing and lifted his gaze to find Yu Xiaoyu, one foot assertively planted on the parapet, gazing majestically into the distance. Disciple pays respects to master. Li Zhi'en quickly adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire and bowed respectfully. Yu Xiaoyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then pointed to an arrow tower behind her, saying, "I shall reside here for the time being. You may enter and make preparations." Disciple obeys, Li Zhi'en replied, and promptly made his way towards the arrow tower. Given the heavily guarded city walls, the exchange between master and disciple took on an unusually serious tone. This arrow tower was one of many within Xiantian City, modest in size, akin to that of 3 ordinary rooms. Nonetheless, the walls were remarkably thick, adorned with arrow slits and shooting holes, displaying exquisite design and commendable defensive capabilities. Upon entering the tower, Li Zhi'en beheld numerous arrows faintly glowing with spiritual light, alongside a uniquely crafted magical catapult. With a focused expression, he retrieved his master's storage bag and meticulously began to collect the supplies one by one. As this place would serve as a temporary abode, he diligently sealed the shooting holes with bricks. Next, Li Zhi'en took out the kitchen utensils piece by piece, methodically hanging them on the walls of the arrow tower. The pots and pans were systematically arranged on the wooden table he had brought along. After organizing the kitchen, which occupied a full room, he carefully moved out the beloved bathing tub of his master, placing it in the innermost room. As there were no doors between the 3 rooms, he simply hung a curtain at the entrance of the room designated for the tub. By the time he completed these tasks, the hour was nearing noon. As Li Zhi'en was preparing a meticulously crafted lunch for her esteemed master, a sudden, urgent ringing of bells echoed from outside. Could it be an enemy attack? Alarm surged within Li Zhi'en's heart, and she swiftly took flight, racing towards the door. Outside stood the towering city walls, where the sect leader, the revered master, stood resolutely at the forefront, her gaze as frosty as the winter's chill, fixed intently upon the slowly advancing banner of the Wuhou camp. Behind her stood Yu Xiaoyu, the master of Chilean Peak, the head of the administrative peak, and the elder. In a fit of rage, Yu Xiaoyu kicked over the arrow barrel in front of her, shouting vehemently, "How dare that pompous envoy from the imperial city act so audaciously? Let me handle him. I assure you, I can vanquish him in 3 strikes." Wen, with a worried expression, slowly shook her head and replied, "Neither the puppet scouts nor the imperial city spies have detected any reinforcements near the Wuhou camp. However, it is precisely because of this that we must exercise utmost caution." The elder sighed heavily, his aged visage appearing even more haggard under the weight of concern. "Master, I believe that no matter what trickery the imperial city employs, our sect should primarily focus on defense, responding to change with steadfastness." The sect leader slightly nodded, retracting her icy gaze, and then, with an air of authority, addressed the assembly. "From this day forth, no one shall leave the city to engage in battle without my command." Upon hearing her words, Yu Xiaoyu pouted in frustration, her discontent evident. Almost on the verge of rebuking the sect leader as a meddlesome old woman, Li Zhi'en wholeheartedly agreed with the sect leader's decree. Recognizing that the overall strength of the Xiantian sect was inferior to that of the imperial city, making a defensive stance the most prudent course of action. Naturally, the Xiantian sect must also withstand the pressure, avoiding the temptation of the bait cast by the imperial city. Under the immense strain of life and death, individuals often resort to irrational actions, attempting to seize opportunities amidst chaos, thereby easily falling into the meticulously laid traps of the enemy. With this thought in mind, Li Zhi'en gradually stepped back, understanding that her voice could not influence the larger strategy, and thus resolved to continue preparing lunch for her esteemed master. However, the sect leader's piercing gaze suddenly fell upon Li Zhi'en, and she said, "Li Zhi'en, come here for a moment." Upon being personally summoned by the sect leader, Li Zhi'en's heart leapt, and she dared not exhibit any signs of negligence, quickly approaching with utmost respect. Her mind raced with various possibilities. Yu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, her expression brimming with displeasure. For reasons unbeknownst to her, whenever someone commanded her obedient disciple, an irritable feeling would well up within her, compelling her to unleash her fury upon the offender, even if it were her own master. Wenwen's beautiful eyes sparkled as she closely followed the sect leader, leading Zhi'en towards the grand hall, and moments later, a knowing smile graced her lips. Having already surmised the intent behind her master's actions, within the hidden chamber at the deepest part of the grand hall, Zhi'en gazed at a small, resplendent pool of golden light before her, rendered momentarily speechless, as if ensnared by a spell of immobilization. In the small pond, the concentration of spiritual energy was exceedingly rich, nearly taking on a tangible form. He could distinctly sense that the energy contained within surpassed that of the innate spiritual spring found in the red hole by several tiers. There was even a breath of innate spiritual charm circulating within. Could this possibly be a pool formed from the crystallization of an innate spiritual spring? After a considerable time, Zhi'en finally awoke from his reverie, stammering a question, forgetting all propriety. The cold gaze of the sect leader fixed upon Zhi'en's dantian, and in a voice that resonated with profundity, he said, "Your innate waste spiritual root hinders your cultivation progress. Today, I shall utilize the waters of the heavenly spring to cleanse your spiritual root. The extent of your gains will depend entirely on your fortune." Chapter 105. Embarrassment. Zhi'en could not help but lick his parched lips, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. This fervor was not spurred by the unheard of heavenly spring water. Indeed, with his current system, he no longer needed to rely on external resources for advancement. Rather, it was the rare opportunity to utilize those two cultivation experience packages without raising any suspicion that thrilled him. The sect leader, observing Zhi'en's palpable excitement, softened her previously cold gaze and spoke, "Your talent in magic is unparalleled, a true marvel of the ages. I should have taken you under my wing for personal guidance. Given time, you would undoubtedly become the backbone of Xintian's sect. However, with the imperial city pressing ever closer and the situation becoming increasingly dire, I must resort to rather aggressive methods to forcibly elevate your cultivation. I hope you can understand the difficult circumstances our sect currently faces." Upon hearing this, Zhi'en knelt without hesitation, his tone resolute and powerful as he declared, "The sect has nurtured me since childhood. My master has bestowed upon me immense kindness. Now that the sect is in peril, I shall lead the charge, braving fire and water without a second thought." After his impassioned proclamation, Zhi'en decisively bowed his head to the ground, contemplating to himself, "If I do not express my loyalty to the leader now, when will I?" With a graceful wave of her hand, the sect leader summoned a gentle surge of spiritual energy that slowly lifted Zhi'en to his feet. "As a prodigy of magic, I shall not place you in undue danger. However, necessary trials are inescapable. After all, without careful chiseling, how can a raw gem become a treasure?" She then raised a delicate finger, pointing towards the resplendent golden pool. "Enter and gather spiritual energy. I shall personally cleanse your marrow and roots." Upon hearing this, Zhi'en hurried towards the pool, excitement coursing through him as he pondered privately, "Should I strip off my clothes? Bathing completely unclothed seems only natural." Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. The idea of exposing himself before his master was utterly unthinkable. As he entered the pool, Zhi'en immediately felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, as if it had come alive, rushing towards his dantian. This powerful yet gentle force enveloped him in warmth, providing an exquisite comfort akin to being in a celestial realm. Indeed, such wondrous treasures are extraordinary, he mused inwardly. Meanwhile, the sect leader gracefully raised her hand, executing a series of intricate gestures. Mysterious seals emanated from her palm, gently striking various parts of Zhi'en's body. As she began the process of marrow cleansing, he initially felt the rush of energy but soon found it escalating into a violent torrent. It was as if a herd of raging bulls were charging towards his dantian, relentlessly expanding it. Under such brutal onslaught, Zhi'en's face flushed crimson, and the veins on his body bulged like writhing earthworms. He struggled to endure the excruciating pain, the earlier sense of comfort now a distant memory. As time slowly flowed by, the master of the sect executed his hand seals with increasing speed, the array of gestures cascading down like a torrential storm. If the earlier moments could be likened to a rampaging bull, now it had transformed into a herd of elephants trampling through. Zhi'en suddenly felt a wave of heaviness in his chest, a sweetness rising in his throat, and he instinctively coughed up a mouthful of essence blood. However, under the nourishing embrace of the dense and pure spiritual energy, his internal injuries were almost instantaneously mended. During the expulsion of blood, the spiritual energy within his dantian surged forth violently, shattering his garments in an explosive display of power. In an instant, he found himself completely naked, stripped of all coverings. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Feeling the chill of his exposed body, Zhi'en's heart raced wildly. Akin to a startled deer, he dared not open his eyes to gauge the expression of the master, nor could he rise to flee. For the process of marrow cleansing had yet to conclude. Any interruption would surely lead to devastating consequences for his spiritual roots. The very thought was unbearable. Thus, he could only awkwardly force his eyes shut, wishing he could vanish into the earth. The master of the sect appeared equally unprepared for such a situation. How could Li Zhi'en's control over his spiritual energy be so lacking? In truth, he had always relied on experience packages to elevate his cultivation, neglecting the foundational techniques of qi refinement in earnest study and practice. At this moment, the master's once serene eyes became distinctly unnatural. Having cultivated for a millennium, embodying purity and clarity, she had devoted herself solely to the pursuit of the eternal Tao. Yet today marked an unprecedented encounter with the naked form of a man, one whom she held in considerable regard as her disciple. In that fleeting instant, an inexplicable ripple stirred within her heart. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the tumultuous feelings within and slowly closed her eyes. She did not halt the marrow cleansing process. Yet her breathing lost its earlier tranquility, becoming slightly heated. Li Zhi'en sensed that the master had not ceased her work, and he felt a quiet sigh of relief wash over him. I was terrified, thinking I might meet my end right here. He reflected in dread. Seizing the moment, Li Zhi'en utilized 2 experience packages within the system, and his cultivation swiftly ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement. The master, keenly attuned to the shift in his cultivation, was elated and instinctively opened her eyes. Yet, upon once again encountering Li Zhi'en's nakedness, her expression turned awkward, and she promptly shut them once more, a subtle hue of embarrassment gracing her cheeks. 2 hours later, the painful and awkward process of marrow cleansing finally reached its conclusion. During this time, Li Zhi'en took the opportunity to delve into the system, meticulously examining the usage frequency of his 4th-tier defensive skill following his ascension to the 5th level of qi refinement. To his delight, he discovered a notable change in the skill's notes. It had transformed from once a day to 3 times a day. Satisfied, he exited the system, fully aware that while the 4th-tier skill might not guarantee him an absolute advantage, it would nonetheless be of great benefit. However, simultaneously employing the 4-tiered skills thrice would undoubtedly usher in a remarkable turnaround, potentially becoming the pivotal factor for victory in dire moments. At this juncture, the esteemed master cleared her throat, turning her back to Li Zhi'en, and instructed, "You shall proceed to the Lord's mansion to await the gentle summons of 1-1. Try to minimize your involvement in the skirmishes atop the city walls, for your cultivation is still in its infancy. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness squander your considerable talent." With that, she gracefully swept her sleeve and vanished from sight. Li Zhi'en promptly bowed respectfully, his voice tinged with awkwardness as he remarked, "I bid farewell to the esteemed master. I am deeply grateful for your generous bestowal of cleansing grace." A peculiar sensation washed over him. It felt somewhat odd to express thanks to the master while in a state of undress, reminiscent of a scene implying favored affection. Chapter 106. The Lord's Manor. Once the figure of the esteemed master disappeared, Li Zhi'en hurriedly dashed out of the water pool, completely unclothed. Gazing at the desolate secret chamber devoid of any item to shield his modesty, he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. How on earth was he to leave this place? Was he truly expected to stride out bare and unashamed? Should outsiders catch sight of him, well, what would they think? Li Zhi'en found himself in a quandary. Should he tarnish the reputation of the master? Not even 100 lives would suffice to redeem him. Eventually, his gaze fell upon 2 storage bags on the ground, one his own, the other belonging to his revered teacher. His own bag was never stocked with spare clothes. Given its limited capacity, it could barely accommodate essential magical artifacts and cultivation resources, let alone spare garments. But his teacher's bag contained several changes of clothing, perhaps. At this thought, Li Zhi'en felt a flicker of hesitation, not due to disdain for the size of his teacher's garments, but rather the concern that donning his teacher's attire might inadvertently mar her reputation. After all, he had yet to master the art of sword flight and would have to traverse the distance on foot, encountering numerous passers-by along the way. Just as he stood in a tumultuous state of indecision, the master unexpectedly returned, holding several articles of men's clothing. "Put these on. I will ensure your safe departure." Her cool voice resonated as she turned her back to him. Blushing furiously, Li Zhi'en hastily accepted the garments, trembling hands fumbling as he dressed in a flurry. Once he finally managed to attire himself, he was astonished to discover that these were indeed his own clothes. Had the master teleported to Xiaoqi Feng's residence to retrieve his garments? Upon reflection, this seemed the only plausible explanation, and a wave of gratitude surged within him as he regarded her serene silhouette. For so long, Li Zhi'en had harbored nothing but fear towards the master, a being of immense power who had lived for a millennium. In his perception, she had always been an imposing figure, exuding authority that commanded respect. Yet now, He genuinely felt the warmth of her compassion, a tenderness imbued with concern. Subsequently, Zhi'en was directly transported from the ethereal hall to the Lord's Manor of Zhuantiang City by the Master. At that moment, the manor was steeped in a tense atmosphere of preparation for battle. In the courtyard, the senior stewards of the Zhuantiang sect moved briskly, some bearing gleaming spiritual swords, others wielding high-grade artifacts, each carrying significant responsibilities with grave expressions. Occasionally, celestial cranes soared through the sky, their broad backs laden with boxes of precious spiritual materials, shimmering under the sun's radiant glow. Within the main hall, a colossal crystal orb floated mid-air, vividly reflecting the surrounding terrain and the movements of the enemy forces. However, such a crystal ball is easily susceptible to the interference of enemy artifacts, rendering it unreliable as a means of warfare. In a secluded chamber, the alchemical furnace blazed with intense flames, and the air was thick with the rich aroma of elixirs, saturating the entire room. This was the work of alchemists concocting pills designed to swiftly restore spiritual energy. In a corner, mysterious talismans were piled high like a small mountain. As an elder well-versed in the art of runes diligently inscribed powerful charms, Zhi'en walked calmly past the crowd, unimpeded. For all recognized he had come from the main hall of the sect. He soon encountered one, who was in a spacious hall reviewing accounts, her pen occasionally making notes in the ledger. Disciple pays respects to the esteemed uncle. The sect master has instructed me to await your command, Zhi'en said respectfully. His words sincere. Wenwen gently set down the manual for grain management, attentively sensing the fluctuations in her nephew's cultivation before responding with a soft and melodious voice. Indeed, nephew, your talent is remarkable. To elevate 2 levels during your first marrow cleansing is truly extraordinary. Such aptitude is astonishing. You are destined for greatness. With an immeasurable future ahead, Zhi'en felt a stir of emotion in his heart. How did his uncle know he had undergone marrow cleansing? And that it was his first? Was there to be a second or third? Well, he would need to prepare extra clothing. He could not afford to be caught unprepared. Wenwen seemed to effortlessly interpret Zhi'en's subtle expressions. Her beautiful eyes momentarily widened in surprise before she could not contain a soft laugh. At first, Zhi'en was perplexed, but recalling his uncle's unparalleled wisdom and her keen ability to read emotions, he was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he felt utterly embarrassed, as if his toes could dig a hole to hide in. Wenwen laughed for a while longer, finally ceasing her amusement when she noticed Zhi'en's acute discomfort, wishing to vanish into the ground. Yet, despite this, her mind could not help but wonder what expression and reaction their usually aloof master would have had. Zhi'en's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. His head bowed deeply, too shy to meet his uncle's gaze. In Wenwen's presence, he felt as exposed as if he were unclothed, all his thoughts laid bare. Just then, a disciple hurriedly delivered a thick stack of bills, breaking the awkward tension that had enveloped the room. Zhi'en glanced at the grain ledger and quickly changed the subject. Before we move our troops, we must ensure our supplies are sufficient. I wonder if the grain in Zhuantiang City is adequate? After all, cultivators below the foundation establishment stage cannot subsist on air. So the city requires a substantial daily supply of food. Wenwen cleared her throat, her expression appearing more composed as she spoke. Our sect has prepared adequately for the ambitions of the imperial city, securing sufficient grain and defensive artifacts. You need not worry about this, dear nephew. Upon hearing this, Zhi'en exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as the provisions are ample, one can maintain a prolonged stalemate with the imperial city. Even in the face of absolute disadvantage, there exists a glimmer of hope. For in this ever-shifting landscape, time is the most significant variable. Since the sect leader has sent his disciple to the Lord's residence, let the disciple assist me in reviewing the accounts. Wenwen indicated towards the nearby desk. Zhi'en dared not refuse and hurriedly took a seat beside the desk, adjusting his attire before beginning to peruse the records. In truth, he had no comprehension of how to audit the accounts. The ledger seemed utterly perplexing in his hands. Yet, the script within the ledger was relatively neat, though it paled in comparison to the elegant calligraphy of Wang Shiji that he had studied from the system. Chapter 107, Filial Piety Value 201. Perceptive and astute, keenly sensed Zhi'en's embarrassment. She gently set aside the intricate accounts in her hands and beckoned her disciple with a graceful wave of her jade-like hand. Come closer. Allow me to teach you how to reconcile the accounts. Her voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing willow branches. Zhi'en, his face tinged with shame, hesitated momentarily before carefully placing the ledger down and approaching her cautiously. Observing her disciple standing at a distance, Wenwen couldn't help but smile. She lightly patted the cushion beside her and spoke in a soothing tone. There is no need for such formality. Sit here beside me. Upon hearing her words, Li Zhi'en dared not be remiss. He promptly took a seat next to his esteemed mentor, being both cautious and respectful. In that instant, he inhaled a delicate and ethereal fragrance of orchids, which seemed to possess a magical quality, soothing the spirit. Wenwen, unhurried and composed, gradually unfolded the accounts before her. Her expression focused as she elucidated. To reconcile the accounts, we must adhere to the method of the 4 pillars ledger. It is essential to prioritize the old management, new receipts, and exclusions as key points. Her voice resonated steadily, akin to the echo of a bell. First, meticulously verify the figures of the old management to ensure their accuracy. Then, carefully check each item of new grain received, leaving no room for error. Diligently examine the exclusions, precluding any oversight, so that we may ultimately ascertain the true surplus. Each entry must correspond precisely to the actual state of the granary, allowing for no negligence. After several patient and meticulous explanations from Wenwen, Li Zhi'en gradually began to grasp the method of reconciling the accounts. Subsequently, emulating his mentor, he picked up the brush and solemnly inscribed the characters "no discrepancy." However, the style he employed was that of Wang Shiji's fluid and elegant cursive script. Wenwen, initially preoccupied with her own tasks, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the 2 characters crafted with such finesse. Instantly, her gaze became transfixed. The strokes were executed with remarkable skill, flowing as effortlessly as a river, imbued with a graceful yet substantial charm. The structure was both vigorous and beautiful, with an impeccable distribution of density, each element complementing the other harmoniously. The composition was masterfully executed, seamless and unimpeded. It embodied the beauty of natural variation, balancing both roundness and angularity, with the precision of proportion exquisitely calibrated. In just 2 characters, Li Zhi'en had profoundly astonished Wenwen, who hailed from a family steeped in literary tradition and possessed extensive knowledge. "My dear disciple, what script is this?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief. Her breath slightly quickened as she eagerly inquired. Li Zhi'en, filled with pride yet striving to maintain composure, respectfully bowed and replied, "This is Wang Shiji's cursive script, which I fortuitously learned from the stone wall of an ancient tomb. If you find it pleasing, I would be honored to impart the essence of this script to you without reservation." Wenwen gazed deeply at those 2 characters. For someone who cherished the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the value of a book or a painting often surpassed that of a priceless treasure. Upon hearing her disciple's words, her face flushed with excitement, her heart racing like a startled deer. The thought of learning an unparalleled piece of calligraphy today nearly unsettled her usually composed and dignified demeanor. Yes, my dear disciple, do share the essence of it all. I can hardly contain my eagerness to appreciate Wang Shiji's cursive script." Wenwen exclaimed urgently, her breath imbued with a peculiar fragrance, almost brushing against Li Zhi'en's face, causing his heart to quicken. Instinctively, Li Zhi'en inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the rising heat within him as he slowly picked up the brush from the table. He understood well that the foremost step in mastering Wang Shiji's cursive script was to first practice the Lantingi Su. As he focused intently on copying the piece, he spoke with earnestness. When replicating a piece, one must not only pursue similarity in form but, more crucially, strive to capture the essence. It was essential to comprehend the spirit and unique character of Wang Shiji's calligraphy, to deeply feel the rigorous structure behind its seemingly carefree elegance. His gaze was steadfast and radiant. With repeated strokes, he meticulously pondered each character's structure and posture, endeavoring to empathize with Wang Shiji's mindset and emotions while writing. The brush in his hand moved fluidly, his voice steady and resonant. He also placed particular emphasis on the harmonious relationship between strokes, ensuring that the characters flowed together seamlessly, akin to a gentle stream, without interruption. Only through such dedication could one gradually grasp the quintessence of Wang Shiji's cursive script. Meanwhile, Wenwen was wholly absorbed in watching the Lantingi Su take shape before her. The emotions reflected in her autumn-like eyes intensified, transitioning from deep astonishment to an indescribable awe. At that moment, a crisp system notification chimed. "Ding. Wenwen is exceedingly pleased with your cursive script of Lantingi Su and has granted you 200 filial piety points." Upon hearing this unexpected notification, Li Zhi'en was instantly filled with overwhelming joy. However, he had not anticipated that Wenwen would be so enamored with the piece. With these points, I can continue to enhance my cultivation. Once my realm surpasses that of my master, I shall certainly take her as my wife." Li Zhi'en indulged in his fantasies. Suddenly, he tensed up. Wenwen was right beside him. If she were to accurately discern his unguarded thoughts through a fleeting expression, would he not be deemed a rebellious disciple? Just as cold sweat began to bead on Li Zhi'en's brow, he cautiously observed Wenwen, realizing that all her attention was entirely captivated by the Lantingi Su. Utterly oblivious to his unease, He finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. He watched as Wen picked up a wolf hairbrush to practice. Though her technique appeared markedly unrefined, Zhi'en could not help but ponder in his heart how delightful and enchanting it would be if he could gently embrace her from behind at this moment, patiently guiding her hand as she practiced her calligraphy. Sensing a glance from Wen, who seemed to have an inkling of his thoughts, Zhi'en quickly bit his tongue, using the pain to swiftly clear his mind of distractions. What folly! If she were to discover his feelings, he would likely find himself reborn on the spot. Dear disciple, this Lanting Su is indeed profound and vast, containing the ultimate truths of nature and the universe. It takes decades of diligent study to reach such a pinnacle, Wen said. Her complexion flushed as she set down her wolf hairbrush. Nevertheless, she treasured the freshly completed Lanting Su, carefully storing it with her spirit, contemplating that in her leisure time, she would surely revisit and savor its intricate beauty repeatedly. Chapter 108, The Siege. Zhi'en hastily rose to his feet, bowing respectfully, and earnestly declared, Master Uncle, your wisdom is unparalleled, your talent unmatched, and your innate gifts remarkable. You possess both beauty and intellect, and your vast knowledge and exceptional abilities will undoubtedly allow you to grasp the essence of this art in a remarkably short time, becoming a revered master of cursive script. With a gentle smile, Wen chuckled softly, for she had never been one to indulge in flattery. However, before her stood her highly esteemed disciple. And despite his effusive praise, she could not harbor even a trace of irritation towards him. Just then, a deep and prolonged horn sounded from the city walls. Wen's expression instantly turned grave, and with a swift motion, she prepared to soar towards the walls. Noticing her urgency, Zhi'en quickly interjected, Master Uncle, take me with you. After a moment's hesitation, Wen nodded, and together they transformed into a streak of light, darting away with great speed. The reason Zhi'en insisted on following was his concern for his master. Yu Xiaoyu's character was overly impulsive, often acting without considering the consequences, making him susceptible to the schemes of others. Upon the city walls, the sect leader gazed intently at the overwhelming shadow approaching them. Beside him, the head of the sect affairs peak spoke in a low, trembling voice. This is the royal city's protective formation, the Azure Dragon Array. Why has the Azure Dragon Array come to Xiantian City? At that moment, when one arrived hastily, her demeanor solemn as she articulated. The royal city likely intends to use the Azure Dragon Array to pressure our sect's spirit beast formation, thereby exposing Xiantian City to the external array. After all, within the formation, they cannot initiate a siege unless they choose mutual destruction with us. The sect leader sighed, slowly retracting his gaze before addressing the assembled peak masters. Prepare for battle. The foundation of the Azure Dragon Array lies upon our spirit beast formation, which will inevitably be forced back a distance. At that point, Xiantian City will be exposed. However, the Azure Dragon Array has traveled far and lacks the stability of our formation. If we can endure for a while, the royal city will surely retreat. Yu Xiaoyu, her brows furrowed in fury, swung her heavy broadsword with great force and declared angrily, They dare to retreat? I shall ensure they come and go without return. Boom. In the next moment, the vast and imposing Azure Dragon shadow, imbued with a tremendous force, crashed violently against the spirit beast formation, compressing it and causing it to slowly contract. Above the spirit beast peak, thousands of spirit beasts unleashed their furious roars, their voices echoing through the heavens. The celestial cloud tortoise, drifting amidst the sea of clouds, raised its mighty head with great effort, its powerful limbs straining to resist the overwhelming pressure. Yet, despite their utmost efforts, they could not halt the formation's contraction. Soon, the walls of Xiantian City were laid bare, followed by the Lord's mansion, various official offices, until the contraction finally ceased at the residential areas. In the Imperial City, the valiant commander of the Wu Ho camp raised his grand banner with fervor. Instantly, the formidable army of cultivators surged forth like a mighty tide, advancing fiercely towards Xiantian City. Although their numbers exceeded merely 2,000, each warrior was a paragon of elite prowess, wielding high-tier magical artifacts, impeccably trained, and demonstrating an astonishingly synchronized combat strength. As the forces of the Wu Ho camp approached the gates of Xiantian City, Wen refrained from hastily commanding the elders to engage, instead maintaining a calm demeanor as he directed the elite disciples of Xiantian sect to fortify their defenses upon the city walls. The foundational experts from the Imperial City had yet to make their appearance, necessitating the preservation of sufficient defensive resources to guard against any sudden onslaught. In the next moment, the disciples of the Wu Ho camp reached the vicinity of the walls, eschewing the common soldier's approach of forcibly climbing with bamboo ladders. Instead, they deftly produced wing-like magical artifacts, skillfully assembling them before soaring into the air with the grace of dragonflies. On the battlements, The Grand Elder bellowed with fervor to the disciples operating the defensive artifacts, "Release." With a whoosh, countless razor-sharp sword energies erupted from the defensive artifacts, radiating a chilling brilliance as they struck fiercely at the oncoming disciples of the Wuho camp. In an instant, the front line of soldiers was obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood, as a torrential downpour of crimson rained from the skies. Finally, the Wuho camp had entered effective striking range. All at once, they retrieved bamboo tubes from their backs, swiftly positioning them at their lips to unleash an assault upon the defensive artifacts atop the walls. With a swift whoosh, dense beams of black light erupted from the tubes, racing towards the walls with astonishing speed. The air filled with the cacophony of cracking sounds as waves of defensive artifacts were pierced, releasing plumes of dark smoke. Their choice to forego attacking the cultivators was logical. The threat posed by the defensive artifacts was far greater, demanding immediate attention. At that moment, the armored commander from the rear roared, brandishing his banner with vigor, leading the subsequent troops into the fray. Each swing of the flag summoned gales that howled with ferocity, wielding tremendous force, rendering even foundational cultivators unable to maintain their footing amidst the tempest. On the battlements, the master of Zhi'en Peak stepped forward without hesitation, his imposing figure towering like a mountain as he faced the Wuho commander. Instantly, dozens of various high-grade talismans manifested around him, each radiating a potent and unsettling aura. High above, in resplendent dragon robes, the sovereign stood with an air of immense authority, his stature regal and exuding an aura of unbounded nobility. He gazed down upon Xiantian City, his eyes glinting with a commanding presence, as if all that existed lay within his dominion. In the next heartbeat, he slowly raised his right hand, the motion deliberate and powerful as he directed it towards the city below. A resonant hum filled the air as a colossal phantom imprint of a palm materialized, carrying an overwhelming force that threatened to suppress all in its path, descending gradually. The shadow of the palm was vast beyond measure, nearly shrouding the entirety of Xiantian City, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. The sun overhead was thoroughly shrouded, and in an instant, the entire Xiantian City seemed to be engulfed in an endless night. The terrifying sense of oppression caused even those cultivators below the foundation establishment stage to feel a constriction in their chests, struggling to breathe. While ordinary mortals teetered on the brink of fainting, their legs trembling, unable to stand. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu let out a cold huff, her delicate face flushed with anger. The great saber in her hand radiated an overwhelming brilliance as she resolutely slashed at the massive hand looming like a dark cloud overhead. Delivering an exceptionally fierce blow, this strike shimmered with dazzling green light, its brilliance so resplendent that it seemed destined to illuminate the dark world entirely. This blow embodied a resolve to defy the heavens, a courage that surged forward unrelentingly, and a lethal intent that signified a point of no return. Chapter 109. The belief of Yu Xiaoyu at the moment when the resplendent green blade light, radiant enough to illuminate the entire dark world, collided fiercely with the enormous palm imprint that bore an overwhelming aura capable of subduing all. The very heavens and earth trembled violently. A powerful shockwave surged forth, akin to a roaring dragon, sweeping uncontrollably outward from the point of impact. The tempest howled, and dust and stones flew. The structures within Xiantian City swayed precariously under the onslaught of this formidable force, as if caught in a violent storm. The deafening sound resonated like thunder, causing the eardrums of those nearby to reverberate. The blade light and the palm imprint were locked in a fierce standoff, their surrounding space contorted as if a massive stone had been thrown into a lake. The phantom of the ruler's palm was colossal and imbued with tremendous power. Gradually, the cloud-like imprint began to envelop the blade light, resembling a gigantic claw attempting to crush the faint yet tenacious brilliance completely. Under the pressure of the palm imprint, the blade light flickered uncertainly, reminiscent of a candle flame swaying in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. However, Yu Xiaoyu's strike was imbued with indomitable resolve. She clenched her silver teeth, her exquisite face etched with determination, and her eyes burned with a stubborn fire. Within the blade light, strands of willpower surged like vibrant ribbons, the most steadfast source of strength emanating from the depths of her heart. This strike bore her faith and courage, vowing to yield to no one, not even the heavens themselves. The palm imprint pressed down relentlessly, akin to a heavy mountain descending slowly. The blade light struggled within, its brilliance dimming and flickering intermittently. Yet, Yu Xiaoyu showed no signs of retreat. She continuously infused her inner willpower into the blade light. That power grew increasingly formidable, as if it sought to imbue the entire world with its unyielding hue. In this moment of dire peril, Yu Xiaoyu shouted fiercely, her voice resonating like a triumphant battle song throughout the heavens and the earth. Her entire being surged with willpower like a torrential tide. Her hair billowing and her garments rustling in the wind. The blade light erupted with an unprecedented radiance, blindingly bright like the rising sun, impossible to gaze upon directly. With an unwavering resolve, an unshakable belief, and an indomitable momentum, the blade light surged forth, striving to break free from the clutches of the palm imprint with the force of a relentless storm. A resounding crash echoed, akin to the very collapse of the heavens and earth, as the massive phantom of the palm imprint was decisively cleaved apart. Sunlight poured once more upon Xiantian City, and Yu Xiaoyu stood proudly, wielding her great blade. Her figure resembled that of an invincible goddess of war, radiating an awe-inspiring glow. High above, the ruler stood quietly, his gaze fixed intently on the bloodied palm of his hand, astonishment etched across his once imposing visage. He had not anticipated that Yu Xiaoyu could unleash such formidable combat prowess. Though merely at the peak of the Golden Core stage, she exhibited strength comparable to that of the early Yuanying stage, a truly astonishing revelation. In the preceding strike, he had only employed 80% of his power, yet still found himself unable to contend with her. This ignited a flicker of doubt within the ruler's heart. What extraordinary qualities does this individual possess, enabling him to contend so fiercely even in a realm beneath his own? At this moment, the sovereign found himself enveloped in profound hesitation. According to the original strategy, today was merely a tentative siege, not a decisive battle. Yet, confronted with the formidable prowess exhibited by Yu Xiaoyu, a thought began to stir within the sovereign's mind. Should he engage with all his might? This notion weighed heavily upon him, as he recognized the significance of this confrontation. Should he resolve to fight with full force, even if he were to vanquish his opponent? He would undoubtedly incur severe wounds, and the ensuing developments would likely spiral beyond his control. The repercussions were unpredictable. However, if he were to withdraw now, there was a lingering fear that Yu Xiaoyu could evolve into an even greater threat in the future. The sovereign's heart was ensnared in a tumultuous struggle. Meanwhile, Li Zhi'en's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon his master. The moment he witnessed his master's exceptional grace, he could not contain his excitement and let out a resounding cheer. Every cell in his body seemed to ignite with fervent energy. Just then, the cultivators from the Wuhou camp surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, reaching the city walls. Their eyes were ablaze with madness and determination as they wielded their magical tools, fervently attempting to carve a breach in the defenses of the Zhuaniangong disciples. Yet, the disciples of Zhuaniangong were undeterred, charging forward to ruthlessly dismantle the foremost Wuhou cultivators. They understood all too well that they could not allow any gaps to form in the walls, lest it lead to an irreversible defeat. At this moment, the battlements had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, limbs and heads soaring through the air, blood staining every inch of the stonework. Li Zhi'en inhaled deeply and, with a defiant roar, plunged into the fray. He was acutely aware of the truth that under no circumstances could a nest be left unguarded. Once the city fell, all would face the specter of death, and he could not stand idly by, relinquishing his fate to others. Swiftly, he advanced to the forefront, skillfully maneuvering his companion. The little swallow. The swallow's sharp wings were adorned with golden blade-like magical tools, shimmering with a chilling gleam under the sun, reminiscent of the scythe of death itself. The Wuhou cultivators scarcely had time to react before they found themselves cleaved in two, or had their heads sent flying by the little swallow. They could not even muster a scream before meeting their demise. Even those equipped with defensive magical tools found themselves deftly struck by the swallow, incapacitating them with swift precision. These cultivators gazed in terror as the little swallow darted among them, utterly powerless to counter its onslaught. Should any adversary dare to assault Li Zhi'en, they would be met with the crushing force of the bronze corpse puppet, which stood resolutely by his side, a most loyal guardian. Its formidable physique and strength instilled fear in any foe daring to approach Li Zhi'en. In that fleeting moment, Li Zhi'en emerged as the god of war atop the battlements. With the formidable power of the little swallow and the bronze corpse puppet, he single-handedly quelled the fierce offensive of the Wuhou camp. The disciples of the Zhuaniangong on the city wall, witnessing Li Zhi'en's valor, were invigorated and rallied to fight bravely, engaging in an even more intense battle with the cultivators of the Wuhou camp. Within the Wuhou camp, the young lord's gaze was fixed intently on Li Zhi'en. He swung his spear with a flick of his wrist, its tip glimmering with a cold light, and with a powerful push against the crenel of the city wall. He shot forward like a swift arrow. The speed was such that it generated a howling wind. In the face of the young lord's lightning-fast spear thrust, Li Zhi'en let out a cold laugh inwardly. He understood that to deal with someone as arrogant as the young lord, one must lure the enemy deeper. Yet, he feigned a look of panic, his steps appearing hurried, as if intimidated by the young lord's imposing presence. Chapter 110, Deceiving the Young Marquis as Anticipated. The young Marquis fell into the trap. With a graceful and agile turn in the air, he lunged toward Zhi'en like a fierce falcon swooping down upon its prey. Brimming with confidence, he believed he had unraveled Zhi'en's scheme. Following their battle at the exchange conference, he had gained a thorough understanding of Zhi'en's capabilities. In his eyes, Zhi'en's sole reliance lay in the ability to cast the frigid ice seal 3 times simultaneously. The young Marquis was convinced that he could easily counter Zhi'en's techniques in close combat. Unlike the fragile vase that the minister's daughter resembled, he possessed formidable strength and extensive combat experience. He had his own methods to counter Zhi'en's little swallow and copper corpse puppets. To him, this was an opportune moment to vanquish his foe and earn glory. Zhi'en did not entirely abandon the city wall, for he understood that should he do so, the young Marquis would undoubtedly cease his pursuit. After retreating a short distance, he abruptly halted, his face contorted with fury, and bellowed, "What are you chasing for? Do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" His voice echoed across the city wall, laden with intense anger and frustration. The young Marquis scoffed at this, perceiving Zhi'en as merely a figure consumed by shame and rage. With a spirited flourish of his spear, he arrogantly declared, "Had you encountered me at the exchange conference, you would have surely become a soul beneath my spear." His words dripped with confidence and arrogance, as if Zhi'en were merely an unworthy adversary. Without hesitation, the young Marquis lunged forward, thrusting his spear toward Zhi'en's throat. The spear tip shimmered with ethereal light, slicing through the air like a lightning bolt, its menacing presence sending shivers down one's spine. Zhi'en's heart raced. He swiftly commanded the copper corpse puppet to intercept the young Marquis's thrust. He was acutely aware that although he had reached the 5th level of chi refining, he stood no chance against the young Marquis, who was at the 8th level in close combat. A cold smile tugged at the corner of the young Marquis's lips as he gestured to his storage pouch, from which dozens of first-tier iron corpse puppets surged forth. Upon their arrival, they swarmed toward the copper corpse. Despite the copper corpse's immense strength, it found itself momentarily ensnared by the relentless tide of iron corpses. In this critical moment, Zhi'en hastily summoned the little swallow to strike at the young Marquis's back, hoping to compel him to abandon his assault. Yet, unexpectedly, a spirit beast resembling a centipede appeared on the young Marquis's back. The creature swiftly ascended and collided head-on with the little swallow. To everyone's astonishment, the spirit beast held its ground. Zhi'en's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated the young Marquis to be so formidable. However, he had meticulously calculated his strategy, completely unaware that he had mastered the 4th-tier defensive spell, Millennia Frost's End, which possessed rebound capabilities. In a bid to thoroughly lower the vigilance of the young lord and ensnare him, Zhi'en fled towards the city wall, while simultaneously conjuring 3 layers of extreme frost to shield himself. He calculated in his heart that should the young lord dare to pursue, his fate would no longer be in his hands. The young lord let out a hearty laugh, brimming with confidence and valor. His spear gleamed with a chilling radiance, resembling a dragon emerging from the water, propelled by an unstoppable momentum as it swiftly lunged towards the layers of extreme frost. As the spear sliced through the air, it seemed to cleave the atmosphere itself, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. In an instant, the first layer of frost shattered under the spear's formidable force, sending ice shards flying. The young lord's hair billowed as he appeared like a god of war. He gathered more spiritual energy, infusing it into his spear. With renewed vigor, he struck again, and the spear flashed like lightning, breaking through the second layer of frost with a thunderous force. Finally, with a booming roar, "Break for me," that resonated like a great bell, he unleashed his full prowess. His spear radiated a brilliant light, akin to a rainbow piercing the sun, as it forcefully stabbed into the 3rd layer of frost. A tremendous crash echoed, and the final layer of frost shattered completely. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, the speed leaving onlookers in awe. In that moment, the young lord's extraordinary strength was laid bare, a testament to his unparalleled might. Observing the startled Zhi'en as he turned in shock, the young lord grinned maliciously, his eyes glinting with the light of impending victory. His spear emitted a dazzling brilliance, resembling a triumphant lance, as it lunged once more towards Zhi'en. In his eyes, Zhi'en had become nothing more than prey, with no escape in sight. However, the expression of sheer terror that had once adorned Zhi'en's face suddenly morphed. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a mocking smile. The young lord, sensing the shift, paused momentarily, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Confusion flickered in his gaze as he pondered why Zhi'en would exhibit such a demeanor at this juncture. Yet, it was too late. In a flash, Zhi'en's middle and index fingers shot forth like lightning. With his movement, the formidable 4th-tier defensive spell, Millennia of Frost, was unleashed. A colossal, crystalline ice sphere materialized instantly, emanating a bone-chilling cold that seemed capable of freezing everything in its vicinity. Within the sphere, a grayish-white aura formation swirled, caught off guard and too close to react. The young lord's spear inevitably collided with the gigantic ice sphere. The moment of impact produced a clear, ringing sound. There was no violent explosion, no terrifying wave of spiritual energy, nor any deafening noise. The surrounding air seemed to freeze in that instant, oppressive in its silence. For all the power unleashed was absorbed by the formation within the ice sphere, which acted like a bottomless pit, devouring the force of the young lord's spear entirely. Subsequently, a more vigorous rebound struck against the assailant. The force of this rebound directly impacted the target's body through the formation. The once arrogant young lord's expression changed instantaneously. Initially, his face displayed astonishment, which swiftly transformed into agony. His entire body trembled as if struck by a powerful current. Blood gushed from his eyes, ears, and all 7 orifices, the crimson liquid contrasting sharply against his pale complexion. Ultimately, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The young lord could scarcely fathom that he would suffer such a devastating blow in that fleeting moment. Despite his mastery of body refinement techniques, he was still subjected to unbearable internal injuries. It felt as though his internal organs had been shattered, and the spiritual energy within him became utterly chaotic. Chapter 111. The sudden transformation of the little swallow. He strained to rise, but was struck by the realization that he possessed not an ounce of strength. Helplessly, he knelt there, silently enduring the torment of pain. What sort of spell have you cast? Could you grant me the clarity of death? The young lord spoke in a voice so weak, his head bowed low. Yet, his eyes brimmed with defiance, reminiscent of an injured beast that, though vanquished, refused to yield. Zhi'en gazed at the young lord's plight, devoid of any sympathy. He withheld the secret of the spell from the young lord and stepped forward, forcefully kicking him to the ground. Subsequently, Zhi'en retrieved a spirit rope he had gathered and expertly bound the young lord's hands and feet. As he secured the bindings, he remarked, "Fear not. You shall not perish just yet. As a young lord, you must recognize your own worth. You are a valuable pawn, capable of yielding numerous advantages for us." A hint of mockery laced Zhi'en's tone. At that moment, the young lord had become his captive, stripped of all arrogance. Just then, the centipede spirit beast, lying in wait, lunged forward like a hidden assassin. It launched a swift attack toward Zhi'en with blinding speed. However, having sensed its presence beforehand, Zhi'en was not caught off guard. A brilliant light erupted like a shooting star as the blazing sun shield emerged from his storage pouch at a critical moment. Emitting a searing and powerful radiance, the sun shield stood unwavering, akin to a dazzling little sun, protecting Zhi'en with impenetrable force. Upon collision with the centipede spirit beast, the tremendous impact sent the creature skittering backward. The centipede spirit beast tumbled through the air, attempting to regain its balance. Meanwhile, the little swallow, lying in ambush behind Zhi'en, seized the opportune moment, darting forth like a streak of golden lightning, astonishingly swift as it cleaved through the retreating centipede spirit beast. A sharp, chilling crack resonated, and the centipede spirit beast was instantly split in two, green blood erupting in a spray, cascading like emerald raindrops. The horrific scene causing onlookers to gasp in shock. After successfully severing the centipede spirit beast, the little swallow proudly chirped twice, its voice crisp and resonant, seemingly heralding its triumph to its master. Astonishingly, the little swallow then proceeded to consume the centipede spirit beast whole. Zhi'en stood in stunned disbelief at the spectacle. How could the little swallow devour such a grotesque creature? He mused internally, furrowing his brow deeply. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed somewhat logical. After all, should not a bird feast upon insects? Though the centipede spirit beast appeared repulsive, it could essentially be classified as a bug. As Zhi'en's thoughts swirled, the little swallow, having devoured the centipede spirit beast, radiated a golden glow. The little swallow hovered silently in the air, seemingly undergoing a profound transformation. The young lord, whose consciousness was gradually fading, suddenly became aware of his precarious predicament, realizing that he was firmly bound. His previously dazed eyes instantly turned a vivid crimson. As an arrogant young noble, he could not possibly accept the fate of being captured. "If you have the courage, then kill me. The people of the Wuho mansion would rather be shattered than surrender," he declared with a voice filled with resolve and defiance. Just as his words echoed, he unhesitatingly opened his mouth to bite his tongue in an act of self-termination, determined to uphold his dignity and the honor of his family. Zhi'en, observing the fiery spirit of the young lord before him, felt a twinge of admiration. Nevertheless, he showed no mercy, raising his hand. He delivered a resounding slap that rendered the injured young lord unconscious. Subsequently, He forcefully tore a large piece of cloth from the young lord's attire and brutally stuffed it into his mouth to prevent him from seeking death again. Heh. You're still too inexperienced to contend with me, Zhi'en smirked, a smug smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the little swallow swiftly completed its absorption process. At that moment, it radiated a brilliant golden light, resembling a dazzling little sun, exuding an overwhelming glow. Its aura surged dramatically, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhi'en quickly checked the detailed status of the little swallow within the system. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Upon seeing the data indicating that it had reached the 4th tier, capable of defeating those in the initial stages of Foundation establishment, he was overwhelmed with ecstasy. Originally, the little swallow's progress bar stood at a mere 23, suggesting it would take over 20 days to advance normally. Yet, astonishingly, it had completed its ascension simply by consuming a centipede spirit beast. This was beyond his expectations, filling him with immense joy. To defeat those in the initial stages of Foundation establishment, who among the younger generation of the Xiantian sect dares to boast now? Zhao Qingshan. My spirit beast could incapacitate him with a single strike. The pride on Li Zhen's face grew more rampant, as though he had already trampled Zhao Qingshan beneath his feet, eager for all to recognize his prowess. However, his expression soon soured. Upon checking the system again, he discovered that the little swallow required a staggering 50 mid-grade spirit stones daily for sustenance. Oh heavens, is this going to be the end of me? Li Zhi'en lamented. Feeling as if he had swallowed a bitter herb, the discomfort overwhelming. His heart was filled with bitterness. This enormous consumption of spirit stones was utterly unbearable. He began to regret not having inquired about the little swallow's post-ascension requirements earlier. The colossal burden was nearly insurmountable. 50 mid-grade spirit stones in a single day equated to 1 high-grade spirit stone every 2 days. Such a terrifying consumption rate would likely be unmanageable even for the most esteemed elders within the sect. For a long time, Li Zhi'en, renowned among his disciples for his considerable wealth, now found himself counting his spirit stones, only to realize that the meager supply would suffice for little more than 7 days of sustenance for the little swallow. As for what would transpire after those 7 days, Li Zhi'en thought despondently perhaps starvation would be his fate. He felt utterly at a loss. The overwhelming demand for spirit stones left him with no option but to resort to theft, for he could not fathom how to procure such a vast quantity of resources. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the unconscious young lord nearby, pondering to himself, surely, delivering this fellow to the sect would yield some rewards, perhaps alleviating his pressing predicament. A flicker of hope glimmered in his eyes. Meanwhile, the bronze corpse puppet displayed its formidable power, resembling an unyielding mountain as it crushed numerous iron corpses into oblivion. Chapter 112. The Imperial City's Royal Forest Army joins the battle. The remaining iron corpses, after the young lord lost control over them, collapsed to the ground like lifeless puppets, lying still and silent. As Li Zhi'en gazed upon the scattered remnants of shattered iron, a spark ignited in his eyes. He understood that, being puppets, they must contain spirit stones within. This realization filled him with exhilaration, as if a vast fortune were beckoning to him. Without hesitation, he began to meticulously search through the debris on the ground. Before long, Li Zhi'en uncovered a substantial heap of mid-grade spirit stones, roughly equivalent to 2 pieces of high-grade spirit stones. Haha, I've struck gold. Li Zhi'en couldn't contain his joy, his smile stretching almost to his ears. Having long endured a state of financial deficit, he finally experienced a moment of profit, and his elation surged like an overwhelming tide, impossible to quell. However, just then, the copper corpse puppet transmitted an alarming message. Upon sensing it, Li Zhi'en's expression darkened once more. The copper corpse informed him that after several battles, its own reserve of spirit stones was nearly depleted and requested timely replenishment. This news was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of joy that had just ignited within him. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. With a heavy sigh, Li Zhi'en was filled with a sense of helplessness and sorrow, akin to a powerless father confronted with his children's financial needs, burdened by guilt. Below the city walls, the sounds of battle echoed thunderously, exuding a grand and majestic atmosphere. The Minister of War led the Royal Forest Army to join the siege. His eldest son charged ahead, leading the charge himself. Wielding a hefty broadsword, he swung it with ferocity, each strike delivering a powerful crescent slash, the blade gleaming and imposing, rendering him momentarily unstoppable. As the minister's son successfully tore through a breach in the city wall, Zhao Qingshan rushed to provide support. His eyes blazed with the fire of battle as he unhesitatingly consumed a secret elixir. Then, he surged forth like a frenzied beast, propelled by an unstoppable force towards the enemy. The minister's son's pupils constricted sharply, his face betraying a grave concern. He hefted his heavy broadsword and unleashed a formidable crescent slash. The blade shimmered like a crescent moon, roaring forth with tremendous power. Following this, he unleashed several blazing fire punches, targeting the enemy in a crossfire. At the exchange conference, Zhao Qingshan's transformation into a beast had left a profound impression on him, making him acutely aware that his current adversary should not be underestimated. Thus, he had to exert his utmost effort, daring not to show the slightest negligence. Meanwhile, Li Zhi'en arrived before the composed Wenwen, dragging along the captured young lord. Without ceremony, he tossed the young lord to the ground and respectfully bowed, stating, "Disciple has brought back the young master of the Wuhou camp. Please, Uncle Master, render judgment." After speaking, Li Zhi'en stifled his excitement and quietly stood to the side. His heart brimmed with anticipation, pondering the possibility of gaining merit and receiving a substantial reward of spirit stones in return. However, Wenwen did not cast a glance at the young marquis lying on the ground. Instead, her gaze was firmly fixed upon Li Zhi'en, as if she were observing an extraordinary anomaly. She had witnessed the fourth-tier spell, Millennium Frost, and particularly the unique rebound ability that left her profoundly astonished. What other hidden talents and secrets did this disciple possess? A wave of perplexity surged within her, leading her to question whether her junior was perhaps a reincarnation of a great being from ancient times. Only such an explanation could account for how Li Zhi'en had swiftly mastered spells surpassing his own realm. Furthermore, the presence of a special array effect was something only an advanced golden core cultivator could command, truly bewildering. "Zhi'en, my dear disciple." When one began to speak but hesitated, her beautiful eyes shimmering with complex emotions. As astute as she was, she understood the importance of not delving too deeply into matters that exuded such an otherworldly aura. She recognized that everyone harbored their own secrets, and excessive probing could yield unforeseen consequences. Moreover, the potential Li Zhi'en had demonstrated filled her with anticipation. She believed he would undoubtedly bring forth greater surprises for the sect in the days to come. Wenwen held a favorable view of Li Zhi'en's character. He was humble and courteous, displaying exceptional kindness towards his peers, and was always ready to step up during critical moments to alleviate the sect's troubles. Reflecting on these qualities, Wenwen decided to speak up. "My dear disciple Zhi'en has captured the young marquis, marking a significant achievement for our sect, which will be duly recognized in the future." Li Zhi'en felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated an immediate reward, as he was in urgent need of spirit stones to support the little swallow and the copper corpse puppet. Yet, when would this reward be granted? Nevertheless, he quickly bowed respectfully and replied, "I am grateful, esteemed aunt. I shall strive to earn more merits for the sect and safeguard its tranquility." Subsequently, with a graceful wave of her jade hand, Wenwen's companions understood her intent and promptly escorted the young marquis to the sect's dungeon, reserving him for future negotiations. Such an important figure was bound to play a pivotal role. The sect could utilize him to negotiate with the Wuhou camp, seeking greater benefits and advantages. Meanwhile, Li Zhi'en stepped aside, feeling the exhaustion from the recent battle that had drained much of the spiritual energy within his dantian. However, the fight continued, and he needed to replenish his energy swiftly to re-engage in the fray. Unlike other cultivators, he did not require tedious meditation for recovery. He swiftly purchased a spirit energy recovery pack from the marketplace. Instantly, his dantian brimmed with abundant energy, revitalizing him once more. Wenwen, sensing something, gazed at Li Zhi'en's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes reflecting not only admiration but also intense curiosity. This disciple continually surprised her, revealing various extraordinary traits that ignited her desire to explore further. She was deeply intrigued by her nephew's entire being, eager to unravel the secrets he harbored within. After regaining his spiritual energy, Li Zhi'en's eyes rekindled with fervor. Channeling the energy within him, he propelled himself forward with the speed of a tempest towards the city wall. Although immediate rewards for his valor were not forthcoming, he resolved to accumulate his merits unceasingly. With the intervention of the Imperial Guard, the clashes upon the battlements grew increasingly ferocious. The cacophony of battle cries and the clashing of artifacts intertwined, creating a deafening symphony of chaos. On the battlefield, life became extraordinarily fragile, as human lives were treated as mere blades of grass. In every fleeting moment, cultivators fell, and blood splattered instantaneously, transforming the once pristine stone bricks beneath into a mire of crimson. Chapter 113. The Master of the Peak strikes upon the city wall. The fierce clash between Zhao Qingshan and the son of the minister had reached an intense crescendo. Zhao Qingshan, his colossal form resembling an indomitable mountain, lunged once more at his adversary with ferocity. Just as the minister's son regained his footing, he beheld Zhao Qingshan, a feral beast in motion, charging towards him with tremendous force. With a sharp gaze, he firmly gripped his long-handled saber, deftly sidestepping Zhao Qingshan's onslaught. Having missed his initial strike, Zhao Qingshan roared in fury and pivoted, delivering a powerful punch. The minister's son swiftly leapt backward, simultaneously slashing his saber, unleashing a fierce wave of cutting energy aimed directly at Zhao Qingshan. Unflinching, Zhao Qingshan absorbed the blow, momentarily halting before resuming his relentless advance. The minister's son, astonished by Zhao Qingshan's formidable strength, quickly recalibrated his stance and executed a more intricate sword technique. The blade shimmered like a silver serpent, launching a barrage of rapid, lethal strikes against Zhao Qingshan. Though Zhao Qingshan's toughened skin offered some resilience, he gradually found himself overwhelmed by the relentless barrage, sustaining several new wounds. Yet, the potency of the enhancement potion coursing through him fueled his unyielding aggression. With a thunderous stomp, he shook the very walls of the fortress, then surged toward the minister's son like a tempest. In response, the minister's son conjured the fire fist technique, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that collided violently with Zhao Qingshan. The clash of fire and brute force generated a ferocious gust, sending debris and bricks flying. Zhao Qingshan was pushed back several paces by the flames, but soon charged forward again. The minister's son, now gasping for breath, gritted his teeth, resolving to risk everything. He drove his saber into the ground, gripping the hilt with both hands as he channeled all his strength into the blade. Moments later, he swung the saber with all his might, executing his most powerful technique, the full moon slash. The blade traced a resplendent arc through the air, imbued with an unparalleled might, aimed directly at Zhao Qingshan. This full moon slash possessed even greater power than when he had faced Hong Hong. Sensing the imminent threat from this formidable attack, Zhao Qingshan bellowed, gathering all his strength into his fists, refusing to yield. The saber met his fist with a cataclysmic impact, producing an earth-shattering roar. The remnants of severed limbs and shattered stones scattered across the battlements from the force of the collision. After the thunderous sound subsided, Zhao Qingshan staggered backward, retreating over 10 steps, each footfall leaving deep impressions in the solid stone. Regaining his balance, he gasped for air, blood seeping from his wounds. Yet the madness in his eyes remained undiminished. Meanwhile, the minister's son was violently hurled from the city wall by the sheer force of the impact. On another front, the master of Zhi'en Peak stood proudly in the air, surrounded by dozens of exquisite talismans, each radiating brilliant light. The flame talisman spewed forth roaring flames. The ice talisman exuded a chilling aura, the lightning talisman flickered with dazzling brilliance, the water talisman unleashed surging waves, and the earth shield talisman erected a formidable barrier. The offensive tactics of these talismans are resplendent and diverse, their impact overwhelming, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who behold them. Yet, in the face of such formidable assaults, the martial hero of the imperial city exhibits not a trace of fear. His gaze unwavering, he stands aloft like an indomitable war deity. Clutching a spear, it appears to come alive in his hands, dancing with the ferocity of thunder, exuding an aura capable of annihilating worlds. Amidst the relentless barrage of superior talismans, he deftly navigates through them, striking with precision and agility. Although the talismans emanate potent waves of energy, the martial hero traverses their midst with the grace afforded by his profound mastery of the Tao. Each swing of his spear conjures a powerful gust of wind, effortlessly dissipating the talisman's assaults in its wake. The unique body-refining technique he has honed is truly extraordinary. Even when beset by injuries, he heals at an astonishing rate, regaining his combat prowess almost instantaneously, even after being struck by a talisman. Witnessing this, the master of Red Refinement Peak narrows his eyes and swiftly forms hand seals. The surrounding talismans blaze with intensified light as their attacks grow fiercer. Flames, frost, lightning, water, and earth converge, weaving into a formidable tempest that surges toward the martial hero of the imperial city. Aware of the immense pressure, he does not flinch. With a resounding shout, his spiritual energy surges forth, and the spear radiates brilliance. He unleashes his mightiest strike, the Thunder Dragon Spear. In an instant, the spear transforms into a colossal dragon of lightning, roaring as it charges into the storm. The air crackles with electricity in the dragon's wake, producing a cacophony of sound. In the next moment, the Thunder Dragon collides with the tempest, resulting in a thunderous explosion that distorts the very fabric of space, as if seeking to consume all within its grasp. Both the master of Red Refinement Peak and the martial hero of the imperial city are propelled backward by the force of the impact. Having exhausted a significant amount of their spiritual energy in such a brief span, both men pale in countenance. After consuming high-grade elixirs to restore their energy, they charge at one another once more. For a time, The brilliance of the talismans intertwines with the lightning dragon of the spear, painting the sky in a dazzling display reminiscent of fireworks. However, beneath this spectacle lies an abyss of peril and brutality. Ultimately, both warriors find their energies depleted and, unable to secure victory over each other, retreat to their respective factions. At this moment, Zhi'en stands upon the city walls, wholly concentrated on directing the swallow in a series of precise strikes. Under his command, the swallow darts through the battlefield with the swiftness of lightning, leaving a trail of fallen foes in its wake, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The fourth-tier swallow possesses extraordinary prowess, sufficient to vanquish cultivators at the early stages of Foundation establishment. The soldiers of the martial heroes camp and the Imperial Guards are no match for such a formidable adversary. Despite their desperate resistance, they can only watch in terror as their comrades fall one by one. Unless an elder figure intervenes to eliminate Zhi'en, he stands as the true champion of the city walls in this conflict. As the Imperial City is merely testing the waters of siege, there are no Foundation realm legions participating in the battle. This also allowed Zhi'en and Xiao Yanzi to unabashedly display their formidable prowess atop the city wall, as if the entirety of the rampart lay within their dominion. Zhi'en cast a slow glance at the pile of severed heads, a slight smile gracing his lips as he pondered within. Surely, these trophies would yield considerable military merit, he mused. I wonder if they could be exchanged for a piece of high-grade spirit stone? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes, as though he could already envision the exquisite spirit stone beckoning to him. As dusk descended, the sky gradually darkened. After a prolonged siege, the Imperial City finally ordered a retreat. The clear sound of the retreat signal reverberated through the air, heralding a temporary cessation of hostilities. Upon witnessing the enemy's withdrawal, a wave of elation surged within Zhi'en, prompting him to let out an exuberant cheer. Chapter 114. The withdrawal from the Imperial City. With Zhi'en's resounding cry, numerous disciples of the Xiantian sect brandished their bloodied artifacts, their voices rising in fervent exclamations. The echoes of their shouts reverberated above the city walls, a passionate expression of their elation. This was not merely a celebration of victory, but rather a demonstration of defiance against their adversaries, as if proclaiming that as long as they stood, no foe would dare to breach these walls. After the Imperial City retreated its forces, the Qinglong formation gradually dissipated, and the spirit beast array once again enveloped Xiantian City. Shortly thereafter, a disciple responsible for tallying battle achievements hurried to Zhi'en's side. Upon his gaze falling upon the pile of severed heads, he was momentarily rendered speechless. This individual, a disciple of the Xianying faction, was overwhelmed with a profound sense of relief, grateful that their earlier trials in the spirit beast secret realm had merely been a test, and that Zhi'en was not truly an enemy. Otherwise, once the battle achievements were recorded, the disciples of the Xiantian sect commenced the grim task of clearing the battlefield. The bodies of their fallen comrades were reverently placed into coffins, their faces bearing solemnity and respect. Each comrade had fought valiantly to protect their sect and the common folk. Their sacrifices deserved to be honored and remembered. In contrast, the bodies of the enemies were incinerated on-site, not out of humanitarian concern, but due to practical considerations. If left unaddressed, the multitude of corpses could potentially incite an epidemic, jeopardizing the safety of the city's inhabitants and livestock. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, the head of the Imperial City princess eerily floated, her mouth agape as she incessantly consumed the deathly aura that permeated the vicinity of the city walls. The sect leader's expression was one of profound sorrow as she gazed skyward, exhaling a long sigh. Subsequently, her voice, though subdued, resonated with gravitas as she publicly announced, "Those who perished in battle shall be interred in the ancestral graves of the Xiantian sect, honored in the sect's ancestral hall, with their descendants receiving the sect's benevolence." Her words were solemn and weighty, reverberating through the air and instilling a sense of heavy responsibility in every listener. Having spoken, the sect leader turned and ascended alone into the clouded hall, her white figure appearing desolate and solitary. Throughout this defensive battle, she had refrained from engaging directly, instead remaining vigilant against the ancestral forces of the Imperial City. She understood all too well the terrifying capabilities of an advanced nascent soul practitioner, should they find an opening. Xiantian City would be obliterated in an instant. Similarly, when one was on guard against the Chancellor of the Imperial City, poised for a potential ambush. As night deepened, Zhi'en, weary and burdened, made his way to the Arrow Tower, which had been converted into a living quarters. His face bore the marks of fatigue, yet his thoughts remained steadfastly with his master. The mere thought of his master enduring hunger rekindled his spirit, infusing him with renewed vigor. He first procured pure water, meticulously cleansing the bloodstains from his body, leaving no trace untouched. The icy water glided over his skin, washing away the fatigue and bloodshed of battle, as if it also purged a trace of gloom from his heart. Once refreshed, he donned clean garments, rejuvenating his appearance as if he had regained his former brilliance. After tidying himself, Zhi'en proceeded towards the kitchen. The kitchen was enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere, a precious sanctuary amidst the relentless strife that had consumed the day. Zhi'en contemplated in silence, determined to brew a nourishing soup to restore his master's vitality. What kind of soup should he prepare? Standing in the kitchen, he fell into deep thought, his gaze wandering as various ingredients danced through his mind. After a brief moment of reflection, his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, the delectable and revitalizing ginseng chicken soup. With his decision made, Zhi'en made his way to the logistics department below the city wall. There, a wealth of supplies was at his disposal, and he was certain he would find the ingredients he needed. Almost envisioning a fragrant pot of ginseng chicken soup before him. Upon arriving at the logistics department, Zhi'en scanned the surroundings in search of his desired items. At that moment, he spotted Zhou Yuan, who was coordinating the operations. A surge of joy filled Zhi'en's heart, prompting him to greet him loudly. Hearing the call, Zhou Yuan swiftly set aside his work and hurried over, his face alight with a warm smile. "Senior brother, what brings you to logistics?" Zhou Yuan exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. "I heard you achieved numerous military feats on the city wall. Truly remarkable." His tone was infused with both respect and envy. Then, with a hint of indignation, he added, "I wish I could fight on the city wall for our sect, but my grandfather insists I remain here to assist, claiming that I am not permitted to engage in battle until I have descendants. It's utterly unreasonable." A look of dissatisfaction crossed his face, revealing his frustration with his grandfather's decree. Sigh. "Ever since my father fell in battle, he has been overly cautious, forbidding me from doing anything." Zhi'en pursed his lips, surprised to learn of Zhou Yuan's background. However, now is not the time for sorrow. He pointed toward the towering stacks of supplies and said, "Brother, please prepare for me a hen, red dates, and goji berries." Zhou Yuan momentarily paused, taken aback by his senior brother's request, but he asked no questions and promptly set to work. Keenly perceptive, he had already surmised the purpose behind the ingredients, knowing they were intended for someone special. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yuan returned, and just as Zhi'en was about to inquire, he handed over a storage bag. A warmth surged within Zhi'en's heart, yet he feigned modesty as he said, "This is the sect's resource. I shouldn't take so much." Zhou Yuan, however, unceremoniously pressed the storage bag into Zhi'en's hands, resolutely declaring, "Senior brother, today you fight for the sect and earn countless merits. If you are unworthy, then who is?" Listening to Zhou Yuan's earnest words, Zhi'en nodded in agreement. "No more pretense, I shall accept it." With the urgency of returning to prepare the soup for his master weighing on him, he quickly bid farewell to Zhou Yuan. As soon as Zhi'en departed from the logistics department, he hastily retrieved the storage bag gifted by Zhou Yuan. Curiosity swelled within him, compelling him to discover what treasures lay inside. Naturally, Zhi'en did not anticipate the presence of magical artifacts or spirit stones, for, to others, he appeared affluent and was indeed unencumbered by such trivialities. In the next moment, he probed the storage bag with his spiritual awareness. Within, he beheld only a plump hen, vibrant red dates, and plump goji berries. Aside from the ingredients he had previously specified, there was nothing more. Yet, this revelation did not incite disappointment. Rather, a smile of delight illuminated Zhi'en's face. For this storage bag possessed an impressively vast space. His spiritual awareness roamed within, reveling in the spacious expanse. Although it paled in comparison to the boundless storage bag of his master, it was still significantly larger than his own. Previously, his own storage bag had been exceedingly cramped, barely accommodating his personal garments, leaving him perpetually feeling constrained. Now, with this new storage bag, he could freely store his belongings without the nagging worry of insufficient space. Zhou Yuan truly understands me, Zhi'en silently mused. Chapter 115. Ginseng Chicken Soup. Beyond the Arrow Tower, an atmosphere of chilling severity hung in the air, as all stood in vigilant anticipation. Yet within the confines of the tower, an entirely different scene unfolded. A certain individual had embarked on a journey of culinary creation. Zhi'en, clad in a pristine apron, exuded an aura of focus and composure, akin to a master engrossed in the exploration of arcane formations. The plump hen, seemingly aware of its impending fate, fluttered its wings restlessly. Nevertheless, Zhi'en remained unfazed, deftly securing its wings and legs with expert precision, anchoring it firmly upon the cutting board. In a swift, decisive motion, he brought the blade down, efficiently ending the hen's futile struggles. With methodical grace, he began to process the bird, each motion executed with an elegance that transformed the plucking of feathers into a prelude for the exquisite dish to come. The now pristine hen lay on the board, reminiscent of a regal concubine awaiting her sovereign's favor, emanating a serene and noble aura. Zhi'en grasped his knife, akin to a surgeon, making several precise incisions upon the hen's body, facilitating the absorption of the broth's essence during the simmering process. This technique, known in culinary parlance as modifying the cut, aimed to augment the surface area of the ingredients in contact with the broth, thereby enriching its flavor. Once the chicken was prepared, Zhi'en began to cleanse the various accompaniments. The distinguished ginseng, with its distinct roots, was delicately held in his hands, tenderly wiped clean. He was well aware of ginseng's warming properties, understanding the necessity of moderation, for an excess could lead to an imbalance of heat within the body. Selecting ginseng of appropriate size, he ensured its superior quality. The red dates were plump and round, while the goji berries gleamed with vibrant hues, each encapsulating the quintessence of nature. As the water in the pot gradually reached a boil, Zhi'en placed the prepared hen into the bubbling liquid, watching it roll and dance within the pot. This process, known as blanching, served to expunge the blood and impurities from the chicken, rendering the broth clear and pristine. Subsequently, he added the ginseng, red dates, and goji berries in succession, adjusting the heat to a gentle simmer, allowing time and temperature to coax forth the delectable essence of ginseng chicken soup. The kitchen became suffused with a warm aroma, as Zhi'en stood vigil by the stove, periodically adjusting the flame, patiently awaiting the perfect manifestation of his creation. Only the most exquisite ginseng chicken soup would be worthy of satisfying his master's discerning palate. As the gentle simmer lingered, a rich and savory fragrance wafted through the air, each tendril of aroma inviting and tantalizing. The disciples of Xiantian's sect patrolling the city wall, upon catching a whiff of the alluring scent, instinctively swallowed in unison. Their gazes turned toward the arrow tower, filled with admiration and envy. How remarkable was Zhi'en, capable of both fierce combat on the battlefield and the artistry of culinary finesse, crafting such a delightful feast. How could one not be utterly captivated? Before long, Yu Xiaoyu hurried in, drawn by the irresistible aroma. Such a fragrant chicken soup. Who else but my clever disciple could conjure such a creation? He exclaimed, boldly downing a cup of wine as he entered. The bright eyes, upon catching the delightful aroma, narrowed joyfully into crescent moons. Disciple pays respects to master. Zhi'en promptly set down his soup spoon, bowing respectfully. However, a sudden pang of concern gripped his heart as he noticed the slight pallor on his master's face. Clearly, the encounter with the sovereign of the imperial city had proven more arduous than anticipated. Fortunately, he had prepared the ginseng chicken soup in advance. While it might not hold much significance for a golden core master, it was certainly better than doing nothing at all, he mused. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu eagerly awaited the soup's completion, wandering about the arrow tower. She surveyed the meticulous arrangements made by Zhi'en, feeling a profound satisfaction, especially with the bathtub located in the inner room, which tempted her to leap in and frolic within its waters at that very moment. Shortly after, Zhi'en carefully ladled a generous bowl of chicken soup before his master with a silver spoon. Upon seeing the golden, rich ginseng chicken soup, Yu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled like two twinkling stars. She could hardly contain herself as she reached out with her delicate hand, grasping the silver spoon tightly. Resembling a little squirrel eagerly anticipating a feast, the intoxicating aroma ensnared her senses like a magical thread, stirring her appetite into a joyous dance. The moment the soup touched her lips, an expression of ecstasy enveloped her face. The warm broth erupted on her tongue, its exquisite flavor crashing over her taste buds like surging waves. The subtle bitterness of the ginseng harmonized flawlessly with the rich, savory chicken broth, delivering a unique and wondrous taste experience. Ignoring the heat, she hastily drank several spoonfuls of the soup, her throat gently moving as she eagerly gulped it down with soft gurgles. A bit of broth smeared the corner of her mouth, unnoticed as she remained wholly absorbed in the delightful flavors. Her cheeks flushed slightly, perhaps from the warmth of the soup or the excitement within her heart. The tender chicken and plump ginseng danced before her, yet she paid them no heed, lost in the bliss of the delectable broth. As she savored the soup, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Disciple, this ginseng chicken soup is absolutely divine. Your culinary skills are truly extraordinary. I am indeed fortunate." Zhi'en feigned a shy smile, then, with palpable excitement, praised her. "With the peak mastery of golden core, you stand firm against the formidable Yuan Ying, truly a paragon of divine might. In comparison, my humble skills are but trifles." His flattery was skillfully delivered, causing Yu Xiaoyu to erupt into a peal of joyous laughter. When I take the stage, no sovereign or ruler stands a chance. Next time, I shall surely vanquish him. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Yu Xiaoyu is exceedingly pleased with your chicken soup, earning you 80 filial piety points. A wave of joy surged through Li Zhi'en. He had finally regained some wealth. And with the imperial city pressing ever closer, swiftly enhancing his strength was the only path forward. After finishing their meal, Yu Xiaoyu finally noticed the remarkable change in her beloved disciple's cultivation, and in astonishment, she inquired, My dear disciple, your cultivation has ascended in an unusual manner. Pray, do not tread upon the path of the unorthodox. Li Zhi'en, taken aback, quickly broke into a cold sweat as he explained. The disciple was brought to a secluded chamber by the esteemed master, who personally conducted the marrow washing for me, thus greatly enhancing my cultivation. I have not yet had the opportunity to report this to my revered master. I beg for your forgiveness. With that, Li Zhi'en solemnly knelt before her. Witnessing her disciple in such a posture, Yu Xiaoyu hastened to assist him to his feet, gently brushing the dust from his knees with her delicate hand. Did I not say? You must refrain from kneeling indiscriminately. I harbor no intentions of reproaching you, she spoke softly. Yet, recalling how that elderly woman had taken her disciple alone to the secret chamber and personally conducted the marrow washing, she felt an uncontainable fury welling within her. Chapter 116. Shadows of Candlelight. Li Zhi'en was acutely aware that his master would not genuinely express anger. Yet he felt compelled to uphold appearances after neglecting to inform her of the matters at hand promptly. Thus, he sprang into action, fetching water for his master and preparing for her bath. The gruesome scenes witnessed on the city walls earlier that day necessitated a soothing soak in warm water to alleviate her exhaustion. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu lounged carelessly in a chair, a gourd of wine clutched in her hand, taking hearty swigs from the old vintage. With a hint of frustration, she lamented, Why has my nascent soul tribulation not yet arrived? If I had already attained the nascent soul realm, I would not be confined to this place, but would have long since marched to my ancestral home in the imperial city. After arranging the bathing chamber, Li Zhi'en approached his master with utmost respect. The ancient texts of the Songling Pavilion indicate that the more exceptional the individual, the later the tribulation descends. Therefore, dear master, do not fret. From another perspective, this serves to affirm your extraordinary prowess and unparalleled nature. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu erupted into hearty laughter. Her spirits lifted immensely. Indeed, since I embarked on my path of cultivation, I have yet to encounter a rival of my caliber in the same realm. Her words brimmed with pride and confidence. After consuming more of the old wine, a rosy hue grazed her cheeks, and she swayed slightly as she ventured into the innermost bathing room. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon her beloved tub, adorned with meticulously placed lotus petals, their refreshing fragrance wafting through the air. With joyful abandon, she began to disrobe, shedding the weight of fatigue and burdens. In a matter of moments, her flawless celestial form was revealed within the chamber. Her neck, elongated like a swan, bore exquisite lines. Her skin smooth as snow, radiating an alluring sheen. The delicate dip of her collarbone seemed capable of cradling droplets of pure spring water. Her abdomen, flat and taut, resembled a sculpted piece of white jade, while her well-rounded hips exuded an enticing allure. Her long, straight legs showcased elegant lines, their silky texture captivating all attention. And her slender ankles resembled a delicate work of art. Outside, Li Zhi'en sat cross-legged, feigning meditation. He had anticipated that merely hearing the sounds would suffice. Yet to his astonishment, the flickering candlelight cast the silhouette of his master upon the curtain. That indistinct figure quickened his heartbeat. Conjuring various images in his mind unbidden, he endeavored to suppress his thoughts, striving to redirect his focus back to his cultivation. Yet that shadow possessed an enchanting allure, continuously drawing his gaze. Though merely a silhouette, the graceful curves and alluring form ignited a fervor within Li Zhi'en. Those lines seemed to be nature's most exquisite masterpiece, with every contour perfectly balanced, exuding an endless charm. In a parched state, blood began to flow from his nostrils. Heaven bear witness, when I hung that curtain, I certainly did not anticipate this hidden skill. Wiping away the blood trickling from his nose, Li Zhi'en's throat tightened fiercely. He endeavored to master his emotions. Yet his body felt uncontrollably heated. Inside the chamber, Yu Xiaoyu, having indulged in excessive libations, stumbled into the bath with great difficulty. Her movements, somewhat clumsy, exuded a unique charm. Consequently, an onlooker witnessed a myriad of her poses, causing him to cough up blood in sheer astonishment. These sights made Li Zhi'en's heart race, as if his very blood were boiling. Although Yu Xiaoyu could effortlessly evaporate the alcohol within her with a mere thought, she treasured the blissful haze that enveloped her. That slight intoxication transported her to a dreamlike realm, where everything appeared hazy yet beautiful. The water temperature was just right, and the bath's soft and comfortable interior compelled Yu Xiaoyu to let out a contented sigh. Upon hearing that sound, Li Zhi'en's body turned to jelly. The sound surged through him like an electric current, quickening his heartbeat and hastening his breath. Who could resist such temptation as a vigorous young man? Li Zhi'en felt as though he were ablaze, the heat unbearable. His mind was flooded with images of Yu Xiaoyu's enchanting figure, her graceful curves, and her alluring form, rendering him utterly entranced. Yu Xiaoyu lingered in the bath for 3 hours, showing no signs of emerging. Meanwhile, Li Zhi'en, caught in this protracted wait, felt he might perish from excessive blood loss at any moment. A fierce will to survive surged within him, and in that critical moment, he resolutely accessed the system, seeking a means of liberation, a way to escape this relentless temptation and torment. Opening the panel, host, Li Zhi'en filial piety value, 270 cultivation level, 5th layer of qi refinement skills, massage, culinary arts, arts of the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting spells, 3rd tier defensive spell, extreme cold seal spells, 4th tier defensive spell, millennial frost rebound, items, 1. 4th tier spiritual beast, golden bird, 3, capable of slaying early foundation establishment cultivators, 2. Sunblaze shield, defensive against full force strikes from early foundation establishment, 3. 2nd tier puppet copper corpse, comparable to 9th layer chi refinement cultivators, 4. A pair of blood-soaked embroidered shoes system store, cultivation experience pack, 60 spell, 4th tier 400 points spirit recovery pack, 10 injury recovery pack, 10 anomaly purification pack, 10 life skills, 10 gazing at his relatively ample filial piety value. A sense of solace washed over him. After a brief contemplation, he decisively purchased 3 cultivation experience packs in one go. Presently, the situation in the imperial city was tense, on the brink of erupting into conflict at any moment. Only by strengthening his cultivation could he hope to survive amidst this chaos. As for the opportune moment to utilize these experience packs, Li Zhi'en felt no trepidation. The enemy could assault the city at any time. Breaking through at the edge of life and death was the most natural course of action. After all, this is a time of war, where danger and opportunity coexist. Having indulged in excessive drinking, Yu Xiaoyu seems to have succumbed to slumber within the bathtub. Her head tilts slightly, and her long eyelashes flutter gently, as if she is enveloped in a beautiful dream, a sight that evokes a sense of compassion. Li Zhi'en licked his parched lips, a surge of intense desire rising within him to carry his master to bed for some rest. However, he ultimately suppressed this thought. He was acutely aware that he could not act impulsively. He needed to remain rational, especially considering that his master was still unclothed. Thus, Li Zhi'en devoted himself to earnest cultivation outside. Chapter 117. An old acquaintance. This place was in stark contrast to the serene Shaoqi Peak. The environment here was intricate, with the constant possibility of soldiers inadvertently wandering into the Arrow Tower. Thus, stationed outside was undoubtedly the wiser choice, ensuring the safety of the revered master while simultaneously evading unnecessary troubles. Li Zhi'en pondered silently in his heart. He realized he had yet to indulge in a true visual feast. Should anyone catch a glimpse of his master, that would be utterly unacceptable. He even felt that if such a scenario were to unfold, he would certainly gouge out the eyes of that intruder. However, such an occurrence was highly improbable. The eccentric Master Yu, with her mere name, was enough to instill dread in all disciples of the Xiantian sect. The soldiers dared not approach lightly, fearing to provoke this formidable presence. The following morning, Yu Xiaoyu remained unawakened. Following his customary routine, Li Zhi'en first attended to the voracious little swallow. Watching as the little bird devoured a heap of mid-grade spirit stones like they were mere candies, a pang of anguish coursed through his heart. Each stone radiated a rich spiritual energy, holding considerable value. Yet, they were being consumed with such ease by the little swallow, leaving Li Zhi'en feeling utterly helpless. Meanwhile, the little swallow chirped merrily, as if inquiring, "Master, what troubles you? Why the grim countenance? Are you constipated?" After tending to the gluttonous little swallow, Li Zhi'en summoned the copper corpse puppet. A chilling aura instantly enveloped the surroundings, sending shivers down one's spine. Opening the spirit stone storage compartment of the copper corpse puppet, he filled it to the brim with spirit stones in preparation for the impending siege. Upon completing this task, he sorrowfully discovered that the spirit stones within his storage bag would barely suffice for the little swallow's sustenance over the next 3 days. "Oh, I need spirit stones. I need spirit stones," Li Zhi'en lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration, feeling as though he were on the brink of madness due to his financial plight. If he could not acquire more spirit stones soon, he would be compelled to venture out of the city to seize them. After all, the little swallow was his greatest reliance. He could not bear to witness its starvation. Lost in these thoughts, Li Zhi'en gradually made his way to the city lord's mansion. His steps felt heavy, weighed down by an overwhelming desire and anxiety for spirit stones. After all, the sect leader had instructed him to heed Wenwen's assignments, and he was due to report in the morning. This was his duty, and he could not afford to slack. Upon entering the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Zhi'en beheld Wenwen directing his close disciple, Hong Hong, in her tasks. Curiously, he edged closer, standing respectfully by to listen. Before long, his heart began to race. To his astonishment, Hong Hong's assignment was to apprehend spies within Xiantian City. If capturing individuals was the objective, then certainly a home search for evidence was in order. And with a home search, there would undoubtedly be plenty of spoils. Zhi'en calculated silently, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He envisioned a plethora of spirit stones beckoning to him, making it impossible to resist such temptation. With this thought in mind, Zhi'en quickly stepped forward, speaking with earnest sincerity. Master Uncle, I find myself with nothing to occupy my time at present. May I accompany you? Even if I cannot be of assistance. Gaining experience would be most beneficial. Upon hearing Zhi'en's words, Hong Hong remained silent, her face cold. Yet, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in her eyes, clearly indicating her reluctance to be burdened by this bothersome individual. However, the astute woman seemed to perceive Zhi'en's sentiments through her subtle expressions. She gently covered her mouth with a smile, a warmth reminiscent of the sun in spring, bright and uplifting. Let Zhi'en, my nephew, accompany us. However, this endeavor shall be led by Hong Hong, for she possesses considerable experience in such matters. Although Hong Hong was displeased, she knew she could not defy her master's orders. Biting her lip, she reluctantly acquiesced. Subsequently, Hong Hong selected 30 disciples from the city lord's residence, along with Zhi'en, to venture forth into Xiantian City. Along the way, Zhi'en lowered his voice, querying with curiosity, Senior Sister Hong Hong, shall we proceed so boldly? Might we inadvertently alert the enemy? Initially, Hong Hong had no intention of engaging with him, yet she recognized the validity of his concern and felt compelled to respond. Taking a deep breath, she calmly elaborated. This informant is a prominent merchant within the city, pivotal to the underground intelligence network, controlling the flow of numerous pieces of information. Before he believes himself exposed, how could he possibly escape? Moreover, due to the ongoing war, Xiantian City is effectively sealed off. Any informant would find it impossible to flee. Her tone exuded confidence as she continued. Indeed, now is the opportune moment to capture him. Zhi'en nodded in realization, acknowledging that this truly was the best time to ensnare the quarry. Upon arriving at the informant's residence, the sight of 2 imposing stone lions stirred something within Zhi'en. He recalled having visited this place before, tasked with delivering a cat to the royal city. The more he pondered, the more suspicious he became. It seemed likely that this informant had intended to lure him to the royal city, which was utterly contemptible. He mused silently. Meanwhile, Hong Hong expertly directed the disciples' movements, swiftly organizing them into 3 groups. The first group would encircle the back entrance to prevent the informant from escaping. The second group would approach from the front, poised to capture him directly. The third group would lie in ambush at a distance, ready to apprehend any suspicious individuals attempting to alert the informant. Given the anti-flight formations in Xiantian City, there was no need to guard against aerial threats, significantly easing the capture's difficulty. Furthermore, should circumstances necessitate, they could deploy the Spirit Beast formation to flush out any hidden enemies, ensuring the operation's success. As the 3 groups commenced their coordinated actions, Zhi'en closely followed Hong Hong into the wealthy merchant's abode. Upon stepping through the entrance, he was greeted by a broad stone corridor extending straight ahead, flanked by an array of rare flowers and trees. The opulence before him filled Zhi'en with delight. He understood that while he might only claim a minuscule share of this wealth, who would not be pleased by the prospect of acquiring free spirit stones? After all, he was currently troubled over the spirit stones, and even the slightest gain could bring him immense satisfaction. At that moment, the frail steward of a wealthy merchant hurried over. His face bore an anxious expression, and a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. Accompanying him were several burly bodyguards, each muscular and wielding clubs and other weapons, exuding an intimidating presence. Who are you? How dare you trespass upon Master Qian's estate? The steward shouted fiercely, hands on his hips. I have already informed the resident elder, a cultivator of the 5th level of Qi refinement. If you do not provide an explanation, you shall not leave here. The steward continued to bellow, attempting to intimidate them with the mention of the elder. However, he was oblivious to the identities of those present, who would not be daunted by a mere 5th level cultivator. Hong Hong paid no heed to the arrogant steward and, with a swift motion, sent him flying with a resounding slap. The steward arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. As for the 5th level cultivator, he was of no consequence at all. Chapter 118. The raid. As tensions escalated between the imperial city and the Xiantian sect, This affluent merchant, acting as a spy for the imperial city, had unwittingly relayed countless pieces of intelligence, indirectly leading to the demise of numerous sect disciples. For such individuals, Hong Hong would never show mercy. Her heart was filled solely with fury and disdain towards traitors. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious satin attire rushed in, his face pale and his eyes brimming with terror. Esteemed immortals, what is the meaning of this? I am but an honest merchant, never having committed any heinous acts, he exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his expression of grievance utterly insincere. He attempted to mask his guilt with an air of innocence. Yet to Hong Hong and her companions, this was nothing more than a futile struggle. With a cold snort, Hong Hong cast a piece of parchment to the ground, declaring, "Examine this. Is this not your correspondence with the spies in the imperial city?" The merchant hastily retrieved the parchment, fumbling to unfold it. After a swift perusal, he fell to his knees, crying out, "Immortals above. A skilled person could easily forge such notes. I am wronged. My family has long benefited from Zhi'en's sect. How could I betray my master and serve the imperial city?" His voice trembled, filled with terror and despair. He well understood that being branded a spy would lead to dire consequences. Hong Hong gazed at the merchant with disdain, wishing to strike him down on the spot. However, her master had instructed that he must face a public trial to set the record straight. Thus, Hong Hong produced a sound transmission talisman, her voice icy and severe, akin to a sharp blade. "This contains your communications with all the city spies, marked with a spiritual imprint. Do you dare to quibble in the face of such irrefutable evidence?" Upon seeing the talisman, the merchant's complexion turned ashen. His body suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground, and a puddle began to form beneath him, suggesting he had soiled himself from fright. Yet, this was merely a fade he constructed to deceive. As the overseer of numerous spies, he excelled at disguise. Deep down, he comprehended that there was no escape for him today. Without hesitation, he bit down on a poison pill. On one hand, he sought to guard the remaining secrets, unwilling to allow critical information to escape. On the other, he wished to avoid the agonizing torment of interrogation. However, Hong Hong had dealt with numerous such scenarios and was exceedingly experienced. Though her demeanor was cold, she remained acutely observant of the merchant's every move. The moment he crushed the poison, she reacted swiftly, delivering a forceful strike to his back. A surge of powerful spiritual energy expelled the poison from his system. The merchant was sent sprawling to the ground, blood and mucus streaming from his mouth, appearing utterly disheveled. In that instant, he resembled a fish upon the chopping block, devoid of any power to resist. Shortly thereafter, a group of disciples apprehended 8 fleeing spies from the rear entrance of the estate. The group of spies was composed entirely of ordinary mortals. Their appearances unremarkable and devoid of distinguishing features, the kind of individuals who would be easily forgotten amidst a crowd. At that moment, they all wore expressions of sheer terror, with some even succumbing to tears. Perhaps they had never envisioned such a grim fate awaiting them. After a while, a third group apprehended several suspicious individuals from the outskirts of the estate. These individuals were all cultivators at the first or second level of Qi training, their faces betraying a palpable anxiety, clearly aware of the dire predicament they were about to face. Awaiting them was the severe interrogation of the city lord's mansion. The Zhi'en sect has always maintained a policy of zero tolerance towards traitors and collaborators. Once the third group had gathered, Hong Hong produced a spirit rope, binding all the spies tightly together. Subsequently, she assigned 3 disciples to keep watch, pointing towards the opulent estate. Hong Hong addressed the remaining disciples of the city lord's mansion in a commanding voice: "Seize their assets. Confiscate all of this person's ill-gotten wealth." Immediately, everyone sprang into action. Working in groups of 3 with remarkable efficiency, cooperating and supervising one another as they swiftly dispersed in various directions. Zhi'en stood to the side, glancing at Hong Hong, and pondered to himself, "Is she not going to assign me a task? Sigh. Women truly hold grudges. Is it necessary to dwell on being beaten?" He shook his head in resignation. "Enough of this. I'm here to reap the rewards." With that thought, Zhi'en disregarded Hong Hong's threatening gaze and resolutely set off to seize the assets on his own. "If you have the guts, go ahead and report me. After all, Master and Uncle Wilwin will protect me," he reassured himself inwardly. Hong Hong furrowed her brow as she watched Zhi'en's retreating figure, a surge of complex emotions welling up within her. To be honest, she longed to restrain him and teach him a lesson. However, given his outstanding performance in the battle atop the city wall, she was acutely aware that she was no match for him. This realization left her feeling somewhat vexed. With a frustrated stomp of her foot, she resolved to let it go. "I will definitely report this to Master." Hong Hong clenched her teeth, her tone tinged with a hint of unwillingness. Meanwhile, Zhi'en was swiftly navigating through the estate. Thanks to the aerial vantage point provided by Zhao Yanzi, He felt as though he possessed a pair of all-seeing eyes, quickly locating the merchant's study. His heart brimmed with anticipation, and his steps unconsciously quickened. Aside from the underground treasury, there should be plenty of treasures in the study, right? Zhi'en suppressed his excitement. Approaching the door, he unceremoniously pushed it open, as if the study were already his possession. Upon entering the merchant's study, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of opulence. This spacious and well-lit area resembled a miniature treasure vault. In the center stood an exquisite Zhi'en wood desk, its deep hue and intricate carvings radiating an extraordinary quality. The inkstone on the desk gleamed with a delicate sheen, while the ink stick lay quietly beside it, emanating a faint fragrance of ink. Shelves surrounding the room were adorned with an array of rare and curious artifacts, captivating the eye with their abundance. The exotic glass lantern shimmers with a resplendent array of colors, its unique shape imbued with the enchanting essence of distant lands. The jade carvings are rendered with remarkable lifelikeness, each intricate detail meticulously crafted. The blue and white porcelain commands particular attention. The delicate blue patterns on the porcelain surface resemble a poetic tableau, akin to an elegant goddess radiating captivating charm. Adorning the walls are masterpieces of calligraphy and painting, their strokes fluid and dynamic, exuding grandeur. To one side rests an ancient guqin, its surface exuding a warm hue, the strings glinting softly under the light. The bookshelf is laden with precious ancient texts, their yellowed pages and venerable bindings bearing the weight of time. Gazing around at the plethora of exquisite treasures, Zhi'en licked his parched lips and remarked, "Each item here emanates the scent of wealth. If taken to auction, they would surely fetch a considerable sum of spirit stones." Chapter 119. Comprehensive service. Zhi'en gazed at the numerous splendid treasures before him, a flicker of excitement illuminating his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hands, deftly placing each of these precious items into the storage bag generously bestowed upon him by Zhou Yuan. With every artifact he secured, a wave of satisfaction surged within him, as though he could already envision the joyful sight of the little swallow feasting. In contrast, his original storage bag contained only a few inconspicuous flower pots, which he carelessly tossed in merely to appease Hong Hong. Zhi'en was acutely aware that his actions would surely not escape the notice of one. Yet, what alternative did he possess? The little swallow's insatiable appetite compelled him to take risks. Perhaps the current precarious situation within the sect rendered the higher-ups too preoccupied to scrutinize his behavior. In any case, amidst such circumstances, he could only seek to benefit himself and the little swallow by navigating through the murky waters. The vast estate was astonishingly expansive, and as Zhi'en roamed through it, time slipped away unnoticed. It was not until 3 full hours had passed that he finally reunited with the raiding party at the octagonal pavilion. During this interval, he had not encountered any treasures as delightful as those found in the study. His search yielded only a few fairly decent jade pieces. Although these jade items were of commendable quality, they paled in comparison to the remarkable treasures he had previously discovered. A sense of disappointment settled in Zhi'en's heart. Yet he understood the importance of temperance. For an ordinary merchant, such a fortune was indeed formidable. Nonetheless, within the context of this raid, such wealth appeared alarmingly fragile, easily confiscated. As the raiding party observed Zhi'en meandering alone within the estate, a flicker of suspicion crossed their gazes. Perhaps they speculated whether he harbored additional hidden treasures, or questioned his audacity to act independently. However, as the grim image of the severed heads piled upon the city wall surfaced in their minds, any trace of suspicion swiftly dissipated. At the assembly point, the atmosphere was tinged with gravity. Hong Hong stood there, exuding a commanding presence akin to that of a valiant female general. She systematically collected the storage bags from all the raiding disciples with swift and decisive movements. Upon their return, rewards would be allocated based on the bounty each individual had gathered, serving both as motivation and a recognition of their arduous efforts. When she approached Zhi'en, Hong Hong extended her jade hand with an impassive expression. Observing her outstretched hand, Zhi'en responded with a composed smile, readily surrendering his storage bag, his eyes betraying no hint of trepidation. Within the bag lay only a handful of inconsequential flower pots and a few changes of clothing for maidservants. As Hong Hong seized the storage bag, a wave of perplexity surged within her. An instinctual awareness suggested that this fellow, having raided alone without any oversight, must have concealed something. After all, in such a situation, it was difficult to ensure that one would not harbor ulterior motives. Yet, Hong Hong found herself ensnared in a web of indecision. Though she harbored doubts regarding Zhi'en, it was inconceivable for her to conduct a body search. Red, gritting her teeth, resolved to report this situation to her master, entrusting the decision to him. Yet, she seemed to have overlooked her master's remarkable wisdom. How could he possibly neglect such a detail? In truth, Wenwen was well aware of Li Zhi'en's pressing need for spirit stones, yet the sect, in its efforts to maintain the spirit beast formation and some clandestine arrangements, had deemed the resources of spirit stones to be exceedingly scarce, thereby tacitly allowing Li Zhi'en's actions. During the raid, the disciples of the Zhi'en sect acted with unparalleled decisiveness, gathering all the female relatives and servants from the estate. At that moment, these dozens of individuals were engulfed in profound terror, each trembling and bowing their heads deeply. Among this group was even a fifth-tier chi refining adept who had once held a position of esteem. Now, he too was stripped of his former dignity, his countenance rife with unease. Subsequently, Red commenced her on-site investigation. With a solemn expression, she slowly retrieved a parchment-like artifact from her storage pouch. She carefully placed the artifact upon a stone table, followed by her ink and brush. Then, addressing the gathered servants with an icy demeanor, she commanded, "Line up and write your names on the parchment in turn." Though the servants were perplexed and fraught with fear, they understood well the futility of defying a celestial being's orders and dared not disobey. Thus, with trepidation, they shuffled their feet and formed a lengthy queue. Trembling, they grasped the brush as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Their hands quivered incessantly, and with great effort, they managed to scrawl their names. Upon seeing the name Lai Yuejing inscribed on the parchment, a wave of revulsion flickered in Red's eyes. Nevertheless, she stifled her discomfort and sternly inquired, "Lai Yuejing, is this your true name? Are you a spy from the royal city? Have you ever committed acts against the Zhi'en sect or Zhi'en city?" Upon hearing the celestial reprimand, Lai Yuejing was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, his body shaking like a leaf in the wind. He stammered, "I am Lai Yuejing. No, it's not. I haven't done anything." Red glanced back at the parchment, scrutinizing the fluctuations of energy above the name, and found no anomalies. She waved her hand, signaling for her subordinates to drag the terrified individual aside. The parchment possessed a unique efficacy, capable of influencing one's spiritual awareness to serve as a lie detector. However, due to its inherently low tier, it could only affect ordinary mortals or low-level cultivators. Following the same procedure, Red maintained her serious and focused demeanor, meticulously examining each of the servants without overlooking any detail. As the investigation progressed, time slipped by, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. To her astonishment, 2 individuals were indeed uncovered as liars. The names inscribed on the parchment ignited unexpectedly due to the intervention of spiritual awareness. Hong Hong's approach was remarkably straightforward and lucid. For those subordinates who had been thoroughly vetted and found to be blameless, she ordered their immediate dispersal, allowing them to return home. These individuals, as if granted a reprieve, expressed profound gratitude and hurriedly departed. Conversely, for the 2 individuals who were discovered to have lied and posed a threat, Hong Hong unhesitatingly bound them together with spiritual ropes, preparing to hand them over to the city lord's mansion for further action. Once the investigation was complete, this grand estate was sealed with a notice. Hong Hong's operation was undeniably efficient and comprehensive, embodying a seamless service. From the confiscation of property to the investigation and subsequent handling, every aspect was meticulously organized. Chapter 120. Assassination. It must be said that such a method of handling matters leaves no room for criticism. There are no negative reviews. On the way back to the Lord's mansion, Li Zhi'en's gaze occasionally drifted towards Hong Hong. Observing her air of unwavering confidence, waves of contemplation stirred within him. He pondered whether he should also vie for a position. After all, in order to seize opportunities amidst this situation, one must possess a suitable identity. If he were to take charge of the looting, then, as this thought crossed his mind, his mouth nearly watered at the vision of a promising future. Meanwhile, in a shadowy alley, 2 middle-aged men stood silently, their eyes fixated on Li Zhi'en, brimming with madness and determination. The aura emanating from these men was formidable, clearly indicating they had reached the foundational realm. "We do not have much time. Shall we act now?" one of them whispered fiercely. The other slowly shook his head, his expression grave. He squinted slightly, calmly analyzing the situation. "There are too many people. If we act recklessly now, any unforeseen incident would leave us with no chance whatsoever." Suppressing his inner agitation, the first man continued, "Although we are destined to be exposed and to perish, if we can eliminate the prodigy of Zhi'en sect, our descendants in the imperial city will surely receive significant benefits." At the words of his companion, the first speaker's eyes sparkled with fervor. A profound sense of mission and honor surged within him. As agents and assassins of the imperial city, they had long since cast aside the notions of life and death. To die for a noble cause was their greatest glory. Li Zhi'en remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger approaching him. At that moment, his mind was entirely consumed with thoughts of the treasures he had acquired from the looting. his storage bag brimmed with valuable items, and thus he had no intention of returning to the Lord's mansion alongside the others. He calculated that he must quickly find a pawnshop to dispose of these goods. After all, though Uncle Wenwen had tacitly approved of his actions, it did not imply he could brazenly retain such obvious incriminating evidence. Sister Hong Hong, I am feeling unwell. I need to find a restroom, Li Zhi'en said awkwardly, his expression painted with embarrassment as he gently rubbed his stomach. His demeanor was so convincing that it seemed he was truly beset by discomfort. Hong Hong furrowed her brow. A woman's intuition told her that this fellow must be harboring ulterior motives. Yet, as a woman, she could not accompany him to the restroom to investigate further. As for sending a disciple to follow him, Li Zhi'en was no criminal. What justification did she have to do so? Ultimately, disregarding Hong Hong's consent, Li Zhi'en departed from the group alone. Watching his receding figure, Hong Hong stamped her foot in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. The two assassins from the Imperial City, initially believing they had lost their opportunity for the day, were preparing to withdraw quietly. However, just as they were on the verge of surrender, they beheld Li Zhi'en detach from the group. A mutual glance exchanged between them ignited a fervent spark in their eyes. Thus, they hastily followed suit. Akin to phantoms lurking in the shadows, Li Zhi'en, unfamiliar with Zhuantiang City, found it quite challenging to locate a suitable pawnshop. Nevertheless, he devised a means. He produced a low-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch and intercepted a passerby, beaming with a friendly smile as he inquired, "Could you kindly direct me to the largest pawnshop in Zhuantiang City?" The passerby, upon catching sight of the spirit stone, displayed a flicker of surprise and readily divulged the location of the city's largest pawnshop. Satisfied with the information, Li Zhi'en tucked the spirit stone away and proceeded toward the pawnshop. To avoid unnecessary troubles with disposing of stolen goods, he refrained from seeking a guide. Half an hour later, as Li Zhi'en traversed the alley, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He noticed that the sun overhead had suddenly dimmed. Puzzled, he glanced upward only to find no clouds in sight. A sense of foreboding gripped him as his heart raced and his breath quickened. Uncertain of the cause, an instinctive awareness of impending danger surged within him. Li Zhi'en quickened his pace, eager to escape the unusually dark alley. However, as he neared the edge of a box, an icy surge of spiritual energy assailed him, akin to an invisible hand forcefully pushing him back. A formation barrier? Alarm surged through Li Zhi'en as memories of the records in the hidden spirit pavilion flashed in his mind. Such formations were designed specifically for assassination. Goodness! In that moment of realization, even the dimmest of minds would comprehend the peril he was ensnared in, a dangerous trap set for him. With no time to ponder the identity of his assailant, Li Zhi'en swiftly summoned the copper corpse puppet. He urgently commanded the little swallow to attack the formation barrier. He understood all too well that it must be shattered, otherwise he would be in dire straits. Upon receiving the command, the little swallow sprang into action, radiating formidable spiritual energy as it charged toward the barrier. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the harsh sound of spiritual energy colliding. The little swallow's razor-edged wings struck the formation barrier with great force. Yet, unexpectedly, this seemingly powerful assault failed to breach the barrier. The recoil from the impact caused the little swallow to falter momentarily before it was compelled to retreat. This is disastrous. A chill swept through Li Zhi'en's heart, and his countenance darkened significantly. If even the foundational-level little swallow could not breach the formation barrier, he could scarcely fathom the formidable strength it possessed. He could only lament his own unworthiness for being targeted with such overwhelming force. He remained oblivious to the identity of the individual he had offended, who had unleashed such a powerful assassination attempt upon him. Wait, is that a fourth-tier spirit beast, the Golden Bird? Can a practitioner at the Qi refinement stage afford to sustain themselves? Just as Li Zhi'en found himself engulfed in despair, a voice, filled with astonishment, suddenly echoed through the air. As the sound reverberated, two middle-aged men emerged from the shadows simultaneously. Their gazes were icy and merciless, regarding Li Zhi'en as though he were a mere corpse. Li Zhi'en sensed the formidable aura radiating from the two, both demonstrating the cultivation level of early foundation establishment. His complexion instantly turned ashen, and a wave of despair surged within him. "My esteemed brothers, let us discuss this calmly. Are you here to rob me of wealth? Or perhaps," confronted with a seemingly fatal situation, Li Zhi'en, despite the dire straits, was reluctant to surrender. He yearned to struggle for survival. Thus, he tentatively inquired, hoping to unearth a glimmer of hope, even if it merely served to buy him a moment's reprieve. Chapter 121. The Desperate Struggle in the Alley, Part 1. My brother and I are the elite assassins of the Imperial City, having long concealed ourselves in Xiantian City, awaiting the opportune moment to eliminate high-value targets. Thus, you shall meet your demise. One of the middle-aged men sneered ominously. Simultaneously, the other middle-aged man extracted a gleaming long sword from his storage pouch, brandishing it menacingly. His words dripping with cold disdain. The unparalleled spellcasting genius of Zhi'en sect, to kill you, we are willing to expose ourselves to accompany you in death. A fair exchange. You shall not die in vain. Zhi'en, upon hearing this, forced a bitter smile, filled with helplessness and indignation. Should I feel honored? What absurd logic is this? To hell with you. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Why should I be the one to face such odds? Zhi'en cursed vehemently, his eyes ablaze with fury. In this dire predicament, he found himself with no alternative. Since he could not break through this barrier of spiritual energy, he had no choice but to eliminate the source of the barrier. He understood that in this moment, he could only fight with his back against the wall. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Little Swallow seemed to sense its master's plight, and from its diminutive form, a fierce fighting spirit erupted. It then let out a piercing cry, resembling a streak of golden lightning, as it charged toward one of the middle-aged men. It was determined to carve a path to survival for its master. Little Swallow engaged fiercely with the enemy wielding the longsword. The man's mastery of metal-based spells was extraordinary. With each strike, brilliant golden light erupted, dazzling and formidable, radiating an immense power. The powerful aura emanating from his spells was in stark contrast to Little Swallow's sharp wings, a true clash of titans. Meanwhile, the other enemy let out a sinister laugh, advancing step by step toward Zhi'en. His gaze sparkled with a bloodthirsty light, reminiscent of a ravenous beast stalking its prey. As a cultivator at the 5th layer of chi refinement, Zhi'en appeared as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block before him, ripe for slaughter. Would Zhi'en truly allow himself to be so easily dispatched? The answer was clearly in the negative. Instead of retreating, Zhi'en surged forward, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. While commanding the copper corpse puppet to shield him, he erected a solid barrier, simultaneously darting towards his adversary with lightning speed. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sneered derisively, his laughter laced with scorn and contempt. He narrowed his eyes and unleashed a powerful earth-based spell with a swift motion. In an instant, the yellow earth beneath them, mingled with the blue bricks, seemed to come alive, surging forth rapidly. It rolled and churned, coalescing into a massive, earth-colored fist, carrying a heavy force aimed squarely at Zhi'en. Zhi'en was acutely aware of the strike's potency and quickly commanded the copper corpse puppet to take the brunt of the attack. A single blow from a foundational cultivator could obliterate him in an instant. Only by relying on the copper corpse puppet could he withstand such a force. Indeed, Zhi'en could utilize the frost of 1,000 years for defense, but he recognized this as merely a probing attack from the enemy. To maximize the potential for counterattack, it was best to await the enemy's full-force assault. Otherwise, he had no confidence in severely injuring a foundational cultivator. Thus, he bided his time. With a thunderous roar akin to a sudden clap of thunder, the sound reverberated painfully against the eardrums. The copper corpse puppet was instantly sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing violently against the array barrier. A muffled thud echoed as the barrier trembled. It is well known that the copper corpse puppet is lauded for its robust material and formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, in the face of an attack from a foundational stage practitioner, it found itself utterly overwhelmed. In an instant, the puppet's body became riddled with a network of cracks, with a significant dent marring its chest, a sight that was truly alarming. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, the dutiful puppet swiftly made its way to Zhi'en's side, standing firm like an unwavering fortress, safeguarding its master's safety. A flicker of anguish crossed Zhi'en's eyes. If it were to endure a few more of such devastating blows, this precious puppet would be rendered entirely useless. However, trapped in a dire predicament, he felt utterly helpless. Seizing the opportunity created by the puppet's injury, Zhi'en darted toward the middle-aged man with the swiftness of lightning. Only by closing the distance to this formidable adversary could he unleash a more ferocious assault. The middle-aged man was perplexed to see a mere 5th-layer chi practitioner daring to approach him. In his view, as a dignified foundational stage cultivator, there was no reason to fear a lowly chi practitioner in close combat. A mere slap would suffice to dispatch him effortlessly. Yet, years of combat experience instilled in him a sense of caution, even as confusion brewed within. In battle, one must never underestimate any opponent, regardless of how feeble they may appear, lest they stumble into unforeseen peril. He shot an irate glare at his companion, who was engaged in a back-and-forth struggle with a bird, a display of utter incompetence. He cursed inwardly, then clasped his hands together, his expression grave as he murmured incantations. As he cast a spell, the ground of the narrow alley began to shake violently, resembling a minor earthquake. The stones and earth churned and surged, transforming into a gigantic hand of earth that surged toward Zhi'en with overwhelming force. This colossal hand, exuding an awe-inspiring aura, stirred up fierce winds in its wake. Compared to the earlier earthen fist, this massive hand was clearly superior, representing the full might of a foundational stage practitioner, a force to be reckoned with. Faced with this imposing hand, Zhi'en felt a surge of exhilaration. If the enemy continued to attack indiscriminately, the fourth-tier spell would never reach its maximum potential for counterattack. He could not withstand the casual assaults of a foundational practitioner, and once his defenses crumbled, he would be left with no hope of survival. Meanwhile, the battle between Xiao Yanzi and her adversary had escalated to a fever pitch. Both sides were exerting every ounce of strength, refusing to yield. In her desperate struggle, Xiao Yanzi shed feathers that shot forth like arrows toward the enemy. The tips of those feathers still glistened with the blood and flesh from where they had been plucked. A vivid and striking red. These bloodied feathers were not only extraordinarily sharp, upon striking the enemy, they unleashed explosive bursts of spiritual energy. The swordsman was caught off guard by the sudden spiritual explosion, his garments torn asunder and his body charred. It was evident that he had sustained severe injuries. However, he was a man of formidable ferocity. Utilizing the outwardly exposed flesh, he forcibly extracted a copious amount of essence blood from within. This essence blood flowed like a crimson stream, exuding a pungent scent of iron. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly infused this essence into the long sword he held. With each drop of blood added, the sword expanded in size, its blade shimmering with radiant light, accompanied by a resonant golden chime. The golden rainbow sword. With a thunderous roar, he gripped the sword firmly with both hands and struck down fiercely at the little swallow. The unstoppable force of the golden spiritual energy was instantly unleashed, transforming into a colossal golden sword that surged toward his foe. Chapter 122. The Desperate Struggle in the Narrow Alley. Part 2. In the dimly lit alley, shrouded by an impenetrable barrier, the atmosphere was stifling, nearly suffocating. Zhi'en stood alone, acutely aware that today's battle was a matter of life and death. At this moment, the enemy unleashed a formidable earth-based spell. A colossal hand slowly emerged from the ground, constructed from solid earth and stone, exuding an overwhelming aura of elemental power. It descended upon him like a towering mountain, instilling fear and trepidation. Gazing at the immense hand, a profound sense of crisis surged within Zhi'en. Today, I shall transcend my limits. I cannot falter. He silently vowed to himself. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved 3 experience packs from the system. With life hanging in the balance, he acted without delay. As the experience packs activated within the system, a powerful surge of spiritual energy flooded into Zhi'en's entire being. His cultivation skyrocketed, ascending to the 8th level in an instant. The immense spiritual force inundated his dantian like a raging tide, bestowing upon him an unprecedented strength. With this newfound power, Zhi'en immediately unleashed the technique known as millennial frost. With a flourish of his hands, a massive sphere of ice materialized before him, radiating a piercing chill and shimmering with a crystalline glow. Within the ice sphere, a gray-white formation began to rotate, capable not only of withstanding formidable attacks but also possessing a hidden rebound ability. Should the enemy's assault strike the sphere, the formation would reflect a portion of the force back, delivering a devastating counterstrike. But that was not all. Harnessing the explosive spiritual energy coursing through him, Zhi'en consecutively released 4 layers of millennial frost, each one enveloping the previous sphere. As he beheld the colossal ice sphere before him, confidence surged within his heart. With 5 layers of rebound, let us see if you can survive. In the next instant, the 2 forces collided with a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the alley. The entire passage trembled beneath the impact. Dust and stone flew in every direction, and an icy chill permeated the air. The gigantic ice sphere began to crack under the relentless assault of the earth hand, fissures rapidly spreading across its surface. Yet, at that moment, the internal formation of the ice sphere proved its formidable worth. The gray-white energy flowed swiftly through the formation, rebounding a portion of the force each time the earth hand struck the sphere. The enemy's body quivered under the weight of this counterforce. As the earth hand continued its assault, the colossal ice sphere shattered successively until only a small remnant remained before Zhi'en. Although the enemy had shattered the ice sphere, they simultaneously endured 5 instances of recoil damage. At this moment, disbelief filled the eyes of the middle-aged man. He opened his mouth to speak, but was unable to contain the blood that erupted forth. His body weakened, and he collapsed. In the past, the young lord had barely survived a single instance of recoil, bleeding profusely and nearly losing consciousness. This individual has endured 5 instances of reflected damage. Despite possessing foundational cultivation, he finds it arduous to withstand such a formidable assault. The adversary engaged with the little swallow observed his comrade's fate, his face instantly contorted in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? Can one wield a reflective spell even at the Golden Core realm? Li Zhi'en, witnessing the fall of his foe, felt a surge of elation within. He recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a moment to strike while his enemy was vulnerable. In a flash, he propelled himself towards the adversary like a bolt of lightning, his hand morphing into a claw, poised to deliver the final blow. Yet, just as victory seemed assured, a small hammer materialized in the hand of the fallen foe. With bloodshot eyes, the middle-aged man was resolute. Today, they had come with a death wish, and he would not leave empty-handed. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he hurled the small hammer towards his target. Li Zhi'en was taken aback. He could no longer muster defensive spells. In that critical moment, he swiftly conjured the solar shield, placing it before himself. In the next heartbeat, the hammer descended upon the solar shield like a meteor streaking through the night sky, crashing forcefully against it. A thunderous boom reverberated, and amidst the shower of sparks, a formidable shockwave radiated outward. Light and smoke intertwined, creating a chaotic tableau. The solar shield trembled violently under the impact, its surface marred by a myriad of cracks resembling a spider's web, teetering on the brink of collapse. Li Zhi'en felt an overwhelming force assailing him, his body propelled backward like a leaf caught in a tempest. It was as if a colossal hand had violently stirred his internal organs, the tremendous impact inflicting grievous injuries upon him, causing blood to surge uncontrollably from his mouth. Even with the solar shield's protection, he had sustained a devastating blow, clearly indicating that the hammer was no ordinary artifact. Quickly, Li Zhi'en procured 2 healing potions from the system and consumed them without hesitation. This marked his first experience with such potions, and he pondered their efficacy. "May they grant me my life," he silently prayed. The potion's effects manifested swiftly, and to his astonishment, his nearly shattered insides began to mend. In mere moments, he felt more than half of his injuries heal. Sensing the transformation within, Li Zhi'en sprang to his feet, appearing as if nothing had transpired. These healing potions are truly miraculous. Far more effective than when I used them on the little swallow," he exclaimed with delight. The adversary battling the little swallow, having witnessed his target being flung away, initially believed he had succeeded. However, within moments, Li Zhi'en was on his feet again, vibrant and full of life. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. The incredulity in their gaze mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. They could not fathom how this prodigious spellcaster could recover so rapidly from such grievous wounds. Even high-grade elixirs could not achieve this. How could a mere chi refinement cultivator endure such a feat? The man internally screamed in frustration. Li Zhi'en regarded the nearly shattered solar shield in his grasp, a swell of fury igniting within him. He understood that the solar shield could no longer provide him with effective defense. In light of this, let it fulfill its ultimate purpose. At this moment, a resolute glimmer flickered in Li Zhi'en's gaze. He recalled having encountered a method for the self-detonation of magical artifacts within the tomes of the Zhongling Pavilion, and it was precisely the right occasion to employ it. He focused intently, channeling his internal spiritual energy in a continuous flow into the blazing sun shield, all the while meticulously regulating the direction and intensity of this energy. Each strand of spiritual force intertwined within the shield like finely spun threads, forming a unique detonation conduit. As the energy surged forth, the once cracked blazing sun shield began to tremble violently, as if accumulating a cataclysmic force. Li Zhi'en was wholly absorbed in ensuring that the explosion's potency reached its zenith, giving no thought to the potential harm to himself, reassured by the presence of healing potions. Chapter 123, The Death Struggle in the Alley, Part 2. Recognizing that the moment had ripened, Li Zhi'en's thoughts stirred slightly. The solar shield resembled a detonated bomb, poised to unleash its formidable power at any instant. He deftly hurled the solar shield towards the enemy lying on the ground. As it soared through the air, it emitted a radiant glow, exuding an ominous and terrifying aura as it rapidly approached its target. The enemy, his face contorted in fear, gazed helplessly at the incoming solar shield. Yet, due to his grievous injuries, he was utterly incapable of evading it. Moments later, with a deafening roar, the solar shield detonated. The explosion's might was unparalleled, akin to a brilliant star erupting in a dazzling display. A blinding light and shockwave enveloped the enemy in an instant. Caught in the close-range explosion, he could scarcely react, emitting a chilling scream before being obliterated into a mere shadow of his former self. Li Zhi'en was not spared from the residual force of the explosion. The overwhelming impact struck him like a hammer, causing him to spew blood once more. His garments reduced to tatters. Yet he hesitated not for a moment, swiftly retrieving a healing pack from his system and consuming it without a second thought. The restorative effects of the pack took hold rapidly, initiating his recovery. In the midst of this, Li Zhi'en hastened towards the vicinity of the vanquished foe. He picked up a small hammer from the ground, casting a cold, steely gaze upon the adversary locked in combat with the little swallow. At that moment, the enemy was staring back at him with terror in his eyes, as if beholding a monster. The rebound spell at the Golden Core realm. the regenerative abilities akin to a demon cultivator, and the astonishing ascent of 3 levels in an instant. Such feats seemed a grotesque reincarnation from ancient times. His body trembled slightly, fear spreading like wildfire within him. He held no fear of dying with honor and purpose. Rather, it was the thought of a futile death, akin to that of a strayed dog in the sewers, that haunted him. Even if he wished to flee now, it was an impossible endeavor. Once the formation barrier had been established, there was no means to dismantle it before time expired, save for violent force. Although dread had begun to creep into the hearts of his enemies, Zhi'en understood that the ensuing battle would be even more arduous. He could no longer wield the Millennium Frost, and would need to seek alternative strategies. The little swallow, acutely aware of her master's perilous situation, glimmered with unwavering determination, once more charging towards the enemy with lightning speed. During her onslaught, another bloodied feather fell, hurtling towards the foe. At this juncture, the little swallow had lost a significant portion of her plumage, rendering her appearance somewhat disheveled, yet her fierce onslaught remained undiminished. Although her master was typically frugal, reluctant to bestow upon her excessive favors, the warmth of his affection was palpable to her. It was a love akin to that of a father, inspiring her to sacrifice everything for her master. Witnessing the little swallow's relentless efforts, Zhi'en felt a surge of emotion welling up within him, his eyes reddening. Without delay, he commanded the copper corpse puppet to join the fray, alleviating some of the burden from the little swallow. The copper corpse puppet advanced with heavy strides, resembling a moving fortress, charging towards the enemy. Yet, Zhi'en refrained from rushing forward, for he found himself unable to wield the 4th-tier defensive spells any longer. He understood that, given his current strength, facing a Foundation establishment cultivator could lead to his instantaneous demise. To approach recklessly would not only fail to inflict harm upon the adversary, but could also jeopardize his comrades. Nevertheless, Zhi'en had his purpose. By remaining motionless and silently standing there, he exerted considerable psychological pressure on the enemy, who directed a significant portion of their attention towards him. Unbeknownst to them, he was incapable of utilizing the formidable rebound spells. After a thunderous explosion of spiritual energy, the flesh of the enemy was scorched, peeling away in grotesque flakes. The sight was harrowing, instilling terror in the hearts of all who witnessed it. However, the enemy possessed healing elixirs, albeit exceedingly rare. Yet, during this desperate time, they had no choice but to employ them. Seizing the moment, the enemy shattered the elixir and sprinkled it over themselves. Remarkably, the shedding flesh swiftly healed their wounds. Their singular thought became one of vengeance against the prodigious spellcaster Zhi'en. Only through his death would their sacrifice hold significance. Otherwise, it would be akin to a lifeless dog in a sewer, utterly meaningless. With a thunderous roar, the enemy swung their golden sword, lunging at Zhi'en like a frenzied beast. Their eyes were bloodshot, and the sword trembled slightly in their grasp, as if gathering immense power. Incantations spilled forth from their lips, and the surrounding golden spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing around the sword like iron filings drawn to a magnet. As the energy continued to flow, the sword erupted in resplendent golden light, illuminating the narrow alley. Suddenly, with a fierce sweep of the sword, waves of golden sword energy shot forth like a torrential downpour. These sword energies crisscrossed with lethal intent, slicing through the air with a piercing howl. In this critical moment, the little swallow unhesitatingly flew before its master, spreading its wings to form a barrier with its diminutive frame. Its gaze was resolute. Despite the fear gnawing at its heart in the face of the oncoming sword energy, it showed no inclination to retreat, driven solely by the desire to protect its master. The sword energy relentlessly battered against the little swallow, producing a cacophony of shrill sounds and sparks flying in all directions. The force of the impact sent the swallow staggering, feathers scattering in the air. Yet, it steadfastly held its ground, determined not to allow a single sword energy to harm Zhi'en. The copper corpse puppet charged from the side with swift momentum, its fist carrying immense weight, striking the enemy's head with the force of a cannonball. A resounding crash echoed as the enemy was violently propelled away, their body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. However, despite the puppet's formidable defenses, its offensive power appeared significantly diminished against a Foundation establishment cultivator. The blow failed to inflict substantial damage, and the enemy merely shook their head vigorously before rising once more. Thus, the battle descended into a stalemate, with sword energies crisscrossing and lights flickering throughout the alley. The enemy's eyes burned a fierce crimson, wildly wielding a long sword, unleashing waves of golden sword energy that sliced through the air towards Zhi'en with a piercing whistle. The little swallow, diminutive yet agile, darted gracefully through the gaps in the sword energy like a spirited sprite. At times, it fervently flapped its wings, conjuring a whirlwind that deftly redirected the lethal strikes away from their intended target. At other moments, it struck with the swiftness of lightning, its sharp beak precisely pecking at the approaching sword energy, shattering it into fragments. Each successful thwarting of the enemy's assault drained a little swallow of immense strength. Its feathers became increasingly disheveled, and new wounds proliferated, crimson blood staining its golden plumage. Yet, it never wavered, its bright eyes filled with unwavering determination, steadfastly guarding its master. Chapter 124. Beyond the barrier, the copper corpse puppet advanced with a heavy gait, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. It resembled a silent fortress of steel, ready to unleash its iron fist at the slightest sign of vulnerability from the enemy. Although the adversary seethed with frustration at the relentless assaults of the copper puppet, he found himself powerless, forced to defend against the onslaught of the small swallow while evading the puppet's sudden strikes. The small swallow's proactive assaults were equally formidable, yet it struggled to deliver a decisive blow to the foe. Like a flash of golden lightning, its speed was bewilderingly swift. It launched fierce, thunderous attacks with its sharp beak and claws, embodying an unstoppable momentum. Despite being utterly exhausted, nearly drained of strength, the enemy, drawing upon the profound capabilities of a foundational cultivator, managed to instinctively evade the swallow's lethal strikes at critical moments. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, the roar of battle echoing through the narrow alleyway, reminiscent of an unceasing war drum. Zhi'en stood quietly by, his gaze fixed intently on the evolving battle. He harbored no fear of a war of attrition, for equipped with healing and spiritual energy packs, he could ensure the small swallow maintained its formidable output. Whenever the swallow sustained injuries, Zhi'en would swiftly toss a healing pack. The miraculous power of the pack would instantly alleviate the swallow's wounds. Simultaneously, he would judiciously inject spiritual energy packs to bolster its combat prowess. After an entire day and night of fierce conflict, the enemy finally exhausted his spiritual energy, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The prolonged struggle had left him utterly fatigued, as if the once bountiful spring of his energy had run dry, rendering him incapable of casting spells. His heart brimmed with resentment, yet he found himself utterly powerless. We have ultimately failed, but we cannot bear the blame. It is you. The Imperial City's Death Warrior fixed a piercing gaze on Zhi'en, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. What manner of being are you? The Death Warrior shouted again in fury, his voice reverberating in the enclosed alley. However, Zhi'en chose not to respond, standing there with an expression as cold as ice. Then, with a mere wave of his hand, he commanded the copper corpse puppet to escort the enemy on his final journey. Approaching the Death Warrior with its heavy steps, the puppet unhesitatingly snapped the enemy's neck. Following that, it delivered a powerful punch to the enemy's dantian, shattering it with overwhelming force. Seeing the enemy utterly devoid of life, Zhi'en finally exhaled in relief. The exhaustion from the relentless battle surged through his body, and his legs buckled, causing him to fall back onto the stony ground. The harsh stones dug painfully into his back, yet he could muster no energy to care. At that moment, all he desired was a moment of respite. Unwilling to move even a single finger, the barrier of the formation had yet to dissipate, and the surroundings remained securely locked, offering no means of escape. Observing this, Zhi'en chose to close his eyes, preparing for a well-deserved slumber. After all, he had just endured a grueling battle, leaving his mind and body utterly worn. At this moment, the copper corpse puppet picked up the enemy's golden sword, taking deliberate steps towards its master. With a resounding crash, it completely fell apart. This loyal puppet steadfastly held its ground until the very last moment, fulfilling its mission. Thanks to the healing pack from its master, the little swallow was not gravely injured. However, 90% of its feathers had vanished, leaving its bare skin drenched in blood, a sight most pitiful. It struggled to flap its wings, landing upon its master's chest, trembling weakly in pain before succumbing to slumber. In this battle, had it not been for the little swallow's selfless bravery, Zhi'en would undoubtedly have perished. Thus, it can be said that the little swallow was Zhi'en's savior in this life and death struggle. Hours earlier, atop the city wall's arrow tower, Yu paced restlessly, her face etched with anxiety. The emerald pipe, her ever-present companion, lay forgotten beneath her feet. Her beloved disciple had been missing for a day and a night, and an overwhelming sense of dread surged within her. Could he have been captured by the Imperial City? Yu muttered to herself, unable to fathom any reason for Zhi'en's inexplicable disappearance. After a few more agitated steps, her frustration intensified. Suddenly, she kicked open the door and, with a swift movement, soared towards the city walls, determined to seek out Zhi'en in the Imperial camp. However, as she ascended into the sky, she was thwarted by the Spirit Beast formation. Given the current wartime circumstances, the Imperial City could launch an attack at any moment, and the formation of Xintian sect remained sealed to ensure safety within the city. At that moment, sensing an intrusion, when Wenhua appeared like a streak of light on the city wall, Upon observing Yu Xiaoyu's anxious demeanor, an ominous premonition gripped her heart. With a look of concern, she inquired, "Sister Xiaoyu, what troubles you?" Yu Xiaoyu, her silver teeth clenched and breaths rapid, exclaimed in a panic. "My disciple has been missing for a day and a night. I cannot find him anywhere. He must have been taken by the people of the imperial city. I must leave the city to rescue him." Upon hearing that Li Zhi'en was in trouble, Wenwen's heart tightened, as if something of great importance had been snatched away. Momentarily halting her usually sharp thoughts, she quickly inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. Then, with keen insight, she began to analyze. Recently, no one has exited the spirit beast formation. I would have sensed any disturbance. Therefore, Zhi'en must still be within Xiantian City. If we cannot locate him, he must be shielded by the formation. In that case, let us promptly search the entire city. Perhaps in the process, we may inadvertently trigger the formation that conceals him. With that, Wenwen swiftly produced several communication talismans and issued a citywide search order. Following this, she reassured Yu Xiaoyu, "Sister Xiaoyu, Zhi'en is destined for greatness. He shall surely return safely." Yu Xiaoyu seemed entirely oblivious to Wenwen's words, her thoughts wholly occupied by her missing disciple, Li Zhi'en. Throughout that night, she remained restless, the unsettling feeling weighing heavily upon her heart like a massive stone. As a practitioner of the Tao, she possessed an innate sense of intuition, and at that moment, her instincts strongly indicated that something had indeed befallen Li Zhi'en. "I must seek out the sect master and implore them to employ their nascent soul to locate my disciple. If it is a concealed formation, it shall surely reveal itself under the scrutiny of the nascent soul." Yu Xiaoyu's gaze was resolute, her tone unwavering. With that, she transformed into a streak of light, swiftly making her way toward the sect master's great hall. Watching her junior sister's retreating figure, Wenwen let out a deep sigh. She understood that deploying the nascent soul to scour the city for hidden formations would incur a tremendous toll on the caster. Moreover, this was a critical juncture in the conflict between two armies. If the sect master were to suffer any loss in cultivation, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, Wenwen did not intervene. Even she was taken aback by her own lack of restraint, uncertain of the reason behind it. Perhaps, deep down, she too harbored concerns for Li Zhi'en's safety. Chapter 125. The ones who survive are ultimately me, with Wen's command echoing through the air. All disciples of the Xiantian sect mobilized, save for the soldiers stationed atop the city walls. This included the officials from the city lord's office, who promptly joined the fray. In an instant, the streets of Xiantian City became a hive of activity. The astute Wenwen even urged the citizens of Xiantian City to participate in this endeavor. For many hands make light work, thus enabling a swifter search throughout the city. Though the concealed formations were notoriously difficult to detect, they possessed a critical vulnerability. If someone inadvertently came into contact with them from the outside, they would be laid bare without hesitation. To preserve morale, Wenwen publicly announced that the search was for the hidden formation of the imperial city, deliberately omitting any mention of seeking Li Zhi'en. After all, Li Zhi'en was renowned as a prodigious talent in the art of spells within the Xiantian sect. Should the people become aware that he was the target of the search, it would undoubtedly incite unnecessary speculation and concern. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu hurriedly arrived at the main hall of the sect leader. As she crossed the threshold, she called out in a voice laced with urgency and unease, "Master." The leader, immersed in contemplation, was taken aback. Hadn't Yu Xiaoyu always referred to her as old woman in private? What had prompted this sudden shift? With a heart full of questions, the sect leader slowly opened her serene eyes. "Master, my disciple is missing, possibly concealed within a hidden formation. Please, use your nascent soul to probe the city." Yu Xiaoyu, acutely aware of the urgency, wasted no time in elaborating. At that moment, her only thought was that every second spent was one more moment of danger for her disciple. She could not afford to dwell on whether her master would suffer any detriment to her energy in the process. Upon hearing this, the sect leader rose from her cushion. A wave of concern washed over her. The situation was precarious, and the imperial city could launch an attack at any moment. If she were to use her nascent soul now, it would surely deplete her energy, preventing her from maintaining her peak condition. Yet, gazing into Yu Xiaoyu's anxious and hopeful eyes, the sect leader let out a gentle sigh. She understood that to protect the Xiantian sect, unity among all was paramount. At this critical juncture, she could not neglect anyone who might be in peril. "Very well, for the sake of the Xiantian sect and to retrieve your disciple, I shall use my nascent soul to investigate." Upon hearing her master's consent, Yu Xiaoyu was overjoyed. She had originally planned to force her way into the spirit beast array to coerce her master if she had refused. At this moment, a tremendous weight was lifted from her heart. "Thank you, master. Once we rescue Zhi'en, I shall have him give you a massage to express my gratitude," Yu Xiaoyu remarked. knowing well that her disciples' massage techniques were exceptional and would surely please her master. Little did she know, the sect leader shot her a stern glare, contemplating that had it not been for the urgency of the city search, she would have taken a whip to discipline this impudent girl. Subsequently, the esteemed master's gaze sharpened, and a radiant light suddenly appeared as she directly transcended her physical form from the Cloud Sea Great Hall. The tiny figure of her nascent soul emanated a dazzling brilliance, akin to a vibrant star suspended in midair. In an instant, the nascent soul darted forth from the hall, hovering high above Zhi'en City. Her formidable spiritual consciousness surged like a tumultuous tide, swiftly spreading in all directions, meticulously probing for any trace of the concealed formation barrier. Initially, the master's expression was grave and focused, but as time gradually passed and the search area expanded, her countenance began to pale. After all, the act of separating the nascent soul was inherently taxing on her vital energy, and the intensive utilization of spiritual awareness for such a search further exacerbated the depletion. Yet, her resolve remained unwavering, and she harbored no intention of abandoning her quest for the hidden formation barrier. Every street and alley, every structure was scrutinized with meticulous attention, leaving no corner overlooked. The wind howled past her ears, and the figure of her nascent soul traversed the various regions of Zhi'en City with the swiftness of lightning. Nearby, Yu Xiaoyu gazed enviously at the diminutive nascent soul. If only she could attain the nascent soul realm, the predicament before her would be effortlessly resolved. When would that cursed nascent soul tribulation arrive? Yu Xiaoyu lamented internally. Meanwhile, Zhi'en was roused from slumber by the crisp sound of a formation barrier shattering. He felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, each muscle protesting vehemently. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth against the agony and laboriously rose to his feet. Upon noticing the shattered copper puppet beside him, a deep pang of sorrow flickered in his eyes. It was not solely due to the intrinsic value of the copper puppet, but rather the bond forged through numerous life-saving encounters in perilous situations, a camaraderie indelibly etched in his heart. "Old partner, fear not. I shall surely reassemble you," Zhi'en murmured, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. With that, he carefully gathered the remnants of the copper puppet along with the golden light sword into his storage pouch. He then turned his attention to the still unconscious Xiao Yanzi, gently cradling her and placing her tenderly within the pocket of his chest. Observing the radiant sun that had just risen outside the alley, he savored the warmth of its rays. At last, a smile of survival graced his lips. "In the end, it is I who remain," he sighed, his voice soft yet resonant with strength. With that, he took a step forward, making his way out of the alley. Just as he emerged, a luminous figure suddenly materialized before him. Zhi'en focused his gaze, a wave of astonishment washing over him. The glowing figure bore a striking resemblance to the master, exuding an aura of cold dignity and a composed demeanor that instantly reminded him of her. Could this be the transcended nascent soul? It looks rather adorable, with its fair and delicate form. Unable to restrain himself, Zhi'en blurted out. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them deeply, as he suddenly realized that there was but one formidable being of the nascent soul stage within the Zhi'en sect, namely the sect's revered leader. He was astounded by his earlier words, which had described the leader as tender and rather endearing. How audacious he must have been to utter such sentiments. At that moment, Zhi'en beheld the luminous figure's eyes widen in indignation, a clear sign of its displeasure. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart, and without a moment's hesitation, he prostrated himself. "I humbly greet the esteemed leader. I, your disciple, spoke thoughtlessly, driven by youthful innocence. I beseech your forgiveness." His voice trembled with trepidation, and his heart raced with unease. Having endured perilous circumstances where death loomed over him, the thought of being struck down by his venerable ancestor for this momentary lapse in judgment was utterly unjust. He fervently prayed that the esteemed leader would exhibit magnanimity and overlook his momentary indiscretion. Chapter 126. The Reincarnation of an Ancient Existence. The Grand Master did not engage in idle chatter with Zhi'en. Instead, he enveloped him with powerful spiritual energy and soared towards the Cloud Sea Palace like a flash of lightning. The out-of-body state was incredibly taxing on one's vitality, and thus the Grand Master could not linger in that condition for long. Although Zhi'en's current transformation was indeed astonishing, it was evident that this was not the appropriate moment for inquiries. Upon his arrival at the Cloud Sea Palace, as soon as Zhi'en manifested, Yu Xiaoyu dashed toward him like a gust of wind. Seeing her beloved disciple's tattered garments and blood-stained body, an inexplicable pang of pain pierced her heart. Her teeth clenched audibly, and in a fit of rage, she exclaimed, "Where are the ones who harmed you? I shall have them minced and fed to the dogs." Her words brimmed with fury and a fierce sense of protection. having thought he would never see his master again in this lifetime. The sight of Yu Xiaoyu stirred a tumult of emotions within Li Zhi'en. Master, the scoundrels have all been vanquished, and your disciple has emerged alive, he said with a smile, though his eyes betrayed an unnatural reddening. After enduring life and death trials, the warmth of reuniting with his master overwhelmed him, making it difficult to contain his inner excitement. The Grand Master's out-of-body primordial spirit had returned to her physical form, and she gazed at her disciple with a complex expression, filled with astonishment. The two corpses in the alley, both foundational cultivators, had been slain by a disciple merely at the chi refinement stage. Such an achievement was utterly unheard of since ancient times. It was simply beyond comprehension. At that moment, Wenwen hastily arrived at the palace after receiving a summons. Upon witnessing her nephew's remarkable cultivation increase, her face reflected sheer disbelief. Sensing the expressions of those around him, Li Zhi'en felt compelled to provide some explanation. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively remarked, I encountered two foundational cultivators who ambushed me within a barrier. In the face of life-threatening peril, I inadvertently ascended 3 levels. As he spoke, he sensed the implausibility of his own words. Indeed, such an occurrence was far too bizarre. Thus, he further softened his explanation, adding, it seems, I may not be a naturally deficient spiritual root. This could merely be a superficial phenomenon. A hint of uncertainty tinged his voice. The Grand Master's once cold gaze deepened, becoming inscrutable, deliberately avoiding Li Zhi'en's eyes. She gradually directed her focus toward the expansive cloud sea outside, and softly intoned, certain ancient existences may return to the mortal realm through the process of reincarnation. Across the river of time, some may forget their memories from their previous lives. Yet they share a common trait. Their cultivation rapidly escalates until they regain their memories and reclaim their former zenith. Upon hearing the Grandmaster's words, Wenwen's expression grew complex. Her gaze reflected contemplation and concern as she quietly speculated about Li Zhi'en's true identity. As for Li Zhi'en's previous statements, she needed no subtle cue to discern that he was fabricating a tale. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu paid no heed to such matters. She pulled her beloved disciple close, her eyes brimming with vigilance. Fiercely, akin to a mother tiger, she declared, I care not for his reincarnation. All I know is that he is my disciple. You shall not entertain any ill intentions towards him. Her tone was resolute and left no room for doubt. In her heart, Li Zhi'en was her cherished pupil, and no matter what his identity entailed, this truth remained unaltered. The sect leader cast an irate glare at Yu Xiaoyu and then, with a grave and serious demeanor, declared, this matter must be kept under wraps. If the people of the imperial city were to learn that our sect possibly harbors a reincarnated disciple from ancient times, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to confront us. This is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford to be careless. With that, the sect leader gazed intently at Li Zhi'en and added, recover well. Perhaps this opportunity will enable you to awaken your ancient memories. Li Zhi'en felt speechless at the notion of awakening ancient memories, yet he dared not express his thoughts aloud. However, there was indeed a matter requiring the sect leader's assistance. Thus, he retrieved the remnants of the copper corpse puppet from his storage bag. With utmost respect, Li Zhi'en implored, I humbly request the sect leader's aid in restoring the copper corpse puppet. I shall earnestly fight to contribute what is needed. The copper corpse puppet has saved my life on numerous occasions. It cannot be left in such a dilapidated state. The sect leader regarded the thoroughly damaged and battered components of the copper corpse with a solemn expression. With her profound understanding of puppet control, she carefully collected the remains. Though puppets are lifeless entities, there exists a celestial order that governs them. If one treats them with genuine sincerity, they shall unleash an will that transcends their own to protect you, the sect leader remarked, her voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. With that, she drifted away like an ethereal being. At this moment, Woman gracefully approached, her steps light and her voice gentle as she spoke. Dear Zhi'en, having practiced the art of nurturing the heart for many years, I can assist you in mending your injured meridians. Li Zhi'en felt a stir in his heart. Although his body had been sufficiently healed by the restorative elixirs, he saw no reason to decline the kind offer of his esteemed Uncle Wenwen. Such exceptional care was nothing short of a dream come true, and her warmth and concern stirred a comforting sensation within him. Just as Li Zhi'en was about to joyfully agree, Yu Xiaoyu swiftly stepped in front of him. With her chin slightly raised in a haughty tone, she declared, My disciple does not require assistance from outsiders. I can also mend meridians. Her gaze was filled with possessiveness, as if proclaiming her claim over Li Zhi'en. Wenwen, taken aback by Yu Xiaoyu's demeanor, initially paused before covering her mouth with a soft laugh. She chose not to say more and turned to depart. With Li Zhi'en's return, there were many matters at the city lord's manor requiring her attention. She could not linger here for too long. Watching Wenwen's retreating figure, Li Zhi'en let out a resigned sigh. He understood that both Yu Xiaoyu and Wenwen cared for him, albeit in different manners. As for whom he preferred to assist him with his meridians, such trivial choices were for children. Certainly, adults desire both. A sly smile crept across his face as he envisioned the exquisite delight of receiving the care of two individuals simultaneously. Subsequently, Yu Xiaoyu departed the Cloud Palace with Li Zhi'en in tow. As they neared the arrow tower by the city wall, Yu Xiaoyu suddenly spoke, "My dear disciple, you should return and await my return. I have a matter to attend to." Observing the rare seriousness on his master's face, Li Zhi'en wisely refrained from inquiring further. After respectfully bowing, he was gently propelled by Yu Xiaoyu's spiritual energy towards the city wall. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Li Zhi'en hastened toward the arrow tower, contemplating that surviving such peril warranted a sumptuous feast as a reward for himself. Upon reaching the arrow tower, he was struck by the sight of the shattered door, which plunged him into deep reflection. Chapter 127. An unusual night high above. The figure of Yu Xiaoyu once again appeared before the spirit beast array. This time, she refrained from her previous reckless approach and instead gently raised her jade hand, her slender fingers deftly weaving intricate hand seals as she murmured incantations. However, the unfolding events did not align with her expectations. It seemed she had forgotten a crucial segment of the incantation. After several attempts, the spirit beast array merely trembled slightly, akin to a lake's surface disturbed by a gentle breeze, soon returning to tranquility. Meanwhile, within the city lord's manor, Wenwen was diligently reviewing administrative affairs. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual disturbance emanating from the spirit beast array. Her delicate brows furrowed, a hint of perplexity surging within her. In an instant, she flashed into the sky, her gaze locking onto Yu Xiaoyu. Wenwen's intelligent eyes blinked lightly, and within that fleeting moment, her keen insight allowed her to discern Yu Xiaoyu's intentions. She sighed softly, a trace of helplessness and concern flickering in her gaze. Subsequently, Wenwen raised her delicate fingers and subtly manipulated the hand seals. With her actions, a fissure appeared in the spirit beast array. Upon seeing the opening, Yu Xiaoyu's heart soared with delight. Excitement sparkled in her eyes as she transformed into a streak of light, dashing forth at an exhilarating speed while exclaiming, "A century ago, I merely glanced at the manipulation of the formation, and to this day, I still remember it. Truly, I am a genius." Her words brimmed with pride and self-satisfaction. Behind her, Wenwen hesitated momentarily as she observed Yu Xiaoyu's retreating figure. She was acutely aware of Yu Xiaoyu's impulsive nature and worried for her safety. Ultimately, Wenwen gritted her silver teeth and transformed into a streak of light to pursue her. She murmured to herself, "Junior sister Xiaoyu is far too reckless. It is my duty to ensure her safety." On another front, Li Zhi'en had exerted considerable effort to procure nails and a hammer. Although he was utterly unfamiliar with carpentry, he successfully repaired the wooden door using the exceptional craftsmanship skills he had exchanged for. Under his meticulous care, the door seemed to be reborn, each joint fitting seamlessly, leaving no trace of its previous damage. Li Zhi'en entered the arrow tower and immediately set about cleansing the bloodstains from his body. Beneath the warm flow of water, the mottled blood gradually faded away, washing away his prior fatigue and tension. Next, he donned a set of clean garments, feeling rejuvenated. Only then did he settle comfortably in a chaise lounge and retrieve his spoils. Holding a small hammer in his hand, Li Zhi'en's gaze was intent. Through the system's notes, he observed the detailed information, a wave of anticipation swelling within him. Name: Regret Hammer Grade. Low-grade symbolic treasure, possessing the power of a foundation establishment stage beginner. Effect: Shockwave, capable of disrupting the structure of a target, causing disintegration. With additional effects on solid targets. Li Zhi'en nodded in satisfaction, realizing that employing this against heavily armored targets would yield remarkable results. No wonder his blazing sun shield had been rendered useless so swiftly. Subsequently, he produced a golden longsword. Name: Golden Guard Sword Rank. Low-grade talisman, power of early foundation establishment. Effect: Glimmering gold, capable of densely attacking groups of enemies, inflicting sharp gold-based damage. Li Zhi'en sheathed the longsword, noting that, in comparison to the small hammer, it indeed fell slightly short. However, he saw no reason to be picky about such a fortunate acquisition. Even if there were some unsatisfactory aspects, he could always seek an opportune moment to sell it in exchange for spirit stones, which would be quite advantageous. The mere thought of spirit stones made Li Zhi'en's head ache. Initially, he had planned to visit a pawn shop to liquidate the benefits he had acquired from looting, in order to alleviate his immediate financial burdens. Yet who could have anticipated that he would fall into the trap laid by the Imperial City's assassins, embroiling him in chaos? Now, he had to continue devising ways to dispose of these items. His stock of spirit stones was dwindling. and he could hardly sustain himself for much longer. At that moment, Zhi'en carefully withdrew a small swallow from his bosom. The little swallow remained unconscious. Yet tender sprouts of feathers had begun to emerge from its previously swollen skin. Observing these signs of vitality, Zhi'en was convinced that it would not be long before the little swallow returned to its former self. He gently cradled the swallow once more, using his own warmth to nurture it. This was not mere sentimentality. Rather, he knew that placing the swallow elsewhere would cause it distress. In the stillness of the night, with silence reigning supreme, Yu Xiaoyu had yet to return, prompting a wave of speculation in Li Zhi'en's mind. Where could his master possibly be? Could it be that she had gone to the Grand Hall for a council meeting? Yet, given her fiery temperament, what constructive contributions could she possibly make aside from brawling? Li Zhi'en shook his head, deeming it unlikely. Perhaps she had gone to cultivate? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it outright. Ridiculous. His master never engaged in cultivation. After 2 more hours had passed in the tranquil night, a sudden loud crash shattered the silence, followed by the forceful opening of the door. Li Zhi'en needed no further clues to know that his master had returned. He quickly adjusted his clothing and rose to greet her, the flicker of worry in his heart dissipating. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu appeared before him, looking travel-worn. Yet her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. In her hand, she held a bloodied, severed head, a shocking sight to behold. Faced with this unexpected scene, Li Zhi'en momentarily forgot to pay his respects, left stunned and rooted to the spot. His gaze fixated on the head, his heart racing with astonishment. As for the head's former owner, he recognized it instantly. It was none other than the young minister of the Imperial Enshrinement Temple. That minister possessed peak foundation establishment cultivation and was considered part of the upper echelons of the imperial city. Yet here he was, a dismembered corpse. Observing the astonished expression on his devoted disciple's face, Yu Xiaoyu casually tossed the severed head out of the window, a hint of regret crossing her features as she spoke slowly. My devoted disciple has been bullied by the people of the imperial city. Unable to bear the injustice, I stealthily ventured out to exact retribution on his behalf. Alas, I did not encounter a golden core cultivator from the imperial city. Otherwise, the thrill would have been ever more exhilarating. Li Zhi'en remained silent for a long time, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. His master had ventured alone beyond the city, penetrating deep into enemy territory to execute a decisive strike. What resoluteness this displayed! Such an act was tantamount to gambling with one's life. A moment's carelessness could lead to being surrounded by foes, plunging into a place of irrevocable doom. The more Li Zhi'en contemplated, the colder his back felt. He could scarcely fathom the dire consequences should his master encounter misfortune. Master! His voice trembled, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was not mere sentimentality. No one had ever treated him with such devotion before. The sensation of being wholeheartedly cherished and fiercely protected stirred profound gratitude within his heart. In that moment, he felt extraordinarily fortunate to have such a master, one who would risk everything for his sake. Chapter 128. Good brother Zhou Yuan in the high skies, when one appeared fatigued, quietly standing there, gazing through the window at the pair of master and disciple within. Tonight, she had silently followed her junior sister, Yu Xiaoyu. Whenever Yu Xiaoyu stirred up a ruckus, she discreetly ensured her safe retreat. Otherwise, given Yu Xiaoyu's reckless disposition, she would have likely been surrounded by enemies and plunged into dire straits. After observing for a while longer, Wen turned and soared towards the Lord's mansion. Her robe billowed in the night breeze, blood occasionally dripping from it, starkly visible. It was evident that she had endured a fierce battle this evening. In truth, her decision to bend her principles and lend assistance was partly motivated by her feelings for Li Zhi'en. Yet, she likely hadn't taken the time to ponder this aspect. Perhaps, unbeknownst to her, Li Zhi'en had already secured a significant place in her heart. Inside the Arrow Tower, Li Zhi'en, with a look of trepidation and concern, exclaimed, Master, your venture into the enemy camp for your disciple is exceedingly perilous. Your actions leave me in a state of unease. Should any misfortune befall you, I would be utterly culpable. Yu Xiaoyu, however, remained unfazed. She took a swig of aged wine, relishing the sharp flavor, then took a hearty drag from her emerald pipe, before casually replying, The rabble from the imperial city are no match for my master. Worry not, for my master knows how to act with discretion. Li Zhi'en felt a sense of helplessness, yet could only flatter her, saying, Master, your prowess is unparalleled. You surpass all throughout history, surely. This mere barbaric Zhao kingdom is but a trifle for you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu erupted into a hearty laugh, her vanity thoroughly satisfied. Ding! Yu Xiaoyu is exceedingly pleased with you, earning 40 filial piety points in return. Taken aback by the system's notification, Li Zhi'en hadn't anticipated that merely flattering her would yield such rewards. Was the system becoming increasingly humane, or was Yu Xiaoyu placing more trust in him? He mused to himself. As the night wore on, Yu Xiaoyu, perhaps too fatigued, retreated to the bath. Immersed in the warm water, exhaustion gradually enveloped her, and she soon dozed off. Noticing the silence from the bathroom, Zhi'en contemplated whether to enter and cover her with a blanket, as the weather would turn chilly later in the night. Ultimately, he refrained from such reckless behavior, though he had to admit that his sense of filial piety seemed to be subtly morphing at times. He still recognized that there remained a considerable distance before he could confront his master. The following morning, Zhi'en rose early and sought out Zhou Yuan in the logistics department. He understood well that, as a prominent figure within the imperial city, it was unwise for him to wander aimlessly around town. The spoils acquired from the raids needed to be dealt with promptly, lest Xiao Yanzi go hungry. As his trusted brother, Zhou Yuan was someone he could rely upon. He believed Zhou Yuan could adeptly handle these matters and resolve this troublesome issue. At this moment, Zhou Yuan was diligently occupied in the logistics department, meticulously counting a recently collected batch of grain. With formidable adversaries at the gates and the atmosphere fraught with tension, some affluent households within the city, disregarding the greater good, were hoarding grain at exorbitant prices, attempting to disrupt the market for their own profit. Such behavior was intolerable, and they swiftly faced the consequences of a thorough investigation. Just then, upon seeing Zhi'en approach, Zhou Yuan promptly ceased his work. He entrusted his tasks to a nearby disciple and, with a warm greeting, joyfully rushed towards Zhi'en. Zhi'en, observing Zhou Yuan, could not help but exclaim, "Brother Zhou, it seems you have donned the official's cap now. How does it feel to be in power? Is it not exhilarating?" Zhou Yuan offered a wry smile and shook his head. A look of resignation etched on his face as he replied, "The responsibilities of logistics are no easy feat. Various factions clamor for supplies, and the slightest delay provokes furious complaints, with accusations of mismanagement flying about. Yet, differing military branches have distinct needs. How can one ensure that all supplies are uniform?" His words were laden with fatigue and exasperation, indicating the considerable pressure he had been enduring in his position. Listening to Zhou Yuan's grievances, Zhi'en couldn't suppress a chuckle. He had not anticipated that amidst the seemingly serious nature of logistics, such amusing anecdotes would surface. A smile graced Zhi'en's face, and he felt a deeper understanding of Zhou Yuan's predicament. Subsequently, with an air of mystery, Zhi'en pulled Zhou Yuan into a secluded corner. He then handed over a storage bag, lowering his voice to say, "Brother Zhou, this bag contains some personal items of mine. I cannot venture out at the moment. Would you kindly assist me in disposing of them? Rest assured, it is completely safe." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan accepted the storage bag, thumping his chest confidently as he declared, "Do not worry, senior brother. I trust you implicitly." His words were succinct yet powerful, his gaze reflecting absolute faith in Zhi'en. After solemnly securing the storage bag, Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before stating earnestly, "I will handle a few matters before heading into the city to deal with these items. I know a disciple who has connections in this area. He should be able to negotiate a better price." Zhi'en was overjoyed and, with a half-joking tone, quipped, "Senior brother, you shall not be shortchanged. We shall split it 50-50. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's face flushed crimson, and he vehemently shook his head, exclaiming, "I, Zhou Yuan, am merely assisting senior brother. I shall not take even a fraction of the proceeds." His sincerity was evident. He genuinely wished to aid Zhi'en, devoid of ulterior motives. Zhi'en, recognizing Zhou Yuan's earnestness, understood that his previous remark had been amiss. He promptly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Good brother, I shall remember this favor. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan finally smiled. He held deep respect for Zhi'en, for it was Zhi'en who had led the heavenly camp to victory over the mystic camp, fulfilling a dream that Zhou Yuan had cherished since childhood. In his heart, Zhi'en is a heroic figure. Therefore, he felt immense joy in being able to assist Zhi'en. How could he possibly consider taking a share? Subsequently, Zhou Yuan, not daring to delay for even a moment, hastened to attend to his duties. He understood that although Zhi'en had not explicitly indicated the urgency of the situation, his keen perception allowed him to grasp the needs of the insatiable beast, the golden bird. As he departed from the logistics department, Zhi'en held 2 fresh large grass carp in his hands, contemplating preparing a delicious fish soup for his master. Just then, a deep, resonant sound of war drums echoed from the city walls, thudding ominously against the heart. Were the enemies attacking the city once more? Zhi'en cast aside the grass carp and swiftly made his way toward the city wall. Chapter 129. The bestowal of the sect leader upon reaching the city wall. The moment Zhi'en cast his gaze downward, An overwhelming gravity enveloped his countenance. Before him, the imperial troops advanced like a dark cloud shrouding the city, their formidable presence seemingly capable of crushing all in their path. It was not merely the Wuho camp or the Imperial Guard. The true essence of the imperial forces, the general's command, had also made its appearance. This was a legion that instilled dread, comprised entirely of generals, each exuding a formidable aura. The weakest among them was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, their strength rivaling that of sect elders. They stood in perfect formation, numbering around 300, and the weight of their presence surged forth like a tidal wave. On the walls, the disciples, merely at the chi refinement stage, trembled uncontrollably at the terrifying pressure. They had never confronted such a formidable foe, their hearts brimming with fear. The head of the sect affairs peak stood atop the wall, his gaze fixed intently on the imposing imperial army below. His fingers, concealed within his sleeves, betrayed a slight tremor, revealing his inner turmoil. He silently exerted effort to suppress the shaking, his voice taut as he spoke. The general's command has mobilized. Does the imperial city intend to engage in a decisive battle? Beside him, Wen, composed and serene, shook her head gently, a glimmer of contemplation in her eyes. No, this is not a decisive battle. The imperial city has never engaged in a fight without certainty. They will not initiate a confrontation unless we reveal a significant flaw. However, as time progresses, the resolve of the imperial city continues to strengthen. She calmly analyzed the situation, attempting to alleviate the tension among the crowd. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu, radiant and poised, ascended the city wall. Draped in a crimson cloak, her long hair danced in the wind, and she wielded a gleaming, formidable broadsword with a commanding presence. Regardless of whether this is a decisive battle, we shall strike. Her fearless demeanor inspired genuine admiration in Zhi'en. No matter how dire the circumstances, the master exhibited such nonchalance. To strike without hesitation was a testament to her transcendent mindset. Suddenly, Zhi'en felt the gaze of the sect leader upon him. Just as he pondered the reason, the sect leader channeled spiritual energy and sent forth a silver box towards him. Zhi'en hurriedly received it with both hands in reverence. Upon gently opening the box, a puppet erupted forth, radiating a dazzling silver light and exuding a chilling metallic sheen. Its stature was imposing, every contour seemingly sculpted with precision, brimming with strength. This was a third-tier silver corpse puppet, possessing the formidable power of someone at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Crafted from a unique metallic material, it was exceptionally resilient, capable of withstanding formidable assaults. The puppet's facial features were sharply defined, notably resembling the visage of Li Zhi'en's previous copper corpse puppet. Moreover, upon further investigation, Li Zhi'en discovered that the internal spirit stone reservoir was completely full, containing no less than 5 high-grade spirit stones. This indicated that it could continuously unleash its powerful might without faltering due to insufficient energy. The esteemed master has truly invested heavily in my cultivation. It appears that my charm is radiating ever more broadly. Li Zhi'en couldn't help but indulge in his own musings of pride. After a spell of self-satisfaction, he regained his composure and began the ritual of blood-pledging allegiance to his new puppet. As the blood dripped onto the effigy, a mysterious bond was forged between him and the puppet, allowing him to fully appreciate the formidable power of the silver corpse. Excitement sparkled in Li Zhi'en's eyes as he stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the master, earnestly voicing his flattery. Esteemed master, your gift shines like a brilliant beacon, illuminating our path ahead. This third-tier silver corpse puppet is indeed immensely powerful, and I am deeply honored. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your generosity. I shall steadfastly defend the walls, never retreating an inch. Even if faced with mountains of daggers or seas of flames, I shall charge forth without hesitation, fighting valiantly for the glory of our sect. Though the enemy general's command may seem formidable, under your wise leadership, esteemed master, they will surely meet with defeat. I vow with my life to battle for the splendor of our sect and the honor of our master. After delivering this effusive praise, Li Zhi'en felt invigorated. Meanwhile, the master, typically so composed, appeared momentarily taken aback, as if startled by Li Zhi'en's audacious flattery. However, her slightly hurried breaths betrayed her inner turmoil, perhaps stirred by Li Zhi'en's words. Following his rousing declarations, the tension among the defenders began to dissipate, replaced by fervent zeal. The warriors, emboldened, grasped their weapons tightly, their gazes resolutely fixed upon the enemies below, ready to embrace the impending battle. The master was greatly pleased by his words, earning him a reward of 400 filial piety points. Li Zhi'en was momentarily stunned by this unexpected delight, scarcely believing his ears. His master was indeed a benefactor. He fervently cheered within himself, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a vast treasure, with the master as the key to unlocking it. I shall become her devoted admirer. No one shall stand in my way. Zhi'en had never anticipated that he could accrue filial piety points from the master, and that the reward would be so generous. This exhilarated him, as if he had discovered a new world. His mind raced, contemplating how to skillfully and naturally express his admiration for the master. Simple flattery would not suffice. It required strategy and finesse. Just then, a dark, mottled coffin streaked across the sky, suddenly appearing above the city walls. The coffin emanated an ancient and decayed aura, as though it had endured the passage of endless ages. Then, the coffin lid slowly creaked open, producing a heavy sound. A child of 7 or 8 emerged with an air of solemnity, his hands clasped behind his back, adorned in an ancient robe. His youthful countenance belied the profound wisdom reflected in his gaze. He looked down upon the city of Xiantian, and, in a voice both tender and commanding, proclaimed, "Xian Nu, I offer you one final opportunity. Surrender and swiftly close the great formation, and I shall ensure the safety of your entire sect. Otherwise, amidst the ruins, on the day this city falls, I shall unleash a 3-day slaughter, leaving not a single creature alive." The cold glare of the sect leader pierced through the ancestral halls of the imperial city like a chilling blade. She took a deliberate step forward, a seemingly inconspicuous movement that bore the weight of 1,000 forces. Chapter 130, the 10th layer of chi refinement in that fleeting moment. A translucent and ethereal long sword materialized silently in her grasp. This sword, almost imperceptible, resembled an illusion yet emanated a chilling aura. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze revealing a blend of determination and authority. Subsequently, with a swift motion of her arm, she executed a powerful slash. This strike, devoid of any ostentatious technique or dazzling brilliance, was remarkably unadorned. However, this seemingly mundane blow appeared to harness the very essence of the heavens and earth. A subtle black line emerged, akin to an invisible blade, instantaneously cleaving through the void. This black line proliferated, and wherever it passed, silence reigned. As if time itself had crystallized at that moment. The child, faced with this sword's energy, wore a grave expression on his delicately carved face, opting not to confront it head-on but instead retreating into the void. Upon the city walls, the master's eyes sharpened, and in an instant, she vanished from her position. The next moment, she too plunged into the void with her long sword in hand. In her heart, the wolves had already breached her courtyard. There was no room for hesitation, only relentless pursuit. But why engage in battle within the void? The confrontations between those of the nascent soul stage wield powers that are nothing short of terrifying. In the material realm, even a casual strike could possess the might to shift mountains and drain oceans, leading to unbearable consequences for both allies and foes alike. Observing her master take action, Yu Xiaoyu, brimming with vigor, brandished her massive cleaver and shouted defiantly into the heavens, demanding to know if the so-called monarch had arrived. Faltering coward, step forth and engage in 300 rounds of combat. Amidst the clouds, the monarch stood with his hands clasped behind him, his regal robes billowing without wind, exuding unparalleled nobility. At the sound of Yu Xiaoyu's challenge, his stern visage betrayed a flicker of emotion. Initially, he intended to await the outcome of the ancestral battle before intervening, for this confrontation bore immense significance, warranting cautious deliberation. Yet, Yu Xiaoyu's brazen provocation ignited a surge of fury within him. As a sovereign, how could he endure such affronts to his celestial authority? In a decisive moment, the monarch's spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the heavens and seas in a mighty suppression. Previously, he had hesitated, not unleashing his full power. This time, he was resolute in his intent to slay Yu Xiaoyu and eradicate any future threats. Witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaoyu let out a hearty laugh, unswayed, and charged forward without a hint of trepidation. Having been stuck at the peak of the golden core stage for over a decade, her heart brimmed with a yearning for breakthrough. She craved a life-and-death battle, one that could unleash her full potential and propel her beyond her current limitations. Especially after hearing her beloved disciple speak of ascending 3 levels amidst a life-threatening crisis, she felt an irresistible urge to emulate that ascent. In her heart, she mused that perhaps this was her opportunity for a breakthrough. Little did she know that Zhi'en had ascended rapidly through sheer experience gained from perilous encounters. When stood quietly atop the city wall, her expression grave, harboring no intentions of engaging in combat. At this moment, she must command the elders and stewards to confront the impending siege, while also remaining vigilant against the cunning prime minister of the imperial city. The war drums of the imperial city resound, their deep and powerful tones reverberating like thunder, striking fear into the hearts of all. Above, The Azure Dragon formation descends with an unparalleled momentum, exuding a formidable pressure that instills dread in those who behold it. Even as the spirit beasts within the great beast array roar in unison, striving to resist the oppression of the Azure Dragon formation, they are relentlessly forced to retreat. Soon, Xiantian City lays bare, akin to a helpless child facing a formidable adversary. Kill. At the command of the Martial Marquis, the forces of the Imperial City, including the Martial Marquis camp, the Imperial Guard, and the General's Order, simultaneously commenced their assault. The Martial Marquis himself led the charge, his eyes ablaze with fury and determination. Since the capture of his son, he had never entertained the notion of negotiation. In his heart, the people of the Martial Marquis house would rather shatter like jade than remain intact like mere tiles. He vowed to uphold the dignity of the Martial Marquis house through his actions and avenge his son. Confronting the mighty General's Order of the Imperial City, the composed and gentle leaders of the Xiantian sect strategized to meet the challenge. At this juncture, the ordinary disciples proved incapable of defending the city, their strength lacking in comparison to the elite forces of the Imperial City. Zhi'en gazed at the overwhelming number of enemies, a wave of deep anxiety surging within him. The dark mass of foes resembled a tidal wave, poised to engulf Xiantian City at any moment. Despite the numerous defensive magical artifacts on the city walls, he felt a sense of unease in the face of such a stark numerical disadvantage. Nevertheless, he understood that under such circumstances, there could be no perfect escape. Only through a fierce and resolute fight could they hope for a glimmer of survival. With this thought, Zhi'en cast aside his many concerns and resolutely joined the fray. He first summoned the silver corpse puppet to guard his side, equipping it with the earth-shaking hammer, renowned for its strength and defense. The puppet wielding the hammer could unleash its full potential. With the protection of the silver corpse puppet and the formidable power of the hammer, Zhi'en felt a surge of confidence. At that moment, the little swallow was also awakened by Zhi'en, though its feathers had yet to fully recover. Its internal injuries had largely healed, allowing it to engage in battle. The little swallow opened its bleary eyes, unaware of the unfolding chaos. It was prepared to charge into the fray at its master's command. With the little swallow's assistance, Zhi'en's combat prowess was significantly enhanced. He gripped the golden guard sword, unleashing a wide-ranging golden light attack against the advancing enemies. While he could not deal them a heavy blow, his actions created chaos among their ranks, offering his comrades a chance to strike. During this time, Zhi'en purchased 2 cultivation experience packs from the system, advancing to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Feeling the surge of spiritual power within him, his confidence swelled. However, just as he aimed to break through to the foundation establishment stage, he discovered that even with filial piety points, he could no longer purchase experience packs. A hint of regret welled up within him. Yet he understood that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. In the throes of battle, there was no time for concern. The gravest of matters could wait until survival was secured. To the left stood a silver corpse, a veritable titan of steel, ready to unleash tremors of power with the hammer it wielded. To the right, a swift swallow darted across the battlefield, capable of inflicting severe blows to the enemy's mobility. Even if unable to claim lives, Zhi'en swung the golden guard sword with fervor, unhesitatingly purchasing energy packs to replenish his depleting vital essence. Coupled with the formidable recoil of a millennium's frost, his enemies at the early foundation stage found themselves unable to withstand even a single strike before being mercilessly dispatched. Against foes of the mid-foundation stage, Zhi'en adeptly maneuvered through various tactics to keep the fight at bay. Chapter 131. A cry for help as Zhi'en fought valiantly on the battlefield. His fearless demeanor swiftly captured the attention of a pinnacle foundation establishment expert among the enemy ranks. A gaunt man, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intent to kill, unhesitatingly hurled a scythe talisman towards Zhi'en. The scythe glimmered with a terrifying crimson hue, and even from a considerable distance, Zhi'en felt the bone-chilling aura of lethal energy enveloping him. This overwhelming presence acted like an impenetrable net, ensnaring him and significantly impeding his movements, rendering each of his actions sluggish. Sensing an unusual heaviness within his body, Zhi'en's heart raced with alarm, a wave of profound unease washing over him. At this critical juncture, it was too late to evade the scythe, which was hurtling toward him like a bolt of lightning. Inwardly, he cried out in despair, acutely aware that the full force of a pinnacle foundation establishment strike was immensely powerful, beyond his capacity to withstand, even with all his skills. After all, those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment had grazed the edge of the golden core stage, their strength far surpassing that of Qi refinement disciples. The disparity was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, an insurmountable divide. Help! In this life-and-death moment, Li Zhi'en cast aside all notions of pride and shouted with abandon. When faced with the specter of death, concerns for dignity and reputation paled in significance. At that instant, a staff-like object shot through the air like a lightning bolt, crashing forcefully against the menacing scythe. With a thunderous boom, the fearsome scythe was sent careening away. "You there. I save you merely out of camaraderie. I still find you quite displeasing." The grand instructor of the Zhi'en camp approached Li Zhi'en. His head held high as he spoke loudly. His bushy beard quivered slightly with his movements, nearly brushing against Li Zhi'en's face. He still harbored a grudge over the defeat Li Zhi'en had dealt to the disciples he led in the spirit beast's secret realm, which fueled his irritable tone. Steeped in resentment, breathing a sigh of relief, Li Zhi'en's face blossomed with gratitude. He did not take the old man's brusqueness to heart, for he had just been saved from certain death. Bowing respectfully, he earnestly proclaimed, "Disciple expresses profound gratitude for the grand instructor's life-saving assistance. Should there be any tasks in the future, I shall exert every effort to repay this kindness." The grand instructor merely grunted in response, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. Nevertheless, his tone had softened noticeably, no longer as harsh as before. "This stubborn old man." Li Zhi'en chuckled inwardly, shaking his head in resignation. Yet, he quickly refocused, his gaze resolute once more. The cacophony of battle raged on around him. He could not afford the slightest lapse in diligence. Thus, he gripped his golden guard sword tightly and plunged once more into the fray, knowing that the siege of the imperial city this time was far from a mere test of waters. Especially with the addition of the general's command, the assault intensified, and the breaches in the city walls multiplied, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. Suddenly, a colossal figure surged into the tumultuous fray like a tempest. This individual was Zhao Qingshan, who, after consuming a secret elixir, underwent a remarkable transformation. His hands sprouted razor-sharp claws that gleamed with a chilling brilliance under the sun. Fangs emerged from his mouth, fierce and unrelenting like a ravenous wolf. Zhao Qingshan, having inexplicably ascended to the Foundation establishment realm, decimated his adversaries in the initial stages of Foundation establishment with astonishing swiftness, leaving them utterly powerless to retaliate. Soon after, another crimson figure joined the battlefield. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a flurry of minute silver serpents that, swift as lightning, ensnared the legs of the foes, rendering them immobile. Following her, a brawny man encased in rock charged forth like a rampaging bull. A thunderous crash resonated. Those ensnared by the silver serpents tumbled from the city walls in droves, due to the anti-Foundation establishment array on the walls. Those plummeting foes could not halt their rapid descent. Even if they survived, they would be robbed of their combat capabilities, unable to continue the fight. Witnessing the seamless cooperation between Han Hong and Wang Gong, who had nearly cleared the breach of enemies, Li Zhi'en could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Well done." At this moment, both Han Hong and Wang Gong had ascended to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Naturally gifted, their newfound strength was sufficient to contend with early Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if they could not slay their foes, they could simultaneously restrain several opponents, creating excellent opportunities for their comrades. Thanks to the extraordinary performance of these individuals, the once alarming breaches in the city walls were gradually sealed. In the void, the sect leader stood proudly, wielding a semi-transparent, ethereal longsword. Wherever the blade passed, the void seemed as fragile as parchment, effortlessly cleaved apart, leaving behind deep, seemingly irreparable scars. Facing the young scion of the imperial city, the sect leader uttered not a single superfluous word. With a steely gaze, she struck. Utilizing the spatial properties of the Xiantian sword, she moved like a specter, rapidly appearing from various angles to strike at the young scion's head with bewildering speed. The young scion, observing the sword that should rightfully belong to him, felt his eyelids twitch violently, cursing the shameless Xiantian master once more. Subsequently, his delicate hand deftly formed intricate hand seals. In an instant, brilliant light radiated as 9 majestic golden-armored azure dragons materialized around him. These formidable dragons, colossal and fierce, exuded an imposing presence, their scales shimmering with a dazzling golden hue. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening impacts erupted, sparks flying like fireworks. All of the sect leaders' striking assaults were thwarted by the 9 awe-inspiring azure dragons. Xiannu, do not struggle. The Xiantian sect is undoubtedly destined for defeat. Clinging to a futile resistance will only lead to the demise of a millennium's worth of cultivation. Why bother? The child from the imperial city spoke earnestly, his words laden with wisdom. As a being who has lived for thousands of years, he possessed a profound understanding of the human heart and would not miss any opportunity to sow discord. However, the sect leader remained unperturbed by his counsel. Her gaze was resolute, and her strikes were merciless. The sword in her hand whirled with impenetrable ferocity. Each stroke she delivered was devoid of defense, executed with unwavering determination. Since assuming the position of sect leader from her master, the revered Zhi'en Zhi'en, she had long regarded the Zhi'en sect as an integral part of her very existence over the course of a millennium. Chapter 132, Battle. Every blade of grass and every brick of the Zhi'en sect bears the indelible imprint of her dedication and emotion. It is the essence of her millennium-long guardianship, the very embodiment of her life's purpose. As the leader of the Zhi'en sect, how could she lower her proud head and beg for mercy from the imperial city? Such an act is utterly inconceivable. It would be an affront to the faith she has upheld for a millennium, a blatant desecration of the dignity of the Zhi'en sect. The sect master slowly raised her slender arm, lifting the chillingly radiant sword high above her head. Her voice, as frigid as frost, articulated each word with piercing clarity. In my 3 feet, autumn weeps. Upon uttering these words, an intensely cold domain rapidly expanded outward from her vicinity. The icy aura infiltrated every crevice, gradually enveloping even the ethereal void in a shroud of frost. The entire scene evoked the desolation of autumn, where all life withers, and a somber atmosphere permeates, thick with despair. The frosty domain surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly encircling the imperial city, leaving the child of the imperial city to confront the oppressive chill head-on. A flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed the bright eyes of the imperial child. He had initially believed he would gain the upper hand in this confrontation. However, he had never anticipated that the Zhi'en maiden before him had adeptly mastered the power of the domain. The cold, formidable expanse emanated a chilling aura that instilled fear. Merely sensing that pressure made him acutely aware of the complexities of the situation. Frustration surged within the imperial child's heart. After all, he was several millennia older than his opponent. He had endured countless trials and tribulations through cultivation, and he should have far surpassed her in prowess. Yet now, their levels of cultivation seemed nearly equivalent. Meanwhile, far in the distance, Yu Xiaoyu was embroiled in a fierce battle with the sovereign. Her gaze was fierce, wielding her long knife with deft precision, striking down 17 times in rapid succession. Each slash was imbued with formidable momentum, each blow more ferocious than the last. She appeared as a tempest, scattering the once oppressive heavy clouds above. At that moment, the sovereign's nascent soul manifested abruptly before Yu Xiaoyu. It radiated a resplendent light, and, without hesitation, extended a finger, striking with lethal intent towards her brow. This was a common tactic employed by nascent soul experts against golden core cultivators. With the swiftness of teleportation, such a strike could effortlessly penetrate a golden core cultivator's sea of consciousness, leading to their demise. However, Yu Xiaoyu was no ordinary practitioner. She was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Zhi'en sect, her strength having transcended the pinnacle of the golden core stage. She herself was an unpredictable variable that defied convention. In this critical moment, facing the inevitable strike of the nascent soul, Yu Xiaoyu felt no trepidation. She concentrated her entire essence and spirit, summoning her strength to proclaim loudly, "Suppress." As her delicate rebuke echoed, an astonishing event unfolded. With her indomitable spirit, she conjured a formidable barrier before her. This shield radiated an extraordinary luminescence, akin to an iron fortress, effectively thwarting the lethal assault of the nascent soul. The ruler's heart was profoundly shaken. He was astounded to realize that Yu Xiaoyu had ascended to the threshold of a half-step nascent soul. Should she be allowed to evolve into a true nascent soul powerhouse, the long-held advantages of the imperial city would be obliterated in an instant. At that juncture, the tides of battle would irrevocably shift, potentially enabling the Zhi'en sect to counterattack the capital, with consequences too dire to fathom. Contemplating this, a fierce intent ignited in the ruler's eyes. He resolved, even at the cost of grievous injury, to eliminate Yu Xiaoyu here and now, forever eradicating future threats. Consequently, he swiftly retracted the nascent soul figure. Then, a regal aura exuded from him, and he proclaimed with formidable authority, "Today, I shall unveil to you the terror and inviolability of a nascent soul powerhouse." As the words left his lips, he slowly extended his arms and clenched his fist with force. In that instant, countless wooden tendrils materialized from the void. These tendrils, as if imbued with life, began to proliferate wildly, rapidly transforming into towering trees. Each tendril shimmered with resplendent runes, each containing immense power. In the blink of an eye, the ruler was enveloped by a lush forest. This verdant expanse emanated a terrifying aura, forming a domain of his own. Yu Xiaoyu gazed up at the colossal entity blocking the sun, her eyes devoid of fear. Calmly, she produced her wine gourd. tilting it to her crimson lips and taking several hearty swigs. Then she erupted into joyous laughter, her voice resonating through the heavens. In this tense moment, she unexpectedly felt a long stagnant bottleneck in her cultivation begin to loosen. It was as though new vitality had been infused into that barrier, subtly stirring the signs of a heavenly tribulation, indicating an imminent opportunity for breakthrough. Haha, my dear disciple has indeed not deceived me, Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed with exhilaration. Without hesitation, she seized her heavy cleaver, radiating an indomitable spirit, and charged fearlessly into the eerily verdant forest. Prepare to receive my 81 strikes, she bellowed, each word imbued with unmatched bravado. On the other side of the battlefield, the master of Zhi'en Peak clashed once more with the imperial city's marshal general. These two were long-standing adversaries, harboring deep-seated animosity towards one another. Upon their reunion today, the hatred in their eyes seemed capable of igniting flames. Their strikes were merciless, each move executed with ruthless precision. The master of Zhi'en Peak fought to protect his sect, a line in the sand he would not allow to be crossed. The lord of the imperial city, known as the Martial Marquis, is driven by a quest for vengeance for his son, as well as a mission to expand the nation's territory. Meanwhile, the master of the Zhongwu Peak engages in battle alongside the minister of war from the imperial city. Unlike the fierce and life-and-death struggle between the leaders of the Zhi'en Peak and the Martial Marquis, their duel is characterized by extreme caution. Neither side adopts a desperate stance. Instead, they controlling their respective flying swords from a distance, allowing them to clash in the air, producing a melodious sound. Occasionally, they unleash a few strikes, testing their magical prowess. At that moment, the chancellor of the imperial city, appearing like a specter, silently materializes on the less fortified flank of Xiantian City. A sinister smile graces his aged face, and in his hand, he wields a peculiar artifact resembling a pangolin, leaving his intentions shrouded in mystery. Chapter 133. The Foundation of Xuantianzong. This extraordinary artifact radiated an incessant and profound earth-based power. Its might undulated like layered halos, rippling outward in concentric circles. Even the mere fluctuations of these halos contained a formidable force that could instill trepidation in the heart. He had deliberately chosen this opportune moment to arrive here quietly, with a singular purpose, to harness the unassailable power of this artifact to obliterate the walls of Xiantian City. In his estimation, once the walls were shattered, the absence of this defensive barrier would render the royal city as assault akin to traversing an unguarded expanse, an effortless advance. However, to his astonishment, the moment the powerful artifact, resembling a pangolin, made contact with the seemingly ordinary walls, an extraordinary luminescence akin to smooth satin abruptly emerged from the surface. This radiant glow was dazzling, forming an indomitable barrier that repelled the unstoppable pangolin artifact. Witnessing this unforeseen turn of events, the prime minister of the royal city turned pale, instinctively deciding to flee the perilous location. Yet, it was far too late. In an astonishing twist, the satin-like barrier that had just thwarted the pangolin artifact suddenly peeled away from the wall. Like a nimble ribbon, it unfurled gracefully through the air, exuding an aura of menace as it swiftly enveloped the panicked prime minister. Its speed was akin to lightning, and as he realized his escape was futile, remorse flooded his heart. In a moment of desperation, he clenched his teeth and reluctantly summoned the pangolin artifact with great anguish. In the next instant, the pangolin artifact collided with the satin, producing a peculiar wave of energy. Seizing this fleeting moment of chaos, the prime minister narrowly escaped the scene. After a brief standoff, the satin, seemingly possessing a form of sentience, adeptly enveloped the pangolin artifact in layers. Having fulfilled its purpose, it turned and gracefully returned toward the city wall, choosing not to pursue the treacherous prime minister, instead gliding effortlessly until it settled into the delicate palm of one whose skin was as fair as jade. As she received the drifting satin, a glint of wisdom illuminated her gaze. She had remained vigilant against the cunning and multifaceted prime minister of the royal city. Now, her prudence had indeed proven effective, successfully thwarting his calculated schemes. She gazed down at the pangolin artifact ensconced in satin, yet her expression betrayed no hint of triumph. Her brows remained furrowed, her eyes filled with concern. In this intricate situation, she was acutely aware of the adversary's cunning and feared even the slightest oversight might allow him to exploit a weakness, plunging the situation into irretrievable chaos. At that moment, amidst the throng of advancing assailants, four phantasmal figures suddenly emerged without warning. Their speed was unparalleled, and in the blink of an eye, they had ascended the city wall. Upon their arrival, the four individuals unleashed a terrifying power at the Golden Core realm. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged forth like arrows released from a bow, charging towards Wang Gong, Zhao Qishan, Hong Hong, and Li Zhi'en. Their intentions were unmistakable: to seize the opportunity while the others were unprepared, and to swiftly eliminate the promising talents of the Xiantian sect. The battlefield was fraught with complexity, as the sect leaders of Xiantian had already plunged into combat, unable to extricate themselves. The imperial city, seizing this prime opportunity, finally revealed their long-concealed trump card. Zhi'en gazed in horror as the Golden Core Elder advanced towards him, feeling as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. In this life-threatening moment, his thoughts raced. Who could come to my rescue? In his panic, he cast his gaze towards the direction of the chief instructor of the Xiantian camp. However, upon realizing that the chief instructor was far away and unable to intervene in time, despair flooded his heart. In the final moments of his life, the radiant smile of Yu Xiaoyu flashed through his mind. Regret filled him, lamenting that he had not yet had the chance to confront his master. To perish now was simply unbearable. In truth, even if the chief instructor were nearby, with his mere foundation-building peak cultivation, he would be powerless against the Golden Core Elder. When Wen, with her autumn water-like beautiful eyes, cast a grave glance at the dire situation unfolding. Without hesitation, she swiftly moved her hands, conjuring 4 orbs of light that shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. These 4 luminous orbs, accompanied by a whistling sound, raced towards the 4 Golden Core Elders attempting the ambush. As the orbs soared through the air, they morphed into the 4 elements of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. These orbs were no ordinary objects. They were meticulously crafted natural treasures forged from the rare innate spiritual essence gathered from the world. When these 4 treasures combined, the power they harbored was capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth. This was one of the profound legacies accumulated by the Xiantian sect over the years. In these trying times, they were compelled to draw upon the sect's resources to compensate for the deficiency in Golden Core practitioners. The 4 ambushing Golden Core Elders suddenly sensed the terrifying elemental force closing in behind them, their hearts sinking in alarm. They were acutely aware of the formidable nature of elemental treasures. Should they be struck, they would undoubtedly face severe injury or even death. Thus, they hastily abandoned their original targets, exerting all their strength to deploy various means to block the oncoming wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. As for why Wen did not choose to come alone for the rescue, it was because the cunning minister of the imperial city lurked like a hidden serpent, poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. She had to remain vigilant, guarding against the minister's treachery, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death once more. Zhi'en was overwhelmed with emotion. He reflected on how challenging it truly was to contribute to the sect. Meanwhile, in an exceedingly dark corner, the eerie head of the princess of the imperial city floated silently in the air. Her visage appeared ghastly in the shadows, and she was surreptitiously consuming the ominous aura that permeated the vicinity of the city walls. Her bizarre actions provoked a sense of unease, leaving one to ponder the dreadful conspiracy that lay concealed within her heart. On the city walls, a fierce siege persisted, and unbeknownst to all, the hour had slipped into the depths of night. Yet, the imperial forces showed no signs of retreat, seemingly resolved to breach the gates of Xiantian City at any cost. Chapter 134. The second prince. The defensive magical apparatus atop the city wall operated at full capacity, continuously emitting a dazzling yet lethal radiance that illuminated the entire rampart as brightly as day. Beneath this blinding light, the shocking blood flowed like meandering streams, gradually eroding the yellow earth beneath. Zhi'en finally encountered a formidable adversary, the most powerful second prince of the imperial city. At this moment, he had ceased to suppress his cultivation and had ascended to the initial stage of foundation establishment. The second prince's icy gaze fixed upon Zhi'en, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Today, he aimed to slay this renowned prodigy of the Xiantian sect before his father's very eyes. In the imperial city, his elder brother, the first prince, garnered much attention due to his status as the eldest son. Meanwhile, the second prince understood that he could only grasp the symbol of supreme authority through the establishment of remarkable military achievements. Faced with the provocative glare of the second prince, Zhi'en harbored his own calculations. His master was engaged in fierce combat with the second prince's father on another battlefield. If he could defeat or even slay the second prince at this juncture, it would undoubtedly earn him his master's respect. The regal second prince was the first to launch an attack. He firmly planted his feet on the bluestone ground, his spiritual energy coalescing into his fists. With a sudden, powerful strike, he bellowed, "Mighty bull of heaven." In the next moment, the space behind him began to tremble violently, and a massive, robust azure bull phantom swiftly materialized. The bull's eyes, as large as bronze bells, radiated a fierce light, and it panted heavily, each breath accompanied by a gusting wind, reminiscent of a ferocious beast emerging from an ancient battlefield. Then, with a thunderous roar, the azure bull charged towards Zhi'en, kicking up clouds of dust with its hooves. During the exchange conference, The second prince had decimated the defenseless Yi Bing with this overwhelmingly powerful move. Yet, against this oncoming Azure Bull Phantom, there was no trace of fear upon Li Zhi'en's countenance. He calmly commanded his silver corpse to engage. For the resilient puppet, such direct confrontation was its forte. The advancing silver corpse raised its earth-shattering hammer high. As it exerted its might, the hammer, accompanied by a whistling wind, descended forcefully upon the bull's head. Boom! The earth-shattering hammer collided with the Azure Bull Phantom, producing a deafening roar. A violent shockwave erupted, lifting dust and debris into the air. Subsequently, the hammer's tremor effect began to take hold, with invisible shockwaves rippling outward like waves upon water from the point of impact. Under the relentless assault of these powerful shockwaves, the Azure Bull Phantom's body began to tremble violently. As the shockwaves continued to batter it, cracks began to appear on its once solid form, multiplying and expanding. Ultimately, the Azure Bull Phantom could no longer maintain its shape in the face of such overwhelming force, disintegrating entirely into wisps of azure smoke. With a decisive strike, excitement sparkled in Li Zhi'en's eyes. He promptly commanded the silver corpse puppet to pursue the advantage. The heavy form of the silver corpse puppet moved swiftly, once again raising the hammer of calamity high, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, and it aimed directly at the second prince's head. Simultaneously, with a flicker of thought, Li Zhi'en instructed the little swallow to strike at the second prince from the side, coordinating their attacks to form a pincer movement, leaving no opportunity for the adversary to breathe. In the face of this fierce onslaught, the second prince remained calm and composed. He decisively drew the spirit-breaking cold needle artifact from his storage pouch. As the needle emerged, the temperature in the vicinity seemed to drop several degrees, its body shimmering with a chilling light, resembling countless fine ice needles radiating an aura of biting cold. This spirit-breaking cold needle was specifically designed to counter spiritual perception, making it an optimal choice against puppets that relied on such control. A beam of cold light shot forth as the cold needle streaked towards the silver corpse puppet like a shooting star. Following the release of the cold needle, the second prince nonchalantly retrieved another treasure from his pouch, the 8-treasure glazed umbrella. As the umbrella appeared, it radiated a dazzling array of colors, its canopy adorned with 8 rare spirit stones. This umbrella was adept at countering high-temperature artifacts and possessed formidable defensive capabilities. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the 8-treasure umbrella unfurled rapidly, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers. The moment it opened, a solid barrier emerged, forcefully repelling the rapidly approaching little swallow. Meanwhile, as the silver corpse puppet entered the range affected by the cold needle, its previously agile movement slowed, as if it had become ensnared in a quagmire. Its spiritual perception began to dull as well, the once clear commands becoming vague and indistinct. However, as the cold needle was merely a high-grade artifact, it did not reach the level of a talisman. Therefore, its influence on the third-tier silver corpse puppet was limited. The puppet's formidable combat instincts were not entirely extinguished. With unyielding will, it swung the hammer of calamity, striking forcefully against the cold needle. The sound of a painful crack echoed, as the cold needle quickly became marred with a web of dense cracks under the powerful impact of the hammer. These fissures spread and intertwined, emitting sharp, subtle sounds, like the cold needle's anguished groans. Soon after, accompanied by a muffled explosion, the cold needle shattered completely, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. On the other side, the little swallow, undaunted, struck fiercely against the 8-treasure glazed umbrella once more. At the moment of contact, it was rebuffed by the intertwining lights of the umbrella. Dazed, the little swallow spun in the air, circling several times before managing to regain its bearings. Nevertheless, after numerous collisions, the brilliance that had once danced upon the 8-treasure umbrella noticeably dimmed. At this moment, the second prince's expression grew exceptionally grave, particularly upon witnessing the shattering of the cold-faced breaking spirit staff, as if his heart were bleeding. He took a deep breath, and then retrieved a small red flying sword from his storage bag. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, he was finally able to wield this treasured sword, which he had nurtured since childhood. This flying sword was a medium-grade talisman, resplendent in a vibrant and blazing crimson hue. The blade was adorned with swirling fire runes, and from time to time, small clusters of flames would leap forth, emanating a disconcerting heat. A cruel smile crept upon the second prince's lips as he manipulated the flying sword like a streak of red lightning, aiming directly for Li Zhi'en's head. During this process, he clutched a precious substitute spirit talisman tightly in his palm. Chapter 135. Restraint. Li Zhi'en had long anticipated the peculiar recoil spell that was employed upon the city walls. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly engaged in battle alone. As he beheld the swiftly descending flying sword, akin to a meteor, He was unaware that the second prince held a substitute spirit talisman as a contingency. Thus, he resolutely cast the fourth-tier defensive spell, Millennium Frost. With the infusion of his magical energy, the moisture in the air swiftly condensed. A faint layer of frost materialized before him, soon followed by the abrupt formation of a colossal ice sphere. The intricate grayish-white patterns within the ice sphere gradually became discernible, intertwining and rotating with slow yet steadfast determination. Just as the first ice sphere solidified, a second one began to coalesce around its outer layer. Following the same swift process, it overlapped with the first, erecting an impregnable fortress of ice for Zhi'en. In the next moment, the fiery red flying sword struck the dual ice spheres with the force of a blazing meteor. Instantly, fire and ice clashed, erupting into a magnificent yet terrifying spectacle. A vast volume of white vapor ascended, enveloping the scene in a shrouded mist. Flames and frost intertwined, battling against one another and erupting in a dazzling display, reminiscent of a resplendent fireworks celebration. Just as Zhi'en anticipated the second prince's recoil from the backlash, he was astonished to find the second prince still vigorous and charging toward him, brandishing the 8-treasure glazed umbrella. Zhi'en could not help but furrow his brow. The once unfailing recoil technique had inexplicably faltered at this critical juncture, leaving him profoundly disheartened. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that a technique used too frequently would inevitably be countered. Only by continuously strengthening himself could he maintain an unassailable position. At that moment, the second prince glanced down at the substitute spirit talisman in his hand, only to discover that a third of the originally intact talisman had shattered. Such formidable recoil power left him both astonished and alarmed. It is worth noting that the value of this substitute spirit talisman was nearly equivalent to that of a magical treasure. Such a significant loss was burdensome, even for one of royal lineage. A swift resolution was imperative, the second prince mused. With his gaze sharpening, he forcefully hurled the 8-treasure glazed umbrella into the air. The umbrella immediately took flight, stabilizing above his head. Subsequently, vibrant circles of protective barriers cascaded down like rippling water, enveloping him securely. Meanwhile, the fiery red flying sword was once again under his control, darting toward his opponent like a blazing comet. In the face of the oncoming fire-laden sword, Zhi'en refrained from casting the fourth-tier defensive spell once more. Although his current magical energy would suffice for 3 more uses, the opponent's countermeasures necessitated a more cautious approach. Fortunately, he directed his puppet forward to confront the threat. The silver corpse advanced with unwavering resolve, each heavy step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Without hesitation, it swung the hammer of retribution, its muscular arms bulging with strength, exuding a fearless demeanor as if the diminutive flying sword posed no threat at all. In the next moment, the fiery sword clashed violently with the silver puppet. The red sword, imbued with a potent fire attribute, instantly unleashed a tremendous explosion upon contact. Flames rose like a tempest, transforming into a writhing serpent of fire that engulfed the puppet. The shockwave from the hammer's impact paled in comparison to this pure offensive artifact. It felt as though the waves of force merely struck against the ethereal flames, distorting them momentarily without yielding any substantial effect. After just a few breaths, the silver puppet could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught of fiery explosions and was sent flying. Not only did the fiery sword possess explosive qualities, but it also harbored a lingering burning poison. Thus, at this moment, the silver puppet was entirely enveloped in blazing flames, morphing into a colossal fireball. Before the flames could be extinguished, their fervor was unyielding. Zhi'en silently rejoiced at having spared the little swallow from confronting such a dreadful sword. Otherwise, the swallow's fragile form would surely have been incinerated by the intense heat. Despite his inward musings, Zhi'en's hands moved without hesitation. The golden crow sword in his grasp was wielded in rapid succession, unleashing a torrential downpour of golden light upon the second prince. Although the power of these golden rays was not particularly formidable, their sheer volume was overwhelming, akin to a swarm of locusts. Zhi'en was unperturbed by the prospect of exhausting his vital energy, for he could easily draw upon a replenishing spirit pouch. In the next instant, the dense golden light crashed against the 8-treasures glazed umbrella like a tidal wave, creating a dazzling display of brilliance. With each successive assault, the 8 gemstones began to dim, and the entire umbrella trembled violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the little swallow was fiercely engaged with the 8-treasures glazed umbrella, resolutely spinning in the air, gathering strength for another ferocious strike. Under this dual pressure, the already precarious umbrella could no longer endure. With the swallow's wrathful blow, all barriers shattered, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. Even the originally magnificent gemstones on the umbrella fractured, scattering like sparks of starlight. The second prince, caught unawares, could not evade in time, and was wounded by the shrapnel. Blood gushing from the injury and trickling down his once handsome face, rendering him grotesque with blood. Thus, two exquisite magical artifacts were rendered utterly destroyed. And the second prince's countenance darkened ominously. He had never anticipated that this mere qi refinement practitioner, Zhi'en, would prove so formidable. Cautiously, he contemplated fleeing the city wall. Yet, the thought of his honor-bound father made it clear, should he turn coward, his father would undoubtedly strike him down without mercy. Thus, with no retreat possible, he had no choice but to press forward with determination. Dragon's breath sword. The second prince let out a deafening roar, his hands gripping the blazing crimson sword with fervor. As he frantically channeled his spiritual energy, the sword rapidly swelled in size. Its blade elongated and broadened, while the hilt transformed into a peculiar dragon's head, fierce and majestic. Furthermore, from the dragon's mouth, it exhaled an intensely scorching breath. Perish! The madness in the second prince's eyes was palpable. With the massive dragon breath sword tightly held, the veins in his arms bulged, and he resembled a furious beast unleashed. Chapter 136. The victor. In the next moment, he charged recklessly towards Zhi'en. Along the way, a thick stream of white dragon breath erupted from the dragon's maw, raising the temperature dramatically wherever it touched. Even the solid bluestone of the city walls melted upon contact. Zhi'en furrowed his brow, summoning the silver corpse puppet that still burned with fire poison to his side. He licked his parched lips, quickly contemplating a strategy. Allowing the silver corpse to withstand this ferocious attack could very well lead to the destruction of such a precious puppet. If he sent Xiao Yanzi to resist, she likely wouldn't endure the searing heat either. The strongest individual in the imperial city was indeed formidable. Zhi'en couldn't help but grumble. Yet, the thought of impressing Yu Xiaoyu compelled him to stand firm. He swiftly formed seals with both hands, instantly unleashing a triple layer of extreme cold ice seal. Even if it could not withstand the scorching dragon breath, it would at least diminish its power as much as possible. Without pausing for a moment, he continued to cast 3 successive 4th-tier defensive spells. Although the previous rebound effect had been countered by the enemy, 4th-tier spells still possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Finally, gritting his teeth, Zhi'en positioned the silver corpse puppet in front of him, serving as his last line of defense. As long as it could withstand the enemy's onslaught, he could allow Xiao Yanzi to counterattack. He had keenly sensed the unstable aura of the second prince, who had evidently nearly exhausted his spiritual energy after unleashing the dragon breath. Such a desperate gamble, if it failed to eliminate the target, would put the second prince himself in peril. In the next instant, the thick white dragon breath collided with the extreme cold ice seal with overwhelming force. Like the relentless sun melting snow, the triple layer of extreme cold ice seal held for only a moment before shattering under the terrifying heat. The frigid air evaporated instantly, transforming into a rolling wave of hot mist that dissipated into the atmosphere. Following this, the dragon breath viciously struck the ice sphere formed by the 4th-tier defensive spells. A deafening roar erupted, akin to the earth splitting apart. The first ice sphere could not withstand the tremendous impact upon contact, shattering immediately, with countless ice shards cascading like snowflakes. The second ice sphere met the dragon breath's assault and, too, was reduced to fragments, transforming into a cloud of icy mist. The powerful rebound force shattered a significant portion of the second prince's spiritual talisman in his palm. As the dragon breath sword endured this relentless barrage, it finally began to falter. When the third ice sphere shattered, the fierce dragon breath that had once poured forth from the sword was extinguished, leaving only the blade itself radiating searing heat due to prior expansion. Approaching Zhi'en, the silver corpse puppet stepped forward without hesitation. It refrained from using the earth-shattering hammer, as its tremor effect would prove ineffective against the flying sword. Instead, it extended its hands, as hard as steel, and firmly grasped the thrusting sword tip. Die! The second prince's eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with a frenzied madness. Veins bulged on his arms like writhing earthworms as he savagely crushed a special elixir between his teeth. This potion instantaneously unleashed its effects within him, extracting his latent potential and granting him an unparalleled surge of power. The silver corpse puppet immediately staggered backward under the force of this overwhelming strength, each of its steps deeply embedding itself into the bluestone beneath, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. With a resounding thud, the silver corpse puppet could no longer hold the sword's tip, causing it to slip from its grasp. The razor-sharp blade then pierced through the puppet's chest, igniting a shower of sparks. The second prince let out a furious roar, propelling the puppet recklessly towards Zhi'en with the intent to strike. Witnessing this scene, Zhi'en seethed with anger. Not only had a precious puppet been rendered useless, but the enemy's blatant arrogance showed a complete disregard for his own presence. He spat defiantly and swiftly circumnavigated the puppet, delivering a fierce slash at the second prince from the side with his golden sword. The second prince, filled with murderous intent, raised a foot and violently kicked the silver corpse, attempting to draw his long sword to slay Zhi'en. However, the now-defunct puppet still clung desperately to the embedded sword in its chest, seemingly exerting its final ounce of strength. This momentarily prevented the second prince from extracting the weapon. Realizing his predicament, the second prince had no choice but to defend himself barehanded against Zhi'en's golden sword. Yet, his dantian had been excessively drained multiple times, leaving no spiritual energy within him, even though he had just consumed the special elixir, granting a fleeting enhancement of strength. He was still overwhelmed by the piercing golden light of the sword, leaving him charred and blackened. Had it not been for the defensive capabilities of his robe, he would have undoubtedly suffered grievous injuries by now. As for his protective talismans, they had all vanished upon breaching the final layer of the Millennium Frost. At that moment, the swift figure of Xiao Yinzi darted in like a bolt of lightning. Zhi'en's mind raced. He knew the second prince had no means of retaliation left. Instead of allowing Xiao Yinzi to aim for the enemy's head, he decisively directed her to swiftly sever the tendons in his hands and feet with her sharp wings. Zhi'en reasoned that capturing him would be the most prudent choice, as a prince surely held immense value. For instance, having him accompany the young lord in the dungeon would be a commendable option, with both tendons severed. The second prince tumbled to the ground like a broken kite. Yet, he refrained from uttering a single cry of pain. His gaze fixated vacantly on the direction of his father's battle, his heart heavy with despair. He lamented that he had been bested by a disciple of Yu Xiaoyu, especially one at merely the qi refinement stage. This defeat would undoubtedly become a source of shame for the royal city. At that moment, Zhi'en slowly approached the silver corpse puppet, his eyes reddening as he sighed. Alas, my brother, has it been so arduous to follow me? I am aware that, although you may not speak, you undoubtedly harbor a multitude of grievances within your heart. Upon the conclusion of Zhi'en's words, the seemingly lifeless silver puppet, which had long been rendered obsolete, appeared to comprehend, gradually releasing its iron grip upon the longsword. Yet, the flames of poison continued to crackle and burn upon its form. As Zhi'en gazed upon the silver puppet, an indescribable sorrow welled up within him. He understood deeply that the universe possesses a spirit. Even this soulless marionette has its own convictions. It had never flinched in battle, resolutely adhering to its mission even at the cost of its own destruction. This unwavering loyalty and tenacity deeply moved Zhi'en. Chapter 137. The chessboard has been prepared for you both. Zhi'en, disregarding the searing heat emanating from the crimson longsword, forcefully extracted it from the chest of the silver corpse, subsequently stowing it away in his storage pouch. He had no inclination to scrutinize the intricate details of the flying sword. The silver corpse puppet continued to be ravaged by the relentless fire poison, and despite numerous attempts, Zhi'en found himself utterly incapable of retrieving it into his storage pouch. Thus, he resolved to leave the silver corpse where it lay. Amidst the tumultuous chaos of battle on the city walls, who would have the leisure to carry a heavy silver corpse afflicted by fire poison? Therefore, after careful consideration, Zhi'en decided to wait for a suitable opportunity to seek the assistance of the sect leader for its refinement and restoration. When Zhi'en approached the second prince, he was met with a pallid visage and a feeble voice. You do not intend to kill me. Do you seek to gain something in return? Humph. As a defeated one, I shall become worthless in my father's eyes. Do not harbor such delusions. You won't acquire even a single spirit stone from me. You might as well end my life now to save your time. Zhi'en scoffed at these words, dismissively retorting, what benefits you might procure in the imperial city is of no concern to me. My only objective is to deliver you to the sect, thereby earning sufficient merit for my efforts. With that, Zhi'en leaned closer to the second prince and whispered conspiratorially, the young lord is also in my custody. He is quite lonely in the dungeon, so you shall keep him company. I have prepared the chessboard for you both. The second prince, upon receiving such a degrading remark, felt his eyes widen in fury, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Had he not been rendered immobile by the severing of his tendons, he would have recklessly lunged at this arrogant individual, intent on strangling him. Subsequently, Zhi'en, with a roughness akin to dragging a lifeless dog, pulled the second prince before one. Greetings, esteemed martial uncle. I have captured a significant prize, Zhi'en stated with respect, a hint of pride gracing his features. When merely nodded slightly in response to his words, her beautiful eyes fixated solemnly on the void, unwavering in their gaze. The duel between the sect leader and the children of the imperial city was the crux determining the outcome of this conflict. Of course, should neither party emerge victorious, the confrontation between Yu Xiaoyu and the sovereign would become exceedingly pivotal, potentially swaying the entire course of the battle. At this moment, Li Zhi'en quietly clenched his fists, the joints paling under the strain of his grip. Despite his relentless training and rapid strengthening, he felt woefully inadequate in this grand conflict that concerned the survival of the sect. This realization filled him with profound frustration and guilt, as though a great weight pressed heavily upon his heart. The mere thought of his master encountering misfortune was unbearable, sending waves of anguish through him. At that moment, the second prince, lying on the ground, shouted hoarsely, "You are destined for failure. The banner of the imperial city will surely be raised above the gates of the Zhantiangong." At that time, the Xintian sect would be reduced to ashes, vanishing completely from this world. Regarding the frenzied utterances of the second prince, Li Zhi'en and Wenwen feigned ignorance, for they both understood that the second prince, as a captive, was merely seeking death through such desperate proclamations. Meanwhile, for treasures of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning illuminated the sky with their dazzling radiance, compelling the 4 golden core elders of the imperial city to retreat with their formidable natural power. Although these 4 elders could forcibly seize these treasures through sheer will, trading the lives of golden core practitioners for mere artifacts would indeed be a foolish and unjustifiable endeavor. Upon witnessing the reluctant retreat of the 4 elders, Wenwen visibly sighed in relief, her previously tense demeanor easing. She gently beckoned the treasures of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning back to her, while softly addressing Li Zhi'en. "Having captured the second prince has not come without its toll. Please take a moment to rest behind me." With a slight inclination of her head, her concern was evident in her gentle tone. "Thank you, Master Ant," Li Zhi'en replied respectfully, bowing solemnly. He then took a somewhat weary step and slowly seated himself beside Wenwen. "Master Ant remains as ever, gentle and considerate, truly understanding," he murmured to himself, gazing at her soothing silhouette, his eyes shimmering with an unusual hue. In the heavens above, the 71st, 72nd, 73rd strikes resounded. Yu Xiaoyu's passionate cries echoed through the skies, her figure spinning in the air, each rotation delivering a series of fierce slashes, her momentum formidable. Each strike was more powerful, more ruthless, and sharper than the last, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Countless robust roots surged forth like ferocious serpents, bearing an unstoppable force, yet all were shattered by her resplendent blade light. Even though those roots glimmered with potent runes and harbored immense strength, they posed no challenge under her blade. Nevertheless, faced with the overwhelming, infinite mass of roots, Yu Xiaoyu appeared diminutive. She resembled a fragile boat amidst a tempest, swaying precariously in the relentless barrage, on the verge of being utterly crushed. In the heart of the celestial forest, the sovereign clad in a yellow robe stood silently, his resolute visage marked by indifference. Today, regardless of the cost, he vowed to eliminate Yu Xiaoyu. Otherwise, he would find no peace in sleep or sustenance. In the next moment, a drop of golden essence emerged from the sovereign's palm, seemingly imbued with immense power and vitality. He flicked his finger, and the essence shot forth, merging with the roots. Instantly, the originally grayish-blue roots underwent a remarkable transformation. They rapidly sprouted a thick layer of armor, shimmering with a metallic luster reminiscent of the fabled dragon scales, impervious and exuding a chilling aura. With the augmentation of this robust armor, Yu Xiaoyu immediately sensed an unprecedented resistance. With each swing of her blade, the task grew increasingly arduous, as if an immense force were impeding her progress. Yet, she remained undeterred, wholly immersed in the battle, fervently wielding her great sword. "The 74th strike, the 75th, the 76th," she shouted with all her might, her voice resounding with unwavering resolve, as if her indomitable spirit could pierce the heavens and shatter all constraints. After the 81st blow, should she fail to ascend to the nascent soul, her demise would be inevitable. The myriad scales and roots surrounding her were not merely obstacles but her tribulation. To advance would mean boundless horizons, while retreat would result in death and the obliteration of 300 years of cultivation turned to naught. Chapter 138. The delayed tribulation of the nascent soul. The sovereign seemed to have sensed the peculiar state of Yu Xiaoyu. However, he could never fathom that she had deliberately driven herself into a corner to shatter her own shackles and ascend to a higher realm. In his perception, no one would take such reckless risks, wagering their very life in pursuit of a breakthrough. This audacity could only be executed by the deranged or those bereft of reason. 77th strike, 78th strike, 79th strike. Yu Xiaoyu cried out with all her might, as she felt the long-sealed realm begin to loosen further. Along with the tribulation brewing ominously above, she could not help but erupt into joyous laughter when she unleashed her most formidable 81st strike. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. The vast calamity clouds swiftly coalesced, resembling a heavy black mountain descending upon her. The nascent soul tribulation had arrived. This sudden turn of events left everyone astounded. At the forefront was the sovereign, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Yu Xiaoyu. The heavenly tribulation, unsurprisingly, enveloped him as well. His expression darkened instantly. A wave of intense unease surged within him. He never anticipated such a development. Even if the sovereign wished to withdraw, it was utterly impossible. The Qingdi forest had already taken shape, and as the core of the entire spell, he could not move a fraction until his power was expended. Damn it! The sovereign's face turned a ghastly shade, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, as he spat out those two words through gritted teeth. The situation had far surpassed his expectations. Although the nascent soul tribulation would not annihilate him outright, he found himself devoid of the energy to contend with Yu Xiaoyu. Compelled to focus entirely on the tribulation, should Yu Xiaoyu successfully navigate this ordeal and ascend to the nascent soul stage, his painstakingly crafted imperial ambitions would face a catastrophic setback, with years of planning and effort potentially rendered futile. On the other side, Wenwen witnessed Yu Xiaoyu's tribulation, and for the first time, excitement illuminated her beautiful eyes. The immense burden that had weighed heavily on her heart was finally alleviated by a considerable fraction, and her taut nerves experienced a momentary relaxation. "Junior sister Xiaoyu, I always knew you could do it," Wenwen exclaimed, her chest heaving with exhilaration. Beside her, Zhi'en was so overwhelmed with emotion that he leapt up from his chair, without a hint of restraint. He raised his middle finger defiantly towards the Imperial City's faction. "With our master ascending to the nascent soul, we will no longer live in fear. After a period of recuperation, we can return to the Imperial City and reclaim our honor." Zhi'en's heart brimmed with anticipation and hope. Wenwen, noticing Zhi'en's raised middle finger, furrowed her brow in confusion and inquired, "What does that gesture signify?" Zhi'en blushed deeply, feeling awkward. Swiftly retracting his finger as he stammered, "That means I wish to physically chastise our enemies." Cunning as he was, Zhi'en had finally concocted a euphemistic explanation in that critical moment. However, as astute as Wenwen is, how could she be easily deceived? She effortlessly discerned Zhi'en's true thoughts from the subtle expressions that flitted across his face. Instantly, a peculiar look crossed Wenwen's countenance, a blend of surprise and shyness. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze, unable to meet Zhi'en's eyes any longer. Sensing Wenwen's shift in demeanor, Zhi'en immediately surmised the outcome. Feeling an overwhelming wave of awkwardness wash over him, the flush of embarrassment painted his cheeks crimson. He wished he could vanish into a crack in the wall. Wenwen, the esteemed master, possessed many admirable qualities, yet her ability to read minds was truly formidable, he mused. In the skies, Yu Xiaoyu gazed up at the dense, ominous storm clouds without an ounce of fear. Calmly, she retrieved her flask and took a hearty swig of aged wine, indignantly exclaiming, "How dare you keep me waiting for so long? Witness how I shall teach you a lesson." With that, she effortlessly swung her great blade and surged toward the storm clouds like an arrow released from a bow. Her resolute stance suggested that nothing in this world could hinder her ascent. The sovereign observed Yu Xiaoyu's retreating figure, refraining from intervening, for he understood well that the closer one drew to the storm clouds, the more potent the thunderous tribulation would become. At that moment, he fervently wished for Yu Xiaoyu to be struck down by the lightning. Alternatively, if she could attract the tribulation to herself, perhaps he could evade facing it. Of course, should she succeed in overcoming the tribulation, the closer she approached the storm, the greater the benefits from the heavenly laws she would reap. Ancient texts recorded that in times of yore, some had acquired fragments of the laws during their tribulations. Though the power displayed by those fragments was merely the tip of the iceberg, yet it was sufficient to subdue all adversaries at the nascent soul stage. Even those at the peak of that realm would find themselves powerless before such fragments. For the laws transcend all domains. They are the tangible manifestation of the universe's essence, the fundamental principles governing all existence, rendering any being insignificant and fragile in their presence. Upon entering the storm, Yu Xiaoyu, even while confronting the heavenly tribulation, did not forget about her opponent. With each bolt of thunder she withstood, she deftly redirected its path toward the sovereign below. "Since we're here, let us face this tribulation together," she thought, harboring a sense of mischief and vengeful delight. Gazing upon the magnificent might of the tribulation, the sovereign couldn't help but shiver, filled with a sense of helplessness. Yet, at that moment, he had no recourse, there was no escape, and he could only brace himself to endure. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the resplendent tribulation, imbued with the power to annihilate all, struck fiercely at the Qingdi forest of the sovereign. Instantly, vast expanses of colossal roots burst apart under the ferocious force, producing a series of chilling explosions that ignited a raging inferno. The sovereign's face turned ashen. a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Although the Qingdi forest was a formidable spell, it was already transitioning toward a different realm when it sustained such grievous damage. He too could not escape the backlash. Confronted by the heavenly tribulation, the sovereign dared not retaliate in the slightest, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. For should he strike back, it would be tantamount to opposing the celestial order on behalf of another, prompting the heavens to perceive such an act as a challenge to their authority, resulting in an even more formidable cataclysmic thunderstorm unleashed upon him. Thus, since time immemorial, the tribulation has existed as a solitary battlefield for individuals, a trial and refinement of one's own cultivation. If one were to intervene on behalf of another, it would render their very existence devoid of purpose. Moreover, the wood-based spells and domains inherently find themselves at a disadvantage against the onslaught of the thunderstorm. The power encapsulated in the thunderbolt, characterized by its utmost yang and rigidity, exerts a profound suppressive force against the wood element, which thrives on vitality and flexibility. Consequently, the sovereign harbors a deep-seated reverence for the heavenly tribulation, even though Yu Xiaoyu currently finds himself in a weakened state during the ordeal. The sovereign does not dare to encroach upon the realm of the thunderstorm to launch a surprise attack. Chapter 139. The Demons of the Heart Within the Tempestuous Clouds of Tribulation. Yu Xiaoyu stood tall, resolutely enduring the complete nine-fold lightning tribulation, a testament to her extraordinary talent. Typically, a cultivator faces merely 3 bolts during their tribulation. 5 would elevate one to the status of prodigy. Even the sovereign of the imperial city, a figure of formidable prowess, encounters only 7 during their trial. However, due to Yu Xiaoyu's deliberate actions, the sovereign below also bore the weight of 9 lightning strikes. In this moment, the once majestic Qingdi forest lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate expanse of charred ashes. At the center of this devastation, the sovereign's plight was equally dire. The unyielding and fierce power of the thunder raged within him like a wild beast, wreaking havoc on his meridians and inflicting grievous injuries. While the tribulation is perilous, it also serves as a crucible, refining the body and spirit of the one who endures it, imbuing them with resilience and acuity, thus laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. The sovereign, not being the intended recipient of the tribulation, instead faced a brutal assault on his innate attributes, suffering devastation rather than refinement, leading to immense harm. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu, bloodied and battered, suddenly became dazed amidst the storm clouds, rendered motionless as the trial of the heart commenced. The so-called heart demon tribulation represents the final and most crucial challenge within the nascent soul tribulation, testing the cultivator's resolve and their ability to resist the myriad desires, fears, and obsessions that lurk within. Yet, Yu Xiaoyu harbored no excessive worry. Her pure heart remained untroubled by any heart demons. In a phantasmagoric realm, Yu Xiaoyu luxuriated in a steaming bath, petals drifting atop the surface. She indulged in sips of aged wine and puffs of fine smoke, exuding an air of bliss akin to that of a celestial being. Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing a handsome young man, her obedient disciple, Zhi'en. Master, I have procured some exquisite garments for you. Shall I assist you in trying them on? He inquired respectfully, his tone gentle. As he spoke, vibrant and beautifully crafted clothing appeared in his hands, clearly of high quality and considerable worth. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Yu Xiaoyu instinctively covered her modesty, her cheeks flushing crimson. Whether from anger or embarrassment, she could not discern. For over 3 centuries, though she lived freely and without restraint, matters of intimacy remained foreign to her, rendering her utterly flustered by the current scene. Master, what troubles you? Would you like me to help you change? Zhi'en asked, bewildered by her reaction. Do not. Set the clothes down and leave for now. I shall change myself, she stammered. Yu Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly as she endeavored to compose herself, yet the faintly unnatural intonation betrayed the turmoil within her. Deep down, she was aware that her disciple's actions were misguided, but for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to feel anger. Instead, she was reluctant to chastise the apprentice, harboring a trace of secret delight. It was akin to a flower blooming in splendid beauty, unappreciated and thus rendered a pity. Zhi'en obediently retreated, carefully closing the door behind him with a gentle motion, fearful of disturbing his esteemed master within. When Yu Xiaoyu emerged clad in her exquisite new attire, she beheld a lavish spread of delectable dishes prepared by Zhi'en, the enticing aroma instantly whetting her appetite. Just as she was about to indulge, Zhi'en unexpectedly took her hand, the warmth of his palm causing her to momentarily pause. Master, having dined on my food, you must pledge yourself to me, he declared earnestly. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, her fair throat moving as she stammered. Dear disciple, you jest, do you not? We are separated by generations. Li Zhi'en shook his head resolutely, expressing his discontent. Generational distinctions are mere titles. Why should we be bound by such constraints? As cultivators, are we not meant to defy the heavens, shatter conventions, and pursue true freedom and joy? Does Master lack even this modicum of courage? As Yu Xiaoyu grappled with her response, the scene shifted once more. In the wind-listening pavilion on Spirit Beast Peak, Li Zhi'en was diligently massaging Woman. His technique both gentle and practiced. Woman blushed as she relished the attention, her bashful demeanor reminiscent of a blooming flower. Occasionally, she would utter a soft admonition, her voice melodious and laced with shyness and contentment. Upon witnessing this tableau, Yu Xiaoyu was immediately engulfed by fury. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her trembling finger pointing accusingly, her voice sharp with rage, as if her most cherished possession had been snatched away. Woman turned her head with a sultry smile, teasingly responding, "Little fish, if you do not wish to marry Zhi'en, why cling to him? I shall take care of him for you." With that, she reached out to tenderly caress Li Zhi'en's cheek, the gesture intimate. Yu Xiaoyu, livid, kicked the nearby marble table, which shattered into fragments, debris scattering. With reddened eyes, she shouted, "Even if I agree, that old hag, my master, would never consent." Amidst the storm clouds, crystalline tears suddenly streamed down Yu Xiaoyu's dazed face, cascading like pearls untethered. Her expression turned desolate, filled with anguish and helplessness. The experiences entwined with her inner demons were manifestations of her subconscious, akin to a dream. The tribulation merely artfully evoked certain concealed emotions and desires from the depths of her heart. If she continues to evade the confrontation with her inner self, lacking the courage to face and resolve her turmoil, she shall be consumed by her inner demons, unable to transcend her tribulations, ultimately resulting in a fate of disarray and despair. Upon the city walls, one observed the 9 bolts of heavenly thunder, and when Yu Xiaoyu failed to appear, a sudden unease gripped his heart, for he sensed that she had succumbed to her inner demons. How could the innocent-hearted junior sister Xiaoyu possibly be tormented by such darkness? Wenwen furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently upon the ominous clouds of calamity, murmuring to himself. Li Zhi'en, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, noted the sudden shift in Wenwen's countenance. The previously relaxed expression was now replaced with palpable anxiety. "Master Uncle, what has transpired? Has something befallen my esteemed master?" Li Zhi'en inquired urgently, his eyes locked onto Wenwen with fervent concern. Chapter 140, From the Heart. The illusion of the heart demon at the serene Shaoqi Peak, within a villa. Li Zhi'en cradled a bouquet of resplendent roses, their petals adorned with glistening dew. With a gaze imbued with affection and a voice as gentle as a whisper, he implored, "Master, marry your disciple. Our Shaoqi Peak is sparsely populated. We could bear more children to inherit our legacy." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu was unable to suppress a spurt of the old wine she had been sipping, her cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. Avoiding Li Zhi'en's fervent gaze, she stammered, "Disciple, what nonsense are you speaking? The women of Xiantian's sect have no custom of marrying. Just look at our venerable leader. That old crone, over 3,000 years old and still unmarried. And that dreary Wenwen, a recluse for centuries. How could I be the one to break tradition?" Li Zhi'en, unfazed, let out a dismissive huff, his brow furrowing slightly, as if to express his belief that should no one desire them, he would gladly take them all as his own. Observing her disciple's demeanor, Yu Xiaoyu seemed to glean his thoughts, a surge of anger igniting within her. Her ire stemmed not only from his audacity but also from a pang of jealousy that gnawed at her heart. In the next moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. The roses in Li Zhi'en's grasp morphed into a glistening dagger. The blade shimmered ominously, poised to pierce the very essence of life. Pressing the dagger to his throat, Li Zhi'en's expression hardened, as though he had steeled himself for death. "Master, yield to your disciple, or I shall take my own life before you." Panic seized Yu Xiaoyu, her earlier anger swiftly replaced by terror. She attempted to summon her spiritual energy to wrest the dagger from him, only to discover a void of chaos within her dantian, devoid of any spiritual force, akin to a mortal stripped of their powers. In an instant, the dagger, as if possessed by a sinister will, severed Li Zhi'en's throat, and crimson blood gushed forth, blooming like a field of scarlet flowers. No. Yu Xiaoyu's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she dashed forward, her voice choked with despair. The ground was drenched in his blood, and as Li Zhi'en's gaze dimmed, a haunting expression of desolation settled upon his face, a profound disappointment with the world that had forsaken him. In her frantic state, Yu Xiaoyu stumbled and fell, scraping her knees, the blood staining her skirt, yet she felt no pain. As she crawled desperately towards her disciple, she found him devoid of breath. "No," she wailed, her heart breaking with anguish, her voice piercing and mournful. She shook his lifeless form with fervor, as though her efforts could resurrect him from the brink of death. Yet, no response came. His body grew colder with each passing moment. The warmth of life extinguished, leaving behind a chilling frost. Tears fell like scattered pearls, and in that moment, she was no longer the formidable warrior daring to challenge the heavens, but rather a helpless child, pleading for the mercy of the divine. How foolish you are. Despite my numerous concerns, we can face this together. If all else fails, we shall leave the Zhi'en sect, and I will take you to wander the vast seas and distant lands. Yu Xiaoyu spoke with a voice choked with emotion, as if each word drained the last remnants of her strength. Ding! At the moment Yu Xiaoyu uttered this declaration, the illusory realm conjured by her inner demons appeared to be struck at its fatal weakness, shattering like glass. As the calamity clouds slowly dissipated, Yu Xiaoyu opened her tear-stained eyes. In truth, it was she who had nearly taken her own life within that perilous realm of heart demons. Her blood spilling forth like the essence of her very being, the loss of her Dantian's spiritual energy a stark indication of her plight. Had she not recognized her true heart at the final moment, bravely confronting the emotions and desires buried deep within her soul, the tides of fate might have turned against her, leading her to be devoured by her inner demons, her spirit scattered into oblivion. Gazing towards the city wall, Yu Xiaoyu spotted her disciple, Zhi'en, standing tall and anxious, casting a concerned glance in her direction. Overcome with joy, she scarcely paused to acknowledge the nascent yuanying that had just formed within her. Her heart yearned only to reunite with her disciple, prompting her to soar towards Zhi'en without hesitation. The scenes from the illusion flickered in her mind, illuminating the most vital aspects of life that she had once overlooked or deliberately avoided. Those emotions that had previously seemed trivial now appeared strikingly clear and precious. Upon reaching the city wall, Yu Xiaoyu intended to envelop her beloved disciple in a warm embrace. However, Wenwen approached her with a tense expression. Concern etched in her voice as she inquired, "Junior sister Xiaoyu, have you succeeded?" The sight of Wenwen instantly reminded Yu Xiaoyu of the affectionate moments shared with her dear disciple in the illusion, igniting a flare of unrestrained irritation within her, prompting her to retort, "Oh, can't you see the calamity clouds have dispersed? Of course, I succeeded." With that, she brushed past Wenwen, her pace unyielding as she continued towards her disciple. Though mere moments had elapsed for others, for Yu Xiaoyu, ensnared in the web of heart demons, it felt as though she had endured the passage of many years. Hence, a torrent of words swelled within her, eager to be shared with her beloved disciple. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoyu's affirmation, Wenwen's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, her worry evaporating as she urgently interjected, "Since you have ascended to yuanying, hurry to assist our master in vanquishing the ancestral foes of the imperial city. If successful, the outcome will be assured." In that instant, as if awakening from a distant dream, Yu Xiaoyu recalled that the sect was still embroiled in conflict. With a graceful sweep of her jade-like fingers through the void, a gleaming blade materialized in her grasp. Just as she prepared to wield the formidable powers of her yuanying to rend the fabric of reality, the void itself unexpectedly fractured. In the next moment, the master of the sect and the children of the imperial city emerged from the rift. The master, draped in flowing robes, appeared as if a celestial being descended from the heavens, floating lightly onto the city wall, his gaze as frigid as the coldest realm, instilling an aura of dread. The children of the imperial city staggered backward, their faces as pale as parchment, with traces of blood staining their sleeves, seemingly having suffered grievous losses in the intangible battle. Retreat. After steadying themselves, the children gasped for breath and called out to the rapidly approaching chancellor. The chancellor's gaze sharpened, despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind. It was evidently not the opportune moment for inquiries. In the next instant, his robes billowed as he retreated with even greater haste. He swiftly manipulated his hands, conjuring numerous communication talismans. Before long, a signal to withdraw echoed from the rear of the enemy camp. Subsequently, the once menacing enemy forces, along with the Azure Dragon formation, began to retreat in an orderly fashion, akin to a receding tide, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with devastation. In the distance, the sovereign of the nation fell awkwardly upon a hill, slowly closing his eyes filled with deep reluctance, before vanishing like a fleeting light. Should he confront Yu Xiaoyu again, he would undoubtedly find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Chapter 141. The Master S Foundation is wounded old witch. Let us pursue. I have ascended to the nascent soul stage, and I will surely slay their sovereign. Yu Xiaoyu brandished her great sword, her spirit ablaze with fervor. However, the master slowly shook her head, a flicker of anguish crossing her serene visage. Suddenly, the previously stable spiritual energy became turbulent, wild, and uncontrollable like a frenzied beast. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her chin, a sight that was both shocking and heart-wrenching. Wenwen's expression shifted in alarm as he hastened to support the master, concern etched across his features. "Master, are you injured? Is it serious?" The master closed her eyes for a moment, calming the chaotic spiritual energy within her before responding with measured words. "I have inadvertently wounded my foundation by forcibly employing my domain. Even with the aid of high-grade elixirs, it will take at least 3 months to regain my peak." Wenwen's heart sank, his brows knitting together in tension as he anxiously pressed on. "What of the ancestor from the imperial city? How grievously is he injured?" A look of regret crossed the master's face as she sighed gently. "I have only severely damaged his physical body. He will recover to his peak in a minimum of 10 days to a maximum of half a month." At this revelation, Wenwen's heart plummeted into despair, his complexion turning ashen. He understood all too well that the imperial city would not wait 3 months. When they next attacked, the Zhi'en sect would be in dire straits. Even with Yu Xiaoyu's ascension to the nascent soul realm, it could not compensate for the master's grievous injuries. After all, before the formidable strength of the imperial city's ancestor at the peak of the nascent soul, Sister Xiaoyu was no match. Yu Xiaoyu gazed at the master's wounded state, her heart brimming with guilt and self-reproach. Memories of her request for the master to venture into the nascent soul realm and search the entire city flooded her mind. Perhaps the toll from that endeavor had not yet been replenished, and the master had subsequently engaged in battle with the peak ancestor of the imperial city, leading to her current dire condition. "Master, it's all my fault." Her voice quivered, tears welling in her eyes. Even if the master had not ventured into the nascent soul realm, Zhi'en had single-handedly vanquished the enemy and saved himself. Yet, there were no what-ifs. Perhaps Zhi'en was in desperate need of rescue and could have perished in a heartbeat. Just as Yu Xiaoyu was about to voice more thoughts, the master interrupted her with an edge of impatience. "What are you crying about at your age? The Zhi'en sect has a foundation of thousands of years and will always find a way to cope." Despite her pale complexion, the master spoke with a gravitas that belied her weakened state. Wenwen remained silent, his brow furrowed deeply, acutely aware of the sect's heritage. Given the current circumstances, how could they possibly withstand the might of a peak nascent soul expert? The master likely harbored thoughts of mutual destruction, desperately seeking a way to perish alongside the imperial city's ancestor, especially since Sister Xiaoyu had already ascended to the nascent soul stage, allowing her to set her mind at ease regarding future matters. Wenwen sighed inwardly, a profound worry etched on his face as he contemplated the master's predicament. Meanwhile, Zhi'en, upon hearing of the master's foundation being wounded, rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, uncertain of whether the system's healing potions have any effect on the foundation. "I realize that this matter should be reported solely to the master, as it is best that knowledge of the healing potions remains limited." Meanwhile, a bustling scene unfolded atop the city walls, where individuals diligently began to clear the battlefield. Soldiers busily tended to the aftermath, organizing weapons and debris, aiding their injured comrades, and respectfully collecting and burning the fallen. The peak master, elders, and the sect leader hastily convened at the Cloud Sea Hall for a council meeting. Yu Xiaoyu had intended to remain and converse with her obedient disciple, sharing her sentiments from the realm of inner demons. However, she was forcibly summoned away by the sect leader. At this moment, Zhi'en entered the system, eager to examine the situation after the urgent circumstances of battle had prevented his immediate ascension to the Foundation Establishment realm. Host, Zhi'en filial piety value, 310 cultivation level, chi refinement, 10th layer skills, massage, culinary arts, arts and chess, carpentry spells, 3rd grade defensive spell, extreme cold seal. Capable of withstanding a full strike from a chi refinement 7th layer practitioner. Spells, 4th grade defensive spell, millennial frost respite, with concealed rebound. Capable of blocking a full strike from a chi refinement 9th layer practitioner. Items 1. 4th grade spirit beast, golden bird, 9, grows 3 daily. Can consume 50 mid-grade spirit stones in 1 day, sufficient to slay early Foundation Establishment practitioners. 2. Hammer of regret, low-grade talisman, possesses the power of early Foundation Establishment. Effect, shockwave, can disrupt the structure of the target, causing disintegration, with additional effect on solid targets. 3. Golden Guardian Sword, low-grade talisman, power equivalent to early Foundation Establishment. Effect, radiant gold emergence, can deliver concentrated attacks against multiple enemies, inflicting sharp gold element damage. For a pair of bloodied embroidered shoes. Gazing upon the various data and information displayed by the system, Zhi'en meticulously analyzed the details, yet failed to discern any issues. Fortunately, he decided to purchase an experience package and unexpectedly discovered a new item within the marketplace. Foundation Establishment Package, price 100 filial piety value, thus. It became clear that to ascend to a higher realm, an additional experience package was required. Enlightenment dawned upon Zhi'en, and a look of joy illuminated his countenance as he unhesitatingly purchased a foundation establishment package. He refrained from immediate use, opting instead to store it cautiously within the system, secretly contemplating its strategic deployment during battle to create an element of surprise for his enemies. Next, Zhi'en retrieved the flying sword he had seized from the second prince, eager to examine its detailed information within the system. Item: Dragon Breath Flying Sword Grade. Mid-grade Talisman Effect. Collision Fire Explosion. Fire Poison Burn. Dragon Breath Exhalation. Comparable to a full strike from a mid-foundation establishment practitioner. Zhi'en nodded in satisfaction and tranquility, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. He was well aware of the sword's formidable power, having witnessed its efficacy in the previous battle, where it had incapacitated the Silver Corpse puppet. Reflecting on his Silver Corpse, Zhi'en proceeded toward its direction, wishing to ascertain whether the fire poison had been exhausted. To his dismay, he observed from afar that flames still danced upon the Silver Corpse, crackling ominously. Thus, the metallic-bodied puppet, if faced with an ordinary cultivator, even one in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, would be unable to withstand such enduring flames of poison. The corporeal form of an ordinary cultivator would likely have been reduced to ashes in the presence of such intense fiery toxicity. Zhi'en licked his parched lips, his heart a tumult of emotions. He felt both sorrow for his puppet brother enduring such torment and exhilaration at having acquired this exquisite flying sword treasure. Due to the system's peculiar nature, once the information of an item manifested, one could bypass the necessity of establishing a master and utilize it directly. As dawn broke, the sunlight gradually bathed the earth, and the fiery poison consuming the Silver Corpse puppet slowly extinguished, leaving only wisps of azure smoke rising gracefully. Chapter 142. The unusual Yu Xiaoyu. According to the records of the Zhongling Pavilion, this comprehensive power is indeed comparable to that of a high-grade talisman. No wonder it has become a weapon for the prince. Zhi'en gazed upon the now tranquil Silver Corpse puppet, unable to suppress his admiration. His understanding of the formidable might of the Dragon Breath Flying Sword deepening. He then cautiously stored the charred Silver Corpse puppet into his storage bag, contemplating an opportunity to seek assistance from the sect leader for its restoration. Yu Xiaoyu, who had attended the council, had yet to return. It seemed that after the imperial city deployed the general's order, the higher-ups of the Zhuaniangong had suffered significant casualties. Dragging his weary body towards the arrow tower, Zhi'en lamented. Upon arriving at the arrow tower, he suddenly spotted Zhou Yuan pacing back and forth. With his keen intellect, he quickly deduced the reason for Zhou Yuan's visit and enthusiastically greeted him. "Brother Zhou Yuan, please, come inside." With a smile plastered across his face, Zhi'en endeavored to appear more spirited, warmly ushering Zhou Yuan into the room. Zhou Yuan, however, shook his head gravely, his eyes reflecting fatigue and worry as he handed a storage bag to Zhi'en. "I dealt with that batch of supplies last night, acquiring 2 high-grade spirit stones and 30 medium-grade spirit stones in total. Knowing that senior brother was in urgent need, I brought them to you without delay." Zhou Yuan's voice was low and rapid, as if eager to conclude this matter. After a sigh, his face clouded with sorrow, he added, "My grandfather has been injured, and I must return to care for him, so I shall forego staying." Zhi'en was taken aback, hastily inquiring, "How severe is the injury to the chief instructor?" "Alas, he has injured his dantian. It is likely he will not recover for years. Yet, he is exceptionally stubborn, always declaring that he will perish alongside the scoundrels of the imperial city." Zhou Yuan's voice trembled with emotion, his eyes reddening in helplessness. Zhi'en blinked in astonishment, not expecting the chief instructor's temperament to be so volatile. However, considering the current situation, he could empathize with the depth of Zhou Yuan's grief. Yet, he refrained from saying much, urging Zhou Yuan to return promptly to care for the chief instructor. In such times, it was indeed commendable that Zhou Yuan still prioritized his own matters. Zhi'en murmured to himself, his eyes betraying his gratitude towards Zhou Yuan. Once inside the arrow tower, Zhi'en first retrieved 50 medium-grade spirit stones, placing them carefully before the little swallow. Watching her consume the spirit stones as if they were delectable candies caused him some pangs of regret. With the addition of the spirit stones Zhou Yuan provided, she would have enough to last for 7 days. Zhi'en frowned, pondering how he could acquire more spirit stones. As noon approached, Yu Xiaoyu finally returned. Upon seeing her, Zhi'en respectfully bowed and inquired, "Master, what would you like to eat for lunch? I shall prepare the ingredients for you." To his surprise, Yu Xiaoyu, without hesitation, grasped Zhi'en's hands in greeting, her gaze fervent as she licked her red lips and said, "There's no rush for a meal. I wish to converse with my dear disciple." Feeling the smooth and soft touch of the hand, Zhi'en's heart raced. and a flush crept onto his face as he nervously inquired, "Master, if you have something to say, your disciple is always ready to listen to your teachings." Yu Xiaoyu grasped her disciple's hand and gracefully led him to a bamboo chair, gesturing for Zhi'en to sit down. "Dear disciple, I have not shown you enough care. Today, in this rare moment of leisure, let us have a good chat. Do you have any worries or anything unclear about your cultivation?" As Yu Xiaoyu continued to hold his hand without any intention of letting go, Zhi'en felt his heart pounding like a drum, and his breath quickened, replying to Master, "The disciple is well, and my cultivation is progressing smoothly. Ever since the sect leader helped me cleanse my marrow, coupled with the intense battles on the city walls, I feel that I am on the verge of foundation establishment." Hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu's large eyes squinted into charming crescents, her voice brimming with pride as she exclaimed, "Oh, my disciple truly lives up to being a reincarnation of an ancient being. Your progress surpasses even that of your master." Zhi'en managed a distracted smile, his thoughts entirely consumed by the sensations in the palm of his hand. The delicate touch stirred something within him. The sweat forming in their intertwined hands created an unusual sense of intimacy. Though he was puzzled by the sudden change in Yu Xiaoyu's demeanor, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. He discreetly raised his eyes to observe her expression, pondering silently. "Dear disciple, I have a matter I wish to consult you about," Yu Xiaoyu said, clearing her throat and adopting a slightly serious tone. Zhi'en quickly straightened his posture, his face reflecting reverence as he replied, "Master, please feel free to speak. I will follow your arrangements in all matters." Yu Xiaoyu shook her head and gently tapped his forehead with her delicate hand. "You need not follow my arrangements, simply listen to your heart. For I wish to discuss a marriage proposal with you. What do you think of the gentle disciple Hong Hong? She is quite lovely, and her temperament is rather docile." Yu Xiaoyu spoke earnestly, her gaze fixed intently on Zhi'en, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. "Or perhaps the granddaughter of a certain elder? If you like, I can arrange it for you," she continued, her tone filled with care for Zhi'en. Upon hearing her words, Zhi'en stood there, utterly stunned, disbelief written all over his face. What was this about Hong Hong or the elder's granddaughter? He dismissed them all. Such women could not even begin to compare to the one who resided in his heart. Among the entire Zhuanian gang, the women who captured his interest were few. And right before him stood Yu Xiaoyu, the one he cherished. Every smile and frown, every joy and sorrow of hers tugged at his heartstrings. Of course, he would never dare to voice this sentiment. He was exceedingly grateful that it was not one who posed the question. Otherwise, with her uncanny ability to read minds, his true feelings would be laid bare. "Master, I only wish to serve you and care for you by your side. I have never contemplated marriage. Nor do I desire it," Zhi'en earnestly stated, blinking his eyes. Yu Xiaoyu, upon hearing her disciple's response, felt an overwhelming sense of joy, her large eyes narrowing into delightful crescent shapes. In truth, her inquiry was merely a means to gauge her disciple's feelings. "Ding. Yu Xiaoyu was immensely pleased with your response, earning a filial piety value of 600. Upon receiving the system notification, Zhi'en nearly blurted out a traditional saying. "What have I done to suddenly receive such a substantial amount of filial piety value feedback?" He was utterly bewildered, his mind a blank slate. Chapter 143. The Wayward Disciple in Her Heart. Yu Xiaoyu felt a surge of delight. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. She refrained from broaching the subject of her disciple's marriage and instead retrieved a wine gourd, tilting her head back to indulge in its contents. The wine trickled from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her fair neck, adding an alluring charm to her demeanor. Zhi'en observed his left hand still grasped by his master, his heart fluttering like a timid fawn, pounding with excitement. Beyond relishing this rare moment of intimacy, he was also perplexed. What had caused such a sudden and unusual change in his master after her tribulation? Zhi'en pondered silently, his gaze filled with confusion as it lingered on Yu Xiaoyu's face. Was there something unique about the nascent soul tribulation? His brow furrowed as he endeavored to unravel the mystery. Suddenly, a possible explanation dawned upon him. Heart demon tribulation. Only those who had endured the torment of their inner demons would experience such a profound transformation in their mindset. Perhaps his master had resolved certain inner conflicts during that trial or had come to a clearer understanding of her true desires. Curiosity ignited within Zhi'en, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. Yet, he dared not inquire, for the heart demon represented the most clandestine corners of one's soul, impervious to the gaze of outsiders. It was a personal battle of the spirit, a crucible of the soul. To pry would be an affront and a sign of disrespect. As Yu Xiaoyu consumed more of the aged wine, it seemed as if years of abstinence from alcohol had suddenly erupted within her. Soon, her cheeks glowed with warmth. Her gaze became unfocused, and she mumbled indistinct phrases, lost in her inebriation. Li Zhi'en intended to withdraw his hand to fetch a blanket for her. But in a reflexive motion, Yu Xiaoyu tightened her grasp, causing him to inadvertently tumble into her embrace. A startled gasp escaped his lips as his heart skipped a beat. His hands instinctively braced against her sides, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's warm breaths. Through her hazy vision, Yu Xiaoyu glanced at her disciple, her eyes veiled in a mist yet harboring a subtle, elusive sentiment. As her lips parted slightly, the mingling warmth of alcohol and her unique fragrance brushed against Li Zhi'en's face, stirring an indescribable flutter within him. Almost immediately, Yu Xiaoyu seemed to feel a wave of heat, shifting her delicate form, causing her prominent chest to inadvertently press against Li Zhi'en's. The softness of this contact tightened his throat. For a fleeting moment, Li Zhi'en's gaze unconsciously fell upon her slightly reddened lips, and he found himself inexplicably compelled to lean down and kiss her. As a young man brimming with vitality, how could he resist such temptation? In the next instant, consumed by a torrent of emotions, Li Zhi'en surrendered to his impulses, capturing Yu Xiaoyu's alluring red lips with his own. His kiss was fervent and urgent, as if he sought to unleash years of suppressed feelings in that singular moment. Yu Xiaoyu, in her drunken haze, let out a soft murmur, attempting to push her disciple away, but her outstretched hand appeared weak and feeble. Li Zhi'en's kiss grew increasingly fervent, his tongue gently prying open Yu Xiaoyu's delicate lips, greedily exploring the sweetness within. Just as Li Zhi'en intended to trace down her exquisite chin, a sudden, urgent knock at the door shattered the moment. The sound struck him like a bucket of cold water, abruptly dousing the fervor and impulse that had consumed him. Flustered and disconcerted, he scrambled away from his master as if caught in a heinous act, hastily adjusting his slightly disheveled attire before hastening to the door. Standing outside was Hong Hong, clad in a striking red outfit. She scrutinized Li Zhi'en with a hint of perplexity in her eyes and stated, "My master seeks your presence. You must hurry to the city lord's mansion." Li Zhi'en nodded, his heart still racing from the earlier encounter, responding somewhat sheepishly, "Understood. I shall go to the city lord's mansion at once." After conveying the message, Hong Hong tilted her head to glimpse the interior of the arrow tower. Yet Li Zhi'en blocked the entrance resolutely, leaving no gap for her to peer through. With a pout of dissatisfaction, she remarked, "Humph, so mysterious." Subsequently, she turned on her heel and departed. Watching Hong Hong's retreating figure, Li Zhi'en exhaled a sigh of relief before returning to the room. He treaded lightly, akin to a thief, as he approached his master. There she lay, breathing steadily, her countenance serene as she reclined on a bamboo chair, seemingly ensnared in a deep slumber. Li Zhi'en instinctively brushed his lips. The events that had just transpired felt like a splendid yet illusory dream, leaving him in a state of disbelief. The sensation lingered on his lips, rendering his thoughts tumultuous. Had he truly dared to kiss his master, the head of a peak in the Xiantian sect, freshly ascended to the realm of Yuanying? What if Yu Xiaoyu awakened and struck him down for his audacity? The mere thought filled Li Zhi'en with trepidation. Had he known, he would have disregarded the annoying interruption and pressed on with fervor, even if it meant facing peril. It would have been preferable to leave it unresolved. How lamentable that would be. Consumed by regret, Li Zhi'en muttered to himself as he departed the arrow tower, glancing back repeatedly. Since a disciple had already been dispatched with a message, he felt compelled to make the visit. After all, if his gentle master sought him, it must be of utmost importance. At the city lord's mansion, amidst the bright lights, Li Zhi'en swiftly located his esteemed master, Wenwen. She was intently counting the personnel, her expression serious and focused. These individuals were newly appointed aides to the city lord, tasked with managing the myriad affairs of the city. Upon seeing Li Zhi'en, Wenwen set aside her ledger and approached him. Disciple pays respects to master. Li Zhi'en greeted with utmost reverence, the chaotic thoughts that had previously consumed him now firmly suppressed. He was acutely aware of Wenwen's formidable abilities. Her mind-reading skills could effortlessly penetrate the hearts of others. To appear disordered before her would be akin to playing with fire. Wenwen gracefully raised her delicate hand and pointed towards the adjacent room, her eyes silently urging him to follow. Li Zhi'en hastened his pace, not daring to exhibit even the slightest hesitation, and swiftly made his way to the chamber. Inside, there was only a somewhat antiquated chair and a chaotic array of account ledgers scattered throughout the room. No one else was present. Upon entering, Wenwen directly posed her question without preamble. "Is it true that your master, in the preliminary spirit beast secret realm, utilized a unique entity, distinct from healing elixirs, to rescue the spirit beast, the golden bird?" Her voice was crisp and resolute, her gaze fixed intently on Li Zhi'en, as if she sought to glean insights from his expression. Chapter 144. The temptation of the fourth order golden corpse. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhi'en furrowed his brow, his heart awash with perplexity. As he emerged from the spirit beast secret realm, he had dismissed this matter entirely, attributing the restoration of the spirit beast golden bird solely to the exceptional talent of Little Swallow. Why, then, did his master bring it up again today? In truth, with her remarkable observational prowess, akin to mind reading, his earlier denial had held no weight and could not have eluded her perception. Yet, she had refrained from pursuing the issue further, perhaps out of respect for him, wishing not to delve into the secrets that enveloped his being. Now, however, she might have encountered new circumstances that necessitated her consideration of his unique ability. After a moment of silence, Zhi'en ceased his pretense and slowly nodded, a hint of guilt shadowing his expression as he spoke. Indeed, this matter is true. I hope Master will not hold it against me. His voice was subdued, his gaze unwilling to meet Wenwen's. Wenwen raised her hand to interrupt her disciple's words. Her intention in revisiting this topic was not to chastise Zhi'en. Each individual harbors their own secrets and possesses the right to safeguard them. You have committed no wrongdoing, thus there is no need for you to apologize to me. Her tone was gentle and soothing, akin to a spring breeze caressing the heart, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. Pausing for a moment, she gazed at Zhi'en with soft eyes and continued, "The injury to the golden bird's dantian has indeed compromised its foundation, yet under your care, that foundation has been swiftly restored. Therefore, I wish to request that you utilize that special method to aid the sect leader's foundation. Would you be amenable to this?" A trace of difficulty lingered in her final words. After all, no one desires to expose their secrets to others. She understood this well, and thus, as she made this request, a sense of helplessness inevitably crept into her heart. As for the spirit beast golden bird, it was a bonded spirit beast, intimately connected to its master's psyche, incapable of divulging secrets. Understanding his master's intent, Zhi'en felt the tension in his heart finally ease. He had initially feared the matter was of grave significance. In response to Master's request, I have harbored this intention all along. I simply have not yet had the opportunity to meet with the sect leader. The sect is currently facing a critical juncture, and I shall certainly prioritize the greater good. Resolutely refusing to act out of self-interest. His expression was solemn, his tone resolute and imbued with righteousness. At that moment, his demeanor was earnest and dignified, his eyes gleaming with determination, and his subtle expressions bore no trace of deceit, for every word he uttered was sincere, springing from the depths of his heart. There can be no perfect egg beneath a collapsing nest. Only by preserving the Zhi'en sect can he thrive. Zhi'en understood this principle well and recognized the symbiotic relationship he shared with the sect. Its prosperity was his own. Wenwen's beautiful eyes reflected a sense of gratification. To be able to share a secret at such a pivotal moment, he truly was the disciple she had always admired. She nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Your awareness brings me great comfort. The Zhi'en sect is indeed fortunate to have a disciple like you. The sect will undoubtedly not neglect your potential. I have observed that your silver corpse puppet has suffered significant damage, and this presents an opportunity to request the Grandmaster's assistance in its restoration. Alternatively, it is not impossible for you to be elevated to the 4th tier of gold corpses." Upon hearing this, Zhi'en was overwhelmed with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A 4th tier gold corpse possesses formidable strength equivalent to that of a mid-foundation cultivator, with a defensive capability rivaling that of a late foundation cultivator. This implies that in battle, it will serve as an impenetrable support, bestowing upon him immense assistance. Moreover, the 4th tier gold corpse represents true foundational prowess, one that is not available for sale in any merchant or auction house. Such scarcity renders its value incalculable. After all, the elders of the Zhi'en sect are only at the mid-foundation level. Possessing a 4th tier gold corpse could, to some extent, allow one to stand on par with the elders. The disciple expressed profound gratitude for the sect's cultivation, vowing to exhaust all efforts in service to the sect, not to disappoint its high expectations. Zhi'en's voice trembled with excitement as he hastily bowed in respect, his tone filled with appreciation. When it nodded gently, the weight upon his face easing somewhat, as he breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "This matter should not be delayed. I will take you to the Grandmaster now to test the efficacy of your special healing item." The disciple obeys, Zhi'en replied without hesitation, his gaze brimming with anticipation, eager for the puppet's elevation to a gold corpse. From this point forward, with the dragon's breath sword for offense and the gold corpse for defense, even against late foundation adversaries, he felt confident in his ability to vanquish them. Of course, Zhi'en also needed to consume the foundation establishment pill to become a foundation cultivator capable of wielding the flying sword. Only by breaking through to the foundation stage could he truly unleash the power of these treasures. Subsequently, Wenwen's delicate hand waved, and a butterfly, resplendent and ethereal, appeared seemingly out of thin air. The butterfly flapped its dreamlike wings, stirring the spiritual energy that carried Zhi'en towards the Cloud Sea Hall atop Longsho Peak. At that moment, the Grand Master was in the Garden of the Cloud Sea, meditating with her eyes closed, her complexion pale as parchment, void of any color. Her breath occasionally rapid and labored. At times, blood would even seep from the corner of her mouth, yet she persisted in her cultivation, her brow unwrinkled. Sensing Wenwen's approach, the Grand Master slowly opened her eyes, gently raising her hand, instantly erasing the trace of blood with spiritual energy. In the Cloud Sea Garden, upon landing, Wenwen respectfully bowed and spoke. Master, Zhi'en, my disciple, possesses a unique secret technique that may be of some benefit to your foundational injuries. Perhaps it is worth a try. Upon hearing this, the Grand Master's cold gaze flickered with an unusual light, tinged with curiosity and anticipation, as she turned to regard the cautious Zhi'en behind her. Zhi'en stepped forward, bowing deeply, his expression solemn as he declared, "This secret technique resides within the disciple's memory and was recently unlocked. It would be an honor if it could aid the Grand Master in healing, since they have now firmly convinced themselves that they are the reincarnations of ancient existences. They might as well indulge in their fantasies, as long as they refrain from mentioning the system." Zhi'en mused inwardly while outwardly maintaining an air of reverence and respect. Upon hearing that it was a secret technique preserved in memory, likely an ancient inheritance, the expression of the sect leader transformed from cold detachment to a fervent enthusiasm. Perhaps this ancient secret technique could indeed expedite the restoration of her foundation. With this thought, the sect leader swiftly approached Zhi'en, her speed akin to teleportation. "Let me witness your ancient secret technique," she said, taking a deep breath. Zhi'en no longer hesitated and promptly purchased a healing pack from the system. However, as she held the nearly transparent object in her hand, a thought crossed her mind. Can others see my healing pack?